Out of nowhere, the virtual reality game, The Lord appeared and absolutely stunned the entire world. It offered a perfect world with graphics and sensory feedback almost indistinguishable from reality. This massive game world of The Lord was actually larger than Earth itself. Players could converse with highly intelligent AIs who acted just like real human beings. Meet Kim Yoon-min, the legendary powerhouse who once reigned as the absolute strongest player in the game. Ranked number 1 in solo combat, this SSS-Class berserker was famously feared across the servers as Rocan, the absolute king of violence. But everything completely shattered when a mysterious powerhouse named Odin suddenly entered the picture. Beaten to a pulp day after day, Yoon-min could only log out and sit in a corner wallowing in self-pity. Today marked the 8th time the notorious Ragnarok guild had completely ganged up on him. With every single death, Yoon-min's level plummeted and his precious gear randomly dropped for his enemies. Left utterly helpless, Yoon-min looked back at all the endless hours he dedicated to this game and felt sickened by how worthless it all was. Yet he would honestly rather die than walk away from the Lord. Steel-jawed and determined, Yoon-min climbed back into his gaming capsule for another round. But get this, the moment he logged back in, the hounds of Ragnarok were already waiting. Glaring at Odin's smug, insufferable face, he charged forward blindly with his fists tightly clenched. He vowed to slaughter every last one of them and reclaim his rightful throne at the very top. But no miracle happened, and he was brutally beaten down by the guild yet again. The members of Ragnarok ruthlessly unleashed their skills directly at Yoon-min. Pinned to the dirt and taking the hits, he could only curse aloud in absolute rage. At that exact moment, a system alert popped up. Yoon-min was officially stripped of his King of Violence title. This felt like a brutal knife to his chest, driving Yoon-min to scream out in pure agony. But there was absolutely no saving grace waiting for him. Odin merely scoffed at the pathetic sight and coldly turned his back. Without a second glance, the Ragnarok lackeys quickly followed right behind their leader. Everything was now completely ruined for Yoon-min. He could only grit his teeth and weep in bitter, helpless frustration. Remembering his lost title, his high level, and his legendary gear, Yoon-min felt a burning sense of unfairness deep down. He screamed at the heavens in protest, and a sudden flash of lightning answered his cry, bringing a tragic, miserable end to the legend of Rocan, the ultimate king of violence. Back in the harsh reality, his alarm clock was ringing relentlessly, blaring right into his ears. Angrily, Yoon-min slammed his hand on the desk, yelling at it to shut up. He held his head in despair, and trust me, no miraculous plot twist was coming. In the game, he was just growing weaker, entirely incapable of fighting off Ragnarok alone. To make matters worse, his real life was falling apart with rent overdue. Desperate, Yoon-min decided to sell whatever valuable belongings he had left to scrape by. But then he noticed something bizarre. His expensive gaming capsule had completely vanished from the room. Standing completely frozen, Yoon-min looked around his tiny room, suddenly feeling deeply confused about where he actually was. While he was still trying to process this, his phone on the floor suddenly lit up. A massive notification popped up on the screen announcing that the virtual reality game The Lord would soon be released. Step outside into the warm, fresh morning air of a local convenience store where a stunned voice asks what. Dripping with cold sweat, a panicked Kim Yoon-min can only stammer in absolute disbelief, desperately asking the store clerk if it is really the year 2021. Massaging his temples, the convenience store clerk, Hae-chun, looks at him with a highly skeptical face and asks why he is suddenly asking about the date. Caught completely off guard, Hae-chun looks confused when Yoon-min suddenly confirms his name, worriedly asking if he is feeling alright. Yoon-min's eyes go dark and thick drops of cold sweat roll down his face. Without another word, he spins around and bolts out of the convenience store, leaving the clerk standing there completely baffled. Hae-chun scratches his head, his face a total blank. Ever since his girlfriend dumped him a few days ago, he has been acting incredibly strange. The scene shifts to the busy main road, packed with honking cars under the blazing hot sun. After running like crazy, he finally stops by the roadside to catch his breath. Completely drenched in sweat, sweat drips down his face as his mind races. This really is the neighborhood he lived in 3 years ago, from his favorite convenience store to the name of the part-time worker he was close with. He screams inwardly, wondering what on earth is happening. In his mind, memories of Wrath and 2 others in the Lord flash by. He thought those bastards had stripped away all his achievements. He clearly remembers falling into the abyss with arrows raining down on him. He had died a brutal, incredibly agonizing death back then. As thoughts crash around him like crumbling rocks, a crucial detail suddenly flashes in his mind. His ultimate death was caused by blue lightning. He stands there, staring at his hands, unable to believe it. Yet the moment he opened his eyes, he was back in the real world 3 years in the past before The Lord was even released. He stares at his palms for a long moment before a dark, wicked smile creeps onto his face. Is he dreaming, or is this the perfect chance to plot something big? Suddenly, a jolt of realization strikes his mind like lightning. His eyes widen as it all clicks. He remembers a man named Odin. Just thinking about him makes his fists clench involuntarily. This regression is definitely that bastard's doing. He slaps his thigh and bursts into loud laughter, drawing weird looks from passersby. That has to be it. Dragging his lead-heavy feet down the street, he mutters that Odin must have used some bizarre mind control skill on him again. He lets out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, he roars like a wild beast broke loose, his eyes blazing with fury. He screams at the empty sky, terrifying nearby pedestrians. He yells for the bastard to face him directly instead of playing these trashy low-life mind games. Inside the police station, he sits with a completely blank stare, looking lost in space. The police officer looks at the report, totally speechless at the bizarre name he wrote down. Stepping out of the police station with a dark face, he recalls the officer warning him not to cause any more public disturbances. Dazed, his mind remains a chaotic mess. Why would a standard mental attack be this incredibly detailed, and what could Odin possibly gain from this illusion? Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something nearby. He tightly grips a roadside pole with both hands. Unleashing his raw power, he rips the pole right out of the ground to test if this reality is fake, sending terrified onlookers into a panic. Sweat pours down his face, but he feels an incredible rush of excitement as bystanders whisper and call him a complete lunatic. The scene cuts to a local gym. Lightning-fast kicks rain down on the heavy gym equipment. He violently beats the heavy punching bag to unleash all his bottled-up frustration. Two onlookers watch his strikes in awe, wondering what combat style he is using. With such wild, powerful movements, they assume it must be some foreign martial art. He delivers one final earth-shattering punch to the bag. A cold smirk plays on his lips. Of course, they have never seen it. This is a personal combat style he crafted entirely for himself. Every single strike is a deadly technique he fully perfected during his time inside the Lord. He recalls how a mere level 16 monster could easily defeat a level 41 player. Once the Lord releases, an absolute wave of player deaths will erupt because people keep dying to low-level mobs. Cracking his knuckles, he smiles. Most players are only used to keyboards and mice, meaning their physical control is absolute garbage despite having high levels. The sheer intensity of his workout leaves everyone else in the gym completely exhausted. Gripping the barbell, he knows modern players are not ready for a full-dive virtual reality. But there is something far more critical. He summons every ounce of strength to lift the massive weight pushing through the sweat. And that key factor is perfect physical awareness and total control over one's own body. If a player can mentally connect with and control every single muscle fiber in their body from head to toe, their actual movement control inside the virtual world of the Lord will absolutely skyrocket. With a heavy crash, he drops the barbell to the floor. It is time to finally accept his new reality. Panting against the wall, he accepts it. He has traveled 3 years back. He vividly recalls his golden days in the Lord, soloing entire massive monster hordes and sitting proudly atop their corpses. Just 1 month before its release, that virtual game was his entire world. He leans against the wall, laughing so hysterically his entire body shakes, making a nearby guy look at him like he is a complete psycho. The mocking faces of Odin and the others flash in his mind, fueling his rage. Gritting his teeth, his entire body radiates a terrifying, explosive aura. Especially Odin, he will rise again under a completely new identity, leaving his enemies with absolutely zero chance of winning. He will beat them all to a pulp. 1 month later, inside a quiet room next to a single bed sits a sleek glass gaming capsule. As the capsule slides open, Yoon-min is lying inside his face, partially covered by a system display. He stirs slightly, but the blinding screen glare makes it impossible to open his eyes. Then the familiar sound of the system begins to echo. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. A tiny spark of light flickers as he connects directly to the Lord. His eyes snap wide open. Outside, a vast purple sky filled with endless stars unfolds. He leaps up in absolute shock at the stunning view, whispering that this is definitely the world of the Lord. Startled, he flinches as the system prompts him, asking the dear traveler to state his chosen name. With a smug, plotting smirk, he speaks a name that is legendary in this world, Rocan. It is like two different souls inside him as he proudly declares, "My name is Rocan," and the system welcomes him in. Spawning into a village, thick black smoke billows as fires rage everywhere, a chaotic nightmare filled with the screams of terrified adults and crying children. A massive horde of armed goblins is raiding the settlement, forcing the desperate villagers to run for their lives. The monsters brutally trample the fallen villagers, drawing back their bows to finish them off. A stray arrow flies through the chaos, striking a young man nearby directly in the chest. Right then, he makes an incredibly badass entrance like a savior sent from above as the system asks if he wants to start the tutorial, which he obviously accepts to claim the rewards. He stands tall amidst the raging fires. A level 2 goblin leaps forward, baring its nasty, crooked teeth right at him. He deliberately slumps, baiting the creature into thinking he is an easy target. Instantly, he snatches up a nearby battle axe with a dark smirk, mocking the beast for being so foolishly brave. Realizing it just stepped right into a death trap, the terrified monster freezes up completely. He swings the heavy axe, preparing to teach this trash a lesson it will never forget. With one incredibly brutal, clean swing, he splits the goblin completely in half. The sheer force of the impact nearly shatters the ground beneath his feet. He laughs maniacally at the remaining horde, declaring that the king of violence is finally back. With the village engulfed in a sea of flames, terrified screams still echo through the smoke. Dozens of cleaved goblin bodies now lie scattered all over the burning streets. Yoon-min slowly steps forward. Suddenly, the system's voice rings out from above, causing him to instinctively look up in surprise. The notification congratulates him on achieving an outstanding feat by defeating an opponent much stronger than himself. For this, he is awarded the unique title of Born Warrior, a badge of honor recognizing his battle genius, which also comes with a permanent effect of raising his strength stat by 1. Yoon-min lets out a highly satisfied smirk, whispering to himself that this is exactly how things should be. The system then displays a brief explanation of this mechanic, showing that the game's specialized achievement system rewards players whenever they perform a heroic deed or accomplish something that should be statistically impossible for someone of their current rank. Vivid scenes of players bravely facing terrifying trials flash before him, illustrating how these feats boost core stats or grant powerful passive buffs. He knows that mindlessly grinding monsters just to raise your level is actually the most inefficient way to progress in this massive world. He mutters, confirming his theory that the basic tutorial doesn't grant even a single point of experience. Yoon-min silently crouches behind a crumbling wall, thinking that the official victory conditions are actually pretty easy. Peeking out to carefully survey the burning area, he realizes the basic goal is simple: survive inside this raided farming village by holding off the invading goblin forces. Yoon-min quickly maps out a battle strategy, noting that players are normally expected to avoid combat and escape the village entirely. The tutorial doesn't lack experience points just because it's a starter stage. It's because fighting 2 armed goblins simultaneously is virtually a death sentence for a fresh level 1 beginner. Suddenly, his expression darkens as a highly devious smirk spreads across his face, wondering if there might actually be a secret ultimate method to conquer this tutorial instead of just running away. Yoon-min recalls a rumor from his past life. 2 months after the official launch of the Lord, a bizarre player named Tonkin suddenly emerged. He remembers that this player figured out why the tutorial's objective was survival rather than escape, wondering what secret event would trigger if someone actually managed to stay alive and eliminate every single threat. That player had ended up uncovering a hidden Easter egg, laughing like a maniac when he realized the truth. Yoon-min knows for a fact that this hidden path yields an incredible secret reward, one that completely eclipses the garbage items given for just finishing the basic escape quest. Walking forward, he reminds himself that the Lord has only just been launched. Amidst the raging inferno of the burning village, Yoon-min strides forward like a conqueror, declaring that he is now the only person in this world who knows how to achieve a perfect clear. Back in the fiery chaos of the village, a terrified woman desperately tries to flee from a pack of ravenous goblins eager to tear her limb from limb. Tears stream down her face as she runs forward with every ounce of strength she has left. A pack of vicious goblins chases close behind the poor woman. From high up on a rooftop, he looks down at the tragic scene. Out of nowhere, a freezing cold gust of wind blasts right into the monsters. Yoon-min suddenly drops down from above, unleashing a devastating fatal strike on the goblins. The surrounding beasts whip their heads around in absolute shock, seeing their comrade instantly taken down. But before they can even wrap their heads around what is actually happening, Yoon-min immediately swings his heavy axe right at them, putting his perfect new strategy into motion. The blade slices clean through the goblin's neck as it lets out a painful shriek. Yoon-min chuckles in pure excitement, thinking to himself that his only goal is to slaughter every single one of these invading beasts without letting any escape. He quickly runs a simple calculation in his head, estimating there are exactly 25 goblins currently terrorizing this small village. He quietly taps the monster's corpse, weighing his options. The first route is a slow divide and conquer approach, but Yoon-min clicks his tongue in annoyance because sneaking around just isn't his style. Remembering his previous battles, he notes that this messy approach has already helped him take down 9 of the creatures. Leaving a massive pile of fresh corpses behind, Yoon-min heads off, realizing this slow method really isn't efficient enough for him. Yoon-min comes up with a much better plan. If the goblin count drops to 15, their leader will sense the danger and immediately group the survivors together. Once they form a pack, they will stick close no matter what the player tries to do. He stops in his tracks, muttering that it's finally time. Standing right in front of a ruined house, Yoon-min confidently declares that it's time to switch to Plan B. The inside of the building is quiet, almost too quiet. Suddenly, he gasps heavily for air, his body completely drained of all energy. Slumping against the wall with empty potions rolling across the dirty floor, a warning flashes that his health is down to 20%. Exhausted and with his body functions failing, he mutters that taking on 3 high-level monsters at once was incredibly reckless, almost costing him his life. He reaches up to grab a green potion bottle sitting on the shelf. Downing it without hesitation, a system alert confirms the low-grade healing potion is restoring his physical functions. Instantly feeling a massive surge of energy, he grins, declaring that a last-second heal on the brink of death is always the best. Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar echoes through the house, freezing him in his tracks as he recognizes that sound. A massive, terrifying goblin opens its jaws wide and instantly lunges at him. It is none other than the elite armed goblin, the leader of the entire pack. Yoon-min grins, calling out to the ugly bastard, which startles the beast and forces it to look right at him. He chuckles mockingly, gesturing with his hand, and dares the monster to come over and try to kill him. The beast glares with bloodshot eyes, grinding its sharp teeth in a fit of absolute rage. The commander lets out a deafening roar that shakes the house, ordering the rest of the goblin pack to swarm Yoon-min all at once. Bring it on, he sneers, completely unfazed by the threat. The clever goblin leader suddenly senses that something is horribly wrong. But it's too late as Yoon-min drinks down a strange yellow liquid, with a sly smile telling the bastard he prepared a special surprise. He rejoices internally that his second method is about to make him unstoppable. Multiple alerts flash across his vision, confirming the buff potion boosted both his strength and agility stats by 10 points. The furious leader accelerates, charging straight at Yoon-min, but he just stands there calmly, waiting for the impact. Before it can even swing, Yoon-min lands a devastating heavy punch right to the monster's face. The massive force slams the beast's face first into the dirt with a loud crash, leaving it twitching on the ground in agony. Giving it zero time to recover, he instantly aims a brutal second blow right at its skull. He buries his axe deep into its head, then kicks the lifeless body, repeatedly smashing it against the wall until the concrete begins to crumble. Seeing their leader destroy, the rest of the goblins charge forward in a crazed, chaotic frenzy. But before they can even touch a single hair on his head, Yoon-min slices them all to bloody ribbons. A single surviving goblin desperately lunges forward, throwing its entire body at the warrior. He effortlessly sweeps its leg out from under it. Then he brings his heavy axe down for one final decisive strike. In the shadows, Yoon-min moves like a wild predator, hungrily hunting down his remaining prey. He slices the monster in half, unable to hide his pure excitement. The goblin is split right in half against a blood-red backdrop. Just as he is enjoying the thrill of the hunt, a sudden system pop-up startles Yoon-min, reminding him that only those exploiting the achievement system can grow this quickly. He stares at the flashing screen, lost in thought for a moment. Yoon-min grins as he imagines himself looking incredibly cool with absolute infinite power right before the system floods him with a list of achievements declaring a flawless victory. By triumphing against a massive horde of enemies stronger than you, you have earned a new title. Natural-born warrior, your incredible talent allowed you to wipe out a massive crowd of enemies 3 levels higher than you. Reading this, he smirks and wonders if there is a special reward for being the first to do it. Yoon-min locks his eyes onto the notifications, realizing that even though he is only level 1, his strength is 15 and dexterity is 14, stats that are basically on par with a level 10 player. Suddenly, the goblins up ahead let out a loud, piercing screech and charge straight at him. A wild, ecstatic grin spreads across Yoon-min's face. He scoffs, asking if these idiots still haven't learned their lesson. One by one, they are sliced into 100 bloody pieces. Yoon-min takes them down effortlessly like a gentle breeze, confidently making a bold claim. You guys aren't even on my level. Suddenly, an armed goblin leaps forward and points its blade directly at his chest, throwing Yoon-min off balance for a split second. It channels all its strength into its arms to swing the blade. The armed goblin lands a devastating blow. A system alert pops up, warning him of a level 15 elite armed goblin. But completely defying its expectations, Yoon-min stands there totally unscathed, mockingly telling the stupid boss that he is glad it decided to stick around. The battlefield turns completely chaotic as the entire village is engulfed in a sea of raging flames. The armed goblin exerts all its power to thrust its blade straight at Yoon-min. The blade leaves a sharp, devastating trail, but he gracefully dodges every single strike. Unfortunately, a stray blow grazes Yoon-min's shoulder, making him wince in sudden pain. Seizing the opening, the beast swings down for a final, decisive strike. The armed goblin's raw power is terrifying, sending shockwaves that blow away everything in the vicinity. Yoon-min barely evades the devastating strike silently, noting that this thing is way stronger and faster than normal goblins, confirming that boss monsters really are on a whole different level. That realization only fuels his manic excitement. Wearing a wide grin, Yoon-min charges right back at the armed goblin, shouting out another confident claim. But a goblin is still just a goblin. Both sides throw themselves into the thrill of battle, swapping relentless blows. It unleashes an earth-shattering strike at Yoon-min, but he moves fast and slips away unharmed. He counters instantly, aiming a lethal strike directly at its exposed neck. Landing gracefully, Yoon-min looks over and casually asks himself if that was enough to finish it. Just when he thinks it is over, the deep neck wound begins to heal, and a heavy, suffocating aura suddenly fills the air. Seeing this, he freezes in absolute shock, sweat pouring down his face as he mutters in disbelief. Before he can even process the situation, the goblin lunges and grabs Yoon-min by the wrist. It lets out a massive, bone-chilling roar that seems to tear the sky apart. The monster slams him brutally down into the shattered, burning ruins. Writhing in intense pain, he grits his teeth as the system warns him that he took 355 damage, leaving his health at 20%. The monster lifts its foot to crush him, and Yoon-min's eyes widen in sheer terror. Putting all its weight behind the stomp, the goblin crushes Yoon-min, shattering the very earth around them. Thrown a good distance away, a bitter and frustrated look washes over his face. He silently realizes that the main issue has nothing to do with speed or strength. As the tension reaches a boiling point, a highly frustrated Yoon-min mutters that things are looking bad. Closely tracking the movements of the armed goblin, he realizes its stubborn defense is a real headache. There is no way he can finish it off with his current weapon stats. Yoon-min grits his teeth, calculating that his strength potion only has 5 minutes left, forcing him to make a move. He suddenly lets out a sinister laugh, declaring that it is time to fight and get ready. Seeing his sudden shift in attitude, even the elite armed goblin hesitates for a second. But completely contradicting his bold words, Yoon-min pulls up his sleeves and bolts, choosing to run away as the monster stands there completely frozen. The armed goblin stares for a moment, completely clueless about what Yoon-min is doing. Realization hits, and the armed goblin lets out a massive roar, wanting to rip him to shreds. It charges right after him with its massive weapon, forcing a terrified Yoon-min to run forward with everything he has. After a frantic chase, the armed goblin loses track of him and starts screaming in pure frustration. Suddenly, something off to the left side catches its eye. It turns out to be a house with lights still on, looking fairly intact. A wicked idea suddenly pops into the armed goblin's head, and it breaks into a more sinister grin than ever. Yoon-min slips inside a nearby building and collapses onto the floor, desperately gasping for air. Clutching his stomach, he groans, his ribs are broken, and he wonders why this game has to feel so brutally realistic. Suddenly, a rolled-up paper scroll appears in his hand. He laughs triumphantly as he tears the scroll to activate his final shop item. The system announces he has used a low-grade fire-resistant scroll, boosting his fire resistance by 30 for the next 10 minutes. Yoon-min is thrilled and starts planning to lure the beast, but before he can finish his thought, the armed goblin smashes the house to pieces. The monster scowls, searching everywhere for Yoon-min while failing to notice him standing right behind its back. When it finally turns around, Yoon-min just smiles and greets it, noting how angry the beast looks and suggesting they talk. Ignoring his words, the beast swings its blade wildly to shred him, forcing Yoon-min to desperately dodge the chaotic attacks. Its attacks are incredibly powerful, carrying a devastating weight. The armed goblin keeps swinging relentlessly, and Yoon-min is rapidly running out of breath. Yoon-min suddenly realizes he has run completely out of room to dodge. A brutal blow strikes him squarely in the stomach. The impact sends Yoon-min flying straight through several walls, showing off its terrifying raw power. Buried under a massive pile of rubble, his face is twisted in agonizing pain that cuts to the bone. Battered and broken, he sits on the floor as the system warns he took 78 damage, leaving his health below 10%. Even so, the armed goblin refuses to let up, stepping forward as a dark magical aura wraps around its body. Pushing himself back up, Yoon-min firmly grips his trusty axe. He channels every last ounce of his remaining strength into the weapon and lets out a deafening roar. He hurls the axe directly at the approaching armed goblin. But the monster dodges it easily, flashing a mocking, smug grin at his pathetic attempt. Yoon-min just smiles back, telling the beast to go ahead and laugh all it wants. He boldly claims that this will be the very last time it ever laughs. Right as the words leave his mouth, a loud crash makes the monster spin around. It turns out his axe sliced clean through a support pillar, which is now slowly toppling over. He stands up with a smirk, bids goodbye to the fool, and calls it strategy number 3, use your environment. Seeing the danger, the monster tries to flee, but Yoon-min quickly leaps out the window and shuts it tight. The beast struggles inside as the entire house begins to collapse around it. Heavy debris rains down completely, burying the helpless armed goblin underneath. Yoon-min escapes just before the building swallows him whole. A massive explosion echoes from inside the ruins, making him cheer out loud in sheer relief. He walks away thinking he only did this for the reward, but feels a bit pathetic having to struggle so hard and rely on cheap tricks just to kill a low-level mob right as the system announces he defeated the armed goblin with under 10% health left. Remembering Odin's smug face, fury boils inside him over how much that absolute bastard has forced him to endure. Gritting his teeth, he vows to make Odin pay 10 or even 100 times over for all this pain. The system suddenly chimes in again to announce that he has completed the tutorial, leaving Yoon-min wide-eyed with shock. A flood of notifications pops up praising his unbelievable achievement of defeating an enemy 10 levels higher, awarding him the prestigious and highly unique title Descendant of David as the first player to ever unlock it. The system continues with more alerts calling his victory over such a powerful foe a truly unbelievable achievement. He receives the title 1 versus 17, being the first to get it, leaving him completely frozen, unable to believe his own ears. Yet another alert arrives, celebrating his absolute clearance of the tutorial and awarding him yet another legendary title, the Unstoppable. Kim Yoon-min laughs in pure delight upon hearing he is the absolute first to unlock this exclusive title. Standing amidst the dusty rubble, he is completely stunned a second time by the generous tutorial rewards. Along with 3 pieces of hard bread and 50 bronze coins, his exceptional performance grants him an extra bonus of 5 sets of nameless armor. A devilish grin spreads across Kim Yoon-min's face as he admits these rewards are actually pretty incredible. He surveys the area before calling out to inspect what his new titles can actually do. Status window. Kim Yoon-min quietly scans through every single word on his glowing status screen. He gasps in shock. This is completely crazy. Whispering to himself, a satisfied grin slowly spreads across his face. The screen details his legendary achievement of performing the impossible. By defeating a monster no one else could touch, he created a genuine miracle. Although some might plot against those who make the impossible happen, nobody truly hates a miracle worker. As the very first to earn this title, his relationship with all neutral and alliance NPCs will start at friendly, and the experience needed to upgrade any of his skills is slashed by a whopping 30%. Kim Yoon-min feels ecstatic, unable to believe he just scored a legendary title. Staring at the glowing screen, he is absolutely amazed that alongside massive reputation and skill boosts, there are even more crazy hidden effects. Grinning wildly, Kim Yoon-min realizes this title will let him level up at lightning speed. In fact, it is so incredibly powerful that he needs to scrap his old plans and rewrite his entire strategy from scratch. He has unlocked so many incredible titles, including Descendant of David for defeating an opponent 10 levels higher than himself. Now all his stats will boost by 10% whenever he fights higher-level enemies. Then there is the 17 vs 1 title, proving numbers mean absolutely nothing to him. His base defense increases by 10% in group fights, scaling all the way up to 30% based on how many enemies surround him. He beams with joy knowing these unique titles come with such insanely overpowered effects. As shields materialize around him, he shouts out that it is time to move and open every single reward chest he has earned. He immediately teleports right into a bustling, highly advanced city. Letting out a soft sigh, he realizes it has been a very long time since he last stood here. Standing tall, he looks up at the sky and declares the name Popkid City, the starting village. Squinting into the distance, he sighs. Even though it has only been open for a few hours, the place is already completely packed. And look closely at the crowd, doesn't it seem like some of these people were already waiting here? His mind instantly floods with rage as he thinks of Odin and his loyal followers. Bitter memories of those bastards from the Ragnarok guild flash right through his mind. Clenching his teeth, he resolves to hunt them down immediately and kill every single one of them. But he hesitates, realizing there are just too many of them. An image of Odin standing like an absolute god above the masses, basking in a blinding spotlight after earning the Creator King title 2 years post-launch fills his head. Remembering that ice-cold, expressionless face, Kim Yoon-min can't help but feel that this entire situation is still incredibly bizarre. He envisions dozens of top-tier A-rank players kneeling before Odin, pledging their absolute loyalty, even going so far as to change their in-game names and entire physical appearances. That ridiculous behavior is why he always refers to them as a weird cosplay group who mimic Norse and Greek gods, though tracking them down at this early stage shouldn't be too hard. Resting his chin in thought, he wonders what kind of massive rewards or bribes were promised to buy such blind loyalty. Did he pay them hundreds of thousands of dollars? Is he some rich CEO's son? The thoughts only frustrate him more, prompting him to kick the ground and swear. He decides to let it go for now since overthinking won't solve a thing. Growing quiet, he tells himself that the most important thing is preparing for the day they finally cross paths again. Walking silently through the bustling crowd, he vows to grow stronger at a pace that will leave everyone else in the dust. His steps slow down to a crawl as he ponders the very first move needed to achieve this massive head start. Suddenly, a loud voice from out of nowhere completely breaks his concentration, asking if he wants to become stronger. The speaker is a highly muscular old man standing with his arms crossed behind him, claiming that if the boy just comes over, he can easily become just as strong. He even throws in a playful wink to try and look trustworthy. Staring at him with a mix of boredom and skepticism, only 2 words flash through Kim Yoon-min's mind: training ground. Watching the crowd of players working out inside, he figures it is only this packed because today is day 1. Knowing they will all eventually give up and leave, he simply requests to use the training grounds. Overjoyed to finally have a customer, the instructor immediately tries to flatter him, offering a special discount rate of 20 copper coins because he claims to see immense future potential in the young man. Right then, a helpful system notification flashes on his screen, reminding him that his default status with all neutral NPCs starts out as friendly. His eyes widen in surprise as he realizes his title effect is actually working, since the entry fee is normally 30 copper coins. Everyone inside the training ground is working up a serious sweat. Getting back to training brings a wave of intense nostalgia, and he silently smiles. He flashes a happy grin, throwing a powerful punch directly forward. The training dummy takes the full force of his strike, which is actually one of the absolute best ways to farm early experience in Popkid City. Everyone in this training ground practices on this dummy because hitting it gets you easy experience points. It is the easiest method out there, so tons of newbies rush right in. But Kim Yoon-min, having all the experience of his past life, boldly makes a completely different claim. Sooner or later, they will realize it is extremely inefficient. Nearby, one exhausted player groans, "Damn it, when will I finally level up? I have been beating this dummy for 5 straight hours now." Instead, doing simple chores for NPCs actually gives you way more experience. Plus, they reward you with actual money and food. Take deliveries, for example. Here is the 10 grains of rice you wanted, and here is your well-deserved reward. Kim Yoon-min explains that even if you force yourself to stay, you still have to pay training fees and buy food, meaning you just keep losing money. That is why most players eventually quit. "Let us go hunt goblins. Instead, we are just wasting precious time here." He punches the wooden dummy like a madman while reflecting on his past life. Sure, back then, he had also wasted countless hours here, ignoring the world. But he now knows that leveling up is not the only purpose of this place. Kim Yoon-min lands a hit so powerful the wooden dummy flies backward. He pants heavily, completely exhausted. System alert, +1 strength stat. Kim Yoon-min looks absolutely thrilled as a huge smile breaks across his face. Yes, his hard work finally paid off. He reveals a hidden secret: if you keep beating these dummies until your stamina is completely drained, your stats will increase directly. This raw stat boost is entirely separate from the normal points you get by leveling up. A loaf of hard rye bread, his tutorial reward, materializes in his hand. Kim Yoon-min takes it quietly, thinking to himself that he is currently the only person alive who knows this trick. And honestly, even if anyone else knew, they would never put in this much grueling effort. He sits down to chew on the dry bread. Sure, logically, spending your time doing quests to level up will make your stats grow much faster. Kim Yoon-min smiles slightly, wondering to himself, but is that really always true? He recalls his past battle with that armed goblin. Sure, at level 10 or 20 you can level up in a day or two, but what happens when you hit level 100 or 200? The grind becomes boring and incredibly difficult. But this slow, painful effort will bear fruit once his stats reach insane heights. An overwhelming surge of power suddenly radiates from his body. Smiling, he tells himself that it is time to get right back to the grind. 10 days pass and Kim Yoon-min is still relentlessly beating that same wooden dummy. He continuously tests out brand new moves and strike techniques. The other players nearby watch him with absolute confusion, whispering about why he is showing off so much. Another guy scoffingly tells him to just ignore the obvious attention seeker and head back to doing quests instead. But Kim Yoon-min refuses to quit no matter how exhausted he gets. There is nothing foolish about mastering every single basic attack shape. Once his level gets too high, simple strikes like this will not be enough to force his stats up anymore. He winds up his leg, bracing himself to deliver a massive blow. He unleashes a powerful side kick, completely shattering the wooden dummy into splinters. An incredible system alert pops up with an unbelievable achievement. His strength, dexterity, and physical resistance have all reached the absolute maximum limit possible for this training ground. From this point on, he can no longer raise any stats here. Kim Yoon-min freezes in surprise as the system awards him the badge of a diligent citizen. The alerts keep scrolling with another unbelievable feat, telling him it is no exaggeration to call him the strongest man in this village. After destroying a solid dummy in under 1 minute, he officially receives the title of strongest man in the village. He lets out a roaring shout of victory. He finally did it. The system notifications just keep flooding his screen. His newly acquired Diligent Citizen title praises a level of sheer perseverance that knows absolutely no limits, while his title of Strongest Man in the Village recognizes how he completely demolished a training dummy to prove his power. He laughs with pure excitement. Now it is finally time to level up. Suddenly, an old man's voice calls out from the shadows, asking if he wants to become stronger. Kim Yoon-min looks over in surprise as the old-timer claims to have watched him for the past 10 days, which honestly sounds a bit creepy. The old man splutters dramatically, making a scary face while praising Kim Yoon-min's rare courage and iron perseverance. He offers to show him a much higher plane of power if he wants, though Kim Yoon-min feels a bit hesitant at first. The old man asks if he wants to follow him, and looking into his eyes, Kim Yoon-min is filled with burning curiosity to discover the truth. The old man stands tall and speaks slowly, leaving Kim Yoon-min stunned. Is this a hidden quest? Because he has never heard of anything like this. His eyes widen with a trace of shock. A hidden quest? How has he never heard of this before? Inside a dimly lit secret passage, Kim Yoon-min quietly follows behind the muscular old man. Kim Yoon-min never imagined a secret passage like this existed right beneath the training grounds. Noticing his distraction, the old man warns him to watch his step because it is pitch black and very easy to slip. Aside from analyzing the hidden path, Kim Yoon-min cannot stop wondering about his guide's words. What exactly did he mean by a higher plane of power? A subtle smile crosses his face as he wonders if this man knows about a hidden class or a hidden skill. Suddenly, the guide announces that they have arrived. But his excitement immediately vanishes, replaced by a wave of annoyance that he has to desperately try to hold back. Standing before him inside a massive room is a row of humanoid robots outfitted in heavy combat armor. The guide turns around with a bright, patient smile, explaining that this is an advanced training zone reserved strictly for the chosen few. Kim Yoon-min tries to swallow his frustration, complaining to himself that this is just a regular training room with different equipment, despite the guide's high-sounding promises. But Kim Yoon-min might be oversimplifying things, as this place has far more than just fancy gear. He looks on in confusion as the guide gestures forward. He notices a glowing blue core in the chest of each robot, likely acting as their power source. These combat units are fully activated and ready to fight humans at any moment. They are highly intelligent, moving exactly like real warriors. Because they can attack and counterattack, the guide warns that anyone under level 10 could easily get killed. The old man offers a direct challenge, asking if he wants to give it a shot, adding that he only gets one single chance. Kim Yoon-min stands still, pondering his options for a moment. A confident smile flashes on his face, sure he might get completely beaten up, but this actually looks incredibly fun. Without hesitation, he steps directly into the arena. He steps through the iron door and the heavy metal slams shut behind him. What stands in front of him are no longer ordinary scrap metal bots, but elite tireless warriors ready for war. Kim Yoon-min wastes no time and drops right into his fighting stance. He charges straight at the machines and unleashes a devastating kick. Channeling every ounce of strength into his arm, he unleashes a thunderous lightning-fast punch. Kim Yoon-min drives a savage knee strike straight into a robot's spine. He gathers his energy and fires a blinding beam of light at the mechanical crowd. One of the metal soldiers begins to wobble. Keeping up the pressure, Kim Yoon-min rains down a relentless barrage of kicks and punches. Moving like the wind, there is no way these clumsy machines can keep up with him. A faint mark on Kim Yoon-min's left arm suggests something managed to land a clean hit on him. Exhaustion is finally creeping in after fighting for so long, yet the machines are barely scratched, still standing strong, ready to attack and defend. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Kim Yoon-min smirks, thinking these toys are actually pretty decent. Springing into the air, Kim Yoon-min whispers, "All right, let's do this." He dives at them with terrifying speed, eyes burning with fire. Why not enjoy the thrill of the hunt? Outside the massive door, 5 days pass. The banging on the heavy door grows louder as deep cracks begin to spread. As the door slowly creaks open, a broken robot lies on the floor, its arm trembling and its optical sensor completely shattered. A heavy boot stomps down on the machine, crushing it into absolute dust. Inside the ruins of the shattered room, Kim Yoon-min looks like an entirely different beast. He has finally reached level 10, pushing every single one of his stats to the absolute limit. It is an incredible achievement, and he is deeply satisfied with his hard-earned victory. First, the epic title, Absolute Determination, has been unlocked. No one can break your iron resolve, and you are the first to ever earn this legendary honor. You are now immune to all negative mental status effects, and when health drops below 5%, all your stats will increase by 50%. Kim Yoon-min stares at the glowing notification screen in disbelief. He never imagined he would unlock an epic title like Absolute Determination in a place like this. He thinks back to his recent struggles, remembering just how brutal and exhausting the training really was. Surviving those life-and-death battles paid off, proving that going to war with these training dummies was worth every single scar. The perfect opportunity has finally arrived. It is time. Sunlight gently breaks over the sprawling, quiet city. Down one of the streets, there is a building uniquely decorated with skulls outside the entrance. Inside the shop, a massive burly man is snoring loudly at the counter. To wake him up, Kim Yoon-min slams the table and yells a loud greeting. The man is none other than a berserker guild member. Kim Yoon-min asks if he plans on working today, making the startled giant snap back, asking if he even knows where he is. Kim Yoon-min looks him dead in the eye and confidently replies that of course he does. This is the berserker guild. The muscular giant stares back, laughing heartily as he says everyone knows the famous berserker. He smiles warmly, praising the kid for actually knowing his stuff. He warns Kim Yoon-min that a class change can only happen once, but Kim Yoon-min impatiently shrugs it off, telling him he already knows and to just get on with it. Smirking, the giant slams the desk bell, admitting he likes a kid who gets straight to the point. A brilliant surging aura of energy floods through Kim Yoon-min's body, confirming his official class transfer to a berserker. Smiling warmly, Rocan formally welcomes him to the guild, offering his congratulations on officially becoming a berserker. Kim Yoon-min cannot hide his excitement as the system announces his level has reset to 1, but his legendary stats will remain completely intact. Rocan then points him toward the class rewards, telling the young warrior to pick out whatever weapon he desires. He presents an impressive arsenal of high-quality weapons, including heavy axes and gleaming swords. Kim Yoon-min grabs one specific weapon, his eyes lighting up as if he had been searching for it his entire life. Kim Yoon-min immediately tests the axe, swinging it with lightning speed. Rocan silently watches the display, deeply impressed by the young man's fluid form. Every strike flows seamlessly into the next, keeping us completely hooked. For his final move, Kim Yoon-min strikes down with absolute power, generating a massive, devastating shockwave. Rocan cannot help but nod, calling the display highly impressive. Finally, Kim Yoon-min found exactly what he was looking for, filling him with pure excitement. After weighing his options for so long, he finally has his answer. To be fair, choosing a class was tough, especially since he remembers so many hidden classes and their unlocked methods from his past life. But this time, Kim Yoon-min knows exactly what to do next. If he wants to absolutely crush all his enemies, there is simply no better class than the berserker. Revenge requires a flawless plan. His target Odin is always surrounded by guards, and berserkers gain massive stat boosts when fighting in groups. Even better, berserkers can trigger a frenzy skill to boost their power, making it the perfect class for someone with high base stats. He can constantly stack his own attributes during intense combat, allowing him to push past normal limits. After a few seconds of silence, Kim Yoon-min realizes something even more crucial. A dark, satisfying thought flashes through his mind. Since that bastard Odin wanted to slit his throat, the least he can do is chop off Odin's head in return. Suddenly, a system notification pops up in front of him. Seeing Kim Yoon-min dazed, the instructor asks if he is really that proud of his new class. Kim Yoon-min quickly waves his hands, denying it completely. But Kim Yoon-min freezes in absolute shock. What is this? The alert details a quest to find the remnants of the wild wind, a force that swept across the world long ago. He must uncover what was left behind and fulfill the dying wish of the Wind Emperor, all while completing his advanced training. This hidden quest feels incredibly mysterious. The wild wind, what could it possibly mean? At Eric Bank, the teller begins her signature warm welcome, but a frantic Kim Yoon-min immediately cuts her off, demanding a massive loan. Startled by his sudden outburst, the poor girl nervously asks for his class and name. Kim Yoon-min rushes her as if someone is chasing him, stating he is Kim Yoon-min, a berserker, and wants the maximum payout. Remaining professional, she patiently explains that since this is his first class, the largest loan he can receive is 30 silver coins with a monthly interest rate of 3%. He heads to an ancient house with beautifully curved roof tiles stretching to the blue sky. Kim Yoon-min immediately gets to business, demanding every single beginner skill book for the berserker class. Surprised by his spending power, the instructor asks if he is really buying all of them. Having no time to waste, Kim Yoon-min barks at him to stop talking nonsense and give him the total price, which comes out to 10 silver coins. The system immediately displays details about his newly acquired abilities, including axemanship and 4 other active skills. Axemanship level 1 allows him to swing his massive weapon with absolute ease, boosting his overall attack speed while raising his base physical damage by 70%. Flash level 1 grants him a quick 3-step dash, boosting his hit accuracy by 110% upon activation. Heavy Strike level 1 supercharges his next strike, boosting both his physical strength and accuracy by 110%. Battle Roar level 1 unleashes a terrifying feral howl that strikes absolute fear deep into his enemies. And Frenzy level 1 burns his own health points to temporarily unlock a devastating surge of raw power. Kim Yoon-min stares intensely at his screen with a deeply annoyed expression, prompting the instructor to ask if something is wrong. Kim Yoon-min turns around to address the older man, who simply grunts in response. Frowning, Kim Yoon-min asks if he knows anything about the wild wind, but the instructor merely looks back with pure confusion. Leaving the building behind, Kim Yoon-min sits down on some stone steps right next to a scenic roadside waterfall. Endless lines of system text roll out before him. The prompt instructs him to seek out the remaining traces of the wild wind, a legendary entity that once plunged the entire world into a sea of fire. He must fulfill its dying wish alongside his class promotion. Swiping aimlessly across the glowing interface, Kim Yoon-min quietly mutters the name of this mysterious force under his breath. He thought this hidden quest would be directly tied to the berserker class, but even the master of the guild has never heard of it. The more he dwells on it, the more frustrated he gets. Even when he was the top-ranked berserker in his past life, he never heard of this quest. Did someone else snatch it first back then? Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min clutches his head and screams out loud, drawing weird stares from everyone nearby. Damn it, how is he supposed to solve this without a single clue? He quickly falls silent again. Although the hidden quest rewards are incredibly tempting, he has absolutely no leads right now. He decides to put it on the back burner for a bit. His character status is listed as Rocan, a level 1 human berserker with 700 health points and 150 mana. His core attributes show 5 strength and 4 agility, along with a list of incredible titles like Natural-Born Warrior, Talented Warrior, and Descendant of David. Swiping through the details, Kim Yoon-min realizes his class change is complete. Now his only goal is to level up like an absolute maniac. A devious grin spreads across his face. Why not start following that insane power-leveling route he mapped out right now? Passers-by can't help but stare at Kim Yoon-min with absolute bewilderment as they walk past him. Kim Yoon-min sits there like he owns the place, hand resting on his chin, completely ignoring the stares. Floating above his head is a request bubble offering 15 silver coins to any knight who can escort him to the orc camp in the Bitter Forest. Suddenly, a booming voice behind him asks if he needs an escort to the orc camp. A man wearing polished, shining armor steps forward, confidently offering to help his new brother out. The man is Bacon, a heavily built warrior who flexes his muscular arm while demanding his reward up front. Kim Yoon-min throws a thoroughly unimpressed glare in Bacon's direction. After a brief pause, he asks if Bacon is traveling alone and what his level is. Bacon puffs out his chest, proudly stating he is a level 25 heavy knight. Kim Yoon-min scoffs in disappointment. Since Bacon is alone, he simply cannot trust him and tells him to beat it. Shocked by the rejection, Bacon yells out in disbelief. Angrily, Bacon shoves a badge in his face, asking if he is blind. It is an orc warrior token. He claimed himself after slaying one. Kim Yoon-min merely cleans his ear, completely unfazed, assuming the guy just got lucky, killing a couple of weak patrol orcs. Kim Yoon-min gets straight to the point, stating he needs at least 2 party members over level 30 to enter the deep forest. He tells Bacon to drop the attitude and get lost. Bacon's face turns dark with rage as he realizes the crowd is watching. He boils with utter humiliation, cursing this arrogant punk for publicly embarrassing him in front of everyone. Bacon suddenly reaches out his massive hand toward Yoon-min, activating his taunt skill, which triggers a notification warning that his opponent has used a leader skill on him. For 5 minutes, self-defense actions are completely ignored, and the duration can extend if the opponent resists. Yoon-min lowers his head, slowly uttering a single word, "You." He looks up with a freezing glare. "What exactly do you think you are doing?" Far from intimidated, Bacon bursts into a mocking grin, calling out to the heavens. He sneers at Yoon-min after seeing his rank a mere level 1. It turns out he's just a rookie who recently changed classes, which explains why he's acting so cocky. Bacon continues his relentless mocking, telling Yoon-min that if his skills are trash, he should just shut up and get lost. Yoon-min's face darkens. "What the hell are you rambling about?" he asks. "Do you want to die?" Bacon screams back in challenge, telling the fool to bring it on, calling him an arrogant brat who thinks he can survive the orc camp at a mere level 1. Yoon-min lets out a chilling smile, repeating those words, "level 1." Suddenly, he makes an unexpected offer, asking Bacon if he wants to make a bet. Bacon pauses, asking what. Yoon-min lays out the wager. They will duel, and the winner walks away with 15 silver coins with no penalties or player killing involved, making it a perfect arrangement. Bacon gets right in his face, growling, "Are you out of your mind?" Yoon-min delivers a sharp taunt, asking if a level 25 player is seriously terrified of losing to a level 1 rookie. Hearing this completely wounds Bacon's pride, prompting him to stamp his foot violently against the ground. A system notification pops up confirming player Bacon has requested a duel with a wager of 15 silver coins. He raises his arms, locking into a battle stance. Gritting his teeth, his expression turns incredibly distorted as he snarls, telling the newbie trash to bring it on. Yoon-min smiles, seeing his opponent fall straight into the trap. His eyes suddenly widen, flashing with a truly terrifying intensity. High-rise buildings stand close together under a brilliant clear blue sky. Footsteps of busy pedestrians echo through the streets. The crowd in the area begins to swell rapidly, drawing more onlookers. Gathering around, they point ahead and whisper excitedly that a fight is breaking out, mentioning a duel right by the fountain over there. Elfie glances toward the commotion, wondering if they have a death wish for dueling inside the safe zone. The team captain looks over, recognizing Yoon-min's face, and mutters in surprise, "Wait, a duel." Right beside the fountain, Yoon-min and Bacon stand face-to-face, ready to clash. Bacon is now fully equipped in thick, rigid armor, brandishing a menacing weapon with 3 sharp prongs. He raises his weapon, roaring in anger that he will butcher the arrogant brat. But in sharp contrast, Yoon-min lazily waves him off, wishing him luck. Bacon suddenly stops, demanding to know where his opponent's weapon is. Yoon-min offers a confident grin, raising his bare fist. He states that his weapon is right here, asking if Bacon honestly thinks he needs a sword to deal with someone like him. Hearing this, Bacon snaps, screaming that he is a cocky bastard. The duel officially starts with the system declaring that dropping below 5% health means instant defeat. Bacon stomps his foot hard against the solid ground once more. Towering like a massive giant in his heavy armor, he raises his weapon high and aims straight for Yoon-min, screaming for him to die. He strikes down with immense force, shattering the pavement, but Yoon-min effortlessly dodges to the side. Watch this. Bacon immediately swings his weapon, continuing his relentless assault on Yoon-min. He slashes repeatedly, but Yoon-min moves with incredible grace, easily dodging every single strike. Yoon-min's playful smirk sends Bacon over the edge, causing him to scream, demanding to know if the pest is only capable of dodging. Gasping for air, Bacon grows frustrated, wondering if a berserker is always supposed to be this ridiculously fast. Yoon-min suddenly materializes right next to Bacon, casually asking if they should keep going. Bacon swings his arm down, spewing out more curses at the arrogant bastard. Before he can even finish his sentence, Yoon-min's fist slams directly into his face. The impact is so devastating that it completely shatters Bacon's heavy iron mask. Yoon-min laughs silently inside his head, noting that he had already maxed out his substats to the absolute limit in the training grounds. Pulling his fist back, he reminds himself that his level only reset due to his class change, but his actual combat stats are completely different. They easily surpass level 50 and Yoon-min drives his fist down with absolute earth-shattering force. The onlookers all turn pale with absolute shock. The captain's jaw drops as he wonders how someone could shatter that heavy armor using nothing but bare fists. Bacon slumps on the ground, looking completely pathetic with his armor shattered into tiny pieces. Kim Yoon-min grabs Bacon by the face and leans in close to whisper that he is no ordinary level 1. He slams Bacon's head hard against the dirt, totally crushing his pride. Unable to fight back or even move, Bacon lies defeated as Kim Yoon-min stands up with a highly satisfied smile. Rocan human male, level 1. Berserker. HP 700 out of 700, mana 150 out of 150, strength 79, accuracy 63, intelligence 15, knowledge 12, with 45 bonus stat points. Bacon's head hits the rock so hard, his eyes roll back in sheer agony, and right then the system voice chimes in. It announces that player Bacon has died in a duel and will forfeit 15 silver coins. The system further announces that player Rocan has won and will receive 15 silver coins. Kim Yoon-min smiles triumphantly, absolute pride shining in his eyes as he welcomes the extra pocket money. The surrounding crowd starts whispering in disbelief. One guy points out how he won instantly with his bare hands, while his friend replies that there is no way a level 1 could do that unless he is a hacker. Clenching his fists, Kim Yoon-min radiates a fierce, overwhelming aura. Talk about a total badass. Letting out a slightly sinister grin, he silently notes that this is more than enough for now. As Kim Yoon-min walks away wondering how on earth he is going to get there, someone suddenly calls out to excuse themselves. Kim Yoon-min turns right back. Standing behind him are 3 players. From left to right, it is Elfie, then Rose, and the man right in the middle is none other than the captain. The captain excitedly asks if he is really planning to head to the orc camp, and Kim Yoon-min confirms he is looking for a mercenary to guide him through the harsh forest. As the 2 girls stare at Kim Yoon-min, the captain keeps talking, explaining they have never entered the camp itself, but often travel nearby, then asks if Kim Yoon-min wants to join them. After a quick thought, Kim Yoon-min asks for their levels. Elfie looks slightly annoyed but still answers cheerfully that she is level 35 while the other 2 are level 32. Kim Yoon-min quietly observes the 3 of them chatting. He notes that their gear looks solid, forming a highly balanced party with a tank, a damage dealer, and a healer. After analyzing them carefully, Kim Yoon-min agrees but proposes that instead of teaming up, he only wants them to escort him to the camp gates. He explains his proposal in detail, stating he will pay 10 silver coins up front and deliver the rest once the job is done. In return, he will simply stand by and watch without helping in battle, meaning all the monster loot along the way belongs entirely to them. With the deal struck, the 4 of them set off together and soon arrive at the harsh forest. While the captain, Rose, and Elfie stay on high alert, Kim Yoon-min walks ahead completely relaxed. You can tell he is totally unfazed by the danger. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min tells them all to stop. Before them lies a bizarre structure resembling a dark tower adorned with countless horns and skulls with ominous smoke rising from the entrance. The captain turns back to inform the other 3 that they have entered orc territory, meaning patrol guards will definitely be scouting nearby. Kim Yoon-min silently scoffs at the captain's obvious warning but outwardly plays along, asking what their next move is. While Kim Yoon-min wonders what they are planning, the captain reaches out and asks Rose to pass him a certain item. She searches her bag and tells him to wait a moment. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min stands up and tosses a piece of meat far away. The meat lands directly in front of the guarding orcs. Seeing the fresh meat, the monsters instantly rush over. They sniff around to pinpoint where it came from. One of them successfully spots a piece. He shouts out to the others that it is meat. While the orcs bicker about whether the hunting squad dropped the food, the captain quietly signals his team to make their move. He motions to Rose, Elfie, and Kim Yoon-min, ordering them to move out. The entire group silently slips away. Watching them, Kim Yoon-min realizes they are much more experienced than he expected. Not bad at all. The 4 of them continue making their way deeper into the forest. Suddenly, it seems they have spotted something ahead. They have finally reached the orc village, discovering a small gap right in the wooden fence. But to their dismay, an orc guard is posted right there, prompting one of them to sigh that their only back door is blocked. The captain analyzes the situation, noting the monsters must have caught on and deployed a guard. Keeping his eyes on the orc, the captain whispers to Elfie that they have no choice, and she quickly nods in agreement. Elfie raises her staff and chants a spell. Suddenly, she screams silence. That sudden scream catches the orc completely off guard. Right on cue, the captain grips his sword and charges forward. The orc tries to shout intruder, but he didn't realize Elfie had already shut down his vocal cords, leaving him to make only a hoarse, scratchy sound. Seizing the opening, the captain instantly slices the orc right in half. The beast collapses dead instantly. He casually sheathes his sword. All done here. The captain smiles at Kim Yoon-min and points toward the gate, saying once you cross this line, you are inside the orc camp. Kim Yoon-min hands over the rest of the gold, thanking him and saying here is the remainder, to which the captain replies thanks and good luck. Rose looks at Kim Yoon-min with deep concern, asking if he is really going in alone since it is way more dangerous inside. But Kim Yoon-min stays cool, simply replying that he knows and bidding them goodbye. The captain turns, telling the girls it is dangerous and they should leave now. A bit hesitant, Rose admits she does not get why he paid just to enter, while Elfie sighs and says to leave him to his own death trap. The captain tells them not to worry, sparking Elfie to ask what he means, to which he explains that while he is not sure, Kim Yoon-min definitely is not some weakling looking for a free ride. Elfie argues, asking why he thinks so highly of him, admitting he is decent in a duel but still. Cutting her off, the captain asks why Kim Yoon-min even requested a duel in the first place, leaving Elfie confused. He starts recalling Kim Yoon-min's battle with Baekon, remembering how witnesses said that Hulking Knight was actually the one who used his skill to attack first. As he imagines a massive, imposing dark shadow that completely terrified the dagger user, he notes that as she knows, anyone attacked by another player first gets temporary self-defense rights. The image of that dark shadow flashes again, laughing excitedly after receiving a massive buff, knowing they can even harvest experience points by defeating their opponent. The pieces are falling into place, but Elfie remains skeptical, saying that it was just a good leveling opportunity, while Rose wonders why he would do it. The captain's face darkens as he admits he still is not entirely sure, but something is off. He turns to leave, murmuring that the player named Rocan must have had another motive. Kim Yoon-min's shadow looms in the captain's mind, making him wonder why on earth he chose to stay at level 1 until reaching the orc camp. Meanwhile, over at Kim Yoon-min's side, a couple of orcs are looking highly surprised. Their group spots Kim Yoon-min walking in with total confidence, and one of them calls out that there is a human male here. Kim Yoon-min looks incredibly smug with a triumphant smirk plastered on his face, while another orc barks intruder. Kim Yoon-min calmly takes a deep breath. Then he suddenly yells at the top of his lungs, "Do any of you actually understand a warrior's honor? Because if there is a real warrior here, step up and fight me right now." In utter shock, the orcs mutter among themselves, "A human who actually understands orc honor, that is a first." Now look at him. Kim Yoon-min stands tall, keeping his method for defeating the orcs completely secret. He knows if you shout this challenge right in the middle of their warrior camp, they are bound to accept a duel just to defend their pride. Smirking like a winner, Kim Yoon-min tells himself that he did not come here just to level up. There is an even more critical element to getting strong in the Lord. Surprisingly, he is targeting a crown that literally every monster covets, and they look ready to rip him apart just to get it. It is about securing a nearly impossible achievement and claiming a legendary grade title as his reward. He tells himself that this is his ultimate plan because while fighting these incredibly strong and vicious orcs in this brutal forest is notoriously a chaotic bloodbath, securing a victory in a formal duel here yields massive rewards. Plus, there is a special system law in this camp that allows these duels to take place seamlessly without having to worry about any other enemies interfering. With a smirk, Kim Yoon-min looks right at those massive orcs and yells, "Come on, which one of you is the absolute strongest?" Kim Yoon-min suddenly looks up with a blank, slightly dazed expression toward a nearby explosion billow of black smoke. The chief grins, exposing his sharp teeth with a mocking sneer. "Here is your chance to prove your honor, so bring it on, human." Kim Yoon-min tenses up, gritting his teeth at the chief's terrifying pressure, cursing his own arrogance since he never expected the actual orc chieftain to be here. Staring up at his massive, towering build, Kim Yoon-min realizes that compared to ordinary players, this boss is easily at least level 70, with 2 different classes making it completely impossible for him to win with his current low stats. He scowls with clear frustration, thinking to himself that he was a total idiot, and at this rate he is going to get crushed. Suddenly, he hears a voice and quickly looks back to see who is speaking as someone yells out, "No chieftain, he belongs to us." A sneaky-looking orc stares at Kim Yoon-min, pleading with the chief that he is too strong, so they should get to prove their honor first. The chief grins deviously, showing off flash-white teeth and 2 long, sharp fangs. He mocks that the human must be tested before facing him. He stomps his foot hard against the earth. The chosen opponent is Kalo, a fierce-looking orc wearing a nose ring. The chief orders Kalo, the 4th-ranked orc warrior, to deal with the brat. Rocan lets out a sharp laugh as if seeing a glimmer of hope. He is relieved he gets to fight Kalo instead of the chief. His shoulders shake as he quietly chuckles. But then his face hardens into a cold, terrifying mask of pure bloodlust. He internally curses himself for feeling relieved about facing a weaker opponent. Rocan forces himself to snap out of it, biting his lip. Damn it, he needs to pull his head together. A vision of Odin's cold face flashes in his mind. How could he ever surpass that monster with a weak mindset like this? He sighs heavily as the angry orc steps forward, shouting at Rocan to raise his weapon and prepare for battle. Kalo raises an eyebrow, completely baffled by the human's behavior. Tilting his head, the orc demands to know what Rocan is doing, tapping the air. Rocan quickly manipulates his system interface, bringing up his personal status window and power ratings. The notification shows his unallocated bonus stats sitting at a solid 15 points. Slouching slightly with his massive blade resting on his shoulder, his terrifying bloodlust flares up as he mutters that it is time to start. The system confirms the stat allocation for Rocan, showing a level 1 human berserker with 700 health, 150 mana, and stats like 112 strength, 70 agility, 70 stamina, and 0 remaining bonus points. He points his finger straight at the orc chief. Grinning with absolute confidence, Rocan boldly declares that the chief will die by his hands today. The chief stares right back into his eyes, finding the human incredibly amusing. Rocan answers with a fierce manic grin that oozes pure insanity. Veins pop around the chief's widening eyes as his temper flares up. Kahlo charges forward with a furious roar, reminding the arrogant human that he is the one fighting him. He swings his weapon downward with earth-shattering force. Kahlo suddenly closes the distance. Rocan casually eyes his enemy's weapon, noting that Kahlo's axe looks much better than his own. Smiling with excitement, he promises to make good use of it. Their weapons collide with a loud clash, sending bright red sparks flying everywhere. Rocan immediately drives forward, launching a counterattack. Kahlo squeezes his eyes shut, sweating as he realizes he has completely underestimated this human. Fuming with rage, hot steam pours from Kahlo's mouth as he prepares his next move. He unleashes a deafening, terrifying war cry that forces Rocan to brace himself. It is a standard berserker war cry. Rocan stares at his hands as a strange energy restricts his body, notifying him that his stats have slightly dropped due to the war cry. He just smirks, highly amused that a berserker's war cry has such an effect. Kahlo raises his red axe and charges, confident he can easily crush the weakened human. Rocan's gaze turns ice cold as he asks if the orc truly believes that. Kahlo leaps high into the air, spinning around to bring down a devastating heavy strike. But Kahlo freezes, utterly unable to believe his eyes. His eyes widen in absolute horror at what he sees. He roars in frustration, telling the arrogant human to die. Both warriors clash head-on, unleashing their best skills in a desperate bid to win. The duel grows incredibly fierce as neither side shows even a sliver of mercy. Kahlo gasps for breath, dripping with sweat and wondering why this supposedly weak human is holding his ground. The orc swings horizontally, but Rocan effortlessly dodges, prompting the chief to yell at Kahlo to fight properly. The chief frowns, confused because Kahlo should easily dominate in both speed and power. While Kahlo is desperately struggling to keep up, Rocan just grins, thoroughly enjoying the thrill. Yoonbin gets right in Kahlo's face with a wicked grin, his eyes glowing crimson as he asks if the orc is curious about how things ended up this way. The orc takes a brutal kick straight to the gut. He's left gasping for air, completely drained of strength after throwing the kind of stupidly simple strike you'd expect from a mediocre orc warrior. Standing tall with a smug smile, Yoonbin boasts that the attack was incredibly easy to read just from the orc's clumsy windup. Kahlo's bloodshot eyes glow with terrifying rage. He charges forward, swinging his blade in a fit of useless fury. A brilliant flash of light sparks just as the blade grazes past Yoonbin. The orc stumbles back. His face goes completely blank. A glowing red icon appears, showing the silhouette of a bent-over axe warrior. Yoonbin charges forward as his stats surge. He unleashes Strike Level 1, a skill that boosts his next attack, raising both his strength and agility by 110%. Preparing his next blow, Yoonbin grins wickedly and whispers that he will definitely remember the proud honor of this orc warrior. Kahlo is utterly stunned by the overwhelming force. This human is genuinely strong. Yoonbin leaps high up. He flashes a devious, ecstatic grin. The spectating orcs gasp in sheer disbelief. They cannot comprehend how a mere human has just overpowered one of the strongest warriors in their entire tribe. Yoonbin stands tall with his axe resting over his shoulder, smirking down at the defeated Kahlo as the system praises his incredible victory. He pulls up his status window, watching a flood of system notifications showcase his massive stat gains from the fight. An unbelievable achievement pops up. You have defeated an orc warrior alone at level 1. Your bravery in combat will be remembered. You have acquired the title Slayer of Level 1 Orc Warriors. You are the very first player to earn this honor. He pumps his fist in pure triumph. This is exactly what he wanted, his first major milestone secured by claiming this legendary Slayer title. A Dark Shadow clone mimics his exact victory pose right behind him, demonstrating his massive post-job change potential. If a player manages to successfully hunt down specific monsters on their very first hunt, they are awarded the rare title of Level 1 Orc Slayer. His face glows in the blue light of the floating screen. The more monsters he slays, the stronger the title's effects will grow. If he can level up with this active, Yoonbin suddenly realizes that he might actually be able to take down that stupid orc chief. He suddenly jumps back in sheer panic. Wait, are his rewards actually being held hostage by the system? The system warns that the warrior's honor quest is currently active. All rewards and titles will only be granted upon successful completion of the mission. He yells in frustration right in front of the watching orcs. What on earth is this honor quest, and when did he even start it? A massive figure steps forward, blocking his path and declaring that Yoonbin has finally proven himself worthy of a real challenge. He glares back, deeply annoyed. Looking up at the giant, he asks if this was all his doing. The chieftain scoffs, reminding him that he was the one who trespassed into their territory, screaming about a warrior's sacred honor in the first place. Grimacing in frustration, Yoon-bin curses his luck. Now he has to play along with this warrior code to the bitter end. The guidebooks on taming orcs from his past life never mention any of this. His reflected shadow wears a wide grin. Even if he is facing a monster, it is still an NPC, so getting a quest makes sense. After all, the Lord has always been that kind of game. Yoon-bin lowers his head, his expression turning deadly serious. The chief is absolutely determined to fight, radiating a terrifying aura that carries the immense pride of a tribal leader. Yoon-bin quickly weighs his options. If he defeats this chieftain, the rewards will be massive, but if he loses, it is a straight-up death sentence. Even so, he should still be able to keep his hard-earned loot right. Yoon-bin grips his axe tightly immediately, brushing off his own doubts. Wait, lose. That is completely out of the question. He swings his weapon with an excited, wicked grin. He will gladly grant the old chieftain's wish and take his life right here. Rocan. Rocan gladly welcomes the fight, finding this bold human highly amusing as he roars out that he happily accepts the challenge. Yoon-bin just smirks. Both of them plunge headfirst into a frenzied clash. The chieftain roars with absolute fury, unleashing a terrifying wave of raw energy. Activating the deadly Berserk Level 1 state, a high-risk transformation of pure rage that instantly boosts all skill power by 200%. During this 10-minute frenzy, all skills cost absolutely 0 mana and mental attacks are completely blocked. Crucially, the user becomes entirely immortal even when their health hits 0, though they completely lose the ability to tell friend from foe. Once the state ends, up to 50% of their maximum health is instantly drained away. If they are left sitting at 0 health, they must heal back above 10% immediately or face instant death. On top of that, severe after effects kick in. All skill power is reduced by 50% for 10 minutes, followed by a 20% penalty for another 20 minutes. Yoon-bin dives into the terrifying madness of his own frenzy, radiating a cold, overwhelming pressure. He catches his breath, but his immense power shows absolutely no signs of fading. This is the real deal. Letting out a wild, manic laugh, he feels his blood boil with pure ecstasy. This explosive rush of absolute power is exactly why he can never resist going berserk. The chieftain squints, watching him with growing confusion. Chip stares in awe, the violent, sinister purple energy swirling around Yoon-min. This raw, ferocious power radiating from his body is absolutely terrifying. What could it possibly be? Leaping high with his axe like the Grim Reaper, Yoon-min strikes. The bastard realizes Yoon-min had been hiding his true strength all along. Yoon-min swings his weapon down with terrifying force, unleashing a truly devastating blow. He laughs maniacally like a complete lunatic. Is there a problem? He kicks off to gain momentum. Spinning mid-air, Yoon-min slashes down, forcing the beast backward. He laughs hysterically. Chip's reflection is locked in Yoon-min's eyes. Normally, activating a berserk state blinds a warrior, making them lose control and attack anyone in sight. But thanks to his special system skill of correct perception, Yoon-min's mind remains razor-sharp. He can distinguish friend from foe as clear as day, and he will not mistake this monster for anyone else. His eyes turn blood red as his berserk mode reaches its absolute peak, driving him into a mad frenzy. He charges recklessly with his level 1 madness lasting for about 180 seconds. Charging like a complete lunatic, he strikes at Chip. Absolutely no one can stop this madness now. He is determined to finish the beast within this brief window, executing a sudden flash step. The old boss takes a hit, grimacing in pain. Yoon-min lunges forward, but the boss dodges him perfectly. Yoon-min's eyes glow a fierce crimson red. Blocking the relentless assault, the old boss curses him as a damn bastard. Exerting absolute power, he slams his axe down hard. Tense and shaking slightly, Yoon-min grips his axe. This orc chief is built different, boasting a cheat-like amount of raw strength and defense. A massive explosion erupts, but the two clash in a brutal showdown, each possessing incredible power. At the very least, Yoon-min knows he still has the advantage in speed. Slowly but surely, the boss is forced backward. Yoon-min is pushing him back in a fierce, brutal struggle. The surrounding orcs watch with dropped jaws. Can you blame them? This simply cannot be happening. Chip is struggling to defend, pushed further and further back as they realize their chief is losing ground. Grimacing, the boss panics. Damn it, things are bad if this keeps up. Countering isn't easy, but it looks like Yoon-min is slowly gaining the upper hand. Yoon-min backs away, frustrated that he cannot finish Chip off due to his absurd durability. Because of the massive level gap, landing a fatal blow is near impossible. Wondering how the beast has such insane stamina, he knows he must find a way to land a critical strike. The boss charges forward. Both clash again, fighting to determine the winner. Suddenly, Yoon-min spots an opening in his stance. Perfect, he will seize this exact moment to strike. Both of them grit their teeth. Chip lets out a thunderous roar. Another badge is activated, ready to be thrown directly into battle. Yoon-min grimaces, cursing under his breath. Their immense powers clash, releasing an absolute storm of energy that weaves together and creates a blinding, spectacular explosion of light. Right in the middle of the intense clash, one of Yoon-min's low-grade battle axes shatters completely under the pressure. He stomps down, crushing it completely. Yoon-min retreats and collapses as his stats plummet and his weapon shatters. With his health dropping below 30% and only 80 seconds left of his berserk mode, he cannot believe he made such a stupid mistake. Breathing heavily, he tries to figure out his next move. Since he is a boss monster, there is no way his attack patterns are going to be simple. Smugly holding his blade, Chip scoffs, "Is that all?" Looking down with sheer contempt, he scratches his head and sneers. He expected so much more, calling the human quite a disappointment. Yoon-min turns his back and smirks. Driven by extreme rage and excitement, his madness only continues to grow more intense. Covering half his face to reveal his crazed eye, Yoon-min mocks him back. How fake, especially coming from a coward who only plays dirty. The old boss looks at him completely confused. Visualizing the boss's conversation with his orc minions, Yoon-min exposes the truth. He knows the boss could have easily fought from the start, but instead, he chose to play dumb by scolding his lackeys and rambling about conditions to stall. Kim Yoon-min smirks, pointing his hand forward to ask if the chief finally knows his rank. The chief laughs heartily, completely underestimating him and mocking him for making cheap excuses just because he is about to lose. Kim Yoon-min's face darkens as he mutters that maybe the chief is actually right. Odin flashes through his mind. Maybe he was so desperate to grow strong that he overthought everything. Going wild, he charges like a beast because a brutal, direct head-on clash is what suits him best. The chief takes a heavy blast of Kim Yoon-min's power. Kim Yoon-min forces him back, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Chip grimaces and breaks a sweat, realizing this human is far tougher than expected. Rushing forward, Kim Yoon-min swings his axe in a frenzy of direct, brutal blows. The chief struggles desperately to defend while Kim Yoon-min slashes non-stop, completely ignoring incoming blows just to land his own. Suddenly, his body stiffens from severe blood loss. A bright light flashes between them as the system warns that his health has dropped below 20%. Looking down, the chief mocks him, asking if he has grown desperate and reckless in his final moments. Kim Yoon-min is running on empty, yet his ferocity remains with only 70 seconds left of his frenzy. Roaring in fury as his power peaks, Kim Yoon-min yells to shut up. He leaps up, slashing through the air. The chief smugly thinks to himself that this pathetic struggle is pointless, believing victory is already completely within his grasp. Driving a heavy slash straight at him, Kim Yoon-min triggers a warning that his health is under 10%, causing a bleeding debuff. Kim Yoon-min drops to his knees, gasping heavily as exhaustion and severe internal damage rapidly sap his remaining physical strength. Breathing heavily with a blood-covered face, a final notification warns that his health has dropped below 5%. The chief chuckles, proudly thinking it is finally over, but oh, is he in for a rude awakening. Chip readies his blade for the finishing blow, bidding the human goodbye as he claims victory. He quietly smiles. Pure rage triggers a massive, terrifying explosion of raw power as his killing intent skyrockets, finally activating the hidden effect of his legendary title, Unwavering Resolve. Chip is utterly shocked to see him stand back up with such an intense burst of energy, wondering how on earth he could possibly grow stronger. With his health at 5%, his madness maxes out, boosting all stats by 50% with only 30 seconds of frenzy left. With a crazed look on his face, Kim Yoon-min growls that it is time to end this. The chief grimaces, desperately bracing himself for the sheer danger ahead. He activates his defensive skill, Iron Body, to bolster his protection and absorb the devastating blow. Kim Yoon-min slashes with 0 openings. Kim Yoon-min lets out a deafening roar. The chief focuses entirely on holding his ground, telling himself that he absolutely must endure this strike. Kim Yoon-min slams a massive hit directly into his defensive shield. The chief is pierced by a heavy blow and collapses as the system declares his weapon destroyed. He screams out in sheer resentful disbelief, screaming that this cannot be happening. With his fury peaking at an absolute maximum, Kim Yoon-min shouts that nothing is impossible as he strikes. One final downward cleave puts the chief down for good, confirming the defeat of Chief Otak-chan. Chip stumbles back, his face completely twisted in pain. He falls heavily backward onto the ground. Screaming in bitter absolute resentment, a strange blue light flashes across his body as he laments that he could ever be defeated by a mere ordinary human. Looking down at his dying enemy, Kim Yoon-min coldly asks him if he remembers what he had warned him about earlier. Kim Yoon-min chuckles as Chip's body begins to dissolve into particles of light, reminding the fading chieftain that he was always destined to fall today. Before completely fading away, the chief screams out one final time, refusing to accept his defeat at the hands of a human. Kim Yoon-min lets out a wide, triumphant grin filled with pride after defeating the legendary chieftain of the orcs, silently admitting that Chip was indeed an impressive warrior. The system confirms the defeat of Chief Otak-chan. A notification suddenly rings out, "You have leveled up." The massive orc crowd stands there in absolute shock, whispering excitedly amongst themselves. Having watched the battle from start to finish, they simply cannot believe their chieftain actually lost. Kim Yoon-min shoulders his heavy axe with a smug, victorious grin basking in his glory. The orcs finally recognize his strength as a true warrior. These blockheads have no choice but to respect him. He grimaces slightly as his health bar dangerously blinks red. Berserk is ending in just 5 seconds and he is about to bleed out. Grabbing a low-grade potion, he chugs it down his cheeks, puffing in pure annoyance. Berserk is an incredible skill, but the drawbacks are absolute trash. Now he is forced to use the cheapest potions just to keep himself from flatlining. A system alert pops up, you have earned a legendary title. He is officially the first player to ever defeat an orc chieftain at level 1, unlocking a legendary title. This massive system reward boosts his strength, stamina, and endurance by 30 points each. On top of that, his attack power increases by 30% and his critical strike chance jumps by 10% whenever he faces stronger opponents. Next up, the system grants him a rare and prestigious title, Honorable Orc Warrior. Having proved his legendary valor in combat, he has now earned the respect of the entire tribe, which immediately resolves all faction conflicts. His reputation among them shifts to trusted, meaning orc NPCs will never initiate combat against him again. However, there is a massive catch to this title. He can no longer receive any stat points from hunting orcs in this specific territory. Kim Yoon-min grins from ear to ear, completely thrilled. Now, these are the kind of insane rewards he actually deserves. His eyes flash red as he raises a fist high in triumph. This leveling path was incredibly brutal, but he successfully cleared his initial goal. Best of all, he walked away with a highly coveted legendary title. He laughs with pride, readying his heavy axe as he prepares to charge ahead. He is about to level up like a total madman, daring anyone to step up and try to stop him. But get this, the orcs quickly ruin his mood, explaining that since he defeated their leader, he is now an official part of the tribe. They bow and call him their new honorable warrior, leaving Kim Yoon-min standing there completely frozen in absolute shock. He can only stare in disbelief. Wait, what? His eyes light up as he realizes the sheer absurdity of it. Kim Yoon-min screams in pure fury, staring intensely at the glowing system screen that details his new title. While being respected and safe among the tribe sounds nice, that one specific penalty completely ruins all of his leveling plans. He will now get absolutely 0 stat points from hunting orcs in this zone. He panics and clutches his head in anger, realizing his ultimate farming spot has been completely ruined before he could even finish his massive hunting spree. He slumps his shoulders in deep disappointment. He was planning to run around farming easy stats here, never expecting that slaying their chief would lead to such a massive setback. Closing his eyes, he tries to come up with a new plan. Even if this grinding strategy is ruined, there are plenty of other ways to level up. Besides, having the entire orc tribe completely trust him will definitely pay off down the line. Kim Yoon-min turns his gaze back to the gathered orcs. The beasts drop to one knee in perfect unison, placing their hands over their chests. They pledge their absolute loyalty to the human who proved his honor, begging to serve him as their new noble leader. Hearing their pledge, a wicked grin spreads across his face as he calculates all the benefits of having an army of loyal monsters. Kim Yoon-min sits high on his new throne, looking down at them. Stroking his chin, he admires his massive pile of loot. It feels pretty great to be at the top. His status window pops up showing his character, Rocan. He is a level 19 first-rate berserker with 1110 health, 150 mana, and crazy high base stats. Best of all, he has 90 bonus stat points ready to distribute. Kim Yoon-min chuckles to himself. Just 2 battles and he already jumped straight to level 18. Talk about a massive shortcut. If he keeps slaughtering high-level beasts at this insane pace, reaching level 31 is going to be an absolute breeze for him. He leans back in his seat, completely relaxed like a true boss. Honestly, he should put that aside for now. At his current level, he is finally strong enough to start the next phase of his master plan. Then a thought hits him. Since he is currently in town, should he pick up some secondary skills? Just then, a local butcher suddenly appears nearby. The man slams the blade down into a slab of meat, showing off his skills with pride. He chops clean through the bone in a single strike. Just like that, Kim Yoon-min learns the butchering skill. Looking at the hanging meat and hides, his merchant instincts immediately kick in. If he can sell processed monster meat and skins, he will easily make a tidy profit on the side. Plus, it will help him gather all sorts of rare, valuable crafting resources. He heads over to a library-like building next. A helpful clerk smiles, explaining that reading the skill book will teach him first aid and that he needs clean bandages to treat wounds. Kim Yoon-min, however, looks completely bored by the giant walls of text, restlessly flipping through the pages while muttering that he already knows all of this. Using shears, he starts cutting up bandages. Just like that, he unlocks the first aid skill. He carefully snips the fabric, deep in thought. Learning first aid is a brilliant move that will save him from constantly wasting his precious gold on overpriced health potions. Examining the freshly cut roll, the healing effect is admittedly pretty weak, but outside of dire emergencies, this is going to save him a fortune on healing supplies. As dusk falls, he visits a local blacksmith who specializes in crafting axes. The blacksmith polishes the weapon to a razor-sharp finish, telling him it is ready for just 1 silver coin. Kim Yoon-min admires the magic-grade double-bladed orc battle axe straight from the forge. Boasting 100 attack power and 200 durability, this weapon is an absolute beast. Now that his main gear is fully repaired and his secondary skills are unlocked, he has successfully prepared himself for the dangerous journey ahead. A wicked smile creeps across his face. It is finally time to tackle the main quest. He stands before a dark pitch-black sewer that leads deep into the underground. Kim Yoon-min immediately pinches his nose, grimacing in absolute disgust at the foul stench. He trudges forward, muttering under his breath. He knew this quest would be gross, but the smell is even worse than he imagined. The system notification pops up for his next quest, sewer cleanup. Apparently, these dark underground tunnels are completely overrun with filthy rats. He is tasked with hunting them down and collecting their tails as proof of his success. The reward is a decent 2 bronze coins for every single rat tail he brings back. Kim Yoon-min puffs his cheeks in frustration. Should he just bail on this gross quest entirely? No, he has to suck it up. Pinching his nose, he steps into the darkness. To unlock the main quest line, he must first complete 10 chain quests in order. He needs to get this over with as fast as humanly possible. Yoon-min freezes as something catches his attention. A massive bloated sewer rat emerges. Covered in raw filth and pulsating boils, the creature bares its teeth at him. Yoon-min looks at the nasty beast with pure disgust, asking if it has been doing well lately. Spotting its lunch, the beast lunges. Its massive jaws snap wide, aiming right for his head. Yoon-min swings his axe upward with brutal precision. The rat's head goes flying, landing with a heavy thud. This foul corpse begins to dissolve into particles of light. Talk about a brave little pest. He pinches his nose to block the awful stench, realizing he has definitely found the right hunting spot. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes. A massive wave of movement rushes straight toward him. Dozens of aggressive red-eyed sewer rats charge out of the dark. A wild grin spreads across his face. This is perfect. He spins his axe in a full circle, thanking them for grouping up so nicely for him. Every single rat that gets close loses its head. They keep swarming in a seemingly endless tide of flesh. He just laughs in pure joy. Low growls rumble deep in the tunnels. Slain monsters pile up and dissolve into thin air. With dead monsters littering the wet sewer floor, a grand system notification pops up. He has successfully slaughtered over 200 beasts, unlocking the outstanding achievement of Rat Hunter. Kneeling down to examine a slowly dissolving corpse, he notes how horribly the plague has warped their bodies, meaning the source of this infection must be nesting somewhere nearby. Suddenly, his entire body freezes. That familiar wild battle hunger sparks within him, and let's be real, he thrives in chaos. A colossal plague rat emerges, looming like a mountain right behind him. This level 23 plague rat. His instincts were dead on. He came to this dump specifically to hunt the boss for a massive level up. Glaring with crimson eyes, the level 23 Rat King exhales a blast of scalding toxic steam. It rears back, unleashing a deafening echoing roar. Grimacing as the sound waves rattle his ears, Yoon-min glares up with intense irritation. The sight of this ugly thing makes him sick, so he decides to end this quickly. Instantly, the beast whips its heavy tail straight toward him. Frowning, he simply tilts his head to dodge. Airborne and nimble, he glides through the air to close the distance on his target. He laughs, spotting a massive opening right where that disgusting tail meets its body. With blinding speed, he swings his axe down to sever the filthy limb, mocking the beast for daring to bring it near him. The plague rat shrieks in agony as its severed tail hits the slimy floor. Backing away, it hisses while glaring at the blood-stained weapon. Spinning his weapon with swagger, Yoon-min gestures for the boss to step up, promising a very quick and painless end if it just surrenders its head. Instead, the rat rears back, its throat swelling with a foul green fluid. It spits a massive glob of venom. Yoon-min blinks, staring down at the incoming splash of pure acid. A realization suddenly hits him as he watches it approach. Right, poison has been so long he actually forgot about that. Looking down at his sizzling arm, a system alert flashes. He has been poisoned by the Rat King, losing 1 health point every 10 seconds. Gripping his axe tight, he watches the furious plague rat charge back in. He gritted his teeth in pure irritation, cursing this incredibly annoying pest of a rat. The plague rat lunges forward, swinging its razor-sharp claws. Kim Yoon-min grits his teeth, taking a deep breath. With a sudden war cry, the plague rat is instantly blown backward. Glaring in pure hatred at Kim Yoon-min, the rat growls as system notifications display its reduced stats. Twisting his weapon, he continuously spins the heavy axe in his hand. With an excited grin, his intense gaze locks onto the massive plague rat. Capitalizing on the opening created by his swinging axe, Kim Yoon-min aims straight for it. As the target draws closer, his crushing power grows even stronger. Exposing a massive gap in the rat's hideous hide, he lands a brutal punch that sends it flying away. Kim Yoon-min smirks with pure delight, mocking it. Did you really think you could beat me with just poison? Backing away, the plague rat begins to emit a faint glowing green light. Its wounded body quickly patches itself up, leaving Kim Yoon-min slightly surprised. Not bad, so you are a boss with a healing skill too. He swings his axe with a highly provocative look. Alright, that just makes this more fun, so bring it on. The plague rat charges forward in a frenzy, baring its fangs wide. It lunges with its long, sharp claws. Kim Yoon-min simply smiles as he buffs his arm holding the heavy axe. Darting around swiftly, he swings his weapon as the system announces the activation of Dust Strike. Bursting with wild excitement, Kim Yoon-min burns with battle spirit. Great, let's see how long you can last. Kim Yoon-min strikes repeatedly, putting absolute maximum effort into every single blow. Despite its healing ability, the plague rat's body eventually shatters under the pressure. Loving the sight, Kim Yoon-min mocks the beast. Looks like you are totally exhausted now. Standing before the rat's head, he acts surprised. Look at you, do you actually still want to fight? Without warning, Kim Yoon-min delivers a powerful kick straight to its head. With a thrilled but extremely condescending smile, he mutters, you do not have another chance. Amid his satisfaction, the system chimes, you have leveled up and successfully defeated the catastrophe boss King Mao. Kim Yoon-min quickly bandages himself up. The system alerts him that the detoxification was successful and poison resistance has been acquired. Leaning against the wall, he pants heavily, assessing his injuries. A pretty troublesome fight, but at least he got poison resistance out of it. Kim Yoon-min gets up, carefully approaching the dead rat to search it. Now time to take what he came for. He immediately activates his skill Butcher. A faint metallic glow shines in Kim Yoon-min's hand, found at the catastrophe orb. Black energy flows from the orb, making Kim Yoon-min frown as the system warns you are afflicted with the catastrophe curse. The system alerts him that his stats will drop slightly, losing 5 health points every 10 seconds. If he does not heal quickly, he will be forced back to town. Looking up in annoyance, Kim Yoon-min realizes that while this curse shocked him in his past life, things are completely different now. Stumbling through the dark, filthy sewers, Kim Yoon-min mutters that it is time to leave and get his wounds treated. At the gate of his home city, the guards eagerly inspect his bag, commenting that the haul is pretty good, and those sewer rats are no joke. Smirking, the guard takes the bag, praising his work and offering the reward. The system screen pops up. You completed the sewer cleanup quest, and for counting rat tails, you receive 10 silver coins. Tilting his head with a casual smile, Kim Yoon-min explains that he also found a strange orb on his way back, leaving the guard startled by the dark mist coming from it. Frowning in disgust, the guard recoils, warning him that it is definitely a cursed item, pointing out a mark on his face and confirming he has indeed been cursed. Turning away to avoid looking at him, the guard notes the trouble, asking him to deliver it to Lord Sharon, while promising to report the matter so he can go get treated. Infuriated by the guard's cowardly attitude, Kim Yoon-min is deeply annoyed. This bastard should have just taken it, and he cannot even decline the quest because of the reward. Meanwhile, the system updates the delivery quest for the cursed orb, instructing him to take it to the Guildmaster Sterling. To complete it, he must deliver the orb before dying from the curse. The reward includes 5 low-grade potions, partially lifting the catastrophe curse and restoring some lost stats. Reaching out in frustration, Kim Yoon-min agrees to deliver it. The guard lets out a relieved sigh, thanking him while warning that his condition looks critical before handing over the potions, accompanied by a mechanical chime. Squinting in deep disgust, the guard coldly advises him to go wash up immediately, complaining that the sewer stench is pretty strong. Right inside the Grand Tower where all the mages gather. Catching his breath, Kim Yoon-min marvels at how massive the place is. They must have layered countless spells onto this structure. It is a world away from the rundown headquarters of the berserkers. He slowly drags himself around, pinching his nose with a grimace. Sure, mages have always been the popular choice, even in his past life. But seriously, could these jerks not show the berserker class just a little bit of respect? Gasping for air, Kim Yoon-min clutches his trembling arm. Damn it, it is getting harder to move by the second. His system screens keep flashing red with a warning, only 30% health left. Kim Yoon-min forces his battered body forward. He knows he has to speed things up. He struggles with every step as he climbs the stairs. Kicking the door open, he yells to ask if anyone is inside. Sterorian frowns and turns around, asking who this intruder is. The old man turns away in annoyance, muttering that he should have taken a bath before showing up. Kim Yoon-min holds out the orb and explains he came for healing. He found this cursed thing down in the sewers and was told to hand it directly to him. Sterorian gasps at the sight. He asks with wide eyes if this is really the plague orb. Sterorian steps forward, practically begging for it. He says coming here was the right move since curses are his specialty, urging him to hand it over quickly. Kim Yoon-min silently studies his bizarre behavior. Irritated, Sterorian snaps at him, demanding the orb. He warns that the cursed object is eating away at his life force this very second. Kim Yoon-min narrows his eyes. He says he will only hand it over if this is the real Sterorian. The old man blinks in utter confusion, asking what he means. He looks completely baffled, asking what on earth Kim Yoon-min is talking about. Without a word, Kim Yoon-min summons his heavy weapon and swings the axe directly at the mage. His eyes light up with intense suspicion. He demands to know what is actually going on here. Kim Yoon-min stares back with a confident smirk. He remarks that if this was the real Sterorian, he should have blocked the axe without breaking a sweat. He raises his weapon high, warning him to stop playing around or get cut down. Seeing the sharp blade swinging closer, the old man screams in terror, begging him to wait. Suddenly, a nearby potted tree begins to shake violently, signaling him to stop. The figure in his grasp dissolves into mist with a heavy sigh, admitting defeat. The real Sterorian finally steps out. Grimacing, he explains it was just a clone to test his magical senses, never expecting a brute berserker to see through it. Kim Yoon-min sighs and looks away. Honestly, he thought the old guy was that bird on the windowsill. Do mages not usually transform into animals? A memory of the past flashes in his mind. Kim Yoon-min realizes he is the only one who knows this trick, all thanks to that crazy tutorial guide written by that jerk Tonkin. He quietly thanks the old NPC guide for revealing the true nature of these mages. Just then, the blue system screen flashes before his eyes. He has unlocked an unbelievable achievement. He managed to detect a high-tier mage's illusion completely on his own without any assistance. He has officially earned the unique title, Seer of Deceit. He is the very first person in the world to unlock this legendary status, recognized for exposing a high-tier mage's lies without any outside assistance. This title grants him a permanent 20% boost to all anti-illusion abilities. Additionally, once per day he can summon the Bell of Truth, a powerful artifact capable of instantly distinguishing fact from fiction with a single ring. It is an incredibly overpowered reward for a job well done. Kim Yoon-min rubs his chin, staring at the rewards in disbelief. A unique tier title. Honestly, guys, if he had not come to see this himself, he would have missed it entirely. Talk about luck. Sterorian suddenly taps his shoulder, urging him to hurry up and hand over the orb. He warns that Kim Yoon-min's body is in critical condition right now. Kim Yoon-min looks down, completely stunned. The mage is right. He has run out of bandages, and his health is critically low. The system screen keeps flashing, warning him that his health has dropped to 10%, yet Kim Yoon-min just smiles, signaling that he is fine. While Sterorian watches in disbelief, Kim Yoon-min happily pulls out his new item with a smug grin. He declares he needs to verify the old man's identity first because he is not getting tricked twice. He rings the Bell of Truth. Left with no choice but to accept it, the old mage curses under his breath, calling him a crazy bastard. Kim Yoon-min chuckles and finally hands over the orb, confirming he is the real deal. Sterorian turns around and tosses him a potion, telling him to drink up. Kim Yoon-min makes a face but gulps it down anyway. Kim Yoon-min stretches his body as his strength surges back. The plague curse is finally fading, and he is starting to feel much better. He watches the mage examine the plague orb with a grim face. This guy is definitely a high-tier magic user. A dark, dangerous aura of death suddenly erupts from the orb. Sterorian stares deeply at the artifact, deep in thought. It seems this cursed energy is what infected the sewer rats, causing them to mutate into those hideous monsters. Sterorian turns to Kim Yoon-min, cutting straight to the point to ask if there are any other clues. Resting his hands on his hips, Kim Yoon-min shares his theory that the orb was used intentionally to mutate the rats. Sterorian looks deeply concerned as he ponders the idea. Using common rats to cause mass chaos would make it much easier for the enemy to control the city's guards. Kim Yoon-min steps closer, pointing out that the orb looks highly lethal to humans as well. Sterorian rubs his chin, nodding slowly in agreement. Suddenly, a terrifying realization flashes in the mage's mind. Kim Yoon-min smiles as the truth is finally laid bare. Humans are indeed the ultimate target. He stares at the jewels, slowly piecing together the sinister plot. If those disease-carrying rats roam the alleyways or settle near the water gates, oh no. He can already picture the horrifying scheme they are trying to pull off. Kim Yoon-min watches with pure excitement. That is a high-level mage for you, cracking the entire case wide open with nothing but a handful of tiny clues. Memories of those cloaked figures flash in his mind. Their goal is clear. They want to spread the plague across the entire city through the sewer system. He visualizes mutant rats and slum dwellers writhing in agony. The outbreak will start in the poorest districts, first spreading everywhere before the authorities even realize what is happening. Other players would normally struggle to treat the sick, embarking on 10 hellish quest chains to stop the plague. But Kim Yoon-min plans to bypass all 10 of those annoying steps entirely. Sterorian stands up quickly, ready to rush out. He insists he must inform the guard captain immediately. As he leaves, he turns back to remind Kim Yoon-min to come find him again in 2 days. The system quickly updates his quest status. Sterorian and the city guards are working to find whoever placed that plague gem deep in the sewers. He must wait for the initial investigation results. The completion requirement is to meet Sterorian again in 2 days, and the reward includes some useful stat points. Kim Yoon-min completely tunes all of it out. He looks around curiously, wondering if he should head out now. He has seriously never played a game quite like this before. Suddenly, a system notification pops up congratulating the very first player to unlock the main scenario. This massive quest overrides everything, meaning the plague outbreak and other standard quests are deleted. Kim Yoon-min stares in disbelief. Is this a global announcement? He can barely believe his eyes. The plague outbreak was supposed to be the first of 10 massive chain quests. Did his actions just wipe it out? This leaves all the other rookies behind completely stuck with no quests to take. It means they have no way to access the main scenario. As for him to progress, he will have to tackle highly difficult quests instead of the usual chain. A smug smile creeps onto his face. He needs to hurry up. The old mage did tell him to return in 2 days. His eyes gleam with excitement. As it turns out, he knows the perfect place to spend those next 2 days. He steps through the teleportation gate, arriving at a desolate wilderness to scan the entrance. Kim Yoon-min looks around, trying to get his bearings. Is the spot towards the east? The faint gleam of new iron gear flashes on him. He spent all his remaining cash on a throwing axe and some defensive armor, which he can fully utilize around level 50. He stores his gear away in his inventory. This place is an old graveyard, a zone everyone agrees has absolutely nothing of value. His eyes scan the area as he smirks. He knows the hidden secret of this place. The naive players have no clue, which makes sense since this information will not be made public for months. Right in front of him, a random prosthetic leg lies on the ground. He found it. The system appraises the item, a normal-grade prosthetic leg belonging to an enlightened person. It was dropped by a disabled man, but even if a player returns it to him, they will just get kicked out of his place with absolutely zero rewards. According to the collective experience of countless players, returning the item only gets you kicked out of the house. Because of this, almost everyone dismissed it as a completely useless piece of trash. But Kim Yoon-min knows the real trick. He quickly locates a tombstone with a strange empty slot. Here it is. The prosthetic leg fits into the slot perfectly. The ground rumbles slightly, revealing a dark, deep passageway below. A system window pops up to congratulate him on discovering the secret dungeon, the Cemetery of the Moon. For being the very first player to locate a secret dungeon, he is awarded the unique title of Seeker, a rare title no other player possesses. His eyes shine with growing excitement. Perfect, he absolutely needs this title to start raking in the cash. The system lists a massive stream of rewards for being the first finder. Thanks to his rare Seeker talent, his sharp senses and keen insight allow him to decode secrets easily. His vision is now permanently enhanced, granting him night vision to see clearly in pitch-black environments, along with a passive chance to spot hidden mechanisms. A rusty lever nearby suddenly catches his eye with a faint glow. Thanks to this title, his vision is not only sharper, but hidden traps and levers will emit a small light indicator, making this incredibly convenient. The system notification informs him that as a first-time bonus, his item drop rates are boosted by 30% alongside extra stat points. Kim Yoon-min steps forward into the dark without a single doubt, eager to milk this massive first-time run for some serious profit and loot. He makes his way down the pitch-black tunnel. Suddenly, a stone skylight opens right above him. The long corridor is quickly lit up by countless torches. Kim Yoon-min frowns slightly as he scans the entire room. Does he really have to clear out every single enemy to leave? It is a secret dungeon, so that is expected, but still. A brief flicker of worry crosses his face. What if a ghost monster pops up? He cannot even slash physical spirits with his basic throw axes. Suddenly, a loud clacking sound echoes ahead. An army of level 26 grave skeletons rises to greet him. Kim Yoon-min swings his axe, instantly smashing the bones to pieces. Shards of shattered bones scatter all over the cold floor. He swings again as more charge and joking that these skeletons are going to give him a real headache. He slams his axe down, unleashing a mini shockwave. Even so, dealing with dusty bones is way better than facing those disgusting sewer rats. He keeps spinning his axe, ready for the endless waves. A massive grin spreads across his face, fully enjoying the action. He spins in a mad frenzy, completely wiping out the dungeon. Shattered bones fly in every direction, completely blocking the path. The system quickly triggers a brand new skill. Kim Yoon-min strikes down even harder, sending rocks and old bones flying in every direction. Kim Yoon-min sighs in pure exhaustion, staring down at the massive, chaotic mess. The system pings with a level-up notification. He is now level 22. Sitting down, Kim Yoon-min eagerly opens up his status window to check his massive list of stats. Let's see how broken he really is. The system status menu scrolls down instantly. It displays his character Rocan. Race human, gender male, level 22, class berserker. His health is at 1110, mana is 30 out of 150. His core stats show strength at 132, agility at 63, stamina at 111, endurance at 96, intelligence at 15, and wisdom at 12. He has a massive list of earned titles, including natural-born warrior, talented warrior, strongest man in the village, honorable orc warrior, descendant of David, and even unstoppable for defeating an orc chieftain at level 1. Reaching his hand out with a confident grin, Kim Yoon-min knows there is no rush, but he still wants to boost his hunting speed. With a quick press of the button, the system interface rapidly updates his attributes. Rocan's stats shift immediately. His maximum health rises to 1,200 while his mana pool expands to 390. His raw strength surges all the way to 200, agility stays at 63, stamina hits 200, endurance reaches 100, and his intelligence increases to 39. Kim Yoon-min smiles to himself in complete satisfaction. This power feels incredible. Staring at the system screen showing his massive strength, he notes that his physical power has finally reached 200. To level up even faster, he realizes he needs more mana, which is why he also invested points into intelligence. Getting more excited by the second, Kim Yoon-min charges forward with absolute determination. He has only 2 days until the main scenario begins, so he needs to hit level 30 before that clock runs out. Skeleton warriors are shattered into pieces as his axe repeatedly tears through them. Others are slammed against the stone walls, shattering instantly into dust. Amidst the echoing screams and crushing bones, Kim Yoon-min lets out a heavy sigh. This is starting to get seriously boring. Suddenly, a massive skeleton carrying a giant weapon roars out. It is the level 30 dungeon boss. It lets out an angry roar and swings its axe. But with one single counterstrike, Kim Yoon-min easily blasts the monster backward. Just like that, Kim Yoon-min hits level 30. Without even glancing back, Kim Yoon-min picks his nose and walks off, so weak yet trying to act tough. While waiting for the bones to fade, Kim Yoon-min takes a moment to check his screen. Finally reaching level 30, his grind in this miserable dungeon is officially over. Looking back on 2 days of non-stop grinding, exhaustion is written all over his face. He has been hunting monsters the exact second they respawned. It was brutal, but leveling up 10 times in just 2 days made it entirely worth it. Checking his accumulated wealth, his total earnings pop up on the screen. He managed to gather quite a fortune, totaling exactly 1 gold and 80 silver coins. He also collected a bunch of dropped armor pieces, though he has zero interest in wearing them. Even the famous skeleton knight armor, a set most warriors would die to own, gets rejected. It is simply way too ugly for his taste. Rubbing his aching neck, Kim Yoon-min sits down right on top of his massive pile of looted gear. He smiles while staring at his inventory. Selling these off to make a few smart investments seems like a solid plan. Since he already knows how the future of Helios plays out, making money will be effortless. Glancing away with a faint smirk, he decides to get moving. Leaving this perfect hunting spot is a bit sad, but it is time to execute his plan. Selling off the secret coordinates of this dungeon quickly secures him a hefty bag of cash. Information about this zone is incredibly valuable, especially for major guilds looking to train new recruits. They will absolutely swarm this place in no time. He walks away with a lighter step, already plotting his next move. What should he do with all this gold? Buy a brand new weapon or invest in gear with superior stats? Meanwhile, Stororian remains completely absorbed in studying his ancient books. Stepping back into the shop, Kim Yoon-min announces his return. The old man looks up from his reading, relieved that he has finally returned. Standing up with an apologetic look, Stororian explains that he had to leave abruptly due to an urgent matter. Surprised by the sudden news, Kim Yoon-min approaches him and asks if they finally caught the culprit. Stororian shakes his head in absolute frustration. Despite questioning everyone, they have found nothing, and there are absolutely no witnesses to the crime. Kim Yoon-min frowns, his expression turning cold. He already knew this would happen. There is no way a culprit like that gets caught so easily. Visualizing those mysterious figures clad in dark robes, he remembers the fallen disciples. The original storyline was supposed to deal with stopping them. Frowning deeply, Kim Yoon-min knows he needs to find the culprit. Even though he already disrupted their grand plans from the beginning, he feels that if he personally investigates further, he might still uncover a hidden clue. With a tired sigh, Stororian pulls out a mysterious gem, explaining that this is why he decided to read the memory of the land. Kim Yoon-min looks up in absolute shock. A system info window immediately pops up next to the Earth Gem, identifying it as a magic-grade item filled with pure elemental Earth energy. Although it holds little financial value as a jewel, it can trigger unique magic. Kim Yoon-min does not pay much attention to it, assuming its low magic grade makes it practically useless. The item's function becomes clear to Kim Yoon-min. It allows the user to witness past events in a specific location by using the memory of the land skill. In the past, players used this exact trick to track down rare monsters. Staring grimly at the gem in his palm, Stororian mutters that with this power they will finally unmask the perpetrators. Flipping through his ancient book, Stororian asks if he can request a favor. Kim Yoon-min crosses his arms in silent agreement. He tells the old man he will at least hear him out. After all, this is the main quest, so he has to accept. Looking up with a serious expression, Stororian expresses his gratitude. He explains that even though the threat is temporarily stopped, they have no idea when the next attack will strike. To prevent that, he needs Kim Yoon-min's help. A quest notification pops up. To prevent a devastating curse from corrupting the land, Mage Stororian requires specific materials gathered from wild beasts and orc warriors. The completion conditions are straightforward: collect the blood of an orc warrior and gather a sample from a wild beast. The clear rewards are experience points, 10 silver coins, and the title of Apprentice of Stororian. Imagining the beasts and orcs, Kim Yoon-min chuckles. Gathering blood from those monsters is not going to be easy. They certainly are not going to hand it over voluntarily, which means he is going to have to hunt them down. Still, this situation makes Kim Yoon-min a little anxious. He holds the prestigious Orc Warrior title, so clashing with them is out of the question. In fact, he needs to build even more trust with them. Kim Yoon-min narrows his eyes in absolute frustration. Fighting them means completely losing his hard-earned title. Is that really his only choice? Surely there has to be another way around this. Kim Yoon-min stands right before the orc camp. He yells to the guard inside, "Hey, open the gates." The guard recognizes him instantly and welcomes him. "Ah, human warrior, I still remember you as someone who actually shows us some respect." The massive gate swings open right away. Curious orcs crowd around him, shouting friendly welcomes. "It has been a while, friend. What brings you here today?" Kim Yoon-min takes a quick look around. Frowning slightly, he speaks to one of the orcs. "It is nothing too big, but could I ask for a small favor?" The creature immediately nods, saying he will help and to just speak. Kim Yoon-min cuts straight to the point, hesitantly admitting he needs some of their blood. "Can they spare a little?" The orcs freeze in total shock. Wait, did he just say blood? The orcs look completely flustered, quickly explaining that they value their own blood deeply. A true warrior only bleeds on the battlefield, so they cannot hand it over. They grumble to themselves, repeating that letting a warrior's blood fall anywhere else is a massive sign of disrespect. This rejection makes Kim Yoon-min grimace, his veins bulging with annoyance. They dare lecture him about honor. He does not care about any of that trash. Since they refuse, he will just have to use his backup plan. Kim Yoon-min quickly shifts gears, asking if he can borrow one of their axes instead. One of them obliges and brings it over right away. He takes the weapon and quickly heads out. The orc watches him go with deep curiosity, asking if he is already leaving. Kim Yoon-min casually waves it off, replying that he has a quick errand to run but will return very soon. The orcs wave goodbye cheerfully, calling out that they will see him soon. Gripping the orc axe, he thinks how easy it would have been if they just gave him their blood. A wicked gleam flashes in his eyes. Too bad they had to protect their sacred orc honor. Now he will have to play dirty. At that exact moment, over at the beastman camp, a beastman grips his sickle tightly, keeping a sharp lookout. Suddenly, he freezes in sheer alarm. The beastman whips his head around, searching the darkness. He yells out on high alert, demanding to know who is hiding there and telling them to show themselves. A sharp flying object suddenly grazes right past his cheek. The beastman looks down and immediately recognizes it, an axe. Kim Yoon-min steps out of the shadows, feigning absolute surprise. "Wow, you actually dodged that. Impressive. I knew you beastmen were fast, but still." A painful scream rings out through the trees. Kim Yoon-min smiles satisfied as he seals a vial of fresh blood. The system then updates, "You have obtained beastman blood." Looking down at the motionless body on the ground, he whispers a fake apology, claiming he did not want to do this. Shouts echo from the distance as others ask who is out there and say they just heard a scream. The beastmen crowd around the corpse in complete confusion. Seeing the weapon, they realize it is an orc axe. Those filthy green pigs must have done this. Behind a tree, Kim Yoon-min quietly enjoys the show. He knows these two races completely despise each other, making them incredibly easy to manipulate. The beastmen absolutely hate the orcs, having fought them for centuries to determine who would rule over this entire forest. Kim Yoon-min watches with a cold, plotting gaze. He will spark a full-scale war between both sides with this incident. It was bound to happen eventually, so he is just speeding up the process. Meanwhile, the orc guards remain on high alert. Out of nowhere, a sharp object flies by grazing his cheek. The orcs crowd around, examining the weapon in shock. What is this? A sickle? It is definitely a weapon from those beastmen. Looking at their fallen comrade pinned to the wall, their anger boils over. Those beasts dared to attack them. This is absolutely unforgivable. Kim Yoon-min smiles, watching everything fall perfectly into place. What a bunch of absolute fools. He walks up, pretending to be utterly shocked as he asks what is going on. The orcs turn around and quickly explain that those vicious beastmen have just attacked their camp. Kim Yoon-min secretly smiles, fueling the fire by claiming he saw a squad of beastmen warriors marching this way. They must be planning a full assault. The furious orcs roar in excitement, shouting that they must go to war immediately and crush those weaklings. Kim Yoon-min smiles gently, nudging them down his pre-planned path. He tells them to calm down, asking why they should just sit around and wait for the enemy to strike first. With a sharp, intense look, he suggests they launch a preemptive strike instead. If they all go, he promises to stand by their side and fight alongside them. The orcs roar in agreement, cheering that it is a brilliant plan and praising him as a highly intelligent human. Suddenly, a massive orc steps forward, asking what all the commotion is about. Kim Yoon-min looks up curiously, wondering who this giant creature is. One of the guards quickly fills the newcomer in. Kim Yoon-min studies him, realizing this is not the previous leader, meaning he must be the new orc chief. Kim Yoon-min tracks the heavy arm of the giant orc leader. He grips his axe tight, marveling at its sheer perfection. He raises his weapon alongside the orcs, rallying them for a preemptive strike as their brutal warriors quickly assemble for battle. Satisfaction glints in Kim Yoon-min's eyes. Things just got a whole lot easier for him. He joins the march with a sly winner's smirk. Get ready because this battlefield is about to get absolutely wild. The orcs grit their teeth, staring intently ahead. The massive horde waves their war banners, charging straight toward the front lines. Peeking from behind a tree, Bacon trembles in absolute terror. Those monsters have gone completely bloodthirsty. He cannot comprehend who could have provoked these beasts, since they never acted like this before. Beside him, his companion shakes in pure terror, asking if they are really going to keep fighting like this. Gulping hard, his friend suggests they run before it is too late, but Bacon freezes in horror. Are you insane? Look at how many there are. If we get spotted while escaping, we are dead meat. Bacon snaps back, insisting they should just stay hidden here for a little while. But a second later, absolute horror strikes him as he spots a human marching alongside the monsters. What is going on? Why is there a human there? Is he some kind of player? His companion also sees the figure blending in with the orcs. Why is a human standing in the middle of a monster horde? Who on earth is that guy? Standing nearby, Bacon is already sweating buckets. He turns to urge his friend that they have no choice but to run, but his clueless companion complains that he literally just said running was too dangerous. His face darkens as he fiercely snaps at his friend to shut up and just follow him or they are dead, but a massive orc suddenly ambushes them from right behind. Hearing the sudden commotion, Kim Yoon-min calmly turns around. The beasts easily knock Bacon's friend aside quickly, closing in to trap Bacon in the center of their circle. Kim Yoon-min instantly recognizes that pathetic face. Is this not the same guy he fought last time? Spotting Kim Yoon-min is like finding a lifeline. Bacon begs, desperately pleading that since those orcs are with him and they know each other, Kim Yoon-min should please spare his life. The moment he stops talking, a devastating punch sends him flying. The orc laughs mockingly, asking how this trash dares address their honored warrior. He turns to Kim Yoon-min, asking if he knows this guy. Remembering how Bacon used to bully him, Kim Yoon-min's expression turns ice cold as he claims he does not recall him at all. Shrugging, Kim Yoon-min tells them to do whatever they want with him. As the brutal orcs close in, helpless Bacon can only swallow his rage and curse under his breath. Refusing to accept this horrific fate, he struggles wildly, screaming for them to get away. Kim Yoon-min merely smiles, giving him one parting piece of advice: better luck next time, rookie. Meanwhile, a brutal war unfolds as the beast leader and the orc leader lock horns in a relentless savage duel. The orc leader bellows out orders, commanding his pack to go all out and slaughter every last one of those filthy beasts. Watching safely from the shadows, Kim Yoon-min observes the carnage. Both faction leaders continue to clash with terrifying ferocity. He is simply biding his time, waiting to harvest the orc blood. Gazing at the vial filled with fresh power, his heart leaps as the system notifies him that he has successfully collected 10 orc warrior blood. He nods in approval, thinking they did better than expected. They must be furious that he set this up, but he does not care. Channeling his newly acquired strength, he decides it is time to join the fun himself. With that, Kim Yoon-min unleashes a massive battle roar that echoes throughout the entire forest. The wild beasts exchange confused glances, wondering how a human could roar like that and if the orcs hired outside help. They immediately shift their focus entirely onto Kim Yoon-min, rushing to kill him. But wait, that is exactly what he has been waiting for this entire time. Delivering swift, clean slashes, he mocks them for thinking they stand a chance, demanding they bring out their leader. A devious smirk plays on his face as he reveals his true scheme. If he only wanted orc blood, he could have just disguised himself and taken them out quietly. His actual target is the wild beast leader, a boss far stronger than the orc chief. Since these beasts do not fight honorably in single combat like orcs do, defeating him alone would be much tougher. Kim Yoon-min charges forward with an even darker scheme, planning to use the orc army to wear down the beast leader. This is his ultimate chance, and he is hunting for him now. After clearing out the minor trash beasts, Kim Yoon-min finally locks onto his true target. He grips his weapon tightly. Found it at last. Kim Yoon-min swings his weapon in a rapid, dizzying spin, unleashing a devastating strike. Devastating and continuous sword slashes rain down all around the two opposing chieftains. Right now, the orc chieftain desperately tries to defend. He seems completely overwhelmed by the powerful wild beast chieftain. The level 73 wild beast chieftain laughs maniacally. Any enemy of our clan will absolutely be slaughtered. But the moment those words leave his mouth, a sudden slash cuts his joy short. His sword is forcefully knocked far behind him. The beast chieftain sneers in contempt. Cheap sneak attacks like that will never work on me. Before he can even finish, Kim Yoon-min's weapon flies in, carving deep wounds across his massive body. He sneers, launching another devastating attack with strike. There is his opening. Caught completely off guard, the beast chieftain can only panic. Damn it, I have to block this. A massive explosive shockwave erupts. He quickly blocks the hit, but still stumbles backward. But his stamina is too high to put down easily. You are stronger than you look, huh? Kim Yoon-min calmly shrugs. I plan to take both of your arms, but I guess you managed to keep one. With the orc chieftain and his troops surrounding him, Kim Yoon-min asks what he will do now. All his subordinates are dead. He sneers coldly, "I am losing my patience, so your head is coming off next." The beast chieftain finds this absolutely hilarious. Summoning all his strength, he roars in pure rage, "How dare a weak human like you stand against me?" Kim Yoon-min's eyes glow red. He is going all out. A thick pitch-black aura begins to emerge, revealing his cunning, wicked smile as the notification pops up. "You have leveled up. You have successfully obtained the title Conqueror of the Harsh Forest. You are officially the very first person to ever claim this rare, prestigious, and highly coveted achievement. You have successfully defeated the two rulers of the Harsh Forest. Your stamina and agility will increase by 10, and all stats will increase by 5% when entering forest environments." The orcs erupt into a wild, cheering celebration, shouting that they have finally defeated them. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min stares blankly at the screen. Wait, there is even more. Notifications keep popping up on the screen, congratulating him on becoming the very first person to obtain the Veil of Darkness title. As the first owner of the unique Veil of Darkness, you are praised for killing 2 birds with 1 stone using your high intelligence. Your intelligence and understanding increase by 20, unlocking a special identity concealment skill. Kim Yoon-min happily looks over his massive rewards. He observes his stats with great excitement. He knew he would get the Conqueror title, but the Veil of Darkness is a huge surprise. The system states it is for defeating 2 enemies, which means the game probably does not count the orcs as his true allies. Resting his chin on his hand, Kim Yoon-min realizes he only has a good reputation with them, meaning they could still betray him later on. On top of that, he has unlocked a brand new skill. With boosted stats and the ability to completely hide his identity, this will definitely come in handy for his future battles. Nearby, the orcs are still cheering wildly, yelling to completely wipe out the rest of their enemies. With the orcs winning the fierce war against the beasts, the old beast territory has now transformed into the ruined beast village. The system warns that the raw wrath of the wild beasts will periodically manifest deep within these desolate ruins. He steps forward, muttering that they really seem to enjoy this mindless slaughter. A sneaky grin spreads across Kim Yoon-min's face as he decides it is time to return to the old man. He returns to the brightly lit tower. Sterorian stares at the 2 filled vials in disbelief, wondering how he finished so fast despite the incredibly high difficulty of the quest. Kim Yoon-min simply shrugs, claiming it was not that hard. The old man nods in agreement and asks him to wait a moment. Very quickly, another notification pops up informing Kim Yoon-min that he has successfully become the very first apprentice of the legendary Sterorian. He squints closely, reading the bold text on the screen highlighting his new title. The screen displays a detailed explanation of his brand new unique title. As Sterorian's first apprentice, he has officially earned the Master's deep respect. This boosts his stamina and endurance by 10, while the Detective's Assistant effect grants him an additional 5% movement speed. He is absolutely thrilled with this reward, amazed at how powerful the effects are. Right then, Sterorian returns with a completed item, instructing him to deliver it to Materian over in Chinsik. His next quest is to deliver the newly improved antidote to Materian in Chinsik. The system screen flashes the details, showing the completion reward of 3 silver coins along with a massive chunk of experience points. Accepting the quest, Kim Yoon-min sets off on his final mission in the starting area. Late September has finally arrived. Inside his bedroom sits a brand new virtual reality gaming capsule. After finishing his gaming session for the day, Yoon-min wakes up. He sits up with a heavy sigh. Why did they make such a great game but limit his playtime, especially when time is the one thing he has plenty of? Yoon-min stretches as he gets out of bed. Besides, taking a break to stay healthy in the long run makes sense. Looking at the screen, he realizes he needs to wait at least 5 hours to log back in, so he decides to spend some time checking his previous online post. Thinking back on his journey, Yoon-min is pretty excited. He had prepared for this moment by taking screenshots of his items and posting them online. He hoped for a few comments, but the sheer volume of replies leaves him completely stunned. Yoon-min mutters in disbelief. His post actually made it to the trending hot section. He immediately assumes everyone will be skeptical, with plenty of comments calling his post a total fake. But wait, his eyes widen as he clicks on it. An honorary reporter has this article really dropped already. The piece explains how hidden dungeons actually exist alongside the public ones, detailing the epic conquest of a secret dungeon by the famous reporter Ravkapper. A wave of information appears as a web game magazine reporter and famous user Ravkapper wrote about this hidden dungeon, sharing all its secrets in the form of an exciting adventure story. There is even a picture showing the entrance of a hidden dungeon. The comment section below is absolutely blowing up. Some users are losing their minds, saying they thought only public dungeons existed. A user named Warrior asks how this could possibly be real, wondering if others are just falling for a fake post. But Attacker chimes in, asking if they have even read the details, confirming that hidden dungeons are real but questioning the author's accuracy. Then Shiver points out that this post was actually uploaded before Ravkapper's, raising the suspicion that Ravkapper might have just plagiarized and tweaked it. This immediately grabs Yoon-min's attention. A user named Chamisoon argues that the dungeon found by Ravkapper had completely different monsters. Then another user named Meat and Fish comments that from experience this post is highly credible, trading might be tough online but meeting in person would be much easier, asking the author to reach out. Yoon-min smiles broadly, realizing he has accomplished his goal. It is precisely because of these heated debates that his post is now trending everywhere. Without those comments, his post would have just looked like cheap bait. But now direct messages are flooding in as desperate players try their best to contact him. A user named Ramus mentions they sent a message. Helidon begs him to check his inbox, and High Express even promises to pay 5% more than any other offer. Yoon-min begins filtering through the messages, instantly filtering out the lowballers. The ones he actually needs to focus on are the real players. He narrows down his options. Many groups claim to be official guilds, but they lack any actual guild system. Fortunately, he remembers a few big names from his past life, so making a final choice should not be difficult at all. After thinking it over for a moment, Yoon-min clicks on the safest route. His first choice is the Megapixel Guild, a name derived from Manor Play. They are known for helping rookies, punishing toxic player killers, and doing various good deeds, which is exactly how they built such a solid reputation. He then sends out a brief reply: "Thanks for all the comments, let's meet at the graveyard on the east side of town." With everything set, Yoon-min leans back in his chair with a smile. He has scheduled the meeting, and now he just has to wait, though. How smoothly things are going is almost scary. Suddenly, an even bolder thought crosses his mind. Is it really okay for things to progress this smoothly, or should he try to speed up his plans even more? But he quickly shuts that idea down. Remembering his past, Yoon-min brushes the thought aside. No, he needs to stick to the plan step by step. After all, there are plenty of challenges ahead, and rushing things won't solve anything, so he decides to head out for some groceries and fresh air. After browsing the supermarket, he walks out carrying a ton of grocery bags. As he walks by, he happens to pass a group of young guys chatting with each other. The guy in the blue shirt asks how many levels the other gained at the goblin hunting ground. The guy in white happily shares he got 3 levels in 2 days, while the guy with glasses chimes in saying he only levels up after exhausting himself, wondering if the difference comes down to individual level gaps or just pure player control. Yoon-min walks past them with a quiet smile. Literally everyone is talking about the Lord. Looking around the campus, he figured a university area like this would be pretty empty in late September, but he was wrong. Suddenly, the person right in front of him makes him freeze. Shading his eyes from the bright sunlight, he wonders who that could possibly be. The silhouette of a girl nearby catches his attention. She looks incredibly familiar. She turns around and looks directly at him. She immediately greets him. "Long time no see, Kim Yoon-min." His brain finally processes who she is. It is Lim Soo-hee, his cheating ex-girlfriend who dumped him for some guy playing the Lord, a person he had completely forgotten about. To her, it has only been 4 months since they last met, but to him it feels like several years. He glances at the guy standing beside her. He frowns. This guy is probably her new boyfriend. Rumor has it, he is great at playing the Lord, and since Soo-hee loves games too, it makes sense she would fall for a skilled player. The moment they meet, Soo-hee starts taking jabs, saying she heard he is still struggling. Yoon-min frowns in annoyance. What is her problem? He snaps back. He was only pretending so she would see, but now he is just resting before diving back into the Lord, and it has nothing to do with her anyway. She chuckles mockingly, saying she is glad to hear that. She adds that if he struggles with the game, he should contact her because her boyfriend is a certified expert who could help him out a couple of times. Amused, Yoon-min steps closer and asks what his gaming ID is. Soo-hee boasts proudly, saying his name is Filet, assuming Yoon-min must have heard of him before. Deep down, Yoon-min despised him. Filet, he had no memory of anyone with that name, meaning the guy was probably a total scrub. He turned away, ignoring the two of them. Fine, he thought if they crossed paths again, he might actually save them. Filet shouted in anger, utterly confused. Seol stood there dazed by Yoon-min's abrupt departure, wondering how things had turned out this way. Before leaving, he offered some genuine advice, telling them to level up quickly and contact him if they hit a wall. Besides, he wanted Seol to know his legendary ID, Rocan. Walking away, Yoon-min knew she would find out soon enough, and when she did, she would regret every single stupid word she had uttered. Back inside the game, a mysterious cloaked figure stood waiting patiently near the graveyard. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, addressing him as Megapixel. The cloaked man raised an eyebrow. Yoon-min had arrived in a disguised form to meet Megapixel, ready to seal the deal. Under the effects of identity concealment, his name and appearance changed randomly for 1 hour. There was no way he was revealing his true self for a simple secret dungeon. Looking around, Yoon-min asked if he had come alone. The man admitted he had, noting that drawing attention to such valuable information was pointless. The man glanced at Yoon-min, adding that his teammates were on standby. Yoon-min smiled internally, realizing the guy was just trying to keep him on guard. Not letting it bother him, Yoon-min stood his ground when the man urged them to move. He simply shook his head and said no. He demanded payment upfront, causing the man to frown. Still, the buyer knew Yoon-min had a point. After all, they had traded before, so he needed some solid motivation to guide them through. Megapixel agreed, proposing to use a detection skill to ensure they were both safe. Yoon-min nodded, giving him the green light. The man immediately activated his detect skill to scan the surrounding area. But a second later, Megapixel froze, his eyes widening in complete shock at what he saw. With things settled, Megapixel paid the advance, thanking level 35 Krypton for the cooperation. Yoon-min smiled secretly, glad his little deception had worked. The two quickly made their way toward the hidden catacomb. Yoon-min guided him step by step to reveal the entrance, leaving Megapixel amazed by the mechanical device before them. Yoon-min chuckled, warning him to keep it a secret before demanding the rest of his gold. Megapixel held up his end of the bargain, handing over the coins and promising to stay in touch. A heavy pouch was pushed over containing 51 gold, 98 silver, and 20 copper. Yoon-min beamed, thrilled to make over 50 gold just by selling info. Grabbing the loot, he departed with a grin. Dealing with guilds was highly lucrative. After all, pocketing 50 gold on your own was nearly impossible, and he doubted this guy even used his own money. Once he was a safe distance away, Yoon-min quickly canceled the skill and returned to his true appearance. With that deal out of the way, it was time to head over to Chinsik. But trekking through the forest was proving to be a tedious nightmare. The destination was incredibly far away. Drenched in sweat, he cursed the hyper-realistic physics of the Lord. There was absolutely no need for a game to feel this exhausting after walking for over half a day. Still, Yoon-min dragged himself forward until a massive dark structure finally loomed in the distance. He focused, bringing his senses to their peak. Letting his guard down now meant death, which would erase all his progress. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound caught his attention, breaking the silence of the woods. Shadows flickered behind a thick tree trunk, indicating that someone was lurking in the dark. A sharp, mocking smile played on Yoon-min's lips. This wasn't a monster or a wild animal. Some spineless player was trying to creep up on him from the shadows. Out of nowhere, a heavy weapon came swinging straight toward his back. He thrived on this kind of adrenaline. Dodging just in time, he found the close call highly entertaining. 4 heavily geared players emerged from the trees. One commented on his expensive armor, assuming his level must be high, while another argued that he was probably just a rich pay-to-win scrub. Yoon-min's eyes flashed red. Of course, the virtual world was always crawling with parasites like them. Red names hovered over their heads, marking them as notorious player killers who preyed on travelers for easy loot. The thugs surrounded him, immediately casually asking if he had a moment to chat. Yoon-min slowly turned, a dangerous glint in his eye as he echoed their words. His hand gripped his hilt. He loved talking, especially when weapons were involved. He laughed, a sound so dark it sent chills down their spines. The thugs exchanged nervous glances, wondering if he had lost his mind. He glared at them, his chilling grin widening as he addressed them like misbehaved children. He offered to let them off easy, demanding a piece of high-grade equipment from each of them. The bandits froze in disbelief. He laughed at their confusion. Since they loved robbing others, he was simply giving them a taste of their own medicine. Yoon-min realizes their only goal is to steal gear. When players kill each other, the drop rate is random, but is still way higher than killing monsters, even if the actual chance is only around 10 to 12%. The Black Fringe leader scoffs mockingly, asking if Yoon-min thinks they are stupid, calling him completely insane. Brandishing their weapons in front of him, they warn that if he keeps showing off and gets killed, it will take him a week to get back here, so he should drop the arrogance. Yoon-min lets out a chilling laugh, his eyes widening as he declares negotiations officially failed. Raising his axe, Yoon-min admits that honestly he had absolutely no intention of letting them off easy from the very start. The Black Fringe leader grins, mocking his sheer arrogance. He and his 2 allies point their weapons forward, warning him that the level difference here is massive. The muscular buzzcut guy swings his weapon down with massive force. He slides across the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave of wind in a straight line. Suddenly, the buzzcut brute freezes, his eyes widening as he spots something charging straight at him. Out of nowhere, Yoon-min is right in his face, leaping into the air with his axe raised to strike the idiot down first. The Black Fringe leader immediately jumps in, using his reflecting shield to block Yoon-min's strike just in time. Forced back, Yoon-min analyzes the move, wondering if this reflecting defensive skill means the guy is a guardian knight. The buzzcut brute lunges forward, raising his heavy axe and aiming directly for Yoon-min's head. The axe crashes down with immense power, shattering the ground into flying debris. Yoon-min swiftly dodges, his eyes narrowing as he prepares for their incoming combo attacks. Suddenly, a massive aura of energy clusters above Yoon-min's head, forcing him to look up. It is the arrow rain skill. The blonde archer raises his bow, releasing a barrage of glowing arrows that rain down directly on Yoon-min. Countless arrows impale the ground, leaving the archer smirking, convinced that no matter how fast Yoon-min is, he cannot dodge this. Now watch this. As the dust clears, Yoon-min slowly emerges holding a caught arrow. Kneeling on the ground with blood dripping from arrow grazes, Yoon-min glares forward silently, calling his own performance pathetic. The gang laughs gloatingly, mocking the idiot for finally seeing the massive difference in their actual levels. The black-fringed leader speaks up, offering to play nice if Yoon-min leaves his gear behind and just walks away. Yoon-min stares, realizing these guys are experts at ganging up on solo players. If he attacks from a distance, the archer is a problem, but if he gets close, the knight will block him. They stay tight to cover each other quickly. Yoon-min stands up firmly, fine if they really want his gear that badly. Summoning 2 axes, he tells them he has some great gear for them as the system confirms he swapped to the tomahawk. He plans to separate them and take them down one by one, swinging both axes to unleash a violent storm. The buzz-cut brute curses in panic as the black-fringed leader quickly raises his shield, claiming he has it blocked. But Yoon-min's sheer power is overwhelming, leaving the leader wide-eyed in absolute panic. The leader is blown completely backward, leaving them all utterly shocked by this insane level of strength. Crashing hard onto the ground, the leader screams out that he is fine, ordering his crew to kill that bastard immediately. The furious buzz-cut brute charges at Yoon-min, yelling in pure rage. Yoon-min quietly scoffs, amused that the guy is already losing his temper so easily. Leaning back, Yoon-min swings to strike as the system announces a weapon swap to the orc warrior battle axe. With his new weapon in hand, he dares the brute to show him how strong his skills really are. Yoon-min sends the brute flying. The brute spits blood as Yoon-min rams the shaft of his axe directly into his stomach, calling him worse than he expected. Yoon-min delivers a brutal final blow, leaving the brute's face completely deformed and his eyes bulging. He raises his terrifying axe calmly, declaring that one opponent is officially down. Yoon-min swings down, letting the blood splatter directly across his face. Suddenly, Yoon-min's eyes widen as he senses something lethal flying straight toward his head. He tilts his head, catching the incoming arrow midair. Yoon-min mocks the stunned archer, telling him he should have taken the shot while his buddy was still fighting, though his friend ended up dying much faster than expected. Panicked, the archer quickly notches 3 arrows at once for a multi-shot, but Yoon-min is already closing in, declaring it too late. The two run. The ground splits apart from the impact, and the enemy can only stand there with his mouth wide open. A massive explosion erupts, almost sending the blonde guy and his black-haired partner flying backward. The blonde guy grits his teeth as the system announces that Yoon-min has switched his weapon for combat. Our blonde opponent lunges forward with a dagger, but Yoon-min easily steps aside to dodge the strike. Swinging his blade again, the blonde attacks, but Yoon-min easily leans back to dodge. Is he switching to close combat now? Even so, Yoon-min quickly reaches out and grabs the blonde guy by the arm. He swings his axe down and severs the blonde's arm. Did you really think an archer like you could beat me in close combat? It all happens in a flash, leaving the blonde frozen in shock as blood sprays everywhere. Yoon-min rests the axe on his shoulder with a grin. How does it feel getting your arm chopped off in the Lord? Pretty realistic, right? Meanwhile, the blonde falls to the ground, throwing his head back in pure agony. Suddenly, something comes flying his way, catching Yoon-min's attention immediately. It is the Earth Split skill. The black-haired guy suddenly appears right behind Yoon-min, channeling an incredibly massive wave of energy. Out of absolute desperation, the guy screams out, "Die!" He swings his weapon down with full force, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Yoon-min calmly places his hand on the guy's shield. "You idiot, did you really think you could overpower me?" Gathering raw power into his hand, Yoon-min scoffs, "I was only pushed back earlier because of your reflection skill, so did you really think this garbage could kill me?" Drenched in cold sweat, the black-haired guy stammers, wondering what kind of monster he is dealing with. Yoon-min mutters a few cold words that send a shiver down his spine. "You have it all wrong." With a ruthless strike, he swings straight down. "You guys are just weak." He slowly lifts the axe, dripping heavily with blood. Yoon-min looks back at the terrified blonde, trying to run. Oh right, there is still one left. Casually looking around, he searches for his next target. He reaches down and picks up a heavy rock. Meanwhile, the terrified blonde guy runs like crazy. Clutching his bleeding stump, he flees in absolute pure panic, muttering that he cannot die in a place like this. He looks back and notices Yoon-min is not even chasing him, making him wonder what is going on. A massive grin spreads across his face, thinking he has survived and promising to get revenge on that bastard later, completely unaware of the giant boulder flying straight at him. Hearing a loud crash in the distance, Yoon-min looks over with a highly satisfied nod. The boulder completely crushes the blonde. Yoon-min throws his head back and laughs, thinking that fighting real players is way more fun than just grinding monsters. The sudden appearance of system notification screens makes Yoon-min pause as they address player Rocan. He won the match with penalties distributed based on his opponent's traits. He leveled up and gained a bunch of items. Countless notification panels pop up all around him so fast that he can barely keep up with reading them. He mutters about how PK penalties boost the item drop rates, but this time he really hit the jackpot. Those fools should have just listened to him. Suddenly, he turns toward a nearby tree and calls out to someone hiding there. "Do you agree with me, little rat?" His eyes glow like a predator locking onto its prey. "Cut out the childish games and show yourself before I chop down both you and that tree." He slowly walks toward the tree, making the hidden person turn pale with fear as he warns that hiding is useless and he will literally end them. A hooded boy suddenly leaps out from hiding, screaming in panic, asking who or what Yoon-min even is. Yoon-min rests the axe on his shoulder. Even if I told you, would you even know? Sweating heavily, the boy glares at Yoon-min and thinks that he must be with the group from earlier, but since his eyes are not red, he might just be a scout. Crouching down to inspect a dagger, Yoon-min sighs in disappointment, telling the boy to stay put if he does not want to fight because weaklings are just boring. The boy shivers in terror, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Suddenly, he activates a detect skill, aiming it straight at Yoon-min from behind. The system identifies Rocan as level 35, leaving the boy completely stunned that his level is so low. Wide-eyed with absolute shock, he wonders how a player at this level could defeat 3 level 40 opponents immediately, suspecting some kind of game bug or cheat. While the guy is caught off guard, Yoon-min's hand quickly reaches out. Furious, Yoon-min grabs him by the collar, slamming him hard into the dirt. He angrily snaps that he promised to spare the trash, yet the guy just refused to listen. The system announces player Rocan as the winner, awarding him all of his opponent's gear. Yoon-min stands there watching the defeated player slumped lifelessly against a tree, laughing as he loots the loot. He really hit the jackpot in this life. Yoon-min pulls up the stolen gear to inspect, highly impressed. It is pretty decent gear as expected from the Chinsik Guild, including a super rare drop bow. The poor guy must be crying his eyes out right now. Turning on his heel, Yoon-min casually strolls away. He fully expected the backup crew to jump in for some sweet revenge, but they just stood there. Maybe he should have gone easier on them. Such a massive disappointment. He arrives at Chinsik, a bustling city packed with red-tiled roofs. Walking down the busy streets, Yoon-min looks around at the massive crowds. It is incredibly packed here with so many players already over level 40. It really puts into perspective just how huge this game's active player base is. Reaching the Chinsik Mage Guild, Yoon-min stares up at the massive building and mutters that the guild hall here is just as colossal as the others. Without a second thought, he pushes the doors open. Inside, people are bustling about, though Yoon-min notes that the actual number of mages does not seem to match the massive guild hall. But then again, being a mage is a class that only gets more brutal as you level up. As he walks, he keeps scanning the crowd. No wonder everyone here looks insanely powerful. He even spots a high-level player who has already completed their second-class advancement. A cute girl with shoulder-length hair stands at the reception desk, greeting him with a warm smile and a friendly hello. She politely welcomes Yoon-min to the magic merchant shop, telling him to feel free to ask for any magical gear or items he might need. Yoon-min asks for an ancient language scroll, and the receptionist quickly turns to retrieve it, asking him to wait just a moment. Yoon-min knows that an ancient language scroll is a must-have item for player versus player combat. It is basically a magic book that allows the player to instantly teleport to any of 5 recorded locations, as long as they are currently out of combat. Since it binds to him, there is zero risk of losing it upon death. A total lifesaver, if you ask me. Plus, paying a bit extra lets him save up to 20 locations. Placing the requested items on the table, she tallies it up to 1 ancient language book, 5 marking scrolls, and 20 teleportation scrolls, totaling 5 gold coins. Hearing the price, Yoon-min grimaces, thinking it is absolutely outrageously expensive. Grimacing, he hands over the gold coins. 5 gold is not something an average player in Chinsik can easily cough up. He wonders just how many players those scumbags had to rob for every single member to carry one of these. Yoon-min examines the item closely in his hands. Behind the counter, the girl cheerfully thanks him and bids him farewell, hoping to see him again. Yoon-min looks up toward the 3rd floor and murmurs to himself, "Let's see the 3rd floor as his next stop." Matherian stares in disbelief, asking if Lord Sterorian really sent him all this way. Yoon-min confirms, handing over the antidote and the handwritten letter. Matherian quickly takes the letter and begins scanning the contents. Rubbing his chin, Matherian still looks highly skeptical. He mutters that he indeed needed to prepare, then asks if Yoon-min is really the assistant sent to help him. Matherian glances at Yoon-min's level, questioning if a level 35 like Rocan is actually up to the task. Yoon-min confidently points to himself, telling him to just leave it to him. Matherian shoots him a disdainful look, secretly viewing him as total trash. Still, he cannot simply ignore a direct recommendation letter from Lord Sterorian. Sighing, Matherian turns around and tells Yoon-min that he has a small favor to ask, which will also serve as a test of his abilities. A system quest notification immediately pops up on his screen. Relentless Research 1. Having examined the initial antidote sample developed by Sterorian, Matherian wants to find rare ingredients to enhance its overall effectiveness. The quest requires Yoon-min to retrieve the rare elixir of the Forest Goblin Witch Doctor and bring it back to him. The rewards are listed as 4 silver coins and some bonus stat points. Reading the details, Yoon-min smirks, thinking that it is finally starting. Among players, Matherian is notorious for being an absolute nightmare of an NPC, and trust me, this quest is only the beginning. He will constantly demand all kinds of rare materials completely unrelated to the main quest, utilizing them solely to complete his personal research projects. Since players cannot normally progress without completing the main questline, they have no choice but to begrudgingly accept his demands. But that trick is not going to work on Yoon-min. Reaching out, Yoon-min taps on his system screen to check the auction house listings. Looking at the active listings, he tries to recall the exact items that Mytherian is going to demand next. Since he is making a move, he decides to buy up everything at once to save himself from running back and forth. He quickly purchases the required items, relieved that most of them are considered common materials and are actually pretty cheap. Clutching his remaining gold coins, his grim face draws weird looks from nearby players. Steeling himself, he mutters that it is time to move out. Inside his laboratory, Mytherian is deeply focused on his research, holding a delicate glass test tube. Suddenly, a massive thud rattles his workbench, shattering his test tubes and startling him half to death as he gasps out, "What on earth?" It turns out Yoon-min has returned, dropping a giant sack onto the table with a smug smile. He tells the shocked researcher that he has gathered everything. Mytherian inspects the materials in complete shock, muttering that he indeed needed all of these and wondering how the boy knew. Laughing, Yoon-min replies that he could never have become Lord Sterorian's personal assistant without knowing this much. Mytherian smirks, admitting that he might have completely misjudged the young man. Pointing at Yoon-min, Mytherian snaps his fingers to deliver the promised quest reward. Just like that, his level shoots up. His system interface flashes level 36 achieved. Mytherian immediately hands out the remaining tasks, leaving Yoon-min completely stunned as he tells him to take on the rest. A massive quest window pops up right in front of him. Endless Research 11. Having examined the first antidote developed by Steroria, Mytherian now wants to make it even stronger. To do that, he needs the blood and heart of a jungle lizard man. Delivering these items completes the quest, earning 20 silver coins and extra stat points. Kim Yoon-min grimaces, clearly annoyed. He thinks the guy is finally showing his true colors. He knew more quests would pop up, but this is a bit much. Throwing the next quest at him instantly, as if he had been waiting forever to do it. On top of that, Lizardman drops are completely sold out on the market. He wanted to get this over with as fast as possible, but it looks like that is not happening. Still, it makes sense. A jungle lizard man heart only drops after defeating a level 80 boss, specifically the Great Jungle Lizard Man Warrior. He definitely cannot take down a boss like that right now, so he has to shelf this for a bit. Focus on the main quest first. But this place, Chim Sich, has a lot more to offer than just basic quests. He decides to wander around to find some easy tasks to start with. Outside, a massive statue of a tall man raising his hand to the sky stands right in the middle of the street. Kim Yoon-min watches the crowd of people passing by quietly, wondering if this is really the place. Hands on his hips, he recalls the coordinates from his past life. 1123, then 200, then 130. Back then, a player noticed this clue. That player claimed the spot the hero points to holds his legacy. No one believed him, but he was the one who actually ended up finding it. Kim Yoon-min looks up at the statue. Back then, it took a long time for this secret to get out. Since he already knows the clue, he's good to go. Kim Yoon-min starts walking, taking exactly 1,123 steps in the direction the statue is pointing. Then he takes another 200 steps to the left. Finally, he walks another 130 steps in that same direction. He finally stops walking. Looking around, all he sees are the walls of ordinary houses. He scratches his head, knowing the spot has to be right around here. Then suddenly, a strange light shines directly onto his face, instantly catching his attention. A glowing magic circle appears on the wall, activating the Rare Seeker title to uncover a hidden mystery. He smiles to himself, thinking how incredibly lucky he is. Kim Yoon-min presses down on a brick in the wall. The solid wall splits right down the middle, sliding open to both sides. Standing with one hand in his pocket, he looks incredibly smug. Right then, a system alert pops up, announcing he has successfully discovered a secret dungeon. Kim Yoon-min stares at what lies behind the wall. Wait, is that a golden gate? It looks completely different from the rumors he heard. He pushes the heavy door open, revealing a seemingly endless flight of stairs leading down. Resting a hand on the wall to guide himself, he slowly walks down as the path gets darker and darker. Exhaustion begins to show on his face. His senses are completely warped, leaving him unable to tell how deep he has gone. He wonders if the original finder spread fake rumors just to scare people. Suddenly, a soft light shines up ahead, making him wonder what kind of place this really is. A massive notification screen pops up out of nowhere. The level 1 hero test has begun. Kim Yoon-min stands there absolutely stunned by the sudden turn of events. A deafening crash echoes through the chamber, sounding like a sudden explosion. Right before his eyes, everything begins to collapse violently. Kim Yoon-min frowns in utter confusion, trying to figure out what on earth is happening. He immediately drops into a low stance, realizing he cannot dodge this. He has to stop it head-on. Kim Yoon-min reaches out, pressing both hands firmly against the massive solid boulder crashing down in front of him. With a fierce roar, he channels every ounce of his strength to hold back the giant stone. Gasping heavily for air, he watches as another system window flashes right above his head. The alert confirms a sudden surge of power, allowing him to push the massive boulder right back up. His strength and agility stats have just spiked by 110%. The sheer weight forces his feet down, completely shattering the stone floor beneath him. Kim Yoon-min gasps for breath, his face dripping with heavy sweat. Dropping to his knees right beside the giant boulder, he lets out a massive sigh of relief that he actually stopped it. He grumbles to himself, realizing his health has taken a massive hit from just blocking that single impact. To make things worse, the boulder is resting on a steep slope, making things incredibly difficult. Steeling himself, he reaches out once more and braces his hands against the cold, inanimate stone. He lets out another loud shout, pushing the heavy rock even higher than before, gritting his teeth against the sheer weight. Although he is utterly exhausted, he ignores the pain and focuses entirely on deciphering this absurd hero trial. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that while the first level is supposed to test his sheer willpower, he had no idea the trial would be this straightforward and brutal. Kim Yoon-min is shaking all over, completely running on empty. He has been climbing for quite a few minutes now, wondering how much longer he can hold on. After a while, fatigue really starts setting in. Right above Kim Yoon-min, a blinding light flashes as massive stones begin to hover in the air. He stands up and brushes his hair back as the system alerts him that he has passed level 1 of the hero trial, the trial of will. Kim Yoon-min looks completely unfazed, muttering that this is way too easy. Hands on his hips, he glances toward the stone door ahead, wondering if level 2 is waiting right behind it. The system notification flashes in his mind, announcing the start of hero trial level 2 without giving any hint about what kind of test it actually is. Clicking his tongue, Kim Yoon-min reaches down to pick up a nearby stone, ready to test the waters. Putting his whole body weight into it, he hurls the stone in a perfectly straight line. The rock flies forward with terrifying speed and incredible force. Seeing the deadly traps triggered in front of him, he sighs heavily, noting how genuinely dangerous this place is. Kim Yoon-min quickly visualizes a plan. If his source was right, this must be the trial of wisdom designed to force challengers to use their brains when they have absolutely no tools to scout or disarm the traps. Stretching his limbs with a smirk, he decides he has absolutely no intention of falling for these cheap tricks. Kim Yoon-min crouches down into a solid starting stance, determined to blast through this entire corridor in the blink of an eye. A blazing red icon suddenly flashes above him, activating his berserk mode. His raw power instantly surges with massive force. Even Kim Yoon-min's legs and feet are flooded with explosive energy. Right after, a green icon appears, activating his flash dash skill. He charges forward like a wild beast, lunging for its prey. Kim Yoon-min's eyes glow a fierce red, burning with pure determination. In that exact instant, hidden traps on both walls fire a storm of lightning-fast arrows. The green icon flashes once more, giving Kim Yoon-min another massive burst of speed. Gritting his teeth, his eyes remain locked on the single goal ahead. His black glove hand reaches out just inches away from touching the glowing blue bar. But those relentless arrows do not give him an easy pass, continually raining down to stop him. Suddenly, a red staff gets kicked up from the stone floor. Seizing the moment, he catches it cleanly in his hand. Kim Yoon-min flips mid-air and lands smoothly with the long red staff. Right on cue, the system chimes to announce he has cleared level 2 of the hero trial, the trial of wisdom. Panting heavily, he quickly orders the system to deactivate his skills, relieved that he did not just die right there. But another notification pops up immediately. The system warns him that his health is critical, and if he does not restore at least 10% within 5 seconds, he will die. Coughing up a bit of pale red blood, he mutters that if not for this drawback, this would be his absolute best skill. His feet slowly drag forward through the thick gray smoke. Arriving in a new zone, the system promptly announces the start of Hero Trial Level 3, prompting Kim Yoon-min to keep his thoughts strictly to himself. This level is the Trial of Temptation, which supposedly uses incredibly powerful psychological magic to completely break the minds of challengers. Behind him, an illusion of a gorgeous young woman lounging on top of a massive pile of gold and glittering jewels begins to materialize. Based on the rumors, the trial might throw an incredibly seductive woman, legendary treasures, and powerful items right at him, or maybe even a grand feast of delicious food. With his face flushing in sheer excitement, he wonders what kind of temptation awaits him. The system screen suddenly pops up again, catching him off guard. It has activated a mythic title effect to immediately dispel all negative mental magic. Hanging his head slightly, he sighs in understanding. Clasping his hands behind his back, Kim Yoon-min walks across a wooden bridge with a disappointed look, completely let down. The system promptly announces his success, stating that he has cleared level 3 of the hero trial, the trial of temptation. Kim Yoon-min stands completely still, staring down the dark, ominous path ahead. In his hand, he is now holding a brilliant golden bell known as the Summon Bell of Truth. Extending his arm, he shakes it with great interest, asking if this is the actual path forward. The bell rings out a clear no, and he smiles smugly, knowing he was right. The silhouettes of 2 mysterious figures flash through his mind. That bastard never clearly explained what would happen after level 3, which made him pretty suspicious, but it looks like his intuition was spot on. Snapping out of his thoughts, he quickly begins searching the surroundings, eager to find the hidden path. Soon he spots a small button right against the wall, wondering if this is it. Suddenly, the wall ahead recedes, making Yoon-min gasp in shock as he instinctively leans away from the gap. He crashes hard onto the ground, sighing in utter embarrassment at his own clumsy fall. Suddenly, the system alert chimes right as Yoon-min spots something in the dark. A glittering iron helmet sits quietly in the middle of the dark room, signaling he has completed the hero trial. He has officially acquired the sealed iron helmet of the Lion King, unlocking a brand new quest to find the armor. To claim the legendary power, he must search for the rest of the Lion King's armor. His quest demands 10 sealed pieces of Gao Can's set. He has completed the helmet requirement, but he still needs the sealed chestplate, pants, shoulder guards, and boots to obtain the full armor reward. Yoon-min picks up the helmet with both hands, staring in disbelief at this extremely rare set piece. The system details pop up the sealed iron helmet of the Lion King once worn by Gao Can. It holds a fraction of his raw power, giving 530 defense, 3,000 durability, 50 strength, and 30 stamina, plus a massive 50% boost to battle cry skills. Yoon-min is completely stunned. The sealed stats are absolutely insane, easily powerful enough to carry him through at least 150 levels of grinding. Imagining his next big battle, he realizes this single piece already gives him a much higher defense stat than a mid-tier warrior. A smirk creeps onto his face, though he feels a bit disappointed that there are no hints for the remaining pieces. Still, this is great. Suddenly, the chamber begins to shake violently, raining down small rocks as the system frantically announces that the trial is over and the dungeon is disappearing. Hearing that, he lets out a relaxed smile. The set pieces naturally pull toward each other, meaning he will be notified whenever he gets close to any remaining armor parts. That is incredibly convenient. The system counts down to his immediate teleportation. He will be sent back outside in 3 seconds, starting from 3, 2, 1. Reappearing in a crowded area, Yoon-min quickly looks around to get his bearings. He is really back at the main plaza. A nearby citizen suddenly looks up at the massive stone statue and points out a large crack. The stone monument suddenly shatters to pieces, leaving the crowd in shock. But Yoon-min ignores the chaos and turns away, ready to check his next quest. Touching his lips, he reflects on this questline. It usually requires an incredibly high reputation, but his special titles allowed him to skip the grind entirely. Gathering his spirit back, he heads off to quickly complete all his remaining high-tier trials. The sky soon fades into a deep, warm orange. 3 days pass with a look of pure annoyance glued to his face. Playing the helpful neighborhood hero has made him realize that life is exhausting even in a game. He bitterly remembers those annoying lovebirds from the quest. Delivering their letters was bad enough, but having to watch them act so cringy made him want to vomit. Still, his hard work is paying off big time. He has unlocked numerous stat-boosting titles, leveled up, and collected some very rare useful equipment along the way. A brilliant green necklace glows before him. It is the magic-grade Emerald Tears necklace forged from emeralds and a woman's tears. It grants a 50% boost to stamina recovery, increases all healing by 20%, and applies a useful bleeding control effect. This is perfect for his needs. He examines it closely. This is exactly what he needs to restore his health after using his frenzy skill. Suddenly, a rough voice interrupts his thoughts from ahead. 2 players are laughing and chatting about someone hitting level 70 and another reaching level 80. They are incredibly envious, wondering when they will even hit level 50. Overhearing them, he notes how those annoying player killers have made grinding so difficult lately, yet everyone else seems to be leveling up so fast. His determination flares up. To stay ahead, claim the first clear titles, and unlock the best rewards he needs to speed up his progress and level up much faster than this. Right on cue, a blue system window flashes with a major update announcement. Reading the patch notes, Yoon-min grins like he just won the lottery. The new update introduces the guild system, and get this, a brand new housing system is finally live. Several new crafting materials like ice, silk, and bandages are added. Just at that moment, Kim Yoon-min steps into the bustling marketplace where people gather to trade salvaged items for cash. A massive new game update just dropped, finally introducing the guild system and allowing players to purchase guild stones to establish their own factions. He stares at the glowing display screen, lost in thought. A single guild stone costs 50 gold. 50 gold for just 1 stone. A smug grin creeps onto his face as he imagines the Megapixel Guild begging on their knees. Since 1 gold equals 200,000 won in the real world, Megapixel must be absolutely struggling right now. His sharp eyes lock onto the screen, spotting something much more interesting. Standing before a row of buildings with his hands on his hips, he smirks. The second major update is the housing system, which lets players buy city houses or raw land to build on. Kim Yoon-min looks up at a tall building with a knowing smile. Others might think this is just a minor quality of life feature, but he knows a way to exploit it. He needs to see the executive inspector before anyone else catches on. He arrives at an upscale property that looks exactly like a luxury hotel. Kim Yoon-min looks around, scanning the area for opportunities while a clerk greets him with a warm, enthusiastic welcome, asking how he can help him today. The clerk tries his best to engage with him, but Kim Yoon-min keeps looking around. The clerk is thrilled because absolutely no one else has shown any interest in the new housing system yet. The clerk's jaw drops as Kim Yoon-min slams down a heavy pouch. Here is 65 gold. The clerk panics when Kim Yoon-min demands to lease properties in bulk. He wants to rent out every single 3-room, 2-story house in the entire area, leaving the clerk completely flabbergasted. He looks thoughtful as he envisions the massive profits rolling in. But making money from rent is only the beginning. Something much bigger is about to happen now that the housing system is live. In his mind, he stands at the top of the world, while desperate crowds beg him for a place to live. Once real estate values skyrocket, everyone will come crawling to him. Property prices are about to shoot through the roof. Rocan rests his hand on the table, looking proud because short-term profits are nothing compared to real estate, the ultimate goldmine. His nose practically grows with pride as he speaks, waving his hand to signal that everything must be set up for the long term. Rocan grins with pure delight, already imagining himself bathing in piles of gold and living a life of endless unspendable wealth. Sure, there is a monthly rent to pay, but if he is the first to monopolize these properties, his future riches will make those fees look like absolute chump change. The clerk tallies up the properties on the system, confirming 10 3-room houses and 5 2-story buildings, which Rocan quickly agrees to. Pointing to the blank contract listing the room numbers and deposits, the clerk explains that the first month of rent is due up front. A 3-room house is 3 gold, while a 2-story is 5, bringing the grand total to 65 gold coins. Giving a confident thumbs up, he grins in total triumph. The deposit is 32 silver and 50 copper, and since he has just enough funds on him, he decides to close the deal right now. Rocan presses his finger down to finalize the deal, triggering a massive system alert. He has leased over 10 massive properties at once, earning the title of real estate tycoon. Not only does this grab the attention of elite brokers, but the contract active effect also grants him a 0.05% reduction on all future deposits. Rocan struts outside with a massive grin on his face. You can tell he is absolutely thrilled despite only having 13 copper coins left because he knows a massive fortune is right around the corner. With a devious smirk and heart-pounding excitement, Rocan starts planning his markup. He wonders if doubling the price is too nice, deciding that tripling it is the only way to go, inflation be damned. He envisions wealthy guild members hunting for premium headquarters. These groups will need spacious guild houses to project their power and secure their assets, meaning they will easily pay top dollar and never settle for anything small. Rocan tosses the contract scroll into the air, walking away calmly now that his business is fully wrapped up. A devious grin spreads across his face as he prepares to pick up a few quests and start the hunt. Heading into the thick jungle, Rocan swings his heavy battle axe like a simple machete, easily tearing down trees and clearing any obstacles that block his path forward. Casually spinning his axe, he recalls that in his past life, this lizardman habitat was a legendary grinding spot, though it might still be undiscovered. He stalks the woods, eager to slay lizardmen for quick experience points. Since a wild lizardman warrior could easily spawn around here, he made sure to grind to a decent level before venturing into this territory. Suddenly, he freezes in his tracks. Rocan raises his massive battle axe, ready to get this fight started. His body tenses up. The targets are incredibly close, their deafening battle cries echoing loud and clear through the dense trees. He prepares to sprint forward, thrilled to find 2 of them waiting for him. A wild, thrilled grin breaks across his face as he prepares to clash with them head-on, telling them to bring it on. A savage lizard man leaps out of the shadows, slashing wildly at his side. A sharp spear point nearly pierces Rocan's eye, missing him by a mere fraction of an inch. Rocan lets out a feral laugh, diving headfirst into the fray to tear through them one by one. One of the scaly beasts recoils, throwing its head back. He strikes with blinding speed, leaving the monsters with absolutely zero time to react. Rocan grins with bloodthirsty excitement. A muscular red-skinned behemoth raises its heavy axe, preparing to chop him right in half. With a loud crash, he slams the beast down like a piece of garbage. His eyes glow red with intense murderous intent, mocking them for being far too slow. Leaping high into the air, he delivers a brutal, heavy strike straight into the monster's shoulder. Clutching its shoulder, the lizard man pants in agonizing pain as Rocan notes he hasn't unlocked his best skills yet. Shrouded in a dark aura with glowing red eyes, he points mockingly at his prey. On any other day, he would have ended this instantly, but they cannot die just yet. Rocan unleashes a devastating axe slash, emitting a blinding flash of light. He licks his lips, knowing he can secure a guaranteed drop by severing the tail while the beast is still breathing. Shouldering his heavy axe, Rocan admires his fresh prize, the lizardman tail. He knows that if luck is on his side, the beast might even drop some rare scaly equipment for him. Multiple system notifications flood his vision. Delivering these tails to the local butcher yields serious cash, and continuously running these quests will easily multiply his hourly earnings. Since this chewy, delicious tail meat is highly prized by local foodies, completing the quest awards him a payout of 2 silver coins for every single tail he brings in. He turns around, demanding to know what they are doing. Rocan smirks openly, taunting the remaining monsters, watching him from the tree branches by telling them to come down and play. One of the monsters leaps down from the high canopy, lunging straight past him. Rocan's gaze turns incredibly sharp and deadly in an instant. A massive explosion rips through the quiet forest. The lizardman trembles violently, gasping for air as if its throat is completely crushed. Rocan maintains a lethal chokehold as the beast thrashes, triggering a welcome system notification that he has officially leveled up. Kim Yoon-min casts a razor-sharp blare off to his side. Out of nowhere, someone appears behind him, witnessing him choking the lizardman. He flashes a devious grin. They walked right into his trap. They had been secretly tracking his every move, watching him closely for quite some time now. Did they decide to strike now because they assumed he was completely exhausted? A pale hand reaches out. Wait, is that really him? This lunatic just came out of nowhere, the monster who won that insane 3-on-1 battle. Startled, Kim Yoon-min quickly whips his head toward him. A group of 5 stares down at him with pure arrogance, noting that since he just soloed a wild lizard man, he must be far more skilled than he looks. A hostile group stands there, locking eyes with him. Suddenly, his dark power begins to surge as his expression turns incredibly terrifying. The group instantly tenses up in shock as Kim Yoon-min unleashes his fury. What is this insane pressure? His energy is suddenly off the charts. Cold rage erupts from his body, releasing a terrifying wave of killing intent. But their leader snaps, do not panic. He is completely alone with 0 reinforcements nearby. Kim Yoon-min points his massive axe right at them. Well, nice to meet you. I definitely did not expect to run into you guys here. With a murderous manic look in his eyes, he asks if they are ready to die, you pathetic soldiers of Odin. The leader sneers in disgust. I have no idea what you are talking about, but did we already murder you in the past or something? A warrior clad in heavy full-body armor swings his heavy axe downward. Your judgment day has arrived, Rocan. Helios lets out a twisted, maniacal laugh. In his past life, he ranked 19th among the lords and 9th in the Ragnarok guild. This is much better than watching you flee like a coward. Kim Yoon-min bursts into a wild, dangerously crazed laugh. I am going to beat you so hard you will never dare to dream again we finally meet. Emitting a thick, heavy aura of pure rage, Kim Yoon-min is ready to slaughter anyone in his path. Ragnarok, I will destroy every last one of you. Smiling faintly at the enemy standing right in front of him, he whispers, we finally meet again, Ragnarok. The enemy leader grins, welcoming the fight. I prefer this anyway. Now we do not have to waste any energy hunting you down. Kim Yoon-min internally sighs with relief, realizing they still do not recognize his true identity. Honestly, he could not care less about what they think. Stepping forward, Helios speaks with a cold, threatening tone. I will make absolutely sure to teach this bastard a lesson he will never forget. But one specific figure catches his eye, sporting a distinct crest of a bowstring crossed with a sword. He pieces it together. If memory serves, that is the exact emblem of the Blood Hunter Player-Killer Guild. Since they are actively hunting him down, these 3 guys must have been guildmates from the very beginning. A smirk remains etched on Kim Yoon-min's face. I am truly honored to receive such incredibly special treatment from you guys. His deep voice echoes as he mocks them for deploying so many high-level players just to handle a single target. Helios rests his hands on his hips with pure arrogance. We only focus on things that matter, and we will utterly destroy anyone who gets in the way of our grand plans. Kim Yoon-min finds this hilarious. What a coincidence, because I also cannot ignore a bunch of scum who specialize in slaughtering innocent people. Unafraid of anyone, he unbuttons his shirt. Since you wanted to target me so badly, I am going to bury your entire damn guild right alongside you. Helios snaps his fingers in disgust. You talk big, but that sounds like total nonsense. The Bloodhunters step forward alongside the other guild members to attack. You should only speak so highly of yourself after you actually manage to beat us. In an instant, they charge forward like a violent gale. Kim Yoon-min just stands there looking completely bored. Oh, is that so? Timing the distance, he swings his blade with absolute precision at point-blank range. He presses on with relentless force, completely shattering the rocky ground beneath their feet. He teleports in a flash, landing directly in front of Helios. Well, I guess I will just do that right now. As Kim Yoon-min swings his sword, Helios barely manages to block the heavy strike. Locking blades face to face, Helios smirks. You are actually better than I thought. Now I can believe you really wiped out that 3-man squad all by yourself. He sneers, but swinging your weapon around so carelessly like this is just pathetic. Helios activates his fire explosion skill, blasting Kim Yoon-min backward through the air. Helios laughs hysterically. How incredibly foolish. This is the true raw power of a level 41 magic swordsman. Through the thick scorched dust cloud kicked up by the blast, Helios's voice echoes out, though I highly doubt you can even hear my voice right now. But out of nowhere, Kim Yoon-min launches another lightning-fast, all-out assault. Caught off guard, Helios barely manages to block the strike with his bare arms. Veins bulge around his eyes in absolute shock. Wait, was my fire blast completely useless against him? Helios fires his flames to burn him, but Kim Yoon-min realizes all he needs is a stronger skill, detonation. Once again, Kim Yoon-min is pushed back by the sheer explosive power of his fire. He collapses forward, his entire body covered in painful, sizzling burn wounds. But this pain doesn't break Kim Yoon-min's spirit, it only fuels his anger. You really haven't changed, he realizes. You've always been this pathetic. His follow-up words dig deep into his opponent's fragile ego. Do you seriously think you are stronger just because your level is slightly higher than everyone else? Kim Yoon-min laughs, mocking him. You are acting so grand and delusional, but in reality, your magic and swordsmanship are nothing but an empty shell. These words completely trigger a fiercely arrogant, competitive guy like Helios. Do you even have any other skills left? It plays out exactly as Kim Yoon-min planned. Don't be so arrogant, you bastard, Helios roars, charging forward in a blind rage. But even at point-blank range, Kim Yoon-min pulls off a flawless dodge with absolute ease. He practically sits in place, casually dodging Helios' attacks while thinking that his opponent is just too slow. Remembering his past life, Kim Yoon-min sighs. Honestly, he cannot rate Helios any higher. Having fought him 1,000 times before, he can easily see through every single move, proving his opponent is still stuck at this exact same level. The moment Helios lets his guard down, Kim Yoon-min strikes. Only then does Helios realize what happened, his body trembling from the slash wounds while Kim Yoon-min smirks, calling him a total idiot. Kim Yoon-min continues, his voice dripping with utter contempt. You probably think you are number one, but in reality you are just a cowardly bully who acts big only when picking on those weaker than you. This completely drives Helios insane with rage. Kim Yoon-min stands completely still as the guy snarls. I admit your strength matches your big mouth, but let us see if you can actually survive this next move before you keep talking. Flames incinerate. Kim Yoon-min can only swear, oh crap. The blistering heat makes Kim Yoon-min gulp. It is incinerate, a mid-tier fire spell. To think he learned it so fast, he must have dumped massive amounts of time and cash into this game. Helios has gone completely mad, his face twisted into a horrific savage grin. You arrogant bastard, I bet you have never seen a spell like this before in your life, have you? Helios unleashes the blazing storm, screaming for him to die. A massive explosion erupts next, shaking the entire forest as dust and debris fill the air. Helios laughs maniacally, completely drunk on his own power. You bastard, not even your ashes will remain. He glares straight ahead, snarling. How dare that arrogant piece of trash look down on me? But just as Helios celebrates, Kim Yoon-min calmly steps right out of the blazing fire. Helios cannot believe his own eyes. There is no way a level 35 nobody survived a direct hit from mid-tier fire magic. Helios grinds his teeth in denial. There must be some trick, you hacking bastard. How on earth did you survive that spell? Kim Yoon-min strikes again from a completely blind spot. Surprise attack, idiot, I told you, you talk way too much. Helios screams out in sheer horror. He simply cannot accept his reality as his body begins to disintegrate in midair. Finally, Kim Yoon-min lands, sighing in relief. The notification screen flashes, congratulating him on leveling up. He only won by a hair, thanks to his mask barely escaping death. Removing his mask, Kim Yoon-min calmly claims his loot. This is a pretty sweet haul. Those pathetic player killers only know how to sneak around, stealing valuable items from players who are weaker than them. Thinking of his opponent's final moments, Kim Yoon-min has to admit that Helios almost had him. He never expected the guy to actually pull off a mid-tier magic spell. In his past life, solo players were always in danger whenever these thugs were lurking around, and it seems this timeline is no different. He remembers how weaker players used to band together to fight off those bastards. In his past life, the ones who stood up were mostly from the Magic Guild, gaining massive fame for their deeds. That chaotic shift was actually what allowed Kim Yoon-min to secure some of his biggest, most profitable victories back then. But things are different now. The Magic Guild is out of commission, so Kim Yoon-min needs to slip away before more of these bastards show up. Suddenly, a bold thought crosses Kim Yoon-min's mind. Maybe it is time to test out his Purger title. But just as he turns to leave, a blinding flash of light erupts right behind him. Another group of players has arrived. Kim Yoon-min narrows his eyes. What now? Standing tall right in front of them is Kim Yoon-min. Glancing at their faces, his voice drops to a cold, low whisper. You found the right place, didn't you? Here is reinforcements. A chilling smile spreads across Kim Yoon-min's ice-cold face as he welcomes them. Well, what are you waiting for? Come at me, you bastards. Without hesitation, Kim Yoon-min slices his target in half. He flashes a savage, terrifying smile. 15 versus 1. The system announces he leveled up. Kim Yoon-min stands up looking incredibly imposing. All around him, countless swords are driven into the soil. Assessing the threat ahead, Kim Yoon-min narrows his eyes and counts the 9 enemies standing in his way. Dozens of archers perch on the branches, aiming directly at Kim Yoon-min. They unleash their Heaven's Arrow skill, but it fails. Defying all odds, Kim Yoon-min remains completely untouched. Up in the trees, the shocked archers cannot believe he blocked a skill, boasting guaranteed 100% accuracy. Is he seriously hacking this game? Gripping his axe tightly, Kim Yoon-min scoffs at their stupidity. Those idiots do not even understand their own skills or how to adapt once their arrows are blocked. Kim Yoon-min activates his dash skill, slicing through the surrounding tree trunks with ease. The system chimes with another level up. His defeated enemies curse him as they dissolve, yelling that they will absolutely report him for cheating. Kim Yoon-min throws them a freezing glare, completely unbothered by their claims of hacking, and tells them to go right ahead with their report. His expression quickly brightens as he heads over to gather the loot. Now comes the best part, collecting his hard-earned rewards. Kim Yoon-min touches a dropped cloak and it suddenly glows with a brilliant light. He freezes, totally confused. Kim Yoon-min lifts the cloak, wondering what it is. The item details pop up. It is a rare stealth cloak that grants invisibility. However, its defense is incredibly low at 30, with durability at 235 out of 300, adding 10 dexterity and requiring 50 mana to activate. His eyes widen in shock. A rare item with such a powerful, hard-to-find skill is a total jackpot. He wonders why on earth anyone would bring a prize like this to a random player-killing match. Did they seriously think they were safe just because they had numbers on their side? This has to be the dumbest group ever, and he decides he should probably thank them for their stupidity. Suddenly, a strange movement catches his attention. What is that? A blinding flash of light erupts right in front of him. Sensing immediate danger, he knows he must activate his stealth. Streaks of brilliant light descend rapidly from the heavens. Two men materialize and one asks if this is the spot. The other looks around and nods, noting that the target seems to have already run off. Watching from a nearby bush, Kim Yoon-min secretly thinks these guys must have spent all their real-life luck on this game. The gold-armored player analyzes the area, guessing their target wouldn't be foolish enough to linger in one spot forever. The gold-armored man asks if he is sure the guy is a hacker, and the silver-armored player confidently confirms it. He explains that the target took 0 damage from mid-tier fire spells and even blocked every single arrow from the Archer Guild using only his weapon, insisting they must report him to the system immediately. Becoming highly interested, the gold-armored leader asks for his name, and the silver warrior replies that it is Rocan, revealing that a fallen guild member tracked him down just before dying. Hiding in the corner, Kim Yoon-min continues to watch. Wait. He recognizes the emblem on the gold-armored man's cloak, realizing he has definitely seen it before. Meanwhile, the leader scoffs, saying that simply reporting him won't accomplish much of anything. With a dark expression, he orders his men to hunt him down, threaten him, or kill him. They must retrieve the stealth cloak at any cost, demanding to know if they realize how valuable it is. He pinches his temple in frustration, muttering about why that woman had to carry such a precious item on her. Kim Yoon-min watches him, figuring the cloak's previous owner was likely the guy's girlfriend. But judging by the leader's toxic attitude, they are probably heading for a breakup anyway. The silver-armored subordinate then asks what they should do with the other items dropped by their fallen hunting squad. Angrily, the leader grinds his teeth in anger, cursing those fools for losing their lives and their weapons. They worked hard to secure those items from a hidden dungeon only to lose them. Now that is a massive slip-up, and it immediately catches Kim Yoon-min's attention. The leader orders to supply them with replacement weapons. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min's eyes widen as he searches his memory, finally realizing where he saw the emblem before. It belongs to the Megapixel Guild, a group that pretends to stand for justice but secretly pulls the strings behind the ruthless player-killing syndicates. Does this mean Megapixel has already taken control of the Bloodthirsty Guild and its entire player base? Back when he teamed up with Megapixel to crush the Bloodthirsty Guild, their surviving members joined Megapixel after admitting their crimes. But was that entire transition actually orchestrated from the very beginning? Looking back, it seems things were never that simple. Considering how they suddenly ambushed him despite his massive advantage, Megapixel must have leaked all of his personal information to those killers. Aha, so that is it. Time for him to stretch his muscles a bit. Wasting no time, Kim Yoon-min leaps straight into a fierce battle against a massive level 75 giant rock warrior. The monster opens its cave-like mouth wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as its massive eyes glare with pure rage. It crashes heavily to the ground, shaking the earth as the system alerts another level up. Kim Yoon-min wields an axe in each hand, slicing through the monster in seconds. A true miracle unfolds. Having defeated 100 enemies stronger than him without a single break, Kim Yoon-min throws his head back and roars to the heavens after the exhausting battle. He unlocks the Infinite Challenge title as the very first person to ever claim it. Kim Yoon-min collapses to the dirt, panting heavily as his body finally cools down. First up is the exclusive Infinite Challenge title. It is awarded only to the warrior who crushed 100 stronger enemies without a single rest, making him the embodiment of an undying war god. The effects are broken. Defeating a foe recovers 1% health, and jumping into battles consecutively raises critical damage by 1% per stack, up to 10 times total. Covered in sweat, Kim Yoon-min grins from ear to ear. It was a close call, but he successfully defended against the Great Warrior and smashed his goal much faster than expected. Having finally reached level 50, he is now eligible to choose his second class. The system prompts him to visit the nearest city to unlock this path, which will grant him access to a massive variety of powerful new skills. Kim Yoon-min pushes himself up lost in thought. He finally hit level 50, whereas normal players usually struggle for a whole month just to reach level 30. He picks up a scroll and studies it closely. He figures this crazy speed makes sense, considering he just slaughtered 100 monsters that were 30 levels higher than him. Kim Yoon-min rips the scroll in half, uttering a single simple command return. The moment the words leave his mouth, a bright beam of light wraps around him and he vanishes. Teleported instantly to a new location, he can't help but praise the handy return scroll. Now it is finally time to select his second class. But Kim Yoon-min suddenly freezes his eyes, locking onto something unexpected. A hostile crowd is gathered around, glaring at him with heavy irritation. What is their problem? He glances around quickly, sizing up the situation. Those guys over there look extremely suspicious. It looks like they have been camping out in this plaza for a while, desperately trying to find him. Suddenly, a guy sporting a flashy earring stomps right up to Kim Yoon-min, calling out to him. With a scowling face, he snaps that they need to talk right now. Kim Yoon-min merely shrugs him off, walking right past while saying he is a bit too busy. More thugs block his path, their eyes glowing with a menacing red aura as they glare at him. The earring guy grabs Kim Yoon-min by the shoulder, growling that they need to talk, warning him to move before things get ugly. But the thug suddenly flinches. Seeing that Kim Yoon-min completely ignores him and casually opens his system menu, the thug blows a fuse. Nearby players whisper in disbelief, asking if this guy is actually crazy for checking his status window at a time like this. Kim Yoon-min ignores the threats, a smirk playing on his lips as he mutters for them to wait and see something amazing. He taps the screen, navigating to settings to toggle the audio output options. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min lets out a loud scream, startling everyone standing nearby. Instantly, a squad of heavily armored soldiers materializes around them. The crowd jumps back in sheer panic, recognizing them as city guard NPCs. The guards surround the area, glaring at the thugs. The instigator sweats, realizing they triggered a security response just by crowding around. Kim Yoon-min smirks triumphantly. He knows that player killers are never allowed to roam freely inside safe zones, as the gatekeeper NPCs normally block them from even setting foot inside the city gates. He glares at the ring-wearing thug, mocking them for thinking they could just slaughter players inside a safe zone. They really are brainless hotheads. Veins pop all over the thug's face as pure rage consumes him. Losing his cool, he swings a massive fist straight at Kim Yoon-min, screaming at him to shut up and die. Kim Yoon-min counters with a devastating punch right to the gut, sending blood spraying across the pavement. The lead thug collapses to the ground, utterly helpless. Kim Yoon-min stands tall with his hands on his hips, warning the remaining trash that they will pay dearly for messing with a level 99 powerhouse. He turns to the guard NPCs, calling out for them to do their job and serve some quick justice. Instantly, the guard NPCs charge forward, cutting down the thugs. The criminals try to flee but are annihilated on the spot. Kim Yoon-min watches with a smug grin, telling them that if they want their dropped loot back, they can buy it from the auction house later. Staring at the massive mountain of dropped loot, he decides to dump it all on the market. Instantly, the system window flashes, confirming that his auction registration has been successfully completed. A cheerful merchant in yellow thanking him for his business. Kim Yoon-min, wrapped in a tattered coat, sighs that having this much high-tier loot makes registering everything on his own a massive headache. Thinking back to those brainless thugs, he chuckles with pure satisfaction. He set a slightly premium price on their stolen gear, but not too expensive that they can't afford to buy it back. He bets they are going to suffer. He decides on his next move and opens the community forum. Recruitment ads are flooding the boards, with the Lion Guild bragging about their 2-story house in Mung, while another prominent group boasts a 3-story mansion in Sirius. Kim Yoon-min stands shivering in his ragged coat, staring intently at the screen. It seems all these top guilds that reach the second city are actively posting to attract new members. A crowd gathers as recruiters shout their pitches. Just as he predicted, these guilds are using premium housing as bait. After all, owning property in a major city is the ultimate flex of a guild's true power. Kim Yoon-min smiles as he realizes why other groups are struggling to recruit in his area. He bought up every single prime property there beforehand, leaving them completely homeless. Since players naturally flock to groups that own real estate, his monopoly is paying off. Just then, a recruitment thread from the Wind Guild pops up on the screen. A random user asks if they actually own a guild house, to which the recruiter proudly boasts about their 20 active members and private quarters. He taps the glass with a smirk, deciding that this is the perfect moment to start listing his properties. Without wasting any time, Kim Yoon-min puts his master plan into motion. He uploads a listing on the forums under his trading alias, announcing that he is selling several premium 2-story 3-room properties. He plans to transfer ownership through a week-long auction, even offering long-term financing options to attract buyers. As the comment section explodes with disbelief, he can only grin at the screen. People are already questioning if this is a massive scam, which is exactly the reaction he wanted. He smiles, imagining himself as the absolute center of attention. But here is the crazy part: everything will change the second they realize a single player has already bought up every single one of those prime properties. Kim Yoon-min suddenly freezes as his screen lights up with a relentless flood of incoming messages. People are freaking out, realizing the author of this real estate post is the exact same guy who posted about the hidden dungeon before. They talk about how the Skeleton Knight gear got unlocked because of his tip, proving his information is legit. Everyone is dying to know how he managed to buy so many houses at once. This brings a deeply satisfied smirk to his face. He honestly did not expect such a lightning-fast response from the community. Looking at the screen, Kim Yoon-min thinks back to his disguised appearance under the alias Krypton. It is definitely because he used a fake name. More messages keep pouring in. The Megapixel Guild begs him to let them know if there are any unsold properties left, claiming they desperately need a 3-story house and promising they will not scam him. They just want to know if there is anything left on the market. Then a message from the Blood Moon Guild arrives, taking Kim Yoon-min completely by surprise. Even top-tier organizations like Megapixel and Blood Moon are desperately trying to reach him. His eyes crinkle with pure amusement as he realizes next week is going to be incredibly fun. He approaches a massive wooden door and touches it. His next strategic move is already set. Kim Yoon-min finds himself standing outside a rundown, dilapidated building. This is the Berserker Guild. He knocks loudly on the door, shouting to see if anyone is inside. Stepping inside, Kim Yoon-min looks around the dusty interior. Whether it is in the past or the present, the Berserker Guild has always been a total wreck. A long-haired man at the reception desk tilts his head, asking what wind blew him in. Kim Yoon-min cuts straight to the chase, declaring he is here for a class advancement. The scarred receptionist rests his chin on his hand and nods, murmuring, "Is that so?" Kim Yoon-min's arm is suddenly hoisted into the air. A class promotion already. The scarred man is instantly thrown back, tearing up from the impact. He mutters that it is way too early to throw his life away. Annoyed, Kim Yoon-min shoves his hand away and barks at him to shut up. He asks what the man is even rambling about, demanding the documents because he is ready to take his second-class advancement right now. The scarred man's smile completely vanishes. His brow furrows with deep seriousness. Kim Yoon-min glances down as the man intently examines his own palm. The scarred receptionist asks if he is actually serious, warning him to listen carefully. He reminds Kim Yoon-min of what he learned during his first advancement, emphasizing that once he makes this choice, there is absolutely no turning back. He explains the two pathways symbolized by red and blue. If Kim Yoon-min chooses the exact same class as his first advancement, all of his existing class skills will receive a massive level upgrade. But the drawback is he will not gain any new types of skills. He will miss out on combining different abilities to unlock his maximum potential. As colorful skill cards float around them, the man asks if he still wants to pursue the exact same class path. Just as the receptionist explained, the second-class advancement does not have to be a direct continuation of the first. Players can choose to mix and match entirely different classes to build a unique playstyle. Here is where things get truly exciting for the lucky players. If an adventurer manages to trigger a highly specific rare quest tailored to their background, they can actually unlock an incredibly powerful hidden class. Even if two players start from the same place, their choices can lead them in entirely opposite directions. No matter what path you choose, a bit of regret is almost guaranteed, since every class has its own distinct strengths and weaknesses. But Kim Yoon-min has already thought this through. He knows every class can upgrade its skills eventually, and everything simply boils down to your personal playstyle. Kim Yoon-min flashes a confident grin at the scarred man, telling him he completely understands. He just wants him to hurry up and hand over those advancement documents. Suddenly, a chubby officer with glasses and a round belly appears, waving a stamp in his hand. He praises Kim Yoon-min, saying he has the perfect attitude for a berserker and that they need oddballs like him. With a swift motion, he slams the stamp down on the paper, congratulating Kim Yoon-min on successfully unlocking his second class as a berserker. A couple of glowing skill cards materialize above Kim Yoon-min's head as the system confirms his class advancement to a berserker. The examiner with glasses lays out several items on the desk. He tells Kim Yoon-min that since he has advanced to his new class, he deserves some starting gear, inviting him to pick one. Kim Yoon-min scans the rewards lined up before him, including a massive weapon, a red accessory, a sturdy salamander leather vest, and a dark sword close by. He rubs his chin in deep thought, grumbling to himself that it is a real shame they do not have any axes, though that heavy mace does look pretty decent. The scarred receptionist stands nearby with crossed arms, watching him with a hint of surprise. Without hesitation, Kim Yoon-min happily grabs the leather vest. The receptionist admits he did not expect that, since most players usually choose a weapon. The system screen flashes, confirming he has acquired the sturdy salamander leather vest. Kim Yoon-min made a highly calculated choice here. He already possesses a vast arsenal of weapons, but defensive gear of this caliber is incredibly difficult to find. The system displays its impressive details. This high-grade salamander leather vest is designed to protect his shoulders with ultra-thick hide capable of absorbing massive impacts even if he is slammed hard against a solid tree. It boasts an outstanding defense rating of 85, a maximum durability of 300 out of 300, and the best part is that it can be repaired and upgraded. Reading the description, he gets quite excited about its long-term potential. He walks over to a nearby table and sits down, pointing demands. He asks to see the skill books for his second class now. The scarred receptionist quickly rumbles through his drawers, grumbling that he is getting them right away. Kim Yoon-min tilts his head, looking completely disappointed. His face falls as he opens his inventory bag, only to find it completely empty. The receptionist notices and asks why he is making that face. That is when Kim Yoon-min remembers. He does not have a single penny left, having not yet received any payouts from his recent auction sales. His eyes immediately dart to the girl's desk with a sharp glare, making her jump. How awkward. Yoon-min quickly approaches, folds his arms, and demands to borrow some money. Cautious but strictly professional, she tells him that he has come to the absolute right place. She carefully delivers her standard greeting, welcoming him to Errand Bank, the place that always brings joy. She requests his class and name for the procedure, but his completely exhausted face slams straight onto the desk as he growls out that his class is berserker and his name is Rocan. Her face trembles in sheer terror as she shrinks back. Honestly, what were they thinking, putting a frightened little kitten like her in charge of the berserker guild? She pulls out 3 glittering gold coins, explaining that since he has reached his second-class advancement, he can borrow up to 3 gold. Hearing this, Yoon-min firmly tells her that he will take all 3. She accepts his request politely, thanking him for his visit. The system alerts that his skill has upgraded. The first blue skill piece, Blink, is now level 2. He can blink up to 3 steps, and his agility stat increases by 120% during use. Next is the red piece, Strike, level 2. His next attack will deal higher damage than normal, with both his agility and strength increasing by 120% for the hit. After that is another red piece, showing a Roaring Dark Shadow, War Cry, level 2. This terrifies opponents with a furious rage-filled roar. If the opponent is weaker than the player, all of their stats will be decreased. If they are significantly weaker, there is a random chance to briefly stun them. However, if the opponent is stronger, this debuff has absolutely no effect. The very next skill that he is about to use is also a red piece, showing a physical body. This is Bloodlust level 2, which fuels his body with absolute rage to unleash a terrifying surge of immense power. All stats are boosted by 200%, and all skills can be cast without using any mana. He gains immunity to all psychological attacks and will not die even if his health is fully depleted. However, this blinding fury makes it impossible to distinguish between ally and enemy. Once the skill ends, he instantly suffers up to 40% of his health as raw damage. If his health is at 0 and he cannot recover at least 10% of his maximum health within 7 seconds, he dies on the spot. The first penalty reduces all stats by 40% for 10 minutes, and the second reduces them by 20% for 20 minutes. The active duration is 10 minutes. Yoon-min pouts, slightly standing with his hands on his hips as he closely examines the system screen. He mutters that his main skills are finally fully upgraded. Yoon-min has also acquired a brand new skill, Shoulder Charge. This orange skill piece, Shoulder Charge level 1, deals massive damage when knocking an opponent down. His strength increases by 130% for the next attack, and damage scales based on how long the enemy remains grounded. It even pierces a portion of the enemy's defense, making it the perfect long-range skill for chasing down targets. Right below that is another orange tier skill card featuring a Leaping Shadow. High Jump level 1 lets you launch into the air and crush the target. The jump distance scales with your strength, boosting your next hit by 130%. Power increases the higher you go, and you take 0 fall damage while this skill is active. Next is the legendary throwing skill that Chieftain once demonstrated. This orange tier card with a hand icon is Throw level 1. Tossing your weapon boosts your next strike, raising your strength and dexterity by 130%. Just keep in mind that the further away you are, the less damage you will actually deal. Kim Yoon-min takes a close look and sighs. Having only 3 major skills really isn't much. He stands there thoughtfully, scratching his chin. In his mind, it is far better to master a few techniques completely than to be mediocre at everything, even if most other players prefer dual classing. Grip tightening on his weapon, Kim Yoon-min gets serious. He briefly recalls Hawker, a purple-haired girl who shares his look, the legendary Archmage Ares, and even the lightning-fast China. After all, plenty of top-tier players have found massive success sticking to just one single class. Mixing different classes might work for some, but he doesn't need that at all. He will focus solely on upgrading his current path. As a flawless berserker, he is going to absolutely crush his opponent. The system confirms the item in the small glass vial as Lizardman Blood. Kim Yoon-min is thrilled. This is a massive win and an incredibly sweet deal. Just then, a screen pops up announcing he has officially completed Infinite Trial 11. Meteorium receives the blood with absolute excitement. He immediately asks Kim Yoon-min for another favor. His next quest is immediately confirmed as Infinite Trial 12. Meteorian is looking for rare ingredients to upgrade his poison antidote after seeing Sterorian's newly converted sample. He needs special wild fruits guarded by dangerous monsters in the wilderness. The objective is to bring 10 wild fruits back to Meteorian, and the reward is 50 silver, along with a massive chunk of experience points. Kim Yoon-min is slightly annoyed by the guy's cold attitude but decides to let it go. The NPC doesn't even bother to turn around and look at him. This questline has 15 missions in total, meaning he still has 4 more to go. Standing alone, Kim Yoon-min stares thoughtfully at the system screen. He guesses that these rare wild fruits are likely hidden deep within the swamp area. Sunlight filters through the massive trees of the dense forest. Melee classes usually hesitate to step foot into the swamp because their feet easily sink into the thick mud. For a close-range fighter like him, heading there is not exactly the safest choice either, especially with monsters lurking in every shadow. His lips curl up into a confident grin. He wants to see how things play out. Doing this was impossible before, but now he is ready to slice any monster he meets right in half. Kim Yoon-min immediately activates an ancient rune scroll to teleport straight to the swamp. With his massive axe resting on his shoulder, Kim Yoon-min pulls on his lion mask. It is time to move. Before he can do anything unexpected, guests block his path. "Hey, you over there?" A long-haired man and 2 others step out to block his way. Kim Yoon-min asks if they are the idiots who got scammed by the town NPC. Are they seriously waiting out here to ambush him? Well, it looks like a fight is unavoidable now. The leader glares at Kim Yoon-min's incredibly smug expression and quickly holds up a hand to make a proposal. Wait, they are not here to fight, they actually came to make a reasonable deal. Staring directly at him, he gets straight to the point. Just return the invisibility cloak you receive, and they will let him walk away in peace. Kim Yoon-min stands silently with his axe on his shoulder, his expression darkening as he listens. The leader continues, saying they will simply buy back the other items he listed on the auction house. A mocking grin spreads across his face, showing his teeth. The ambushers flinch in surprise as he suddenly bursts into hysterical, mocking laughter. They grow furious as his sarcastic words hit them. "Return it." He mockingly replies that these fools clearly have no idea how a real deal works. Shaking with absolute rage, the long-haired man points a finger right at Kim Yoon-min's face. He warns him that acting tough won't save him, and they will hunt him down relentlessly until he completely quits the game. Hearing this, Kim Yoon-min's expression turns deadly cold. Kim Yoon-min casually adjusts his massive axe and looks them dead in the eye. You can only negotiate when both sides have equal leverage. What you are doing is pure extortion, not a deal, you absolute idiots. He lowers his hand, revealing a twisted, creepy grin. What was that? You want the invisibility cloak? With a highly provocative smirk, he mockingly waves his hand to beckon them. If you guys want it back so badly, you will have to come and take it from me yourself. Water suddenly splashes everywhere as a shout echoes. Don't run. A massive arm raises a heavy hammer, swinging it down on a monster like a cornered rat. A massive explosion bursts outward, and the guys watching from behind cheer in excitement. The rest of the squad coordinates, charging forward with their weapons bared. Freeze. Kim Yoon-min's eyes flare with a bright red glow as he crouches down, panting. He plants both feet firmly as dark red energy violently erupts from his face. The blast hits them directly, contorting their faces and stiffening their bodies. Grip tightening on his axe, Kim Yoon-min immediately surges forward in a rapid dash. Seeing an opening, another opponent leaps from the side to deliver a swift sneak attack. The attacker lunges ahead, landing a direct blow right on Kim Yoon-min. Strike. Behind his unyielding mask, his eyes widen in sudden surprise. From a safe distance, a lone player witnesses the blinding explosion and hears the agonized screams. Frozen in place by sheer terror, he can only stutter out. What on earth is that? Still masked, Kim Yoon-min slowly walks out of the rising smoke, leaving them completely bewildered. Wait, didn't you say this guy was only level 32? A heavily bearded man roars, unleashing a desperate counterattack right at him. But something happens so incredibly fast that the swordsman doesn't even register the blow. A young man with hair sweeping over one eye grips his weapon, trembling in absolute horror as Kim Yoon-min closes in. What? They frantically shout to each other, confused because he was only level 35 just a few days ago. But now his status screen hovers overhead at level 50 Rocan. Moving with terrifying speed, he charges with his axe. He actually hit level 50 in just a few days. How is that even possible? While Yoon-min is wreaking absolute havoc, another enemy suddenly rushes in, screaming that the guy is just too fast for them to capture. A girl with a side braid frantically turns to ask what they should do if this keeps up, but the man next to her completely ignores her and screams out to just shoot him. Magic circles begin to layer across the sky as their leader bellows that they cannot take any more losses and commands everyone to fire without even aiming. Yoon-min holds a weak hostage and looks up, realizing they are playing dirty, while the captive in his grasp panics and screams for his own allies to wait because they are totally insane. The guy with the earrings tenses his face. he screams the order to fire anyway. Yoon-min holds his ground while taking the brunt of the heavy barrage, pretty surprised that he actually ended up getting hit by this many projectiles. His eyes glow a rabid red. He hurls a massive stone right back. Another explosion rips through the field. It completely blinds the panicking crowd. Standing there with his axe, Yoon-min calmly calculates his odds, realizing that higher-level magic might have finished him, but thankfully, this is still a level of chaos he can fully manage. His eyes dart back. He instantly senses a sneak attack. An archer unleashes his skill, sending a literal rain of arrows whistling straight toward him. Looking down at the lifeless bodies riddled with arrows, he realizes the enemy mages and archers are truly going all out to take him down. Surrounded on all sides, Yoon-min counts at least 100 opponents, noting with a dark grin that their entire guild has kindly shown up for the slaughter. Spinning his massive axe, he calmly sizes up the field, knowing that while this is not too difficult, he simply lacks the mana to fight all 100 players since he has only defeated 20 so far. As more players leap forward to attack, he accepts that things are going from bad to worse, deciding to play the long game by minimizing his high-cost skills and relying on level-ups to restore his mana since it is not the right moment to unleash his main abilities yet. Yoon-min's sharp gaze flashes with a deadly red gleam as he easily slips past the melee vanguard trying to close in on him. He grips his heavy axe tightly. He watches the surrounding mob closely. On a single command, the entire mob moves in unison, launching a ferocious, coordinated strike. One attacker leaps high from behind, triggering defense and speed skills that send a shockwave blowing Yoon-min's hair back, though his glowing red eyes only narrow as he notes that they can actually combine two active skills. Turning his masked face with a chilling glare, his eyes flash red as he silently scoffs, knowing that combining two basic skills at once is still utterly useless against him. He activates two skills at once. A massive red slash tears forward. A heavy steel chain snakes around him. It instantly gets his attention. The binding chains tighten securely around him, sparking wild cheers from the mob, celebrating that he finally fell into their trap, which Yoon-min instantly recognizes as a specialized hunter-class skill. Looking down at the steel restraints, Yoon-min deduces that since they could not break his defense with normal attacks, they resorted to using crowd control skills to pin him down. Seizing the moment, the entire enemy force activates the exact same spell, forming a massive magic circle that rains down on him. They scream that it is their turn now, urging everyone to focus all fire to bring about his end. Far from worried, Yoon-min flashes a wicked grin and admits that he is actually pretty impressed by their coordinated effort. As heavy fire spells detonate right above him, he dares them to keep going, challenging them to hit him with absolutely everything they have. The massive blast detonates. Fire and smoke swallow the entire area. Watching the smoke, several players cheer in excitement, thinking they have finally managed to kill him. One guy freezes. He spots something strange inside the smoke. The double earring leader stiffens in sheer disbelief as shattered pieces of their binding chains fall to the ground. Look at that! Activating his leap attack, Yoon-min floats high above, leaving them completely dumbfounded. The earring leader scoffs in utter denial, shouting that it is ridiculous and asking if this guy thinks he is some kind of superhero. No hesitation. Yoon-min delivers a devastating slash directly to his face. The ferocious strike completely shatters the earth, sending heavy debris flying in all directions. He stands paralyzed. The swordsman in red armor cannot believe his eyes. Yoon-min swings his heavy axe like a wild beast, shredding through the crowd as a level-up notification pops up. Pausing briefly amidst the carnage, he lets out a quiet breath as another sweet level-up alert rings in his ears. Standing tall like an unstoppable statue, he glares at the survivors while the system congratulates him for defeating 100 players and unlocking a legendary player killer title as a world first. The glowing holographic system screen displays his brand new title, naming him the Peerless Madman Hunter. It congratulates him for avenging innocent victims by slaying 100 chaotic PKers, granting a 15% increase to attack and defense against madmen alongside a flat 10% boost to both his overall attack power, critical strike rate. Wondering if this is a special bonus for being the world first, Yoon-min calmly reviews the stats, noting that the defense buff only triggers against chaotic players rather than normal ones, right as the surrounding enemy barrier finally shatters under the pressure. This is a massive power-up. Wiping out whole armies will be a breeze. Touching his mask, he mutters that reaching 1,000 kills might actually be possible with these new stats, hoping that since he has made it this far, he can eventually unlock the legendary Thousand Slayer title. Firmly pulling off his mask, he surveys the massive mountain of glowing loot scattered across the bloody battlefield, deciding to quickly register this coordinate inside his ancient scroll and teleport back to town to sell all this gear. Before resuming his journey, his black system screen flashes, confirming a successful auction registration. Yoon-min grins like a madman, immediately navigating over to the homepage. Alright, let's see what is next. Yoon-min pauses for a brief moment to think things through carefully. He realizes he cannot just terrify these hunters into backing down completely, so why not have some fun and mess with them a bit? There is absolutely no way they can track him down anyway. With a mischievous smirk, he uploads a brand new post boldly declaring his plans to completely eliminate those bloodthirsty hunters and slaughter every single PKer in the Chinsik territory. Yoon-min smirks, visualizing Filei's absolute fury over losing the invisibility cloak. He has wiped away every single trace connecting him to the theft, leaving them to fume in silence. Yeah, there is no way he is giving that cloak back. Glancing at his screen, Yoon-min lets out a scoff of pure disdain. Did those fools really think they could just demand their invisibility cloak back? They can keep dreaming because he is not selling it back to them, let alone returning it. He holds a brilliant glowing orb in the palm of his hand. It seems quite expensive, but he really does not have any other choice right now. The system screen suddenly blinks to life, describing a special safe zone item. By simply tossing it onto the ground while out of active combat, it will instantly generate a protective barrier with a 2-meter radius. He hesitates briefly over the steep price tag as it costs him a whopping 30 silver coins. Wearing his lion mask with a few guys laughing nearby, Yoon-min admits it is a bit expensive, but honestly, it would be much worse if someone caught him off guard while he was injured. Besides, the monsters are getting stronger by the day and his enemies are growing faster than ever before. Yoon-min pulls out a book, flipping through the empty pages. It might slow down his overall quest progress a little, but honestly, that is not a real problem for him. Standing proud, Yoon-min watches a powerful blue energy stream materialize right before his eyes. Hand in pocket, he looks at the light with an eager smile. All right, time to focus on the main quest again. Meanwhile, Philip is absolutely seething, grinding his teeth as he curses out those useless fools. He slams his fist in anger while staring at the dark screen. They failed again. What a bunch of absolute garbage. Standing nearby, Soo-hee grips her bow, nervously calling out to him. Terrified of his rage, she speaks up in a very timid voice, asking why they cannot just drop this whole matter for now and worry about reclaiming that cloak later down the line. But her soft plea is immediately met with a harsh roar from Philip, who tells her to shut up and stop whining when things are just getting started. The details of the black cloak pop up on screen. Does she have any actual idea how much this item is truly worth? It is an incredibly rare piece of gear that grants permanent stealth, meaning countless wealthy players are willing to spend a fortune to get their hands on it. With this thing on, you are practically invincible and can easily ambush even the highest level players in the game. Veins pop on Philip's face as his eyes turn bloodshot with rage. He vows to hunt down that bastard and take the cloak back because absolutely no one gets away with stealing from him. Unbothered, Yoon-min uploads another provocative post under the name Rocan. He declares that he is actively hunting down the Blood Hunters PK guild around Chinsik, urging players to send him direct messages if they spot them. Below, his post comments are flooding in at lightning speed. Some users mock him, asking if this is just some bizarre new way to chase clout or if he is simply looking to commit suicide by taking on a whole guild. Yet others genuinely pray that it is real, complaining that they got ruthlessly killed by those PKers 5 times in a single day. The debate heats up as Soo-hee comments, telling people to check out the auction house. Kim So-ha asks what the auction has to do with this, only for Soo-hee to point out that several Blood Hunter items are currently up for sale. Meanwhile, Yoon-min stands before a weird tree monster. He figures many PKers must have respawned back at the city gates, though other players probably assume they died while fighting a world boss. Deep in the forest, Yoon-min charges forward to strike. Could they really have been completely wiped out by someone named Rocan? He activates a powerful skill, completely shattering the tough bark with a heavy strike. Grinning wildly, the thrill of the hunt takes over as he grips his battle axe tighter. Alright, let us finish this with one more swing. A small glowing yellow object suddenly dangles from the tree branch right above Yoon-min. He reaches his hand out, aiming to snatch the glittering yellow item. Yoon-min throws a powerful heavy punch straight toward the dangling target. He grabs the golden seed, but his face twists in annoyance. No rare drop again. This is exactly why he hates forest monsters: low drop rates, low quantity, and they just wander around endlessly. Slinging his massive axe over his shoulder, he looks around arrogantly. If he just wipes them all out, he is bound to get it. Isn't mindless grinding the basic rule of this game anyway? He will keep slaying until he gets what he wants. The system screen flashes, confirming he has successfully harvested a rare wild forest apple. Yoon-min strolls through the woods, inspecting the red apple in his hand. Finally, that is done. Now on to the second quest item. Tapping his temple, Yoon-min decides it is much faster to gather all the items first before turning the quest in. Grimacing, he racks his brain, trying to remember what comes next on the list. As dusk settles, a crystal-clear lake comes to mind. Oh right, the Lake of Pure Light. It is situated deep within the wild forest, known for its pristine waters. Other players often gather here because drinking the lake water grants a temporary buff. Mages are always lining up, frantically filling their bottles to the brim. Mathurin flashes a confident smile, standing amidst cute rabbits and vibrant flowers. His next targets are the monsters wandering around the lake, the herbs growing nearby, and the fish swimming inside. Mathurin gave him these specific tasks because he wanted to test his ability to purify the lake water. Standing at the edge of the scenic lake, Yoon-min looks completely unamused. He casually treks through the gloomy forest, wondering why the PKers have suddenly vanished. Did he really kill them all already? If he knew they were this fragile, he would have gone easier on them. Suddenly, he senses something nearby and spots a familiar idiot through the trees. Slipping his invisibility cloak on, Yoon-min hides in the bushes and overhears a heated argument. Can you seriously not even kill a single target? He locks eyes on Philet's twisted, angry face. Well, look who it is. Recognizing the guild leader of Megapixel, Yoon-min lets out a sarcastic smirk. That arrogant bastard must be in a pretty tight spot right now. Over there, Philet screams, asking what they plan to do about that viral post. His subordinate grits his teeth, stubbornly muttering that if they just ignore it, the drama will eventually blow over. Philet's face contorts with rage as he roars back. Has he not seen how viral it went? Countless players have already read it. How can he say that? Do they honestly think anyone will fear PKers after witnessing this embarrassment? Watching them, Yoon-min's expression turns cold. He wondered why they were staying so quiet. They wanted to sweep it under the rug, but it seems their guild leader is actually a bit smarter than that. Average players usually panic when they encounter massive threatening PKers. But if they see those same PKers actively avoiding confrontation, the fear quickly disappears, making the hunters the new prey. That was exactly Yoon-min's goal from the very beginning, and it is playing out quite nicely. The subordinate tries his best to calm him down, promising to handle the situation somehow. But Philet refuses to listen, yelling back at him at the top of his lungs. Handle it. How exactly do you plan on handling it? By letting that guy murder you again and take all your gear. Clenching his fists, Philet looks down and asks in a low voice if they are absolutely sure the guy isn't hacking. The dark-haired player nods, confirming that support already checked and verified he is not a hacker. He takes a brutal punch straight to the gut, his face turning pale as he screams at his useless lackeys, asking how on earth that guy could just be a normal player. The more Philet thinks about it, the angrier he gets, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. He scoffs at his team, asking if a massive VR game company seriously cannot catch a single hacker, and how a normal player could solo 100 opponents. Watching from behind the bushes, Kim Yoon-min catches Philet raging about how much money he spent on this game. Hearing that name out loud, Kim Yoon-min suddenly finds it incredibly familiar. Kim Yoon-min's face scrunches up, judging the guy as either an idiot or some weirdo. But Kim Yoon-min's eyes fly wide open when he overhears their plan to frame the guy. They want to manipulate public opinion and paint him as a hacker, leaving him completely stunned. Philet completely loses his cool again, slapping his underling right across the face. He yells at him to use his brain, claiming that hunting down hackers is basically serving justice. Hearing everything from his hiding spot, Kim Yoon-min covers his mouth and chuckles. He finally connects the dots, matching this angry, raging face to the saintly act the guy put on before. Philet, that is him. Kim Yoon-min finally remembers the guy who used to date Lim Sui, who bragged about having a solid reputation in the game. Turns out he was not lying. Kim Yoon-min recalls the moment he picked up an invisibility cloak near a motionless girl. It hits him was Lim Sui the one who dropped it. A smirk plays on Kim Yoon-min's lips as he realizes how useful she might actually be. This is where everything truly begins. He recalls his past life watching Lim Sui chat. He originally started playing this game solely because of her. Back then, he had grinded the game like crazy because he heard she loved it, desperately trying to get her to notice him. Yet when he got beaten miserably, she just stood there laughing at him with the others. She did not just humiliate him, she ordered someone to kill him. He is sure the Megapixel Guild was behind it. Under his cloak, Kim Yoon-min wears a dark, sinister grin, eager for payback. If he is lucky enough to run into them again, he will return the favor tenfold. Over on Philet's side, his eyes are bloodshot with rage as he orders his men to send elite members to the Blood Hunt Guild. He promises to help them level up but warns them not to return to Megapixel until that bastard is caught. The subordinate nods and hurries off. Meanwhile, Philet and his group head toward a glowing blue portal, ready to continue their hunt. As they prep for battle against the forest monsters, Philet smirks. He notices the beasts are around level 70, making this a perfect warm-up. A pack of heavily armored monsters glares back at them. Philet is eager to see just how fast his squad can wipe them off the map. A bright flame suddenly crackles to life in his black-gloved hand. One of his party members attacks first, unleashing a swift blast. Watching the battle unfold smoothly, Philet grins with satisfaction. From a safe distance, Kim Yoon-min keeps a close eye on Philet. He analyzes his moves, noting that while the guy is decent, his skills are completely average for his level. After a few moments, Kim Yoon-min turns away unimpressed. Philet only looks good because he has a solid tank protecting him, but that strategy will not last. He decides to head over to the lake instead. Slipping off his invisibility cloak, Kim Yoon-min casually strolls deeper into the quiet forest. He walks for a bit before stopping in front of a massive serene lake. Seeing no one around, he feels incredibly lucky. Shading his eyes with his hand, he scans the surrounding shoreline to see what is hiding nearby. Suddenly, a massive bear emerges from the trees with a pack of snarling wolves at its feet. They lock their sights on him, revealing themselves as blood bears and blood wolves. Instead of running, Kim Yoon-min gets incredibly excited. He charges straight at them, thrilled by his good fortune. His quest requires him to harvest some high-quality meat. Any kind of meat works, and he originally hoped to just hunt a quick rabbit to finish the job. The giant bear bares its razor-sharp teeth and lets out a deafening roar. Usually, players would dread running into level 80 beasts like these. The aggressive wolf pack lunges, first swarming him, at least 10 of them. But with his axe prepped, Kim Yoon-min is not bothered at all. With a casual swing, he unleashes a quick skill that effortlessly cleaves the massive bear's arm right off. Within seconds, the entire pack lies defeated in a massive heap behind him. Real hunting should always feel this satisfying, unlike dealing with the annoying Megapixel Guild. Now it is time to collect the loot. But Kim Yoon-min freezes when a deep booming voice echoes from right behind him, demanding to know who has dared to defile the sacred lake. Slicing his gaze back, he watches the lake water swell rapidly into a massive wave, forcing a curse from his lips. Rising from the depths is a towering knight clad in gleaming silver-white armor, clutching a massive sword. Kim Yoon-min instantly recognizes the entity, his heart sinking as he curses himself for completely forgetting about this monster. Beneath the heavy helmet lies a tragic guardian who fell in love with the lake's spirit, sworn to protect it even in death. This is the level 100 boss, Lake Knight at White. Facing a level 100 opponent is no joke, and even level 99 players are terrified of them. The absolute gap between level 99 and 100 is a complete night and day difference, because reaching that milestone finally unlocks game-changing combination skills. Multiple skills and active moves can be chained together simultaneously. By blending abilities from both the first and second class advancements, players can unleash custom combos that create an absolutely massive gap in power. Kim Yoon-min feels a wave of anxiety, prompting him to grit his teeth. Maybe he should just turn back. Defeating a level 100 beast is required for his third job advancement, but risking his life right now makes no sense. Gripping his giant axe, he realizes defeating this guy only yields a tiny water bottle. It is the toughest level 100 monster around Chinsik, dropping nothing but lake essence, yet there is something else to consider. Kim Yoon-min's eyes narrow. His logical mind suddenly pauses to calculate. Wait a second. In a flash, he recalls the Meteorian's expression. Could it be? Standing face to face with the Silent Knight, neither of them has made a move yet. If he brings that lake essence to the researcher studying its purification powers, he might get an incredible reward out of it. Suddenly, a wild grin creeps onto his face. Yeah, this is definitely worth a shot. He thrusts his giant axe forward, burning with excitement as he readies for battle. Whatever he thinks, let's just go all out against this OCD freak. Across from him, AT White grips his sword with both hands, driving it down. A massive combat array erupts beneath his feet, sending his cloak fluttering wildly. Ice-cold water splashes onto his face, but that only gets Kim Yoon-min's blood pumping faster. Talk about a total battle junkie. AT White's eyes flash with a deadly light. His double-edged sword gleams with lethal energy. Is he seriously using a combo skill right off the bat? The knight unleashes a devastating shockwave that tears through the air. Kim Yoon-min stands frozen against the howling gale, clicking his tongue in irritation. This must be the fox skill. He lets out a sly smirk, his heart racing with a thrill that just won't stop. That is a basic third-tier skill that channels raw energy into a weapon to boost attack power. Since his opponent is only level 100, he won't be able to hold it for long. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min shouts out in confusion. Why the hell would he blow his ultimate move right at the start? The knight scoffs, telling him a fool always pays with his life. The knight's skill icon flashes water slash. He swings his blade in a ruthless, decisive arc aimed straight at Kim Yoon-min's neck. A deafening explosion tears through the battlefield. The thick ice cracks and shatters, sending water spraying everywhere. Standing calm amidst the chaos, a blazing red shroud envelops Kim Yoon-min. He quietly mutters that the only one paying with their life today is going to be the knight. The moment the words leave his lips, his aura explodes into a scorching wave of fire. He's going wild. His skill badge flashes on screen as he stands cloaked in crimson flames. He laughs in amusement, mocking the knight for being the guardian of this lake while actively tearing it apart. An ear-splitting metallic clash rings out. AT White's razor-sharp blade easily slices right through the head of Kim Yoon-min's axe. The two lock in a savage clash of equal power, unleashing a barrage of heavy blows upon one another. AT White raises his massive blade and brings it down. Relying on quick reflexes, Kim Yoon-min intercepts the crushing strike with his axe. The impact is heavy. It is enough to force a grunt from his chest. Kim Yoon-min grits his teeth, crying out in his head about the ridiculous repair bill. He leaps backward, needs some distance. His health is ticking down from the passive magic damage inflicted with every single exchange. He watches the blade. He must keep his cool. It is fine, he can easily handle this passive damage as long as he watches out for those combination skills. The knight strikes once more. Water/active Kim Yoon-min immediately pivots and runs, shouting in triumph as he locates a massive blind spot. His skill activates. Kim Yoon-min surges forward at absolute breakneck speed, yelling for his opponent to stay right where he is. White instantly shifts into a defensive guard, bracing for the impact. Water rises to cocoon the knight. Water shield is up. Kim Yoon-min charges headfirst into that massive barrier without a single shred of hesitation. He screams, forcing his body through the torrent. It is not a standard barrier since it inflicts contact damage, but this is his only shot. He must strike now. Suddenly, the water shield shatters into ice shards, exposing the frozen knight. Kim Yoon-min lunges in, roaring in excitement. His skill icon flashes as he grips his axe with both hands, unleashing a devastating finishing strike. Cornered, the knight struggles to counter as a bright magic circle blazes to life across his blade. The system alert blares. Escape. The moment the axe lands, the knight liquefies into pure water, leaving Kim Yoon-min staring in disbelief. The liquid stream glides right past him, slowly pooling back together to reform a human figure. Glaring at his opponent with absolute murder in his eyes, he analyzes the setup. Attacks, defense, and now a perfect survival-type combo escape. Looking back at the reconstituted knight, he has to give credit where it's due. Level 100 bosses are no joke, and this guy is a beast. He quickly calculates his odds. Those survival skills always have a long cooldown, so he will definitely lock him down on his next attempt. Grabbing the drifting mist, he warns the knight to hold on tight from now on. Kim Yoon-min charges right back in, but the knight is too quick on his feet, effortlessly dodging every single swing. He grits his teeth, realizing this fight is going to be a massive pain, even with his active berserk buff aiding his attacks. Normally, other opponents drop like flies in front of him, but if the knight hits him while using Fox, there is a very high chance his berserk state will be completely neutralized. Lost in thought, he barely manages to brace himself and block another heavy swing from White. His guard is slipping and his mind is racing. If he keeps taking hits like this, his axe will shatter. Closing his eyes, he makes up his mind. He needs to end this in one single blow, and he's going straight for the blind spot. Yoon-min coldly commands the system to unequip his gear. Instantly, his mask fades away into thin air. Seeing this, White mocks him, asking what he thinks he is doing and if he is preparing to die. Yoon-min chuckles, replying that it seems so, as he is reaching his limit. Yoon-min charges forward in a flash, silently agreeing he is absolutely right. He roars out that he is ready to die. White swings his sword in response, coldly declaring that he will definitely finish him off this time. His skill suddenly glows bright blue water slash. Sharp razor-thin blades of water immediately fly straight toward Yoon-min. He does not hesitate for a second, stomping down and shattering the ground. Yoon-min uses the momentum to leap high into the air, effortlessly dodging his opponent's deadly strike. Right at that moment, his skill icon lights up leap. Yoon-min swings his massive heavy axe, preparing to smash straight through White's protective water shield. Completely safe behind his barrier, White casually remarks that he is quite disappointed as such a mediocre skill will never pierce his defense. Water barrier. Yoon-min laughs mockingly, asking his opponent whoever said he was only using a single skill. He stops speaking and the system triggers throw. He puts all his strength into hurling the axe at the shield. A deafening crash echoes through the area as the sharp blade bites into the barrier, leaving a massive crack. Yoon-min quickly lands, eyes burning with determination, and honestly, this might be his absolute last chance to turn the tables. He lunges forward like a bullet, leaving nothing but a trail of smoke behind. The robotic system voice chimes. At the exact same moment, Yoon-min throws his body directly through the gap he just made. Still, struggling to keep his shield intact, White begrudgingly commends him for finding a weak spot, but smugly claims there is simply no way he can get any closer. Yoon-min completely ignores him, only letting out a silent smile as the system suddenly alerts that his health has dropped below 14%. He calmly equips his sealed iron helmet of the Lion King. Before a panicked, White can even react, the system interrupts to announce that his epic title Absolute Determination has been activated since his health has fallen below 5%, boosting all of his skills by 50%. Yoon-min laughs hysterically, shouting that he only needed to temporarily trigger his title effect. He asks if his enemy honestly thought he was stupid enough to heal for no reason. He screams in triumph that this is the end. Instantly, the barrier protecting White begins to crack under the pressure. With a loud shatter, the axe flies straight back into its master's waiting hand. Amidst a heavy downpour of falling ice, both of them charge forward without hesitation to deliver their final blows. Their skill icons flash rapidly, blink, and strike. Yoon-min's razor-sharp axe leaves a blinding trail of light, effortlessly slicing past White like a sudden gust of wind. Caught in a swirling vortex of wind, the opponent is sliced clean in two, falling heavily onto the ground. Letting out a final painful groan, White slowly dissolves into nothingness. After landing the finishing blow, Yoon-min exhales, deeply relieved that it is finally over. Right then, the system warns that the warrior's battle axe needs urgent repairs. He grins, realizing that collecting all these titles was completely worth it. From PKK Player Killer Killer to defeating a high-ranking guild leader, his active titles have boosted his critical rate by roughly 20%. Exhaling softly, Yoon-min gets ready to gather his loot but suddenly freezes. He notices that White desperately dragging his broken body toward the nearby lake. Yoon-min slams his heavy axe onto the ground, coldly calling out to his enemy. He presses AT White's own sword right against the guy's throat, offering a chilling threat. "Where do you think you're going?" Terrified, AT White stammers out, "You bastard, how dare you?" Kim Yoon-min doesn't reply, just driving the blade straight down and making him scream in pure agony. Immediately, the system alerts Flood in announcing his level has increased 3 times. The notifications keep praising this incredible achievement, stating he broke past his own limits to defeat an opponent far outside his rank. He has earned the Underdog Warrior title, becoming the very first player to ever obtain this rare honor. The system alerts ring out continuously. He is officially the first to defeat a globally renowned figure, earning him the prestigious first-named Hunter title as the only player in the entire world to achieve it. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min slips off his heavy armor and collapses onto the ground in sheer exhaustion, sighing that he feels completely useless now. He tosses out a glowing green jewel, softly speaking the command to create a safe zone. A brilliant light immediately wraps around Kim Yoon-min. He nods in relief, glad he no longer has to worry about any monsters respawning around him. Suddenly, the system screen flashes a brand new alert. Because he met a hidden condition, his Underdog Warrior and first-named Hunter titles are currently fusing together. Kim Yoon-min stares in absolute shock, wondering if combined titles are even possible. The announcements keep rolling in. He has successfully unlocked the legendary Limit Breaker title. Since he defeated an opponent far outside his class, he is now qualified as an absolute limitless existence, becoming the first person to ever reach this legendary tier. The effects are insane. All of his base stats will increase by 10% whenever he faces a stronger opponent. Furthermore, the ranks of all his active skills will temporarily jump up by 1 entire tier during these tough battles. Even better, any level difference penalties he usually suffers will be cut down by 30% when fighting someone stronger than him. Finally, all of his personal abilities will shoot up by an additional 20% whenever he goes toe-to-toe with a named boss monster. Staring blankly at the floating system screen, he cannot help but marvel at his luck. He never expected these 2 epic titles actually fused together into a single high-tier legendary title. Kim Yoon-min is left utterly speechless. Kim Yoon-min looks closely at these insane new effects. Facing stronger opponents will now boost all his basic stats by 10%, and every single one of his active skills gets bumped up by 1 full tier. On top of that, his level difference penalty drops by a whopping 30%. And when he goes head-to-head with a named monster, his overall stats will shoot up by an extra 20% instead. He can barely wrap his head around it, a massive skill level upgrade and a drastically reduced level penalty just like that. A sudden realization hits him and Kim Yoon-min's eyes light up. Materian did not need to give him a physical reward for bringing the tiger's essence, because this insane system upgrade is the real reward. Rubbing his chin, he chuckles, thinking this game is absolutely brilliant and exactly why he is so hopelessly addicted. Meanwhile, a sneaky shadow creeps up behind Kim Yoon-min and begins chanting a dark spell. Suddenly, the enemy skill icon flares to life fireball. Kim Yoon-min whips around instantly to see a blazing, roaring ball of fire flying straight toward his face. But his magic barrier blocks the impact. The raging flames split clean down the middle, brushing harmlessly past Kim Yoon-min before crashing into the lake. Amid the deafening explosion, his cold voice cuts through the smoke to demand what on earth they are doing. Hiding in the bushes, the 2 attackers tremble as one asks if the other saw that swearing his attack was a direct hit that somehow slid right past. The other sneers, claiming the guy is definitely hacking and must have bribed the admins. Overhearing their ridiculous conversation, Kim Yoon-min just stares at them in silence. He already knows exactly what they are thinking, but honestly, he has no idea when these losers will finally give up and go away. Just watch them run like complete cowards as they scramble to their feet, desperately shouting that they must escape before he obliterates them next, leaving Kim Yoon-min to simply laugh at how incredibly pathetic they really are. Kim Yoon-min watches them flee, glad the trash has finally taken itself out. Now he can finally collect the remaining 10 quest items in absolute peace and quiet. Just then, a warm golden light flashes as the system confirms he has successfully collected the essence of the lake. Kim Yoon-min picks up the glowing bottle, laughing to himself as he wonders what Materian's face will look like when he sees this. Kim Yoon-min raises his battle axe high into the air as it glows with a brand new polished sheen. A system notification chimes confirming the repair is complete. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the blacksmith proudly boasts that the weapon is as good as new. Kim Yoon-min gives the axe a few heavy test swings, completely impressed by the incredible balance. Staring at the razor-sharp edge of his newly restored blade, he feels a wave of relief. The repairs are fully done, and all his rare items are safely secured. Kim Yoon-min turns and walks toward the main guild building, knowing his next stop is the Mage Guild. At the front desk, the receptionist warmly smiles and thanks him for his business while he calmly slips a strange bottle of yellow liquid into his inventory. Walking out, Kim Yoon-min plans his next move, realizing he needs to pay Materian a visit since he still has not claimed the rewards from that final quest. He rolls the small potion bottle between his fingers, reflecting on how insanely expensive enchanted items actually are. Even though it is just a simple single-use consumable, its magical properties make it easily worth a whole gold coin. Walking down the stairs, Kim Yoon-min sighs in relief, glad he could afford all of this by selling off the loot from his fallen enemies. He then quietly activates a teleportation spell to clear Bright Lake. Before long, the lakeside is painted red with the blood of fallen beasts as their corpses slowly dissolve into thin air. Kim Yoon-min steps up to the shore, muttering that since the local monsters are cleared out, this is the perfect spot. Wait until you see what he does next. He winds up and tosses the precious yellow potion straight into the deep water. He watches the bottle sink beneath the calm, glass-like surface, practically cheering in his head that it is finally payday. He knows that normal players would use a fishing rod or a spear to catch these things, but he has got a much faster and way easier method in mind. Suddenly, a thick, mysterious fog begins rising from the water, cutting off his train of thought. He reaches his hand out into the thick mist, and at that exact moment, the lake explodes as a massive pillar of water shoots straight into the sky. Rubbing his hands together with a delighted laugh, he remembers that the golden substance he threw in is a powerful enchanted item, even if it is a consumable with only 3 charges left. He activates his skill on the spot, sending powerful surges of electricity directly into the massive water column while shouting out lightning shock, lightning shock. With a casual wave of his hand, the pillar of water collapses, revealing hundreds of fish floating belly up across the surface, still twitching violently from the electric shock. The scene shifts to a spacious house where a system notification suddenly rings out to announce that he has completed the 15th endless trial. Materian eagerly inspects the massive haul of fish, praising Kim Yoon-min by calling him absolutely incredible. Leaning in close, he looks at Kim Yoon-min with intense curiosity, asking how on earth he managed to gather all these rare items. Kim Yoon-min frowns in deep annoyance, incredibly frustrated that even though the wizard was clearly impressed by him completing all the quests at once, he did not even grant a single title. Materian then calmly states that his next request is. The old man pauses for a moment, then shakes his head, saying it is still far too early for him and he should come back only after getting stronger. Kim Yoon-min practically shakes with rage, gritting his teeth in frustration. He knew this guy was annoying, but right now he seriously wants to punch him in the face. After making him do all that work, he is just throwing him out for being underleveled. But a sly, devious grin slowly spreads across his face as he remembers this high-level quest is typically locked to players at level 100 or higher anyway. Kim Yoon-min softly speaks up, asking the wizard to take a quick look at something else first. Materian whips around in frustration, impatiently demanding why he is still here when there are important experiments to run. Kim Yoon-min lowers his voice, casually mentioning that he just happened to fish it out of the lake. Hearing those words, Materian freezes, utter shock written all over his face. Gently swirling the mysterious liquid he took from the Tiger Knight, Kim Yoon-min asks if the wizard recognizes it. Staring at the glowing bottle, Materian can only stutter out in disbelief. He snatches the bottle to inspect it closely, muttering that it is indeed the legendary essence of the lake, a priceless treasure. Kim Yoon-min just grins in silence, celebrating inwardly that his plan worked while the wizard demands to know how he got it. As memories of the brutal battle flash through his mind, Kim Yoon-min calmly looks the wizard in the eye and replies that he defeated the legendary Tiger Knight. Materian is absolutely shell-shocked, stammering that Kim Yoon-min must be far stronger than he looks. Kim Yoon-min just scowls at him, silently grumbling to himself that the old man is incredibly slow to notice. Materian sighs softly, his voice turning serious, saying if that is true. A sly grin slowly returns to his face as he asks if he can make just one more request of him. Right on cue, a glowing system notification pops up directly in front of Kim Yoon-min. Materian needs to understand death itself to cure curses and diseases. The quest is simple: bring him an item surging with the power of death. The missing investigator Hakina holds the key to this item. Clear the objective by obtaining a death token. The rewards are huge: experience points, 3 gold, a unique title, and the coveted investigator's ring. Reading over the quest details, he smiles to himself. Bingo, he can easily bypass the annoying prerequisites. Yoon-min stares intently at the investigator's ring listed in the rewards. It is an incredibly rare top-tier accessory that will keep him overpowered even after he passes level 100. With that ring, his power will skyrocket. He speaks up confidently, telling the NPC to let him take on this quest. Materian nods with approval and tells him he looks reliable enough to get the job done. Right after leaving the house, Yoon-min pulls up his system menu to search the auction house for Hakina's lost journal. He recalls Materian suggesting he look for Hakina first. He sighs as if he has not already thought of that. But searching blindly is useless. The quest says to find the investigator, but Yoon-min knows that no matter how hard anyone looks, Hakina cannot be found this way. To actually trigger the meeting, he needs to collect 15 lost diary pages scattered all over the monster fields. In his past life, the random drop rates made tracking down the final page an absolute nightmare. He is not making that mistake again. Fortunately, most players think these pages are completely useless junk. That made it easy for him to buy 11 of them off the auction house for next to nothing. Now he only needs 4 more pages. He plans to bid on the remaining pages later. Right now, he has other urgent business to handle outside of this quest. He mentally maps out his immediate schedule. First up is a real estate auction. He has some time before the bidding starts. Thanks to his run-ins with blood hunters, he has plenty of cash. All he needs to do is wipe them out. He commands the system to open up his post comments and direct messages. Let's see what we have here. Dozens of frantic messages pop up. Desperate players are begging Hatsman for help, reporting that a group of PKers is slaughtering everyone in the low-level hunting grounds. Yoon-min is surprised by the sheer volume of pleas. Those killers are still running rampant. Before he can even look up their last known location, a fresh notification pings. The killers have just been spotted at the Goblin Village in Young Forest. That is a hunting ground for players around level 30. Yoon-min scoffs, realizing those cowards are taking out their frustration on newbies just because they cannot beat him. A wild spark flashes in his eyes. If he moves right now, he can easily catch them before they escape. The forest is not even that far. Without wasting another second, he activates his movement skill, instantly vanishing into thin air. He blasts through the crowded streets like a sudden gust of wind, leaving everyone around him completely dazed and confused. They wonder what just flew past. Honestly, if these low levels saw his broken stealth skill in action, they would lose their minds. Deep in the Goblin Forest, a brutal slaughter is already underway as screams echo through the trees. A gang of arrogant PKers stands over a group of trembling players. One victim cries out asking what they want, terrified of dying for the 5th time. A guy with parted hair mocks them. If they have a problem with getting killed, they should just quit since player killing is just part of the game. Hand over your items if you want to live, a blonde PKer threatens. Hidden in the branches above, Yoon-min watches them. It seems these thugs still have not learned their lesson. Lock on. He targets a woman in pink, fully aware of how weak they really are despite their big talk. Completely oblivious to his presence, the PKers keep laughing and bragging about their easy loot. Suddenly, the woman senses a dangerous presence behind her and looks up instinctively. In that split second, Yoon-min drops his stealth, dropping from above to instantly execute her with a cold grin. Thanks for the meal. His skill icon flashes as he unleashes a devastating cliff attack. An explosion rocks the clearing, leaving the rest of the gang frozen in terror. The blonde guy stammers, asking what is happening, while the split-haired leader collapses to the ground in sheer panic. Spotting Yoon-min, he scrambles backward and screams to run. He realized Hatsman was not joking about wiping them out, and if they get caught, they are dead meat. Yoon-min locks eyes with his fleeing prey. His voice cuts like a knife, asking where they think they are running. He unleashes a shockwave roar. The sound paralyzes the fleeing cowards, locking their bodies in place as they tremble with fear. The leader watches in despair as Yoon-min closes in, stammering that his body will not move. His horrific screams echo through the trees. The rescue players look on in awe. A long-haired girl realizes he is the legendary user who posted about hunting down the PKers on the forums. They watch in absolute awe as Yoon-min effortlessly purges the thugs, wondering what insane level this guy must be. Another player whispers that they did not think Hatsman was actually serious. Meanwhile, Yoon-min sweeps through the rest of the gang. Screams ring out, begging for someone to save them. He laughs like a madman, his eyes filled with absolute thrill. All of your gear belongs to me now. Horrific screams continue to echo across the once quiet woods. The leader screams in pure despair, calling him a bastard. Falling to his knees, he trembles and asks why he is doing this. They promise not to bother him anymore, so why can't he just leave them alone? Yoon-min steps closer, his voice dripping with ice as he asks what he just said. He raises his heavy axe, letting out a mocking scoff. It is not like you guys actually need a good reason to keep slaughtering people, right? Kim Yoon-min strikes with absolute precision, letting the blade glide effortlessly through his neck like a knife cutting through soft cake. He scoffs, tossing out a cold final challenge. If you think this is unfair, then go get stronger. The bullied players witness this insane display and gasp in sheer shock. He single-handedly wiped out the entire squad with just that weapon. He fights like an absolute berserker, but he is clearly no ordinary player. The long-haired girl cautiously steps forward, asking in a quiet, hesitant voice if he is Rocan. She lowers her voice to beg for help, explaining that her friend is currently being cornered by a group of player killers near the northern river. Hearing this, he immediately catches on and gives a simple reply, "Oh, is that so?" Kim Yoon-min immediately flips open his magic grimoire, sounding pretty excited as he replies, "Okay, I got it." The grimoire glows brightly, opening up a swirling portal. Kim Yoon-min casually steps right inside, waving back to tell her she should let her friend know. He looks back one last time, confidently promising that he will be there to take care of them within 5 minutes. With that, Kim Yoon-min completely vanishes, leaving the rescued group standing there utterly speechless. While the others are frozen in shock, the long-haired girl blushes deeply, whispering to herself that he is incredibly cool. Back inside the familiar town, Kim Yoon-min lets out a soft sigh, muttering that things are pretty strange. Scrolling through his system screen, he complains that no one is reporting bad players anymore just when he was finally starting to have some real fun. Kim Yoon-min happily recalls his glory days of purging bad players. For a few days after the system announced the massive cleanup, countless reports flooded in and he immediately rushed over to crush those bloodthirsty players. He sighs softly, thinking those were truly the best, most glorious days of his gaming life. His finger continues swiping across the screen as his voice drops. Ever since yesterday, not a single new report has come through. What are those PKers even doing? This is getting pretty boring. Suddenly, his eyes light up. Well, look at what we have here. A flood of forum posts begins popping up. Someone named View Talking laughs, asking if it is true that the bloodthirsty player killers are running for their lives the moment they hear the name Rocan. Another user named Motor chime in, posting that those killers are all talk since they are getting wiped out by just a single player. However, Ben Haffa replies, telling everyone not to say that unless they have actually been hunted down, arguing that Rocan is just one incredibly strong guy who cannot possibly take on a whole army of killers alone. Then Red Commander posts that he is looking forward to the absolute massacre of these players, scoring it 1 out of 10. Up Concept chimes in to say, let the games begin, scoring it 2 out of 10. He recalls the arrogant look on the faces of the guild members he encountered in the Dark Forest. Up until now, these bloodthirsty killers have been a walking nightmare for average players. Since they formed a powerful high-level alliance, ordinary players had zero options left other than getting brutally slaughtered. Ever since he single-handedly wiped out their forces, everyone's perception of these once terrifying player killers has completely started to change. Leaning back in his chair, he clicks his tongue in mild annoyance. That is actually bad news for him, since he now has to go out and actively hunt them down. Grinding his teeth in deep frustration, he worries that since they have become extremely cautious when hunting others, they are far more difficult to locate. It is turning into a real headache to track them down right now. Kim Yoon-min pouts his lips, sighing that young players these days seem to give up way too easily. Rocking his chair back and forth, he calmly evaluates his situation. He had really hoped to take down a few more of those PKers, but maybe it is time to wrap things up. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes from upstairs. Hearing it, Kim Yoon-min lets out a soft sigh, deciding it is finally time to head over to the auction house. But then he suddenly stops repeating the words, the auction house. A bold, brilliant idea suddenly flashes through his mind, making Kim Yoon-min jump straight up and cheer that he can actually pull this off. He flashes a pretty devious smile. If those cowards are going to hide, he just needs to force them to show their faces. The next day, the streets are suddenly packed with massive crowds, leaving a nearby man feeling pretty curious about what is going on. He wonders why there are so many people here today. The man next to him looks surprised, asking if he has not heard the news. Watching the gathering crowd, he calmly explains that an auction house is about to open. The first man gasps in surprise, asking if that is really true. The other nods, adding that he heard such events are incredibly rare to come by these days. Another player quietly observes the crowd, calculating his next move, just like all the large guilds gathered around him. He glances at the flashy armor right in front of him, fully expecting some serious silent competition to break out. Reflecting back on the massive hype in the real world, he knows that given how popular the game is, it will not be long before a player's in-game level directly reflects their actual social status. Clenching his fist tightly, he realizes this is exactly why growing a guild's overall power is absolutely critical for their future. Philip stares straight ahead with absolute determination. Price is not an issue for him right now. As the master of the Megapixel Guild and the secret leader of the Blood Hunters, he just needs to secure this deal. He grits his teeth to hold back his rising anger. He could have easily funded a chunk of this himself if it wasn't for that incredibly foolish woman holding him back. Right on cue, a deep and booming voice echoes through the crowd. The speaker remarks that he never expected so many people to show up here today. Kim Yoon-min, disguised as a middle-aged man, strides confidently through the crowd with a grand welcome. He shouts out, "Welcome, my beloved guests. I hope you all leave with bags full of treasures." He curls his lips into a devious smile, silently calling them his beautiful little cash cows. At that exact moment, the system flashes a notification. The unique title, Dark Veil, is now active, successfully disguising his entire identity from everyone. The system warning alerts him that his name and physical appearance have been altered, with the disguise effect lasting for exactly 1 hour. Suddenly, a rude red-haired guy points straight at Kim Yoon-min's face, asking suspiciously if he is Grayson, the master of the auction. Kim Yoon-min simply smiles and confirms that he is. He waves his hand and an auction platform materializes right under his feet. He raises his voice, "Come on now, I know you are all eager to open this vault." As Kim Yoon-min declares the auction open, other players whisper in deep doubt. They wonder if this is legit since he is displaying every single item right out in the open. Suddenly, an arm shoots up into the air as a deep, gravelly voice calls out for him to wait. Philip points directly at him, demanding to know how they can trust him. He questions how anyone can be sure if this guy is actually the real host. He frowns, doing some quick mental math. According to his guild members, this guy should be the one who sold them the hidden dungeon, but rumors say he looks completely different. Kim Yoon-min faces the confrontation with absolute calm, asking if the guy does not trust him. Philip snaps back, demanding a test. But Kim Yoon-min simply responds with a cold stare, "Then you do not have to participate." Philip stands there completely frozen. Wait, what? Stroking his fake beard with an air of dignity, he shrugs. "It is simple. If you do not trust me, do not participate." Easy, right? Kim Yoon-min completely ignores his furious glare and raises his voice. "All right, let us start the first auction, without our highly suspicious friend here." Waving his wooden mallet with excitement, he calls out, "Two-story houses, why not start at just 10 gold coins a month? Anyone 10 gold?" A player instantly raises his hand. 10 gold here. Channeling his inner professional auctioneer, Kim Yoon-min snaps back. "Great, anyone going higher?" Meanwhile, a few women in the crowd exchange highly suspicious glances. A pink-haired woman shouts out 12 gold. But another man abruptly cuts in with 14 gold, followed by a purple-haired woman yelling 15. Amidst the rising chaos, a sturdy hand shoots up 20 gold. Kim Yoon-min turns to Philip, shouting out 20 gold, anyone else? But before he can even finish, another voice cuts in, "Hold on." Desperate to win, the man pants and yells out 22 gold from the Megapixel Guild. Hearing this, Kim Yoon-min pauses for a beat, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. Pointing at a large man, he calls out, "If there are no other bids sold at 20 gold, sir, what is your guild?" Caught off guard, the man stammers a quick reply, "Steel armor." Kim Yoon-min happily slams his hammer down. "Sold to the Steel Armor Guild." The giant of a man immediately cheers with joy. Losing the bid, Philip fumes inwardly. Did that old geezer seriously hear me and just ignore me? Kim Yoon-min opens a system window. "Let us sign the contract right now." The man gasps in gratitude. "Thank you, I will make great use of it." A white-haired man mutters in disbelief. Is he crazy, signing a contract immediately? A red-haired man sighs, wishing he had bid higher. As the contract is exchanged, the system alerts them. A contract is proof of agreement between signees and its contents cannot be forged. Watching this, Kim Yoon-min lets out a devious chuckle softly, offering a little reminder. Adjusting his bow tie, he calmly announces that the Megapixel Guild is banned next if they break rules again. Philip explodes. "What? How is that fair?" Kim Yoon-min drops his voice to a cold whisper. "Please remember, you only get one single warning." Unable to argue, he grinds his teeth in silence. Is this bastard playing me? Just wait until this auction is over. Kim Yoon-min looks at the trembling Philip, absolutely thrilled inside. "Mad, I had no idea you would get this angry." Imagining crushing him like an ant, he makes his silent vow. After this auction, he will plan a way to drag Philip and his entire guild down to the absolute depths of hell. Meanwhile, the bustling energy of the auction continues to roar on. Kim Yoon-min slams his wooden mallet down, announcing loudly, "All right, the fourth house is sold for 25 gold. Handing the paper to a long-haired man, he smiles. "Congratulations to the Jagun Guild." Taking the documents, the man sighs in relief, thanking him deeply. Meanwhile, Philip quietly watches them, his inner fury refusing to cool down. He lost again, but wait. He schemes in silence. Since the powerful guilds have already bought theirs, he just needs to watch the rest and buy the cheapest house possible. Kim Yoon-min, quietly watching Philip this entire time, chuckles like he is enjoying a highly entertaining show. Tapping his mallet, he clears his throat. "Now for our final item." Hearing this, Philip flinches in shock. The last one. With Philip's resolve beginning to crumble, Kim Yoon-min smirks. "You are panicking, are you not? As a guild leader, you should really learn to hide your emotions." He nods. This is exactly why he kept the house count a secret. Kim Yoon-min calmly announces that the final bid starts at 15 gold. Before the words can even leave his mouth, Philip desperately bids 35 gold. He frantically screams out, "Megapixel Guild, 35 gold." But another voice counters, 40 gold. Anyone else going higher? The crowd whispers in disbelief. Is he insane? 40 gold a month is like $8,000 in cash. Is that not a bit much? Kim Yoon-min slams his hammer down, declaring loudly, 40 gold sold. The Megapixel Guild has successfully won the last two-story house. Hearing this, the man celebrates inwardly. Yes. After that, he slowly opens the system window. Kim Yoon-min continues with a teasing tone. "Here's the contract. Please make sure to pay on time." Feeling deeply insulted, Philip silently curses, promising to unmask and destroy him. Immediately, the system displays the contract. The user Philip agrees to rent house P05 in the inner city for his guild, paying 40 gold coins monthly. The owner receives the rent minus commission. These terms cannot be changed without mutual consent, and any violation will result in. He carefully holds the deed, feeling a massive weight lift off his chest. They finally have their guild house, even if their finances are going to be incredibly tight for a while. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min speaks up, asking what happens now. He excitedly announces that after a brief recess, they will begin bidding on a 3-story house. Hearing this, Philip is completely stunned, blurting out in disbelief. He points a trembling finger at Kim Yoon-min, furiously calling him a scammer who claimed that was the very last house. But Kim Yoon-min calmly shoots back that he only meant the last 2-story house. Kim Yoon-min casually wonders if he forgot to post the details on the community forums. Right on cue, a notice pops up online showing that Krypton, the host, has declared he owns multiple 2-story and 3-story properties. The post explains that guild houses are being auctioned off as long-term leases with the bidding event scheduled to run for a full week. Smiling, Kim Yoon-min points out that he has plenty of multi-story houses to go around. Kim Yoon-min shrugs with total innocence. He suggests that if the man has so much extra gold lying around, he's more than welcome to bid on the 3-story house. Philate is absolutely fuming at the explanation, silently cursing the man with every ounce of hatred in his soul. Watching the guild leader stomp away in frustration, Kim Yoon-min can only laugh. He thinks this clueless amateur is going to be dealing with major headaches for quite some time. He can hardly wipe the massive grin off his face, knowing 40 gold coins a month translates to $8,000 in passive income. Recalling Philae's furious reaction, Kim Yoon-min sneers to himself. He knows that if someone goes and destroys that guild house, the hothead is going to be an absolute ruin. When night finally falls, Philae's flashy gold armor still gleams brightly against the pitch-black shadows of the street. He stops in front of a ruined, abandoned building, glancing around cautiously before stepping inside. Almost immediately, a bone-chilling, blood-curdling scream echoes from deep within the dark halls. Philip hesitates briefly, calling out to see if anyone is there. Without warning, a pale hand reaches out from the darkness toward him. It grabs Philip directly by the throat, lifting his entire body into the air. Cabin furiously demands to know if he spent all the guild funds on a stupid house, calling him completely insane. Philip gasps for air, desperately begging him to wait so they can talk. Cabin speaks in a bone-chilling voice, warning him not to forget. He drops him to the floor, his words cutting like knives. He reminds him that they only work together for mutual benefit. Cabin's eyes glow with a deadly light as he warns that if Philip becomes useless, he will face the same brutal fate. He holds out his hand, coldly demanding the manifest right now. Philip instantly hands over the scroll, his voice trembling as he complies. He tightly clutches the scroll and assures him that they will finalize the official transfer process very soon. Cabin crosses his arms, questioning why the Megapixel Guild didn't buy a guild house first. Philip nods quietly, admitting that was the initial plan before he decided to change his mind. He pauses, his voice dropping low as he confesses that this is the only way to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to him. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he mutters that catching Rocan will fix everything. Once he drags that bastard down, he plans to blast the footage across every single server. He looks at Cabin, quietly asking if they can pull this off if they fully utilize his massive network of resources. Cabin rolls up the parchment with a heavy sigh, realizing they have no other options left. They cannot simply sit back and let this guy run completely wild. Squeezing the scroll, Cabin lowers his voice and decides to take matters into his own hands. The next morning, back in a quiet bedroom in the real world, Kim Yoon-min rests his chin on his hand, staring in shock and wondering if this is actually real. Staring at the screen, the system displays his balance of 335 gold, 68 silver, and 17 copper. He cheers aloud, realizing he made over 335 gold in just the first month of renting, likely making him the wealthiest player in the game. His fingers fly across the keyboard as he excitedly calculates the exchange rate, guessing 1 gold coin must be worth around $200. The computer screen instantly displays a trade forum post selling 20 gold coins for $400. Hosted by Rocan, the post instructs buyers to contact him in-game with absolutely no negotiations allowed. He casually lounges on his chair, calculating his move. Since the guilds are short on gold, they will have to buy from him even if his prices are ridiculously high. Yoon-min figures he should also list his own gear. Selling the Blood Hunter items for way above market price, is this what it feels like to be filthy rich? With that thought, he leaps up and heads straight to his VR capsule. It is time to list those Blood Hunter items for a ridiculously high price. In the blink of an eye, Yoon-min spawns directly into the virtual world. Slinging his axe over his shoulder, he eagerly flips through his teleportation book. He wants to check on the bait he laid out earlier. Those foolish blood hunters must be absolutely desperate for gold. Yoon-min steps into the dark forest, highly convinced those guys are currently grinding like crazy in the western hunting grounds of the forest just to scrape together enough gold. Deep in the woods, a beast roars in agony as someone ruthlessly takes it down. Seeing this, Bulldozer quickly rushes in to support his teammate. He swings his heavy hammer, delivering a crushing blow right to the monster's head. Meanwhile, Cabin stands quietly against a tree, closely observing the battle. Once the beast falls, Bulldozer rests his heavy hammer on the ground with a sigh of relief. Slinging his massive weapon over his shoulder, he chuckles, boasting that he can practically one-shot any monster around here now. This is Bulldozer, a level 79 skull addict from the Blood Hunters Guild. Standing right beside him is Therer, the level 79 vice leader of the Blood Hunters Guild. Twirling his spear with an annoyed frown, he snaps that Bulldozer did absolutely nothing while he had to do all the hard work. Suddenly, Cabin cuts in with a sharp order to stop. He slowly steps past them, his voice dropping low, as he asks if the target is indeed that bastard in the northern area. Flipping open a teleportation tome, Caban coldly orders a mass summon of all Blood Hunter members. The book immediately glows as he declares they will wipe out Rocan right now. Meet Caban, the level 90 shadow assassin and master of the Blood Hunters. Cut to a quiet forest where a chaotic battle is currently raging. An archer aims his arrow forward, screaming in absolute panic to stay away from him, but it's useless. He's met with a cold response from Kim Yoon-min, who casually mocks that he thought they were close friends. With a sudden burst, he leaps high into the air. Kim Yoon-min swings his heavy axe, preparing to strike down his opponent. He chuckles and shouts aloud, telling them to skip the useless talk and get straight to the point. Right after those words, Kim Yoon-min strikes downward with overwhelming force, effortlessly finishing off the guy. The surrounding crowd is left completely stunned. One onlooker mutters in utter disbelief, asking if she actually expects them to believe this guy isn't hacking, saying she must be joking. Amidst the chaos, a firm voice rings out, commanding everyone not to panic as the system identifies them as members of the Blood Hunters Guild. Waving his hand like a true commander, he quickly coordinates the fight, ordering his ranged archers to keep up a hit-and-run strategy, while telling the melee warriors to watch for any opening and strike immediately. Following their leader's orders, the guild members aim their weapons directly at Kim Yoon-min, ready to take him down. But Kim Yoon-min's skills are on a completely different level. Using his massive axe as a shield, he effortlessly blocks every single incoming attack. Kim Yoon-min's sharp eyes narrow as he scans the crowd silently, sizing up his opponents. Staring back at their red, bloodthirsty eyes, he admits to himself that a few of these guys are actually pretty strong. As he dodges, Kim Yoon-min wonders why they aren't going all out or trying to run away, but are instead just lingering around to buy time. Suddenly, he changes his mind, planting his feet and stopping right there. Taking a stance to face them, he mockingly asks if they are just trying to buy time, trailing off with a smirk. Right on cue, a massive pillar of light strikes the ground behind him, bringing a freezing chill with it. The mob rejoices like kids, seeing their parents shouting in relief that backup has arrived and declaring he is completely dead now. In a flash, a deadly, sharp spear lunges forward. Sensing the danger, Kim Yoon-min spins around in an instant. He rapidly raises his axe, using the massive blade to deflect the incoming spear away. The spear stabs into the ground, radiating a powerful magical aura that makes Kim Yoon-min hesitate, realizing this must be javelin. Right then, Therer slowly steps forward, mockingly asking how Kim Yoon-min managed to block his strike. Rubbing his chin, Therer admits their opponent is genuinely strong, which only makes Bulldozer grin with wild excitement, shouting that fighting him will be even more fun. Meanwhile, Cabin steps out with casual confidence, asking if this is the famous Rocan everyone has been talking about. Crossing his arms, the arrogant Blood Hunters Guild leader Caban sneers that while Rocan might have had a fun run, today is officially the day he dies. Looking at them like they are a bunch of clowns, Kim Yoon-min grabs his head and bursts into hysterical laughter. Throwing his head back, he chuckles that trash talkers like them are nothing but absolute clowns, mockingly asking which side has really been acting like cowards and buying time this entire time. Hearing this, their furious leader screams out in pure rage at him. Clearing his throat, Kim Yoon-min excitedly yells that they should cut the useless chatter and just bring it on. Growling in anger, Cabin orders his Blood Hunters to launch an all-out attack. Battle cries echo through the quiet forest as his entire army charges forward at once, determined to block any escape path for Kim Yoon-min. With absolute composure, Kim Yoon-min calls out his inventory, and a majestic helmet immediately covers his face as the sealed helm of the Beast King is equipped. Fully armored, Kim Yoon-min immediately charges straight into battle without a single shred of hesitation. The surrounding enemies are instantly wiped out before they can even pull off a single skill. He growls for the weaklings to get out of his way when suddenly, Kim Yoon-min pauses, staring blankly as a massive sledgehammer comes crashing down on him. The heavy hammer slams directly into him, unleashing a shockwave that shatters the surrounding ground. Laughing maniacally, Bulldozer mocks that for a berserker he sure is fast. This is the level 76 Mad Warrior of the Blood Hunters Guild, and he is terrifyingly strong. Yoon-min pulls himself up from the rubble, quietly sizing up his opponent. The guy is insanely strong, as he really dual-wielding those massive war hammers with such perfect mastery. He watches them closely, unable to even guess their true power. Then out of nowhere, a razor-sharp spear tip plunges straight down from above, but Yoon-min tilts his body just in time to dodge the lethal strike. The attacker clicks his tongue, pretty sharp reflexes for a level 97 sergeant of the Blood Hunt Guild. A narrow escape. Yoon-min scowls, cursing those absolute bastards under his breath. Eyeballing the three enemies, Yoon-min realizes they must be the absolute strongest members of the Blood Hunt Guild. They are bound to be on a completely different level compared to the small fry he just thrashed. Yoon-min spots Kaben drawing weird runes on the dirt. Isn't that skull guy their guild leader? What's he even doing? He pauses. He absolutely has to take down that caster before things get worse. But to do that, he first needs to deal with these two. Right then, Bulldozer charges with dual war hammers, screaming at Yoon-min to stop looking away when his opponent is right in front of him. But Yoon-min completely tunes the loudmouth out, calmly dissecting their roles, so one guy handles the close combat frontline pressure. Yoon-min glances over at Therer gripping his spear. The other guy acts as a long-range damage dealer, keeping him pinned from a distance. Yeah, this balanced squad is going to be a real pain to deal with. He crouches low, ready to spring into action while running the math in his head. Sure, unleashing his buff mode would wipe these two out in seconds, but going all out right now is too risky when he still has no idea what other cards they are holding. A massive gamble. Yoon-min charges forward. He will have to rely on one specific trick. The skill icon flashes and his movement speed surges as he executes a lightning-fast dash. Bulldozer charges forward with a massive smirk, calling Yoon-min a total fool. He winds up and swings his heavy hammer, roaring in absolute fury. Did you really think you could take me on head-to-head? Classic Yoon-min. He just lets out a quiet smirk. Slipping past Bulldozer like a gust of wind, he launches high into the air, executing a devastating cliff attack aimed directly at Therer standing in the back. Bulldozer panics and yells out for his captain to watch out. Desperately, he screams that the hostile intruder is aiming right for him. Therer tightens his grip on his spear, growling at the miserable, arrogant bastard. Raising his weapon, his voice turns freezing cold. Who on earth do you think I am? A split second. Yoon-min freezes, his eyes widening in surprise. Unleashing a devastating skill, Therer throws his spear straight at him, the Dragon Breaker. Looking up with a smug smirk, he remarks that an airborne target is only easier to hit. Therer's massive strike lands with overwhelming force, and the cold spear tip pierces clean through Yoon-min's body. Completely frozen, his consciousness slowly slips into a dark, blurry void. Just when it looks like the end, surprise, Therer stares in absolute shock as Yoon-min calmly remarks that the attack was actually pretty strong. Looking down with an excited grin, Yoon-min mocks him, teasing that he almost managed to pierce right through him. Staring at Yoon-min's completely unscathed form, Therer is utterly baffled. There's no way this is happening. His skill was a direct hit, so how on earth did the bastard dodge and actually catch the spear with his bare hands? As if reading the shock on his face, Yoon-min casually spins the spear in his hand and tells him to catch. Before Therer can even blink, Yoon-min hurls the spear right back at him, shouting that he is returning the favor. Facing the incoming spearhead, Therer smugly sneers to himself, wondering if this fool really thinks he has never dealt with this kind of attack before. With absolute confidence, Therer casually raises his hand to trigger his escape ring. The system window pops up on screen explaining that this specific magic accessory was crafted by a cowardly mage to allow the user to safely teleport back 3 meters once a day, and the remaining uses for today have just dropped from 1 down to 0. Just like that, Therer instantly vanishes, leaving a cloud of dust and flying debris behind. Reappearing in a safe spot, he boasts that he specifically kept this trick ready just for annoying bastards like him. But out of nowhere, the thrown spear tracks his movement and flies right back into his face thanks to Yoon-min's throwing skill. Grinning with pure excitement, Yoon-min mocks him, telling him he really shouldn't waste such a valuable escape skill like that. Therer's face completely pales as the horrifying realization hits him. This bastard predicted his escape move from the very beginning and deliberately baited him. Too late. Seeing Therer completely overwhelmed, Kaben suddenly steps into the fray. Bulldozer watches from the sidelines, looking totally anxious as he calls out to Yoon-min. Yoon-min grips his weapon tightly, asking him what he plans to do now that he's completely alone. Standing his ground with absolute confidence, he beckons the enemy forward to finally get serious. Feeling deeply insulted, Bulldozer grips his dual weapons so hard his hands shake, gritting his teeth in pure rage. Taking a deep breath, he throws all his strength into a wild charge, screaming that he's going to slaughter the bastard. Dust and debris explode everywhere as Bulldozer tears across the battlefield. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min appears behind the guy, clicking his tongue in disappointment at his spear attack so weak that even a fly could dodge it. But luckily, the brute reacts just in time, swinging his hammer to block. The heavy impact forces Bulldozer back, creating a desperate safety buffer. Shaking in fear, the giant curses under his breath while Kim Yoon-min mockingly notes how overconfident he was in his own strength. Kim Yoon-min charges right back in with a wild grin, asking why they cannot just have a little fun together. Trembling, Bulldozer grips his hammer tightly, muttering angry curses about how arrogant this kid is. Still, he charges back with a roar, boasting that his strength level is 250, making him their strongest member. Predictably, their clash triggers a massive explosion, sending shockwaves through the forest and rattling the trees. Meanwhile, Kaben is quietly preparing something sinister in the background. A thick, dark aura slowly begins to swirl around his body. But shifting back to the battle, we see Bulldozer starting to look visibly shaken. Kim Yoon-min suddenly slips behind him, locks both hands around his skull, and coldly ends him with a swift, brutal snap. He calmly steps away from the corpse as if nothing happened. With an excited laugh, Kim Yoon-min enjoys the thrill as a system screen announces he reached level 60, one of the Rocan class with 300 strength, 155 agility, and 151 stamina. He turns to look at Cabin and clicks his tongue. Dropping into a low stance, Kim Yoon-min asks if the guild leader really plans to just watch his own men drop dead. Activating his claw skill, he wonders aloud what kind of pathetic leader does that. Slowly, Cabin raises his hand off the dirt. Clenching his fist, the man whispers that the synchronization is complete. Kim Yoon-min instantly freezes as his eyes widen in surprise. Watch closely, that dark mist shoots straight toward him like a rocket. It slams directly into him, forcing Kim Yoon-min to block the force while wondering what kind of ghost he is dealing with. Cabin rises to his feet and calmly asks if Kim Yoon-min wants to know why he let them die, stating the reason is simple. Looking down at his surging power, he explains he is stronger alone than with weaklings, as a window reveals he is the level 90 Blood Hunt Guild leader and a ghost slayer. Surrounded by the wreckage of his own dark aura, Cabin reveals that while Kim Yoon-min was busy fighting those idiots, he was busy absorbing all the local spirits. Raising his hand once more, the boss boasts that this entire area is now fully under his absolute control. Kim Yoon-min just smiles, muttering about how lucky he is to run into a rare ghost master class like this. Kim Yoon-min frowns as his focus sharpens on the battle, remembering that the Ghost Master is an incredibly rare hidden class and the Lord, one that was almost impossible to find even during his past life. Seeing that boiling dark energy suddenly triggers a specific memory of a notorious player from his previous life. Kim Yoon-min quickly shakes his head to clear those useless thoughts from his mind, grinning as he mockingly asks what difference a hidden class even makes in a real fight. He immediately activates his leap skill, declaring with confidence that every opponent ends up defeated just the same. Suddenly, dozens of ghastly human arms made of pure shadow burst from the ground below. The creepy limbs reach up frantically to grab him midair. Kim Yoon-min spins his weapon to form an impenetrable barrier, yelling for the disgusting things to back off. Glaring with cold bloodlust, he growls that his real target is down there. Down below, Cabin suddenly senses a terrifying shift in the wind. Kim Yoon-min dives straight down at him, roaring out a final challenge. The boss's body is instantly sliced clean in half with zero effort. But strangely, Cabin's severed body turns to mist and floats away. Standing there, witnessing this bizarre illusion, Kim Yoon-min completely freezes in total confusion. He suddenly tenses up as Cabin's mocking voice echoes from right behind him, calling him a fool. Before the hero can even react, the enemy lands a devastating critical strike. Dropping to one knee as fresh blood drips onto the dirt, a system alert warns that his health has fallen below 50%. Looking down at his heavily trembling hand in shock, a rapid succession of system alerts informs him that he is now poisoned, paralyzed, and actively bleeding for 30 damage every 10 seconds. Cabin clenches his fist tightly as debris and shattered rocks explode into the air behind him. He snorts in disappointment, muttering that a weakling like this actually dared to face them. Suddenly, Yoon-min's voice echoes out of nowhere, telling them not to be disappointed just yet. In an instant, something fast sweeps right past them. Standing tall, Yoon-min dramatically declares that this is only the beginning. At that moment, a system alert pops up, warning him that his poison resistance has been neutralized by the venom. Pointing at Cabin standing right ahead of him, Yoon-min calls him out. Yoon-min smirks, identifying him as Cabin, rank 8 of the Ragnarok Guild. Squinting, in utter confusion, Cabin can only mutter in disbelief. Yoon-min recalls that the Ragnarok Guild, led by the creator King Odin, is a bunch of lunatics role-playing as Norse gods. Hard as it is to admit, they are the absolute strongest players in the game. However, things are shifting now. Infighting and suspicion have started to tear them apart from within. What Yoon-min finds completely baffling is why so many elite players still blindly join Odin. They abandon their own guilds and spend a fortune just to change their in-game names. Among these troublesome figures, Cabin is particularly dangerous with his mastery over poison and shadow control. Yoon-min knows Cabin is named after the mythical dragon gnawing at the world tree, though he does not care for role-playing. Perhaps they just threw a random name at him. But one thing is absolutely certain. The man standing right in front of him is indeed Cabin, back before he ever joined the Ragnarok Guild. Cabin points his weapon right at Yoon-min, demanding to know what kind of absolute nonsense he is spouting. But Yoon-min ignores the question deep in thought. He wonders, and honestly, so do we, how on earth a single player could be an assassin, possess a hidden Shadow Lord class, and master poison at the exact same time. Tilting his head with an amused smirk, Yoon-min replies that he doubts Cabin would understand his words. Privately, he notes that Cabin does not seem to have any connection with Odin yet. Yoon-min's gaze sharpens as he dissects Cabin's swift movements. Cabin must have started as an assassin before advancing to Shadow Lord. Given his high level, his agility stat is likely double Yoon-min's own, which is typical for top-tier stealth classes. Having sized up the situation, Yoon-min enters a combat-ready stance, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. He realizes he has no choice but to unleash his trump card. The very ground beneath Yoon-min's feet violently trembles and cracks under the overwhelming pressure of his gathering power. His power explodes with furious intensity. This is his Berserk Level 2 skill. By consuming oneself in madness, it grants massive power. All stats increase by 200%, skills consume 0 energy, and he gains complete immunity to physical attacks. He cannot be defeated even at 0 health, though he will lose the ability to distinguish ally from foe. Once it ends, 40% of lost health is recovered. If his health hits 0 at the end, he must restore 10% of his health within 7 seconds or die. However, the side effects are severe. First, all stats drop by 40% for 10 minutes. Then stats decrease by 20% for 20 minutes. Activating it again during this debuff doubles the penalty time to 20 minutes. Watching Yoon-min's body erupt in flames, Kabin realizes it is a temporary buff skill. He dryly remarks that while it makes Yoon-min stronger, the side effects must be heavy. He raises his arm calmly and adds a chilling warning. Shrouded in a strange dark aura, Kabin points toward him. He states that the real difference between them is that a single skill cannot bridge their power gap. That dark, heavy energy continues to creep outward, enveloping everything around Kabin. Yoon-min merely laughs with absolute excitement, locking eyes with him like a predator tracking its prey. Charging forward, Yoon-min slashes directly toward Kabin with a powerful roar. His weapon tears straight through that dark, oppressive shroud of energy. Witnessing the sheer force of the strike, Kabin is visibly taken aback. Yoon-min presses on with wild frenzy, swinging his weapon as he roars and charges. Every slash of his weapon triggers a massive shockwave, blasting rocks and dirt into the air. Caught in the path of destruction, Kabin cannot hide his shock, wondering how anyone could possibly be this strong. To make matters worse, Yoon-min's movements are incredibly fast. He blurs back and forth between the cliffside, far too rapid for the naked eye to track. Suddenly, Kabin notices a subtle change in the air. Locking his gaze onto Kabin, Yoon-min bellows a final command to die. A brilliant flash of light pierces directly through Kabin's body. Yoon-min clicks his tongue, glancing back as Kabin fuses and speaks up just as he expected. A smug Kabin mocks him, asking if Yoon-min really thinks mindless physical attacks can defeat him. Relying on simple physical strength is completely useless. Under the gloomy dark atmosphere, Kabin reminds Yoon-min that this entire area is still completely under his control. Kabin laughs maniacally, boasting that as long as he is synchronized with the darkness, he can easily track every single movement and teleport anywhere in his domain to dodge those strikes. Hearing this, Yoon-min snaps back without hesitation, telling Kabin not to make him laugh. Did he seriously think he was some main manga villain? Thinking he can dodge like that is just pathetic. Suddenly, Yoon-min's eyes flash with pure hatred as he declares that everything is going to end right here. Flashing back to the events of a few minutes ago, the ultimate skill Berserk grants the user massive, overwhelming power for a short time, but in return, his stats will drop drastically once it ends, making it a highly dangerous, double-edged sword. This makes Kabin absolutely certain that Yoon-min lost the second he blindly activated his Berserk skill so early. Gritting his teeth, he snarls. Yoon-min charges, yelling at Kabin not to mess with him when suddenly, he simply curls 2 fingers. A dark smoke erupts around him, allowing him to vanish right before the young man's eyes. Yoon-min wildly slashes at the smoke, but his mind remains incredibly calm under pressure. He knows he must find a way to disperse this heavy darkness, his enemy's main power source. Once the shadows are gone, his real chance will finally come. Yoon-min spins around, demanding to know where that bastard ran off to. Suddenly, a row of sharp spears erupts from the ground, shocking him. Deep down, Yoon-min quickly calculates. He could easily blow away this heavy darkness with a powerful wide-range area of effect skill. The spikes quickly erupt right under his feet. As Yoon-min struggles to dodge, he mutters that this is far from over. Yoon-min's face tightens with shock at the sight before him. A massive dragon head of pure dark energy suddenly plunges straight down with crushing pressure. Looking up calmly, he curses under his breath as the continuous pressure drains his remaining physical strength. He gasps for air as a system alert flashes. Only 20 seconds of Berserk remain. He collapses to the ground in a completely battered state, breathing heavily. Suddenly, Kabin materializes, mockingly pointing out that Yoon-min is only alive because of that Berserk skill. But the moment it runs out, his life is forfeit. Yoon-min frowns deeply and cuts him off flatly, stating he will never let that happen. Kabin steps right up to him, smugly declaring that he wants the world to witness how easily he can crush him. Hanging his head, Yoon-min mutters that this is extremely annoying. Raising his weapon high, Kabin admits that he never expected he would actually have to go this far in a simple one-on-one duel. With his glowing weapon raised, Kabin tells him to die in regret, while a system alert warns there are only 10 seconds left of Berserk. Suddenly, Yoon-min bites down on an item, grumbling that he really did not want to waste resources on such trivial nonsense, then unleashing an electric shock. The blinding light catches Kabin off guard, forcing him to gasp in shock. Now watch sitting right there, Yoon-min points his hand toward Kaban as crackling electricity surges forward. Hit by the sudden assault, Kaban is completely baffled, wondering how Yoon-min is using magic. The system display reveals details on the rare consumable item. Yoon-min just unleashed a powerful lightning spell called Electric Shock, with only 1 out of 3 charges remaining in its inventory. Yoon-min quickly recalls using those first 2 charges on previous quests. He never expected to waste the final charge like this, but it is the only viable way to disperse the darkness and strip Kaban of his core power source. Seeing his target struggling, Yoon-min seizes the golden opportunity and lunges forward. He knows this is only a temporary fix, with a final system alert warning that only 5 seconds remain before Berserk ends. Gripping his weapon tightly, Yoon-min activates his slash skill, mentally reminding himself that he only has one single shot at this. Kaban's eyes widen in absolute horror at what is happening. Yoon-min leaps into the air with intense momentum, aiming directly at Kaban. Yoon-min pours every ounce of his remaining energy into one massive final slash. He screams internally to push past his limits, just as the system announces that Berserk has ended and he has officially leveled up. Falling to the ground, Kaban stares in utter disbelief, gasping out how this could possibly be happening. His upper body slams hard against the dirt. Refusing to accept defeat, he snarls, demanding to know how he could lose to someone like him. Yoon-min casually strolls over, mocking him to stop trying to act tough because it is honestly just embarrassing. Standing before Kaban's slowly dissolving body, Yoon-min flips him off with a cocky smirk, telling the creepy bastard that he is welcome to fight him again anytime. Kaban's face begins to fade into mist, but he struggles to choke out a final threat to wait and see, just as the system confirms Kaban has been defeated and Yoon-min has leveled up. The moment the alerts clear, Yoon-min collapses onto the grass in sheer exhaustion, gasping for breath and muttering that he almost died right there. Pulling out a healing potion, Yoon-min mutters that he needs to recover first. Downing a potion, Kim Yoon-min admits to himself that he really wasn't sure he could pull off a win. After all, this was the toughest opponent he had faced since his regression. He never expected the guild master of the Blood Hunt Guild to join Ragnarok, but thankfully, his newly acquired title gave him the edge he needed to take the guy down. The system screen pops up announcing that he is the first to shatter legendary limits. By defeating someone far stronger than himself, he has officially become a player who knows no boundaries. As the first recipient of this title, Kim Yoon-min realizes that this limit breaker status is a massive deal, followed by the rest of the incoming notifications. The effects are absolutely incredible. When facing a stronger opponent, all of his stats boost by 10%, his skill levels increase by 1, and penalties drop by 30%. On top of that, his stats jump by 20% against monsters. Looking at these crazy perks, Kim Yoon-min knows that without this title, he would have been completely done for. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min picks up a gleaming silver ring and casually comments that because of this fight, he leveled up and scored some useful gear so he can let things slide. The item description reveals it as the Cowardly Mage's Ring, a rare item. Crafted by a cowardly wizard, it lets him blink backward 3 meters once a day. Kim Yoon-min keeps his eyes locked on the glittering ring, a smirk playing on his face. He knows that even if it is a once-a-day escape tool, it is incredibly valuable for a combat specialist who only possesses offensive skills. He is definitely going to put this to good use. Kim Yoon-min suddenly looks up at the sky, a deep, thoughtful expression taking over his face. He reflects on his past life, realizing he has already defeated 2 future members of the Ragnarok Guild. Does this mean the future is actually changing and maybe they will never even join Ragnarok this time around? But then he shakes his head, dismissing the thought. He still has no idea how Odin recruits those 10 members. An image of Odin flashes in his mind, making him frown. He wonders what that guy is up to now and if he has already started playing the Lost. Did he use a different nickname in his past life? With too many unanswered questions, he scratches his head in frustration. Damn it, that guy could be literally anyone right now. He decides to let it go, knowing that overthinking it won't solve a thing. Then he recalls the image of Philip gritting his teeth in pure rage. While Odin is a massive threat down the line, Philip is his most immediate problem, and the guy is probably desperate to capture him. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min flashes an excited smile, full of anticipation, thinking whatever, since they are already here, I might as well bring it on. Suddenly, he pauses and stares down at his 2 hands, clearly calculating his next move. Under the clear blue sky, Kim Yoon-min tells himself he needs to prepare in advance. He finds himself in a bustling market crowded with people. His first item is the rare Hawk armor, an iron chest piece with a hawk engraving offering 110 defense, 300 durability plus 5 dexterity, and a 5% critical rate for level 60. Next are the rare archer gloves, once worn by a master marksman, boosting defense by 40, durability by 250, archery by 10%, and critical rate by 7% for level 60. Finally, Kim Yoon-min equips several more incredible rare accessories, starting with rare lizardman pants that grant 80 defense, 400 durability plus 3 dexterity, and 3% critical rate for level 67. Then comes a death belt with 40 defense, 200 durability, and 5% critical rate for level 60. He rounds it all off with rare scout iron boots, once worn by a legendary scout to reduce terrain damage, offering 70 defense, 300 durability plus 2 health minus 10% trap trigger rate and 7% critical rate. Looking at his new gear, Kim Yoon-min realizes he cannot expect too much from cheap auction house items, so he decides to focus on maximizing his critical hit rate first. Imagining how easily he will slice enemies in half, he notes that his titles already give 20%, and with this gear, his critical rate hits 40%, making almost every strike critical. Kim Yoon-min licks his lips, staring at the final item before him with pure excitement. It is the rare magic absorption battle axe, an iron weapon for warriors that absorbs magic to boost durability and attack by 150 with 500 durability, requiring level 70 to hold. Gripping the handle tightly, he gleefully remarks that this axe is good enough to use until level 100. Looking at his screen, Kim Yoon-min calculates that spending 30 gold on all this gear still leaves him with a bit of cash. Then he remembers his remaining business, realizing that for his main quest, he only needs one more of Hakim's records to finish. Hidden around the corner, a mysterious shadow watches as Kim Yoon-min walks away while he mutters to himself that it is finally time to grind and test his new gear. The silent stalker quietly watches his every move from afar. The scene shifts to a roaring waterfall in the forest. Suddenly, a wild boar out of nowhere charges madly toward him. Kim Yoon-min effortlessly glides right past the beast, cleanly slicing its body in half with a devastating critical hit. Standing tall, he raises his battle axe and excitedly remarks that one critical hit instantly wipes out a level 70 monster. As another beast prepares to charge, he resolves to stay right here and grind until he reaches level 75. The monster aggressively charges straight at Kim Yoon-min, who rushes forward with an excited taunt telling it to bring it on. But look, out of nowhere, a sudden rain of arrows comes flying through the air. The projectiles pierce straight into the wild boar, taking it down before the creature can even make its move. Watching his prey get stolen right in front of him, Kim Yoon-min turns around in complete confusion, wondering what the hell just happened. Right then, a stranger walks over to him and quickly offers a casual apology. The Megapixel Guild member laughs awkwardly with a bow in hand, saying she accidentally shot it, and asks how she should compensate him. Kim Yoon-min frowns and tells her it is fine, but to be careful. Turning his attention to two distant monsters, he grips his battle axe tightly and slowly raises it to aim. Locking onto the targets ahead, he throws the weapon with incredible force straight toward the monsters. And get this, a massive explosion suddenly erupts right where those beasts are standing, triggered by a magic spell. Another Megapixel Guild member appears, dramatically apologizing and claiming he did not see Kim Yoon-min targeting the creatures first. This scenario is getting way too familiar, so Kim Yoon-min ignores them and lifts his axe for another attack. Sensing more trouble, he glares at a Megapixel archer. She instantly freezes from his pure bloodlust. She offers a fake smile and remarks that they simply happen to target the exact same monster. Kim Yoon-min quietly addresses them. He asks if they are from Megapixel, making the guy flinch before defensively stammering out why he would even ask that. Pointing directly at them, he dryly suggests they should at least hide their guild emblem, causing the guy to take a startled step back. The guild member suddenly raises his voice, demanding to know what he will do since hunting accidents happen, leaving Kim Yoon-min to sigh and scratch his head. He looks directly into his eyes, pure terror. He calmly delivers his last warning. Leaning in with absolute bloodlust, Kim Yoon-min warns them, "Keep stealing my kills and it means war." He adds that his threat goes for the entire guild, not just him, provoking the guy to yell back and ask if he wants to start a fight. Turning to leave, Kim Yoon-min coldly tells them to do whatever they want, but not to complain when they were clearly warned. The guild member knits his brows in pure annoyance. The Megapixel member lets out a scheming smile, silently thinking that no matter what tricks Kim Yoon-min tries, none of them will work. The Megapixel Guild members stand there watching Yoon-min from behind. Meanwhile, he silently realizes that every single player around is totally ready to ruin his hunt. The Megapixel Guild member quietly tails Yoon-min, watching him with an amused look. He thinks to himself that unlike the Blood Hunt Guild, they are known as polite, regular players. If Yoon-min did not know they were from Megapixel, things might be different. But because he knows their clean reputation, he will not be able to easily fight back against them. Yoon-min moves forward, gripping his massive axe tightly in his hand. Suddenly, a mysterious and highly excited smile creeps onto his face. The Megapixel Guild member gasps out in complete disbelief. What? He is utterly bewildered, asking if he really has to follow and annoy that crazy Rocan guy. Philly crosses his arms and glances over, saying of course he cannot let other players notice. The guild member responds with difficulty, arguing that being seen is not the real issue. He asks anxiously if Philip really thinks Yoon-min will allow that, especially since rumors say he is a total psycho. Philip bows his head, admitting the guy definitely won't sit still, but that isn't the problem. The curious guild member asks what the issue is then. Philip explains impatiently that they need to make him mad, record the reaction, and edit it to make him look evil. If they cannot beat him in the game, they will use the power of media instead. He reassures himself that unlike those notorious blood hunters, their guild is famous for being decent and highly respectable, so the guy cannot easily attack them. Yet the anxious member still keeps worrying about the outcome. He approaches Yoon-min, noting that the only reason the guy has so many fans is because he solely targets the murderous blood hunt player killing guild. The guild member draws his bow from behind, confident that Yoon-min will not dare touch the Megapixel guild. If they can just provoke him and catch his reaction on camera, they win. A sharp arrow flies past, narrowly grazing the side of Yoon-min's face. It hits a nearby wild boar, instead sending the terrified creature squealing into the woods. The guild member behind laughs mockingly, pretending his hand slipped on the shot. He acts disappointed and starts apologizing, but before he can finish, Yoon-min leaps forward with his axe. The guild member instantly freezes up, completely shocked as the heavy blade swings. The weapon slashes through the air, leaving a bright red streak behind. Yoon-min sneers coldly, declaring that their conversation is officially over. The watching Megapixel members completely panic as they realize he just attacked a non-red player. Yoon-min walks over calmly, asking why she is so surprised since he already warned them. She backs away, trembling. Terrified, she quickly activates her mana shield for protection. Ignoring her pathetic attempt at resistance, Yoon-min strikes directly without a second thought. A powerful blow shatters her magical defense, triggering a massive critical hit. Yoon-min flashes a dangerous grin, realizing this is the perfect chance to test his critical gear set. Suddenly, another guild member yells out at him. Standing behind, he warns Yoon-min that he is making a massive mistake and asks if he thinks players will let this slide. Annoyed, Yoon-min grabs a nearby wooden staff, telling him that he is being way too noisy. He swings the weapon, yelling that if they do not like it, they should shut up and attack him. Agonized screams begin to echo all around the forest. The defeated Megapixel guild members lie on the ground, slowly fading away. Yoon-min's glowing eyes burn with an even deeper shade of red. The system immediately alerts him that his cruelty index has risen officially, marking him as a murderer. Dying in this state means losing significantly more experience points and runs a high risk of dropping valuable gear. To lower this rating, he must wait it out or only target evil players, warning that further increases will trigger even heavier penalties. Yoon-min clicks his tongue in annoyance at this massive headache. He knew this would happen eventually, but he did not expect to become a red-named murderer quite this early. Then he smirks dangerously, realizing it is really nothing more than a minor annoyance. He calculates that to shake them off, he simply needs to move to a higher-level hunting zone like the level 90 bandit hideout. It might be rough, but he can definitely try to hunt there. Shouldering his heavy axe, he walks off, determined never to run from any fight. He decides to leisurely hunt while waiting just to see what foolish move they will try to make next. Back at his brightly lit apartment building, Yoon-min lies in his room talking on the phone, confirming the delivery address and requesting the highest dosage they have available. Lying flat on his bed, he promises to pay by the end of the day and asks for delivery within 3 days. Hanging up, he notes that things are finally taken care of. Rolling over, he taps on his phone, wondering why his enemies have been so quiet lately instead of making their move. He wonders if they are scared because a few members died, but instantly dismisses the impossible idea. Suddenly, something flashing on his screen catches his attention. Yoon-min smirks as he watches this absolute bastard on his screen. On screen, a video plays showing his brutal actions from that day. The title dramatically claims they have exposed the two-faced nature of the player Rocan, revealing his fake side. Yoon-min just chuckles to himself, mockingly calling it pretty cute. Violet sits in front of the camera with a dead serious expression. He greets the entire community of the Lord, introducing himself as the master of the Megapixel Guild, a group supposedly dedicated to justice. He explains that anyone active around the transit zone lately has likely heard of the notorious player named Rocan. Violet describes him as a famous player who went head-to-head with the Bloodhound Player Killer Guild. He says many saw Rocan as a hero fighting for the weak, which is exactly what the Megapixel Guild believe at first too. But then he drops a bombshell. He claims Rocan only did it to farm rare items and experience points from those killers, never actually caring about helping ordinary players or new players for even a single second. Violet raises his hand, admitting Rocan is not forced to help others like Megapixel does, but there is a catch. The screen flashes as he reveals an unexpected tip from an anonymous source. According to this informant, the madman Rocan has been using illegal hack software to cheat his way through the game. Analyzing the video, Violet points out how Rocan somehow deflected countless arrows and spells right as they passed through him, along with several other highly suspicious actions. Another clip plays on screen showing Rocan ruthlessly killing a Megapixel Guild member who was simply trying to verify these cheating allegations. Violet points directly at the camera, stating that this is exactly why he is stepping forward to expose Rocan as a dirty hacker. He leaves the final judgment to the viewers before signing off as the righteous leader of the Megapixel Guild. Yoon-min literally bursts out laughing, finally realizing what kind of pathetic scheme Violet was secretly cooking up this whole time. He wipes away tears of laughter, amused by how foolish Philip is, completely understanding why Soo-hee managed to easily trick him. He confidently reminds himself that since the Bloodhound Guild leader could never beat him anyway, they would never dare challenge him openly inside the game. His eyes gleam with sharp focus. While Philip's smear campaign is dirty and suspicious, it will definitely get the public's attention. Yoon-min reflects on the bigger picture. While he only cares about getting stronger, Megapixel is a top 5 guild in Korea, meaning they must constantly act like charity workers to maintain their pristine public image. He lets out a dark chuckle. This is far from his first rodeo, and he already knows the perfect way to dismantle their pathetic little plan. Philip taps his phone, determined to teach Rocan a brutal lesson. A silent war officially begins between Yoon-min and Philip. After all, people are always much harsher on a harmless liar than a powerful, corrupt hypocrite. Meanwhile, deep within a dark forest lies a ruthless bandit hideout. The bandits growl, demanding how he dares walk in alone and asking if he even knows who they are. Yoon-min calmly asks what would happen if he did not know. One bandit lunges forward, shouting that he will teach this insolent brat a lesson before tearing him apart. He screams out their terrifying gang name. Before he can even finish, Yoon-min's heavy axe cuts him clean in half. Yoon-min chuckles, saying he was only joking and obviously knows exactly who they are. Raising his weapon, he declares they are simply a perfect spot to farm some quick experience points. He watches the mob, thinking that standard bandits in games are usually just low-level fodder meant for starting players. But these guys are different. An angry bandit stomps his foot, yelling at him in pure rage. As the brute charges, Yoon-min notes that despite their rugged looks, these guys are actually well over level 90. Because their lore involves raiding and looting countless adventurers, they possess far superior equipment and raw combat power compared to average monsters. The horde yells out to gang up on him since he is all alone. Yoon-min doesn't hesitate for a second, immediately triggering his overpowered berserk skill to meet their charge. Engulfed in a blazing aura, he laughs, realizing these high-level mobs are still absolutely nothing to him. Tearing through them like a demon, he silently warns Philip that he's going to pay him back with interest. Online chat rooms immediately start blowing up. Users ask if everyone saw the video exposing Rocan, with others replying that they thought he was a legend, but turns out he is just a cheap hacker. Some agree that Rocan never actually did anything for regular players, while others argue about how quickly people switch sides after praising him as a literal saint just yesterday. The community is in complete chaos, with many wondering if it is even possible to use hacks in a game like The Lord. A few rational users quickly chime in, warning people not to judge based on a single edited clip and demanding the raw footage to find the truth. But toxic trolls immediately flood the thread, mocking anyone who tries to defend a cheater. Self-proclaimed experts analyze the footage, arguing that catching arrows bare-handed is completely impossible without hacks, questioning if Rocan thinks he is some sort of martial arts movie star. Capitalizing on the viral drama, Philip releases another video thanking the community for their immense support and claiming his guild only wants a fair, clean gaming environment. Putting on a highly humble act, he tells his viewers that while the full truth is not yet completely out, the Megapixel Guild will continue to investigate and expose every dark secret of the suspected hacker Rocan, thanking everyone for standing by them. Watching the brainwashed community swallow his lies, Philip sneers at how easily these idiots are manipulated. He marvels, yes, this is exactly how it should have been from the start. Philip sneers to himself, thinking that no matter how hard Rocan tries, he is completely on his own. There is no way he can survive in Helios when absolutely everyone is turned against him like this. With a venomous glare, he thinks that Rocan is finished and needs to bow down to the power of the crowd. Philip grips his phone tightly. Once Rocan is gone, he will continue his partnership with the Blood Hunt Guild. An urgent call comes in. The voice on the other end sounds frantic, calling for the guild leader. The caller reports that Rocan just logged in at the plaza. Philip chuckles, wondering if he is there to beg for mercy. He asks if they told Winston's crew about the plan and orders them to blend into the crowd, but the voice hesitates, saying there might be a problem. Philip barks out what? Later that afternoon at the plaza, passing players cannot help but steal glances whenever they see Yoon-min walking by. They whisper among themselves, wondering if that is the famous Rocan. A girl asks in shock if he is the notorious hacker. She turns around in anger, questioning how he dares walk in public, while her friend quickly stops her, warning that he might kill them. Confused, she argues they can just call the NPC guards to take down any murderer, but her teammate hesitates with a worried sigh. Ignoring the warning, she spins around and boldly demands if he is Rocan and challenges him to talk. Yoon-min turns around without hesitation. His sudden response completely startles the girl. Yoon-min calmly looks around, wondering why everyone is staring at him. The girl whispers to her friend, confused why a notorious killer looks so normal, while her teammate wonders if he somehow lowered his infamy points already. Yoon-min just smirks, enjoying their utter shock. He feels quite satisfied with his hard work over the past few days. Lowering that infamy stat is incredibly tough, as waiting for it to drop naturally takes weeks, making hunting other PKers the quickest method. Yoon-min recalls that while this is the most common trick, there's a secret method most players ignore, targeting specific monsters that carry infamy points of their own. Having fought in countless battles, he spent the entire night hunting bandits, not just to level up, but because these bandits had slaughtered endless adventurers. By wiping them out, he successfully reset his infamy stat in just a few hours. He knows this method will become common knowledge once average player levels rise, but for now, the most important thing is that these annoying nobodies will finally stop bothering him. The girl stares at Yoon-min in disbelief, knowing that an infamy stat cannot possibly drop in just a day or two. Yoon-min waves his hand dismissively and prepares to leave, prompting the girl's friend to quickly bow and apologize for the trouble. But another man steps forward and asks directly if he is indeed the madman Rocan. Holding a notepad and pen, he smiles and introduces himself as Danos, a reporter for the gaming site, Invent, asking for a brief interview. Yoon-min glances at him, thinking the timing is absolutely perfect. He realizes the reporter must have swallowed the bait he carefully laid out earlier. Danos secretly rejoices, thrilled that his target turned out to be Rocan. He cannot afford to lose this exclusive scoop. Yoon-min smirks and casually agrees to the interview request. He points toward an outdoor cafe, suggesting they talk there, which leaves Danos completely caught off guard. The reporter grumbles inwardly, knowing that a private setting is much better for getting the real scoop. Yoon-min shrugs and turns to leave, prompting Danos to quickly hold him back and agree. They sit down together at the cafe. The surrounding customers whisper among themselves, wondering why that guy is getting interviewed. Danos clasps his hands, stating that since they both know the recent rumors, he will get straight to the point. Scribbling notes rapidly, he asks how Yoon-min responds to the heavy allegations of hacking and the clear evidence of his reckless player killing. Yoon-min speaks up, promising to be just as blunt in return. He firmly declares that he never used hacks, and the Megapixel Guild got exactly what they deserved for provoking him. He taps the table, declaring that he will gradually prove that fact from now on. Danos chuckles at his immense confidence and asks exactly how he plans to back up those claims. Yoon-min leans back, asking if the reporter has heard of a cheap program made specifically for the Lord, and Danos confirms the recent rumors. Yoon-min scoffs, pointing out that while he saw yesterday's video, the reporter should consider when that footage was actually recorded. He reasons that if the creators of the video truly suspected him of cheating, they would have reported his account immediately. Danos hesitates, guessing that they must have reported him with no results, but Yoon-min quickly corrects him, clarifying that the system itself officially concluded he is completely clean. Crossing his arms nonchalantly, he adds that he knows how to play properly without any external help, having never touched a single cheap program or even knowing where to buy one. Yoon-min raises his hand, telling the reporter that he is free to report him right now if he still doubts. Danos is caught off guard. He asks if he is sure before filing the report. Without hesitating, Yoon-min simply tells him to go ahead. Danos taps the screen, submitting the report, and says now they will know the truth for sure. Utterly confused, Danos asks if he really deflected those arrows and caught them barehanded using nothing but pure technique. Yoon-min just sighs and asks why everyone is freaking out over something so simple. Raising an eyebrow, he asks if the Lord is not a game where players get stronger based entirely on item levels and raw talent. Yoon-min explains that since he has upgraded his berserker class for the second time, he has enough power to easily destroy a whole building, so catching an arrow is nothing. Danos nods, admitting he has a point, but then asks what happened when that magic spell failed to hit him. Yoon-min explains it was an item called Safe Zone, which can be bought in the magic item shop, adding that if Danos still doubts him, he can always test it out himself. Danos nervously thinks to himself that he does not believe the guy is lying or exaggerating. He inquires about why the Megapixel Guild would edit and post that video and why Yoon-min did not immediately clear his name. Crossing his arms, Yoon-min fires back, asking if there is any real reason he should respond to such completely baseless accusations. He smirks and asks if Danos thinks they are deliberately trying to bring him down just to hide something secret. Danos is startled, wondering if they really have a secret. He anxiously asks what Yoon-min means and if Megapixel actually has something they are desperately trying to hide. Danos probes to see if Yoon-min knows any secrets about them, but Yoon-min simply replies that he will find out tonight. He explains that since they uploaded a video to let the viewers judge, he plans to do the exact same thing. He apologizes for making Danos wait after coming all this way, but asks him to watch tonight's video for all the details. Danos' mind is completely racing, wondering what this could possibly be. On the outside, he keeps his cool and says he has one final question left. Looking at him directly, Danos asks if the rumors about him player-killing Megapixel members are actually true. Yoon-min flatly answers that it is. Shocked by how easily he admits it, Danos is left speechless. Yoon-min just shrugs it off, saying he has no excuses since they pissed him off, so he simply wiped them all out. Suddenly slamming his hands on the table, he stands up and says he wants to use this opportunity to make something clear. Directing a cold, dangerous glare, Yoon-min warns that anyone planning to mess with him is gambling everything they own, from their items to their very lives. On the other side of the screen, Philip chuckles, mocking his big talk and saying he should prove it by actually beating his men first. He makes an offer to Yoon-min, telling him that all he needs to do is return the stolen invisibility cloak, and they will gladly let this whole matter slide. Violet adds a threat, ordering some elite members to join the Blood Hunters to help hunt down murderers and level up. Meanwhile, the comment section completely explodes with shocked viewers realizing that the Blood Hunters are actually run by Megapixel. Many viewers say they knew Rocan was right all along, urging him to bring swift justice to these bad guys. A user named Jeremy even comments that since the Blood Hunters are on the verge of disbanding, the Megapixel Guild is probably going down with them too. Kevin raises his hand in mockery, boasting that the power gap between them cannot be bridged by a single minor skill. In response, viewers mock Canadian, the leader of the Blood Hunters, with one user named Nachiel commenting that they would have died of embarrassment by now. Finally, a clip shows a Megapixel member taunting Yoon-min, claiming his arrow simply missed. An angry viewer named Gosumi comments that they want to punch his face, adding that they absolutely deserve to get wiped out. Yoon-min scrolls through the comments, shaking his head at these people. He chuckles softly, "Wait for it, look how incredibly fast they switch sides." Yoon-min mocks those idiots from Megapixel, asking if they seriously thought they were the only ones recording. He scoffs, noting they have no idea how much trouble a high ranker like him has survived. He recalls his past life playing the Lord, when so many players tried to ruin him with dirty tricks. That was exactly why he kept his screen recorder running constantly, even if it meant buying a brand new hard drive every single month. Smirking in amusement, he admits he is incredibly curious to see the look on Philet's face right about now. Philet roars in absolute fury, calling him a total bastard. Sui tries to soothe him, begging him to calm down, but Philet snaps back with a dark expression, asking if she honestly thinks he can stay calm right now. Angry and thoroughly confused, he wonders how that bastard discovered their secret relationship with the Blood Hunters, especially since only the highest-ranking executives in the guild are supposed to know about it. Philet hesitates, asking if she was the one who leaked the rumor, but Sui quickly panics and swears that she had absolutely nothing to do with it. Slumping into a corner and clutching his hair, Philet curses Rocan's name, desperately wondering what on earth he is supposed to do next. Sui suddenly speaks up, admitting she might actually know Rocan's real identity, prompting Philet to instantly spin around and demand answers. Shocked, Philet asks if she is talking about that ex-boyfriend they ran into just the other day. Philet trembles, cursing as he tries to process what this means. Sui admits it sounds hard to believe, but no matter how much she thinks about it, it has to be him. She explains that he has used the name Rocan in every single game he has ever played, adding that watching the video, his appearance and distinctive way of speaking immediately reminded her of him. Suddenly, everything starts clicking for Philet as he remembers the guy mentioning that he also played the Lord. Looking back at the video, he realizes they look completely identical. He gnashes his teeth, realizing it really is that bastard. After a long silence, Philet calls out her name, startling Sui, who nervously answers. With a twisted, angry expression, Philet asks if she still has his address. Meanwhile, at the apartment building where Yoon-min currently lives, two mysterious figures dressed in black with fully covered faces silently climb the stairs. Her voice filled with fear, Sui calls out to him. Anxiously looking at Philet, she asks if they should really do this, worried things are going too far. Gripping her chin tightly, Philet snaps that he does not care and orders her to just call him out. Glaring at the apartment door, he feels even more humiliated, wondering how he could have been played like a fool by someone living in such a run-down, trashy building. The other thugs grimaced, declaring they were nothing like that poor loser, Jack, bragging about their loyal minions who would do absolutely anything they ordered. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. Sure, Rocan might have had his fun in the game, but this time next year will be his first death anniversary. A voice echoes from inside asking who it is. Sui sweetens her voice, claiming that it is her. The man inside is taken aback, asking if it is Sui before apologizing and saying she has the wrong place. Sui smirks coldly, saying he does not need to act like that. She slinks her shoulder strap down, suggesting they go inside to talk things over. Peeking through the door's peephole, the guy inside gets completely flustered by her suggestive look. The front door slowly swings open. Philip lunges forward, shouting that they got him and to attack. Two men clad in black instantly jump him as the terrified guy inside screams, demanding to know who they are. They ignore him completely, keeping up the beating and screaming that he is nothing but a worthless piece of trash in the real world. Sui rushes into the room, desperately shouting for them to wait. Looking down, she gasps in panic that it is not him. Philip freezes in shock while the victim screams back, calling them insane lunatics and demanding to know who they are. Pointed finger shaking, the terrified guy screams, asking if they are robbers before shouting that his dad is the local police chief, and they are all going straight to prison. Hearing this, Philip clutches his head in absolute despair, cursing the name of that bastard Rocan. Meanwhile, Yoon-bin is relaxing on a sun lounger, suddenly wondering if someone is talking trash behind his back. He stretches out, chuckling to himself that there is absolutely no way. Yoon-bin slides down his sunglasses and gives a small smirk. Chilling on the building's rooftop, he wonders how anyone in the world could possibly be as kind-hearted as him. In reality, just a few days after Yoon-bin uploaded the video, the Megapixel Guild practically dissolved. People publicly roasted the guild leader for staying offline, while other members faced massive backlash just for being part of Megapixel, forcing them to quit. Lying back and watching the once top-tier guild helplessly collapse, Yoon-bin finds it incredibly boring, muttering to himself that it was a pretty dull ending. He expected the leader to put up one final desperate struggle, but figured the guy probably lost all his spirit after that. As for Philip, he ended up straight behind bars, proving to be utterly boring right down to the very end. Yoon-bin stands up, realizing that except for a few minor details, things turned out pretty great for him. Thinking back on those minor details, he was mainly annoyed by his recent public interview. He had clearly emphasized that he was only giving a warning before anyone else dared to bother the guy, but that only made him even more famous eventually, leading to annoying fans spamming his inbox with messages. Opening the door, he recalls hearing about his massive online fan base. Not that he really cares, of course, thinking to himself what a ridiculous world this is, but something else was far more exciting. The absolute best part of this whole situation was selling off all the loot he got from the Blood Hunter Guild. He managed to rake in several thousand gold. As the media hyped up the news and Z-Lot became even more popular, the real-world cash value of his gold multiplied. Yoon-bin steps into his brand new apartment, glad he decided to sell half his gold to move into this place. Even if it felt a bit wasteful at the time, he already has solid plans for future gear and leveling up quickly. He also bought a brand new piece of gear. He needed the highest spec gaming capsule to get the best experience, making the investment absolutely crucial. Back in his old tiny cramped apartment, there was not even enough space to fit the latest model. Slipping his gaming glasses on, he grins, ready to finally hit level 100, something he has been anticipating for ages. Deep within a silent, deserted forest, a wounded man slumps on the ground, gasping that Yoon-bin is surprisingly strong. Struggling to speak, he warns him to just wait until their bandit chief arrives to deal with him. Yoon-bin does not even let him finish, sending him flying with a single blow. Stretching his arms as he walks away, he mutters about how monsters like him always talk too much, wishing they would just shut up and fight. Axe on shoulder, Yoon-bin figures it is about time for the boss to show up. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes from deep within a nearby cave, calling him a rascal. The level 100 bandit chief Jirodam storms out, demanding to know how he dared harm his brothers and swearing to take his revenge. Yoon-bin watches the dramatic entrance, completely speechless. Jirodam scowls, but Yoon-bin just waves his hand dismissively, telling him not to worry about it. He lets out a soft chuckle, adding that he is pretty busy, so the boss should just shut up and fight. Violet grits her teeth at the arrogant punk. He immediately charges forward, shouting that he will grant his wish. Yoon-min quietly takes a deep breath. He lets out a shocking roar, activating his battle cry skill. The opponent's power level immediately drops by a significant amount. Yoon-min sneers mockingly, wondering aloud what they have right here. The level 95 bandit vice captain Bankers suddenly vanishes, leaving them shocked. Jiros is absolutely shocked, wondering how that bastard knew about Bankers, but Yoon-min remains completely indifferent, thinking to himself that of course he knows, since this bandit den is a famous quest starting point. In other words, it is the Shaggy King quest. There are many special quest items hidden within various bandit dens around the second city. If someone can defeat the bandit chief and collect 10 of these items, they will trigger the legendary quest to finally defeat the Shaggy King. He is the supreme leader of all bandits, and defeating him offers a pretty decent reward. That reward is the legendary Shaggy Axe, which boasts unbelievably high stats and is considered a must-have item for any berserker. Because of this, in his past life, he had no choice but to thoroughly research how to find these bandit dens. Yoon-min glares at Bankers, knowing this guy is a huge pain who specializes in stealth attacks. Raising his axe high, he tells him he is glad to meet him, but hopes to never see him again, knowing their stealth tricks are completely useless against him anyway. Jiros frantically tries to stop him, shouting no. Yoon-min ignores the plea and swings his axe down, prompting the system to announce he has defeated Vice Captain Bankers and leveled up. Yoon-min scoffs, laughing at how easily a vice captain died from a single blow, proving they are ultimately just ordinary average bandits. Yoon-min suddenly snaps his head around. He unleashes a rapid barrage of attacks at Jiros, who just charged from behind. Jiros glares at Yoon-min in absolute rage, calling him a bastard. He sneers mockingly, playing scared before asking if he knows a secret. A brilliant crimson flame erupts from his axe, completely engulfing Jiros. Yoon-min laughs like a maniac, asking if he is strong enough as he goes berserk. The heavy sword in Jiros' hands is slowly forced down by the crushing weight. He simply cannot endure the sheer pressure any longer. Yoon-min delivers a devastating final blow, sending Jiros flying backward. Jiros struggles to halt his momentum, spitting out curses at him. Jiros' eyes suddenly flash. He immediately triggers a combined ultimate move using Focus and Steel Body. Jiros' physical body is heavily buffed as he lets out a savage roar, unleashing his combined buff skill. Jiros mocks him, asking if he really thought he was the only player capable of using powerful buff skills. At that exact moment, Yoon-min charges forward and strikes Jiros' sturdy shield. The heavy shield instantly shatters while Yoon-min notes that this warrior-class skill is supposed to buff both the body and the weapon. He leaps high into the air, raising his axe to test just how sturdy his opponent really is. Terror flashes across Juros' pale face. The sound of agonizing screams echoes through the area. Once Juros' defeated body turns gray, the system announces he has slain the bandit boss and leveled up. Holding a slip of paper, Yoon-min smiles contentedly, deciding to keep it safe as the system awards him the legendary Shaggy King's letter. He looks around, having expected another specific item to drop, wondering where on earth it could be. Suddenly, Yoon-min realizes something as the system chimes, awarding him the final page of Hakuna's journal. Yoon-min chuckles softly, murmuring finally. The system announces the item synthesis is complete, granting him Hakuna's completed journal, along with the final clue left by investigator Hakuna. He smiles in pure satisfaction, glad to have finally finished this tedious quest to collect all 10 of those damn pages. Yoon-min grows serious as he flips through the physical pages, knowing Hakuna's journal acts like a treasure map once all the scattered clues and information are combined. The calculated results appear, pointing directly to a single hidden location. It is the place housing the sealed skeleton within the deadly cave. Tucked deep inside a dense bone forest, Yoon-min sighs heavily, muttering that they hid it so well, almost as if they knew someone would come looking for it. Leaning his hand against the wall, tiredly he realizes he can enter even without an active quest here. Lately, there have been quite a few of these strange cave explorations. Sudden strange noises echo through the cavern. Yoon-min looks up in surprise. He smirks. It has been quite a while. Skull. A system alert pops up. You have discovered the corpse of investigator Hakuna. Smiling, he remembers that this is indeed investigator Hakuna, the owner of the famous Hakuna magazine. Yoon-min's eyes instantly light up. He notices a peculiar ring on the skeletal hand. Yoon-min takes the ring, whispering that he will borrow this. Waving as he turns away, you just know that ring is going to come in handy really soon. Finally, finding the spot, Yoon-min places the ring on the ice block, muttering that he found it. The ring causes the ice to crack, releasing a brilliant glow. With the seal of the death cave officially shattered, Yoon-min chuckles to himself. Thanks to the invaluable experiences from his past life, he already knew these entry points beforehand, even if they are only accessible under very specific quest conditions. Normally, your progress would be blocked if you come here under-leveled or without collecting all 10 magazine pieces, as the skeletal spirits would rise up to stop you. Entering the dungeon as a level 90 Rocan, Yoon-min smiles, thinking that while this is no place for low-level players, his current strength is more than enough to handle this quest. He kicks off against the massive ice wall. A long, wide trail opens up before him as the system announces his entry into the death cave. A bizarre sound immediately catches Yoon-min's attention. Strange creatures slowly begin to rise. The main quest is to prevent these skeleton soldiers from entering the human world. Shockingly, they are level 95 elite skeleton soldiers. Yoon-min wastes no time and strikes the first enemy. He unleashes a devastating dust strike. A massive explosion erupts, sending the monsters flying into the air. But wait, some of them try to ambush Yoon-min from behind. Sensing the danger instantly, he leaps into the air to dodge. The damaged skeleton soldiers crack and groan. Yoon-min notes that they seem only slightly stronger than common bandits. It is not too bad, but there is one detail bothering him. The skeleton soldiers keep charging frantically because these mindless skulls do not fear death at all. Raising his axe, he prepares. He leaps up to easily slash through them, which actually makes his job much easier. The struck soldiers shatter instantly into pieces. Their fellow monsters quickly suffer the exact same fate. Standing right in the center, Yoon-min wipes them all out. He stomps his foot heavily onto the ground, blasting all the nearby enemies far away from him. Yoon-min spins around with lightning speed. His clean, sharp strikes continuously tear through the horde. Yoon-min actually enjoys this thrilling battlefield. Exhaling, he is glad he did not have to activate his berserk skill, even though dealing with this endless swarm was slightly annoying. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shakes violently. A deep, booming voice echoes through the cavern. Sparks fly as heavy chains snap in half. The remaining seals shatter one after another. A colossal beast emerges. The final seal has been broken. This is the level 100 skeleton general dungeon boss. He roars, declaring that he will turn Yoon-min into a dry corpse to spread the Empire's greatness to the human world. Yoon-min stomps hard and leaps into action. Yoon-min rushes in without a second thought, aiming to crush his enemy with a devastating cleave attack. A blazing red flame strikes straight down toward the skeleton commander's head. The boss merely chuckles at him, mocking the arrogant low-born human. Seeing this reaction, Yoon-min smiles. His plan to block the boss from summoning his skeleton army is working. Yoon-min had analyzed this dungeon boss thoroughly, realizing the commander was the biggest threat and forming a plan to neutralize him. If given enough time and space, the boss would summon a skeleton army, while his passive death aura skill boosted their strength tenfold. That is exactly why Yoon-min has to stop the summoning, though executing it is far from easy. The sheer strength of this monster cannot be underestimated. Even without his bone soldiers, he remains incredibly dangerous, normally requiring a highly coordinated three-man party with powerful classes to defeat. Watch closely now. Yoon-min waits, knowing the perfect moment is finally here. The skeleton commander unleashes his ultimate skill, Devouring Bite. Yoon-min raises the ring on his finger. This is the moment. A magic circle unfolds, glowing with blinding light. The skeleton commander sneers. Foolish human, he mocks. Did you really think you could stand against one of the Empire's 4 great commanders? But his expression suddenly shifts as a system alert flashes, summoning cancel because the target cannot be found. The skeleton commander roars in absolute fury. How could he not be here? Raising his skeletal hand, the commander snarls at the empty space. The boss conjures a massive whirlwind to flush out his prey, unleashing a death aura that instantly disables Yoon-min's invisibility cloak. Shimmering out of the shadows, Yoon-min's figure slowly becomes visible again. The skeleton commander gasps in utter shock. Yoon-min merely offers a cold smirk. A spark of crimson flame falls to the cold stone floor. Without hesitating, he lunges forward to strike the skeleton commander. Caught completely off guard, the massive boss screams in agony. Yoon-min presses his advantage, closing the distance for one final devastating blow. The skeleton commander's hollow eyes flare with sinister light. The boss twitches his fingers to cast a spell even as Yoon-min continues his relentless assault. Unleashing a wave of terrifying power, the boss roars in fury, declaring that absolutely no one can stop his soul transformation. And just like that, things go completely south as Yoon-min realizes he cannot prevent the boss's second phase. Massive magic circles manifest in the air above as the commander activates his Necromancer-class skill to summon the undead to rise. From the glowing runes, a terrifying figure leaps forward, activating the Mounted Knight skill. What emerges is a perfect nightmare, a fusion skill, creating the legendary Phantom Steed. Searing blue flames erupt from the creature, radiating a massive wave of heat. Yoon-min leaps back, desperately dodging the relentless barrage of deadly attacks. Even worse, sudden attacks begin striking at him from behind. The skeleton commander's eyes flare with a lethal glow. Leaping high into the air, his entire skeletal frame is engulfed in brilliant blue flames. With absolute authority, he commands Yoon-min to kneel before the true power of the Empire. Gathering his remaining strength, Yoon-min leaps upward to strike back. The two forces collide mid-air, unleashing a violent shockwave that shakes the entire room. The sheer weight of the boss's blow forces him to grit his teeth in agony. The impact blasts Yoon-min backward, sending him flying across the chamber. He slides heavily across the stone floor, desperately trying to stabilize his stance. Yoon-min curses in frustration. How can this undead boss hit like a literal truck, even if he has never actually been run over before? Quickly gulping down a health potion, he calculates his chances. He might have the raw power, but the boss's terrifying acceleration makes a direct duel absolute suicide. Yoon-min stares at the monster before him, wondering if he should activate Berserk mode. He hesitates. No, he can't afford to use that skill. Weighing his options, Yoon-min knows Berserk mode would bring an easy victory, but the penalty afterward would completely destroy his plans for rapid leveling. He narrows his eyes, focusing on the immediate problem. Yoon-min carefully watches the skeleton general. The giant can still move, but if he can somehow shut down that mobility, he has a chance. The system announces he has equipped the tomahawk axes. A dangerous light flashes in Yoon-min's eyes. One wrong move means death, but he has to try. He throws 2 axes forward at the same time. The skeleton general chuckles that is completely useless. He easily raises his hand to deflect the strike, mocking the boy for thinking a cheap trick could stop an imperial general. Yoon-min suddenly flashes into view to deliver a lethal blow. Of course, he did not expect something so foolish to work. Caught completely off guard, the skeleton general is shocked. The boy is confronting his attack head-on. It is pure madness. A deafening sound of metal clashing echoes through the chamber. Taking direct damage, the furious skeleton general roars out at this insolent insect. He swings back instantly, but his vision is already heavily obscured. Yoon-min was waiting for this exact opening, charging in once more. The skeleton general snarls, demanding how he dares. The ground beneath them completely shatters into tiny pieces. Yoon-min raises his head, his eyes flashing with absolute malice. Seizing the moment, the skeleton general unleashes a crushing wave of oppressive energy. Yoon-min sneers back, agreeing that he is indeed a persistent pest. He leaps straight onto the skeleton general, burying his weapon deep into its chest. Howling in pure agony, the monster screams about the glorious revival of his empire. Yoon-min mocks him right back, spitting on his foolish dreams of an empire. He unleashes a massive strike on the skeleton general, calling it payback for targeting his shoulder earlier. The monster can only scream out in endless agony. Yoon-min easily reads his opponent, mockingly asking if his soul form skill is still on cooldown. He delivers a finishing blow, screaming at the skeleton to drop dead. An explosive power bursts outward, completely destroying everything in its path. When the dust clears, nothing but shattered rocks and debris remain. The skeleton general completely dissolves into dust, unable to accept that a proud imperial commander could fall. Right then, the system announces a level up. a mysterious metallic block suddenly appears before him. The system confirms the skeleton general is dead, revealing the newly dropped essence of death. Yoon-min smirks, so this is the real reason they guarded this cave with their lives. It was all because of this metallic block holding the essence of death. Under its dark influence, nearby skeleton soldiers begin to stir. The system quickly warns him that the essence can actively reanimate dead bodies. They claw their way out of the ground after the fierce battle. The system warns that if he does not claim this item immediately, the undead will keep rising endlessly. Leaving it here means monsters will spawn forever. It is basically death incarnate. Facing this dangerous crisis, Yoon-min only smirks. He has a wild plan. He bursts out laughing, realizing this dangerous item is his ticket to hyperspeed leveling. The system flashes a red warning to grab the item quickly, but Yoon-min just scoffs. Is this thing crazy? All he sees is a mountain of free experience points. The level 25 skeleton soldiers immediately begin rushing forward. But these weak mobs stand absolutely no chance of stopping him. He charges straight into the horde, attacking instantly. Each effortless swing easily crushes them, converting their broken bodies into raw power. A crazed look fills his eyes as he declares it's time to reach level 99. 4 days later, this massive skeleton hunt is still going strong. Swept up in the absolute thrill of the battle, Kim Yoon-min ruthlessly tears through every single enemy in his path. The skeleton soldiers keep mindlessly rushing forward, but Kim Yoon-min is ready. He takes them down one by one. Right on cue, the system alerts him that he has leveled up, reaching the maximum level of 99. Kim Yoon-min smiles to himself. He finally made it. Looking back at the brutal grind over the past few days, dealing with constant monster respawns was tough. However, the recovery potions and portable shelter he kept on hand allowed him to heal up while staying in the fight. Thanks to that strategy, he managed to hit level 99 in just 4 days. He is willing to bet nobody, not even himself in his past life, has ever leveled up this fast. He steps forward. It is time to move on. Kim Yoon-min reaches out and grabs the Death Crystal. The system chimed in, announcing he completed the Death Cave dungeon scenario, earning an unbelievable achievement. He has conquered the undead and saved the world from impending chaos. While no one knows of his triumph right now, the world will eventually recognize his silent sacrifice. With that, he officially earns the title Vanquisher of Death. As the first person to claim this title, his attacks now deal 10% extra damage and 50% more critical damage to the undead. Plus, he gains 10% resistance to the dark element. Kim Yoon-min smiles, incredibly pleased with these stats. This title is actually way better than the passive traits of a priest of light class. He is almost looking forward to fighting more undead now. The system alerts him again that death is eating away at him, warning that he will be devoured if he doesn't act fast. Kim Yoon-min just sighs in boredom, telling the system to relax and stop overreacting. He looks around the cleared dungeon. Everything here is finally wrapped up. Grabbing his hard-earned loot, Kim Yoon-min heads out. With the quest completed and his level maxed at 99, it is finally time to make his move. He opens up his inventory and activates the ancient rune book. Enveloped by a sudden intense surge of power, he mutters that it is time to deliver a little present to the magic order. Meanwhile, deep inside the main building of the association, Materian stares in utter disbelief, pointing a trembling finger. Kim Yoon-min smiles and presents it, explaining that it is the death crystal mentioned in the diary of Hakiner. Materian immediately cuts him off, telling him to wait. He steps forward to inspect the crystal using magic. A warm, purifying light immediately surrounds Kim Yoon-min to cleanse him. Kim Yoon-min asks if they are all done, but Materian shakes his head, warning him that they cannot underestimate the lingering corruption of a death crystal. Handing over a small potion bottle, he instructs Kim Yoon-min to drink it right away. Materian explains that it is a rare, potent medicine designed to boost his vitality. Kim Yoon-min chugs the whole thing down immediately, grimacing at the terrible taste. Right away, a system alert confirms his vitality is surging, allowing the life force to push back the corruption. Rubbing his chin while looking at his status bar, he figures this is enough to stop the corruption. Kim Yoon-min silently recalls that the next massive surge of death forces is drawing near, a dark memory he can never forget. Materian reaches out to congratulate him, expressing his gratitude for all the hard work that helped them avoid a major disaster. With a confident smile, he adds that due to Kim Yoon-min's absolutely incredible achievements, so far he has decided to officially appoint him as a member of their Overseer Council. Materian extends his hand, saying how much he is looking forward to working together. Shaking hands warmly, Materian urges him to keep protecting this continent to ensure its peace and safety. Kim Yoon-min smiles back, stating that he is also looking forward to their partnership. Behind his smile, Kim Yoon-min is already calculating his next moves, knowing he absolutely must accept this position to progress his main questline. This coalition connects humans, elves, and dwarves, making it a powerful network. Right on cue, the system congratulates him on his extraordinary achievement of joining the Overseer Council. He is rewarded with the unique title of Overseer, becoming the first player to ever receive it. Kim Yoon-min looks at the system fully satisfied. The system begins to explain the details. He has officially become a member of the Elite Observer Group, a special peacekeeping network formed by humans, dwarves, elves, and gnomes to maintain order across the 6 territories. As the first player to ever receive this rare title, he will gain equal respect from all species while unlocking exclusive observer-only quests. Matorian hands over a small object, telling him to take it as proof of his new status. Yoon-min instantly recognizes it. This is the exact item he needs. Resting in Matorian's hand is a gleaming ring. The system identifies it as the Rare Observer Ring, which serves as absolute proof of his status. It holds a unique power that greatly boosts his vitality, allowing him to restore 3,000 health points once a day with 0 cooldown. Yoon-min grips the ring tightly. This is an absolutely essential item for a berserker. Since his max health is currently sitting at 2,500, this ring practically hands him a whole second life. With a wave of his hand, Matorian tells him to go. He offers an encouraging smile, promising to support him no matter what his ultimate goals or ambitions might be. Yoon-min turns to leave silently, shaking his head. This guy ran him ragged like a servant, and now he is suddenly trying to act nice. Still, he decides to let it slide. He is feeling pretty amazing right now, and there is a very good reason for that. He approaches another massive building nearby. This is where players select their classes. Time to unlock his 3rd class now that he has leveled up. The heavy doors slowly creak open. Inside the room, the clerk sits slumped over in sheer boredom. Kim Yoon-min walks up to greet him and announces he is here for his next class advancement. The clerk looks up in absolute shock, remembering him. Wait, did you not just complete your 2nd class advancement? Don't tell me you were already prepared for a brand new class. Kim Yoon-min smirked, pointing right at the level 99 display floating over his head. Cut the small talk, he says, and get my 3rd class advancement started already. The clerk bursts out laughing. Seriously, in this entire region, you might actually be the very first person ready to take on the 3rd class advancement. He asks if he is sticking with the berserker path. Kim Yoon-min smiles. You even have to ask. The clerk chuckles and says that is excellent. He explains the next step is actually pretty simple, since every single player has to face the exact same test. You must solo a level 100 opponent, the clerk explains. Beast, monster, or guardian, it does not matter. Just take down anyone at level 100. Immediately, the system screen flashes. Quest accepted, a reckless challenge to defeat a level 100 opponent entirely on your own. Kim Yoon-min just gives a sly grin. What if I told you I did not just stop at 1? The clerk gasps in shock. Wait, don't tell me you actually. The system alerts flash. Victory confirmed against the level 100 Moonlight Knight at white. Another window pops up. Victory confirmed against the level 100 Chief of the Bandit Mountains Rocan. And finally, victory confirmed against the level 100 boss, the Forgotten Bone Lord. The clerk grabs his head in utter disbelief. Seriously, you actually soloed all 3 of them. Kim Yoon-min clenches his fist. I finally feel like a real warrior. A burning flame of raw passion surges deep inside him. The system window blares with congratulations for this impossible feat. You are the very first player to complete the 3rd berserker advancement, earning the exclusive title of the world's first frenzied berserker. He smiles to himself. I have really come a long way from being a total newbie. The system chimes in, advancement complete. The clerk gasps. How is this possible? Who are you? Kim Yoon-min tells him not to sweat it, since there will be plenty of bigger surprises later. He stretches his hand out. Stop staring and hand over my advancement rewards. The clerk snaps out of his daze, mumbling in agreement. He presents 3 reward weapons, telling him to pick just one of them. The choices include the Magic Berserker Longsword, the Magic Berserker Battleaxe, and finally the massive Magic Berserker Greatsword. The clerk smiles, noting they are all top-tier gear. At your current level, you will not find anything better than these babies. Kim Yoon-min picks one of the weapons up to inspect it. The clerk grins, acting like he knew exactly what he would choose. Kim Yoon-min nods, saying this is the weapon he is most comfortable with. The system details pop up for the Magic Berserker Battleaxe. Crafted specifically for raw power, it is durable enough to survive a chaotic fighting style. It boasts 250 attack power, 700 durability, 30 strength, and 10 stamina. Testing the weight, he takes a quick swing. It has been a while since he held something like this. While not the absolute best weapon in the game, it is pretty decent for now. Looking around, he asks to see the skill books next. The clerk reminds him he needs to review what is actually available first, explaining there are 5 distinct skills. First is the blue emblem for level 1 Divine Power, which consumes 2 mana every second to heavily buff your weapon. Second is the yellow level 1 Defense Emblem. It blocks a single attack, can only be slotted on shields or weapons, boosts defense by 200% for 2 seconds, and is single use. Third is the green level 1 Frenzied Assault Emblem. It delivers explosive attacks, boosting movement speed by 200% every 5 seconds. Fourth is the blue level 1 Cyclone of Death Emblem. The user spins in place, slashing outward to deal heavy area damage to all nearby enemies. Finally, the bronze level 1 Body Enhancement Emblem. This is a passive skill that raises both your physical strength and overall defense by 5%. Kim Yoon-min points and says he will buy them all, plus a few extras. The clerk gasps, asking if he somehow already knows about combining skills. To put it simply for you, combined skills only unlock after your third-class advancement. They let you fuse different abilities into brand new, incredibly powerful moves. They are absolutely critical for your build, but you are strictly limited to having only 3 slots total. The clerk kindly warns him that he must think this over very carefully. The skill books vanish completely the moment you use them for a fusion, and if you are careless during the combination process, you will end up with nothing but a totally useless skill. Kim Yoon-min remains confident, listing out his order for Battle Roar, Frenzied Assault, Cyclone of Death, Body Enhancement, 2 Blinks, and 3 Divine Powers. The clerk jaw drops all of them. Did you even hear a word I just said? Worriedly, the clerk says the total comes to 21 gold and 80 silver. He wishes he could give a discount, but they have to sell at standard price. The clerk places a strange object on the table, offering it to him in return. It is a rare red quartz known as the Frenzy Gem, a special berserker item that lets the user activate Frenzy once without any negative backlash. Kim Yoon-min holds it up, secretly thrilled since he did not expect to find this here. Usually these items only drop much later in the game. He smiles and offers a quick thank you, promising to put it to great use. Kim Yoon-min tosses over a heavy pouch of coins. The clerk panics again, completely shocked that he can pay such a massive sum of money instantly without even batting an eye. Watching Kim Yoon-min walk away, the clerk wonders how he could possibly know everything about class advancements and skill combinations. Who on earth is this guy? The clerk chuckles softly. He realizes he might have just made a deal with a future top-tier ranker. Inside the Grand Magic Guild headquarters. Inside, the old experts are already gossiping. Sterwarian lifts his teacup, praising Kim Yoon-min's talent as an investigator and his incredible material crafting skills. Kim Yoon-min just sighs and looks away secretly, thinking that getting praised by a random old man does absolutely nothing to make him feel any better. Sterwarian asks where he wants to go next. Kim Yoon-min gives a short reply: Crossroads, the third city. Sterwarian scribbles rapidly on a piece of paper, muttering that it might be difficult, but for someone like Kim Yoon-min it should be a breeze. A quick warning follows that he will start encountering various other races once he reaches Crossroad. Yoon-min calmly nods, letting him know he already knows. He remembers the layout perfectly. Brooklyn is the first city, Shinsik is the second, and Crossroad is the third high-level hub reserved for those who have reached level 100. It is a massive sanctuary housing humans alongside legendary species like elves and dwarves, serving as a gathering ground for both NPCs and players. Sterwarian hands him an item, instructing him to take it to the western mine to meet a guide named Kiram. Yoon-min frowns and asks about the remaining letter. The old man suddenly remembers and tells him to deliver it to a guard commander named Mankin. Yoon-min's eye twitches. This old guy is really milking him until the absolute last second. A final warning is given that the journey ahead is incredibly dangerous. Yoon-min just laughs it off, telling the old man he already knows how crazy he is. But a moment later, his confident expression completely drains. Yoon-min furiously points at his ride, asking if this is a sick joke. The guide calmly responds that it is the only option. It is Kiram, a gnome guide. He slaps the minecart, explaining this is the only way to reach Crossroad, and asks if Sterwarian failed to mention it. Waving his hands, Yoon-min decides that taking the long way around sounds much better. Kiram just smiles, telling him he can do whatever he wants. But Kiram's next words make him freeze in his tracks. Taking the detour will add several days to the trip, and there are countless annoying checkpoints and inspections along the way. Still, the benefits of being first are too good to ignore. First to discover the third city means exclusive titles, early access to prime housing, and massive rewards. He sighs, completely defeated. Talk about a tough choice. He asks with a shaking voice if the thing is actually safe. Kiram flashes a thumbs up, insisting he has never had an accident. But as he pulls the lever, the gnome casually adds that this is his first time carrying a passenger. Yoon-min panics, shouting out to ask what he just said. Kiram smiles and says they are off. The cart rockets forward at terrifying speed, leaving Yoon-min screaming. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mankin is already waiting. Standing deep inside the cavern is a strikingly beautiful elf. She suddenly senses something heading her way. As Yoon-min tumbles out, Mankin draws her weapon and orders him to halt, warning that entry requires a permit. Holding his spinning head, he groans for her to stop shouting because his brain is practically scrambled from the ride. Mankin pulls her bow tight, threatening to shoot him if he does not immediately reveal his identity. His head throbs as he cursed that crazy gnome under his breath. Mankin loses her patience entirely, releasing the arrow and screaming at him to stop. The arrow tears through the air, whistling toward him. She is left utterly shocked. He actually managed to dodge a direct point-blank shot. Before she can even reload, Yoon-min suddenly materializes right beside her with his fist raised. She cowers and covers her head. Sighing, he asks what she is doing. After all, she was the one who demanded his identity. He shows her the ring, introducing himself as Rocan, the investigator. He asks if this is the entrance to Crossroad, silently swearing to murder that gnome if it is not. Passing through the gates, he finally sets foot inside the city of Crossroad. He sighs in awe. The third city is absolutely massive. Taking a look around with a smile, he knows this is where the real journey begins. A rare first visitor title is unlocked, boosting all his skill levels by 5% within the city limits. He sighs, thinking that if it was not for this incredibly valuable first-place reward, he would have skipped the ride. But since he got it, he guesses he can live with it. Nearby residents begin to whisper. They wonder if he is really a human, shocked that a mere human was the first to arrive. He must have pulled off some truly insane feats to get here. The system alerts him of a legendary effect called Nothing is Impossible. His relationship with neutral NPCs in the Alliance will now start a friendly, and his skill mastery will level up 30% faster. Kim Yoon-min rolls his eyes in pure annoyance. He bets those stubborn, long-eared jerks will still find a way to hate him. He remembers his miserable past life, but this is still a million times better. Back then, he was constantly mocked and ignored by everyone just for being a human. The system announces that he is logging out. Kim Yoon-min sighs, deciding that is enough for today. He changes his clothes and steps out of the gaming capsule. Having completed his third-class advancement and unlocked his first title reward, he has a lot of prep work to do. Kim Yoon-min sits down and browses his phone, wondering if there is any interesting news today. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise. Breaking news about a mysterious level 99 player fills his screen along with an exclusive interview. Kim Yoon-min thinks to himself that this exclusive interview definitely is not about him. He thought he was way ahead of the pack, but how on earth has someone reached level 99 already? It makes absolutely no sense. Wait, he stops and freezes. Kim Yoon-min grimaces, praying it is not that guy. A cheerful host introduces herself to the audience. Hello everyone, my name is Ruby from Game Invent. Today, as we previously announced, we are welcoming a very special guest onto the show. A blurry silhouette appears on screen. He is likely the first player to reach level 99 in the Lord, and his name is. Ruby pouts, teasing the audience about whether they want to know his name and face before playfully saying she cannot share that. She regains her excitement, explaining that his sole condition for the interview was keeping his identity a secret. Odin chuckles in agreement. Please understand, I just do not want to be famous. Ruby holds out the microphone, asking how he reached level 99 so fast when fewer than 100 players have even passed level 90. Odin casually replies that it was nothing special. He claims he analyzed the system to find the optimal way to hunt, discovering the perfect grinding zone for every single level. On the other side of the screen, Kim Yoon-min listens intently. Ruby notes that he is already preparing to head to the third city. Odin laughs, confirming he plans to go there once he finishes his third main quest line. Ruby smiles, wishing she could watch his progress because it sounds so exciting. Odin suddenly chimes in, saying he feels bad about keeping his face hidden, so he will share some news. Once he settles in the third city, he plans to create a brand new guild. A shocked Ruby responds, "Really? I thought you were strictly a solo player this whole time." Odin looks down, stating that not just anyone can join his rank. To become a member, players must at least clear the progress of the third main quest. Ruby laughs nervously, asking if he has already picked out a name for this new guild. Odin chuckles quietly. On the other side of the screen, Kim Yoon-min's face twists into madness as the name is revealed. It will be called Ragnarok. His veins pop as he clenches his fist, letting out a stifled, angry laugh. Kim Yoon-min growls with dark excitement. I am so glad to finally face you, you absolute bastard. Back in the training arena, sharp axe strikes slice through the air with ease. Kim Yoon-min loses himself in training, thinking that, to be honest, he was pretty worried. His eyes turn grim, fearing that after everything he did to change this timeline, the guy might not even show up. But seeing Odin's face again proves he is finally here, and even faster than in his past life. Rage boils up inside Kim Yoon-min, and just like that, the pieces are set. He swings his axe, pondering the bizarre nature of his regression. A powerful vortex erupts around Kim Yoon-min as he unleashes Death Cyclone. He exhales. Is it connected to Odin and the Lord? Kim Yoon-min thinks back honestly. He wants to track the bastard down and kill him immediately. Odin's face is crudely sketched onto his wooden target. He targets the straw dummy, realizing Odin is on another continent. More importantly, he is still far ahead of him, and Odin has not even built his guild yet. Killing him now would yield no real benefits. The symbol of divine power glows with a miraculous light. Kim Yoon-min tells himself that it will only be satisfying once the bastard gathers his allies and reaches his absolute peak. He raises his axe right when you think you have reached the peak. He splits the straw dummy right down the middle. A satisfied grin spreads across Kim Yoon-min's face. I will destroy you. He chuckles darkly, thinking that is his style. You better get strong fast, Odin. Kim Yoon-min waves his hand and walks off, deciding that is enough of a warm-up. It is time to combine his skills. He taps the skill fusion interface. The screen prompts him to select the skill books or action replays that he wants to use to combine. Kim Yoon-min selects the first two slots, picking Divine Power and Battle Cry to fuse them together. A notification pops up asking him to confirm the fusion. He can hit agree or adjust the action replay options to try a completely different combination. Kim Yoon-min smiles. This is exactly what he expected. He hits confirm. The system prompts him to name the new combined skill. He calls it Madness Scream. In this world, a skill's name is crucial because it can actually determine its final effects. When combining two skills in this game, the overall effects shift based on the name. Words like heavy, light, fast, or slow can completely change how a skill behaves. A new emblem forms before him. Madness Scream unleashes a terrifying, frantic cry that strikes absolute fear directly into his opponent's hearts. His voice is now magically enhanced, directly attacking his enemy's psyche. Weaker targets will have all of their abilities completely drained, and if they are far weaker than him, they will be stunned for a short duration. Even against much stronger foes, the skill still inflicts a partial debuff. Furthermore, if Kim Yoon-min uses this skill while currently in his signature frenzy state, the overall power of this terrifying scream is boosted by 1.5 times. Kim Yoon-min smiles in satisfaction. It's not too different from his standard battle cry, but it is certainly much more useful, especially when he enters his frenzy mode. Suddenly, he flinches. Wait, what is this? Looking at his screen, there are 3 blank slots, meaning he has 4 slots total for combined skills. How is this possible? He thought 3 was the absolute limit. The system explains that as the very first player to unlock the 3rd berserker class advancement, he has achieved a unique feat. As a reward, he gets an extra slot for combined skills. Kim Yoon-min smiles with absolute delight. He definitely did not see this massive bonus coming. He happily realizes that having an extra skill slot is an incredible advantage. No matter what others might say, the absolute best way to grow stronger in this game is by continuously hunting down rare achievements. Determined, Kim Yoon-min decides to keep pushing for more. Next up on his list is, before him stands a beautiful building, the Dwarf Miners Guild at Crossroad. A flag representing the dwarf clan hangs high. The guildmaster looks shocked, asking if he wants to go solo or if he's just bragging. Yoon-min plays nice, telling him of course not, and to leave it to him while internally cursing the jerk for blowing smoke in his face. The guildmaster sizes Yoon-min up carefully. Turning away, the master grumbles that he doesn't find Yoon-min trustworthy, but a single test won't hurt. Yoon-min grinds his teeth, thinking these useless fools can't even handle it themselves, so they should at least show some respect when handing over a quest. Leaving the guild, he calculates his next move, knowing his first priority at Crossroad is earning the respect of other races. Only then can he unlock the main quests from their alliance in the Golden Lion territory. Yoon-min recalls he wanted to start with the dwarfs to avoid the condescending eyes of those elves, but they all seem exactly the same. Frustrated, he quietly curses them as a bunch of racists. A system quest pops up. The goal is to gather a special blue mineral found only in the Oronamun mine to earn the respect of the dwarfs. Right now, kobolds have overrun the mine, shutting down all operations. They need player help to meet their monthly supply. The goal is to collect 50 level 6 minerals. Clear rewards include dwarf respect with bonus rewards based entirely on the quality of his work. Ordinary players would definitely focus on grinding and mining. Since the quest demands gathering minerals, most people naturally assume that hiring a couple of miners as subordinates and learning the mining skill would make this job a breeze. But Yoon-min knows that is a trap. Learning to mine takes forever because you pull up useless junk alongside the level 6 ore. The system is just targeting lazy players looking for an easy way out. He approaches the entrance of the mine, confident in his theory. Shiny raw ore veins sparkle right next to the entrance. A pack of kobolds is already hard at work mining. An angry kobold stands to the side, barking orders to hurry up and dig as much as possible before the supervisor gets there. Suddenly, a dark shadow flies right over them. The annoyed kobold raises its eyes to look up. Yoon-min raises his massive battle axe high, launching his attack. He smirks dangerously, thinking why on earth should he mine when he can just steal it all. The kobolds are left utterly speechless in surprise. Yoon-min swings his axe straight down. He looks up with a loud laugh, asking what they are so shocked about before promising to send them packing next. They charge at him together, screaming that there is an intruder. Yoon-min immediately activates his powerful divine energy, followed instantly by his flash skill. He swings his axe all around. It is a deadly whirlwind. One monster throws its pickaxe at Yoon-min, screaming for him to die. He quickly activates his defensive shield. The thrown pickaxe bounces off with a clean block. Yoon-min lunges forward, grabs the beast by its head and slams it hard onto the dirt. His sweeping axe strikes leave the monsters with zero chance of survival. The remaining kobolds are sent flying in all directions. Yoon-min laughs maniacally as a critical hit lands, far exceeding his expectations. He remembers his past life before regressing. Back then he could not even defeat a single kobold, but now he can easily take them all on by himself. Lifting a glowing mineral crystal, Yoon-min tells himself he knew this shortcut was the right way. He hesitates, realizing he cannot just stop at gathering 50 minerals. Turning around to leave, he figures that if he only returns with the required 50 minerals, he will easily clear this quest and unlock the next trial called the Fall of the Kobold Cave. Looking at the fleeing monsters, he knows that what the dwarfs ultimately want is to reclaim their mine from the kobolds. Yoon-min grips his axe, meaning he has a plan. Charging forward to slaughter them is like killing two birds with one stone, an incredible time saver. The ears of a nearby supervisor twitch with suspicion. Turning around, he asks if they heard anything but a kobold bows, claiming it was nothing. Dismissing it, Kimothy tells them to ignore it and keep digging faster. This boss is the level 115 supervisor Kimothy. Kim Yoon-min slowly steps forward, activating his specialized combat style. He slowly scans the surrounding area to check the terrain. He spots Kimothy. If his memory serves him right, that dog-like creature is actually their leader, a formidable level 115 boss. Kim Yoon-min realizes even if he unleashes his ultimate transformation, taking on all of them at once would still be suicide. Now what he desperately needs a way out. Suddenly, a clever plan flashes in Kim Yoon-min's mind. A nearby minecart slowly begins to roll, making the kobolds look up in confusion. The cart completely derails and speeds away down the tunnel. Even Kimothy jumps back in surprise. He points his finger and screams to catch him because letting him escape means massive trouble. The entire crowd chases after the cart, leaving Kimothy confused, wondering if he forgot to lock the key in. Shaking his head, he snaps his fingers. A small flame sparks up to light his cigarette. Kimothy complains about how those pesky dwarves are a constant thorn in their side, threatening to invade at any moment. He exhales deeply. Spinning around, Kimothy's face twists with pure rage as he yells for the human to come out. He barks that no matter how well the intruder hides, that absolutely disgusting human stench will always give him away. Kim Yoon-min slowly steps forward, mocking him, saying it is exactly what he expected from a dog. Dropping his invisibility, he sneers that Kimothy has a remarkably sharp nose, but then again, it is just a dog nose after all. Furious, Kimothy charges forward, roaring at the human intruder. He swings his razor-sharp claws, shouting that he will kill the boy before those muscle-brained fools can even get here. Kimothy leaps high into the air to unleash a devastating combo skill called Wild Strike. Kim Yoon-min smirks, amused that his opponent is starting the combo skill. With a casual wave of his hand, he decides to return the favor properly. He activates a massive combination of Divine Power, Body Reinforcement, Rapid Strike, and Frenzy. His bronze emblem glows brightly, signaling the activation of his ultimate combo. Kim Yoon-min leaps skyward, unleashing his ultimate move, Distraction, a devastating combined strike that sweeps away everything in its path. It boosts his speed, defense, and power by 200% for a limited time, with power scaling up continuously. Unless cancelled or disrupted, any damage he takes is directly converted into defense-piercing damage against the enemy. Taking the direct hit, Kimothy screams out in agony, cursing him. Despite getting slashed by razor-sharp claws, Kim Yoon-min continues to press the attack. The two fighters clash head-on in a brutal exchange. Kim Yoon-min is blasted backward, completely shattering the stone wall behind him. But Kimothy also takes a brutal gut punch, flying backward into the distance. He lets out a painful, agonized shriek. Blood gushes out, leaving Kimothy in intense pain. Kim Yoon-min swings his massive axe for a direct strike. He laughs maniacally, telling the puppy that it is all over now. Kimothy desperately roars out, begging him to wait. But his plea comes far too late to change anything. Kim Yoon-min's heavy axe cleaves downward as the system announces he has defeated mine supervisor Kimothy and leveled up. Deep inside the dark mine, a heavy iron gate bars the exit. A furious dwarf slams his hands against the bars, cursing the kobolds. He roars in anger, demanding to know how much longer those stupid dogs plan on keeping them locked up. Other prisoners shout in agreement, yelling that if they are going to kill dwarves, they should at least feed them some food and wine first. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes closer, leaving them wondering what is happening. A crazed kobold rushes forward and bites the iron bars, throwing the dwarves into a panic. It instantly deflates and drops straight down. Kim Yoon-min steps in calmly, knew you guys would be right here. He touches the iron bars, move back a bit, old man, as the dwarf gasps in shock, asking what kind of freak he is. The dwarf's eyes go wide at what happens next. The thick iron bars get ripped violently to both sides, leaving a wide-open path. The dwarves are terrified and in awe all at once. What kind of monstrous strength is this, a human, a mercenary, or some high-level adventurer? Kim Yoon-min smiles gently. The name is Rocan here, with an offer from your guild. The dwarf waves a hand. We appreciate you saving our lives, but things are not that simple, warning that the place is completely overrun by kobolds now. With hundreds of them led by a commanding overseer, thanks to this little mess you cause, you are going to be their prime target. He suggests getting out while you still can and calling for backup. Kim Yoon-min just chuckles quietly. Is that really all you are worried about? He lowers his head, stop stressing over useless things and just walk outside, old man. He points right into the depths of the mine. Kim Yoon-min recounts his cleanup. Doubt there are any kobolds left breathing in there. The Dwarf Guild members stare in pure disbelief. You are actually incredible, absolutely amazing, boss. The guild master points excitedly. You really pulled it off. My mistake for completely missing a talent like this, while Kim Yoon-min nods to himself, thinking now you get it, so treat me like the talent I am. The guild master flashes a generous grin. Let us stay on good terms. I have a feeling we will be crossing. Right at that moment, the system chimed in with another incredible achievement. By gaining the absolute trust of the dwarf tribe, he has earned the legendary title, Friend of the Dwarf Tribe. Since he is the first human player to ever accomplish this feat, he can now easily request crafting repairs and powerful gear enhancements directly from any dwarven blacksmith. Best of all, he even gets a sweet 5% discount on every single order. Kim Yoon-min stares in disbelief. Wait, he can actually enhance gear now. It is a well-known fact in the lore that players only have two ways to enhance their gear. The first option is using rare enhancement scrolls, while the second method is finding and paying a highly skilled blacksmith to do it for them. However, enhancement scrolls are only given out as quest rewards starting from the third city, making them practically non-existent at this stage. In other words, there are absolutely zero scrolls available on the current player market, but this is far from the end of the story. As for the second option, that path is not simple either. Think about it, normal players find it incredibly difficult to get any blacksmith to perform these rare enhancements for them. To even make the attempt, your favorability with that specific NPC has to be extremely high, and the success rates and prices fluctuate wildly. While players can choose blacksmith as a secondary class, the difficulty of mastering this profession is ridiculously high. Because of that, it is widely considered one of the three most difficult professions in the entire game. Of course, if players are willing to wait, high-tier crafting and gear enhancement will eventually become common, but that is a story for the very distant future. Right now, this means the only person in the entire game who can enhance items is Kim Yoon-min. He chuckles softly. This means he is about to make an absolute fortune. His smile slowly turns completely devious. We are talking about an insane amount of money. Over the next few days, he visits the Dwarven Forge and Crossroads. The blacksmith looks up from his anvil. A human. Ah, you must be the guy our guild master mentioned earlier. Kim Yoon-min speaks up. I would like to commission some crafting. The blacksmith smiles warmly. Of course, I can do that for you. What is it going to be, a kite shield? Kim Yoon-min shakes his head. We can worry about shields later. Please craft me a long sword first. The blacksmith waves a hand. A long sword, PFF, that is easy work. Kim Yoon-min silently calculates his move. The reason he wants to craft a standard long sword first is incredibly simple. It does not have any glaring weaknesses, and because it is widely used by the vast majority of players, it is guaranteed to command a very sweet price on the open market. Curious, he asks how much it will cost. The blacksmith is quite polite, telling him it is just 90 silver per weapon. Kim Yoon-min politely requests 50 of them, asking how long it will take. The blacksmith laughs. 50 of them. That is quite a big order, but it will only take me about a day. Just leave all your materials over there. Dumping the materials to the side, he silently gloats. The only skill that player blacksmiths can actually use right now is self-repair, meaning all raw crafting materials are sold for absolutely dirt-cheap prices. Thanks to this, he was able to buy a massive stash of them without spending much at all. Then he suddenly snaps his fingers. He almost forgot. Kim Yoon-min asks if he can engrave the blades for an extra fee. The blacksmith shrugs. No problem, that is an easy job. Once the swords are finished, Kim Yoon-min picks one up to inspect. It looks incredibly solid, proving why dwarven craftsmanship is top tier. The system confirms he has successfully crafted a magic-grade abyss longsword. He gazes happily at the customized engraving, which displays the letters TK. From now on, this is going to be his official brand name. He smirks deviously. Building a personal brand by selling gear crafted entirely by an NPC, is this what being a complete scammer feels like? He points at the pile, asking if the blacksmith can also upgrade them to +3. Though a bit confused, the dwarf nods, agreeing to do it. He gets straight to work. Another sword is ready. He has received a +3 magic-grade abyss longsword. Its attack power is now 190 plus 35, requiring level 90 with 600 durability. With a smile, Kim Yoon-min realizes that keeping advancements at +3 guarantees a very high success rate. Best of all, it requires 0 rare materials, making it absolutely perfect to mass-produce and sell. He heads straight over to the global market in Crossroads, which is the main trading hub. It is time to see exactly how much this gear is worth. Opening his menu, he accesses the global market interface, which is only unlocked starting from the third city. Unlike standard localized markets where transactions are confined locally, this system allows players to trade globally with anyone in real time. Let's see, he calculates. Listing this might cost him about 3 gold. Kim Yoon-min taps the screen to evaluate. He sets the starting bid at 6 gold, sets the buyout limit at 10 gold, and hits submit. The system instantly alerts him that his listed item has already been sold. Kim Yoon-min is absolutely stunned. Wait, it has only been 5 seconds. He lets out a bitter laugh. This is insane. That thing is worth about 2 million won in real money, yet it's sold instantly. Kim Yoon-min thinks it over. Actually, it makes perfect sense. Players above level 90 only account for about 1 to 2% of the entire server. He remembers Odin. With so many players clustered at the same level, finding top-tier gear is nearly impossible, and yesterday's interview with Odin only made the market even more cutthroat. Kim Yoon-min laughs maniacally. He never expected to feel grateful to that guy, but he certainly cannot afford to let this massive opportunity slip away. He happily strolls through the market to see how high he can push the price. Alright, let's try setting it to 20 gold this time. Kim Yoon-min keeps raising the price. Sold already. Alright then, let us try 30 gold next. Yet buyers still snap them up at 43 gold. 10 minutes later, he is utterly exhausted. Honestly, who wouldn't be? The system shows all items are sold. He has received 458 gold, 98 silver, and 32 copper excluding transaction fees. Kim Yoon-min is absolutely speechless. Did he seriously just make nearly 100 million won in 30 minutes? This is sheer madness. He frantically swipes his screen. Completing quests and leveling up are important, but right now, that is not his priority. His eyes gleam with pure greed. It is time to move. Watch him buy out all the crafting materials to milk this exploit dry. Elsewhere, inside a massive city stands the towering Falcon skyscraper. This is the main headquarters of the game developer Lost Falcon. Deep inside their core system hums across complex microcircuits. Suddenly, a warning flashes. An anomaly has been detected. Confirmed item enhancement exploit. Identified player name Rocan. 2 days later, in another city hosting a magnificent golden fortress, Kim Yoon-min frowns. What on earth is this? A regional system announcement. Enhancements have been adjusted. The maximum limit is now set to 100 attempts. Please use them wisely. He gnashes his teeth. Is the game telling him to tone it down? There is no avoiding it. Kim Yoon-min reassures himself that he never expected this trick to last forever. He should be grateful for the massive fortune he built over the last 2 days. Luckily, other players cannot see this warning. It is a direct warning sent only to him. He runs the numbers. Ultimately, he has successfully enhanced all his active gear to +5 while making a killing. His setup is stacked, featuring sturdy lizard man scales with 85 plus 20 defense heavy armor, with 110 plus 45 defense gloves with 40 plus 10 defense, a solid belt with 40 plus 15 defense, deep forest lizardman pants with 80 plus 32 defense, and iron boots with 70 plus 26 defense. Kim Yoon-min lifts up his heavy axe, and thanks to all that profit, he was able to forge this. The axe glows with a mesmerizing purple light. It is a rare +5 executioner axe modeled after a legendary killer who slaughtered his foes. This bloodthirsty weapon possesses 320 plus 150 attack power and 1000 durability. Thanks to its special passive effect, his attack power increases as his health drops. His expression is filled with absolute satisfaction. He is incredibly pleased. Kim Yoon-min leaps with excitement. He cannot wait to test its true power. It is time to start the next quest. Elsewhere in Crossroad, he arrives at the Half-Elf Guild. Taro, the arrogant half-elf guild leader, turns away. A mere human. She asks curiously what he wants. Kim Yoon-min flashes a polite smile, offering his help because he heard she was dealing with some heavy troubles and needed a listening ear. Taro cuts him off immediately, demanding to know who spread such nonsense because she has heard enough. She coldly adds that her situation is not desperate enough to rely on a weak human. Kim Yoon-min is instantly triggered. Weak? How could she talk so incredibly rudely to someone trying to help her? He swings his axe, asking if she is disrespecting him just because he is polite. Taro gasps, completely shocked by his sudden aggression. Kim Yoon-min slams his axe down completely, shattering the table in front of her. Taro panics, demanding what he is doing. Kim Yoon-min threatens her, saying they should see who is actually the weaker one, but that was just inside his imagination. In reality, Taro dismisses him, telling him to leave immediately. Telling himself to endure for the quest, Kim Yoon-min tells her not to be so cold. Showing a shiny ring, he explains he is an investigator recognized by the Blacksmith Guild and is far stronger than she thinks, so she should trust him. Closing her eyes, Taro says he misunderstands things as they do not recognize those savages or wish to associate with them. She notes that his investigator status cannot be ignored, deciding to trust his abilities just this once. Suppressing his irritation, Kim Yoon-min compliments her on a wise choice. Instantly, his system updates with a new main quest to ensure the safety of the Lost Gathering team. Some young half-elves went missing in the Tekalona forest several days ago, and he must track them down, verify they are still alive, and escort them back to Crossroads safely. Taro explains that something must have happened to the artifact gathering team, ordering him to bring them back alive at all costs. Handing him a token, she warns him that the young elves are wary of strangers, so he must show them this. He receives the Half-Elf Guild Proof of Trust. 4 clear system quest conditions pop up. Confirm the surviving members of the 10th Half-Elf Expedition, protect them from danger, and prevent their defeat. Rewards include official recognition from the Half-Elf tribe plus extra bonuses scaled to his completion rate. Kim Yoon-min stares at the screen with a knowing look. He knew a quest like this would definitely have some extra hidden perks. He smirks inward, plotting his next move since he already knows the quest inside out. Standing right beside him, Taro watches with real anxiety. He wonders if this highly unusual human can actually be trusted. Kim Yoon-min begins his journey. The main objective is to complete the original mission of the 10th Expedition Team from when they first ventured deep into the dark Talona forest. A new system notification alerts him. He has acquired the Dark Steed, boosting his riding speed by 150%. He also gets a special whistle to summon it from anywhere. Kim Yoon-min calculates the distance from the third city. The road to the quest is massive and walking would have literally killed him. He races through the forest. It cost him 100 gold, so he needs to squeeze every bit of value out of it. A strange corrupted creature suddenly appears. It is a corrupted tree spirit level 115. Kim Yoon-min leaps into action. It is a perfect coincidence that a tree monster shows up right as he wants to test his new axe. The corrupted spirit lunges forward to attack him. Kim Yoon-min glances over easily, predicting its attack path. His sharp axe slices clean through the air. The wooden trunk splits in half, making him mockingly whisper that it is truly pathetic. A critical hit system message confirms he leveled up. He notes that while this monster is stronger than dungeon kobolds, it lacks special skills and relies entirely on basic attacks. Kim Yoon-min smiles down at his weapon. This investment was definitely worth every single gold. He walks ahead with quiet confidence. They must be somewhere around here. He scans the area. This is exactly where the missing half-elves from the 10th expedition left their traces. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min's eyes catch onto something. The system confirms he found an expedition member discarded boot. He mutters to himself that he found it. According to the lore, the team ran from monsters and one dropped a shoe. Now he just needs to follow the footprints to track them down, though doing so is far easier said than done. Kim Yoon-min reasons that since half-elves are naturally light on their feet, their footprints are almost impossible to detect even when you are looking for them. If he wants to track them down, he needs absolute focus and incredibly sharp eyes that will not miss a single detail in this thick brush. Flattened grass and broken twigs show signs of movement. He looks around, finding this forest incredibly unsettling. Kim Yoon-min whispers that they should be extremely close by. Suddenly, an object flies straight at him from behind. Did he actually make a wrong turn? A sudden surprise attack aims directly at Kim Yoon-min back. The dense forest echoes. He catches a flying arrow. Kim Yoon-min turns back with a smirk, snapping the arrow. Just as he figured, he looks toward the hiding elves. He definitely found the right spot. A girl quickly shouts, demanding to know who he is and why he tracked them. Kim Yoon-min explains he is an adventurer named Rocan sent by Taro who grew worried after losing contact with their team. The girl gasps in total shock at the mention of Taro's name. She remains deeply suspicious, arguing that Taro would never send a human. Kim Yoon-min quickly cuts her off, saying that is enough, doubting. He holds up a guild item, telling them if they still do not believe him, they are welcome to stay here. The girl gasps, realizing it belongs to their guild. Kim Yoon-min sighs in relief, asking if they believe him now while privately wondering what he would have done otherwise. Kim Yoon-min leads them through the dense brush. She worries that escaping won't be easy, warning him that terrifying, unseen monsters are taking over the entire forest. He asks if she is referring to the corrupted forest spirits. Surprised, she asks how he could have possibly encountered them before. Kim Yoon-min casually replies that he already took out a few. She snaps back, calling him a liar since their entire team could not handle a single monster. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoes through the trees, striking pure fear into her. Yet another corrupted tree spirit emerges from the shadows. It lunges forward to attack everyone. The elves huddle together in terror, crying out that they are doomed. Kim Yoon-min just smirks, finding the timing absolutely perfect. He steps forward, telling them to keep their eyes wide open. Kim Yoon-min shoulders his heavy axe, announcing he is about to put on a real woodcutting show. The corrupted tree spirit raises its massive arm, preparing to strike. Kim Yoon-min leaps forward instantly to seize the initiative. His eyes burn with pure battle madness. Powerful slashes tear right through the corrupted spirit. It shrieks in agonizing pain. Kim Yoon-min just laughs out loud. He lunges forward, shouting, "All right, come get some." Kim Yoon-min leaps again, delivering a flurry of strikes. The elves below can only watch in absolute awe. The girl mutters, "This is impossible." Witnessing his sheer, overwhelming power, she wonders how on earth a mere human could possess such strength. His onslaught only grows more relentless by the second. Each brutal slash quickly wears down the corrupted spirit. It gets blasted backward, crashing hard onto the ground. Kim Yoon-min delivers the final blow with 2 swift slashes. With the corrupted spirit barely clinging to life, Kim Yoon-min nods. This should be enough proof. Kim Yoon-min pulls back his heavy axe. He licks his lips. That is why we do not need to fear this corruption. The girl can only stand there in silence. Finally, she drops to her knees on the dirt. The other elves quickly follow her lead, kneeling down too. Kim Yoon-min asks quietly, "What are you all doing?" The girl speaks up, "Though it is shameless of us to ask, we cannot simply return like this. She explains that not long ago, a strange corruption began taking over this forest. Before it completely consumes everything, they absolutely must complete their vital mission no matter what. Tears stream down her face as she begs him for help, crying out that this means more to them than their own lives. Right then, the system chimes in: a new quest has been unlocked. He must escort these young half-elves to their destination in Tukalona Forest before heading back to Crossroads. The clear condition is simple: reach the center of the forest. However, failing means giving up or letting any of these young elves die. Success guarantees safety rewards for the entire harvesting team. Kim Yoon-min smirks to himself just as he figured. He simply replies, "All right then." But he has one condition: they must follow his orders from now on. If they refuse, he will drag them all out of the forest by force. Desperate, the girl nods immediately, promising they will obey. As he walks, Kim Yoon-min notes how easy it is to handle half-elves. Just bring up their sacred mission and they instantly fall in line. Leading them forward, he knows their prize is well worth the risk. After all, it links directly to his own main quest. Deep within the thick woods, other corrupted spirits lurk in the shadows. Kim Yoon-min warns the group to slip past them quietly. He knows fighting every single monster will only drag down their efficiency. His main goal is to reach the destination as fast as possible. But of course, if any beast gets too annoying and stands in his way, he will gladly wipe it out. Suddenly, the girl gasps in realization. She calls out, "Rocan, wait up." Bending down, she exclaims that she found it. This is the exact resource they came to harvest. Before them lies a tiny glowing sprout, a seedling of the world tree. Kim Yoon-min looks confused, but she quickly explains that this is a rare seedling with the potential to grow into a massive world tree. In this world, the world tree is the ultimate sacred symbol of the elves. To revive their long-lost kingdom, these brave half-elves risk venturing deep into this forest just to harvest these precious life-giving sprouts. With tears in her eyes, she admits they are still weak, but even a single, fully grown world tree could change their fate. She begs Kim Yoon-min to protect them while they harvest the remaining sprouts. Kim Yoon-min bows his head in deep thought, recalling everything he knows about this quest. He suddenly pulls out a small bottle, telling her to wait. Kim Yoon-min shoves her aside, telling her to step back, leaving her completely startled and asking what he is doing. He pours a strange green liquid directly onto the delicate sprout, making the girl scream in absolute rage. The other elves instantly lose their minds, shouting that humans can never be trusted when suddenly someone screams at them to wait. Her eyes widen as she looks down, completely stunned. The system detects that the world tree sapling is growing rapidly. By absorbing life force, it has shot up in no time, greatly raising its chances of successfully maturing into a full world tree. The elves look on in pure disbelief, cheering and shouting that this is impossible. Rocan just watches them with a bored expression, thinking they worship the world tree so much they never even considered trying something so simple. He pours out more mid-grade life elixir. Since the world tree thrives on pure life force and this place is still unpolluted, he figures he might as well help it grow as much as possible. The elf girl is stunned, wondering how he knows this high elf secret, but she quietly nods in agreement. Another generous splash of the red elixir is poured directly onto the tree. Rocan tells her to pour slowly without spilling, though secretly he is crying over how much money this slow growth is costing him. Suddenly, Rocan's eyes light up. Does it really have to be expensive potions? He pulls out a different bottle. Try using this instead. The system describes it as pure lake water that restores mana instantly. When the curious girl asks what it is, Rocan simply tells her to pour it, assuming it will work just fine. The sparkling liquid is poured directly onto the tree of life. Another leaf sprouts. The elves gape in disbelief. Rocan smirks, glad that this water actually worked. It is a good thing he always carries a bottle around just in case. A greedy smile plays on his lips. At this rate, he will definitely sweep up all the bonus rewards, whatever they might be. Suddenly, the elf girl turns pale. This is bad. Rocan raises an eyebrow. Is the world tree growing not a good thing? She hesitates, explaining they are happy, but there is a catch. She explains that while the tree of life needs raw life force to grow, forcing it to mature this fast comes with a pretty terrifying side effect. Right on cue, the ground begins to violently shake, meaning the rapidly growing tree is sucking the forest's life force completely dry. Everyone panics. It is here. A massive monster rises, the level 139 corrupted guardian of the forest and the zone's ultimate boss. It roars in absolute fury, demanding to know who these intruders are to dare steal the forest's life energy. Rocan sighs to himself. Of course, things were never going to be that easy. He smiles and summons the sealed Lion King's helmet, unlocking a fraction of its true power. All right then, time to go all out and chop this overgrown weed down to size. But suddenly the helmet begins to transform. It reveals its true form as the sealed Lion King's helmet once worn by the legendary Gao Khan. Its power scales with the user's level, granting 750 defense, 4,000 durability, 70 strength, and 50 points to both stamina and agility. When combined with Lion's Roar, the skill's range and overall power shoot up by 50%. Rocan smirks, genuinely surprised by the helmet's incredible upgrade. He holds it up to inspect the partial unsealing. Who would have thought its power unlocked based on level? Either way, this is a massive win. Holding the gleaming gold Lion King's helmet in his hands, there is no denying that this is easily the strongest piece of defensive gear in his entire arsenal. Legend says that collecting the full set will completely lift the seal, maximizing all its stats. He absolutely has to hunt down the rest of this armor. The anxious elf girl asks Rocan what to do. He calmly tells her to focus on moving the sapling safely. He glares up at the massive forest guardian as it stomps closer. Armed with a collection of overpowered gear like his +5 battle axe, Rocan charges straight ahead, telling her to leave this beast to him. The elf girl screams in absolute terror. She shouts that this is the ancient guardian of Tekalona, the supreme protector of the woods, now driven completely mad by some mysterious corrupting dark energy. Her warnings ring out. No single player can possibly fight this thing alone. Rocan just smirks and asks who even decided that. Glaring at the boss, he scoffs that weaklings only set arbitrary limits to hide behind, and elves are clearly no different. He charges ahead, watch closely. Clashing head-on with the guardian, he intends to shatter that limit once and for all. It all happens so fast. This boss was meant to protect the woods, but corruption turned it into a monster, one Rocan was supposed to face in a much later main quest. Even though this boss belongs to a future zone, its strength is terrifying. At level 130, it easily outclasses standard bosses, and even a party of level 100 players would struggle to scratch it. The beast's eyes gleam with bloodlust, but Rocan does not actually have to defeat it. He only needs to draw its attention, while the elves secure the sapling and make a clean escape. But as he looks at the monster, a crazy thought crosses his mind. Facing this giant, Rocan just laughs. His battle instincts are screaming. He charges ahead. A simple escape is never enough. The guardian there suddenly alerts, detecting him as an intruder. Activating its system protocol to eliminate him, a massive surge of pure energy descends instantly. The guardian's colossal hand crashes down, crushing everything. Kim Yoon-min mocks, how stupid, other than making a scene. What can you actually do? The beast glares intensely at him. Wait, could that really be it? Something massive is rising from deep beneath the forest floor. A towering monster drags itself up, truly beginning to awaken. Kim Yoon-min quickly leaps away, and honestly, that was a close call. A terrifying wave of power erupts, slamming directly into him. Fierce explosions detonate with every single collision. Debris scatters everywhere as a blinding flash of energy rains down. The girl flies in, deploying a strong mana shield. Young Mi seizes the moment to launch a disruptive strike. He presses forward, attempting to reach the guardian's massive body. A red lightning bolt strikes down. Don't be so hasty. Colossal energy gathers around his weapon, the calamity axe of the Demon King. The lightning slices through everything as he vows to chop it into pieces right now. Taking heavy damage, the guardian's massive arm is severed. The beast screeches in absolute agony. It thrashes around blindly, trying to grab onto anything. Another blinding red lightning bolt flashes from above. His axe slices through the dark, slamming into the guardian. Kim Yoon-min moves like absolute lightning to close the gap. Having closed in, he only needs to crush his target. Kim Yoon-min smiles, muttering that it is not as tough as he thought. The guardian desperately struggles to break free. Kim Yoon-min calmly calculates his next move, planning to disable it completely after chopping off its remaining limbs. The creature shoots its massive roots directly toward him, forcing Kim Yoon-min to quickly leap backward. What are those tentacles? No, they are definitely tree roots. Suddenly, a glowing light wraps around the guardian's body. The beast is trying to regenerate its lost power. Kim Yoon-min clicks his tongue in sheer annoyance. He glares at the boss, realizing its healing speed is insane, wondering if unlimited regeneration is standard for forest guardians. But the tougher it gets, the wider he smiles, knowing even the strongest regeneration has a limit. Suddenly, a voice rings out, urging him to destroy its magic core. The girl screams at him, asking if he really plans to just keep chopping until it stops regenerating. Kim Yoon-min scratches his head, asking how she knew. She snaps back that his reckless actions made it incredibly obvious. She explains that his plan will not work. The forest spirit is intimately linked to all life around them. It will endlessly absorb the energy of the woods to regenerate, growing stronger by the second, while completely draining and killing every single tree in the forest. Kim Yoon-min scowls, telling her he gets it and begging her to stop nagging him already. He asks where the core is hidden. She points right to the center of its chest, wondering how they can reach it on such a colossal beast. Kim Yoon-min summons a new axe, leaving her completely baffled by how ordinary it looks. He grips the weapon and strides forward. Suddenly, massive roots close in, attempting to trap him. The sudden emergency leaves him absolutely no time to react. That devastating attack instantly reduces the entire area to absolute ruins. Thick dust and smoke billow from behind the shattered boulders. A surge of brand new power erupts from the stone pile. Yoon-min awakens a terrifying power, realizing he just needs to shred this monster to pieces as his berserk mode triggers. Red-hot lightning rains down from above, bringing absolute devastation as burning flames engulf the battlefield. Yoon-min laughs like a maniac, declaring that this time he is going completely all out. Armed with his high-tier gear, Yoon-min charges back into the battlefield. He roars out, challenging the enemy to show their true strength. The massive guardian slowly forces himself up. Driven by pure instinct, the monster aims to eliminate the intruder. Yoon-min leaps high. Combo skill activated. Beams of crimson lightning rain down, obliterating everything in sight. The crest glows brightly with devastating power. Blazing red sparks tear through the forest, shooting straight into the sky. The blast strikes directly at the core stone of the guardian. The giant immediately collapses to the ground in agonizing pain. Harnessing an immense surge of energy, Yoon-min continues targeting the boss's vital weak points. But the guardian won't go down easy, and honestly, Yoon-min is eager to test his absolute limits. He vaults high into the air right above the beast's head. At that exact moment, his lion helmet flashes with a blinding red light. Moving with insanely fast, godlike speed, Yoon-min effortlessly dodges the incoming attacks and pushes forward. He charges straight at the guardian's center for a direct strike. Let's see exactly how strong his full-force strike is. Below, the girl watches anxiously, wondering why he is being so reckless. Battered by endless blows, the guardian unleashes a massive wave of defensive energy. The monster's eyes flare with absolute fury. Its raw power becomes more explosive by the second. Yoon-min leaps right in, mocking the beast by asking if it plans to revive. He kicks off the ground and launches himself skyward. Yoon-min's own eyes glow blood red, fully consumed by the thrill of battle. He grips his battle axe tight and charges directly at the guardian. The giant beast lets out a deafening, enraged roar. Both massive forces collide, violently tearing into one another. Yoon-min triggers his ultimate ability, the legendary Battle Roar. The system issues a warning about the terrifying pressure, noting his debuffs are weakened due to the boss's high level. Yoon-min sneers at the warning, asking how they like this instead. He chains his divine skills together, linking the Battle Roar with his combo attack. This terrifying technique shreds the guardian's defenses, combining with Madman's scream to unleash wild lightning that strikes fear into his foes. The hidden magic in his voice manipulates the enemy's mind. All their stats drop if their level is lower than the user's. If they are way lower, random status effects trigger for a short time. Even if the enemy is higher level, it still activates to weaken any incoming debuffs. Best of all, if the user enters a berserk state, the overall power of Madman's scream is boosted by 1.5 times. Yoon-min leaps high to strike, lowering the enemy's defense and triggering a sudden stun effect on the boss. A sudden flash of light blinds everyone on the battlefield. Gritting his teeth, Yoon-min prepares to unleash his single strongest attack. He channels his combined strength into a single blow, Divine Flash Strike, a devastating fusion skill. The active combo sigil shines brightly above the guardian. Shattered water mirror fragments erupt. Shards of absolute power rain down completely, trapping the beast in place. Kim Yoon-min grips his strongest fused weapon and leaps high into the air. His hands tighten around the blade. It glows brilliantly, preparing a critical strike. The guardian's body is instantly torn apart. A blinding light pierces the sky from the combined critical hit. Movement speed is boosted by 250% during the active window. Attack power surges by 300% for one strike, with critical rate up by 50% and critical damage increased by 200%. The guardian's body can no longer regenerate as he reaches his absolute limit. He only glares, letting out painful, agonizing screams. His eyes roll back. Mission to eliminate the intruder has failed, resetting quest. He crashes into the forest as the system announces he defeated the boss of the polluted forest. Finally, the guardian disintegrates in a massive explosion, triggering a level up. The elves stand there completely frozen in disbelief. They stare blankly at Kim Yoon-min's back, wondering if he really defeated it alone. He turns around with a smile. Let's go collect the reward. Honestly, who could have seen this coming? The guild members shout in absolute joy. Taro cannot hide her pure excitement, staring at the world tree seedling, wondering how he did it. Kim Yoon-min proudly shrugs, saying it is hard to explain, so she should just clean up the battlefield to see. Taro grabs his hand, calling him Adventurer no Rocan. She smiles and thanks him sincerely, saying that thanks to him, the HP elves finally have a ray of hope. Kim Yoon-min recalls how arrogant this HP elf guild master used to be. But what does the world tree mean to her anyway? He clicks his tongue. Whatever, as long as he gets his reward, nothing else matters. Kim Yoon-min gives a sly grin, telling her not to be so polite since he did not do this out of goodwill. You do not plan on disappointing me, right? Taro quickly nods, assuring him that of course she won't. She hands over the weapon as the system chimes, announcing an unbelievable achievement. He has earned the trust and title of Friend of the HP Elves, becoming the first human to receive it. Taro closes her eyes to activate the unique power. He is recognized as the first human friend of the HP Elves, meaning any of them who acknowledge him will support him to the absolute best of their ability. Furthermore, with this special blessing, all of his defensive attributes are permanently boosted by 10%, and his basic health and mana regeneration rates are increased by 50%. Kim Yoon-min is surprised, wondering about this new blessing. Feeling the new power surge, he knows defensive stats are crucial in magic warfare. At high levels, these are incredibly hard to raise, making this boost a vital necessity for his current tier. Kim Yoon-min turns around saying he would be disappointed if this was the only reward. Taro quickly replies that of course, it is not handing him a heavy sack of gold. She admits it might not look like much, but it is all the gold their guild can offer. Kim Yoon-min purses his lips and agrees to accept it anyway. He keeps a serious face, but inside receiving 150 gold coins is an absolute jackpot, making it well worth dealing with those annoying elves. Taro bows her head in sincere gratitude, thanking Rocan once again and offering their assistance whenever he might need it. She wishes him a safe journey, and Kim Yoon-min casually waves it off, telling her she can go back inside now. He leaves as the elves wave him off. Although he managed to resolve the crisis this time, he honestly dislikes being put on a pedestal as their savior. He knows that if they ever perceive him as a threat to the world, they will turn on him in an instant. In this game, that is exactly how the HP elves are programmed to behave. And look at that, there is still one more quest left, which should be as easy as pie. Kim Yoon-min arrives at a dwarf guild called Crossroad, where a gruff voice asks if he wants to earn their tribe's recognition. The dwarven master hands over a cluttered repair tray, muttering that they have absolutely no patience for clumsy amateurs. Immediately, a system notification appears for a dangerous dwarven equipment repair quest. Since dwarves highly value precise craftsmanship and clever ideas, he must flawlessly repair and return the specialized equipment. Achieving a perfect restoration is the sole path to success, while damaging the delicate gear or failing to meet their strict standards leads to instant failure. Completing it grants full dwarven recognition and performance bonuses. Kim Yoon-min sighs, realizing his final task is to win over the dwarf tribe by cleanly fixing their gear. He mutters that this should be over in no time. Carrying the pile of gear away, he cannot help but wonder why this quest seems so incredibly easy. Kim Yoon-min clumsily begins piecing the parts together. He crafts a pretty strange-looking gun. Yoon-min inspects the old musket curiously, only for a system warning to pop up. It is a shabby, normal-grade weapon cobbled together from rusty scrap metal. To even fire this thing, he will need to clean oil and reassemble it. Its attack power is 50, durability is a measly 3 out of 100, and it has a 70% chance of exploding in his face. Yoon-min scowls as he checks the gun over. Sure, dwarf technology is always complex, but this durability is absolute rock bottom. It is caked in rust and dust. One wrong move and the entire thing will just snap in half. He clicks his tongue. This is less of a test and more of a joke to make him rage. He chuckles, though those foolish dwarves left a massive loophole in this quest. The dwarf boss stares at the finished product completely shocked. Sitting on the table is a perfectly repaired normal-grade musket. It is fully restored, boasting 50 attack power and a maxed-out durability of 100 out of 100. Yoon-min flashes a polite smile. Yep, he put it together neatly, so what does the boss think? And here is that beautiful loophole, his unique title as the first human to ever earn the trust of the dwarves. It grants him a 5% discount whenever he commissions a dwarf blacksmith to craft, upgrade, or repair gear. Since the musket counts as a regular piece of equipment, Yoon-min realizes he does not actually have to fix it himself. He can just pay another dwarf to do the heavy lifting. He chuckles to himself. Even though the quest was meant for him to repair, it is still categorized as gear, meaning he can just hand it right back to a different dwarf smith. Yoon-min smugly asks if there is a problem. The nervous boss tells him to wait. The boss takes the gun and inspects it closely. How could anyone finish this fast and make it absolutely perfect? It makes no sense. He wonders if Yoon-min just brought in a brand new gun, but this specific model is impossible to find around here. The boss refuses to believe it, sure that this kid is playing tricks. He asks if there was anything special about the gun during the repair. Yoon-min plays along knowingly. Oh, there was a unique wheel design on the inside casing and a similar pattern near the trigger lock. The boss gasps in shock. Exactly. The dwarf sighs, admitting Yoon-min even found the secret anti-cheating mark he carved inside. Yoon-min just smirks to himself. Of course, he knew exactly where to look. He had already cleared this exact quest in his past life before he regressed. The system congratulates him on an unbelievable achievement. He has earned the deep trust of the dwarves, unlocking the unique title, Friend of the Dwarves, as the very first player to ever do so. From now on, the entire dwarf race will go out of their way to help him. Even better, he can now unlock the mechanical engineer subclass and enjoys a massive 50% discount on all dwarf-operated transport. Yoon-min grins ear to ear. He did not expect much from a simple cleanup quest, but this payout is absolutely insane. In this world, dwarf-run transport like trains and airships are notoriously expensive, so a half-price discount is huge. But the absolute best part is unlocking that mechanical engineer subclass. They have their own exclusive language of blueprints. Becoming a mechanical engineer means he can master dwarf-exclusive skills to build and program advanced machinery. Yoon-min is blown away. This means he can craft his own mechanical gear from scratch. At first, he assumed this quest would only grant him basic trading rights for dwarf machinery, He even recalls some legendary players from his past life who rose to absolute fame using mechanical engineering. He remembers a legendary player nicknamed Grad, full name Mad Scientist Grad. Even though he was technically a dark mage, he had an arsenal of bizarre mechanical inventions that drove his opponents absolutely insane back in Yoon-min's past life. Grad was a total eccentric with a bizarre personality and a wildly unique combat style, which actually earned him a massive cult following back then. His flashy battle style sparked an absolute engineering craze across the entire player base. Since Yoon-min relies mostly on simple, direct physical attacks right now, adding machinery to his kit is the perfect way to cover his tactical weaknesses. Yoon-min thumps his chest, declaring he wants to learn mechanical engineering. The boss beams, welcoming his great friend to the beautiful world of machinery. The system chimes, confirming he has obtained the mechanical engineer subclass. If he builds up his experience and mastery, he will eventually unlock high-level dwarf secrets. Yoon-min asks to see some blueprints and parts lists so he can practice in his spare time. Highly pleased, the boss happily tells him he can look at whatever he wants. The system processes his massive list of accomplishments. He has now successfully earned the official recognition of every single race in the Golden Lion territory, making him a true member of the city. For being the first player to ever pull this off, he is awarded the rare title, First Honorary Resident of Crossroad. As a recognized resident, he will be treated with absolute equality, receive the constant direct protection of the elite Crossroad Guard, and gain the unique ability to build incredibly close friendly relationships with any living being in the region. It is a massive milestone, giving him a huge edge. Yoon-min looks over the notifications and sighs in relief that boring faction quest is finally over. He mutters to himself, protected by the Crossroad Guard. Huh. Yoon-min frowns as he remembers something. Starorian had asked him to deliver a letter to Mankin, the guard captain. Since he has to go there anyway, he might as well get it over with right now. He arrives at the guard headquarters, a building even more grand than the local guilds. Yoon-min studies the massive structure, humming in thought. Compared to a typical guard outpost, this place is remarkably lavish. Honestly, considering the overall scale of the city, it makes sense. Right then, a booming voice echoes out, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Heavy footsteps approach as the speaker explains he was caught up dealing with an urgent issue nearby. The man is actually quite a bit larger than Yoon-min. He grins warmly, introducing himself as the man in charge of security in Crossroad. This towering figure is Mankin, a half-elf and the captain of the guard. Yoon-min can only stare in disbelief. Is this massive giant seriously a half-elf? What on earth did he eat to grow this big? He reluctantly holds out his hand and introduces himself as Rocan. Mankin, on the other hand, is extremely friendly, complimenting Yoon-min's solid build. Yoon-min finds his over-the-top friendliness a bit unsettling. He tries to make sense of it in his past life. Mankin was known as one of the most arrogant, preachy half-elves around. Why is he being so nice? Mankin explains that Taro told him all about his deeds, adding that their people owe him a massive debt. Hearing that, Yoon-min finally understands. He realizes this is actually a perfect opportunity. Playing nice with Mankin will make his life much easier. After all, this seemingly friendly giant is the strongest warrior in town, a level 200 powerhouse who practically runs Crossroad. Mankin suddenly snaps his fingers, remembering the letter Starorian sent him, and asks if the old man is doing well. Yoon-min plays it totally cool, keeping his thoughts to himself as he hands over the envelope and assures him that Starorian is in great health. Mankin thanks him politely, saying he will read it immediately, and asks him to wait just a moment. Mankin nods thoughtfully, asking if he is the new recruit for the investigation squad, and Yoon-min confirms it. Mankin lets out a loud laugh, admitting he is also a squad member and looks forward to keeping the peace together. Yoon-min mentally rolls his eyes, wondering why this guy feels the need to state the obvious. Is the giant guard captain actually a bit of an idiot? Yet behind that friendly grin, Mankin's eyes flash with quiet calculation. He can sense Yoon-min's unusual aura despite his relatively low level. This kid has won over every race and joined the investigation team. He's clearly dangerous, but what is even more impressive is something else. Mankin remembers how he tried to test the kid by secretly releasing a heavy wave of magic pressure the second they met, but the boy did not even flinch. The observer notes Kim Yoon-min's calm expression, which has not changed at all. Normally, a person would show signs of pain or some level of discomfort under these conditions. Mankin starts to speak, welcoming him warmly, but Kim Yoon-min suddenly cuts him off to ask a direct question. He steps closer and whispers, asking if the test results are ready. Mankin freezes for a moment, wondering if he has already figured it out. Kim Yoon-min stands up, noting that he still has not made the best possible judgment. He growls in a threatening voice, "Why don't we just settle this with a duel right now?" Mankin stays dead silent. But Kim Yoon-min is calculating his next move. It is incredibly risky, considering he is only level 106 and Mankin is a level 200 powerhouse. Still, his past knowledge gives him an edge. Mankin might be a proud and arrogant NPC, but he deeply respects anyone with real strength and straightforward honesty. Plus, with other factors at play and the Dark Elves backing him completely, he is absolutely certain this insane showdown will not actually end in a fight. Mankin starts trembling all over. Then the guard captain bursts into a hearty laugh, confessing he completely misjudged him. As Mankin's favorability rises, Kim Yoon-min lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Mankin apologizes, explaining he only wanted to test his limits and meant no harm. Kim Yoon-min grins internally. This is exactly what he wanted, the hidden reward. Playing hard to get, Kim Yoon-min pretends to walk away, hinting that a simple apology is not enough. Mankin eagerly agrees, promising proper compensation for the trouble. Mankin immediately offers him gold elite weapons or even the highest grade instant recovery potions. He tells him to name his price, promising to grant almost any request as long as it is not completely outrageous. But Kim Yoon-min cuts him off. None of that is necessary. Instead, he flashes a confident smile, asking to be appointed as a member of the Crossroad Guard. The request takes the captain completely by surprise. Kim Yoon-min quickly waves his hand, explaining that as an active adventurer, he cannot patrol all day and only needs flexible, suitable duties. Mankin tilts his head, sizing him up for a moment before agreeing, granting him his wish without any further hesitation. A system notification immediately pops up. Captain Mankin has officially invited him to join the Crossroad Guard, prompting him to accept. Mankin even offers him unlimited access to specialized guard equipment and supplies, promising to handle the paperwork with the manager. Kim Yoon-min politely thanks him for the incredibly generous deal. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min is already scheming, calculating that other players will soon reach Crossroad once they finish their 3 main quests. Walking through the city, he reminds himself that these incoming players are ultimately his rivals. Taking them down one by one in fair duels would be far too tedious, so if they try to oppose him, he might just have to resort to some incredibly dirty tricks. Thinking back, he remembers how his past rivals eventually had to give up. Now what does he need most at a time like this? A loyal guard is already waiting for him. Kim Yoon-min asks if he is Rocan, the man the captain sent. The guard hands over a prestigious badge. He explains that simply showing this token to others will instantly prove his high-ranking status, meaning he does not even have to wear the standard guard uniform. Kim Yoon-min smiles slyly at his new authority. He politely thanks him, promising to work hard alongside the other guards to protect the peace of Crossroad. The system updates his progress, officially making him a member of the Crossroad Guard. This rank grants him special authority to enforce order on both players and NPCs. Crucially, under the right conditions, he can attack first without his hostility stat ever rising. Kim Yoon-min narrows his eyes, realizing he can now legally flex his power over any player who arrives. Holding the badge, Kim Yoon-min walks through the city. He reflects on his new duties, finding that the daily tasks of a guard are surprisingly simple and require very little effort. One option is simply defeating 20 monsters in the surrounding area. He must also jump in to assist if any emergency threatens the safety of Crossroad. The conditions are a bit tedious, but the benefits make it absolutely worth his time. There are plenty of other perks like free access to city facilities and massive discounts on various services. Plus, the NPCs will trust him more, offering him better deals right from the start. Kim Yoon-min smiles because all of these perks are just minor bonuses compared to the true ultimate advantage of joining the guard. For instance, if any troublesome player decides to disrupt the peace, that is exactly when Kim Yoon-min gets to step in. As a guard, he can mete out punishment on the spot without facing any penalty. In fact, if the punishment is deemed fair, he even gets bonus rewards. Essentially, he holds absolute legal authority over other players with only a few minor catches to keep in mind. Resigning from the post is also incredibly easy with no penalties. He just needs to lay low, do his job, and quit whenever he is ready to move on. After all, other players are bound to show up soon. His nemesis, Odin, is currently in a different region, so they will not clash just yet. Still, it would not be surprising to see other level 100 players showing up any day now. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min frowns. His face twists in disbelief. A worldwide alert flashes across his screen, announcing that the first player globally to reach level 100 is from South Korea. Kim Yoon-min waves his hand, deciding to research this before logging out. The cover image displays a massive orc player who reached level 100 with a rare demon hunter class, complete with an exclusive interview about his journey. The interviewer smiles warmly, expressing great honor to meet Tai. He asks how it feels to be the very first player globally to reach level 100 and enter the third city. Tai simply replies that he is deeply honored. The host asks if his main class is Demon Hunter and his subclass is Controller. Kim Yoon-min watches the news with sheer boredom, wondering who this bald Tai guy even is. Looking at that face in annoyance, he can't believe a random nobody hit level 100 instead of Odin. Kim Yoon-min remembers that Tai was already level 99 back then, so there is no way he would suddenly fall behind. Then he suddenly realizes it is exactly as he thought. Everything is playing out just as expected. That wicked bastard had actually reached level 100 long ago, quietly observing to see who his real competitors are. Kim Yoon-min smirks wickedly. A cautious target like that will make the hunt so much sweeter. The interviewer asks what changes after reaching level 100, and Tai brags that it is all about unlocking powerful combo skills. Kim Yoon-min sighs in relief. Everyone who matters is second-guessing the truth because the game never announced the first to 100 achievement. They have no idea who actually reached the top spot first, and of course, it was him all along, you absolute fools. The broadcast continues as the interviewer asks Tae for his thoughts on the highly anticipated third city that everyone is talking about. Tae replies that he has not finished his quest yet, so he is still gathering information. With a smug smile, Tae proudly tells players worldwide to wait for him, boldly claiming that as the first pioneer to enter the third city, he will publicly share all the valuable secrets with everyone. While the crowd gasps in awe, Kim Yoon-min sneers at his screen, thinking this absolute clown is taking things way too far. He clicks his mouse. Perfect timing, it is about time to upload a brand new video to his long-neglected channel. He opens up his video editing software and channel dashboard, thinking back to the video where he taught those megapixel guild punks a harsh lesson. That video had completely blown up, becoming the hottest topic among players both at home and abroad. With fewer than 10 videos uploaded, his channel has already pulled in over 400,000 subscribers. The ad revenue has been fantastic. He was a bit worried since he had not posted a new video in ages, but now that the community is buzzing about the first level 100 player, the hype is real. Kim Yoon-min stretches his arms with a smug grin. Imagine the chaos if a video exposing the third city drops right after this level 100 announcement. Get ready because things are about to get wild. His eyes gleam with absolute satisfaction. This is going to be hilarious. Too bad for Tae, but he really should have known his limits. Moments later, the video is live, the very first footage of the elusive third city to ever hit the internet. The comment section absolutely explodes with disbelief. People are asking how Rocan managed to find this place, staring in shock at the vivid layout of the city. Everyone is begging to know if this unreleased masterpiece is truly the legendary third city, or if it is just some insane editing trick. The video even shows giant boss monsters roaming the city along with their fatal weaknesses. Shocked viewers start spamming the chat, wondering if a colossal beast like that really exists, and if Rocan actually managed to hunt it down. The flood of savage comments drives Tae absolutely insane with rage. People are pointing out the sheer amount of detail, realizing Rocan must have explored this place days ago. They start mocking Tae, asking if he is actually last place instead of first, joking that since he has no hair, he clearly lacks any vision. He slams his fist hard against his computer monitor. His hands shake with pure rage as he curses Rocan, unable to contain his boiling anger. The video spreads like wildfire across the internet, completely ruining Tae's reputation and turning his proud announcement into a joke. Angry netizens flood his social media pages, accusing him of being a shameless liar, leaving him utterly humiliated and under massive fire from players everywhere. Gritting his teeth, Tae realizes all his lucrative sponsorships and show offers are getting cancelled. He growls in frustration, wondering how he was supposed to know he was not the first when the game never warned him. Veins pop on his forehead as he vows to get even. Rocan has stabbed him in the back and he is going to make that bastard pay. Kim Yoon-min happily checks his video stats, amazed by the sheer level of engagement. He scrolls through his phone. It has only been half a day and the video already has nearly 20,000 likes, which means the ad revenue is about to be insane. Smug and confident, Kim Yoon-min gladly accepts the flood of interview requests and show offers pouring in. It is clear that the Lord has grown far beyond a simple virtual reality game. The game's massive cultural shift is taking over global society, drawing frantic comments from players worldwide, begging for a detailed guide on how to enter the zone. Foreign users are amazed that another Korean player is dominating the scene, while Kim Yoon-min reflects on how much has changed since his regression. He originally did not plan to put all his eggs in one basket, but the overwhelming spotlight is hard to ignore. He curls his lips with amusement, thoroughly enjoying the explosive global reaction. He lies back inside his gaming capsule, deciding it is best to keep his face hidden as a content creator while continuing to deliver exactly what his fans crave. His next quest leads him straight to a dark, ancient castle shrouded in mystery. He knocks firmly on the massive door. A guard peers out, demanding to know who goes there, and Kim Yoon-min calmly introduces himself as a crossroad guard sent to assist Baron Juo. After passing inspection, he is finally ushered deep inside the grand estate. The butler formally announces his arrival, and the Baron eagerly orders them to bring the guard inside. Baron Juo sits before him with a gentle smile, admitting he did not expect the guard to send someone directly, and asks if Kim Yoon-min is indeed his helper. Kim Yoon-min bows politely, introducing himself as Rocan, and claiming that Captain Mankin personally sent him to render sincere aid. He flashes a perfect professional smile, holding back his inner laughter. The story about Mankin is a total lie, since he only used his future knowledge to find this quest, but dropping the captain's name is the perfect way to instantly gain the Baron's trust. Baron Juo's hands begin to tremble as he explains that he moved to this secluded mansion solely to find a cure for his beloved daughter. Recalling his painful past, the desperate father admits he would do absolutely anything to save her, but her body remains incredibly frail and every medical treatment they have tried has failed completely. Baron Chuo tilts his head anxiously, pleading with our hero to find troll blood from the cursed cave. If they get it, his daughter might finally recover some of her strength. The system alerts him of a new quest to cure Baron Chuo's daughter. To save his little girl's life, the Baron has begged for aid. Clear condition: collect 10 vials of troll blood from the cursed cave. Clear, reward 5 gold. Kim Yoon-min smiles and assures him that he will retrieve it right away. Secretly, he is thrilled since he already has a quest that ties into this exact spot. Kim Yoon-min soon arrives at his destination, the Cursed Cave of Life. He steps forward, introducing himself as the legendary berserker Rocan to his stream viewers. He shoulders his massive axe, marching forward to announce that he is streaming the dungeon near Crossroad. Now it is time to start clearing the Cursed Cave of Life. Welcome to Manhwa Legends. The night sky is clear and strangely quiet tonight. Kim Yoon-min immediately heads into this cold, desolate wasteland, knowing the dungeon is completely unaffected by the passage of time outside. He squints quietly, scanning his surroundings. Monsters do not get stronger here at night, but he still feels obligated to explain these basic rules to his audience. Right after, he spots the massive towering figure of a troll. The unique thing here is that trolls spawn just like they do in the Golden Lion territory. It is their very first time appearing as standard dungeon mobs. Standing at a distance, Kim Yoon-min quietly observes the area quickly, realizing that trolls are not the only threat lurking around as the first monster spawns. A stone monkey suddenly emerges, and Kim Yoon-min is genuinely shocked by its raw power. In this place, stone monkeys are the lowest tier mobs, standing just slightly shorter than an average human. They are incredibly muscular, with remarkably high attack, defense, and agility. Anyone who lets their guard down around them will end up in serious trouble. With a massive leap, the heavy stone monkey charges forward, packing incredible momentum. It unleashes a heavy punch, completely shattering a troll's jaw and sending its teeth flying. With just that single opening blow, the monkey absolutely demolishes the poor troll, leaving it battered. Having easily crushed the troll, the stone monkey lets out a deafening, triumphant roar. Standing a short distance away, Kim Yoon-min accidentally ends up right in its line of sight. Without hesitation, it immediately lunges forward to strike him down with a heavy blow. But before the blow can connect, the creature suddenly freezes, its eyes widening in pure disbelief. Kim Yoon-min firmly catches the beast's massive arm with a mocking smirk. He explains that since their stats are balanced, a player just needs to exploit their own specialty, like speed or raw physical strength. The stone monkey watches in utter shock as Kim Yoon-min's hand slowly closes in on its face. In the blink of an eye, he exerts all his strength and slams its head straight down. With that single crushing counterattack, Kim Yoon-min forces the aggressive stone monkey to eat dirt. Kim Yoon-min lets out a cocky smirk, and honestly, who can blame him? He casually turns around to walk away, noting there is no deep lore reason for these monkeys to share a home with the trolls. More stone monkeys emerge from the shadows, but he stands his ground with total confidence. He explains that these creatures are actually the trolls' favorite snacks. Even though they are highly dangerous in groups to trolls, they are just food. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that this is how it goes. Right after, he unleashes his devastating skill called War Cry. Caught in the path of his shockwave, the stone monkeys brace themselves to withstand the blow. But it is completely futile, as the leading monkey is instantly obliterated by his raw power. One by one, the entire pack of monkeys drops dead. But right in the middle of his battle, Kim Yoon-min suddenly senses something strange. Looking up, he spots a massive creature lurking above a giant bat. It attacks by biting and slamming. Dealing with a flying target is slightly annoying, but since they are stuck inside a cave, it will not be too difficult. He quietly walks toward it without a single trace of fear, announcing that they are now officially entering the troll's primary territory. Weapon in hand, he boldly marches forward. He notes there are about 10 trolls inside, warning that fighting them all at once is dangerous, so luring them out one by one is key. But Kim Yoon-min seems completely unaware of the colossal shadow creeping up right behind him. He casually keeps walking, commentating that while players can actually choose to play as trolls in Zealot, encountering them as aggressive monsters in the wild is a totally different story. The massive troll looming behind his back slowly extends its deadly razor-sharp claws. With his sharp hearing, Kim Yoon-min instantly whips his head around. Without a single second of hesitation, he swings his blade, unleashing a blindingly powerful slash. The clean hit connects, forcing the heavy troll to grit its teeth in pain. Looking at his opponent, he calmly notes that trolls are known for immense physical power and agility that easily surpass any normal human. As the troll tightly grips the massive axe on its back, he continues, explaining their most defining trait. With a sudden roar, the beast launches a fierce and brutal counterattack. Right from the wound on its shoulder, a thick slime secretes is the troll's regeneration skill. Once fully healed, the beast is back at full strength. Rocan charges right back in without a second thought. Nothing to fear here. Feeling his overwhelming power, the troll scowls in absolute terror. In a flash, Rocan is right in front of the beast. He lets out a wicked smirk. If he just keeps attacking, even a regenerating beast will fall eventually. Simple enough, right? Just like that, the troll is brutally put down. Just moments later, another massive troll charges out to challenge him. Unfazed, Rocan immediately drops into a battle-ready stance to face the beast. Then he unleashes a lightning-fast barrage of heavy punches and kicks right at the troll. Without wasting a single second, Rocan grips his axe, charging up his devastating final strike. One clean, decisive slash sends another troll straight to the afterlife. Seeing this, the remaining trolls are completely paralyzed with fear. Rocan glares coldly at the remaining trolls, delivering a harsh mocking warning. He says that while he is not sure about general or hero-class trolls, the regeneration speed of these cursed monsters is only slightly better than normal. After a brief clash, Rocan completely wipes out the remaining monsters. With this level of performance, he has easily cleared every single troll inside the dungeon. He taps a button on his system interface, thinking that this is where the video ends. He will not leak the whole quest, of course. It will be edited before going live. Once everything is set, Rocan wears a satisfied smirk, ready for the best part of any raid looting. Right on cue, the system triggers a series of success notifications. Holding up a vial of troll blood, he says triumphantly, "Perfect, that is one objective down." Rocan looks up at the darkening sky, quietly muttering to himself, "Let us see." After searching around for a moment, he mutters that it should be somewhere around here. Another system alert pops up, and reading it, Rocan lets out a devious grin. Perfect timing. He watches quietly as the remains of the trolls slowly dissolve into thin air. After waiting a short while, the system alerts him that he has successfully collected 10 cursed beast bones. This bone is the source of the curse on these trolls, and it certainly did not happen naturally. Someone must have placed an incredibly potent curse on a beast, thrown it into this cave, and let it become prey for the trolls. Staring at the bone, Rocan starts putting the pieces together. He can guess exactly who is behind this. The plague rats in the sewers, the corrupted tree apes in the Techelona forest. These monsters are highly likely cursed by the very same culprit. Whoever is mutating these beasts and NPCs with curses is essentially the primary villain of the game's core questline. In his past life, not a single player managed to uncover their true identities. He had been making steady progress on the main quest himself before getting tangled up with Ragnarok. As Rocan turns to leave, he suddenly freezes in his tracks. Wait a minute. His eyes narrow sharply. It sounds completely wild, but could it actually be possible? Did Odin and his Ragnarok guild attack him just to sabotage the main quest? When Mencken sees what Rocan brought back, his eyes widen in pure disbelief. Is that? Taking the object with trembling hands, he asks where on earth Rocan found such a thing, and Rocan bluntly tells him it was right inside the cursed troll cavern. Hearing this, Mencken frowns gravely, admitting he is also currently investigating mutated monsters. He never expected this curse to actually spread through a medium like this. First the sewers, then the Techelona forest, and now this cave. They are choosing incredibly well-hidden places for these cursed catalysts. Rocan narrows his eyes, his voice firm, as he asks if Mencken has any clues about who spread the curse or what their ultimate goal is. Mencken sighs and shakes his head, admitting he has no solid clues yet since he just started his investigation. He firmly tells Rocan to leave the item with him, promising to take full charge of researching its secrets. He then asks if Rocan can track down other monsters affected by this dark magic. After their talk, Rocan walks away deep in thought. The reason Odin pushed him to the crossroads was far more complex than he had ever imagined. Yoon-bin thinks back to earlier. He had assumed they just wanted to force him to submit, but maybe there's another reason. What if they actually joined hands with them through some kind of secret deal? Could their real goal be to stop him from completing the main quest? But that's just a wild guess, since players have no reason to team up with villain NPCs during a main quest. After thinking it over, Yoon-bin lets out a dark, eerie chuckle. Honestly, who cares? He breaks into a wild, maniacal laugh. Whether it's Ragnarok or anyone else, he can just crush them and force the answers out. Clenching Cho's blood vial in his hand, Yoon-bin can't hide his twisted excitement. Cho grabs the vial, ecstatic that Yoon-bin actually secured the blood, praising the guard unit for being so incredibly reliable. Then his face falls. He explains that next they must obtain the hot blood of a sheep from a devil ram, all to save his poor suffering daughter. Yoon-bin casually strolls right out of Cho's quiet room. A mocking smirk plays on his lips. His poor daughter, what a joke. Looking up at the sky, Yoon-bin realizes her true identity. But instead of calling her out, he decides to play along and pretend he knows nothing. Suddenly, a massive creature emerges, letting out a ferocious heavy breath. It's a giant devil ram, and Yoon-bin happens to arrive right at that moment. Staring down at the pack, pure excitement washes over him. Time to start herding some sheep, he thinks. With that, he braces his feet and slides into a combat stance. Leaping high, Yoon-bin launches himself into the air, catching the devil rams completely off guard. He rockets downward, cutting through the wind with intense speed. In the blink of an eye, Yoon-bin lands right before the pack. The monsters just laugh at him. Adjusting his mask, Yoon-bin scoffs at them. Herbivores. Blurring forward with insane speed, he freezes their bodies in terror. Yet the devil rams keep laughing, completely oblivious to the deadly threat looming over them. Yoon-bin slashes down effortlessly, taking out the first few beasts. But wait, mid-swing, Yoon-bin notices something off about this beast. Seeing the beast's sudden change in posture, he sneers, trying to puff up your wool to stop my axe. The beast charges, launching a counterattack that forces Yoon-bin back. Using his sharp cat-like agility, he quickly springs backward to absorb the heavy impact, maintaining his ground. He lands gracefully, sticking a perfect balanced stance. Across from him, the devil ram stomps its hoof hard against the ground. It charges again, moving like a flash of blinding light. Yoon-bin sidesteps the headbutt, easily impressed that these dumb beasts actually know how to chain their skills together. Feeling the raw power of its strike, he admits its strength is surprisingly decent. Grip tightening on his axe, he grins. Stepping forward, he roars out, "Let's see who's stronger." He swings his axe down with devastating force. The impact is so devastating that the ground itself shatters into pieces. With a heavy crash, the devil ram collapses in a bloody heap. Standing over the fallen beast, Yoon-bin exhales a long, tired sigh. Then he slowly turns to the remaining beast behind him, asking where it thinks it's going since they still have business to settle. With a creepy smile, he demands their hide and blood to spare their lives. As the last devil ram trembles in absolute terror, Yoon-bin asks if it likes the deal, reminding it that it doesn't need those parts to survive anyway. And just like that, the quiet night sky falls completely silent once more. Time flew by, and by the next day, Kim Yoon-min was practically running on empty after staying up all night hunting Devil Zen. While walking, he overheard some angry shouting nearby, "Why won't you sell it to us? Please don't be like this. Just sell it, I will pay extra. Is there a problem?" Overhearing this, Kim Yoon-min immediately felt annoyed. Other players were already entering the third city. He honestly thought it would take them a few more days. A man with a deep scowl suddenly stepped forward, shouting, "Can you flashy kids not keep it down for once?" One woman firmly stood her ground and demanded to know why they were being treated so poorly when nobody had harmed any villagers. Kim Yoon-min watched them struggle, knowing exactly what was happening. Without the recognition of other races, players simply could not trade with NPCs. Unable to stand this ridiculous treatment any longer, one of the men gritted his teeth as his voice grew incredibly hostile. He stepped up and yelled right in the merchant's face, "Why are we the only ones being discriminated against?" Grabbed by the collar, the terrified old merchant choked out, "Let go of me." Amidst the rising anger, his companion pleaded with him to calm down and try another shop, pointing out that they had already been kicked out so many times today. Kim Yoon-min simply smirked, "And you know that means trouble." The seized merchant kept screaming at the top of his lungs, "Murder somebody, save me." Spotting the chaotic scene, someone marched over and demanded in a booming voice, "Who is making all this noise here?" The players turned around with sudden relief, calling out in unison, "The guards." Wearing a guard uniform, Kim Yoon-min stepped forward and barked, "You look like outsiders. What do you think you are doing to a citizen of Crossroad?" Suddenly, the terrified old man cried out, "Guards, please save me." He quickly accused the group surrounding him, claiming they suddenly showed up and threatened him to steal his goods, leaving the young player completely stunned. "Wait, what do you mean?" The two girls with him desperately tried to explain, but it was entirely useless as they were immediately hit with electric restraints, and Kim Yoon-min refused to hear another word, calling them far too noisy. Standing tall in his guard uniform, he stepped closer and firmly declared that no matter what their excuses were, he would never tolerate violence, especially from loud, aggressive newcomers who had barely even arrived in the city and were already causing trouble. Giving them zero room to explain, Kim Yoon-min used his official guard authority to permanently banish them from the entire region, commanding them to leave the city right this second. The sudden, brutal decision caught them completely off guard, leaving them crying out, "Wait, please." Showing absolutely no remorse, the young player screamed in pure frustration, "We finally made it to the third city, damn it." The old man expressed his deepest gratitude for the timely rescue, relieved that a disaster was avoided, which immediately triggered a system alert. The weapon merchant favorability has increased. He sighed quietly, thinking that players should at least maintain basic manners with NPCs instead of resorting to violence. The second things got difficult. Taking off his helmet, Kim Yoon-min actually felt a bit of sympathy for them, as he completely understood the immense frustration of not being allowed to buy anything without knowing why. It reminded him of his own past struggles, recalling the burning resentment of being constantly looked down upon by other races. Just thinking about it still made him furious. Clutching his helmet, Kim Yoon-min walked slowly through the busy streets, still thinking about how players work so hard to reach level 100 only to face nothing but humiliation when trying to buy basic gear. But then a brilliant idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Kim Yoon-min smiled with pure satisfaction, realizing he had just found a way to make absolute bank. The very first step was getting a few important documents officially stamped. After that, he stopped in front of a large abandoned building. Looking up at the towering building, Kim Yoon-min muttered, "So this is the place." The place was incredibly majestic, boasting beautiful glass windows that offered a perfect view of the streets. A building this massive would require quite a few repairs, but he had successfully purchased the entire 4-story property in a highly popular district. His plan to dominate real estate here was just like his strategy back in Croton, where average levels range from 50 to 100, whereas this third city mostly housed elite players between levels 100 and 200. The value of this property was absolutely guaranteed to skyrocket in the future, but the real issue was that Crossroad was much larger than Croton, making it quite difficult to completely monopolize the local real estate market. Because of that, his first move was securing this highly strategic prime location. Pushing the heavy doors open, Kim Yoon-min was genuinely surprised by the spacious layout inside. The interior layout was surprisingly decent. Without wasting a single moment, he got straight to work, deciding that from this day forward he would turn this entire space into a massive supermarket. Since regular players lacked local recognition and couldn't buy anything, supply was virtually non-existent, while the demand remained incredibly high. If he opened a dedicated trading hub for players right now, absolutely everyone would flock to him. The first floor would stock popular hunting essentials like potions and talismans, which desperate players would buy regardless of the high price. Even though buying in bulk from the second city was cheaper, most wouldn't bother with the travel. Kim Yoon-min knew his business would thrive because he thoroughly understood player psychology. Nobody wanted the immense hassle of traveling back and forth, meaning they would inevitably choose the sheer convenience of his shop. The second floor would feature standard gear alongside high-quality top-tier equipment. Moving up, the third floor was reserved for high-end crafted gear, including exclusive items from his own signature TCA brand. Finally, the fourth floor would be the auction house. After a thorough renovation of the abandoned building, the layout is finally looking much clearer. Phew, now, this place actually makes some sense. Before heading out, he gives his staff Roca's NPC workers some clear instructions to keep things running smoothly while he is away. They quickly agree. However, this shop has a catch. Once players finish their race quests and can trade with normal NPCs, they will stop buying from this overpriced store. Kim Yoon-min keeps brainstorming his inventory. The items on the second and fourth floors must be incredibly rare goods. It is a bit of a shame, but there is no other way to force players to keep using this shop. But necessity is the mother of invention, and a brilliant idea suddenly strikes him. He snaps his fingers. This is the only way. Inside the guard division, there is a dedicated records department. It is a place designed to handle commissions and publish official wanted notices. Kim Yoon-min approaches one of the elves, who pauses his work in surprise, asking if he wants something written down. The elf looks confused, wondering what exactly he needs to write. Kim Yoon-min immediately pulls out a draft and asks him to copy it. Staring at the insanely long list, the elf panics, completely shocked by the sheer size of the document. It is a massive list of rules written in extreme detail. Rule 1. Hunt the monster. Kim Yoon-min targets to send news to City 2. Rule 2. Continuous hunting boosts reputation, unlocking quests in City 3. Rule 3. Completing those quests earns citizenship in City 4, which is required to access key city buildings. The elf hesitates, wondering who on earth ordered such a decree. Extremely proud of his own cleverness, Kim Yoon-min claims it is an official order from Captain Macon. Joining the guards was definitely his best move yet. Soon after, he starts pasting these notices all along the streets as he walks. Technically, none of this is a lie. Hunting monsters really does raise reputation, and high-reputation players naturally get better quests from NPCs. The first targeted monster is the REBORN, which has high defense but low attack and slow speed, making it an easy kill. Its skin and shell are prime materials for high-tier gear, though hunting it takes some serious time. Low-reputation players have no choice but to farm it, and since reputation builds so slowly, earning citizenship will take them forever. This means players will be stuck using his supermarket for a very long time. Even better, clueless players trying to sell their REBORN materials to standard NPC shops will just get rejected because their quests are not done. Ultimately, his supermarket is the only place left to trade. Kim Yoon-min laughs like a maniac, imagining his future riches, buying rare materials dirt cheap, crafting epic gear, enhancing them and selling them for massive profits. It is basically a money printing press. Realizing night has fallen, Kim Yoon-min notes it is already time for his meeting. He needs to head over to see the Baron. Inside Baron Chul's castle, the noble is absolutely stunned by his efficiency, praising him for actually finding the goat blood so quickly. Chul pleads with him, calling this his very last request. He wants the materials delivered to Chaitika to bring back the final product. Instantly, the system triggers the second part of the quest to save the Baron's young daughter. The task is to deliver cursed goat blood, warm sheep blood, and sheepskin to the witch in exchange for 10 gold coins. Kim Yoon-min bows politely, promising to get right on it. The Baron is thrilled, fully trusting him, when suddenly, a massive crash from the upper floor echoes through the room, immediately catching his attention. Kim Yoon-min looks up with suspicion, but Chul quickly tries to brush it off, telling him not to worry about it. He casually explains that a servant must have dropped something while tidying up the library, urging Kim Yoon-min to set off immediately. Playing the part of a loving, desperate father, the Baron begs him to save his daughter. Hearing this act, Kim Yoon-min almost bursts out laughing. The Baron asks what is wrong, but Kim Yoon-min quickly covers it up, blaming a sudden cough. With a quick bow, he turns and takes his leave. But Kim Yoon-min already knows the truth. Saving his daughter is a complete lie because the Baron never had a daughter to begin with. Connecting the dots is easy, especially since the Baron only meets him at night. How did he miss such an obvious hint earlier? Baron Chul is actually a vampire, a creature weak to sunlight who feasts on others to gain power. There is definitely a child up there, but it is not his daughter. The Baron kidnapped a high elf child to use her high-grade blood, which drastically amplifies a vampire's power. High elves possess the most noble and sacred bloodlines among all elf kind. If a vampire managed to consume that blood, they would gain godlike power. However, high elf blood is packed with pure divine energy. Since Baron Chul is just a common vampire, drinking it raw would instantly melt his internal organs. That is why the Baron plans to use a cursed ritual. He believes a cursed magic item will bypass the divine protection, allowing him to safely consume the blood. Deep inside the dark and gloomy Mist Valley, Kim Yoon-min treks alone, searching for the witch the Baron mentioned. This Chaitika must be hiding somewhere close by. The thick, blinding fog is incredibly frustrating. How is he supposed to find anyone when he cannot even see 2 steps ahead in this massive forest? He continues to push forward, grumbling that anyone else would have quit by now. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo right behind him. A pack of level 115 mist hyenas appears, glaring at him hungrily. Turning back, Kim Yoon-min quickly assesses the situation. There are quite a few of them, but wasting time and stamina on these trash mobs is pointless. All he needs is to finish the quests, so he takes off running. The pack pursues him closely, determined not to let their prey escape. Nearly 10 dangerous beasts are now snapping at his heels in a wild chase. He glances back, feeling a bit relieved. They are much slower than he expected, and a few have already fallen behind. Kim Yoon-min plans to take them all down in one sweeping blow to save energy. But just as he prepares to execute his plan, he loses his footing and slips off the cliff, cursing the dense fog around him. Plunging down, his body hurts toward the unforgiving hard ground below. A massive crash echoes as thick dust kicks up from the impact site. Thanks to his supreme agility, Kim Yoon-min lands safely, but he suddenly notices something highly unusual. A pack of hyenas slowly closes in on him, and everything finally clicks. Now he gets it. Staring at the massive horde of hyenas, Kim Yoon-min backs up to keep his distance. He realizes this is their nest. They deliberately kept their distance while chasing him just to herd him right into a trap. Every single one of them looks starved and desperate, drooling for a long-awaited meal. With no other way out, Kim Yoon-min draws his weapon to prepare for battle. Since it has come to this, he is ready to fight. He plants his sword into the dirt. It is the perfect moment to test out a new move. Overflowing with pure excitement, Kim Yoon-min is highly curious to see just how many monsters he can wipe out with his current skills. But his gaze suddenly turns ice-cold and lethal. These beasts will be his perfect test subjects. The biggest weakness of the berserker class is facing a horde. In a one-on-one duel, this class is stronger than any other, but there is a catch. They simply lack a way to wipe out a massive crowd of enemies all at once. So even if the individual enemies are weak, if they swarm together, securing a victory is incredibly difficult. Kim Yoon-min steps closer to the hyenas. He has found a way to bridge that critical gap. He has figured out a brilliant workaround for this fatal flaw through skill combinations. By chaining the berserker skills in the right sequence, he can unleash absolutely devastating area of effect damage. With a single strike, Kim Yoon-min tears into them, blowing the entire pack to pieces. Having completely wiped out the entire nest, he looks back at his handiwork with a satisfied grin. Just 2 minutes and 30 seconds to clear out 80 hyenas. He is quite confident that even a mage casting massive area of effect spells could not match this speed. Having completely bypassed his class's greatest flaw with these skill combos, he is no longer the easy target he used to be. Whether in a duel or against a crowd, he is unstoppable. But then, Kim Yoon-min suddenly pauses for a brief second. Letting his arms drop, he realizes this is still not enough. It only looks impressive compared to average players. Even with his regression, these current skills are still not enough to survive against the full forces of Ragnarok. This was an easy victory only because these monsters were low level. To truly stand against Ragnarok, he absolutely needs special crowd control attributes and high-tier area of effect skills. Right from the start, a charge attack has a much stronger offensive power compared to standard rage strikes, slicing through multiple enemies in a straight path. But because he cannot change directions mid-charge, it is highly difficult to make good use of these area skills if the enemies are scattered all over. Kim Yoon-min is dead set on growing stronger to crush Odin's entire faction. To defeat those elites, having advanced area skills is a non-negotiable requirement, especially when facing Odin himself. He shouts out with absolute determination, warning Odin to wait and see, because sooner or later he will develop the ultimate area of effect skill to take them all down. Kim Yoon-min suddenly remembers his main objective here, but first he has to finish the task at hand. Walking deeper into the desolate forest, he recalls why he took on such a difficult quest. He accepted it solely because it holds the key to dramatically improving his odds in 1 versus many combat. Suddenly, a figure blocks his path and commands him to stop. Chaitika hobbles forward with a walking cane, asking if Baron Chul sent him here. Draped in a tattered cloak that conceals his face, his glowing red eyes look incredibly eerie under the moonlight. He introduces himself as the sorcerer Chedika, ordering Kim Yoon-min to place the ingredients down and step back. Kim Yoon-min pulls out the chest holding the requested items, quite surprised that the sorcerer met him out here in person. Following the wizard's instructions, Kim Yoon-min raises both hands in the air and takes a few steps back, telling him to go ahead and take it. Chedika channels his mystical energy, casting a spell that causes all the items in the chest to float into the air. Slowly, the scattered pieces of paper begin to stitch themselves back together. Next, he holds 2 glass test tubes in his hands and continues chanting his incantation. The pitch-black liquid inside the tubes starts to rise. The dark fluid floats over, writing directly onto the paper. Kim Yoon-min watches Chedika's every move, finding the sorcerer's actions and ominous aura incredibly bizarre. He wonders if this is what real spellcasting looks like. Once the spell is complete, the sorcerer rolls the paper up and ties it secure. Handing the scroll back, the sorcerer declares the job finished and tells him to take it. Immediately, a system window displays a rare-grade blood letter. It is engraved with crimson tattoo-like symbols that radiate a highly intense vampiric energy whenever the item's special effect is activated. Taking the scroll, Kim Yoon-min realizes it is a special item that enhances the lifesteal capability of Baron Chul. With this, he might finally be able to survive the blood consumption of 2 elves. The quest screen flashes with details on saving Baron Chul's daughter. To rescue her, the Baron begged for help in bringing the blood of a cursed bull, warm sheep blood, and sheepskin to the sorcerer Chedika. Clear condition: deliver the items safely. Reward 10 gold coins. Delivering this to the Baron should wrap things up, but there is a twist. He smirks. The quest reward was never the goal, it was always about this exact item. Right in front of Chedika, Rocan doesn't even bother hiding his true intentions. He immediately activates the scroll. The shaman screams, trying desperately to stop him. What are you doing? If you use that, but it's already far too late. Rocan crushes the blood imprint scroll in his grip. This power is finally his. Notifications flood his screen. He acquired the blood imprint, giving him 3% life steal on hits. The mark cannot be enhanced or removed, and he can collect up to 10 of them. With his first active mark, Rocan feels his raw powers shoot through the roof. He lets out a satisfied grin. Everything went exactly according to plan. When you're fighting entire crowds alone, there's nothing better than life steal to keep you alive. Rocan's energy erupts violently as he feels this insane new power coursing through his veins. Yes, this is exactly what he needed. Raw damage is great when you're fighting outnumbered, but if he wants to tear through those disgusting monster hordes, high-speed recovery is non-negotiable. He is ready. Watching the blood seal weave across his skin, Rocan knows he is practically immortal now. With this level of life steal, he can outlast any battle. The system log updates. In the future, the game developers will nerf this blood imprint, cutting the life steal rate down from 3% to a measly 1%. But since he acquired it early, Rocan gets to exploit the original broken rate. Talk about a massive head start. He grins. After all, he's the only one who knows the future. Out of nowhere, a massive fireball comes hurtling straight toward him. But the attack doesn't even leave a scratch on Rocan. Chedika screams in pure rage, calling him an arrogant thief. Rocan laughs it off, openly mocking the boss. Oh, did making that blood seal completely tire you out? Because you sound pretty weak right now. It's the perfect opportunity. Rocan decides to use the shaman as a crash test dummy for his brand new power. He wanted to test his new abilities anyway. Since the creator is volunteering to help, he might as well say thanks before destroying him. But the shaman can't even put up a fight before dropping dead. Rocan shrugs, genuinely disappointed that he went down in a single hit. Instantly, his health bar refills to full. Rocan uncovers another insane perk. Scoring a kill grants him a full instant recovery. He loots Chedika's head and notices the quest item's description. Wait, so this guy was actually a goblin all along. Since that fight ended way too fast, Rocan didn't get to properly test his limits. He needs a real playground to push this blood seal to its absolute max. He smiles. He knows the perfect place to go. Deep inside Crossroad, he heads straight for the Berserker Guild. Approaching the guild merchant, Rocan immediately starts buying his required skill books. He grabs Divine Strike Solid Body and the 2-step attack. He is planning to forge a completely new game-breaking ability. Fusing Divine Strike Solid Body and 2-step attack together, Rocan initiates the skill combination process. Once the fusion is complete, those individual books will disappear, replaced by a devastating new custom skill. He grins in satisfaction. The system then prompts him to perform the physical motion for his new custom skill to lock it in. He begins executing a special combat move he designed himself. Pivoting on one foot, he spins like a devastating top, unleashing a brutal flurry of axe swings. The system registers the motions perfectly. With the motions recorded, the system asks him to name the new ability. He calls it Whirlwind. The system locks it in. Whirlwind allows Rocan to spin at blinding speeds, shredding nearby enemies with continuous physical damage. It consumes mana continuously, meaning he can keep it active as long as his pool lasts. He can move freely and change directions while spinning, and his movement speed steadily ramps up. Best of all, if he activates his berserk state, both the speed and destructive power of this skill will double. Overjoyed, Rocan charges out of the guild hall. He's officially became the game's first true berserker, and he can't wait to test this out. He arrives at the cursed cave of life. He storms deep into the caverns, eager to find some high-level monsters to use as punching bags. Where's everyone hiding? Buzzing with excitement, Rocan searches the darkness. These monsters are about to be the first test subjects for his whirlwind. This skill didn't even exist in the original version of the game. He actually designed it himself, taking inspiration from classic hack-and-slash games he played in the past. This is a massive leap forward, something even his rival Odin could never have anticipated. Suddenly, Rocan stops in his tracks. His first targets have finally arrived. A pack of razor-clawed wolves surrounds him. This is absolutely perfect. The more enemies there are, the better. Dropping into a battle stance, he smiles. He wanted something way stronger than those pathetic hyenas from earlier, and these wolves are a major step up. The pack lunges at him all at once. They're level 120 lichens. Rocan welcomes the challenge. Bring it on. Even as the feral beasts begin tearing into him, Rocan stands completely still. One sinks its fangs into his arm. Others clamp down on his legs, savagely ripping at his flesh. But he doesn't flinch. Kim Yoon-min is ecstatic, completely ignoring the fact that his body is already severely injured. The system blares a warning, health at 20%, body critically weakened. Only then does he start swinging his blade, keeping the oncoming wolves from getting any closer. Kim Yoon-min strikes back. Now it is his turn. Gripping the giant hammer in his hands, he is incredibly eager to test out Lord Rocan's legendary skill. With just a single move of his own creation, he can take down several tornadoes at once. His eyes glow a deep crimson as the blood sigil crawls up his face. A colossal tornado erupts, sweeping everything away in its path. The swirling vortex tears the wolves apart, sending agonizing howls echoing through the air. The entire pack of wolves has been completely wiped out by Kim Yoon-min. His wounds stitch themselves back together, rapidly restoring him to full health. Looking back at his battlefield, Kim Yoon-min eyes the wolf carcasses scattered across the ground. Even though his blood sigil only absorbs 3% of the damage dealt, the sheer scale of taking on a crowd makes that tiny fraction more than enough. But he still wants to test a theory. As long as his mana recovery holds up, he could theoretically hunt forever. Feeling a massive surge of power flowing through his entire body, Kim Yoon-min smirks. This is definitely enough to handle that troublesome Odin crew. Sheathing his weapon, he can already picture Baron Chul absolutely losing his mind when he finds out. That test was enough, but since he killed the witch and swiped the quest item, Baron Chul will likely try to punish him. Kim Yoon-min cooks up a new plan to maximize his reward. He wonders if he should just eliminate the vampire himself and deliver the proof to the High Elves for a payout. Meanwhile, back at the Crossroad Guard barracks, he delivers Chadika's severed head to the barracks, presenting it to Mankin as proof of a slain goblin spy. Mankin stares at the severed head, his face twisting with rage at the thought of goblins lurking nearby. He immediately fires off questions, knowing the goblin belongs to the Black Dragon Legion, their fiercest enemies. Kim Yoon-min calmly reports that the creature was actually a loyal subordinate of Baron Chul. He even reveals the details about the High Elves, exposing Baron Chul as a secret vampire who is currently holding a High Elf child hostage. Mankin shouts out in pure, unbridled shock. Kim Yoon-min carefully tells the story, tweaking the details to put himself in the best light. He explains that the Baron plotted with a goblin to drain the High Elf's holy blood through dark magic, but he managed to eliminate the creature first. Acting like a seasoned professional, he warns that while the immediate danger is gone, Baron Chul will keep targeting the High Elves. Mankin sees with pure fury, muttering under his breath about that absolute bastard of a noble. Gnashing his teeth with a murderous glare, Mankin vows that he will never tolerate anyone laying a finger on a High Elf inside his jurisdiction. He immediately orders his soldiers to gather the entire guard and move out at once. However, Kim Yoon-min quickly steps in to hold him back, urging the captain to wait and listen to reason. He offers some incredibly sharp logical advice. Fighting a powerful vampire at night is practically suicide, so they should wait until dawn and capture him while he is fast asleep. Realizing his own impulsiveness, Mankin pinches the bridge of his nose and agrees that waiting until morning is the right call. With the guard temporarily sidelined, Kim Yoon-min slips away to execute his real plan. He is heading straight for Baron Chul's castle first. He smirks, deeply satisfied with his scheme. There is something far more important than just capturing a vampire. While the High Elf child Arahin is sleeping inside Baron Chul's manor, Kim Yoon-min knows he must rescue her before the guard arrives to claim the reward for himself. Her body shivers from a vivid nightmare while a creepy voice whispers in her ear that her time is running out. In her nightmare, Chadika stands right beside her, whispering with absolute greed as he hungers for the divine power flowing through her blood. Kim Yoon-min arrives at Baron Chul's massive fortress. He heads straight inside, figuring the vampire must be thrilled at the thought of draining the High Elf's blood. He only told Mankin to wait until morning because he has his own agenda. Kim Yoon-min wants to test his limits by taking on the vampire at the absolute peak of his power. Scaling the stone walls, Kim Yoon-min aims to take down Baron Chuul all by himself, ensuring he is the only one who gets to claim the massive reward. Reaching the top, he quietly pushes open a window. He slips quietly into the dark interior. From his vantage point, he peers down at the Baron's throne, but the room is empty. Recalling the sounds from earlier, he guesses that Irahin is likely being held on the upper level. Kim Yoon-min cracks open the door with extreme caution, making sure not to make a sound. He peers inside to inspect the room, and there she is fast asleep on the bed. She still hasn't woken up yet. Yoon-min looks at Irahin, unable to hide his joy. Jackpot. How did this turn out to be so incredibly easy? Gently shaking her, wake up, elf. But even after shaking her a bit harder, she still does not wake up at all. Yoon-min feels completely helpless. Shaking her this much should have worked. Elves are usually extremely sensitive to sound, so she should have woken up the moment he entered. It raises the strong suspicion that she was drugged with some kind of heavy sleeping potion. He racks his brain for the best way to wake Irahin. Shaking her too hard might easily injure her delicate elven body, but waking her up without some sort of force seems entirely impossible. He needs a workaround that does not involve brute strength. Suddenly, Yoon-min thinks of another way. Yes, this will work. He pulls a simple alarm clock item out of his pocket, a handy little device crafted with the advanced mechanical engineering of the dwarves. Winding the clock, he chuckles. He never expected to be sitting here crafting random items just to boost his mechanical engineering skill. He places it right next to Irahin's ear and activates it. The alarm clock goes off, unleashing a screeching, deafening ring that fills the entire room. Standing right there, Yoon-min covers his ears to block out the unbearable racket. His eardrums feel ready to burst. Surely this loud noise will wake her up. Irahin stirs slightly, clearly annoyed by the noise. She finally reacts to the awful noise, begging him to make it stop. Waiting for this exact moment, Yoon-min grabs the clock. Oh, you are awake. Irahin covers her ears in deep irritation, pleading for him to do something about that horrible sound. Without hesitation, he completely crushes the annoying clock right in his bare hand. She slowly sits up, fully awake. Yoon-min asks with concern if she is all right and what her name is. Irahin looks blankly at the man by her bed, wondering how he woke her up. Bowing politely, he introduces himself. Yes, I am Rocan, a member of the Crossroad Guard. Secretly calculating his next move, Yoon-min smiles. Elves are naturally of noble birth. Since she is likely royalty like Captain Malkin, he knows he must maintain the utmost respect and proper etiquette. She shyly introduces herself as Irahin, thanking him deeply for coming to her rescue. Reaching out to help her up, he apologizes for the loud trick, but Irahin does not mind at all. She assures him is fine. Without his loud alarm, she would have never escaped that terrible nightmare. Hearing a sudden noise, she quickly turns her head toward the door, realizes that making so much noise was bound to attract unwanted attention. Irahin's face turns completely pale. She points trembling toward the doorway behind him. Baron Juo stands there blocking their only exit. With bloodshot eyes, he growls with absolute fury. How dare a miserable rat like you defy me? Trembling in fear, Irahin clutches his arm, terrified of what they should do next. But Yoon-min does not show a single hint of fear, and honestly, he was actually waiting for him to show up. He mutters that since the plan was always to secure the elf first, this arrival is perfect. Instantly summoning his weapon, Yoon-min readies himself for battle, noting that since the boss came to him, he must show some proper hospitality. Juo steps closer, vowing to show absolutely no mercy to anyone who dares to betray him. Revealing his hideous true vampire form, he roars, demanding how they dare disobey his supreme authority. Irahin watches anxiously, asking if he truly believes he can defeat a powerful vampire. Yoon-min simply reassures her, telling her to wait there because this will not take long at all. Slipping into his combat stance, he calls out to the Baron, suggesting they take this fight elsewhere so the precious elf does not get injured. Moving like absolute lightning, Yoon-min charges straight at Juo to catch him completely off guard, telling him they are changing locations. He delivers a devastating punch straight into the vampire's gut. Irahin anxiously calls out Rocan's name. Juo's body is launched backwards, smashing clean through the brick wall behind him. Just like that, their high-stakes battle spills out into the open air. Mid-air, Yoon-min unleashes brutal punches directly into Juo's stomach. The vampire is slammed hard onto the cold, unforgiving ground below. Yet the beast still struggles to his feet while Yoon-min drops down, landing with perfect ease. Yoon-min grins excitedly, asking Juo how it feels to have the tables turned and be hunted by a mere human. The furious vampire gets serious, calling him a completely arrogant bastard. Dark power violently erupts from his body as he vows to drain every drop of blood until nothing but skin and bone remains. Kim Yoon-min channels power into his weapon, feeling highly satisfied. That is right, you need to go all out. His own power is also rising incredibly fast. His face is filled with absolute excitement. He wants to taste his opponent's overflowing life force. Chuo looks utterly bewildered when Kim Yoon-min suddenly brings up this life force. But he does not answer, merely seizing the moment of distraction to rush in and strike. He combines his skills, boosting his strike speed and power to unleash a devastating flash step attack. But Chuo quickly uses his rock-hard hands to block the incoming strike. It acts like a solid shield, leaving Kim Yoon-min completely shocked by how a vampire's claws could be this hard. Chuo's immense strength is far from ordinary, making Kim Yoon-min question his true identity, asking if he is really just a vampire. Now Chuo finally notices the dark blood seal patterns running down Kim Yoon-min's body. The kid casually asks if he is only just noticing them. He even raises his pattern arm to mock and provoke him. "I only got this blood seal because of you," he sneers. Hearing this makes Chuo tremble with rage. Did the kid target this from the start while pretending to obey? He finally realizes Kim Yoon-min's true face. The kid tried to steal his 2Ls because everything was part of a calculated plan. He grows even more furious at being tricked by a mere lowborn. "A human dares to toy with me." Chuo roars and lunges forward, wanting to tear him apart, while swearing he will never forgive him. His long claws turn into lethal weapons, slashing toward Kim Yoon-min with lightning speed. His speed is surprisingly fast, catching Kim Yoon-min off guard and scratching him right across the arm. Witnessing that insane speed and power, Kim Yoon-min is now absolutely certain that this opponent is no ordinary vampire. He tries his best to dodge every single incoming attack, but wait, the pressure is building fast. They are evenly matched with no clear winner, trading blows with speeds and force that are far from ordinary. The system flashes a warning, stating that health is at 20%, triggering a massive boost to basic skills. Kim Yoon-min finds this slightly surprising. He never heard of Chuo being a progenitor vampire. If he truly were, the blood seal would have been useless from the start. He grips the weapon in his hands even tighter with both hands, but either way, Kim Yoon-min remains highly confident in his abilities. The monster's fate is sealed anyway. "How does my blood taste?" he asks. He begins to unleash his ultimate move. Wait for it. Unleashing consecutive strikes that rain down like a wild wind. Chuo screams in agonizing pain. The more his blood flows out, the faster Kim Yoon-min heals mockingly, asking him if he likes this blood seal. He openly provokes the beast. Recovering this much health instantly with wild wind is absolutely insane. If a vampire uses it, their lifesteal is enhanced. But if a human uses it, they get to absorb life force, don't they? Blood continues to drip from Chuo's body, yet he is actually smiling. He laughs mockingly, asking Kim Yoon-min why he is so confident, guessing it must be because of that life absorption ability. Chuo licks his own dripping blood, sneering that Kim Yoon-min clearly has no idea. He laughs with absolute triumph, stating that absorbing life is actually an inherent power belonging to his vampire race. His eyes turn wildly crazed. He declares that even if a human uses the blood seal, they can never wield that power as perfectly as a vampire. Chuo's power erupts violently as he vows to show Kim Yoon-min the massive difference in their strength. His entire body begins to shift and change as well, growing massive and beastly just like a wild werewolf. Kim Yoon-min is slightly surprised, noting that turning into a monster like this makes him look more like a werewolf than a vampire. Yet he does not care, staying completely calm as he mutters that this beast is the perfect subject for his latest experiments. He raises his giant weapon high into the air to gather momentum. Then Kim Yoon-min slashes down heavily onto his opponent, driving the beast into a frenzy, his eyes glowing blood red. Chuo roars and lunges forward. He retaliates, slashing a deep gash right into Kim Yoon-min's arm. The cut is incredibly deep and blood begins to pour out endlessly. The wound refuses to heal completely, leaving him unable to recover his full strength. Chuo laughs mockingly, asking if he forgot to mention the weakness of the blood seal. Now, fully confident in his victory, Chuo boasts that his healing speed can never outrun the cold embrace of death. Kim Yoon-min frantically searches for a workaround, remembering that the blood seal was also nerfed in his past life, though he has no idea if it even worked. He decides to risk it all, figuring a nerfed lifesteal simply means he needs a new plan. Gripping his weapon, Kim Yoon-min charges forward, knowing he just needs to land more hits. Chuo cannot comprehend this reckless move, calling him a complete fool. The two clash furiously, neither side showing even a hint of backing down. Both of them are bleeding out. Yet Kim Yoon-min only grows wilder, throwing himself into a relentless suicidal assault. He lunges forward, hacking away at Chuo's body over and over. The system warns him that his health is down to 10%, but he honestly does not care. Kim Yoon-min charges back in to continue his assault. In his mind, all that matters is dealing more damage. Chuo screams out in absolute disbelief, calling him an absolute maniac. Driven by his royal pride, Chuo refuses to yield, roaring that a noble vampire would never lose to a mere human. Kim Yoon-min completely loses control, roaring for him to die. He unleashes another one of his ultimate skill buffs. Another strike is unleashed immediately. He triggers Hurricane, showing Chuo that he is no ordinary human. Finally, he prepares a combo attack, packing an insanely destructive amount of raw power. Combining his skills, he unleashes a massive combo strike. There is absolutely no way Chuo can block this. Kim Yoon-min lets out a wide, unhinged smile. Chuo's body is instantly torn to shreds. And just like that, this brutal clash finally ends. He exhales a sigh of relief. His battered body slowly begins to heal up. A massive pool of blood is all that remains of Chuo, leaving nothing else behind. A system alert chimes his health is fully restored. Kim Yoon-min grins in excitement, thanking the vampire for completely refilling his health bar. He has finally mastered the true power of the blood seal. Completely satisfied, Kim Yoon-min feels incredibly refreshed now that his health is fully restored and his mastery over the blood seal is complete. On top of that, he is eagerly anticipating a reward that money simply cannot buy. Right on cue, the system displays a notification announcing that he has unlocked a hidden achievement. The completion requirements were simple: rescue 2 elves and single-handedly defeat the vampire count. As morning breaks, a loud commotion erupts outside the Baron's estate. The soldiers assemble, shouting that the raid to eliminate the vampire Baron has finally begun, ordering everyone to break down the doors and charge. Leading the charge, Mencken commands his men to kill the vile vampire, but strictly orders them not to let a single speck of dust touch the 2 elves, demanding their safe rescue. With a firm wave, he signals everyone to advance. The entire army rushes forward to break down the gates. But before they can even touch them, a massive explosion echoes from inside. The heavy wooden doors are being blasted apart from within. With a thunderous crash, the gates are completely shattered, leaving Mencken stunned. He stands frozen in absolute disbelief, muttering that vampires are supposed to be at their weakest during the day, so how could they possess such power? But to everyone's shock, it's actually Kim Yoon-min stepping out, with Irahin casually asking if they're surprised and warning them not to judge by appearances. He freezes the moment he hears that familiar voice. Mencken is utterly shocked to see him walk out completely safe and sound alongside the High Elf, especially with 2 other elves following closely behind them. Irahin reassures the crowd that everything is fine now. She points to Kim Yoon-min standing beside her, announcing that he defeated the Baron alone. This news leaves Mencken utterly speechless and highly skeptical, because there is no way a rookie like Rocan could defeat the Baron, whose level is way higher. Kim Yoon-min plays it cool, pretending he simply got worried and arrived early, claiming there was no way he could stand by and watch anyone tarnish the noble honor of the High Elves. Another elf speaks up hesitantly, asking the captain if those claims are actually true. They find it impossible to believe a mere human could defeat a vampire Baron, suspecting that he might just be trying to trick them all. Mencken snaps back at them, warning them to watch their mouths and accept the obvious truth. The elf stands there, completely baffled. Mencken understands the immense weight of the High Elf privilege better than anyone else. Irahin begins reciting a sacred oath to Kim Yoon-min. The crowd watches in absolute shock, unable to believe that a noble High Elf is actually swearing an oath to a human. She remains completely firm in her decision. After all, this is a priceless reward that no amount of gold or money in the world could ever buy. Kim Yoon-min is finally on the verge of obtaining exactly what he wants. Irahin approaches him with the sacred bracelet, initiating the legendary High Elf Oath. She delivers her solemn vow on the spot, declaring that standing before the one worthy of praise who bravely protected their honor, she swears under her own name that High Elf Irahin will wholeheartedly support the madman Rocan with all of her power from this moment forward. The system alerts him that he has unlocked the legendary achievement, the Oath of High Elf Irahin. As the first person to ever accomplish this, his relationship with Irahin immediately reaches the maximum level of absolute trust, unlocking the final stage of their alliance. After accepting the bracelet, Kim Yoon-min gently kisses her hand to show his deepest respect, telling her it is an honor to serve such a noble High Elf. He is incredibly satisfied with this unique achievement. Although it does not directly boost his combat stats, he now possesses something absolutely priceless. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will give him access to incredible new relationships and invaluable resources for his future plans. A new prompt appears, confirming he can now enter High Elf society through Irahin. This elite aristocratic circle is a highly exclusive senate holding immense power, and no other race has ever managed to gain access to it. The choice now belongs to him, and he must forge his own destiny from here. He knows he cannot afford to waste this rare opportunity. If he can somehow manipulate this powerful senate, it will give him a massive advantage in his eventual clash against Odin. Looking down at the kneeling guards, Kim Yoon-min feels a wave of satisfaction. His high-risk gamble paid off, as he had purposely delayed the guard squad just to ensure he could swoop in and rescue the High Elf completely on his own. Even Mencken is forced to admit that Rocan is a truly extraordinary warrior, realizing that this mysterious adventurer might just be the one destined to completely rewrite the history of their world. With his goals achieved, he politely bids them farewell, eager to make his exit. Irahin quickly calls out to stop him, offering to introduce him to the elite senate over a pleasant dinner, so they can rest and celebrate his heroic victory together. Though annoyed, Kim Yoon-min forces a polite smile. He worries that spending time socializing is a distraction, especially since he needs to level up as fast as possible to stay ahead of Odin. A new quest prompt pops up on his system screen if he accepts her invitation. It is Mencken's forgotten quest, titled Mutant Monsters. He must track down the creature, spreading a dark curse that mutates local wildlife. The success condition requires him to confirm 3 of these mutated beasts. The quest rewards him with 90 silver coins and the rare spear of the Crossroads Guard Squad. But Kim Yoon-min feels like this is just a waste of time, doubting he can find enough high-level targets there to grind. Ultimately, he decides to politely decline the invitation, tactfully suggesting they reschedule for another time and telling her to take good care of herself. Kim Yoon-min immediately makes his departure. He flies off to a deserted island, touching down gently on the sandy beach. It is an incredibly peaceful and beautiful island with pristine white shores stretching out before him. Even though he made it here, he still has not decided what his next move should be. He wonders where he should go to track down those mutated monsters. A smirk spreads across his face as he senses a group of hostile targets fast approaching. A pack of mutated beasts lurks right behind him, and he knows they are his targets. Kim Yoon-min smiles, thrilled to have fresh prey to test his strength on, silently thanking them for delivering themselves right to his doorstep. He quickly summons his trusty giant axe. Ready for battle, he decides to level up right here. Pointing his massive axe at the beasts, Kim Yoon-min aggressively dares them to all come at him at once. Another fierce battle erupts, filling the air with heavy dust and smoke. The scene shifts as he enthusiastically examines a massive glowing gemstone in his hand. A nearby companion praises Odin's extraordinary strength, calling him impressive for defeating a mysterious beast whose true power was completely unknown, and asking how he managed to find its weakness. Leaning casually against a nearby tree, he calmly calls the guy out for being rude, reminding him they agreed beforehand that asking questions was strictly forbidden. Cowering in fear, the companion quickly apologizes, agreeing to just shut his mouth and focus entirely on leveling up instead. Odin stays completely silent, his sharp gaze cutting straight through the air. His mind drifts as he realizes that everything is unfolding exactly as planned. But something feels incredibly off, almost like a foreign object is jamming the gears of a machine over and over again. Nearby, someone is making a massive scene, raging about their lost title and screaming that they will crush whoever stole it first. Odin calmly advises him to be patient, noting that those bound by destiny will meet sooner or later anyway. Kim Yoon-min's blood is pumping as his combat instincts flare. Both sides clash, initiating an all-out battle. He promises to tear them all to absolute shreds. Bring it on. With a single swift slash, he easily takes down one of them. The horde quickly surrounds him from all sides. Instead of feeling fear, Kim Yoon-min is thrilled. This trash is too easy, so he dares the rest to step up. Instantly, the entire pack of mutated monsters charges straight at him. Satisfied, he smirked because their reckless charge just made his job a whole lot easier. Leaping high, he prepares to unleash a devastating downward strike, eager to see his level bar go up. Once again, Kim Yoon-min unleashes his devastating signature skill, Wild Wind. That single strike instantly obliterates a massive wave of the mutated beasts. Their shredded bodies are sliced into clean pieces and rain down onto the dirt. With Kim Yoon-min power growing rapidly, the system screen continuously spams level up notifications. You have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up, mutated beasts defeated. Kim Yoon-min cleans up the remaining stragglers in no time. This is way easier than dealing with a boss. Who is next? Suddenly, another massive mutated monster slowly approaches him from a distance. One look, and he knows exactly what it is. Right on cue, the second field boss finally makes its grand appearance. It roars as the core in its chest glows brightly. Cater the Blade Demon, he has already spotted its clear weakness, which is that glowing core right in the center of its chest. Even knowing this, Kim Yoon-min refuses to take unnecessary risks. Rushing the core head-on is incredibly dangerous, so if he wants to clear this quest, he needs to stay patient and wait. He tells himself to wait, biding his time as Cater starts to mutate. The monster absorbs the fallen corpses around it, merging them together to slowly reform into a single, flawless, terrifying body. Which means the boss has just gotten a whole lot stronger. Level 130, Cater the Blade Demon. To clear the field boss quest, he must completely destroy this merged abomination. Kim Yoon-min just wants to wrap this up quickly. He has other business to attend to, and this field boss is basically just a stepping stone. With that, he springs into action. Rushing straight toward Cater, he forces the boss to surrender the rare item that only drops when defeated in its fused state. But it is never that simple. Moving like a literal flash of lightning, Kim Yoon-min closes the distance instantly. Every problem has a solution, and this fight is no different. The boss is definitely annoying, but he knows exactly how to break it down. He leaps high into the air easily, dodging a heavy punch from Cater. Raising his sword high to build momentum, Kim Yoon-min knows he cannot hesitate for even a second if he wants to prevent a counterattack. Suddenly, a fiery red energy completely envelops him as he targets Cater. Seizing the perfect window, he strikes with a fatal blow, aiming to finish it in one shot. The heavy impact sends both of them flying backward from the force. Recovering instantly, Kim Yoon-min prepares to follow up with another relentless strike right after. Pushing his speed to the absolute limit, he goes all out. A rapid flurry of lightning-fast slashes rains down on the boss. His only goal is to end this fight as quickly as possible. Overwhelmed by the speed, Cater can barely react and roars out in pure agony. Even though its weak spot is obvious, it is protected by heavy armor. This is going to be annoying since the plate blocks direct access to the core. If that is the case, then Kim Yoon-min decides to go brute force. He will just smash the armor to pieces. He delivers a crushing blow aimed straight at the chest core. The system alerts him that the enemy is afflicted with weapon break and is now in a state of confusion. Cater armor has been destroyed, reducing its defense by 50%. Kim Yoon-min smiles smugly, knowing the boss stands no chance if it just takes hits like this. Despite taking a direct hit to its core, Cater suddenly smirks. Kim Yoon-min realizes too late, could this really be happening? Cater finally unleashes his ultimate move, the final strike. His blade storm fires countless tiny blades, self-destructing after landing a 25-hit combo. There is no way for Kim Yoon-min to dodge. Where did this ridiculous skill even come from? He counters with another skill, an unstoppable defensive machine mode. While active, his defense, strength, and movement speed spike by 200%. Kim Yoon-min drives his axe blade deeper, telling his foe to rest in peace. The chest core is completely shattered and Cater begins to fade away. A massive explosion erupts, ending the battle in a total victory for Kim Yoon-min. Broken pieces of the shattered core rain down. An arrow suddenly flies in from nowhere, stopping right before his eyes. The reason is simple. With Cater dead, his lingering skills have completely deactivated. Finally over. Strange glowing light begins to pour from its eyes and mouth. Another massive explosion rips through the air. Kim Yoon-min panics as a terrifying thought hits him. He forgot its final self-destruct trigger. A world-shaking self-destruct explosion detonates. The blast wave is incredibly massive, blowing away everything in its path as thick smoke rises. Heavy dust completely blinds the area. Through the heavy smoke, a figure slowly begins to emerge. It is Kim Yoon-min. He actually survived that point-blank blast. Talk about a cheap trick, a second slower, and he would have been history. Suddenly, the system interface flashes wildly, notifying him of level up after level up. He did it. The second mutated boss is officially dead. Sharp black stone fragments lie scattered all over the ground, but his eyes light up at the rare drop, the Blade Demon Fragment. This rare item holds the dark grudge of Cater, granting a special power to any bladed weapon. Using this to enhance his gear will apply a deadly bleeding effect on every successful strike. Kim Yoon-min looks down at the item with absolute satisfaction. Bleeding damage on top of critical hits, he needs to test this out immediately. He applies the rare fragment to his weapon and the enhancement is a success. Now every slash will cause his enemies to bleed. His weapon glows with newly awakened power, looking deadlier than ever. Excellent, the upgrade is complete. Staring at the calm water, Kim Yoon-min decides his next move. Before taking down the final boss, there is one critical place he needs to visit. Deep down at the bottom of the lake lie giant clams, the only source for the legendary 5-colored pearls. Kim Yoon-min gazes out into the deep water, quietly hoping all this tedious preparation will actually pay off. A massive ship slowly sinks. In his memories, the beast guarding this wreck is incredibly strong. The hull lies snapped in half. Forever lost at the bottom of the ocean depths, the cabin door hangs open, leading into darkness. Suddenly, a menacing creature with glowing red eyes appears in the darkness. Kim Yoon-min uses his bare hands to pry open the giant clamshell. He sighs in disappointment. Another failure, just another ordinary mana pearl. He mutters about the wasted time. Sure, these sell for a decent price, but it's about time the real prize finally showed up. Fortunately, his persistence pays off. This time, Kim Yoon-min finally finds exactly what he's been searching for. A perfectly round, glowing pearl shines brilliantly in the dark. Finally, he has officially acquired the rare 5-colored pearl. Staring at the glowing gem, he feels a wave of relief. When it comes to boosting defense, nothing compares to this. Filled with fresh motivation, Kim Yoon-min eagerly starts prying open more giant clams. Time to grab the next essential item. He cracks open another shell, and a strange, mysterious light radiates from within. Suddenly, the system window flashes with a brand new quest: find the traces of the Lion King. The quest details explain that the sealed iron helmet requires him to harness the strength of its own kind to activate. Kim Yoon-min stands there completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. What in the world is a Lion King quest doing here? This has to be a hint from the system. Come to think of it, items bound to the Lion King naturally attract one another. He immediately summons the iron helmet of the Lion King. The steel helm in Kim Yoon-min's hands suddenly begins to glow. Just as he suspected, he can barely contain his excitement. If his theory is correct, completing this quest will reward him with the legendary Lion King armor. Kim Yoon-min looks out toward the shipwreck resting in the vast ocean depths. The only logical place that could hide such rare armor is right there. Assuming this will be an easy run, excitement takes over. There are no mutated monsters nearby anyway, so why not go check it out? It is the perfect chance to kill two birds with one stone. Without wasting a second, Kim Yoon-min swims toward the sunken vessel, hoping to find more of those valuable 5-colored pearls along the way. He dives right in, plunging straight down into the deep water. Yoon-min swims as fast as he can toward the ocean floor while the system alerts him that he can breathe underwater thanks to the Mulak gills. Even at a crushing depth that would kill an ordinary person, he feels completely fine. The item's effects are truly impressive. He feels extremely lucky to have completed that beach quest earlier. It was crawling with Mulaks, making it easy to secure these single-use gills. Even though they are temporary, they get the job done. Yet Yoon-min cannot shake the feeling of an eerie presence nearby. There is definitely something lurking in the shadows. And sure enough, he spots something. He finally reaches the cabin door of the shipwreck containing his target item. He found it the lair of the ultimate sea boss, the captain's room. Yoon-min summons his weapon, bracing himself for the upcoming battle. He intentionally taunts the boss, "Quit hiding and show yourself." Suddenly, a section of the shipwreck is blown to pieces. A mutated monster's massive arm strikes him square in the gut. The impact unleashes a devastating wave of pressure against his body. Coughing up blood, Yoon-min glares at the beast, "So you finally decided to show up, Captain Mulak." The captain detests intruders like him. Level 130 Captain Mulak demands to know how a filthy human dares enter his domain. Pinning him down, the captain roars in absolute fury, demanding to know his true purpose. But as always, Yoon-min remains completely unfazed and silent, thinking why a dead man would need to know anything. Yoon-min immediately activates his special skill to break free. It is obvious that his underwater attack speed has dropped significantly. This is exactly why he despises aquatic combat. His movements feel completely sluggish. Mulak's hand is sliced to ribbons, making him roar in anger at a mere human's audacity. But in the blink of an eye, Yoon-min vanishes from sight. Where did he go and when? Teleporting around like a ghost, he leaves the captain completely defenseless. Slaying monsters like this is just another walk in the park. Mulak activates his ultimate skill, summoning a massive wave of loyal crew members to defend him. Yoon-min scowls in annoyance. This coward is using his own men as meat shields. While the hero is busy tearing through the lackeys, the captain sneaks in a cheap shot. A massive attack crashes down, but luckily, Yoon-min's quick reflexes save him. Mulak laughs out loud, mocking where all of his smug confidence went. Yoon-min knows the score. Without this endless mob of minions, the boss is absolutely nothing against him. He must find a way to completely annihilate these lackeys if he wants to win. These summons are incredibly frustrating, constantly blocking every single one of his critical strikes. A sly smirk spreads across his face. If they are going to be this much of a headache, then a blood-red aura of pure power erupts. Time to go berserk. The system alerts that the Lion King's helmet has been successfully equipped. Yoon-min is pumped up, ready to turn them all into fresh Mulak sashimi. Sensing this sudden danger, the captain and his crew instantly scramble to escape. But he has no intention of letting them escape, chasing them down to slaughter them one by one. Even Captain Mulak is territory of this unreal speed. Yoon-min lunges forward to strike, but the captain barely manages to block it. Their weapons collide in a shower of sparks. The immense power gap instantly shatters Mulak's sword, leaving him screaming in disbelief. The system alerts that the enemy's weapon has been destroyed, triggering a debuff that reduces their attack power by 10%. Refusing to accept this nightmare, the captain roars in panic as Yoon-min vanishes into thin air right before his eyes. This time he appears right behind him, mockingly asking where he is looking. This sudden ambush leaves him completely helpless as he is sliced into a million pieces. He talks the talk and walks the walk. Mulak sashimi is served. Levels soar as he scores a triple level up for slaying 3 mutated monsters. Quest complete now on to find Mankin. Yoon-min quickly breaks the water's surface, gasping for air. Going berserk is absolutely amazing, but the exhausting recovery is no joke. At least the temporary gil item chose this exact moment to run out. Holding the newly acquired loot in his hands, he is pleased to have secured Captain Mulak drop. This looks exactly like a rare item from his past life collection. It is an ancient coin of unknown origin, and while its true purpose remains mysterious, the beautiful engraving makes it a highly valuable piece. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoes behind him. Startled, Kim Yoon-min spins around to see what happened. He immediately spots a lion statue. Could this be a clue for the Lion King quest? Wait, there is something inside its mouth. He reaches out to touch the chest. Instead of a lock, it features a circular groove on top. He places the ancient coin he just obtained into the slot. The lock clicks open. Wow, is this coin actually the key? Rocan's lion helmet starts glowing again, and even the iron visor shines. The open chest radiates with that exact same brilliant glow. He picks up the mysterious box and completely freezes, stunned by what is waiting inside. Drop a like if you are enjoying his insane luck. With the enemy finished, the damaged ship tilts and slowly sinks into the sea. Rocan stares into the chest, mesmerized by a mysterious glowing round object. The system identifies it as an unknown rare circular item that is radiating a strange and highly powerful energy. Touching the mysterious artifact, he realizes he has never seen anything like it. Rocan's eyes widen in shock as the item suddenly begins to shine even brighter. The system reveals it is the proof of the Lion King. Long ago, Moloch saved the great Lion King Gao Khan, who bestowed this proof upon them. The item holds the legendary king's raw power, granting an incredible set effect of plus 100 stamina and plus 100 intelligence. Reading this, Rocan can barely catch his breath from the sheer shock of this massive stat boost. He gasps for air, completely stunned that this is part of the Lion King set. Rocan suddenly pauses, searching his memories of the game. He remembers the legendary Lion King armor pieces, but there was never any mention of this proof. Yet here stands this unsealed artifact apparently belonging to the elite set. How is that possible? He chuckles with delight at the raw stat bonuses. This single item just boosted his stamina by a whole 100 points. It is a crazy level of power that players usually cannot unlock until level 40. Rocan smiles, muttering to himself that this is an absolute steal. Crouching down, he peers back into the chest as a warm golden light flashes. He wonders why it keeps shining, realizing the fabric resting inside is definitely not normal cloth. Rocan pulls out the item to inspect it. It is a detailed blueprint related to the Lion King, depicting the exact design of the legendary chestplate. He stands up warily, scanning his surroundings. He wonders if the chestplate itself is hidden nearby, though the pirates on this ship did not seem to possess it. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. The Moloch tribe had a system quest line involving stealing treasures from the Pirate King. Perhaps the legendary armor was looted during that raid. Excitement bubbles up inside him, though the Pirate King is a level 300 boss located in a distant region. Finding the rest of the armor will be tough. Rocan lies back, letting his mind drift as he plans his next moves. Standing up, he points toward the horizon, declaring that he knows exactly where to go. He's going to track down that armor right now. True to his word, Rocan immediately logs into the third city crossroad. Stepping onto the streets, he sighs with relief, ready to blow off some serious steam. Suddenly, a loud, bustling crowd catches his attention. He wonders what all the fuss is about. Rocan mutters in absolute confusion as he realizes the chaotic crowd is actually gathered outside his own shop. Players are aggressively pushing and shoving, fighting over items and shouting at each other to get lost. Watching them fight to buy his stock, a smug smirk plays on his lips. Making a massive fortune is now just a matter of time. With his shop running smoothly, Rocan heads over to the guard headquarters in Crossroad, ready to take on some fresh quests. Mencken looks up in surprise at his sudden arrival, welcoming him back. Standing up to welcome him, Mencken notes that it has been a long time. Rocan nods in agreement, casually announcing that he has already wiped out 3 mutated monsters. Mencken gasps in utter shock, demanding to know how Rocan could have progressed so rapidly. Rocan smirks with pride at the reaction. Mencken warmly thanks him for the immense help, but the young warrior remains humble, waving off the compliment. Right on cue, the system chimes in his ear, confirming the quest is complete. He asks if they have discovered the root cause of the mutations, yet offering his sword for any future troubles. Mencken rests his chin on his hand, hesitating as he explains that some dark faction has clearly interfered, though details remain scarce for now. Mencken warns him in a serious tone that he will share updates, but stresses that Rocan must focus on leveling up first. With his current strength, he would never survive a direct encounter with them. Soon, a new quest notification pops up on his screen. It warns him that he is currently too weak to uncover the truth, demanding he build his strength first. To unlock the secret and gain Mencken's full trust, he must reach level 150. Walking away, Rocan mutters about the annoying level lock. To grind those levels quickly, he needs to head to a specific dungeon, which means he has some serious prep work to do. The system announces he has successfully applied a magic-resistant scroll to his gear, boosting his defenses by 9 points. Rocan smiles, glad his earlier purchase is finally paying off, and prepares to set out on his journey. Our view shifts to the dense forests southwest of Crossroad. With a single powerful swing, he cleanly fells 2 massive trees. In no time, he completely clears the wooded area. After the system confirms he has collected 10 logs, Rocan hoists the heavy bundle onto his shoulders. With the materials ready, he is set to move. He suddenly freezes as an angry shout echoes from nearby. Rocan looks toward the noise, highly confused because this dungeon should still be a total secret. Suddenly, a black-haired player storms over, aggressively yelling at him for having no shame and stealing resources right from under them. He slyly fires back, questioning if they actually claimed the zone, since hunting grounds are supposed to be free real estate. Shaking with rage, the player accuses him of actively ruining their run. Rocan simply rolls his eyes, glancing over at the monsters they are struggling to fight. Rocan cheekily pinches his face, mocking them by saying he thought they were just sunbathing because of how weak they are. He sarcastically apologizes for the misunderstanding. Frustrated, the dark-haired player pulls out his weapon, snapping that there is no talking to this lunatic. He demands that the bastard spit out everything he just swallowed. An arrow is shot straight at him. His quick reflexes save him backing away. The dark-haired archer chases him down, trembling with rage before the arrow even lands. He growls that hitting a mouse-sized target is tough, but this next one will definitely hit. Kim Yoon-min watches from the bushes, realizing this weird player is Midi, the click resistant who was actually quite famous in his previous life. Tracking Midi's every move, Kim Yoon-min knows he is an unusual player. He has this bizarre ability to shrink his own body to dodge enemy attacks. Now the name click resistant makes perfect sense. Midi seizes the moment to launch a counterattack, landing a direct hit. The dark-haired guy gnashes his teeth in fury after taking a painful hit to the thigh. Losing all control, he screams that he'll smash Midi into pieces right now. The angry attacker suddenly freezes as Kim Yoon-min shouts for him to stop. Kim Yoon-min steps forward to put an end to this, declaring their actions a hostile player kill attempt on an innocent target. Shocked by Kim Yoon-min's official guard armor, the attacker stammers in pure panic that this is all a massive misunderstanding. The system alerts him that his identity disguise is now active, randomly changing his name and appearance for the next 1 hour. Kim Yoon-min clears his throat, coldly calling for judgment. Following his command, the system displays a notification regarding the exclusive authority of the Crossroad Guard. After analyzing the crime, it officially confirms the hostile assault on Midi, decreeing that the perpetrator and his accomplices will be sent straight to prison. The dark-haired attacker panics as he is sucked downward. Midi trembles in awe at Kim Yoon-min's terrifying power, thanking his savior for keeping him alive during the chaotic encounter. Kim Yoon-min barks a warning at him to scram immediately, sending the terrified player scurrying away without another word. Once the area is completely clear, Kim Yoon-min deactivates his disguise. Honestly, that was way too close. If they had stayed there, arguing any longer, things could have gone sideways fast. He grabs his giant sword, knowing the secret entrance only he remembers would have been exposed to the public. With a powerful swing, Kim Yoon-min shatters the wall. The hidden entrance is revealed almost instantly. Stepping inside, Kim Yoon-min can only shake his head. Who on earth designed this place, requiring someone to smash an ancient tree just to open the hidden dungeon? Wherever he steps, soft light automatically illuminates his path. System notifications chime continuously, announcing he has discovered the secret mage dungeon. Since he is the very first to enter, his experience gains and item drops are boosted by 30% for 3 days, leaving Kim Yoon-min highly satisfied as he gets ready to begin. The system alerts him that the 5-colored pearl has been crushed. Deciding to boost his defenses first, Kim Yoon-min prepares himself. The system voice chimes again, confirming that the 5-colored pearl powder has increased all of his elemental defenses by 10% for the next 3 minutes. Kim Yoon-min immediately summons a heavy wooden log item, eagerly shouting out his next move. He plants his feet wide to build momentum. Unleashing his full force, he hurls the massive log forward. The moment the wood hits the ground, a magic circle activates. A massive, deafening explosion immediately tears through the room. Pleased with the results, he urges himself to keep moving and clear the entire dungeon. He rolls more logs into the magic circles on the floor. Shielding his face from the rising dust, he hurls the final log. With a soft sigh, he notes that the key difference between the mage dungeon and normal ones is the overwhelming number of magic traps waiting for players right from the very entrance. Kim Yoon-min keeps his focus, knowing that while triggering these traps would mean instant death for average players, to him they are merely an above-average threat. In his past life, since he did not know the exact coordinates of these traps, he had to rely on a very simple trick, throwing heavy wooden logs to trigger them safely. A faint smirk plays on his lips, but having exhausted his supply of wood, he places a hand over his chest. From here on, he will have to rely on his physical body. After all, he is already halfway through. Without wasting another second, Kim Yoon-min charges ahead. He frantically dodges each sudden magical attack. He scrambles to run as giant blades crash into the ground. Kim Yoon-min runs through the dungeon, narrowly dodging one deadly trap after another. Panting in a sea of fire, he realizes first-hand experience is key. And just as he figures out the traps, that creature finally shows its face. Kim Yoon-min turns around to face his opponent head-on. But before he can even celebrate, a massive explosion rocks the room. Blinding light flashes through the area. He stands in the thick smoke, panting heavily as he assesses the situation. Angrily gritting his teeth, Kim Yoon-min snaps at how fast things are moving. He roars out a challenge, "Bring it on, you damn spirit." The Sparta ghost fumes with rage. Kim Yoon-min calmly backs away, knowing physical strikes are completely useless since this spectral Sparta monster has no physical form. That is exactly why he prepared a special countermeasure, activating a powerful blaze magic scroll. Kim Yoon-min charges forward to strike. If this plan works, then everything changes. The system converts his next 10 physical attacks into custom elemental damage. He roars with absolute resolve. Even a spirit can be torn to shreds. Kim Yoon-min watches the beast struggle on the ground. With a smirk, "Writhe all you want, this is your final battle." An even bigger explosion immediately tears through the room, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. The system announces the Sparta ghost is dead. Wiping his sweat, he mutters that the creature was nothing but a nuisance. His eyes land on the freshly dropped loot to see what he got. The system confirms he received a fire arrow magic scroll. He stands there completely dumbfounded. Seriously, is a single magic scroll all he gets for that? Kim Yoon-min sighs, clutching the scroll. Word on the street was this dungeon had incredible magic items, so he had high hopes. But then again, maybe expecting top-tier loot right at the start is asking too much. Face darkening, he strategizes, no rushing. He reassures himself as he pushes forward, noting there are still about 10 other monsters left before reaching the boss. Kim Yoon-min easily slays the remaining spider monsters with single sword strikes. Every single one of them gets sliced down just as smoothly. Before long, he completely clears out the entire wave. Kim Yoon-min sighs, wondering why they were such pushovers. He expected a real challenge since a mage created them. Right then, the system alerts him that his magic scroll buff has officially worn off. He pauses as a mysterious chest catches his eye. Now is this finally the jackpot? Curiously approaching, Kim Yoon-min chuckles. After all, what is a dungeon without a treasure chest? He hopes he is finally getting a decent reward. Eagerly opening it, he realizes something is off. This rare chest almost tricked him. Kim Yoon-min shouts as he forces it open, refusing to be made a fool. He laughs excitedly at what is inside. Of course, it is a mimic, since a twisted dungeon like this would never have real treasure. Decisively striking it down, he demands it spit out the loot. Instantly, the system confirms the mimic is dead. He stares in utter confusion at the actual item left behind. The system details the cowardly mage's defense ring. Crafted by a cowardly mage shouting defense twice a day summons a protective barrier. It currently has a full charge of 2 out of 2 and a cooldown of 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Next is a simple energy charger created by the same cowardly mage. Shouting charge energy once a day restores 150 energy points using energy pearls. Kim Yoon-min smiles with satisfaction, muttering that this is exactly what he wanted. He admires the ring on his finger, realizing these cowardly mage items are designed purely for escaping danger, just like the first accessory he picked up. The system details the escape feature. This cowardly mage ring lets him teleport 3 meters backward once a day. It currently has 1 out of 1 charge with a cooldown of 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Kim Yoon-min is pretty pleased with this utility. Honestly, he prefers these tactical escape tools over basic fire attack items any day. This makes him even more curious about whatever other gear the cowardly mage might be holding onto. Kim Yoon-min eagerly charges forward, ready to take whatever else is hidden here. Right ahead of him sits a door leading to the next chamber. He bursts forward with immense force. Whatever is inside will belong to him. Kim Yoon-min easily smashes the door. He lets out a mocking laugh. Hey, coward, are you ready to die yet? The cowardly mage panics at the sight of him, wondering how he got in. Looking the monster dead in the eye, Kim Yoon-min instantly realizes this is the dungeon boss and the creator of those rings. Kim Yoon-min swings his sword with burning fury that is none of your business. He unleashes a devastating blow toward the cowardly mage. Go to hell. But this devastating attack doesn't do a single thing to it. Yoon-min quickly realizes this is friction-nullifying magic. He angrily stomps his foot onto the ground and curses in absolute frustration. So Yoon-min decides to unleash a barrage of rapid-fire strikes. The basement shakes violently as his heavy strikes hit the beast, cracking the surrounding stone walls. Through the thick black smoke, the 2 eyes of the cowardly mage glow with an eerie light. Yoon-min leaps off the ceiling and dives down to launch a direct head-on assault. He grits his teeth in anger as his sword misses yet again. Suddenly, the cowardly mage appears right behind Yoon-min, telling him not to be so scary. Yoon-min's eyes widen in sheer shock as he gasps. Right out of the surrounding walls, deadly gun barrels suddenly emerge. Looking down at the magic circle under his feet, Yoon-min realizes he fell right into a trap, wondering if this is the end. Thick, suffocating smoke begins to fill the entire room as the active magic circle sparks to life. The cowardly mage growls that if he keeps this up, there will be no choice left but to kill him. The monster gasps in utter shock as Yoon-min suddenly bursts out of the raging sea of fire. Yoon-min charges down, asking if the monster is finally done talking. Fueled by pure rage, he unleashes a heavy blow, telling the creature to stop babbling and just die. Yoon-min cannot hide the sheer shock on his face as he watches his enemy suddenly begin to transform. A system notification rings out, stating the level 130 Spartan has shed its disguise. Seeing its true form, he silently curses this cowardly Spartan for playing tricks, realizing that the cloak was nothing but a cheap disguise all along. Annoyed, Yoon-min shouts out into the empty room, asking what the monster actually wants and demanding it stop hiding and show its face. But at that moment, the ground beneath him suddenly begins to violently shake. A massive fissure cracks open across the floor, and from deep within the gap, a giant stone hand rises. Yoon-min lets out a thrilled grin at the sight, laughing at how incredibly energetic this new foe is. What emerged is actually the level 133 original golem of Joji. Yoon-min closely observes his massive new opponent and grumbles under his breath, wondering why the useful target is nowhere to be seen, while this absolute nonsense shows up instead. As they stand face to face, he silently complains about how this annoying giant can even summon tiny mini-golems to help it. But then, Yoon-min notices something else entirely, spotting a strange detail on the far wall. A glowing magic circle has suddenly appeared on the distant wall, though it definitely was not there before. Just by looking at the glowing circle, Yoon-min immediately understands the secret behind the power of the monster. He eagerly charges forward with intense energy, mocking the shameless beast for thinking its high defense alone is enough to stand a chance against him. Every single step he takes is incredibly powerful. Yoon-min prepares to unleash a devastating critical preemptive strike. Grinning wildly, he challenges the giant monster to try and stop his incoming blow. The monster raises its guard. But surprisingly, Yoon-min flies right past the beast without landing a single hit on it. This completely baffling move leaves the giant golem standing there with its jaw dropped. Wearing a smug grin on his face, Yoon-min calls the stubborn monster out for looking in the wrong direction. Turns out his real target was the magic circle on the wall all along, having planned to destroy that newly appeared seal from the very beginning. Yoon-min unleashes a massive crushing blow that completely shatters the stone wall. In the next second, the entire area collapses into a heap of rubble. Yoon-min proudly celebrates his success, thinking to himself that there was no need to search for that coward since just like an ancient tree hiding a dungeon entrance, a hidden control room would naturally be protected by cloaking. Magic. Satisfied with his work, he mutters a quick compliment just as the system announces he has entered the hidden room of Chucky. But in the very next second, pure surprise flashes across the face of Yoon-min. A massive fire arrow suddenly comes flying right at him from out of nowhere. A violent explosion erupts upon impact. The attacker is none other than the level 140 cowardly mage Joji, who screams that his strongest skill has hit, demanding to know who Yoon-min is to dare trespass. But Goji's face instantly twists in absolute shock because of what happens next. Kim Yoon-min is completely untouched after taking that massive blast head-on. In fact, that hit triggered his berserk mode, letting Goji know he screwed up big time. Terrified, Goji immediately panics and orders his golem to intercept him. The massive golem obeys, instantly charging forward with a heavy swing. But Kim Yoon-min is too fast, dodging before the giant fist can crash down. He is aiming straight for Goji, who can only panic at how insanely fast he is. He desperately tries to block, but the sheer force blasts him away. Crashing to the ground, Goji mutters that at least he blocked it, proving his expensive armor was worth the investment. But then Kim Yoon-min just grins. He bursts out laughing, which thoroughly annoys Goji, who demands to know why he is being mocked. Kim Yoon-min cryptically replies that he is just laughing out of gratitude, leaving a totally confused Goji to ask what that even means. With a creepy smile, Kim Yoon-min asks the idiot if he realizes how slow that armor makes him. Calling him a living punching bag, Kim Yoon-min promises to go all out and see just how many hits that heavy suit can actually take. Hearing that threat makes Goji's stomach drop as absolute panic sets in. He frantically screams for his golem to protect him. Kim Yoon-min is forced to leap back to gain some distance from the golem. This summon created by Goji is incredibly annoying because even if shattered, it just pulls surrounding earth and stone to rebuild itself. Dodging its heavy swings, he realizes he does not need to fight this giant. If he just takes out Goji, the summon will lose its master and stop regenerating entirely. Locked in his rage state, Kim Yoon-min eagerly charges forward. But that annoying summon has been grinding his gears, so he decides to turn it into dust first. Raising his weapon high, he aims directly at the giant creature. He unleashes a strike so devastating, it is absolutely unstoppable. The golem is completely hollow inside. This only gets Kim Yoon-min more fired up as he declares they are all going down. He spins rapidly, executing his whirlwind skill to whip up a massive gale. It is like a storm of pure death heading straight for his enemies, promising to wipe out everyone at once. Within seconds, a massive red glowing tornado consumes the entire battlefield. Goji watches helplessly as his ultimate summon gets absolutely shredded. He can only curse in terror, wondering if his opponent is even human or if he is just a monster. A sudden flash of light shoots out from the center of the raging vortex. Kim Yoon-min moves, instantly teleporting directly in front of Goji to remind him that they are finally all alone. Raising his weapon high once again, Kim Yoon-min dares the coward to try and dodge this next strike. Goji takes the hit directly like a helpless, oversized punching bag. Kim Yoon-min roars with wild excitement, telling his foe to just die already. He swings his weapon downward with absolute and brutal force. Multiple system alerts immediately flash before him, confirming the defeat of Goji and rewarding him with several massive level ups. Once the dust finally settles, Kim Yoon-min groans that he is absolutely exhausted. He chugs down several health potions to recover. Thinking back, he was so focused on Goji's initial attack that he accidentally triggered berserk, and now the heavy after effects are totally draining his body. Once the potions finally kick in, his stamina fully recovers, prompting him to go inspect the fallen coward to see what loot he left behind. But his eyes widen in pure disbelief when he sees the specific items lying on the ground before him. The item details immediately pop up for the cowardly mage's escape ring, a magic-grade accessory. Created by an extremely cautious wizard, it allows the user to flee any dungeon once per day. Once used to escape, the active charge automatically resets back to 1 out of 1 with 0 wait time. He cannot believe how many escape items this guy has, especially another ring. This only makes him more curious about who Goji was actually running from in the first place. Tension rises on his face as he wonders what kind of enemy could scare Goji into preparing this many escape items. Rubbing his chin, Kim Yoon-min realizes that if he digs deep enough into the memories of his past life, he will surely find a clue. Suddenly, a specific location pops into his head. Yes, that's it. He finally remembers the exact spot. Kim Yoon-min calculates his next move, knowing that clearing the mage's dungeon will trigger the secret path to open. Within just 1 month of grinding, he is finally standing right outside the hidden chamber. A single flickering light provides the only glow inside this dark space. Stacks of messy papers are scattered all over the desk in total chaos. The rest of the room looks just as disastrous, prompting Kim Yoon-min to scoff and wonder if this place is actually just a dump. But then a completely different object catches his eye. Wait, what is that? Inside the chest sits a brightly glowing book surrounded by stacks of other texts. Why are there so many of them here? Curious, Kim Yoon-min reaches out and picks it up. Wait, could it be? Immediately, a system notification pops up and leaves him stunned. Do you want to claim this limited shield skill book reserved for the very first explorer? It is one of the rare skills hidden here. He found it. Reading the screen, Kim Yoon-min smiles in satisfaction. This is the ultimate jackpot of the dungeon, an item that lets a player learn any skill regardless of their class type. He quickly starts digging through the massive pile of old books. With this, he can finally create a brand new combo skill. But where is it? It absolutely has to be around here somewhere. Before long, Kim Yoon-min finds exactly what he was looking for, the damage conversion skill. The system alert rings out asking if he wants to claim the limited damage conversion skill book, which is only available to the very first player to reach this room. This incredible skill allows him to convert physical damage into magic damage or the other way around. Since regular players do not even understand magic attack and defense stats, yet this ability is way more valuable than anyone could possibly imagine. His eyes light up as he starts planning his build. Converting physical strikes into magical power would be absolutely insane. Right on cue, a notification confirms he has successfully acquired the skill. As soon as he accepts, the remaining books dissolve into thin air. The system alerts him that selecting one book has locked out all other options. Kim Yoon-min is caught off guard, feeling a sting of regret as they vanish, but then he spots something. Wait, what is that glowing object over there? He reaches down and picks up a specific journal titled Goji's Diary. It is just a normal grade item belonging to a cowardly mage, revealing the deep fears of its creator. Kim Yoon-min begins flipping through the pages. He quickly falls deep into thought. As the hidden lore unfolds, the journal reveals a dark secret. They force the author to craft those cursed items, warning that doing so was completely wrong and could lead to the ultimate destruction of the entire world. The terrified author confesses that escaping feels impossible and that they will be executed the very moment they try to run. He refuses to join their dark cause, but hope remains. He marks a specific date for his escape plan, when they all leave the area to attend a major conference that will be his perfect chance to strike. The pages recount how the daring escape actually succeeded. Even though he was hunted down and lost a portion of the items he crafted, he managed to survive with his life. Pure panic bleeds through the frantic writing. He knows they are coming to hunt him down and kill him now that he is useless, especially since he knows too much about their secret plans. He has only one goal left. He must hide his creation deep away where nobody can find it. Hiding down here, surely they will never track him down. Kim Yoon-min frowns as he finishes the story. It seems Goji was desperately running for his life, which explains why he fled to the deepest corners of this place to craft those bizarre curse rings. Connecting all the dots, it finally makes sense. Those items were cursed and corrupted from the very start. Looking closely at the journal, he realizes something huge. Honestly, this completely changes everything he thought he knew, giving him a massive advantage that never existed in his past life. The mutated monsters are the key. They are actually corrupted beasts. Kim Yoon-min turns the theory over in his head. He knew about mutated monster groups before, but this is his very first time discovering that humans are also mixed up in this faction. He begins recalling the major organizations involved in his past. These corrupted beasts did not just target him, they plagued both the Golden Lion Territory and the Black Dragon Legion. He initially blamed a different enemy group, but now things look different. He finally reaches a grim conclusion: this conspiracy is far deeper than he initially suspected. Slipping Goji's diary safely into his inventory, Kim Yoon-min plans his next move. Returning to the investigation team is the priority, as they might hold new clues regarding his main questline. Rubbing his chin, he remembers that unlocking the next phase requires level 150, meaning he still has 30 levels left to grind. Kim Yoon-min knows all too well that gaining 30 levels at this stage is no walk in the park. Normal players would have to repeat tedious hunting and collecting quests hundreds of times just to level up once. But a confident smirk plays on Kim Yoon-min's lips because he plays by different rules. He quietly calls out to summon Junbok. A bright light envelops him as he prepares to teleport directly back to Crossroads, fully loaded and ready. The sudden flash of teleportation whips up a gust of wind, scattering papers all across the room. Just like that, Kim Yoon-min is back on the busy shopping streets of Crossroads. He grins, holding a heavy pouch of gold in his hand. Yoon-min walks along happily, looking over the magic scrolls he looted from the mage's dungeon. They are completely useless to him, but they can fetch a ridiculously high price. Talk about a jackpot. He looks around trying to find his shop. Where did it go? Last time he checked, the place was packed with customers. When he spots his shop still bustling with business, a satisfied grin spreads across his face. Good, very good. With crowds like this, he has absolutely nothing to worry about. A greedy little thought slips into his mind. If this keeps up, every single coin in Crossroad is going to end up right in his pocket, but he quickly snaps back to reality. Right now, there is something far more important than money, the berserker class itself. A system window pops up, forcing him to make a tough decision. It asks him to select the skill combination he wants to delete. He carefully taps the screen to confirm. Let us go with this one, deleting the rush and destroy skill combination. With that done, he starts analyzing his choices. It was a cool combo, but a bit too linear since it only lets him charge straight forward. Plus, his other skills do the exact same thing. He smiles and locks in his choice. It is a bit of a waste, but it has to go. The system prompts him to assign a new action for the combination. Yoon-min crosses his arms, completely confident that he can create an even better skill combo this time. He begins fusing different abilities together. Even though the basic berserker skills are usually too weak to be worth using in a combo, he has a secret weapon. He remembers his loot from the secret room. The damage conversion skill he accidentally stumbled upon in the mage's dungeon is about to become the ultimate wild card that changes everything. He carefully calculates his next move. With this ability, he can patch up the berserker class's weaknesses and create a custom skill that will finally unlock his grandmaster plan. He then selects his final skill combination, Divine. Power plus, flash plus style plus damage conversion. As soon as Yoon-min finishes his inputs, the system alerts him that the skill combination is being created. A bright light flashes, signaling that the skill combination is complete. Yoon-min cannot hide his excitement. Yes, this is exactly what he wanted. He stares intently at the system screen as it glows with a deep red light. This is the ultimate weapon he has been chasing. Another notification pops up asking him to name this newly created skill combination. Yoon-min makes his decision right away. The name of this skill will be Critical Strike. The system displays the skill details. It converts normal and physical damage into magic critical damage. The catch is a 5-second cooldown, but hey, one heavy hit is all he needs. Yoon-min let out a satisfied laugh. With this powerful skill in his hands, a wicked smirk spreads across his face. It is finally time to put this thing to good use. He makes a promise, just you wait, Odin. One of these days, I am going to punch you right in the face with this skill. Yoon-min plans his next move. For now, leveling up is his top priority, so he quickly heads over to the dwarven armory. The blacksmith welcomes him and asking if he is looking for a weapon. Stepping inside, Yoon-min gives a simple nod and says yes. He then drops an absolute bombshell of a request, saying he wants to buy every single stone axe in the shop. The owner gapes in shock, asking if he really means all of them. The owner quickly rushes off to check his stock, asking Yoon-min to wait. Yoon-min just waves his hand, telling him to bring everything out because he is buying it all. While waiting, a conversation nearby catches his attention. Someone is complaining about the prices being too high, prompting a curious Yoon-min to glance over. Two guys are chatting nearby, arguing that this place is pricier than the previous shop, though the gear is clearly better. Yoon-min watches them closely, wondering if they are actual players. He studies them. For players to buy gear here, they must have finished the quest and gained the dwarves' trust. He is impressed they made it this far already. A knowing smile crosses his face. If you think they are safe, think again, they still have a massive obstacle left. He is talking about the opposing faction and Therer. The faction PvP wars are absolutely massive here, drawing in players just as much as the main storyline does. Fighting real players from the enemy faction brings a completely different rush than just hunting monsters. In fact, some people only play for the PvP, completely ignoring the main story and level grind. Old memories flash by and he smirked. He used to be exactly like that. Just then, the shopkeeper returns and piles the gear onto the counter, announcing that he has brought all the stone axes. He happily takes the heavy bag and says his thanks. He walks out of the shop at a relaxed pace while the excited blacksmith waves goodbye, shouting for him to come back again. Shortly after, Yoon-min arrives at the Iron Hawk barracks. He looks around, muttering to himself about how nostalgic and fresh it feels to finally be back here after so long. This camp sits right on the very front lines of the active conflict between the Black Dragon Legion and the Golden Lion. While actual monsters are quite rare around here, just walking a short distance will put you face to face with enemy players. In other words, this is the perfect stage for endless war. Yoon-min pulls back the curtain and steps inside. He originally planned to come here at level 150, but he has a solid reason to show up much earlier. The quartermaster looks at him completely baffled. Registering as a freelance mercenary at level 160, the 29-year-old officer can barely believe his eyes. Yoon-min politely confirms that he wants to register. Following standard procedure, the officer asks a few questions, noting that while anyone can sign up, he needs to know his current level first. Seeing his level is only 120, they mockingly tell him that low-level players should know their place, though they ultimately let him register. Yoon-min is shaking with pure rage, yet he forces a polite thank you. Right after his system notification pops up confirming his registration as a freelance mercenary with promotions and rewards tied directly to his battle achievements. The system alert welcomes him as a freelance mercenary for the Golden Lion territory, urging him to defeat enemies to prove his strength and honor. Every enemy from the opposing faction he defeats will grant battle merits. Accumulating these points will determine his final mercenary rank, unlocking better ranks and corresponding rewards. Yoon-min walks away completely furious, muttering about those arrogant fools who only look at level numbers instead of real skill. Suddenly, his steady footsteps change. Yoon-min drops low into his sprinter stance, telling himself that since registration is done, it is time to move fast. He launches forward, exploding into a sprint at an incredibly high speed. Combining blink and dash, Yoon-min visualizes his ultimate destination as he zips across the map, heading straight for the deep ravine. His pace slows down to a crawl once he finally reaches his destination. Yoon-min cautiously treads through the dark forest. He quickly slips it off. Immediately, a system notification pops up to confirm he has deactivated his invisibility cloak. Yoon-min looks up at the massive canyon in front of him, finally arriving at the deep ravine. A sly smirk creeps onto his face as he recalls his journey. He might have taken his time, but his invisibility cloak got him here in one piece. Still, he knows that going up against level 150 enemies is going to be incredibly intense. Peering down, Yoon-min observes the deep canyon, which serves as the Black Dragon Legion's primary supply route, heavily guarded on all sides. He pulls out several tools to prepare for his bold infiltration. Honestly, who would ever think to look for him right under their noses? It is the absolute last place they would expect a low-level player to hide. With great care, he anchors a spike. Next, he loops a thick rope securely around it. The other end of the rope is tied tightly around his waist. Satisfied with his handiwork, Yoon-min whispers to himself that everything is finally ready to go. He gets ready and leaps straight down into the deep ravine. Yoon-min pulls out a heavy hammer, muttering that it is finally time for some action. He raises the weapon high, preparing to strike down. His powerful swing hits the rock, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Smiling at his work, Yoon-min notes that it was a pretty clean hit. Standing outside a cave, he happily notes this location is absolutely perfect. He begins his basic prep work, marking the area and saving this exact spot to his map. With that done, Yoon-min carefully creeps forward, ready to draw his weapon. He quickly equips his weapon, eager to grind levels, noting that he has 98 small throwing axes left. Down below, enemy guards patrol the canyon floor without stopping. These guards are level 150 Black Dragon Legion cavalry. The soldiers look up in total shock as a sudden burst of power descends from the sky. An explosive blast instantly blows a group of guards away. Yoon-min laughs with pure delight. Just watch how he completely shreds their health bars with those heavy-hitting magic critical strikes. He silently praises his own flawless execution, thinking it was absolutely beautiful. His brilliant master plan is to carve out a perfect hideout in the middle of this cliffside. From here, the enemy guards cannot reach him, letting him safely snipe multiple targets at once with his range. The enemy guards quickly notice his presence, shouting to each other that someone is hiding on the cliffside. Yoon-min openly mocks their slow reaction, laughing because they cannot touch him up here anyway, as he prepares another small throwing axe, leaving 97 left in his inventory. He raises his deadly weapon high in the air once more. Yoon-min boldly orders them to shut up and hand over their experience points, unleashing his devastating critical hit skill. The enemy guards drop one after another, triggering a continuous stream of system notifications announcing his level ups. Another guard is sacrificed to fuel his growth, earning him yet another level up. A rapid succession of matching system notifications fills his screen, confirming consecutive level ups. He smiles, totally satisfied. He does the math as he pushes forward. At this rate, you will shoot straight to level 150. Small axes equipped 95 left. Kim Yoon-min reaches back to rub his aching spine and lets out a long sigh of relief. Looking up at the absolute carnage he just created, he remarks that this mind-numbing grind is finally over. Right on cue, a system notification pops up. Hand axes remaining 0. Level 150. How many days has he been grinding here anyway? He is bored to death. Kim Yoon-min mumbles about his next move. With the main quest finally unlocked, he wonders what everyone else is up to right now. He triggers a teleportation spell using a return scroll to warp straight to the Iron Eagle camp. Kim Yoon-min materializes at the Iron Eagle camp, greeted by an officer who asks if he really pulled it off. The quartermaster looks completely bewildered as he asks if Kim Yoon-min seriously finished the entire thing all alone. Kim Yoon-min leans in, pressuring the man, asking if his level is too low. The officer flails his arms, stammering that it is not that at all, he just wants to show the camp's gratitude to such a talent. He slams his stamp onto the document and officially declares that Kim Yoon-min has been promoted to a full soldier. System notifications flash before him. Based on his achievements, he is promoted to soldier. He can raise his rank through war, exploits, or kingdom contributions. His current contribution points sit at 324. Kim Yoon-min smiles satisfied. Starting out as a regular soldier is exactly what he planned. Sure, a basic soldier cannot do much, but once he climbs the ranks he will unlock war quests and command NPC troops on the battlefield. After all, the higher the difficulty, the bigger the rewards. But as Kim Yoon-min knows, ranking up in this military system is not just about the quests. He taps the glowing screen. His real target is those contribution points currently sitting at 324. Accumulating these points is crucial because it unlocks rare and highly coveted items inside the exclusive contribution shop. Kim Yoon-min runs the numbers. Earning basic points is easy early on, but it is nowhere near enough to buy that one specific item. He needs to farm points fast. He activates another return scroll, warping directly to Crossroad. A blinding pillar of light erupts in the middle of Crossroad Square. Stepping out of the light, Kim Yoon-min looks around like a traveler returning home, muttering how good it is to be back. But instead of a warm welcome, a harsh curse rings out nearby. Kim Yoon-min blinks, turning his head in confusion. He overhears two players venting nearby about some guerrilla guild jerks who showed up and blocked them from finishing their quests for 3 straight days. A dark smirk creeps onto Kim Yoon-min's face as he realizes the chaos has finally begun. See, those so-called jerks ruining everyone's day are actually members of the infamous Black Dragon Legion. Right now, a brutal turf war is raging across every corner of the third city between two bitter rival factions. Kim Yoon-min finds the whole situation amusing. Why do players hunt each other down in this game? The aggressors always have a very convenient excuse for their actions, claiming they only do it because they can loot their victims' equipment and steal their extra monster experience points. To them, taking what they want is just basic nature. Kim Yoon-min knows those excuses sound logical, but the real motivation is far simpler and much darker. Toying with and crushing the weak simply brings them an intoxicating, twisted pleasure. It is the raw, ugly instinct of a gamer, something he understands better than anyone else. Kim Yoon-min strolls over and joins the two players, asking where this hunting ground is. Startled by his sudden question, they blink and stammer, trying to explain that it is the wild area. One of the guys explains it is the wild boar habitat, warning him that he cannot go there alone anymore without a party of at least 10 players. Kim Yoon-min nods, smiling as he thanks them for the crucial tip. He starts calculating his next move. The boar habitat is just a short trip from Crossroad. It looks like the enemy has pushed their blockade right up to the front lines. He cannot help but let a cold grin slip. They have reached the border, but their encirclement is looking pretty thin. Kim Yoon-min blows a loud, piercing whistle that makes bystanders jump. He has activated his summoning item. Out of nowhere, a massive black stallion materializes. Kim Yoon-min leaps onto its back, firmly in the saddle of his dark mount. He scoffs, muttering that those lowlives really think he is going to play by their rules. He gallops off with supreme confidence, whispering for them to wait because he is coming to slaughter them all. The two stunned players watch him ride off, wondering if he is seriously planning to head into that war zone completely alone. They can only conclude that charging in solo is a one-way ticket to a brutal death. Within moments, Kim Yoon-min arrives at the wild boar habitat. The scene before him is tense. A lone player is facing off against an entire hostile group. A girl leading the pack mutters in frustration, cursing that she asked for more items but got absolutely nothing. A level 110 warrior from the Golden Lion domain. The enemies sneer, asking why. They are level 120 Black Dragon Legion members. Then they unleash another heavy strike, sending it crashing down and blowing this girl back while declaring that tormenting those weaklings is actually pretty fun. Her teammate worriedly asks if Han is okay, but the Black Dragon members are riding high, getting ready to end their lives and telling them it is all over. Out of nowhere, Yoon-min aggressively cuts in with a massive critical strike. Their leader whips his head around, completely shocked. What is this? Only to find a massive, overwhelming attack charging straight at his face. The sheer power forces them to scream out in terror, asking who is doing this. Their attention immediately shifts toward the source, realizing an enemy has arrived. They shout to each other as they see Yoon-min riding a black horse, warning everyone that a lone player is charging in and to scatter and surround him. But Yoon-min is thoroughly enjoying this, muttering that it is nothing special, just a bit of playtime, and asking if they are ready to die yet. He locks onto the standing crowd and charges straight ahead. A grumpy enemy archer yells out that this fool knows no fear, telling him to take his swamp arrow. But Yoon-min simply swings his massive weapon wide to deflect it. He strikes the archer, mocking him for being too slow like a little goblin. His black horse suddenly leaps high into the air. It almost looks like it is floating up there. Yoon-min excitedly calls out to his horse Ganda. He uses the horse as a springboard to leap even higher into the sky. Wait, is he actually flying? The players below stare up in absolute shock. Up above, Yoon-min locks onto his targets and yells for them to take this. He activates his special skill damage conversion. A devastating blow comes crashing down directly on the leader. The impact triggers a massive explosion that completely rocks the battlefield. As the thick smoke clears, only Yoon-min's heavy weapon is left standing. He slowly lifts it back up. He looks coldly at the survivors and boldly tells them it is time to play. The remaining Black Dragon legionaries grip their weapons, outraged that a mere human would dare challenge them. They all charge at Yoon-min at once, shouting to push forward and crush him to pieces. Yoon-min simply smiles, completely thrilled by the challenge, and asks who they plan on crushing. With a massive swing of his arm, Yoon-min unleashes a devastating skill. Before the enemies can even process what is happening, they are violently sent flying in complete shock. He presses forward, laying down a brutal beatdown while reminding them that they are the ones getting crushed. All their confidence vanishes instantly. It is pure madness. Their high-defense melee players and their entire pack of monsters were wiped out in just one hit. Yoon-min moves like lightning. He leaps into the air, locking onto the last two players who finally notice him. They can do nothing but weep in terror as they prepare to meet their end. 7 horrific screams echo across the field. As the battle wraps up, system notifications begin to flood his screen, announcing that Rocan has defeated Yozora and Hepinsu, earning 1 contribution point for each. Rocan has defeated Director Pusung, earning 1 contribution point, and Rocan has defeated Coco Jumping, earning another point. He defeated HM Pansu for 1 point and then Bitong for yet another contribution point. The system alerts keep stacking. Yoon-min stands victorious over the bodies, muttering that this was barely a warm-up. Looking at his screen, he notes that these contribution points are exactly the same as killing non-player characters. He observes the fallen foes level 150 enemy NPCs and a player at level 130. It's clear which side is more beneficial to eliminate. A teleportation-like column appears, bringing Kim Yoon-min back. Perfect. Now to the mutant den. First back to Crossroad, he muses. He quickly arrives at the Crossroads Sanctuary. A system notification rings out. Kim Yoon-min has been blessed for donating 3 gold. You have received the priest's blessing for 6 hours. All abilities increase by 1%. Defense and resistance increase by 1% for 6 hours. Okay, good, he remarks. What he just performed is the priest's blessing, which grants different buffs based on the gold donated to the sanctuary. Though it only lasts a few hours, it's essential before any critical hunt. Kim Yoon-min raises his hand, ready to select the next notification equipment setup. He mutters, reviewing the options: a critical equipment set, a defensive equipment set, and finally a resistance set for elemental attributes. Switching equipment would incur a 3-second cooldown, but it seems, with all the preparations set, Kim Yoon-min grins. Now he just needs to lure his target straight into the trap. His fingers fly across the interface to execute his plan, preparing to drop the perfect bait. A system notification pops up, alerting him of reports regarding the hostile Crossroad faction. This instantly triggers a massive wave of online comments across social media. Kim Yoon-min skims through them, noting that the community's reaction is intense and everyone seems to have a major headache over it. His eyes suddenly lock onto a specific comment, noticing a brand new reply. The one posting, "This is the malicious god trying to grab attention again. What is this garbage talk anyway? The Black Dragon Guild already took Crossroads. Is that fighter Rainy still even playing? Last week when we attacked Crossroads, we only saw Boro to World and the rest were with Angelia. She is probably dead in a ditch somewhere. So what if she was one of the first 10 players to enter the 3rd city? They are all done for now." Naktusa agrees, saying Raba is next and their guild will handle it. Then Megapanum chimed in, asking why they even need a guild when they can just kill on sight. They are all talking about the exact same person. Toregu asks if Rocan wants to solo, mockingly asking if his game ID is the exact same. Yoon-min watches with satisfaction, realizing the Black Dragon Guild took the bait while acting cocky just because they leveled up. His smile slowly turns cold and ominous. Honestly, he should thank them. If they ran away in fear, he would have to waste time hunting them down. His fingers fly across the keyboard as he types out a promise to pay them back in full. The public post is simple: "Thanks for the intel, everyone. I am starting a live stream to hunt the hunters." The viewer count explodes instantly. What is this? Rocan is finally on the move. Chat is going wild as he travels. Soda's Dream asks if he is crazy for streaming this, wondering what happens if he gets surrounded. Another viewer replies that it does not even matter. Sisu asks why he is rushing off without saying a word, while another fan points out he is heading directly to the reported coordinates. Yoon-min finally halts at a specific spot. An entire army waits right in front of him. Viewers joke about him getting stripped of his gear, saying it will all pop like bubbles, while fans tell the haters to shut up and watch. One enemy suddenly lunges forward. The targeted player struggles to defend. Webtoon sneers and demands the items in exchange for mercy, but his opponent refuses to back down. The player replies that he never cared about living or dying from the very start, making Webtoon burst out laughing in amusement. "Well said," the villain mocks, and then he violently shoves the player back. Batoon leaps high into the air. He strikes downward, screaming for him to die. The player's allies scream in absolute panic, warning him of the danger. Just as the helpless player gives up and accepts his imminent death, Yoon-min suddenly flashes into view and blocks the devastating blow. The squad watches in complete shock while Batoon gasps in disbelief, demanding to know what just happened. Yoon-min instantly counters with a strike. With a violent smash, Batoon is sent flying clean across the battlefield, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The system alerts that Rocan defeated Batoon, granting him 1 contribution point. Yoon-min laughs, telling everyone they should praise him for that pretty clean strike. He stomps his foot hard on the ground to gather momentum and activates his blink skill. Yoon-min taunts his opponents, asking why they are just standing there instead of fighting back. Right after that, another system notification pops up. Rocan has defeated Nimmo, earning 1 contribution point. Every single strike Rocan unleashes is followed by a system alert. Rocan has defeated Kodomo, earning 1 contribution point. The chat explodes with disbelief. Is this guy seriously one-shotting everyone? Every single one of them dies in 1 hit. The Black Dragon Guild is level 120. How is this even possible? RU2 asks what level that crazy streamer is. Thanos replies he must be at least 140 to pull this off. Batoon's teammates shout to rally the group. Don't panic. We outnumber him. Everyone just charge at him together. They all coordinate their attacks and rush straight toward Rocan. He flashes a wicked smirk. Too easy, he notes their strategy is exactly like those axe-wielding fools from earlier. Rocan leaps high into the air, and he begins to rain down destruction. If you all rush me at once, I should be thanking you. He immediately unleashes his first combo skill. A massive tempest erupts from his strike, constantly shredding through the enemy ranks. This devastating move is called Hurricane 1. A massive colossal cyclone sweeps through the field, leaving the viewers in absolute awe. Chat user Ramani screams that this is insane, asking what that skill even is. Wingo points out that Rocan is a berserker, wondering if the class was always this incredibly overpowered. System notifications continue to flash across the screen. Rocan has defeated Rei Hoi, earning 1 contribution point. Rocan has defeated Kokon, earning another point. Rocan has defeated Seaweed, earning 1 contribution point as his hurricane rages on. The system endlessly spam alerts that Rocan has defeated players Toy Kimbut and Sang Jungli, earning more contribution points. Meanwhile, Rocan simply scratches his head, sighing about how incredibly boring this fight is. He reaches out and taps the screen recording button. He then starts mocking his fallen opponents. You Black Dragon Guild players are such a massive disappointment. Is this really all you guys have got? Rocan chuckles, asking what they should do next. Whether they send 10 or 20 players, it makes no difference to him. He even pulls out a top-tier weapon, declaring that he will slaughter them all. To prove his point, he displays his prize, the Royal Knight's Greatsword, upgraded to +10. The chat goes wild with excitement. Angel Gasu yells that he is literally putting a bounty on his own head. Jong-hun calls him the strongest player alive, while Jojoda wonders if they actually get that legendary sword. Remito asks what Rocan is thinking, taunting the entire server like that. Zuhun tells everyone to step back, claiming that the sword is already his. Rocan throws down an ultimate challenge: if you want this weapon, then come over here and try to kill me. His face is pure arrogance as he dares them to try and take his life. Seeing Rocan's insane confidence, the community chat erupts. Some users mock the Black Dragon Guild's pathetic showing, while others praise him as a real legend, declaring themselves his biggest fans. Satisfied with the massive reaction, Rocan reflects that this bait is perfect and stealing that weapon was definitely worth it. He adds that they are all cut from the same cloth anyway, all he has to do is crush them. He then pulls out a dark metallic whistle and blows it. The familiar silhouette of his black steed materializes. Rocan mounts the majestic black horse and immediately prepares to ride off. Checking his game map, he mutters that his next destination is the Windy Highlands, which requires a ride of a few miles to the north. He then charges forward, commanding his steed to run at absolute full speed. Rocan's stunt sparks a massive wave of online discussion. One user asks if they saw his stream, noting that the legendary Azure Dragon sword costs almost $800. Various players begin planning their next moves. Dinobang issues an emergency guild summon, initiating a raid on Rocan. Everyone is typing furiously on their keyboards. One user warns that Rocan belongs to their guild, threatening anyone who interferes, while Dinobang and others argue over who will land the final blow as they rush to watch the fight. Rocan happily reads the chat, amused that they are actively trying to hunt him down. He smirks and throws out another taunt: don't just talk big, come and find me already. The players who dared to challenge him now lie defeated across the ground. Some of their avatars are brutally torn completely in half. Sitting victorious at the top, Rocan sighs that it ended too quickly. His level is now 157, with 520 points. Here at the Windy Highlands, the forces of the Black Dragon Guild have been completely wiped out. Surviving members of the Black Dragon Guild look on in horror, unable to believe their entire force was utterly destroyed. A panicked member reports to his superior that they have a massive problem, but the boss calmly replies that there is nothing to fear. Ba Min is still feeling pretty anxious, but Tai explains that the highland is full of weaklings anyway and he has already predicted everything. He makes a bold claim telling everyone not to worry since their army is massive and strong enough. Tai urges his men to hurry up since they are almost at the highland, while a visibly confused Ba Min follows behind him. He mutters to himself that it will be fine. Looking at the massive army right behind them, he believes they can actually win. On the other side of the battlefield, Kim Yoon-min spots something. He chuckles as he watches Tai's army slowly advance toward him, wondering if they are truly this determined. Kim Yoon-min scans the crowd and estimates their levels are around 30 to 40, maybe even 50. Right after that, the system alerts him of an equipment change. His armor shifts immediately to his second defensive set. Kim Yoon-min quickly gets into stance, ready to charge directly into the fray. He taunts them, yelling at the bastards to bring it on. Without meeting another word, the enemy soldiers charge straight toward him all at once. Ba Min commands his troops to spread out and surround him. And right here, things go completely off the rails for them. Everyone looks up at the sky, realizing too late that Kim Yoon-min is unleashing a devastating ambush attack. The strike rains down on them, completely shattering their entire formation. What is happening? Why did he aim over there? Screams echo as they desperately scramble to get out of the way. Ba Min watches this unfold and realizes it might be a trick to force them into the center. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min keeps moving rapidly across the battlefield. He activates his leap skill. He proudly confirms that is exactly his plan. Kim Yoon-min single-handedly tears through the enemy lines. System alerts flood in, showing Rocan defeated Napan for 1 point, Rocan defeated Ba Song for 1 point, Rocan defeated Hikapo for 1 point, and Rocan defeated Nika for another point. More alerts show Rocan defeated Ji Chung for 1 point and Rocan defeated Kevin for 1 point. Ba Min furiously shouts to his allies that the enemy has entered the center, giving them their chance. They swarm toward Kim Yoon-min, shouting to attack and kill him immediately. He tilts his head back. A bright light appears. It quickly blankets the entire battlefield as he triggers his war cry skill. Ba Min holds his head and screams that he cannot move, cursing this skill. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min is already preparing his next strike, thinking it is far too early for them to panic. He unleashes a combo skill. This creates an incredibly powerful gale, summoning a massive tornado. The enemies are sucked into the vortex, leaving nothing but their desperate screams. Kim Yoon-min fights with absolute frenzy, vowing to crush them all. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the chaos, telling Rocan that this is enough. A new figure descends from the sky, and it is Tai. He strikes directly, forcing Kim Yoon-min to raise his arm to defend himself. The attacker's weapon clashes heavily against Kim Yoon-min's shield. Both of them are pushed far backward. Kim Yoon-min sizes up his foe, noting their strength and demanding their name. A sharp blade is pointed straight at him. He introduces himself as Tai, a high-ranking warrior from the Black Dragon army, declaring that his name will make him tremble. Yoon-min quickly remembers exactly who this is. It is Tae-hee, the very first guy he clashed with after hitting level 100. Unable to hide the smug smirk spreading across his face, Yoon-min lets out a soft chuckle. He lets out a mocking laugh, asking if this is the same level 100 trash he utterly humiliated before. Tae-hee explodes with rage, demanding to know what he is talking about. Brandishing his weapon, Tae-hee prepares to strike. He yells that if Yoon-min hands over the Azure Dragon's sword, he might just spare his life, but he still intends to teach him a painful lesson first. But before the guy can even finish his threat, Yoon-min charges forward, ready to show him the true gap between their ranks. He slips behind his opponent in a flash. Tae-hee has absolutely no time to react. The next thing the guy sees is Yoon-min closing in with a devastating blow, promising to show him what a real ranker looks like. Yoon-min unleashes a massive crushing strike directly onto Tae-hee. The heavy impact blows the guy away, leaving him with absolutely no chance to fight back. He rolls across the dirt, groaning in agonizing pain. Yoon-min calmly tracks his opponent's pathetic tumbling. He cannot help but mock the guy, calling him a fat, incredibly slow pig. However, a sudden twist forces him to take back his words. Tae-hee has completely vanished from sight, leaving Yoon-min wondering where the coward ran off to. Scanning the area, Yoon-min notes that the coward is surprisingly fast at running away before a winner is even decided. He gets visibly annoyed seeing his opponent flee, complaining that he was actually starting to enjoy the fight. Tae-hee stops running and decides to re-engage. After chugging a health potion, Tae-hee mockingly asks Rocan if he is panicking already, inviting him to fight until heads roll. But his grand boasting only earns a look of absolute disgust from Yoon-min, making Tae-hee scream in fury about his attitude. Yoon-min hits him right where it hurts, asking if he popped a potion after just one hit because he was terrified of dying. Tae-hee blushes with pure embarrassment. The guy starts screaming that it is his own potion to use, while Yoon-min calmly shrugs, replying that he never said otherwise. He then gently points out that he is currently live streaming and 30,000 people are watching this entire embarrassing display. The chat blows up as viewers relentlessly mock Tae-hee, calling him a total disgrace to the Black Dragon Guild and questioning how a coward like him could ever call himself a ranker. Some even joke that he should find a hole to crawl into, calling him a mere worm of the guild. Humiliated and furious, Tae-hee groans at how foolish he looks to the crowd, and with that, his temper completely boils over. Tae-hee raises his twin swords high, screaming that Rocan has finally crossed the line and warns him to prepare for his ultimate power. He stomps his foot heavily against the ground. The guy charges forward, unleashing his ultimate sword dance combination skill. Watching him approach, Yoon-min flashes an amused grin, glad to finally see some effort. A system notification pops up as he intentionally unarms himself, declaring he will take on his opponent barehanded. To Tae-hee, this seems like a joke, mocking Yoon-min for discarding his weapon and boasting that his ultimate skill will crush him. But talking big backfires instantly, and in a mere blink of an eye, Yoon-min completely overpowers Tae-hee. His hand violently clamps down right over the guy's face. Yoon-min easily slams the loudmouth straight onto the hard ground. A system message confirms that Rocan has defeated Tae-hee and earned 1 battle point. Standing up lazily, he mutters that it was not interesting at all for a self-proclaimed ranker. His thoughts drift to Odin, realizing those top players in the future must have trained relentlessly. But just thinking of his rival ruins his mood, sending his temper flaring and causing his dark aura to explode. The helpless players standing nearby immediately begin to tremble in absolute fear. He turns his gaze toward them with a menacing smile, suggesting they might actually help cheer him up. Moments later, the only things echoing through the area are agonizing screams begging for mercy. With the cleanup completed, Yoon-min makes his way back to Crossroad. A massive barrage of system alerts floods his screen, stating that Rocan has successfully defeated Kokun Lao and Hippo, earning 1 battle point for each and every opponent he took down. The endless victory alerts continue to roll in, showing that Rocan has also defeated Haho Virus Ou and Kadong, earning yet another battle point for every single one of those opponents he has effortlessly wiped out. He grumbles in annoyance, wondering why the system notifications are lagging so far behind. Suddenly, a voice nearby calls out, calling him Lord Rocan and declaring themselves a fan. Yoon-min turns around in confusion. He sees an excited adventurer warning him that 200 enemies are on their way, urging him to retreat. Yoon-min repeats the number to himself with a grin, noting that 200 is quite a crowd. He flashes a warm smile, thanking him before asking what his plans are. The player honestly admits he just stepped out of the gray zone. At those words, Yoon-min's expression turns devilish. The sweet smell of contribution points is getting closer. He tells the system to open the contribution shop. Quickly browsing the items, Yoon-min calculates his remaining time before the mob arrives, deciding he must buy the Medal of Honor. He selects both the Magic Medal of Honor and the Warrior Medal of Honor. These rare items allow holders to elevate their standing, granting bonus contribution points and extra reputation stats based on their battlefield achievements. Holding the medals, Yoon-min notes that they cost him 500 contribution points. However, getting extra reputation for every single defeated enemy makes it a pretty solid investment worth the price. He wonders if he should gather more of them, knowing there is still work to be done. He waves goodbye to his stream, telling them he is pausing the broadcast for now but will return soon. Viewers react with a mix of calm acceptance and disappointment, wondering if he is heading to the square. The screen goes black as chat begs him to return. Back to the Crossroads Defense Force. Makin welcomes Kim Yoon-min with a warm smile, praising his incredible growth and noting how hard he must have worked to get this strong. Another system notification pops up, confirming the main quest is complete and that he has earned the trust of Captain Makin. Kim Yoon-min feels like he is staring straight into heaven. Finally, the grueling grind is over. Makin wastes no time handing out a brand new quest, instructing Kim Yoon-min to listen closely. He explains that his investigation into the variants has revealed a deeper threat. What Kim Yoon-min discovered was merely the tip of the iceberg, as some creatures have completely mutated into elite beasts with powers far exceeding normal variants. With a dead serious expression, Makin tells him that the guard has officially designated these mutated threats as ugly monsters. He lays out the grim details, explaining that while a few were captured for study, these abominations cannot be allowed to roam free. He orders Kim Yoon-min to hunt down any ugly monsters he encounters, eliminate them, and bring back their glowing green eyes as proof of the kill. Kim Yoon-min calmly cuts in, confidently stating that they sound easy enough to spot before accepting the order. As he walks away, a system alert confirms he has unlocked crucial intel, allowing him to easily identify these creatures in the wild. Defeating the monsters and bringing proof to the investigators yields rewards, and gathering 10 pieces of info on these beasts unlocks an even bigger bonus. Realizing that hunting these creatures pays incredibly well, Kim Yoon-min quickly calculates how much extra gold he can stack up on top of the standard quest rewards. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he plots his move. He knows these elite mobs drop far better gear than normal, making them prime targets to hunt down and strip clean. The quest window flashes in front of him, detailing a solo trial to prove his strength by slaying one ugly monster. The success condition is straightforward, and the completion reward promises even deeper insights into his new targets. Still, Kim Yoon-min looks annoyed, grumbling to himself that even at level 150, the game still feels the need to test his abilities. Letting out a heavy sigh, he decides to just bag one and get it over with. After all, any high-tier loot they drop belongs entirely to him. Telling Macon he will be back once the job is done, Rocan receives a warm nod and a reminder to stay safe out there from the satisfied captain. But after taking just a few steps, Kim Yoon-min suddenly stops in his tracks, turning back to mention something he almost forgot, sparking Macon's curiosity. Leaning in close, Kim Yoon-min whispers the secret into the captain's ear, instantly piquing the man's interest as he listens intently. Once he hears the news, Macon's expression completely shifts into utter shock. Elsewhere in front of the crossroad castle doors, a hostile crowd gathers, shouting for Rocan to stop hiding and show himself. One of them asks his ally if Rocan is actually inside, to which the other confidently replies that his stream signal went dead right here. All eyes lock onto the heavy doors as they slowly swing open, with everyone expecting Rocan to step out. But to their complete surprise, Captain Macon and his elite guard emerge instead. The crowd's confidence instantly vanishes, with confused players murmuring about why the city defense force is showing up when they haven't even started trouble yet. Macon roars at them, demanding to know how they dare bring their filthy feet onto sacred ground. Wasting no time on negotiations, he barks an order to his men to wipe out every last one of them. The arrogant troublemakers instantly pivot, running for their lives while screaming about how horribly wrong their plan went. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min is heard messing with his settings, trying to figure out how to boot up his stream broadcast. Grinning at the camera, he welcomes his viewers back, apologizing for the unexpected delay before taking a few steps back to show off his location. With a proud grin, he asks us to guess his epic location. Kim Yoon-min points ahead, explaining that they are looking at Asta, the third city of the Black Dragon Army, boasting about the incredible cliffside view. Since his target is clear, he suggests they take full advantage of the owner's absence to pull off a quick heist. Kim Yoon-min leaps high into the air, bracing himself for a devastating opening strike. He touches down immediately, drawing the attention of the guards in front. Kim Yoon-min's face locks into a serious expression. He carefully sizes up the two guards ahead, silently confirming his suspicions. All the heavy hitters must have headed over to Crossroads to hunt him down, leaving only the bottom-tier trash to guard the base. Kim Yoon-min cracks a grin and mutters, "Look, he is not one to pick on the weak, but he has got a crucial mission to run, so they leave him with no choice." His stride shifts instantly as Kim Yoon-min builds up momentum. He easily tears right through the two guards to push forward silently, telling them not to hold a grudge. Kim Yoon-min gets more excited by the second, quickening his pace. An official system alert flashes on the screen. Player Rocan has successfully defeated Killock, earning himself 2 contribution points. Kim Yoon-min arrives at the Black Dragon Guild's grassland hunting grounds, noting with relief that the place is completely empty. Scanning the area, he realizes that although the Golden Lion's territory has mutated monsters, hunting them is far too time-consuming. Even if it is a bit riskier, targeting mutated beasts in the Black Dragon Guild zone is still the much better option. As he moves, Kim Yoon-min continues to strategize. Having finalized things with Macon, he doesn't need to worry about Crossroads for the time being. Plus, since he cut off the live broadcast at the Asta Gate, it will take the Black Dragon Guild a very long time to track him down. His grin slowly loses its humanity as he realizes he can finally clear his mind and focus entirely on the hunt. But right at that moment, a massive gray-fanged wolf suddenly emerges, blocking Kim Yoon-min's path and staring him down. It growls menacingly, a level 140 gray-fanged wolf. Kim Yoon-min is instantly thrilled. Level 140 now, that is what he is talking about. Even a common mob here is on a whole different level. This really is a top-tier hunting ground for mutated beasts. He raises his weapon high, muttering to himself that they need to wrap this up quickly, without wasting time on ordinary trash mobs. Before he can even strike down the wolf, the heavy thuds of an even more dangerous creature echo nearby. Both Kim Yoon-min and the gray-fanged wolf freeze in surprise, wondering what on earth that sound could be. A giant massive eye suddenly appears, revealing the colossal silhouette of an enormous beast. Its roar echoes through the entire forest, a level 181 dinosaur, the pet of Zeros. Kim Yoon-min instantly locks his attention onto the massive beast, silently thanking it for saving him the trouble by showing up on its own. He mutters its true identity, the mutated monster Tyler. Kim Yoon-min excitedly grins, thinking, who could have ever imagined this? To think that the personal pet dinosaur of Zeros, the defense captain of Asta, would actually turn out to be a mutated monster. Recalling past events, he continues his inner monologue. Even if others knew about this hunting, it would mean direct conflict with Zeros, which the Asta forces wouldn't dare risk. After all, to the Black Dragon soldiers, Zeros is an absolute powerhouse, just like Macon is to the Golden Lion territory. He lets out a hearty laugh as he watches the gray-fanged wolf tuck its tail and run for dear life. Kim Yoon-min quickly turns back to Tyler, muttering that it makes total sense. He readies his weapon, bracing himself to launch a powerful attack. Only a madman would pick a fight with a beast like this. Kim Yoon-min calls out with a mocking provocation, "Isn't that right, you ugly reptile? Come on, charge at me and I will turn you into some roasted dinosaur meat." Tyler lunges forward, determined to shred him to pieces. Its roar echoes loudly as Kim Yoon-min instantly zeroes in on its movements, specifically that tail. He leaps high into the air to dodge the strike. However, Kim Yoon-min is caught completely off guard. Tyler opens its massive jaws, waiting for him. Dodging mid-air, he notes how incredibly fast it can turn around. Kim Yoon-min struggles slightly, realizing the beast is trying to bite his leg. The beast relentlessly uses its jaws and tail to pin him down, forcing a reaction. To his surprise, Kim Yoon-min actually gets pushed back. He even crashes heavily onto the hard ground. Yet the triumphant look on Tyler's face quickly fades, as he slowly gets back on his feet, delivering a cold warning. Entering his berserk state, Kim Yoon-min's voice drops to a guttural growl. Beasts that bite humans do not get to live. He firmly plants his feet and leaps powerfully high into the air, preparing to unleash his devastating full-force downward strike. Kim Yoon-min warns Tyler to grit its teeth because he is going to sever its leg first. It spins around, preparing to use its massive tail to block the incoming strike. Tyler's tail collides violently with Yoon-min's weapon. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Yoon-min tries to calculate his next move, cursing that despite its massive size, the beast is unbelievably fast. Tyler seems to realize something is off. Against all odds, Yoon-min actually manages to land a clean hit on it. Growing even more furious, he charges forward again, ready to unleash hell. Tyler is continuously battered by Yoon-min's relentless strikes. Finally, the giant beast is sent flying back. It crashes heavily onto the ground, roaring in pain with its jaw wide open. Yoon-min immediately leaps high into the air. He aims to deliver a devastating full-power smash with his heavy battle axe. A look of pure excitement washes over Yoon-min's face as he challenges the beast to stand up and try blocking this. Tyler takes the massive hit head-on. It lets out a deafening roar. Yoon-min is forced to back off and keep his distance. Watching his opponent's movements, he commends the beast for putting up such a decent fight. As the two stand face-to-face, Yoon-min mutters that the real battle is only just starting now. Tyler's entire body begins to tremble. A strange light begins to emanate from its body. It spreads quickly from head to toe. Suddenly, its tough outer shell begins to crack open. Watch this. Yoon-min stands his ground, thrilled to watch the beast transform. He admits that while he knows how strong mutated monsters can get, this particular creature is on a whole different level. The beast before him is now several times larger than before. Jiro's pet dinosaur Tyler has completed its mutation, signaling the start of Phase 2. Yoon-min can only laugh at how insane this is. With his eyes flashing, he looks up, realizing that even with his knowledge of mutants, this situation is completely out of hand. A towering dinosaur now looms over him, accompanied by a system notification. Jiro's pet Tyler has reached full mutation. Yet Yoon-min simply readies himself, getting hyped for the chaos. It growls fiercely as the system announces the start of Phase 2. A giant bloodshot eye opens amidst a pool of thick slime. Every mutant monster possesses its own unique terrifying trait. Looking up at the towering Tyler, he notes that while gigantification is not unique to this beast, there is one decisive factor that sets it apart, and that crucial factor lies in its swinging tail. The massive tail begins to glow as it sweeps toward Yoon-min. It slams down completely, shattering the earth beneath him, but he narrowly dodges it with lightning speed. This actually leaves him completely stunned. Mid-air, he looks down at the tail on the ground and realizes the truth. The beast actually predicted his dodge beforehand. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of energy erupts from its body. The blast is so powerful it nearly blows Yoon-min away. A massive explosion instantly consumes the entire area. Tyler crawls out from the smoke. It is not just bigger, all of its base stats, including strength and speed, have dramatically multiplied. Crashing hard onto the ground, Yoon-min groans in pain from the impact. Grimacing as he tries to stand, he realizes that a single tail swipe almost crushed him entirely, making him wonder how such a monster can even exist. Looking at Tyler's glowing, mocking eyes, he mutters that he really hates to admit it, but this beast is actually the first opponent he has truly respected since his regression. Suddenly, a strange ray of light catches his eye. Lying on the ground, Yoon-min looks on with deep suspicion. Right after Tyler curls its massive tail as the wind picks up, the tail slams repeatedly into the surrounding rocks, shattering them to pieces. The massive beast stomps forward, its bulky frame shaking the ground. It stretches its massive jaws wide toward Kim Yoon-min. Kim Yoon-min stands tall, clad in his heavy lion helmet. Mutated monsters gain a 20-level boost, and a system alert shows his sealed Lion King helmet is active. Kim Yoon-min chuckles. If this beast is only around level 200, taking it down is going to be a walk in the park. Tyler opens its maw as a violent torrent of green energy surges forward. Right on time, Kim Yoon-min unleashes his own power to meet the blast head-on. Weapon ready, he smirks. Let us see what you have got. He firmly takes a step forward. Kim Yoon-min leaps straight toward its open jaws, trailing a massive aura. Let us see just how strong my power is now. The two massive energies violently collide in midair. He swings his sword and leaps, grunting that it is too tough to find a clear opening, when suddenly, his eyes widen in complete shock. A glowing crack splits open on the monster is the exact wound he carved right before it grew giant. Did the old injury actually expand along with its massive body? Kim Yoon-min drops into a solid fighting stance. Alright, let us do this. He grips a brand new weapon glowing with blue light as the system announces his axe is summoned. He charges straight ahead, with his blade landing a normal, non-critical hit. The beast's massive frame fills the screen. The heavy blow strikes Tyler, forcing a pained roar from its throat. It recoils in shock, shrieking in absolute agony. The beast stands dazed with its mouth wide open, completely losing track of Kim Yoon-min. Kim Yoon-min instantly leaps away, cursing the monster for being a mere cheap fake. He drives another deep pierce right into its flesh, keeping those endless screams going. Landing smoothly, he looks up with a smug grin. Do not fake it, we are just getting started. Once again, his feet dash forward. He launches himself straight at the towering monster. Suddenly, he spins mid-air to shift his trajectory. Waves of his concentrated energy surge rapidly toward the beast. Kim Yoon-min grips his sword tight and charges with a shout, just die. The explosive slash tears right through Tyler, sending another agonizing scream echoing out. Kim Yoon-min keeps the pressure on, charging forward with a grunt. He dashes past, landing quite a distance away. A severed chunk of its flesh drops to the ground, triggering an even louder, shriller scream. Planted firmly, he mocks the giant beast. How is that, lizard? The top of your head feeling nice and breezy. Grotesque, strange mutations start bubbling to the surface. The bizarre growth spreads across its face, causing it to scream out in absolute terror. Kim Yoon-min stands back, watching the transformation unfold. Swirling energy tightly wraps around his body as he smiles. That is right, let us wrap up this boring fight once and for all. He stands before the beast as it writhes in agony. The magical forces he summoned gather around his blade, activating his ultimate combo skill. Radiant streams of energy completely shroud his physical form. He leaps high into the air, surrounded by raw power, preparing a single fatal strike. Beams of blazing energy rain down like a furious storm of fire. The destructive force crashes directly into Tyler's body. Kim Yoon-min then unleashes a fountain of explosive energy that erupts straight up into the sky. He glides backward to safety as the blinding light completely swallows Tyler. Notification lines keep popping up on the screen. Leveled up, defeated mutant monster, obtained mutant monster proof. It is an absolutely unbelievable achievement. For the first time, a mutant monster has been defeated. You have earned the title Mutant Slayer, being the very first to achieve this. Then a long notification appears. First, to defeat a rare mutant. Mutant power is an unexplained force. Praise is sent to you, the one who overcame and conquered it. You are the first to claim this title. Additional effect, you receive 10% less damage from mutant power attacks. Kim Yoon-min slumps onto the ground, gasping for breath. He grabs a bottle of red potion and drinks it down. Wiping his mouth, his body slowly recovers. Normally, you need to be level 200 to hunt a mutant monster. Reaching level 150 is incredibly tough. He stares at the system screen. The rewards are totally worth it. Time to focus on the main quest now, because fighting mutant monsters has gotten pretty exhausting. Kim Yoon-min rubs his chin, squinting. What is this question mark about? Why is there no description, only a number? Does he seriously have to catch two of them? Warning screens flash in front of him. The captain of Astral Jealous has discovered the death of his pet dinosaur Tyler. Watch out, because Xerox is heading here right now. Min stands there, slightly panicked. What Xerox? A notification warns that Xerox's rage is locked onto him. He grits his teeth in sheer frustration. Damn it, a whole crowd is coming. In his current state, even a one-on-one fight is incredibly tough. If that is the case, then he springs off his feet. Kim Yoon-min runs for his life, sprinting forward at full speed. Grinning as he runs, he thinks, all right, let's go. Time for the next target, the place where the big picture unfolds. Deep inside the gloomy gray forest, a single step lands. Kim Yoon-min walks silently, scanning the trees. This is definitely the place. Damn it, it has been so long that he only has a vague memory of it. Small axe-wielding ghosts wander silently through the woods. This is supposedly a hunting ground with a maximum level of 110, but in reality, a massive secret lies hidden here. Kim Yoon-min excitedly raises his shiny axe. If he remembers correctly, this is definitely the spot. The system notifies him that the hand axe is now equipped. He swings and chops into the tree. Another powerful blow lands. A final sharp strike cuts deep into the trunk. He stands before the three chopped trees as a strange light flashes out. Yes, this is it. Gradually, a brilliant line of light appears. A mountain rises with a glowing symbol. The final light has finally appeared before him. Grasping his shiny axe, Kim Yoon-min gets excited. The next step is pretty simple. A destructive force of raw power surges straight forward. Critical strike. Shielding himself, he grits his teeth and watches. He stands before a square opening. It has been a while. The system announces he has entered the starting point of the hunter's legend. Kim Yoon-min slowly walks down the stairs. Smiling as he descends, he thinks about how normal players would have to complete countless quests and piece together clues just to find this place. No need to suffer through all that, though. He recalls the trees he chopped. Since he already knew the entry conditions beforehand, it was just a matter of precise aiming, boosting his long-range power and having the sheer courage that can pierce through solid stone. His footsteps loaded with power bring him into this chamber. Standing before a massive courtyard with a central symbol, he has arrived. Kim Yoon-min stands with his hands in his pockets looking around. This space is meant to inherit someone's wish, much like a hero's trial. But unlike the trials of Gaokam, the Lion King, the person who created this test and challenges people to conquer it, is actually still alive in this world, right? Crossing his arms as he steps onto the symbol, he knows the creator is none other than the living legend, the hunter Chokairos. He recalls the tales. Long ago, during the great conflict known as the Race War, a monster lunged at the soldiers. Back then, a legendary hunter in the vanguard of the Black Dragon Legion made every enemy tremble in pure terror. A smirk plays on his lips as he readies his weapon. Ironically, the first person to reach this place isn't a hunter or an archer, nor is it Chokairos himself, it's a human berserker. And of course, that is him. At that moment, the system confirms his hand axe is equipped. Kim Yoon-min looks up with a sly grin, ready to sweep all the rewards. Instantly, the system announces that Stage 1 of the Hunter's trial has officially begun. A dark, smoking figure slowly materializes. Another shadow emerges right beside it. Suddenly, he is standing in pitch darkness, as a system notification instructs him to find the light within the shadow. Holding his axe, he lets out a smug grin. It is not about solving some fancy puzzle, but literally finding light in a pitch-black forest. After all, dungeons are never friendly places. He starts moving forward. But right behind him, a massive monster slowly looms. He whips his head back with a sharp smirk. Powerful sword slashes erupt as he unleashes a flurry of attacks. Smug as ever, Kim Yoon-min laughs that this is easy money for a regressor like him. More and more vicious monsters start surrounding the spot where he stands. He spins back, leaping. One beast tries to grab his ankle, but he easily leaps away during this first hunter trial. He delivers a clean slash right in front of them, slicing through the weak shadows. Since these dark enemies are low-level, they cut like butter. Kim Yoon-min swings his axe behind his back and screams for them to die. Suddenly, something makes his eyes go wide. He absolutely cannot just slash around blindly. His entire body begins to shiver. He smiles, muttering that he almost messed up big time. A flickering light from a distant flame glows ahead. A single goblin stands under the spotlight looking totally pitiful. Looking for light in this pitch-black place is basically pointing out the easiest target among the enemies. Then the creature grins. This narrow attack range is exactly why he chose the hand axe. Suddenly, the system announces that he has officially cleared the Hunter Eye phase of Stage 1. The beast points to the side, startling Kim Yoon-min, who quickly looks over to see what is there. The system confirms his hand axe is unequipped. Standing there, he wonders if that direction leads to the next trial. He runs his hands all over the wall, searching for a hidden mechanism. Suddenly, his fingers catch a switch. Without warning, a rectangular pit opens up right beneath his feet, and he slips. He plunges straight down, screaming in sheer panic. Moments later, Kim Yoon-min crashes headfirst into a completely different chamber. His limbs tremble as he drags himself across the cold ground. He stares at the flashing system notifications in absolute panic, wondering why it is so sudden. Stage 2 of the Hunter trial has begun, prompting him to destroy. Kneeling on one knee, he curses and wonders what he is supposed to destroy. His memories quickly spark. He takes a slow step forward. Suddenly, a massive shadow makes his jaw drop, and wait, now he remembers this nightmare. Kim Yoon-min stands his ground and shouts that Stage 2 is indeed Kyros's stone golem. System alerts pop up as intense energy floods the entire room. He gets ready. Grasping a glowing sword, the system confirms his battle axe is equipped. He mutters that he needs to stay careful since the enemy is already active. Looking at the pink light radiating from the massive beast, his mind quickly races. Like any other standard golem out there, this creature will keep regenerating unless he destroys its core. That glowing red stone is definitely the target he needs to hit. He plants his feet firmly. Then Kim Yoon-min dashes forward at blinding speed, activating his leap attack. To him, this trial seems almost too easy. The glowing red stone vibrates with a strange screech as he charges directly at it. He screams, unleashing blinding light. The entire chamber ahead instantly dissolves into absolute chaos. He yells for the target to break. Powered by that magical wave, he flies incredibly fast toward his target. Kim Yoon-min channels his energy and delivers a heavy direct strike. He carefully grips the edge and climbs up, noting how tough the stone is. This was definitely created by the legendary King Kyros. A small fracture appears on the red stone, emitting a faint light. Climbing up, he anticipates a counterattack. He stares at the crack. The core is in its head. This trial is a test of raw destructive power. Resting one hand on his thigh, he equips his hand axe. This system is really trying to test his limits. He charges with overwhelming force to land a critical strike. The monster's eyes look completely shattered by that devastating wave of power. Surrounding rocks shatter into dust as a system notification flashes across the screen. Yoon-bin just stares, muttering that the beast never stood a chance against him anyway. As smoke drifts around his smug face, he whispers a quick apology. He is no ordinary hunter. Right on cue, the system confirms Stage 2 of the test is officially cleared. He thinks back to those monsters powered by red stones, realizing this hunter trial has absolutely no class restrictions. Still, any decent archer probably would have cleared this whole thing in seconds. The system summons a massive battle axe, and Yoon-bin grips it with a confident smirk. He's ready for whatever comes. Suddenly, the system announces the start of Stage 3. Looking up at the screen, he is slightly surprised. It is starting right here, right now. Honestly, he prefers it this way, short, sweet, and incredibly fast. A quiet, ghostly step echoes from the shadows. He frowns, wondering what is coming out. A hunched goblin slowly creeps out of the darkness. Yoon-bin stands his ground, keeping his distance. He tightens his grip, twisting his weapon. Raising the weapon into a battle stance, he smiles. If he remembers correctly, this ugly little punk is supposed to be the final trial. The goblin lowers its head. Suddenly, something catches his eye and makes him freeze. A dark, sinister energy from above suddenly drags the goblin upward. Reacting instantly, he fires a massive beam of energy straight ahead. He leaps into the air, ready to slash down. What kind of trick is this? His attack rushes straight toward the target, but then Yoon-bin's face goes pale as a protective barrier flares up. The creature leaps forward, closing the gap instantly. Dark magic swirls violently through the air, forcing him to stand there and swallow hard in sheer disbelief. Pressing himself against the cavern wall, he glances up warily. Staring right back at him is the goblin, overflowing with raw power. Floating right in front of Yoon-bin is a giant sphere of dark energy. The system flashes a warning, detecting the sheer murderous intent of Kyrus. The sphere begins to bulge and distort as the system confirms it has successfully processed Kyrus's mind trial. Suddenly, a hand claws its way out, splashing black liquid everywhere. The system warns that the boss is finally revealing his true terrifying form. A massive foot steps out. Beneath a hovering black moon, Kyrus's shadowy, shaggy figure emerges. A new quest window pops up. Defeat the youthful version of Kyrus. He flashes a wicked grin, his eyes and sharp teeth glowing in the darkness. Yoon-bin just smiles, raising his weapon. Finally, he says it took enough effort just to get a look at your ugly face. He springs forward with explosive speed. Dashing ahead like a gust of wind, he prepares to strike that bastard down. Kyrus reaches his arm out, calling for his beast to join the fight. A massive, terrifying wolf emerges from the shadows, ready to pounce. Yoon-bin gasps in shock, wondering what that thing is. A warning screen flashes. Level 145, the wolf leader has arrived. The beast cantos, growls fiercely, strange mutations rippling all over its body. Kyrus unleashes it to charge, screaming for the wolf to go drag his enemy back. Yoon-bin braces himself and grits his teeth, raising his weapon to block using cheap tricks. Now are we. With slightly trembling hands, he readies his heavy blade, telling them to come and get it. Unleashing a massive roar, he swings his heavy battle axe forward with absolute bone-crushing force. Across the field, Kyrus watches the strike in pure horror. He leaps straight at them, raising his glowing axe to crush both of his opponents at the exact same time. The devastating slam lands with a deafening explosive boom. Kyrus is forced to retreat, shooting dark energy from his hands while screaming for Kantos. Yoon-bin laughs mockingly, asking why he is running away and leaving his partner behind. If they are so close, they really should suffer together. In a rage, he pulls out a golden needle and snarls that the impudent brat will pay a heavy price for his sins. Kim Yoon-min just smirks, gesturing to bring it on. His opponent draws back his hands like an archer pulling a bowstring. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts into the devastating arrow of judgment. Kim Yoon-min stands his ground as grid lines of pure energy lock down the area. He looks up, eyes wide. He bolts as the energy beams rain down, mocking the terrible aim of those strikes. His feet move incredibly fast, accelerating his pace. Pulling his weapon back to build momentum, Kim Yoon-min decides it is finally his turn. With a sudden burst of speed, he thrusts his weapon straight forward. Jiros ducks down, cursing that the projection of his arrogant youth is moving way too fast for this fight to ever end. Kim Yoon-min grits his teeth, realizing he can easily trap him if he forces that specific move, so he focuses on targeting the legs. He leaps into the air once more. Weapon ready, Kim Yoon-min charges straight ahead, clearing his mind of all distractions to focus entirely on his immediate strike. Jiro stands with his bizarre creation, mocking the predictable frontal assault and asking if the boy ever learns anything at all. He unleashes another wave of bizarre dark energy, summoning heavy spectral chains. Even Kim Yoon-min's outstretched hand gets completely wrapped up in this dark, oppressive force. Jiros laughs maniacally with his tongue sticking out, wondering aloud if his target is even alive anymore. But something suddenly catches him off guard, making him gasp. Kim Yoon-min tightly grips the energy bound to his hand, mockingly thanking his opponent for using the exact skill he wanted. He holds on to the glowing purple aura, excited that he has finally secured a solid grip on the magic. Jiros looks up in sheer panic as his arm is violently yanked by the tether. Kim Yoon-min pulls the energy line hard toward himself, yelling out that it is already too late for the fool. The boss gets dragged forward, completely terrified. Jiros' very own spell is now being completely manipulated against him. Kim Yoon-min laughs with glowing, intense eyes, telling his enemy to go die. As Kim Yoon-min dashes forward with a colossal wave of energy, the system constantly spams notifications, confirming he has defeated the young Jiros, leveled up multiple times, and successfully cleared the trial. Even with his arms slightly torn from the impact, Kim Yoon-min just smiles at the arrogant rat. Suddenly, a massive shape begins to emerge from the ground on the other side. A giant item materializes alongside a system notification requiring the heart of a level 170 beast, while a massive dragon stands behind him holding a sword. The heart of a level 170 monster. Perfect timing. An item glows brightly as the system inventory flashes a notification for Tyler's heart. Kim Yoon-min excitedly catches the glowing heart in his hands. He remembers how much grueling effort went into hunting down Tyler just to receive a seemingly useless drop which originally ruined his mood, but now he finally understands its true purpose. The heart is placed in a boiling solution as the system confirms Tyler's heart has successfully unlocked the secret technique of Jiros. Another notification pops up confirming he received the soul-piercing power crest, leaving him completely stunned by its growth attribute. A massive wall of system notifications reveals the epic soul-piercing power, which is currently at growth level 4. This powerful seal is engraved directly onto the user's body to grant a 10% boost to critical strike rate and a whopping 50% increase in critical damage. Astonishingly, it can grow even further by absorbing corrupted energy, leaving Kim Yoon-min staring at the screen in pure disbelief. Kim Yoon-min stares at the trial rewards screen, realizing this incredible seal is a direct gift from Jiros. He stands there, raising his arm, knowing that archers normally receive a custom-tailored seal to boost critical damage. He clearly remembered this detail from his past life, but something here still feels different. Examining the final lines about critical chance and growth, he realizes this unique upgrade mechanic is entirely new to him, especially since it can absorb corrupted energy to grow even stronger. A wide, satisfied grin spreads across his face. With power swirling wildly around him, his grin grows as he vows to reach a whole new tier of power and finally settle the score with Odin. In a grand hall shining with brilliant light, the Crossroad Guardians stand gathered. Mankin steps forward, enthusiastically praising him for wiping out the mutant monsters and admitting that Rocan has far exceeded all of his expectations. Kim Yoon-min stands calmly with his hands behind his back, modestly dismissing the praise, while Mankin reaches out to share the promised information. Rocan bows his head in deep thought, considering other forms of power as Mankin tells him to listen carefully because some mysterious force is secretly breeding mutant monsters. Rocan stands there in absolute shock as Mankin explains that these mutant monsters are appearing everywhere. Even though they found the origin, things are incredibly dangerous, making Rocan wonder what this central source could be. Rocan remembers the scenery of a coastal town, realizing the origin must refer to the central continent. That is where the fourth city lies, and secrets about it are finally starting to unfold. Standing quietly, Rocan listens to Mankin, who is sitting nearby. Mankin warns him that some of these creatures are not only terrorizing other races, but they are also launching insane attacks directly on major cities. Rocan recalls a massive dinosaur chasing panicked citizens. Mankin explains that their specialized investigation team is looking into who caused this chaos, searching for a solution, but they still have absolutely no solid leads. The muscular Rocan keeps his hands behind his back, listening closely. Mankin suggests he join their ranks and cooperate to gather crucial intelligence on the mutant monsters, and Rocan smiles, agreeing instantly. Mankin hands him a mysterious item as a reward for his dedication, and Rocan quickly reaches out to accept the gift. Holding the scroll, a system notification alerts him that he has unlocked personal quest permissions, while Mankin mentions this will prove incredibly useful when hunting down mutant monsters. Rocan happily examines the scroll, realizing he just hit the jackpot. This item grants him mutant monster quests without needing to locate their nests first, which will save him a massive amount of travel time. Turning to leave, Rocan looks back with a cheerful thumbs up, promising to bring back good news soon. Mankin simply smiles and wishes Rocan the best of luck. Rocan steps outside with a big grin, thrilled to have finally unlocked those sweet personal quest permissions. He walks off with a grin, heading steadily toward his next destination. Rocan stands before a massive, quiet building as the system confirms it is the Crossroad Human Alliance Guild. This must be the place. He stares at the emblem hanging on the wall, noting that a human guild actually exists here in Crossroad. He prepares his manners and swings the front door open. But stepping inside, his face twists in total shock. The interior is completely trashed, looking like a haunted house. The guild hall is a total mess, proving that the other races were right to look down on humans. Suddenly, a foot steps forward, asking who is there. An old man leaning on a staff hobbles out, demanding to know why a random adventurer is barging in and making a mess, while the system labels him as a suspicious elder. Rocan narrows his eyes, left completely speechless by the encounter. Noticing a glowing gold emblem on the old man, Rocan realizes that while he looks like an ordinary healthy senior, that badge represents a high-ranking member of the parliament. He recalls a fierce battle involving this symbol. Although the details will emerge later, the parliament is an elite group dispatched from the central continent to ensure human prosperity. Placing a hand over his chest to show proper respect for his future plans, Rocan speaks up politely, introducing himself as a level 151 berserker. Rocan beams with pride, stating he only wants the honor of assisting those fighting for human glory without any hidden motives, which makes Harbin chuckle and praise him as a rare young talent. The old man strokes his long beard, muttering about how wonderful it is to support human glory while wondering what kind of task would be best. Harbin grins widely, suddenly realizing he has the absolute perfect task. A new quest notification pops up on Rocan's screen. Harbin, an influential member of the Kensington Parliament, commissions him to hunt down armored turtles on the east coast that are blocking boat traffic. Rocan must collect 10 shells to complete it, earning 10 silver coins. Seeing this, Rocan grins wide quietly, wondering how on earth a few slow turtles could block major ships. Rocan stares at the old man, knowing full well the greedy senior just wants to eat some delicious turtle soup. Harbin loudly complains about those pesky turtles and insists that Rocan must deal with them. Since Rocan needs to build parliament contribution points anyway, he accepts and tells him to leave it to him, while Harbin waves a fork, telling him to hurry back. Rocan steps outside and sighs, utterly exhausted from dealing with that eccentric old man. Walking away with his hands in his pockets, Rocan tells himself to endure it. Even though this quest is pretty basic, completing these minor tasks step by step is essential. A smirk returns as he thinks about the ultimate reward. That is exactly why he came here, since unlocking these faction-specific racial quests is a massive part of the game. Rocan plans out his next moves carefully before using a special teleportation scroll to instantly warp straight to the East Coast. Arriving near the peaceful East Coast, seagulls glide gracefully across the bright open sky over the empty shores. Below him, the beautiful blue ocean stretches out next to lush tropical greenery. Rocan drops down, striking a turtle and yelling for it to drop dead. Catching his breath over the pile of corpses, Rocan notes he has gathered 20 out of the 10 required shells. Strolling along the beach, Rocan is glad his past life knowledge paid off, as studying these racial quests beforehand made hunting these armored turtles a breeze. He stops, hands on his hips, deciding to try digging the sand. Kneeling on the shore, he vigorously digs through the soft sand, hoping to strike gold on his very first attempt. Suddenly, something catches his eye, making him gasp in pure amazement. Nestled in the sand are rare armored turtle eggs. The system reveals they are extremely valuable, tasting delicious, and used to craft high-tier magic items. Rocan excitedly but carefully picks up one of the eggs, thrilled to discover such a rare local specialty. This is the perfect preparation. A little while later, a cozy campfire crackles in the quiet night. He grabs a massive skewer as a system notification confirms the armored turtle meat is finally prepped. Without wasting time, he rests the meat right over the open flames. He blows on the kindling, fully aware of the stakes. The beast he is summoning is the only intelligent creature here, and the absolute strongest. It serves no faction. If he messes up and makes it angry, he is getting beaten to a pulp. A faint glow flickers in the dark. It is not fear driving him, but pure caution. If he slips up now, he might walk away empty-handed without getting his ultimate prize. Just off the coastline, a mysterious figure hides in the shadows, keeping a close eye on him. A sudden rustling catches Yoon-min's attention. He glances over. He is here. Then a massive bird-like foot steps forward. Suddenly, a giant wing gently taps him on the shoulder. He turns around with a tense look. Before him stands the colossal Temin, demanding to know who dared trespass on his domain. But then a rich aroma wafts through the air, freezing Temin in his tracks. Wait, what is this incredible scent? He traces the smell back to the crackling fire, where a massive slab of meat is roasting. His eyes go wide, and he yells out, "Is that armored turtle meat?" Yoon-min is completely speechless as the giant beast starts drooling over the rare delicacy. Temin rants on about how armored turtle meat must be eaten completely plain without any spices, calling Yoon-min a true gentleman of culture despite not knowing who he is. As Temin salivates and dreams about how delicious it will be, Yoon-min watches quietly. He remembers that this legendary beast is the exact special entity he needs to win over. Seeing the giant's reaction, Yoon-min lets out a smug grin. Honestly, who needs complex negotiations when a thick slab of hot sizzling meat does all the talking for you? The fire flares up, making the sizzling turtle meat look even more irresistible. Temin cannot tear his eyes away, his mouth watering uncontrollably as he stares at the feast. Unable to take it anymore, the giant beast finally cracks. He asks if Yoon-min has anything to say to him, but Yoon-min just plays hard to get, giving him the silent treatment. This cold shoulder completely catches Temin off guard. He paces around Yoon-min, desperately searching for some answers, insisting the young man must have come all this way for a reason. But Yoon-min just casually picks his nose, acting completely unbothered, and tells the legendary beast he has absolutely nothing to say to him. Those words hit Temin like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly shocked with his mouth wide open. Yoon-min approaches the roasting meat, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. Just a little more pushing and the rest of this quest will play out exactly how he wants. Driven absolutely wild by the delicious smell of the cooking meat, Temin starts throwing out bribes. He begs Yoon-min not to walk away, offering his support since he rules this entire island, even promising to help him get back to the mainland safely. That was the exact opening he wanted. He smirks, hooked. The sky ticket, Yoon-min demands. This sudden request leaves the giant beast completely stunned, shouting out in absolute shock. With a look like he just struck gold, the young man proposes a trade. Hand over the legendary sky ticket and this delicious roast is all yours. Hearing this, Temin immediately realizes he was played. He fumes with rage, calling him a crafty human and cursing his obvious scheme. Yoon-min shrugs and turns back to the fire casually, saying they can just forget the deal. Panicking as Yoon-min stirs the coals, Temin warns him that adding more wood will burn the precious meat. He glances over, amused by how easy this is. Time to close the deal. He pulls out a bag, musing aloud that he almost forgot about this extra treat. The moment Temin spots the egg in Yoon-min's hand, he almost lunges forward, realizing it is an armored turtle egg. Yoon-min continues to tease, describing how incredible the rich yolk tastes when paired with the savory turtle meat. Temin is completely hooked, admitting he knows that legendary flavor all too well. Seizing his chance, Yoon-min opens up his leather bag to reveal a massive stash of rare eggs. He makes it clear that this is a fair trade, not a favor, and this haul is more than enough. Staring into the sack, Temin is absolutely speechless, wondering how a mere human could have gathered so many prize armored turtle eggs. Terrified of giving in to the temptation, the giant beast clutches his head and mutters to himself, trying to resist. But the temptation is just too strong. He finally caves, letting out a heavy sigh and agreeing to hand over the sky ticket. With a swift motion, he reaches back and plucks a glowing feather straight from his own wing. He tosses it over to Yoon-min, who catches it with a blank stare, wondering what on earth a single feather is supposed to do. Before the young man can even process what just happened, the beast snatches the juicy roast and the bag of eggs. Temin takes off into the sky, yelling back that humans are nothing but a bunch of greedy, scheming mortals. Hope we never meet again. Yoon-min just waves the feather in the air with a bright smile, bidding the noble bird a very sarcastic farewell. He gazes at the seemingly ordinary feather in his hand with absolute delight. He finally has it, the sky ticket to the Heaven Island, a genuine feather from a legendary beast. Looking up at the brilliant light in the sky, Yoon-min knows this Heaven Island is one place he cannot miss. It is a legendary, brutal territory where even the strongest challengers who ascend are cast straight back down. Just a little longer, and he will conquer and clear that place out completely. Back at the Crossroad Guild, a shocked guild member cries out, unable to believe he actually brought this beast back. Habern's eyes shine as he stares at the beast. Bringing back such a rare creature in perfect condition is insane, and the taste is going to be out of this world. Then he clears his throat, insisting that Kim Yoon-min has helped the council a lot. Looking at him, Kim Yoon-min can only sigh at the old guy. After thinking it over, Ha-bin hugs his turtle shell and makes a decision, saying he will now assign him a brand new quest. Right on cue, a quest notification screen pops up before him. The council has commissioned him to study life and death by collecting 10 butterfly flowers from the land of rebirth. To complete it, he actually needs to gather 15 of them, and the reward is 5 gold plus some solid experience points. Seeing this, Kim Yoon-min is completely stunned. Could this quest really be? Mysterious figures flash through Kim Yoon-min's mind. He realizes there is no mistake here. It might look ordinary, but a massive race quest has just been triggered. These race quests force different species to pursue entirely different goals. For the High Elves, it is reviving the World Tree. For dwarves, crafting the ultimate weapon. For gnomes, rebuilding their lost ancient city. They slowly work through low to high tier quests to reach their ultimate goals, but humanity's mission is completely different compared to the other races. Their goal is to resurrect the Emperor and his 10 generals. Humanity wants to bring them back at their absolute strongest to completely recreate their legendary past glory. While Ha-bin happily drags his turtle away, Kim Yoon-min remains completely lost in thought. To resurrect an ancient emperor, one literally has to go against the natural order of things. A smirk plays on Kim Yoon-min's face as his mind repeats the word Emperor Resurrection. His eyes are filled with pure anticipation. Kim Yoon-min silently resolves that humanity's path is indeed way too interesting, and he is determined to complete this human race quest, no matter what. Walking out of the guild, Kim Yoon-min tells himself to just take things slow. Suddenly, another system notification pops up and catches his eye, displaying the land of rebirth. Thinking about that distant region, Kim Yoon-min realizes it is far away from Crossroad. Since it is not on the map, finding it will be extremely difficult. His destination is a special greenhouse where high elves cultivate rare spiritual herbs. It is simply called the greenhouse, but the place is actually massive. After pondering for a moment, a major problem arises. How is he supposed to gain entry into that restricted area? Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashes through his mind, causing Kim Yoon-min to freeze up. He smiles in realization, remembering that there is a certain girl who can help him. An image pops into his head of Taro, the guild master of the High Elves. Recalling her, Kim Yoon-min grins. He admits she might actually be quite useful this time, and things are bound to go very smoothly from here. He clenches his fist in determination and mutters, "All right." Kim Yoon-min stretches his arms, telling himself to take care of things smoothly without getting too greedy. With a sudden leap, Kim Yoon-min launches himself right off the ground. Darting forward, his voice is filled with pure excitement, promising to enjoy the ride and telling the land of rebirth to wait for him. He arrives at the High Elf village, where warm, gentle light bathes the green-roofed houses. Checking his system map, Kim Yoon-min sighs in relief. He finally made it to the hidden village, which is also the land of rebirth. But as he tries to step inside, two weapons suddenly block his path and a guard shouts for him to halt. Two guards interrogate him with stern expressions, demanding that he clarify his identity in this High Elf territory. This does not scare Kim Yoon-min at all. Instead, he just smirks, realizing it is finally time to use his special title. He immediately recalls the legendary system notification declaring him the first friend of the High Elves. Since he has earned their absolute trust, anyone recognized as their close ally is guaranteed to receive their full support. He proudly beats his chest and introduces himself as Rocan, the human berserker, explaining that he has come to seek aid as a trusted ally. Hearing this, the two guards instantly shift to total admiration, welcoming him as the legendary Rocan who gathered 10 world tree saplings. They admit they have always wanted to meet him, and as Kim Yoon-min basks in their sudden worship, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief that the title worked. The guards then eagerly ask what kind of help he needs. They mention they would assist him with anything, but they also happen to have a small problem of their own right now and would love to enlist his strength. Instantly, the system issues him a brand new quest to exterminate the pests, invading the High Elf greenhouse, or to nurture the diseased plants back to health. The goal is simply to resolve this pest issue, and his final rewards will depend entirely on his overall performance. Seeing the alert, Kim Yoon-min is thrilled, realizing that his special title has easily unlocked the restricted greenhouse quest for him. Things are going incredibly smoothly so far. He happily offers a silent thank you to Taro, though imagining her disgusted face immediately gives him goosebumps. But right then, Kim Yoon-min happily agrees to let the guard lead the way, and they set off toward the greenhouse together. Arriving at the secret High Elf greenhouse, Kim Yoon-min stands before a massive ancient tree and can't help but marvel at the sight. Staring through the glass, his expression softens as he admits that this breathtaking place never fails to amaze him. This greenhouse is where spiritual herbs are cultivated for powerful magic, but it also serves as a critical research lab for reviving the world tree, which is the ultimate desire of their entire race. Yoon-min looks around at the massive creatures, realizing this bizarre environment has caused all the local plants and animals to grow abnormally huge. Staring up at the sky, he cannot help but marvel at how tiny he feels in this colossal world. Suddenly, a strange rustling in the distant grass makes him freeze in his tracks. His face instantly darkens. What on earth was that? A giant mantis creeps up behind him, its massive claw flashing right before his eyes as he mutters in confusion about what just went by. Before anyone can even process what is happening, the sharp metallic stench of blood fills the air. Blood drips right onto Yoon-min, staining his face crimson as he curses under his breath. Gripping his weapon tightly, he grumbles that this is exactly why he absolutely hates dealing with giant bugs. Cutting off his complaints, the beast spits a nasty glob of slime all over him, making him yell in disgust about his ruined clothes. Fueled by sheer rage, Yoon-min charges forward with his weapon, screaming for the monster to die. With a single devastating slash, he slices the massive mantis clean in half. Right then, the system alerts him that the quest is complete, prompting him to return to the entrance for his reward or stay to eliminate more pests and nourish the plants for a bonus payout. Looking at the screen, Yoon-min feels a bit taken aback. The quest is already over. He stares at the dead beast on the ground for a long moment before realizing it was indeed a target for the pest extermination quest. Suddenly, his eyes gleam with dangerous intent as he realizes it is way too early to head back, especially with those extra conditions active. The bonus scales with performance, meaning he can claim a guaranteed extra reward for every 100 pests he slays. Gripping his sword, he figures most rookies coming here would probably struggle to take down 100 bugs, but things are different for him. But wait, as Yoon-min is deep in thought, a pair of glowing red eyes quietly locks onto him from the dark. A split second later, the monster raises two razor-sharp pincers into the air. It slams them down violently, unleashing an ear-splitting screech that echoes through the trees. Nearby, a massive scorpion also begins to creep forward. Dodging their attack, Yoon-min grunts that this place is crawling with way too many pests. He swings his blade and the entire space seems to dye itself crimson. Leaping high into the air, he yells excitedly for his next batch of high-protein targets to bring it on. The creepy crawlies try to fight back, but they are shredded to pieces in the blink of an eye. Later, as warm sunlight filters through the giant flowers, someone complains about how far they have traveled and how they cannot take much more of this. Still battling a massive beetle, Yoon-min urges his companions to hurry up and make a move. Annoyed by the constant nagging, the nearby archer snaps at him to shut up so he can actually focus. The other men chime in asking if he is finally done talking, warning that if this beast escapes, they are all done for. Suddenly, a girl nearby calls out to get their attention. Startled by her voice, the bickering men all turn around in confusion. Standing right behind them, Eren cheerfully cheers them on, telling them not to fight and that she is rooting for both of them. The two men instantly turn red and stop arguing, both silently resolving to show off their absolute coolest sides right in front of Eren. Drawing his bow, the archer yells at the stupid monster for upsetting their precious Eren, telling it to prepare itself. He releases a heavily charged shot that pierces straight through the beast with terrifying power. Not wanting to be outdone, the shield wielder gets annoyed at his rival acting like the only hero around, roaring for the beast to feel his true strength instead. He charges headfirst toward the monster, screaming out his powerful blue strike. Blinding beams of energy surge directly toward the Insect King. Enraged by the persistent human attacks, the massive Insect King snaps. The beast roars, rushing forward to strike back. Suddenly, two massive wings erupt from its back as it activates a powerful combo charge skill, flying directly at them with absolutely terrifying momentum. The two fighters scream in panic as the beast closes in. With a single violent strike, the Insect King sends both of them flying into the air. It then shifts its focus to the others, leaving a terrified Eren screaming in panic about why it is heading straight for her. She squeezes her eyes shut and prays for anyone to protect her and stop this nightmare. Suddenly, a voice echoes. Expecting pain but feeling none, Eren opens her eyes wide in absolute shock. Right before her eyes, Kim Yoon-min repels the massive monster with a single devastating strike. Instantly, Eren's entire face lights up, completely overflowing with intense admiration. But a moment later, her lips curl up into a highly scheming, cunning smile. Meanwhile, the man in front of her is busy taking down the giant insect monster. Kim Yoon-min ignores the drama behind him and stares at the fallen beast, satisfied that counting this one makes 70, leaving very few left to hunt. Right on cue, worried voices from nearby start calling out her name. Two heavily injured men limp over, desperately searching and shouting, "Eren, where are you? If you are okay, please answer us." Suddenly, they spot something that makes their jaws drop, stammering in complete disbelief. "Hey, did you just slay that monster? And what about our Eren?" Hearing this, Kim Yoon-min acts completely clueless and asks who even is Eren anyway. That is when Eren suddenly glides over, clings tightly to his arm and whispers sweet words. She blows him a cute little heart, acting incredibly helpless as she thanks him for saving her life. Her shameless flirting immediately creeps him out, making him think in disgust, what on earth is this annoying leech trying to pull? As the two teammates finally catch up, they find Eren still cutely clinging to Kim Yoon-min, leaving them completely speechless and shattered. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min is screaming internally, absolutely annoyed that this random girl is interrupting his busy grind and causing such a ridiculous scene. The two men desperately step forward to persuade her, reminding her that they still have plenty of targets left to hunt, but she completely ignores their plea, hiding behind Kim Yoon-min while pretending she has absolutely no clue who they are. Her harsh words strike them like a sudden bolt of lightning, leaving both men completely frozen in shock. One of the guys clenches his trembling fist, devastated because he genuinely believed she was different, while Kim Yoon-min watches them and quickly pieces the whole situation together. Glancing down at her, Kim Yoon-min realizes she is a typical queen bee, a girl who easily lures men in like moths to a flame, leeching off their hard work so she can get a free ride. This reminds him of the bizarre reality here in Thera, where players can freely customize their appearance, and since actual healers are so rare, many people play priests just to secure pampered special treatment from desperate parties. Looking down at his arm, Kim Yoon-min gets increasingly irritated by her touch, wishing he could just activate player killing and wipe out this entire annoying group right then and there. But suddenly he freezes mid-thought. Wait a minute, player killing. A wicked grin slowly spreads across his face. Oh, he definitely has a brilliant plan now. Within seconds, Eren gasps in sheer surprise as Kim Yoon-min actually plays along, completely catching her off guard. He gently holds her hand warmly, asking how such a beautiful lady ended up in a place like this and if she is hurt, making her blush instantly. Bowing with theatrical politeness, he introduces himself as the berserker Rocan, inviting her to party up so he can show her a level of combat she has never witnessed before. Overjoyed, Eren immediately throws herself into his arms, happily accepting the invite and claiming she is absolutely honored, while Kim Yoon-min forces a polite smile and suggests they head out immediately. Watching this unfold, the two abandoned teammates completely freeze like statues, crying out in utter despair over why they have to be so incredibly miserable even inside a video game. Completely ignoring their pitiful cries, Eren happily skips away, following Kim Yoon-min deep into the woods. But the moment his back is turned, her sweet expression vanishes, replaced by a cold, calculating look. She quietly studies his gear, plotting to milk him for everything he is worth since she has finally managed to land herself a high-level carry. Giggling to herself, Eren remains completely clueless that she has already fallen right into his trap. Watching her from the corner of his eye, Kim Yoon-min lets a truly wicked smile play across his face. Soon the pair arrives at a brand new hunting ground surrounded by beautiful, brightly blooming flowers. But something ahead makes Eren freeze up her entire body, instantly growing incredibly tense with fear. Kim Yoon-min raises his weapon, high heavy chains, wrapping tightly around the massive axe blade. With one devastating downward swing, the monster before them instantly turns into a pile of dust. Spinning around instantly, his sharp eyes are already locked onto his next target. To his side, a massive praying mantis raises its razor-sharp claws, preparing to strike him down. The moment he spots it, Kim Yoon-min bounds forward and leaps high into the air. With another brutal slash, the giant insect is instantly shattered into 100 tiny pieces. Witnessing Kim Yoon-min's overwhelming combat power firsthand, Eren grows even more incredibly ecstatic, thinking to herself that this guy is way stronger than she ever expected, and letting go of such a perfect powerhouse would be a lifelong regret, so she decides she needs to start showing off her own worth to keep him hooked. Startled, Kim Yoon-min quickly spins around as her high-pitched, excited voice calls out, praising him for being so incredibly cool. She runs over, chattering nonstop about how amazing and powerful her dear Rocan is, asking if there is anything she can do to help him, which only makes Kim Yoon-min tremble with rage inside as he struggles to politely ask how she could possibly help. While keeping a fake smile plastered on his face, he is silently cursing her out, absolutely sick of hearing her refer to herself in the third person because it is getting incredibly annoying. Looking at her admiring eyes, Yoon-min realizes that since this queen bee is being so cooperative, showing off his hunting skills must have worked. With his preparations complete, it's finally time to cast the bait. Right after that, Yoon-min stares at Eren and tells her that he actually has a favor to ask. Hearing this, she eagerly replies that Rocan can ask her absolutely anything. His large hand rests on Eren's shoulder, causing her to instantly freeze in surprise. Yoon-min's expression turns dead serious as he explains that to hunt down the giant bird boss of this greenhouse, he needs her help. Eren looks confused and repeats the word boss back to him. Yoon-min leans in and tells her that this is extremely important and that only Eren can pull this off. He dramatically begs for her help. Eren glances up at him, thinking to herself, although the mention of a boss monster scares her a bit, she knows she cannot afford to displease him over this. Keeping her inner thoughts hidden, she happily agrees to help Rocan. Hearing this, Yoon-min gets incredibly excited to start praising Eren as they prepare to take action right away. A moment later, they stand before a massive towering tree. Pale pink petals drift past Eren's face as she mutters to herself in pure frustration, questioning how this supposedly crucial task turned into this. Holding a giant apple on her head, she angrily screams, realizing she is being used as bait. She recalls Yoon-min's plan to have her attract the giant bird with the fruit while he ambushes it from behind. Furious, Eren grumbles that it is much easier said than done. Standing in the giant weeds with the apple, Eren deeply regrets her choices, wondering why she has to endure such humiliation and how she let him play her so easily. Oblivious to the monster, watching her from a distance, she just seethes with rage, swearing that she will eventually make him submit and serve her like a loyal dog. Meanwhile, the giant bird locks its gaze onto her, its eyes looking more menacing than ever before. Eren's hands tremble as she holds the apple high, complaining that her legs are killing her and wondering when this nightmare will finally end. But as soon as the words leave her mouth, she freezes up, sensing a colossal presence creeping up right behind her. Shaking uncontrollably with fear, Eren slowly glances over her shoulder in absolute terror. A split second later, a blood-curdling scream echoes as the level 80 giant bird corners her. Knocked backward by its massive presence, Eren desperately clutches the apple while trying to calm herself down, reminding herself that Rocan is supposed to launch a surprise attack from behind. Hugging the apple, she runs for her life from the giant bird, her terror mounting with every step. She realizes the beast is chasing the fruit, hoping that if she holds its attention, Rocan will save her the moment he strikes. The bird's sudden attack slams down, shattering the ground and sending a terrified scream ripping right out of Eren's throat. A frantic chase begins with the giant bird's glowing red eyes locked entirely on the fleeing girl. Tears streaming down her face, she runs blindly as the shadow of the monstrous bird looms over her like death itself. Growing more desperate by the second, Eren screams in panic, demanding to know why her savior hasn't shown up yet. Meanwhile, Yoon-min sits casually on a distant tree branch, lazily watching her run around while screaming for Rocan. To make things even better, he actually reaches down and grabs a big handful of popcorn. Yoon-min stuffs his mouth with the popcorn, chuckling to himself that this live show is absolutely magnificent. Adjusting his glasses with a satisfied smirk, Yoon-min watches the spectacle and mutters that she should run hard just like the worker bees she always bossed around. Eren keeps running with the apple, her panic soaring even though the giant bird hasn't even unleashed its real attacks yet. Instead, the giant bird grows increasingly aggressive, its eyes burning with a deep, violent crimson glow. It spreads its massive wings and initiates a ferocious strike. Blown away by the shockwave of the attack, Eren drops the apple and crashes face first onto the hard ground. Sprinted flat on the dirt, she looks incredibly small and helpless against the wild terrain. Right at that moment, the giant bird's lethal claws loom dangerously close to her body. It screeches loudly, staring down at Eren like she's a delicious meal ready to be devoured. Completely swallowed by the beast's massive shadow, Eren screams out in absolute horror. Tears of sheer terror stream down her face as she cries out in total despair, begging someone to save her. Yet after a long moment of heavy silence, the painful impact she braced for never comes. Confused and desperate to see what is happening, Eren slowly forces her eyes wide open. Right in front of her, the massive claw of the giant bird gently picks up the fallen apple. While she remains frozen in shock, the beast casually begins to munch on the delicious treat. Looking up in utter disbelief, she trembles as she realizes the bird's actual target was just the apple this entire time. Seeing everything unfold exactly as planned, Yoon-min bursts out into a fit of triumphant laughter. Clutching his stomach from his perch, he laughs hysterically at how incredibly cowardly their queen bee turned out to be. Looking at the bird's calm expression, Yoon-min notes that she has clearly never hunted before, leaving her completely clueless about what real monster intent feels like. The more Yoon-min thinks about Eren's sheer stupidity, the harder he laughs, knowing she got conned so bad she probably won't be playing her queen bee games anytime soon. But then whatever Eren does next makes Yoon-min freeze right in his tracks. Wait, what is that? Seeing Eren boldly squaring up to the massive beast only makes Yoon-min even more suspicious. What on earth is she doing standing there? After a bone-chilling wave of sheer terror, Eren bites her lip and curses her own greed. She only wanted a quick profit, not to get used as bait by some stranger. Her hands shake as she grips a rock while the stranger is nowhere to be found. Seriously, the one time she actually tries to work hard, this happens. Snapping, Eren hurls the rock straight at the giant bird and screams, "Damn it, I am officially pissed off now." Witnessing this, Yoon-min panics and tries to stop her. Is she completely insane? Throwing an attack like that is a terrible idea. But before he can even think about stopping her, the rock flies true and smacks the giant bird right in the face. Instantly, the giant beast's demeanor flips entirely as its eyes glow a furious blood-red color from pure rage. The massive bird spreads its wings, its feathers burning bright red like a phoenix. It lets out a piercing screech and charges forward, dead set on turning Eren into its next target. Watching this, Yoon-min immediately panics because those giant birds are actually pretty peaceful if left alone, but once they lose their temper, they will absolutely not stop fighting until someone is dead. Meanwhile, the giant bird swings its massive wings wide once again. With just a single blow, it sends Eren flying through the air as she screams out in agonizing pain. Yoon-min honestly never expected things to escalate like this. Facepalming in utter frustration, he figured she would just walk away angry, but provoking this beast is literally just begging for a swift death. By now, Eren is utterly battered and bruised from the bird's relentless attacks, barely holding on to life as she desperately calls out for Rocan. Hearing her desperate plea, Yoon-min presses his lips together, looking incredibly tense. With a heavy sigh, he tells himself that since things are this bad, he has no choice but to step in. The soft sunlight gleams off his back and the polished blade of his axe as Yoon-min quietly chuckles to himself about how surprisingly soft-hearted he actually is. Once again, the giant bird's eyes flash red with an overwhelming murderous intent. It circles high in the sky before diving straight down toward the spot where Eren lies helpless. Right then, Yoon-min's strong grip firmly raises his heavy axe. He rushes up right behind the massive bird, raising his weapon for a devastating strike. The moment Yoon-min unleashes his attack, the giant bird lets out a sharp shriek of agony. Growing even more hyped as the fight heats up, Yoon-min shouts in excitement, "Where are you looking, bird brain? Your opponent is right here." As the giant beast reels backward, he immediately grabs onto its back and yells out, "Whoa, stay still, will you?" Taking such a painful hit, the giant bird is hurting so bad that tears actually start welling up in its eyes. With a sudden swoosh, it takes off, dragging Yoon-min high up into the open sky. Gripping its feathers tightly, he battles the fierce wind whipping against his face and shouts, "You think you can run from me?" But suddenly, their flight path abruptly shifts, making Yoon-min freeze in confusion. A massive tree appears directly in their line of flight, forcing him to yell out in panic, "Damn it, are you trying to crash us?" Right after, Yoon-min tightens his grip on its thick feathers and mutters to himself. "So that is your plan," he realizes before instantly unleashing his full power to throw the beast off course while yelling, "Nice try, but no way." Using his free arm, he quickly summons his hand axe, and in the blink of an eye, the lethal weapon materializes in his grip. The thrill of the fight gets Yoon-min completely hyped up as he swings his axe and shouts out, "Critical strike." A brilliant flash of light erupts as the axe blade cuts through the air and the terrified bird shrieks at the sight of it. Down below, Eren finally struggles to stand, muttering in total confusion about what that strange noise is. Looking up, her jaw completely drops as she witnesses the absolute storm raging high in the sky. Right before her eyes, as the violent tempest suddenly clears, the giant bird comes crashing down. Suddenly, something looms directly over the beast, making it let out a panicked cry. As the threat draws closer, the helpless bird can only stare in sheer wide-eyed terror, completely paralyzed by panic. Mid-air, a relentless barrage of attacks is raining down on the beast without mercy. Holding tightly onto its wing, Yoon-min laughs and shouts, "Did you think we were done? Not a chance." Finally, pushed to its absolute limit, the giant bird screeches and unleashes its ultimate attack, the violent feather storm. In an instant, the sharp feathers all over its body turn into deadly projectiles, firing back to counter Yoon-min's assault. His eyes gleam with absolute excitement as he laughs, roaring out that this incredibly brutal style is exactly why he loves the game. Gripping his massive axe with both hands, he activates his critical strike skill and unleashes a deadly downward slash, telling his target to drop dead. The heavy blade slashes down, leaving the giant bird completely helpless to survive the devastating impact. With a single brutal blow, Kim Yoon-min splits the massive bird right down the middle, immediately triggering a system alert that he has leveled up. Watching the battle unfold, Erin's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she realizes Rocan has actually stepped in to save her life. Placing both hands over her racing chest, she feels an intense surge of inspiration, realizing she desperately wants to become strong too. Looking up into the warm sunlight, she quietly promises herself that she will grow to be just like Rocan. Fresh off his intense clash with the massive beast, Kim Yoon-min's adrenaline is still pumping with pure excitement. As the dust finally settles and the forest grows quiet, he lightly lands his foot onto a nearby tree branch. Stepping up to a massive bird nest, he mutters to himself that it is finally time to gather his hard-earned loot. He hoists up a massive egg that is nearly as large as he is, grinning at his incredibly lucky find. A system alert immediately confirms he has received the giant bird egg, noting it will hatch if kept safe in his inventory for a set amount of time. Seeing this notification, Kim Yoon-min is absolutely thrilled, realizing that if he hatches and tames the chick, it will become an incredibly useful flying mount for his journeys. This means the very first major sky-based breakthrough will belong entirely to him, prompting him to burst into a booming, triumphant laugh at his massive double win. After collecting all his loot, Kim Yoon-min lands on the ground with a satisfied smile, wondering if Erin has gotten back up yet or if she is still lying down flat on her back out there. But upon landing, there is no sign of her and only a lonely letter lies on the ground. Kim Yoon-min looks down in confusion, wondering where on earth she could have disappeared to. He picks up the letter, his eyes widening with surprise. A letter? Why in the world would she leave a letter behind? Opening the envelope reveals Erin's message she wrote to thank Rocan for everything, saying she finally realized what she must do and will now fight on her own. Kim Yoon-min reads on, growing more and more bewildered, wondering if her head got messed up from taking too many hits. But his confusion is only temporary, and a moment later his trademark smirk returns to his face. Tearing the paper to shreds, Kim Yoon-min quietly mumbles that either way he is set. He sheathes his heavy axe and prepares to leave, whispering to himself that she is not a complete idiot after all, especially since that Queen Bee boss helped out. A short while later, at Crossroads, a brilliant pillar of light shoots straight down from the sky. Standing right in the middle of that blinding glow, Kim Yoon-min smiles in satisfaction. He has already accepted his new quest, but he knows he needs to gear up properly before heading out. Meanwhile, thick plumes of dark smoke rise into the air over the Lauren Dwarf Forge. Stroking his long beard, the blacksmith grins, noting that a pretty decent piece has finally come out. Kim Yoon-min stares at the glowing, newly forged armor, unable to hide his excitement. Inspecting the gear only fuels Kim Yoon-min's high hopes for his upcoming battles, knowing that if a dwarf master blacksmith calls it decent, the armor has to be at least magic grade. It turns out to be the exact gauntlets and armor he wanted. As the gear loads into his system, the detailed stats pop up on screen. This rare-grade Crimson Berserker armor is designed to disrupt enemy formations, boost intimidation, and inflict fear with a power buff scaling with each enemy sliced. It boasts 630 defense, 700 durability, 50 strength, 47 agility, and 49 stamina. Additionally, enemy fear rates are boosted by 30% while attack and defense stats increase as he continues to rack up kills. Then there are the rare-grade Mana Alloy Gauntlets. Crafted from a special mana alloy, they offer incredible conductivity to reduce mana costs when using divine power. With 300 durability, 50 strength, 47 agility, and 48 stamina, they cut divine power mana consumption by 30% and boost divine attacks by 15% damage. Reading this, Kim Yoon-min gets incredibly excited. The defense is solid, but these extra stats are absolutely perfect. Thinking about his future battles, he cannot help but feel lucky. Getting attack and defense boosts with every consecutive kill is going to be incredibly useful when he has to fight massive hordes all on his own. Then the image of his old blacksmith master Haben flashes in his mind, bringing a wide smile to his face. It would be amazing if the next quest that stubborn old man gave him was just like this. He can almost hear him asking if he wants to become his true apprentice. Standing under the warm glow of the late afternoon sun, he tells himself that his next main quest will go much smoother. With everything falling into place, it is time to set off for his next destination. Right on cue, a new system quest notification pops up. The Kinship Council has commissioned him to study the secrets of the skeletal structure and rebirth, requiring him to search for bone research documents inside a lich's hidden laboratory. The completion requirement is to acquire one bone research document with a reward of 10 gold and standard experience points. Sometime later, in dark and completely silent space, Kim Yoon-min's heavy footsteps echo loudly across the floor. He stops and takes a quiet look at his gloomy surroundings, letting out a soft sigh of relief that he has finally arrived. Lightning strikes nearby, casting a dark and dreary shadow over the entire village. Kim Yoon-min mutters under his breath that this is the undead village, the true cradle of the dead. The main target of this quest is a lich, a bizarre, eccentric necromancer who defies death using mechanical contraptions, known for endlessly reviving no matter how many times he is slain. His notorious reputation comes from hiding deep within this complex cradle of death, a chaotic area so dangerous that even level 190 players struggle to survive there. Resting his heavy axe over his shoulder, Kim Yoon-min silently observes the Dark Dragon Coalition members guarding the village gates. After analyzing the situation for a moment, he realizes his only option is to break straight through the village. Images of skeletal undead guards flash through his mind. If he remembers correctly, a solo player usually has to deal with 50 of these bone soldiers at once. Looking at the path ahead, Kim Yoon-min's expression turns serious. Facing 50 level 150 to 190 undead isn't impossible, but mana regeneration will be a major headache. No matter how good his gear is, he will still be at a massive disadvantage. But then a sly, devious smirk begins to play on his lips. If that is the case, he has a better plan. The very next second, a special system announcement flashes across the screens. Rocan has started a live broadcast under the title One-Man War Cradle of Death Dark Dragon Coalition Faction. As soon as the broadcast notification goes out, the viewer count starts exploding in real time. The chat section instantly erupts with furious comments as viewers ask what is going on, where Rocan is streaming, and why he suddenly decided to go live after such a long time. Meanwhile, members of the Dark Dragon Coalition spot the notification and begin whispering to each other, wondering if Rocan is seriously streaming after wagering a massive pile of items. Just as they begin to wonder, a powerful voice echoes announcing his arrival. Decked out in the newest high-tier gear, Yoon-min slams his greatsword deep into the earth to display his power. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Yoon-min loudly declares himself as the human berserker Rocan. Holding a massive axe in one hand, he points to the sword in the dirt and makes a declaration. He is changing the bet, so anyone who manages to pull this blade out becomes its new master. The goblins are absolutely stunned by this, wondering if simply pulling the sword out really works without having to fight him. The livestream viewers lose their minds as chat floods with disbelief. Is this for real, and can they actually pull it off? They need to mobilize their guild right now. Just then, the members of the Black Dragon Legion charge in. The crowd hype reaches a boiling point as viewers urge any nearby Black Dragon Legion players to head straight for the Cradle of the Dead before it is too late. One sneaky goblin grins at his screen as chat starts suspecting a trap. Surely this Rocan guy will just backstab anyone who tries to pull it out. It is a brilliant trap. Yoon-min smiles to himself, deeply satisfied that the crowd is playing right into his hands. The fish have finally taken the bait. Seeing the massive crowd of players gathering below, Yoon-min feels a rush of excitement knowing the stage is fully set. A representative from the Black Dragon Legion laughs, reminding his crew that no matter how strong Rocan is, he is on their home turf now, meaning they hold all the cards. With a sudden crash of thunder, the mob charges forward, treating Yoon-min like a helpless target. Suddenly, his eyes turn cold and focused. He raises his heavy axe high and triggers his critical strike. With a single swing, Yoon-min conjures a massive raging tornado that tears through the battlefield. Caught in the merciless vortex, the players have absolutely no way to escape, screaming out in sheer agony. Within seconds, system alerts flood his screen. Successive kills have boosted his offense and defense by 10%, stacking up to 20 times total. Yoon-min cannot help but grin at the sight. Even though this buff is temporary, the massive stat surge is far better than he ever anticipated. His laughter instantly cuts short as a voice barks out, telling everyone not to stop. Pointing directly at Yoon-min, the leader orders his guild to keep pressing forward without giving him a second to breathe. The entire Black Dragon Legion rushes ahead blindly, like moths drawn directly to a devastating flame. This only makes Yoon-min more amused as he challenges them, asking if that is really all they have got. His eyes glow with an eerie red light right before a deafening roar echoes across the battlefield. With a single brutal swing, Yoon-min blows back the entire front line of charging players. He does not stop there, unleashing a massive storm of raw mana. Yoon-min leaps right back into the fray, making a fierce statement. There's no way he is giving them any time to rest. The moment those words leave his mouth, system notifications pop up rapidly, tracking consecutive kills and raising his stat buffs to 10 and then 11. Meanwhile, a shady figure sneaks toward the sword as desperate cries for help echo in the distance. A hooded goblin slips closer to the blade, snickering that the fighting fools above are doing all the heavy lifting for him. The sword is as good as his, but before he can even celebrate, a terrifying wave of mana crashes down onto the spot. Spotting the sneaky thief near his precious blade, Yoon-min charges downward with his heavy axe ready. With a wild, bloodthirsty grin, Yoon-min roars out, asking where this little rat came from. Realizing he has been caught red-handed, the terrified goblin can only let out a desperate scream. The devastating axe strike unleashes a burst of mana that looks like lightning tearing through the sky. Through the thick swirling dust, a small pair of feet still takes firm, steady steps. Following the brutal clash, a final notification pops up confirming his stats have maxed out at plus 200 attack and defense. Seeing this, Yoon-min lets out a satisfied laugh, having finally reached his main goal. Gripping his heavy axe, his eyes grow wild as he decides it is finally time to start. Among the bodies of the fallen Black Dragon members, one survivor barely manages to crawl up, muttering in disbelief at Rocan's ridiculous power. Suddenly, something looms over him, turning his blood-soaked face pale with absolute terror. Staring at the familiar swirling vortex, he curses under his breath, realizing it is that insane critical skill again. Tracking the trajectory of Yoon-min's attack, he gasps in horror, wondering why it is heading toward the village. Did he miss? Somewhere else, a massive magic circle begins to glow, as the system sounds an emergency warning, summoning village guards to defend against the incoming attack. Right as the notification drops, countless skeletal hands begin clawing their way out of a summoning circle on the ground. Eerie, unsettling groans echo through the area as level 150 to 190 undead guards rise to their feet all at once. The guy who was complaining about Kim Yoon-min earlier grins with satisfaction, mockingly calling Rocan an absolute idiot. Watching the undead horde march toward Kim Yoon-min, his voice fills with pure excitement as he shouts that there is no way anyone can win a fight like this and that he is dead meat today. However, in a flash of light, Kim Yoon-min raises his massive axe, calmly stepping into his battle stance. Amidst the heavy dark storm clouds, overhead violent streaks of lightning begin to crackle. Within seconds, an enormous surge of mana completely lights up the gloomy sky. Kim Yoon-min raises his giant axe high, allowing the blade to absorb every single drop of this overflowing power. Feeling the immense crushing energy swirling around his body, Kim Yoon-min lets out a deep, satisfied hum. With just one single earth-shattering swing, he completely obliterates the entire crowd of undead guards. The complaining coalition member stands frozen in utter shock, yelling that it is impossible for anyone to wipe out an entire undead army like that. Thrumming with battle excitement, Kim Yoon-min quickly fires back at the fool, telling him that absolutely nothing is impossible. Unleashing his next devastating strike, Kim Yoon-min finally reveals his scheme, thanking them for practically serving themselves up as the perfect sacrifice. Then the live broadcast zooms in on his smug face as he tells the viewers to watch closely because the real battle starts right now. Just as the words leave his mouth, a foolish Andes guard recklessly charges, straight at him. Right behind it, a whole swarm of Andes guards begins charging at Yoon-min without stopping. He plants his foot hard against the dirt, builds momentum, and leaps straight up. Slicing through a guard, Yoon-min mutters the directions to himself left to right. His gaze hardens as he recalls the martial patterns engraved deep in his mind, executing a swift slash to the flank. Watching the mob, you can tell he is totally unfazed. After all, these undead are just artificial intelligence, so once he decodes their pattern, this fight is practically over. Yoon-min lightly swings his arm to slash a guard, shouting out with pure chaotic excitement. Figuring out their pattern makes him more confident than ever, as he mocks them, "What a boring crowd, I will wipe you all out in a single beat." Instantly, more mana floods his body, a truly massive amount. Yoon-min charges forward like this, slaughtering every single monster without stopping. He breaks through. The final defensive line is shattered. A member of the Black Dragon Legion panics in absolute terror that lunatic actually dared to storm our village. Realizing things are going south, he frantically orders the guards, "What are you standing there for? Do something." The magic circle glows brightly once more, summoning a brand new wave of undead guards. A dry skeleton with glowing red eyes emerges, a powerful undead guard level 150 to 190. Seeing this, Yoon-min does not flinch at all. Instead, his excitement spikes as he roars out that it is completely useless. In that exact instant, a violent surge of mana erupts from his body. Yoon-min leaps into the air, pooling his destructive power for a massive downward strike. One swing. He successfully splits the elite guard clean in half. As he approaches with his axe, the terrified Black Dragon soldier cannot stop himself from trembling in fear. Gripping his axe, Yoon-min speaks in a cold, death-like voice, "Looks like I found the little mice hiding in the dark." He cannot take it anymore. He frantically screams for the guards to help. The man's terror only feeds Yoon-min's excitement, who laughs maniacally as he gets closer, calling them a bunch of complete fools. Raising his axe like a bloodthirsty killer, he mutters that he already slaughtered 50, but there are still so many left. As the cold blade grazes his cheek, the soldier's eyes fill with absolute helpless despair. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream echoes through the entire village. With the battle finally coming to an end, Yoon-min's solitary figure quietly walks toward the legendary sword. With a sharp ringing sound, the blade is smoothly drawn from the ground. Staring at the treasure blade in his hands, he sighs to himself, "After all this fighting, none of these weaklings have met his standards, even though he had such high expectations." Suddenly, a violent bolt of lightning strikes down from the sky, forcing him to halt. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he remembers there is still one person who can actually stand against him. As that thought crosses his mind, the image of a powerful young man flashes before him, Odin. You can literally feel the chilling excitement in his gaze as he mutters a dark promise to one day tear his rival apart. Meanwhile, in a completely different zone, a pair of boots steps onto a crimson-colored landscape. Yoon-min takes in the eerie beauty for a moment, whispering that the flower fields of Andy's village, past and present, show a truly elegant taste. Looking at the grand and mysterious scenery before him, he realizes this is the only place left with life in Andy's village. The hidden entrance to the Lich's laboratory easily reached because he cleared out the undead. Yoon-min plays with his sharp weapons in anticipation, muttering to himself that it is finally time to head inside. With a quick flick of his wrist, a sharp blade cuts his skin and fresh blood begins to drip. Yoon-min does not show even a hint of pain, simply letting his own fresh blood flow freely. The crimson liquid trickles down, soaking deeply into the bright red flowers covering the ground. Instantly, a system notification pops up. The Garden of Rebirth detects the power of life, activating the hidden portal entrance. Seeing this, Yoon-min smiles with absolute satisfaction, muttering that it worked perfectly. Within just a few seconds, a massive change sweeps across the entire surrounding area. It finally opens. A path leading deep underground is quickly revealed. Bathed in a bright red glow, Kim Yoon-min steps into the Lich's lair. He mutters that even though they are deep underground, those glowing objects keep the darkness away. He pauses to scan his surroundings, his eyes locking onto something. Right, it has to be one of those glowing objects. Kim Yoon-min does not let curiosity distract him for long. He refocuses on his main goal. This is getting boring anyway, so he just needs to grab his gear and end this quickly. While he is looking away, one of the glowing orbs suddenly begins to shift. Kim Yoon-min suddenly stops in his tracks. He stares at the massive chamber ahead quickly, realizing this must be the Lich's research lab. As he stands there, a harsh, unfamiliar voice suddenly echoes through the room. Who goes there? Instantly, the level 171 undead researcher Lich Solonian appears. He speaks with a cold sneer. A human dares enter here. It seems you want to be my next test subject. Before the monster can even finish speaking, Kim Yoon-min launches a sudden ambush attack. This catches the Lich completely off guard. What? In just a fraction of a second, the entire room erupts into pure chaos. A massive surge of mana crashes forward, looking ready to obliterate the mysterious doors. Kim Yoon-min swings his heavy axe with a loud roar. You talkative bastard. Backing his words with a flurry of fierce strikes, he demands, shut up and hand over my items. But right through the thick shroud of dust, a sinister purple light suddenly flashes. As Kim Yoon-min strikes, the Lich raises a heavy shield to block him. The sight leaves Kim Yoon-min completely stunned. What is this? At that moment, the undead monster sneers, back off, you low-life creature. Before Kim Yoon-min can even process what is happening, a devastating blast of mana hits him head-on. As the corrosive energy tears into his body, Kim Yoon-min can only grit his teeth and endure the agonizing pain. Sitting comfortably at a distance, the Lich watches his opponent weaken and laughs mockingly. How do you like my high-tech mechanical shield? Dozens of glowing magic circles materialize in the air. The monster waves his hand, commanding, rise, my loyal undead servants. As the undead guards stumble to their feet, the Lich shrieks, wake up and destroy that foolish intruder. While Kim Yoon-min is still struggling with his wounds, a swarm of undead guards closes in on his position. Clutching his painful injuries, Kim Yoon-min feels a wave of bitter regret. Damn it, I got too careless. I only wanted to knock you out and take my gear back. Despite the overwhelming pain, Kim Yoon-min forces himself to stand up from the rubble. Bracing his battered body, he steels himself, fully prepared to take this fight to the next level. His hand tightens its grip around his weapon. With a look of absolute fury on his face, he growls, if that is how it is, let me send you straight to hell. He moves with wind-like speed, his rapid leaps blurring past the naked eye. Kim Yoon-min charges forward, swinging his heavy axe directly at a glowing red orb. Unable to withstand the sheer force of his blow, the crimson sphere shatters into a million pieces. Smirking dangerously, Kim Yoon-min mockingly sighs, TSK, looks like I missed. Seeing him act so arrogant, the Lich is absolutely furious. You filthy, despicable bastard. Watching Kim Yoon-min dash away, the Lich screams in sheer rage, running away mid-fight. Are you even a real warrior? Kim Yoon-min just laughs, giving the monster a clean middle finger while shouting back, who is stupid enough to people fall for your cheap taunts anyway. Eyeing the floating red orbs, Kim Yoon-min realizes why the monster is so panicked. The life vessel holding the Lich's true soul must be hidden right there among these countless glowing spheres. Kim Yoon-min lunges forward, shattering several more glowing red orbs. He knows that beating the Lich directly is completely useless, since the monster will just keep reviving, but destroying its soul vessel will end this nightmare permanently. Smirking with a fake gasp, he calls out, oh dear, did I miss again? Stopping for a brief second, Kim Yoon-min laughs like a maniac. Don't worry, if I hit it on the first try, you would have been sent to the afterlife already. Behind him, the Lich is shaking with absolute fury. You worthless trash, how dare you defy me? A blinding purple light begins to erupt from the Lich's raised shield. Slamming his shield violently into the stone floor, the monster triggers its hidden offensive mode, unleashing a massive barrage of crackling, powerful lightning bolts. As the shield sinks deeper into the floor, its dark energy splits the surrounding ground wide open. The lightning bolts lock onto Kim Yoon-min and blast straight toward him. Sensing a sudden danger, he spins around to assess the threat. Controlling the shield to unleash a terrifying storm of electricity, the Lich vows to completely disintegrate, Kim Yoon-min roaring, "I will show you who the true master of this place is." Kim Yoon-min smirks, completely unimpressed by the cheap trick. "Is that all you've got?" Kim Yoon-min lets go of his massive battle axe, upgrading it on the spot into dual-hand axes with vastly superior destructive power. Battle axe unequipped, dual-hand axes equipped. His weapon splits in two. Hyped up, Kim Yoon-min charges straight at the Lich, challenging him to bring it on, but suddenly, a sharp metal wire laced with crackling lightning whips out from the shadows. These massive metal tendrils strike repeatedly, desperate to crush him. But he is no rookie. Relying on his sheer speed, Kim Yoon-min effortlessly dodges every single attack the Lich throws his way. The Lich loses his temper, channeling dark magic into his hand crest as he snarls that the little rat has run out of time. An enormous metallic cord surging with electrical current bursts from the ground, looking way more menacing than the previous ones. The deadly cords speed up, desperately trying to catch him, but Kim Yoon-min is just too fast, weaving through them like a ghost. The sharp tips curve mid-air, locking onto their target for a lethal strike. They tear through the air, aiming straight for his vitals, but Kim Yoon-min cleanly bends backward to slip the attack. Moving with lightning speed, he effortlessly evades the relentless onslaught of those metal cables. Gripping his glowing axes tightly, Kim Yoon-min leaps high into the air, pulling off a flawless acrobatic flip. He hurls one of his axes at blinding speed, finally unleashing his devastating critical strike. The spinning weapon moves at a dizzying speed, effortlessly shattering every single red orb in its path. The metal cables writhe and twist in response, keeping up their relentless movement. Kim Yoon-min readies his stance, prepping for another massive leap. Still tightly gripping his weapon, he coils his body and launches upward to dodge yet another incoming metal strike. Not stopping for a second, Kim Yoon-min dashes through the hallway, moving in a sharp zigzag pattern. He swings his axe, putting all his strength into destroying the red orb in front of him. Wait, look closely. Just as he is about to land, he spots a highly unusual detail. His axe struck one specific red orb, but it did not break. It is incredibly tough. Why is this the only one left standing? Looking closer, it finally hits him. This is exactly what he has been searching for, the Lich's life vessel. Slid back by the impact, Kim Yoon-min digs his heels in and grinds to a halt. All he needs to do is smash that core. Locking his eyes on the life vessel, he winds up his axe to unleash another heavy critical strike. Sensing the threat, the Lich whips his metal cables forward to intercept Kim Yoon-min and protect his life force. The metal shield blocks the strike just in time, and the heavy collision sends a small shockwave rippling through the air. Kim Yoon-min stares in frustration as his path to victory is cut off at the very last second. The Lich sneers, completely reading his opponent's moves. "So you figured out my secret, did you?" Hovering in the air, his cloak billows to reveal a mechanical skeleton as he declares that Kim Yoon-min will never leave this place alive. A mechanical metal claw wraps around the red orb, pulling it back towards safety. A glowing purple void in the Lich's chest pulls the life vessel back and merging it with his body. Tendrils of dark ribbon-like energy wrap around the skeletal hand of Lich Selonian as he absorbs his own life orb. The dark aura wraps all the way up his thighs, restoring the boss's original power through the orb. A dim purple glow surrounds him, shifting his skeletal frame back to his prime, overflowing with absolute power. Selonian stretches out, getting used to his new level 180 Golden Era body. He speaks in a slow, deep rumble, "I have awakened." Selonian raises his arms and lets out a deafening roar, violently shaking the entire space around them. Out of nowhere, Kim Yoon-min slips right behind the boss, swinging his heavy shield for a quick, decisive strike. Selonian spins around completely, caught off guard by the hunter's insane speed. What since when? Giving him no room to breathe, Kim Yoon-min hurls the shield, shattering the ground below with a massive shockwave. Landing safely, Kim Yoon-min mocks him with a cold sneer, "You idiot, I only let you absorb that orb on purpose. Did you really think I was just running away from a fight?" Looking like a demon rising from the depths of hell, the level 183 hunter laughs. "I just need to smash that core and kill you, no extra effort required." Selonian crawls out from the rubble, shoving the heavy shield aside in disbelief. "Impossible. I absorbed the life orb. I should be the absolute strongest." The boss crouches, preparing to spring forward as crackling arcs of purple lightning erupt around his feet. With his massive body and terrifying power, the boss charges straight at Kim Yoon-min, launching a heavy fist to crush him completely. "Feel my wrath." But this is exactly what Kim Yoon-min wanted. A smug grin spreads across the hunter's face. Pouring every ounce of his power into a final strike, Selonian roars and lunges forward. But mid-air, the boss suddenly freezes, his pupils shrinking in pure terror. Despite his smaller frame, Kim Yoon-min is not outmatched, moving like lightning to deliver a clean axe swing that splits the massive boss completely in half before he even realizes what hit him. The hunter slides across the floor, breaking hard after that insane high-altitude jump. Kim Yoon-min grins, thoroughly amused. Told you so, didn't I? Turning his back on the bifurcated boss, he chuckles. You were just wasting your time, old man. The life orb slips out of the boss's chest, hitting the cold ground and shattering into pieces. Instantly, Solonian's entire body explodes into a massive cloud of thick purple smoke. Golden Era boss successfully cleared, and another level up achieved. As the thick haze clears, Kim Yoon-min calmly steps out of the smoke. Weapon resting on his shoulder and hand on his hip, he scoffs, idiot, letting you absorb it first just made killing you way easier. Already looking forward to his next target, Kim Yoon-min mutters, alright, let's see what kind of boss loot we got here. A glowing blue book catches his eye amidst the messy pile. Ah, the sweet taste of hard-earned loot. Kim Yoon-min tightly grips a glowing, slightly torn scroll in his hands. A system message pops up, research documents on the crop investigation acquired, quest completed. He grins widely at the paper, cheering that the laboratory investigation is finally done. Looking around like a sneaky burglar, Kim Yoon-min inspects the corners of the room, knowing these dungeons there has to be some hidden bonus reward lying around. After scanning the room for a while, his eyes finally lock onto something resting on the desk. A stack of books glowing with a brilliant blue light. Yes, he found them, actual skill books. He tosses the books aside one by one, completely unimpressed by the pile. A system prompt asks if he wants to collect 10 skeleton raised skill books, total trash. Another prompt asks if he wants 10 weakening cursed skill books, more garbage. He chucks another one away, practically losing his mind. System asks about 10 cursed doll books, but he just slams it down, trash. He digs through the pile like a madman. No, not this. There has to be something better in here. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a unique title. System notification, you have acquired 10 third-hand skill books. Holding the book high, he grins with pure excitement, thrilled to finally find a real prize. This skill is a massive jackpot, only requiring a solid mana pool and extreme mental focus to activate successfully. The third-hand skill summons an extra limb made of pure mana through mental focus. With enough magical power and concentration, he can even manifest multiple hands at once. Clutching the manual, he lets out an amused smirk. This is pretty interesting. With a skill like this, my battles are about to reach a whole new level. But as he mutters to himself about how to utilize his new skill, a pair of mysterious legs quietly creeps up directly behind him. Rubbing his chin, he plots out his strategy. First, I need to keep this safe, then think carefully about how to maximize its potential. Suddenly, a dark, ominous shadow looms right behind him. Two hollow eye sockets glow with a creepy purple light as the skeletal creature lets out a menacing, highly aggressive growl. The skeleton shrieks, swinging its bony arm to strike down the intruder. Spinning around in a flash, Kim Yoon-min grabs its skull and shoves it back. Wasting no time, he exerts raw force, ready to crush the monster's skull into dust. Slowly lifting the skeleton into the air with a murderous glare, he sneers, finally showed up. I have been waiting for you, you piece of trash. But Kim Yoon-min's grip is unrelenting. His fingers pierce through the tough armor, crushing the bone and forcing a groan from the beast. Showing absolutely zero mercy, he exerts absolute force through his arm, completely shattering the skeleton with a heavy boom. Watching the bones collapse, Kim Yoon-min lets out a wicked smirk. Fool, you should have seen that surprise attack coming. But just as he is laughing, a strange sound in the distance catches his attention. An army of skeletal soldiers marches in, filling the halls with eerie growls. This sight only makes Kim Yoon-min laugh even harder. Oh, so you brought your little friends along. Too bad, your boss is already dead. Summoning his weapons back, he offers a mocking word of comfort. Don't be sad, guys, you will be joining him very soon. With those words, Kim Yoon-min grips his massive axes and charges headfirst into the skeletal horde. He weaves through the ranks like a hurricane, giving them a quick warning to hold onto their heads. His axes slice through them with ruthless efficiency, effortlessly turning another skeletal warrior into dust. Broken bones roll across the floor, but Kim Yoon-min pays them no mind as he dives deeper into the horde. He raises his weapons, preparing to wipe out the entire army below in one single sweep. The devastating strike unleashes an explosion of power, instantly obliterating half of the skeletal legion in one go. A thick purple liquid oozes from the Lich's shattered life orb, meaning those cursed skeletons, dangerous level 160 monsters, will keep spawning endlessly. Fully armed skeletal warriors crawl from the purple puddle as the death mana corrupts the surrounding area, turning it into a cursed land. This dark corruption will not stop until every drop of the death mana is completely drained. Anyone in their right mind would quickly destroy the Lich's remains, but Kim Yoon-min just smirks like an absolute psychopath, thinking that kind of caution is strictly for fools. Moving with incredible agility, Kim Yoon-min swings his heavy axe and wipes out the cursed skeletons in a flash. For him, a perfect leveling opportunity like this is simply too good to pass up. You have defeated a cursed skeleton. You have defeated a cursed skeleton. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Kim Yoon-min raises his hand to celebrate having achieved his goal. His defense and attack combo stats both increase by 10. Useful items and rewards keep flooding in as his level and abilities shoot up. He grins, telling them to bring it on. Boom. With a massive shockwave, Kim Yoon-min completely obliterates almost every single cursed skeleton in the area. Broken bones roll across the dirt, their hollow skulls completely shattered into pieces without a single one left intact. Shattered skeletal remains lie buried beneath the heavy debris covered in a thick cloud of dust. Kim Yoon-min stands quietly still, feeling the rush of battle as his terrifying bloodlust slowly begins to fade. Standing tall, Kim Yoon-min watches the remaining skeletons dissolve into dust. System notifications flood his screen, all cursed skeletons eliminated. The stacking effect has reached its limit, granting plus 200 attack and plus 200 defense. Admiring his armor, Kim Yoon-min notes that its special effects have also peaked. He had been hesitating about whether to head back, but with his stats boosted like this, he can definitely pull it off. In a dark and desolate ruined village, piles of debris stack up under a sky cracked by lightning. Right there, inside the cradle of the dead, a solitary figure walks slowly down the dusty road. Level 140 Black Dragon Legion Outpost. Adventurer Goguba can only mutter, "Oh my god." Goguba stares in absolute shock at the devastation and a lone survivor sitting nearby. Terrified, he realizes the entire village and all its players have been completely wiped out. Honestly, can you blame him? Anyone would call Kim Yoon-min a literal monster after seeing this. Recalling the brutal battle, Goguba shivers. It is a shame he tuned into the live stream late, but just imagining actually being there in that absolute bloodbath sends chills down his spine. While he is lost in thought, a bulky goblin calls out asking if he has any recovery potions left. Snapping out of it, Goguba responds with a dazed, "Oh yeah." Pulling a recovery potion from his robes, Goguba tries to pry for some details, asking what on earth happened here. The massive goblin grabs the bottle, waving his hand in gratitude while sighing that the guy is a walking disaster. Batun pops the bottle open, his face turning pale. Kim Yoon-min barged into the village, slaughtering every guard and player in sight. Once there was absolutely no one left to kill, he shut down his stream and vanished. Shocked, Goguba asks why the guy would even go on such a wild rampage. Batun shrugs, offering a quick excuse that he has no clue since everyone knows Kim Yoon-min is a complete madman. Turning pale, Goguba feels an uneasy dread. No, this is too strange. Even if the guy is insane, he clearly had a specific goal in mind. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Kim Yoon-min has started streaming again. Goguba stutters in sheer panic, asking if he is seriously live. Even Batun stops drinking midway, freezing in shock. Backing away in sheer terror, Batun squints hard at the screen, muttering that they need to wait and look closely at the stream title. Just as they read the title, Kim Yoon-min suddenly appears right behind them with his massive axe. The stream is titled "Conquering the Cradle of the Dead." Terrified screams echo through the ruins, startling a flock of black crows into the stormy sky. Two other armed goblins show up, visibly trembling with fear. "This is pure madness," they stammer, wondering if that psycho has actually returned. Fresh blood slowly drips from the razor-sharp edge of Kim Yoon-min's massive battle axe. Standing amidst a pile of fresh corpses, Kim Yoon-min radiates a terrifying aura, swearing at them as nothing but trash. He cackles like a complete madman, asking if they seriously thought this was the end. Shocked comments instantly flood the chat. Wait, is conquering a village even a real system feature? Everyone is completely baffled because everything in sight has already been totally destroyed. Kim Yoon-min raises his hand to cast a massive magic circle, summoning endless cursed skeletons. A system warning blares, enemy detected attacking the outpost, summoning village guard. A fearless skeletal warrior wielding a sword roars loudly as it charges straight into the fray. Boom! A massive explosion erupts, shaking the entire area. Thrilled, Kim Yoon-min swings his axe in wide arcs easily, sending the skeletons flying through the air. The two goblins stare in utter disbelief at his overwhelming power. "This is insane," they stammer, wondering how anyone could wipe out the elite guards in a single hit. After dealing with the guards, Kim Yoon-min turns his cold, bloodthirsty gaze toward the trembling group. The main goblin gasps, his face going completely pale as he stammers in fear. Kim Yoon-min looks down at them, warning the stupid fools that he has told them countless times, yet they still keep rushing to their deaths. Grinning like an absolute madman, he mutters that at times like this, he just needs to use his own special way of persuasion. Upgrading his skills and swapping out his gear, he successfully equips the Lion King's sealed helmet. Gripping his axe tightly, he addresses his stream, noting that some of the viewers probably still do not believe him. Wizard Pato asks if anyone really doubts him, while Tong Kang comments that it is pretty hard to believe, and Tobindo agrees it looks like a total scam. Kim Yoon-min spins around, getting used to the feel of his new gear, but none of that matters anyway. Looking highly formidable in his new gear, he coldly declares that whether they believe him or not, everyone standing here is going to die. Three exhausted players cling to a rocky ledge, desperately holding onto the capture flag. To successfully conquer a territory in this large-scale system battle, One must either drive the enemies out of the village or completely eliminate them. A group of heavily armed soldiers marches forward with high spirits. Players who choose to remain in the occupied area can set their respawn points, and each player staying behind will receive 50 protective guards. Essentially, each occupation operates on the scale of a basic guild or clan unit. In an open clearing of the village, two warriors clash in a fierce sword duel. Blade slams hard against a massive axe, sending bright sparks flying in every direction. The blue goblin struggles to block his strikes, unable to believe this guy breached their base alone without even forming a guild first. Yoon-min pours more weight into his axe to crush the green goblin, striking with both raw force and mind games, asking why he would ever need a guild when he can clear this trash alone without sharing any loot. Yoon-min swings his axe, sending the goblin's sword flying through the air. Seizing the moment before his opponent can recover, Yoon-min drives his heavy axe straight into a fatal weak spot. Even behind his heavy helmet, Yoon-min's sharp, terrifyingly cold gaze cuts right through his enemies. Standing in the center of a deadly circle, Yoon-min is surrounded by 10 bloodthirsty goblins, yet he does not show a single hint of fear. Yoon-min cracks his knuckles, eagerly gearing up for the next wave of slaughter. A massive explosion erupts, sending 3 blinding beams of light shooting into the sky. Pinning him down in the center, the entire horde swings their weapons at once, trying to overwhelm Yoon-min with sheer numbers and brute force. Now watch Yoon-min only feels the same chaotic madness as before, with the danger making his excitement explode even further. He hurls his heavy axe across the battlefield, and the razor-sharp blade cleanly cleaves a goblin into 2 bloody halves. His attack is so blisteringly fast that the monster cannot even process what happened before its life ends. After the first drops, the second goblin suffers the exact same fate of being sliced right down the middle. The third monster gets it even worse as Yoon-min splits its head completely in half. Yoon-min moves with blinding speed, leaving a streak of bright light in his wake with every step. Hiding behind a wall, a small goblin trembles in absolute terror, utterly horrified because the elite warriors who just died were supposed to be incredibly strong. The panicked goblin shuts his eyes tight and mutters hysterically that the guards will take too long to respawn. Half their players are already dead, and their base is being conquered by a single absolute maniac. Peekaboo, a heavy footstep suddenly rounds the corner right next to them. With his wild hair fluttering in the wind, Yoon-min glares down at them and speaks in a bone-chilling tone. His face twists into a terrifying grin, eyes radiating pure malice like an apex predator. Since you guessed correctly, he promises, I will give you a very generous reward. Seeing Yoon-min raise his blood-soaked axe, the 2 terrified monsters scream and cling to each other, shaking uncontrollably. A horrific blood-curdling shriek rings out, completely shattering the quiet atmosphere. A moment later, thin rays of sunlight finally break through the heavy dark storm clouds. The morning light illuminates the absolute ruin of the village, with slaughtered goblins scattered across the dirt roads. Some are stuffed headfirst into the well, while others lie draped over haystacks. Thick puddles of strawberry syrup still stain the cold ground. Gripping his battle axe, Yoon-min receives a system alert stating he has successfully occupied the Cradle of the Dead, meaning Black Dragon Legion players cannot use this camp to respawn for the next 3 hours. Standing tall with his hair blowing in the wind, his battered armor only adds to his menacing presence as the system congratulates him for single-handedly capturing an enemy stronghold. Towering over the carnage with a terrifying aura of bloodlust, he looks like a demon unleashed from hell, earning the exclusive Tyrant title as the first-ever player to accomplish this crazy feat. And honestly, since he conquered this place completely alone and grabbed an exclusive world-first title, the stat boosts and overall effects are about to be absolutely insane. A system notification pops up. The epic Tyrant title praises his overwhelming strength for capturing a massive outpost. The active buff cleans his enemy legion effects nearby. While in enemy territory, all his stats increase by 15%. Defense and attack against enemy NPCs also jump by 15%, with a maximum combat boost of up to 50%, depending on the enemy count. The viewer reactions are absolutely insane. If Kim Yoon-min uploads this video to YouTube, he is going to make some serious cash. He assesses the battlefield, runs some quick numbers, and confirms that everything went exactly as planned. Pulling up the live chat, Kim Yoon-min sees the viewers going wild. Some cannot believe he wiped out the Black Dragon Legion completely by himself. Others are just in awe of how he lets his actions do all the talking. Feeling a bit hyped, Kim Yoon-min shrugs and addresses his fans. He tells them that the village is officially conquered, so it is finally time to head back and get some rest. Suddenly, the system screen glitches, flashing a warning. Mage Pado alerts him to look ahead. Kim Yoon-min narrows his eyes, completely confused by what is happening. Out of nowhere, a figure glowing with a bright golden aura charges forward. Clutching a heavy war hammer, he smashes right through the system screen to launch a surprise attack. Caught off guard, Kim Yoon-min cannot dodge in time. The heavy strike connects directly, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The sheer force of the blow sends Kim Yoon-min flying back several meters, crashing straight through multiple concrete walls. As the thick dust slowly clears, Kim Yoon-min is slumped on the ground. His massive battle axe lies uselessly right beside him. He gasps, spitting out another trail of crimson. Weakened, Kim Yoon-min forces his eyes open. He wonders how this is even possible since the Black Dragon Legion should already be dead. The mysterious attacker casually twirls the heavy golden hammer in his hand. Stepping slowly through the haze, the enemy sneers. He says he spent forever preparing for this revenge but cannot believe Kim Yoon-min is this weak. He jokes that their fallen comrade Tyler must be crying in heaven right now. The dust fully settles, revealing his face as his booming voice echoes. This monster is none other than Jiros, the level 200 Killian Royal Guard captain. Kim Yoon-min clenches his fists, grinding his teeth. It is completely insane for Jiros to show up here. He realizes the captain must be looking for payback because of Tyler. Staggering to his feet, Kim Yoon-min curses his luck. He wonders if he should just make a run for it like he did in the past. But he hesitates. Millions of viewers are watching his stream and the chat is already panicking. You can practically feel the tension rising as Kim Yoon-min weighs his options. Is it better to just run from a meaningless fight or stand his ground? He touches his bleeding stomach. Even with a surprise attack, the damage is not fatal. But the level gap between 199 and 200 is still massive. Jiro stands tall with his glowing golden aura. He is clearly on another level, a Royal Guard captain equal in strength to Mencken. To Kim Yoon-min, the giant feels like a lion ready to crush a rabbit. He is undoubtedly at the absolute top. Memories of past encounters flash through Kim Yoon-min's mind. The peak of power. Another dominant figure appears in his thoughts. The ultimate warrior. A heavily armored man looms large in his deep memories, sitting at the ultimate peak. Though handsome, the man's expression is cold and lifeless. He looks like a pure predator. Kim Yoon-min's thoughts grind to a halt. It is impossible to tell what he is planning now. Letting out a heavy sigh, he grips his battle axe and forces himself up. Regaining his composure, Kim Yoon-min asks if Jiros is the strongest fighter here. The captain is taken aback, not expecting such a bold question. Jiros scoffs, assuming the kid has lost his mind from sheer terror. But Kim Yoon-min cuts him off, telling him to shut up. He points his massive weapon directly at the captain, demanding a real answer. Kim Yoon-min issues a direct challenge. If Jiros dies, then Kim Yoon-min becomes the undisputed ruler of this place. Hearing this, Jiros explodes with absolute bloodlust. The giant bursts into a manic laugh, calling Kim Yoon-min an incredibly amusing bastard. He glares down at Kim Yoon-min, shouting that if he dies, Kim Yoon-min will indeed be the strongest warrior on this continent. Thumping his chest, he proudly guarantees that result on his honor as Royal Guard Captain Jiros. Kim Yoon-min drags his foot in the dirt, prepping his stance. That is all he needed to hear. With a fierce battle cry, he charges forward, swinging his axe to meet the captain head-on. Standing face to face, the tension between them is thick enough to cut with a knife. Now we all know Kim Yoon-min does not waste time on meaningless fights. There has to be a deeper play. He knows the fine line between true bravery and absolute reckless foolishness. A deep swirling black shadow suddenly reflects in the pupils of Kim Yoon-min's eyes. On the battlefield, the spectral image of Odin appears between them, looking deeply troubled. Even Odin cannot comprehend this bizarre power, the very same force that drove Rocan completely insane. As the duel begins, Kim Yoon-min swaps his gear to maximize his critical damage output. A violent crimson energy erupts, wrapping around his entire body. He steps through the dark, suffocating mist, his fierce gaze locking onto his opponent. Jiros bares his fangs in a mocking smirk, his golden eyes flashing. Against an opponent with this much raw, destructive power, half-hearted defense is completely useless. Yoon-min stays silent, completely ignoring Jiros. He equips the Lion King helmet, his face locked in pure determination as he prepares to end this fight in a single breath. Both of them take a step forward. The livestream chat is about to explode as viewers realize exactly who Yoon-min is facing off against. One veteran player panics, asking if that is really Jiros, while others spam the chat wondering why Rocan is even fighting him. Jiros is level 200, they scream, is this some kind of new suicide method? Even for Rocan, his opponent is the Astagard captain. Watching Yoon-min ready his stance, another viewer wonders if being this good has finally driven Rocan completely insane. Jiros' supporters scoff, telling their champion to go ahead and teach this kid a lesson. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light pours down from above like a fateful halo. The bright light hits Yoon-min's lion mask, making the cold metallic armor gleam with a fierce intensity. They both charge right in. Intense battle energy wraps around their bodies, forming two glowing halos of completely contrasting colors. Lightning-fast attacks start flying instantly. Yoon-min lets out a roar, a wild smile spreading under his mask as he completely unleashes his primal instincts. Red lightning violently erupts from Yoon-min's body, crackling with raw power. He flies straight toward Jiros like a blazing rocket. In the blink of an eye, they are face to face once again. A deafening explosion shakes the entire arena, sending the chat into another absolute frenzy of hyped comments. This is insane. Is this even real? Seriously, is he playing a completely different game from everyone else? This is crazy. He's going to destroy the whole village. Am I watching this right? What level is Rocan anyway? Jiro's mace is stopped dead in midair by Yoon-min's hammer, sending a deafening metallic screech echoing through the Colosseum. That clash only excites Jiro's, who grins and remarks that the kid has a pretty nice red color going. Yoon-min grinds his teeth, his eyes burning with red bloodlust, as he coldly replies that he will turn him entirely red too. With that, he puts all his strength into shoving his heavy hammer forward. The sheer force of his push blows Jiro's heavy mace completely out of his grip. Just as the captain tries to scramble back to his weapon, Yoon-min stays right on top of him with overwhelming power. He unleashes a barrage of lightning-fast strikes, leaving Jiro's with absolutely zero time to react. That mysterious energy inside Yoon-min surges even more violently. A massive boom echoes through the arena. Thick dust kicks up, blinding everyone. Jiro's takes his chance, diving down from above to land a surprise punch. But Yoon-min easily blocks the ambush right in time. The massive recoil blows Jiro's back several meters once again. Yoon-min's power continues to erupt like an active volcano. Giving his opponent no time to recover, he shoots two ropes straight at Jiro's. They coil around the captain, tightly binding him like white snakes. Jiro's next swing is completely thrown off target. Right then, Yoon-min drives a hard punch straight into Jiro's face, drawing blood and sending him flying backward. Yoon-min spins on his heel, launching a kick at terrifying speed. The force of his kick whips up a mini tornado, charging at his foe. As the dust finally clears, Jiro struggles to sit up amidst the rubble. But before he can even gather his wits, a streak of crimson light flashes right before his eyes. Coming down from above, Yoon-min plunges his sharp axe toward Jiro's with a furious roar, telling him to die. He yells out with unyielding determination, calling for a heavy strike. Instantly, a thunderous explosion sweeps over the entire area, tearing the stone Colosseum into a million tiny shreds. Thick, heavy smoke billows everywhere, completely blinding the entire battlefield. Suddenly, a dark shadow bursts out from the deep mist. Jiro's is still alive, leaping onto a nearby rocky ledge. A massive chunk of flesh is missing from his right chest, carved out by Kim Yoon-min's lethal strike. Jiro's golden pupils narrow in deep thought, silently calculating his next move. On the other side, Kim Yoon-min slowly closes the distance. He exhales with excitement, feeling the wild surge of energy inside. It is a bit too much, but totally worth trying. He recalls his previous perks. Those rewards unlocked the gateway to ancient primal power, all thanks to that legendary tyrant title he earned just a short while ago. Suddenly, a chorus of voices calls out from behind, catching Kim Yoon-min's attention with shouts of "Captain!" Nearly 10 green-skinned guards from the Asta squad rush in, weapons ready, shouting that they have finally arrived to help. They rush to support Jiro's, speaking in frantic, worried tones. "Are you all right, Captain? You ran off too fast. Why did you leave us all behind?" Watching this, Kim Yoon-min clicks his tongue, annoyed that the entire Asta Guard squad actually showed up here. He feels exhausted, looking at the massive difference in numbers. It seems Jiro's ran ahead alone out of pure excitement for revenge. Fighting him was hard enough, and now he has to face this entire squad too. One eager guard offers to let Jiro's tend to his wounds while they take over, but Jiro's cuts him off with a deep, raspy voice. He slaps his hand against his forehead, letting out low, guttural growls. Jiro suddenly stands back up with mad, wild eyes, bloodlust radiating from his body as he warns them not to interfere in this fight. Kim Yoon-min's pupils shrink instantly, a look of shock crossing his face. Jiro stands tall amidst the rubble, his aura flaring wildly. "You must have heard of Manhwa, right? The captain of the Crossroad Guard squad." Instantly, Jiro's two fangs slowly grow longer as he speaks. "Strangely, I sensed him not long ago. Manhwa is one of the very few legendary warriors I truly acknowledge." Right then, a system notification rings in Kim Yoon-min's ear. "Captain Jiro's has acknowledged you." Confused by the sudden turn of events, he mutters, "What?" Glowing patches of skin erupt across Jiro's body as if he is undergoing a complete transformation. His acknowledgement means he will now unleash his true form, fighting you with every ounce of his full terrifying strength. A blinding golden light erupts like a second sun, rising over the arena as Jiro's roars like an awakening beast. From inside that raging brilliant light, a massive foot steps out with slow, heavy authority. A booming voice echoes, "The third captain of the Asta Guards." Kim Yoon-min's heart completely skips a beat. His face completely freezes as that mighty name rings in his ears, Kylian Jiro's. So this is his evolved form. A mysterious purple skin now covers his already muscular frame, and his oppressive aura has doubled. Jiro's points directly at Kim Yoon-min with a burning glare, asking this human to state his name. Level 210 Warrior Zeros. The direct question and Jiro's insane regeneration ability leave Kim Yoon-min momentarily speechless. He grits his teeth, but then a sharp smirk spreads across his face. He boldly shouts his name without a single trace of fear. "Rocan. Madman Rocan." Jiro's clicks his tongue, murmuring that Rocan is a pretty interesting name. Gripping his weapon, he charges forward with a sneer, promising to remember the name Rocan. Those words leave Kim Yoon-min slightly confused, wondering what the monster even means. Suddenly, his pupils flare a bright red as he senses a massive spike of danger. Jiro stops dead in his tracks right in front of him, motionless. But in the next split second, he vanishes completely into thin air as if he never existed. Kim Yoon-min cannot hide his absolute shock. He just disappeared. Before he can even process what is happening, a massive bizarre object falls right out of the sky, a wooden house hurtling straight toward Kim Yoon-min. He leaps backward, gritting his teeth as he curses that there is no time to dodge. The wooden building crashes directly onto his spot, forcing Kim Yoon-min to raise his arms to block it. But the crushing weight is too much, making him stumble and lose his footing. He struggles to hold the structure up, blood spraying from his mouth as painful groans escape his throat. High up in the air, Jiro crashes his foot straight down onto the roof. Lightning cracks from the sky, striking Kim Yoon-min. The devastating blow severely injures Kim Yoon-min, making him cough up blood. Seizing his chance, Jiro moves like the wind, darting past the jagged rocks. An explosion echoes as red blood sprays into the air, sending a completely exhausted Kim Yoon-min free-falling down. He barely manages to open his heavy eyes. But everything is blurred, his eyes covered in a thick layer of warm red blood. Jiro presses his advantage, unleashing a massive blast that completely tears through the eerie silence. Kim Yoon-min pants heavily as the mocking voices of his enemies call him a pathetic weakling. He freezes in place as he remembers the cruel words Odin once told him. Words sharp as a blade pierce his heart. "You are not even worth the effort of dirtying my hands to kill." At the same time, the mocking faces of Zeus and Thor flash across his mind, laughing at him. This overwhelming humiliation ignites a bizarre glowing blue energy from deep within Kim Yoon-min. He grits his teeth. Then he roars in absolute fury, his eyes glowing red as he screams, "Shut up!" Landing nearby, Jiro looks on in pure shock at the blinding light radiating from his opponent. A crimson streak of lightning flashes forward, acting as the ultimate signal for his counterattack. Kim Yoon-min suddenly lunges forward, closing the distance to swing his axe with absolutely insane speed. A deafening, bone-chilling clash rings out as Jiro barely blocks the strike using the massive mace in his hands. Jiro stands his ground on the shattered stone, completely unmoved by the impact. He laughs mockingly, praising Kim Yoon-min for putting up such a crazy fight. That smug attitude only drives Kim Yoon-min completely mad, causing him to roar in pure rage. The two clash again, raw burning energy radiating from their bodies with every strike. Jiro wears a look of pure excitement, suddenly shouting out a warning. He swings his heavy mace high up into the air. A mountain-shattering strike crashes down from above, but Kim Yoon-min barely dodges in the nick of time as the ground beneath his feet completely explodes. Kim Yoon-min silently curses, realizing this bastard's weapon possesses some serious power. Giving his opponent no time to recover, Jiro immediately launches himself forward again. He triggers his Mountain Crusher skill, leaving a completely stunned Kim Yoon-min wondering what is happening. Before he can even react, Jiro rams into him like a moving mountain, landing a devastating blow. The impact of that single punch leaves Kim Yoon-min completely paralyzed. Within seconds, the system interface begins to glitch. Kim Yoon-min's breathing grows weaker with every passing second. His oldest memories slowly begin to fade. Right then, Jiro lands another lightning-fast punch straight to Kim Yoon-min's face. Faces of the friends he met along his journey start dissolving into nothingness. The sky turns pitch black as heavy storm clouds gather. In this final moment, Kim Yoon-min can barely see anything. Torrential rain begins to pour down on the desolate wasteland. His fading consciousness is slipping away, lost to the dark. But Jiro does not stop, relentlessly hammering punches into Kim Yoon-min's body. He laughs mockingly, screaming that this is the massive gap in their power. Rocan. On the very verge of death, Kim Yoon-min watches his avatar fade. He reaches out his hand, trying to shake himself awake from the spreading darkness. But his vision only shatters into tiny broken fragments. He desperately reaches for Rocan's disappearing silhouette, but his hand touches only cold air. Standing victorious, Jiro mockingly repeats that this massive power gap can never be filled. His words cut short as he suddenly senses something wrong. Confused, he stares at his opponent, watching Yoon-min hold out an axe that is slowly dissolving into a flickering spectral form. Right then, Yoon-min lets out a deafening roar as a violent wave of energy erupts from deep within him, triggering a massive critical strike. In an instant, the entire surrounding space seems to freeze. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupts completely, tearing through the silence as thick smoke begins to rise. White smoke blankets the sky, and from the hazy cloud, a battered figure is launched high into the air. His arms covered in blood, Jiro curses in rage, demanding to know if Yoon-min has lost his mind by using a critical strike skill at point-blank range like a suicide attack. Yoon-min retrieves his axe tightly, gripping the handle in his hand. Summoning all his remaining strength, he lunges forward directly toward Jiro's. His blazing battle aura burns like a furnace, striking a brief moment of absolute terror into the heart of Jiro's. Yoon-min's eyes crackle with bright red electricity as he snarls that he will absolutely take his enemy down. This madness only fuels Jiro's thirst for battle, prompting him to leap forward and face the attack head-on without dodging. Jiro's golden pupils flash as he roars in sheer fury, acknowledging Rocan's impressive strength. Jiro stomps heavily onto the ground to brace himself, shattering the surrounding earth into tiny pieces. He thrusts his arm forward with massive power to summon an invisible vortex, shouting for Yoon-min to bring it on so they can fight at full strength. At that moment, a dark purple sphere manifests directly in the palm of Jiro's hand. Jiro's unleashes his ultimate punch skill quickly, shrouding the entire space in a sinister light as a barrage of fists locks down every possible escape route. Yoon-min throws his axe high into the air, making it spin rapidly. Activating his fatal blow skill, he unleashes a wave of pure destructive power. A twisted manic grin spreads across Yoon-min's face like a madman. Jiro's roars back in equal fury, both of them screaming at each other to die. The ultimate punch clashes head-on with a fatal blow hurtling toward one another like two colliding meteors. A deafening explosion rings out, filling the entire space with blinding light. Yoon-min roars at the top of his lungs. His spinning axe collides directly with the lightning fist of Jiro's. A bright shockwave ripples outward, shaking the very ground beneath them. With his very last breath, Jiro's praises Rocan for an outstanding battle. Yoon-min walks forward, leaving behind the lifeless body of Jiro's, which has been cleanly sliced into two pieces. The stream cuts to black in a heavy, suffocating silence, but in a distant land, a group of viewers is still processing what they just saw. Staring at the final results on the screen, Rost is in complete disbelief, his voice trembling as he asks how it is possible for an NPC to actually defeat Jiro's. Another figure quietly steps up, calmly calling out to Rost, who starts in surprise. Odin steps forward with a cold, piercing gaze, demanding to know the name of the madman they were just talking about. A pillar of teleportation light beams down. Yoon-min lands safely back on the ground. In his hands, he grips a recovery potion. He collapses onto the dirt, chugging the potion while thinking about how incredibly dangerous that fight against Jiro's actually was. Looking up at the recording symbol, he smiles with satisfaction, glad that the battle at least helped him recover his investment. The sensational boss fight has been uploaded, so now it is time to check his earnings from ad revenue and donations. However, Yoon-min's satisfied expression quickly turns sour as he looks closer. He slowly stands up upon reading the system notification, realizing the berserker after effects and its annoying penalty have finally cleared. Feeling completely re-energized, Yoon-min mutters that it is time to move on to his next quest. He heads back to the Humanity Coalition intersection. Hardin welcomes him with a bright smile, praising him for wrapping up the job so quickly and proving his keen eye for talent. As Yoon-min hands over the items, a system alert pops up for completing the quest, while Hardin thanks him for providing crucial data on bones and flesh. Hardin mutters as he sizes up the warrior, noting that while the next quest might be a bit premature, someone of his caliber will easily handle it. He adds that since there is no time limit, Yoon-min can return to take it whenever he feels ready. The quest details pop up on his screen for the Blood and Mana mission. He is tasked by the Kingston Parliament to research life and death, following up on his previous work to help reconstruct flesh. He must hunt down monsters to collect 44 blood samples. The rewards for completion include the gratitude of the Kingston Parliament, 10 gold coins, and a massive chunk of experience points. Kim Yoon-min cannot hide the sheer excitement on his face. It is finally here, the final racial quest he can acquire in the third city. He carefully reads through every line to analyze the details. It looks pretty simple at first glance, but it hides a deadly trap. The completion condition requires collecting 44 non-overlapping species blood samples. Kim Yoon-min carefully weighs the quest requirements. The blood must come from distinct monster species of level 160 or higher. In his past life, this task caused him endless suffering, and knowing the trap is only half the battle. He begins to map out the scale of his hunt. Each zone only contains 20 monster species at level 160 or above, meaning even combining two areas still leaves him 4 species short. To expand the pool, he needs the Dark Dragon Legion species. Excluding special NPCs like Jiro and Karus, he must hunt down orcs, trolls, goblins, and the undead. Kim Yoon-min frowns at his math. This is a real headache. While hunting other players for their blood is allowed by the system, the problem is that absolutely no player has surpassed level 161 yet. Old memories flash back. He cannot just sit around and wait. Maybe he should raid that village instead, but then again, there is no guarantee those NPC guards will even drop monster blood. Suddenly, he gasps as a brilliant idea strikes him. Yes, of course, that is the only way forward. Time skips to the next day at the northeast intersection of the Blind Forest. Kim Yoon-min arrives and begins slaughtering the rock moles in the area. He pushes forward with absolute determination, though his face clearly betrays his deep exhaustion. Kim Yoon-min finally stops once a system notification pops up in front of him. He has successfully acquired the rock mole blood. Finally, some actual progress. He watches the mole corpses slowly fade away and quietly notes that the drop rate is incredibly rare. The quest progress screen updates, showing monster blood at 1 out of 44. It is pretty discouraging to hunt all day only to net a single sample. Staring at the blood vial in his hand, he realizes this slow grind is his only viable option. He picks up the pace once again. There is no time to waste, he has to keep moving. During this incredibly grueling period, he spends every morning desperately hunting for those rare monster blood samples. Kim Yoon-min works harder than ever. At night, he power levels the Dark Dragon Legion toward level 160, guiding them to hunting grounds near Asta. Alongside all of that, he simultaneously juggles consecutive racial quests to boost his stats, experience, and skill masteries. Several days quickly pass as he grinds through this brutally packed schedule. Kim Yoon-min finally steps out of his capsule. His face breaks into a wide smile. He delivers a quiet declaration: it is finally done. He cannot help but feel a bit exhausted, recalling his recent struggles. The Dark Dragon Legion lately had to capture an extraordinary black rhino. Its defense was insanely high, making it extremely difficult to defeat. Kim Yoon-min immediately craves real food and alcohol. Now only 4 species from the Dark Dragon Legion are left. Time to celebrate with some fried chicken and cold beer. He sinks into his chair, grabs a piece of chicken, and starts browsing YouTube videos. His fingers deftly click across his computer mouse. Kim Yoon-min is stunned by what he sees. What is this? The screen displays a challenge asking Rocan to stand up as the Dark Dragon Legion reaches level 160. Players have finally hit level 160, and he cannot hide his excitement. All the secrets he shared have paid off, helping them level up together and making his plans much easier. Another question crosses his mind: how can he get them to bite the bait now? He mutters to himself while recalling the players' habits. Waiting at the hunting grounds is fine, but if rumors spread, this zone will become a major no-go area. Ever since he defeated Gyros, other players have been actively avoiding him. Kim Yoon-min glances over at a particular post on his screen. The post, he is looking at, details how to craft a scarecrow. A devious smirk plays on Kim Yoon-min's lips. A scarecrow. His grin turns downright sinister. If they are going to avoid him, he just needs to make sure they do not realize they are walking right into his hands. The next day arrives at the Dark Dragon Legion's hunting grounds in the Blood Moon Forest. Kim Yoon-min looks around warily. Excellent, not a single soul in sight. A secluded spot like this is absolutely perfect. He pulls out a vendor summoning scroll, calling forth a special merchant NPC to his side. The merchant NPC bows, offering a polite greeting to the adventurer. Before the vendor can even finish his greeting, Kim Yoon-min shoves a pile of gear right into his face. While customizing the merchant, Kim Yoon-min mutters to himself that he must alter its physical appearance to keep other players from suspecting anything. He successfully lifts the racial sales restrictions and completely resets the NPC settings on the spot. A system message confirms the NPC merchant registration is complete. Kim Yoon-min looks it over and mutters that he only needs to stock it with rare and magical gear. The newly customized merchant stands ready, sporting a totally fresh look. Kim Yoon-min looks him up and down. Honestly, not bad at all. Kim Yoon-min wears a wicked grin, thinking to himself that players wanting top-tier gear falling from the sky will simply have to trade with this NPC first. Scratching his head, Kim Yoon-min finishes his calculations. The preparation phase is complete. With every single piece of his plan set, he only has to drop the bait. Meanwhile, over on the other side of Asta, 2 adventurers are busy chatting. One asks the other if he knows about the mysterious players sharing top-tier tips lately. The bearded guy nods, saying they hit level 160 because of him, while his buddy mentions a brand new post. Checking the notification, they realize a secret shop popped up outside the hunting grounds and want to find it. The coordinates lead straight into the eerie Blood Moon Forest. Kim Yoon-min sends his hired merchant NPC deep into the woods. The cunning warrior quietly slips away and conceals himself behind a nearby tree trunk. A sly smirk creeps onto Kim Yoon-min's face as he whispers for his foolish prey to come. An eerie foggy path opens up before the 2 eager adventurers. They note the creepy atmosphere and discuss bringing some backup, but since they cannot wait, they decide to head straight toward a strange shadow up ahead to confirm what it is. Suddenly, the guy with the glasses spots something that stops him cold. He grabs his friend and tells him to hide immediately, leaving his confused buddy dragging behind and asking what is going on. Shushing him, the glasses-wearing player urgently tells him to look straight ahead. They spot Kim Yoon-min standing near the NPC and lose their minds, realizing it is Rocan, the monster who slaughtered Jiro. Trembling with fear, the bearded adventurer stammers, but before they can react, Rocan vanishes. Their focus shifts back to the quiet merchant NPC, and they decide to take a closer look. Creeping closer, they confirm it is indeed the legendary secret merchant mentioned on the online forums. A trade window pops up, but they remind each other to stay on high alert. The glasses-wearing adventurer opens the shop menu and gasps in absolute shock. Staring at the insane gear stats, he realizes Rocan became an absolute beast by monopolizing this overpowered merchant's equipment. With prices painfully steep and a strict purchase limit, they plan to summon their entire guild to buy everything. Hiding nearby, Kim Yoon-min can barely hold back his laughter. Oh, they are walking right into his trap. Within minutes, the glasses-wearing player returns, leading a large group of eager guild members. He waves to his friend, who quickly confirms that the secret spot is still completely clear of other players. The newcomers crowd around the NPC, completely blown away by the incredible quality of the high-tier items. Equipping his brand new gear, the glasses guy proudly boasts that they can finally match Rocan's level. But before he can even celebrate, a sudden terrifying rustle behind him makes his jaw drop. Another group of players suddenly ambushes them, aggressively taking over the spot. Greedy bandits demand all their gold, shouting for them to hand over every coin. Their leader barks out the order, demanding to know how much cash they have. But as he looks around, he senses something is terribly wrong. His eyes widen in absolute horror. He turns to find that his entire squad has already been wiped out. Kim Yoon-min steps out from the shadows behind him, coldly asking what he is so confused about. Without giving them a split second to react, he lunges forward, calling them fools for falling for his bait. He swings his massive weapon down with ruthless force. Blood splatters as agonized screams echo through the quiet woods. When the dust settles, Kim Yoon-min is the only one left standing. A flood of system notifications alerts him that he has successfully collected blood from several defeated players. Grinning, he holds up the massive loot haul, thrilled to get so many items. He checks his interface, muttering that player drops are always so much more rewarding. Dismissing his merchant NPC, Kim Yoon-min collects his unsold items back into his inventory. Left alone, he mutters that it is time to deliver these goods to the old man. Kim Yoon-min quickly arrives at Crossroad, the headquarters of the Hardened Human Alliance. Haben welcomes him with his warmest smile yet. He praises Kim Yoon-min, saying he is incredibly talented, and thanks to him, Haben's influence in Parliament has grown. The quest for blood and mana understanding is complete. The guildmaster hands over the quest reward directly, giving him a letter of appreciation from the Kingston Parliament. Kim Yoon-min takes it with a satisfied smile, thanking the old man. A system notification pops up confirming he has received the Kingston Parliament recommendation. He wonders if this is really the final reward. A sly, slightly crazy smirk creeps onto his face. The paper does not boost his stats at all, but knowing it might be useful later, he decides to tuck it away. As Kim Yoon-min prepares to leave, Haben calls out, asking him to help the Kingston Parliament once more if he reaches the Center for Humanity's Glory. Kim Yoon-min simply replies he will if he has time. He lets out a long sigh of relief after wrapping up this questline. Walking away, Kim Yoon-min realizes his work in the third city is fully finished. Now he just needs to push past the fourth city to reach the center. He lists the upcoming challenges in his mind, starting with the level cap required for the center. Just thinking about it makes him exhausted. Then comes the plan of attack. To reach the center, he has to brave a sea of deep-dwelling monsters that are every bit as terrifying as their reputation suggests. With his plan set, Kim Yoon-min grins, knowing preparation is key. He tells himself there is no rush and decides to head back to that specific spot first. His boots step lightly onto the soft green grass. Kim Yoon-min has arrived at the ruins south of Crossroad. Staring ahead, he recalls how players used to flock here, but now they completely ignore the place because they think it has absolutely no special loot left. But they are wrong. A whole new area is waiting, holding a hidden secret that not a single soul knows about. He suddenly glances sideways when a companion asks if this really is their final destination. His two new companions are fully hyped. The level 180 dwarf guard Goji goes on high alert, while the level 180 dwarf guide Mizuji promises to scout ahead and report back. Kim Yoon-min politely leaves it to them. They are high-tier NPCs from the Dragon Legion whom he recently recruited for this very mission. Walking inside, he calculates his moves. Entering these ruins requires a party, so he spent a small fortune hiring highly capable NPCs instead of players. A greedy smile spreads across his face. Sure, they were expensive, but not having to share the ultimate rewards with other greedy players makes it a total steal. Kim Yoon-min stops with his companions at a three-way split, telling Goji and Mizuji to listen carefully. He divides their tasks, sending Goji to the right and Mizuji to the left. He instructs them further, explaining that if they both reach the absolute end, they will find a small tiled room. He lays out the exact steps for once they are inside. If they look closely at the floor, they will spot one tile with a distinct pattern. He gives them a simple but incredibly strict order. Stand on that tile until I call your names and do not step off no matter what happens. Both dwarves salute and shout their agreement. Kim Yoon-min stands in place waiting. After a moment, he figures it must be time. Right on cue, the ground beneath his feet begins to violently shift. Kim Yoon-min feels the tremor with a wide grin. It is finally starting. With his companions perfectly positioned, he notes with absolute satisfaction that they definitely found the correct mechanism. The system alerts him that the ruin's secret has been uncovered, warning that the gatekeeper will now try to stop him. A massive golem hand suddenly bursts out from deep underground. It lunges forward aggressively, reaching out to crush him. Meanwhile, the key to opening the new door finally reveals itself. But first, Kim Yoon-min has to face an entire horde of gatekeeping golems. He has to wipe them out to claim that key. He immediately drops into a battle stance, ready to unleash absolute chaos. His crazy smirk returns. He's going to slaughter every single one of them. The level 165 golems charge at Kim Yoon-min all at once, hungry for blood. Without a shred of hesitation, he leaps directly into the fray. Kim Yoon-min spins midair, dodging their heavy attacks with ease. He even manages to slice off one of the gatekeeper's massive stone arms. The beasts roar in pure fury. But to Kim Yoon-min, their desperate anger is honestly just hilarious. Against his current level of power, these monsters do not stand a chance. Moving swiftly through the battle, he reflects on his growth. That brutal grind of collecting monster blood was a nightmare, but it undeniably pushed him to a whole new level. He can feel his power overflowing, making his body and his massive axe feel incredibly light. And then entering a frenzied state, it feels absolutely amazing. Level 190 Rocan Berserker. Kim Yoon-min takes long, powerful strides forward. Weapon gripped tightly, he launches a fierce counterattack against the enemies. Golems are shattered to pieces one by one. Kim Yoon-min calmly lands back on the ground. Behind him lies a mountain of ruins shrouded in thick dust and smoke. Meanwhile, Goji has finally made his way back to Mizuki. They stop right in front of him to deliver their report. They report they are back as summoned and found nothing unusual inside. Yet Mizuki cannot hide the sheer shock painted across her face right now, because standing right before her is a massive pile of rubble. Complete destruction featuring a mysterious black orb floating in the center. Kim Yoon-min reaches out and grabs the dark sphere. He turns to them with a wicked smirk on his face, teasing that their dwarf friends have finally decided to show up. Holding the cores of the golems to unlock the entrance, he tells them to stop staring and help him open the door. A system message flashes on the screen. The gatekeeper key has finally been verified. The massive gates slowly creak open. They stand frozen as the next system prompt appears, revealing the true entrance to the ancient ruins. Only then does Kim Yoon-min slowly step inside the gateway. Walking inside, he calculates that this hidden ruin is around level 170 in difficulty. He also sizes up his new teammates, reasoning that even though the dungeon is packed with complex traps and dangerous monsters, they are level 180 and should handle it. After a moment of contemplation, he reaches the bottom of the long staircase. Kim Yoon-min mumbles to himself with a smirk, saying that the real challenge finally begins now. He scans the dark chamber ahead, seeing that monsters are crawling everywhere alongside countless hidden traps. He then turns and signals his two companions standing nearby, Goji and Mizuki. Their task. Kim Yoon-min makes it simple. It is time to prove their worth, so they better show off their real power. Mizuki and Goji quickly unleash their combat magic and raise their weapons high, confirming their transition to exploration mode and preparing themselves for an immediate fight. The magic circle in front of Mizuki shines brighter than ever before. It completely envelops the entire space of the massive chamber, revealing the exact locations of all the hidden traps nearby. She calls out to the group, confirming most traps are located and she will lead the way safely. With that, they immediately begin moving forward together. Mizuki swiftly guides them, pointing in this direction. Kim Yoon-min simply follows closely behind her, listening to each instruction to go straight ahead. The trio navigates the complex maze with ease, turning left and right, knowing they are almost at their destination. But suddenly, she comes to a grinding halt with a surprised gasp. Standing right before them is a massive gate, the exit they have been searching for. All three of them step closer to examine it. As Goji reaches out to touch it, a jolt of lightning zaps his hand. He turns back to report that this powerful barrier was set up by an incredibly strong expert, and breaking it will take some time. Kim Yoon-min simply asks how long it will take. A concrete estimate is given. It should take about 10 minutes. Kim Yoon-min hears this and grins. 10 minutes, huh? He turns his gaze toward the approaching horde, telling him not to worry about the monsters and just focus on the task. On the other side, Goji prepares to defend Mizuki, thanking him and leaving the incoming threat in his hands. Looming right in front of them is a level 162 ancient venom slime. Yoon-bin doesn't waste a single second, rushing straight in and telling the slime to get lost. The sword in Goji's hand begins to glow. He unleashes a powerful combination skill, launching a devastating strike called Bone Slash, obliterating the entire wave of monsters all at once. They detonate like a massive display of holiday fireworks. Only then does Goji finally breathe a sigh of relief. After a grueling struggle, Mizuki successfully breaches the gate, throwing it open. A system notification pops up: quest complete, unlocking the deepest depths of the ancient ruins. The view ahead leaves both of Yoon-bin's companions completely frozen in absolute disbelief. The massive chamber before them looks exactly like a giant combat arena. Venomaniac's voice echoes through the air, mocking that he was planning to hunt them down, but they walked right in. The mutant mage glares down at them and unleashes a deafening, furious roar. He screams that they will learn true fear against his power, a level 175 mutant mage utterly obsessed with dark magic. Yoon-bin stares ahead, instantly sizing him up as the official boss of this entire dungeon. He studies the foe, noting he is a mutated monster ranked second only to Tyler, wielding highly volatile magic. The boss sneers, acknowledging that they must be fairly strong to have made it this far. The staff in his hand begins to glow with eerie power. It oozes a sinister aura as the mutant mage loudly declares that this arena will become their final resting place. Dark clouds suddenly begin to swirl and churn violently across the entire arena. Fierce bolts of lightning even start crashing down from above. The mutant mage laughs maniacally, commanding his loyal, bloodthirsty servants to emerge and tear these pathetic intruders to shreds. The terrifying silhouettes of multiple monsters slowly begin to emerge. The gate opens to reveal dozens of glowing eyes like Tyler, who could grow massive. Each of these mutants has a unique, deadly trait. In reality, the mutant mage possesses the terrifying power of absolute mind control. He easily manipulates other beasts to serve as his mindless puppets, summoning level 150 mutant sharks under his absolute mental thrall. Spotting the incoming sharks, Yoon-bin immediately signals Goji and Mizuji to take up their proper battle positions. The two allies shout back in perfect unison. A system alert blares as the sharks charge, signaling that the very first wave of monsters has now officially begun. One beast growls threateningly, only to be instantly put down by a lightning-fast strike from Yoon-bin. His eyes dart to the side the moment he hears a sudden noise. Another pack of mutant sharks lunges, jaws wide open, completely eager to tear him to pieces. Yoon-bin moves in a blur. He masterfully swings his glowing weapon through the air, unleashing a series of effortless razor-sharp slashes with his twist attack. The beasts barely let out a whimper before being carved into neat, bloody pieces. Yoon-bin thoroughly enjoys the one-sided slaughter, openly mocking the mad mage by asking if these weaklings are really all he has got. The boss's smug attitude vanishes instantly as he sputters in absolute fury, but Yoon-bin just finds it hilarious, noticing that the old man is literally shaking with rage. He glares at the mutant mage, wishing he could just slice him up like the others, but unfortunately it is not that simple. Assessing the battlefield, he notices a protective barrier of mutated energy around the boss. He must disable that active shield first to launch a direct strike. Fortunately, the barrier also prevents the mage from attacking him, which is a pretty decent trade-off. He quickly devises a plan. They just need to survive until all the waves end. He then calls out to Goji and Mizuji, asking if they are already tired. Goji and Mizuji keep charging forward, ruthlessly battering the relentless monster horde. They look back at him with confident grins, shouting that they are barely even breaking a sweat. The answer satisfies Yoon-bin, who tells them there are only 4 waves left, so they should keep pushing. Dead monsters pile up on the cold floor, including those controlled level 161 mutant titans. Every single one of them gets completely wiped out, even the level 162 controlled hungry wolves. Then a final system notification pops up. All monsters eliminated. The third wave has officially been cleared. Kim Yoon-min excitedly checks his body. More monsters mean a stronger blood seal, and taking hits only makes his health pool deeper. He mutters with a sarcastic smirk, asking the ugly monster if he is getting nervous with only 2 waves left. The mutant mage grows increasingly worried, witnessing Kim Yoon-min's insane power, snarling in absolute fury at his sheer audacity. Unleashing his magic, he screams at Kim Yoon-min to shut his filthy mouth right now. Fierce lightning bolts rain down in rapid succession. The entire space shakes violently from the sheer force of the storm. The mutant mage bellows aloud, commanding his dark masterpieces to rise and show themselves. Obedient silhouettes emerge from the dark as the mage orders them to plunge his enemies into pure despair. 2 terrifying beasts step forward, a level 171 mutant elf and a level 172 mutant orc. Kim Yoon-min smirks, noting that summoning 2 types at once means the old man must be completely losing his mind. He lays out a simple plan. You 2 take the elves, leave the orcs to me. Goji and Mizuji instantly agree. Screaming for them to die, the mutant mage initiates the final phase. The 4th and 5th waves begin now. Kim Yoon-min's party of 3 springs into action without a second thought. On the other side, the 2 mind-controlled monsters charge forward at lightning speed. Goji and Mizuji team up to confront the 2 elves. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min goes one-on-one with the massive mutant orc. Loving every second of the clash, he taunts the beast, mocking it for having a massive body but absolute zero power. He speaks while unleashing a relentless combo, completely overwhelming the rapidly weakening monster. The moment his foot touches the ground, he pivots to deliver another devastating strike. He triggers his strike skill, and a system notification confirms the mutant orc has been successfully eliminated. He casually turns back toward his teammates, wondering how things are holding up on their end. Their battle is still raging on quite intensely. However, the duo is already preparing to unleash their ultimate trump card, a powerful combination skill. Goji channels freezing frost magic, while Mizuji backs him up with raging flames. These 2 opposing elements collide directly against the mutant elves. Instantly, the area is filled with nothing but blood-curdling screams of agony. As the conflicting energies collide, they trigger a massive explosion followed by a final system alert confirming that the mutant elves are dead and all monster waves have been officially cleared. With the waves clear, the mutant mage's protective shield shatters and his special barrier completely vanishes. Kim Yoon-min doesn't waste a single second, immediately lunging straight at the vulnerable mage. He locks onto his target, shouting that he has been waiting for this exact moment. Swinging his weapon with full force, he screams at the madman to die. But the stubborn mutant mage is still refusing to give up. He begins chanting a desperate spell, Destructive Light. Shock flashes across Kim Yoon-min's face as he realizes he completely forgot something crucial. The boss was hiding a lethal spell designed to activate the moment the monster waves ended. A blinding white light consumes the entire room after the blast. The mutant mage channels every ounce of his remaining strength into this final strike. The old mage roars out in pure disbelief. He watches Goji step up to shield them from the massive blast. Goji is pushing his limits, activating their defensive combination skill, the Mount Tai Aegis. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min is left completely stunned, asking Goji how he could possibly do this. He turns his head, explaining that his stamina and mana have both reached their absolute limit and can't hold out any longer. Goji springs into action almost instantly. He leaps high into the air, soaring far beyond the attack range of the monster mage. Then he unleashes a blazing fire slash right across the monster's back. The massive strike forces the monster mage to drop his staff. The entire area falls deathly silent. The only sound left is Goji panting heavily. But the monster mage isn't down yet, cursing them as annoying brats. He easily blows away the exhausted kid, shouting at him to get lost. His hand quickly snatches the staff back. Seizing the chance, the monster mage strikes, roaring for him to perish. Goji's entire body begins to undergo a strange change. As the devastating attack lands, the monster mage is left utterly shocked that his opponent could actually survive such a direct blow. A system notification chimes as Goji and Mizuki are recalled to the mercenary guild, meaning they won't be returning to this battlefield. Yoon-min speaks in a low voice, thanking Goji and Mizuki for their hard work. He raises his weapon for the final showdown against the monster mage, promising to finish this round and handle the rest himself. As Goji fades away, Mizuki smiles and tells Rocan she has received the recall order and wishes him luck. A beam of teleportation light sweeps them away, sending Goji and Mizuki right back to the mercenary guild. Seeing this, the monster mage laughs maniacally, calling them fools since Yoon-min is now completely on his own. The staff in his hand transforms once again. It reshapes into a heavy, blunt weapon as he threatens to crush Yoon-min like a cockroach. He swings the heavy weapon down toward Yoon-min with full force. But he freezes instantly as Yoon-min blocks the strike, leaving him confused by a strange sensation. To the monster mage, the man in front of him feels less like a human and more like an absolute brick wall with a highly suffocating aura. Yoon-min finally speaks up casually, calling out to the bald mage. With a smirk, he explains that he only picked this fight because he wants what the monster is currently holding. He adds a sarcastic jab, asking if the monster actually expected him to ever cooperate. The humiliated monster mage roars back, claiming his body is chosen by corruption and that Yoon-min is the one who will suffer. He quickly backs away to prepare a counterattack, mockingly noting Yoon-min's high confidence in physical combat. The staff charges up quickly, forming a swirling orb of raw energy. He unleashes his Jewel of Despair spell, wondering how Yoon-min will handle this deadly blow. Yoon-min pulls out a fitting counter of his own, wielding the massive battle axe of the Liberator. A massive explosion erupts across the battlefield. Convinced that he has successfully obliterated his opponent, the monster mage laughs maniacally, boasting that celebrating too early only leads to ruin. But his laughter instantly cuts short as his jaw drops in utter shock. In the blink of an eye, Yoon-min has already reappeared directly behind his back. His massive fist is already clenched and ready to strike. The monster mage turns back in sheer horror, utterly confused, only to take a devastating direct punch straight to the face. The impact sends him flying back several meters. Yoon-min immediately closes the distance, keeping him on the run. He readies another massive attack to crush the monster mage, shouting that this particular punch is payback for Goji and Mizuki. The boss is thrown around like a punching bag. Yoon-min unleashes a barrage of blows and insults, telling him to stop faking it. His opponent can do absolutely nothing but take one brutal hit after another. The corrupted mage's face is taking a brutal beating, crushed down to the bone. He grits his teeth in absolute disbelief. There is no way he is getting thrashed like this. Powerless to stop it, he curses silently, swearing that he will take his enemy down with him. The corrupted mage triggers a self-destruction spell to drag this arrogant brat straight to hell. But Kim Yoon-min is completely unfazed and welcomes the challenge. Bring it on. A massive explosion erupts. Thick, suffocating smoke fills the entire area. Kim Yoon-min calmly walks out of the haze, completely unscathed. He looks around, satisfied that it's finally over. The core is destroyed, and once his invincibility wears off, the guy is finished. Walking away, he mutters to himself about the crazy mage, trying to go out in a blaze of glory. A sly smile creeps onto Kim Yoon-min's face. He knows exactly what item is dropping next. He holds up his prize. A system alert chimes. You have obtained the Orb of Corrupted Power. Kim Yoon-min inspects the glowing sphere. It is a secret item dropped exclusively by the corrupted mage. Killing the boss directly would have shattered it. He had to force the guy to self-destruct to get the orb intact. Satisfied with his loot, he triggers a teleport to head back. Time to head to Crossroad. He arrives back at Crossroad, the Grand Fortress. He immediately meets Mankin, the defense captain, who stands frozen in shock at the sight of the legendary relic. Mankin asks where on earth he found it. Kim Yoon-min grins, explaining he purified the corrupted monster responsible for the chaos. The captain rushes off, promising a massive reward once they analyze it. Kim Yoon-min happily agrees to wait. Left alone, a smug grin spreads across his face. While waiting for his payout, he pulls up the global news. But his relaxed expression vanishes in an instant. Staring at the system screen, his jaw drops. Is this actually happening? The news reports that the Jason Guild set sail yesterday afternoon. They are heading straight for the 6 Central Lands. The news hits him like a lightning bolt. How could they set off for the 6 Central Lands before him? He glares at the screen. These guys clearly know all the secrets about the server's rarest achievements. They are only level 160 to 170. It is absolute suicide for them to attempt this voyage. He leans back, calculating their chances. A 2% success rate is abysmal, but it is not completely impossible. Staring at the forum posts, he realizes the massive hype might trigger a gold rush of other guilds setting sail. Panic sets in. If any of those fools actually make it, the ultimate title he wants will be stolen. He cannot stop a ship already at sea. Even if he leaves right now, catching up to them is highly unlikely. He bites his nails in frustration. Was that his only shot at staying ahead of the entire server? Reality hits hard. In his past life, even he struggled to conquer the center. The odds are stacked against everyone. He is losing his mind. Just as panic peaks, Mankin walks back in and calls out to Rocan. Kim Yoon-min snaps out of it as the captain approaches, telling him that the artifact he retrieved is incredibly useful. Mankin holds the purified orb, confirming it holds the source of corruption and promises a worthy reward. A system alert blares. He has unlocked a legendary achievement for uncovering the secret behind the corruption. He gasps as his old title, Conqueror of Corruption, upgrades into the exclusive Hunter of Corruption title. The details reveal a 20% reduction in corrupted damage and enhanced corruption sensing. 2 out of 3 effects unlocked. He grins at the stat sheet. This is a massive boost to his active combat abilities. His eyes lock onto the final row. One effect remains locked, teasing him with hidden potential. A mischievous smile spreads across his face. He cannot wait to see what that final buff does. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min glances down at his arm as a new notification pops up. His epic tier Soul Destroyer skill now grants an 11% critical rate boost and 60% extra damage. He nods in pure satisfaction now. This is exactly what he needed. Every little stat boost adds up, and this power-up has insane potential for future growth. He waits for him to wrap up receiving his rewards before speaking again. Mankin thanks him, explaining that thanks to his help, their tracking and research have been vastly accelerated. He then hands over his final reward. Then Mankin holds out a special item, telling Jung-min to take it as this gear is a perfect match for him. Jung-min takes it in a daze, asking what it is. Mankin explains that it is a special skill book he received from someone, and it suits him perfectly. Before he can even figure out what it does, the system interface pops up with the details. It is the Twin Hearts skill book, which creates a second heart filled with magic power. Adding this second heart boosts his vitality and endurance while raising his strength, agility, and intelligence. Reading the description, he gets incredibly excited. Even as a top-tier ranker in his past life, he had never seen anything like this. Mankin breaks the silence, asking how he likes it. Jung-min immediately nods and confirms that he absolutely loves it. Mankin smiles relieved. He says that is good, as it will surely aid him on his upcoming journey to the central region. Jung-min flinches, shocked that Mankin knows his plans. When he asks how the man found out, Mankin only chuckles in response. Mankin casually smiles, asking if that is not the natural destination for a powerful adventurer like him. Suddenly, a heavy aura radiates from Mankin as he notes that Rocan is already stronger than him. He pauses in thought, noting that the Cradle of the Dead incident proved his strength beyond a doubt. He then points to the skill book, telling him to view it as a token of respect for that person. Out of nowhere, Mankin unexpectedly extends his hand. With genuine sincerity, he offers his blessing, saying that though their time was short, he was glad to accompany him and wishes him success on his journey. Seeing this, Jung-min lets out a small smile. He firmly shakes Mankin's hand, saying the pleasure was all his. Time passes at the Crossroads private training ground. Jung-min stretches his body, thinking that a private training area is truly the most comfortable. He quickly prepares to test out his new skill, summoning the second heart. Holding the spell book tightly, Jung-min has a good idea of what this skill does, but he must practice it himself first. Wasting no time, he raises the book high and activates the second heart skill. A sudden strange energy erupts from the pages of the book. The aura shifts. Jung-min watches in pure shock. A glowing arrow slowly takes shape. On full alert, he braces for impact. With a flash, it shoots straight forward. It plunges directly into his right chest. Agony flares, forcing him to scream. Yet the arrow refuses to dissolve. Finally, the searing energy settles. Jung-min clutches his chest, realizing this pain was completely different from anything he has experienced. Suddenly, his expression changes as a shock hits him. At this moment, Jung-min can clearly feel a second heart beating inside him. Suddenly, the system notification screen pops up. It displays his new passive skill, Twin Hearts. His physical power and endurance are up by 100%, while his stamina increases by 300% alongside massive boosts to all stats. This insane jump leaves him absolutely thrilled. Staring at the numbers, his mind races with combo ideas. The massive raw strength boosts temporary combat speed up, and using his berserk blood skill will synergize perfectly with his other abilities. Jung-min finally realizes what that mysterious question mark on the skill sheet actually meant. He grins excitedly, realizing that with this kind of power, he can finally raid that zone. The scene shifts as Jung-min arrives at the scenic Murim village. Looking at the gorgeous view, he laughs confidently, ready to move out with his fully stocked gear. As he sets off, he recalls that there are only two ways to reach the central continent. He pauses his steps. The first option is taking a slow ship, but his eyes are on the second. Jung-min chooses to cut straight through that dangerous high-risk zone. Walking inside, he remembers that this path is twice as fast as the ship. However, due to its extreme difficulty, absolutely no player under level 200 survived this crossing in his past life. Yet he grins with absolute confidence, declaring that this time he will easily pull it off. Immediately after, he approaches a nearby wall to search for his true target. Every single move Yoon-min makes is highly calculated, having spent forever gathering 10 crucial clues just to locate this hidden spot. After scanning the stone wall, he grins upon finding the hidden switch, muttering that since he already knew the solution, this trial was barely a challenge. He wastes no time and leaps right down the secret passageway. Yoon-min lands safely on the damp ground far below. Walking toward a strange glow with absolute confidence, he is determined to claim this unexplored zone before any other player can find it. The sudden glare is so blinding that he has to shield his eyes. Behind the massive door lies a breathtakingly familiar sight, an incredible majestic place. No one would ever expect to find the undersea tunnel. Suddenly, a menacing growl echoes, demanding to know who he is. Startled, Yoon-min quickly whips his head around to look. Standing behind him is a fierce-looking man, demanding to know why he has come here. Yoon-min reacts instantly, raising a polite hand across his chest to show respect. He politely introduces himself as a true berserker, Rocan, requesting safe passage through the undersea route and asking for forgiveness. The man is shocked by Kim Yoon-min's sudden appearance, as it has been a very long time since any human set foot down here. He is Aiza, the guardian of this deep sea path, and he quickly agrees, "Fine, let me consider the route, but first follow me." He then turns and leads the way to the nearby village, while Kim Yoon-min lets out a silent sigh of relief at being accepted so easily. Suddenly, the mechanical system chimes with a new alert. Undersea village discovered an incredible achievement for uncovering a long-lost territory. The mechanical voice continues to echo, announcing he has earned the Explorer title, causing him to gasp in surprise. The system quickly brings up the details for this rare Explorer title, an honor given only to those who dare to discover forgotten or completely uncharted zones. His relentless spirit of adventure is highly praised, and the passive effect is amazing. His affinity with any neutral NPCs met in this exploration area will increase. The system even highlights that with a legendary title like this, absolutely nothing is impossible, meaning his reputation with the undersea villagers has already gotten a huge boost. Kim Yoon-min feels incredibly good about this, knowing the affinity boost from the new title means his first major hurdle is cleared. Still, he knows better than to let his guard down. It is far too early to relax with so many gates to pass. With that, the two of them stroll down the quiet village road together. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min senses a strange gaze and quickly turns his head around. Seeing the intense stares of the local villagers, he shamelessly misinterprets them, thinking they are just mesmerized by an outsider as if he is some celebrity. Out of nowhere, Aiza asks why he wants to reach the central region, catching Kim Yoon-min completely off guard with a startled gasp. Panic sets in as he realizes the second trial is already starting. Yet Kim Yoon-min remains calm and smoothly spins a massive lie, claiming he is a scout, investigating a major global anomaly, heading to the center to report the vital intel they have gathered. Aiza listens, thoroughly impressed, and murmurs, "An explorer, is that right?" To make the lie even more convincing, Kim Yoon-min holds up his badge as proof of his status. It is a calculated move, as he knows that the term explorer is a powerful keyword that holds massive influence over these undersea dwellers. He recalls the lore. Since ancient times, these undersea people were responsible for managing the deep marine tunnels, but things changed. Modern sailing, magic, and navigation technology rapidly advanced. As a result, fewer and fewer travelers ever bothered to use these undersea tunnels, until eventually the surface world forgot about the dwellers of the deep entirely. Moved by this history, he speaks up with deep empathy, "You must have suffered so much." Kim Yoon-min suddenly bows a perfect 90-degree angle, stating that as a representative of the exploration team, he must formally apologize for neglecting them and their hardships for such a long time. Raising his voice so everyone in the village can hear, he promises them that the explorers have never once forgotten their noble historical sacrifices. His deeply moving words touch the villagers, acknowledging the immense unspoken pain they had to endure through those countless years. Internally, he is smirking at how well this works while continuing his dramatic guilt trip, saying his own struggles pale in comparison. With their hearts thoroughly shaken, he decides it is time to deliver the bribe, mentally commanding the system to open up his inventory. Isa is shocked by his sudden action, gasping, "What is this?" He pours out a massive pile of supplies, explaining that since they have been cut off for so long, they can have all of these goods. Tears stream down a villager's face upon seeing the rare gold alloy, crying that this can save Arona, while another weeps that the instant antidote arrived just in time. Issa steps in to quiet the emotional crowd, telling them to hold their chatter as they can check the supplies thoroughly later. He then turns his attention back to Kim Yoon-min, asking if he is the one named Rocan, to which he nods in agreement. Isa is deeply grateful, but remains firm, stating that he understands their sincerity and will use the supplies, but warns him that the qualification trial is not over yet. Kim Yoon-min gets annoyed internally, cursing that he still has not passed, but he simply grits his teeth, smiles, and replies, "Of course." Seeing that Kim Yoon-min does not object, he signals for him to step onto the podium and begin the qualification test. A's and Kim Yoon-min are watched closely by all the citizens. Following ritual, he drops down onto one knee. He raises his voice to announce that as the undersea tunnel administrator, he will now declare the results of the true berserker Rocan's qualification test. Ace solemnly reads out the terms, first proving his worth by conquering the central area. His steady voice echoes as he declares that Kim Yoon-min's expedition team membership has already proven that first requirement. Kim Yoon-min simply replies with a polite yes, but inside he is secretly celebrating clearing the very first requirement. Ace quickly moves to the second requirement, approving his honor by showing he is not an evil person, which he easily passes. He slowly explains that this test is completely unnecessary for someone who has built a strong reputation as a protector, because those who sacrifice themselves for others do not need any further scrutiny. But this makes Kim Yoon-min feel quite embarrassed, finding the praise a bit ticklish. Moving on to the third requirement of showing respect, Ace mentions how Kim Yoon-min showed sincere devotion by helping maintain, reinforce, and honor the spirits of those who sacrificed their lives building this undersea tunnel. Ace loudly declares that he has passed, which makes Kim Yoon-min feel incredibly excited. Ace suddenly stops to thank him, stating the goods he sent will be of great help and expresses gratitude on behalf of everyone. Kim Yoon-min politely pretends to be humble and replies that it is nothing, but deep down he gets a bad feeling because things are going far too easily for comfort. But wait, there is still one more part left, and it is easily the most critical step of the entire test. Just as he suspected, Ace suddenly raises his voice to announce the fourth and final part. He aggressively rips the paper apart and raises his voice, explaining that the final test checks if Kim Yoon-min has what it takes to protect the undersea tunnel and orders him to dive down to hunt mermen. Kim Yoon-min confidently replies with a clear yes, eagerly waiting for this exact moment to finally arrive. He quickly recalls a few key details about these creatures. Unlike harmless mermaids, mermen specialize in close-quarters combat, and their signature trait is moving with extreme deadly speed underwater compared to slow humans. As Kim Yoon-min moves underwater, he thinks of drawing them toward the surface to kill them, though leaving the designated testing area will immediately reset the entire exam. He dives confidently into the deep waters since there is no turning back, especially because he has equipped a special accessory that allows him to breathe perfectly fine underwater. He had already planned this out beforehand, knowing that fighting underwater without the proper gear would be an absolute nightmare. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min pulls out a shell and prepares to begin. This item is a magic-grade horn used to summon mermen. It was once a primary communication tool among their species, but the undersea dwellers ended up taking it away from them. He takes a deep breath and blows hard into the horn. Far in the distance, a nearby monster hears the sound. Extremely excited, Kim Yoon-min mutters for the first one to come. A rapid vortex of water surges directly toward him. In an instant, the creature closes the distance and approaches him. Showing absolutely no fear, he even taunts the beast, asking if the ugly fish is finally here. The level 195 merman snaps at the insult, asking how he dares call him out. Both of them quickly separate and back away. The creature suddenly swims away, leaving Kim Yoon-min quite confused. But it turns out the merman was just circling around to surround him. Kim Yoon-min looks annoyed at the display, asking if he is really that confident in his underwater speed. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool appears. Right before his eyes, the merman charges straight ahead. Kim Yoon-min seizes this precious opportunity, telling himself that the time has come. He quickly activates his special skill, unleashing a wild, frenzied scream. The sound waves repeatedly hit the merman, leaving him struggling and cursing his frozen body. Seizing the opening, Kim Yoon-min swings his axe to strike him down. In that split second, the merman's eyes suddenly flash with light. He dodges just in time, completely shocking Kim Yoon-min that he was able to avoid it. The merman sneers in contempt, mocking Kim Yoon-min as a foolish human who still has no clue. A water net manifests around them as he whispers about the freezing depths of this deep ocean. A razor-sharp trident suddenly thrusts straight upward. The merman flickers in and out, boasting that nobody can ever defeat him. That sharp trident pierces straight through Kim Yoon-min, turning the seawater crimson red. In a flash, the weapon is ripped out of Kim Yoon-min. The wicked merman sneers at his bleeding state, calling him a pathetic, insolent human. Grinning wickedly, the monster declares it is time to wrap things up. He casually sizes up his prey, mocking that despite getting stabbed through the heart, Kim Yoon-min still has a breath of life left. Wasting no more time, the beast charges forward to deliver a final decisive strike. But right then, his hidden second heart suddenly beats with immense force. Kim Yoon-min manages to launch a lightning-fast counterattack just in the nick of time. His swift reaction leaves the creature completely stunned. He really thought the human was dead. Before the monster can react, a hand firmly grips his neck. Kim Yoon-min ruthlessly shoves the merman backward, pinning him down. The sea monster gets to experience a brutal series of heavy kicks. With a wild grin, Kim Yoon-min remarks that he finally caught the slippery coward. Confused by his target's survival, the merman stammers that it makes no sense since he pierced his heart. Kim Yoon-min scoffs, telling the beast he should have checked how many hearts he has first. Poor merman did not know Kim Yoon-min has a passive skill called double heart. If one is destroyed, he stays perfectly alive. He swiftly summons a brand new weapon, a sharp throwing axe. In the next second, Kim Yoon-min gets ready to use it. Before striking, he bids the beast farewell, telling the ugly fish to have a nice trip. The merman desperately begs for his life, but his time has run out. In the very next second, water splashes violently in every direction. Moments later, droplets of seawater are still dripping down Kim Yoon-min's legs. He quickly drinks a potion to restore his depleted strength. Reflecting on the battle, Kim Yoon-min sighs because winning cost him one of his hearts. Losing an extra life is painful, but he knows he can heal it once he reaches the central continent. According to his memories, the temple on the central continent can fully cure absolutely any wound, from a severed arm to completely shredded internal organs, provided he makes a large enough donation. While Kim Yoon-min is quietly mourning the heavy financial cost, a sudden clapping sound echoes. Startled by the noise, he turns around in confusion. Kim Yoon-min is thrilled to see the manager again, while Aze continues clapping in praise. Aze tells him he proved his strength by protecting the tunnel and can now use it to reach the central continent. The system also chimes in to confirm that he has unlocked permanent access to the undersea tunnel, meaning he can pay a small fee to use it whenever he wants. With everything settled, Kim Yoon-min is absolutely thrilled that his hard work paid off so smoothly. Suddenly, the manager's attitude shifts completely as he mentions a slight issue, making Kim Yoon-min wonder if the job is actually finished yet. Aze quickly gets straight to the point, explaining that the undersea tunnel has been neglected for quite a while, causing a massive blockage that needs clearing. The system issues a brand new quest to clear out the undersea tunnel. Since the passage has been left unclean for ages, the main entrance is completely blocked. The success condition is simple: clear the path, and the reward is a free trip on the high-speed underwater express. Staring at the reward, Kim Yoon-min gets a rather bad feeling about this express train. Even so, he accepts the quest, thanking the manager and promising to handle it. Hearing this, Aze happily shakes his hand and wishes Rocan best of luck. Once again, Kim Yoon-min takes his very first steps into an entirely new region. Resting his giant axe on his shoulder, he confidently asks if this is the mess he has to clean up. Right in front of his eyes is a chaotic pile of massive sea monsters that manage to slip inside, making the place look exactly like a crowded seafood market. To him, they are completely harmless right now. They might have been terrifying predators under deep water, but out here they are just gasping for air with zero combat strength, which only means one thing. Kim Yoon-min instantly leaps straight into the air. He quickly gets to work harvesting them, viewing the giant creatures as a massive pool of walking experience points waiting to be farmed. A massive mutant fish is sliced completely in half. Fueled by excitement, Kim Yoon-min eagerly asks who is next, declaring that Chef Rocan's premium sashimi bar is officially open for business. Another giant starfish is cleanly chopped in two. Next on the chopping block is a super thick meaty crab. Just like that, Kim Yoon-min puts his top-tier seafood preparation skills on full display. After quite a struggle, he finally stops. Kim Yoon-min feels pretty satisfied with his work. The assorted sashimi platter is finally complete. Right then, the system notification chimes to announce that the undersea tunnel is officially cleared, the express tour is unlocked, and he has leveled up. A sly grin spreads across his face. All that's left now is easily snatching the legendary title of being the very first explorer to set foot in the central continent. But only a moment later, a terrifying scream echoes through the entire area. That panicked voice belongs to Kim Yoon-min, damn it. He is currently experiencing a wild roller coaster ride ocean style. Traveling this way makes him recall some rumors he once heard. Hearing about this special express train felt sketchy, and sure enough, this is definitely the work of that damn gnome race, leaving him to suffer through this insane ride. Before long, Kim Yoon-min's final destination is high in the air. Right after that, he faceplants hard landing headfirst on the ground. Kim Yoon-min struggles with all his might to break free. All that effort paid off, he is actually alive. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock. Wait, what is that? A massive stronghold stands right before Kim Yoon-min. He finally made it to his destination. The system reveals the name of this location as the Central Continent, prompting a soft sigh of relief from him. Kim Yoon-min stares at the screen popping up, completely blown away by his incredible achievements. He reads through the text, and one specific line catches his eye. Reputation with allied and neutral non-player characters in the Central Continent is increased by 1 level. He is pretty thrilled with this reward, as a reputation boost like this lets him start on extremely friendly terms with everyone right from the get-go, giving him a massive advantage. But then, suddenly something else catches Kim Yoon-min's eye. The system keeps flashing new notifications. As the very first explorer to reach the Central Continent, he receives several massive bonus rewards, including a 50% boost to underwater movement speed and 30% extra damage against underwater monsters. He also unlocks the Pioneer title for finding traces of the ancient tempest that swept the world long ago, with a quest to find the remaining traces to keep it going. His advanced training and first-class transfer are now complete, cleared through the undersea tunnel ahead of everyone else. To top it off, as the first person to defeat the legendary deep-sea monster, his reputation with allied and neutral non-player characters in the Central Continent jumps up by another level. Reading through all of this, he feels completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of titles. Kim Yoon-min narrows his eyes, focusing his attention on one particular notification. He is pretty curious about this mysterious notification, which appears to be an unlocked quest filled with question marks about tracking down the ancient tempest that swept the world long ago. The system prompt details his early completion of the undersea tunnel and the friendly reputation boost. Looking closely at all of this, Kim Yoon-min suddenly remembers that after completing his advanced training back then, he did not gain any major loot, which is probably why the whole thing slipped his mind until now. His face takes on a thoughtful expression as he ponders the situation. But a second later, he just pulls a clueless face and shrugs it off. Being the cheerful and optimistic guy he is, he figures hard work always pays off eventually, so there is really no point in overthinking it. Right now, Kim Yoon-min only has one major goal in mind, the main quest of the Central Continent. He quickly figures out his path. If the first and second cities were tutorials and the third was for beginners, things are about to get real. The official system actually starts right here in the 4th city, so the very first thing he needs to handle is his class transfer. But there's a catch. He needs to collect 300 tokens of the Emperor to make it happen. He sets off once again, and in the distance, a massive shadow looms. It is a truly gargantuan monster. It is a level 199 orc. As Kim Yoon-min approaches, he eyes the beast warily, knowing he needs to defeat 300 of these giants. Kim Yoon-min feels a sudden rush of excitement. Time to go all out. Kim Yoon-min knows that no matter how many impressive titles he has earned so far, he has to face the reality that being under level 200 in the Central Continent is basically useless, which is proven by his own current level of 190. He slowly takes his stance. After all, he still has plenty of time to complete his class transfer. Kim Yoon-min leaps high into the air, ready to enjoy some good old-fashioned power leveling. The system officially issues his 4th class transfer quest, requiring him to hunt down the orcs and collect 300 total seals of the Emperor to prove his worthiness for the promotion. The giant orc blocks the incoming strike with a heavy wooden log. It grits its teeth, struggling to hold back his sheer power. But Kim Yoon-min's heavy axe is far sharper than any wooden shield. In an instant, the log explodes into a shower of splinters. The massive orc stares in absolute shock at the sight. Right in front of his eyes, Yoon-min is gearing up to unleash his next devastating strike. He smirks, calling out his signature move, Critical Strike. Suddenly, the axe in Yoon-min's hand swells to massive proportions. He swings, slicing the giant monster clean in half, leaving nothing but 2 bloody halves of a corpse behind. A rare item drops right after defeating that magic-grade giant club-wielding orc. Beside that loot lies a highly coveted rare-grade Emperor's Seal Medallion. Yoon-min instantly notices a shift nearby. They must have caught the scent of their fallen ally's blood. He grabs the seal quickly. Just 299 more to go. Suddenly, the system confirms his first Emperor's Seal out of 300. Yoon-min spins around to face the oncoming horde of orcs. Come on, you big brutes, let the endless hunt begin. A crushing downward slash splits the ground right between them. Blasted back by the shockwave, he just scoffs at them, mindless muscle heads with 0 brains. With a quick leap, Yoon-min vaults high into the air. He flashes forward, slicing right through the giant orc's torso. A massive crash echoes right behind Yoon-min as the beast collapses. Suddenly, another orc blindsides him from behind, charging with full force. But Yoon-min already predicted this move. Time to end this right here. Yet another unlucky monster is about to leave this world by his blade. After a fierce, brutal struggle, Yoon-min finally brings the bloody battle to a close. Absolutely thrilled with the final drop, he secures all 300 seals. Instantly, the system screen confirms 300 out of 300. Even the floating text above his head shifts level 200 achieved. His rank shoots up, leaving him incredibly satisfied with his new peak. Standing amidst a sea of slaughtered orcs, Yoon-min proudly declares that even if they call themselves kings of the forest, to him, they are just easy prey. Now he is planning his next move. He still has plenty of time left, so where should he go to level up next? A strange noise suddenly echoes, sparking Yoon-min's excitement. Wait, is there still another giant brute left to fight? Overflowing with energy, he takes a combat stance. After all, he is still down to hunt. However, Yoon-min's expression completely flips from his previous confident grin. He quickly scrambles for cover. Damn it. Yoon-min quietly watches the newly arrived intruder. Wait, why is that terrifying monster showing up here now? A heavy iron axe slams violently into the dirt. He quickly identifies the monstrous creature standing before him, a fearsome, two-headed orc. The monster's arrogant swagger puts Yoon-min on guard despite it just being a brainless two-headed giant. Right at that moment, a small deer walks out from the bushes. Its innocent eyes stare up blankly at the massive, terrifying creature. But it is met with a merciless swing of the beast's axe, showing its true brutal nature in an instant. Yoon-min coldly watches the brutal slaughter. It is a fierce warrior, just like him, but at a much higher level. He silently analyzes the beast. Since it shares the berserker class, it can definitely trigger the exact same frenzy skills that he uses. Yoon-min quickly devises a plan. Fighting this monster now is highly risky and a waste of time, making a strategic retreat the smartest option. He silently vows to return. Once he finishes his 4th advancement quest, he will come back to slay this beast. The scene quickly shifts to the interior of the Lightning Mages Guild. Inside, Yoon-min demands a class promotion with a serious look, presenting all 300 of the Emperor's seals. The class advancement officer looks utterly stunned, asking if he really managed to collect them all so fast. Sitting up straight, the officer praises him, calling Yoon-min incredibly talented. With eyes shining with deep admiration, the man admits he has never met someone quite as capable as Yoon-min. Feeling slightly awkward under the intense praise, Yoon-min thanks him outwardly, though internally, he is screaming at the guy to just hand over the rewards. Suddenly, the advancement officer tells him to hold on a moment, leaving Yoon-min slightly surprised as he wonders if they are actually giving it to him. Resting in his hand is an incredible achievement of a gemstone. System alerts flood his screen one after another. He has just become the world's very first magic stone expert, earning a unique legendary title. He is the absolute first to ever claim this title. The system alerts ring out without stopping. This special title is reserved solely for the very first person to master the craft. As an added bonus, he instantly unlocks a brand new skill. Hearing this, Kim Yoon-min grips the stone even tighter. This is great, he thinks. Reaching this rank means a user has successfully hit level 200. Kim Yoon-min easily feels a surge of change coursing through his body. It means he has finally become a high-ranking professional with his own specialized secrets. Reading through the detailed alerts, one specific addition catches his eye: a creation skill. Skimming the description, Kim Yoon-min realizes this is exclusive to Magic Stone experts. Combining his skills will make every single combat action much smoother from now on. He quickly runs the math. It might not sound super impressive at first, but combining his skills will make a massive difference. Kim Yoon-min realizes every single move becomes way more efficient. It might burn through his mana, but the devastating critical damage is worth it. Staring at the glowing system screen, Kim Yoon-min plans his build. Adding this creation skill means he will have 4 combined skills and 4 creation skills. Seeing him lost in thought, the guild clerk speaks up. Need some skill books. You can learn how to enhance your abilities to become incredibly strong. As the clerk searches the shelves, he mentions that Kim Yoon-min likely knows the basics by heart. Hearing that makes Kim Yoon-min feel pretty smug, knowing it is all thanks to his brutal grind. Moments later, the clerk pulls out a stack of books containing 12 different enhancement skills for 60 gold coins. He lists off the options like Steel Muscles, Wild Dance, Mana Control, and Shield Destruction. He slides 7 books over, totaling 70 gold coins. Kim Yoon-min hands over a loaded coin pouch, telling him there is actually 130 gold coins in there. Just like that, a whole batch of his skills level up, pushing Dash Strike, War Cry, and Berserk to level 4, while Shoulder Charge hits level 3. The clerk is absolutely thrilled to have landed such a big spender. Kim Yoon-min smiles eagerly, pulling open one of the books to take a closer look. Staring at the massive wall of text, he feels overwhelmed. The system details each skill one by one. Wild Dance, level 1, unleashes 10 consecutive strikes on a target in just 2 short seconds. Mana Control level 1 is a passive that cuts the energy cost of all his abilities by 30%. Then there is Weapon Destruction, level 1. It allows him to damage an opponent's weapon, though his own gear will take some durability loss as well. Similarly, Shield Destruction level 1 shatters an enemy's shield but inflicts a bit of damage to his own shield too. Kim Yoon-min taps rapidly across the system screen. Only these 4 can be used directly, but combining them should be more than enough. The system prompts him to assign specific skills to the new combination pool. He quickly selects Divine Power Strike, Berserk, Steel Body, and Spirit Boost, aligning them with Wild Dance. A robotic voice then confirms that the combination process can proceed. It also issues a reminder to review the projected stats of the combined skill before clicking the final button to complete the process. The alert warns him that once finalized, the source books will be consumed and the new composite skill will be learned automatically. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min is already out testing his brand new powers. Monsters drop like flies under his massive axe. As the fusion completes, a notification pops up asking him to name his very first custom creation skill. Kim Yoon-min simply grins, ready to name this devastating and powerful brand new skill. Radiating an intense aura, he confidently utters two words: Carnage. We find Kim Yoon-min deep inside a dense, misty forest. Facing down his next target, he remembers his newly registered creation skill. The ferocious beast immediately spots him lurking in the shadows. Kim Yoon-min blurs back and forth, easily dodging the oncoming strikes. He suddenly kicks off a nearby tree trunk to build massive momentum. Vaulting high into the air, he loudly bellows his battle cry. Dripping with pure malice, he unleashes a fatal swing. A ghostly, terrifying silhouette looms directly behind the helpless creature. The poor creature does not even comprehend how it got taken down. Just like that, the test is successfully completed. He slowly pulls up the system screen to check his newly registered skill, Counterattack. The interface displays a full breakdown of the registered custom skill, Counterattack. It lets him completely evade an opponent's incoming attack, once triggering an immediate strike at 1.5 times his normal damage. On top of that, if the counter lands as a critical blow, his total destructive power surges by an additional 50%, absolutely crushing the enemy. Kim Yoon-min stares at the screen, completely dumbfounded. Are they seriously all registered already? Out of nowhere, a mysterious letter arrives addressed to the future master. The sender claims to have been waiting for a lightning mage like him and has sent a small gift to aid his journey. Right on cue, the system delivers the reward, allowing him to register yet another custom creation skill. Kim Yoon-min casually tosses the paper aside. It is a bit annoying, but since this skill is completely free, he is definitely going to make the most of it. Right now, he only cares about one thing. Yoon-min stomps his foot hard against the ground. Thrilled to face another beast, he wants to end this quickly. His eyes burn with excitement as he strikes, needing to find that target. Moments later, the system announces that all his custom skills are fully registered. Somewhere else, birds chirp peacefully under a clear blue sky. It does not take long for Yoon-min to find an old acquaintance. He's absolutely pumped to face him finally. The wait is over. Excited for a real fight, Yoon-min prepares to handle his target, the fearsome two-headed orc. Showing zero fear, he raises a hand to provoke the beast to come at him. The irritated two-headed orc grinds its teeth in pure anger. Its deafening roar sends shattered rocks and dust flying everywhere. Right after that, the angry brute charges straight toward Yoon-min. He leaps into the air just in time to dodge. With two giant axes as its main weapons, managing attacks from both sides is pretty difficult. Suddenly, Yoon-min's eyes gleam with excitement, realizing there is only one way to win. Half of Yoon-min's face suddenly twists into a completely different expression. A single drop of crimson blood splits right down the middle as he counters. He effortlessly glides right past the towering two-headed orc while the beast still keeps a confident, smug grin plastered on its face. The brute does not even realize how he got injured yet. Absolute rage consumes the beast now that it has only one head left. Yoon-min stares at its enraged face and notes that the monster seems pretty battle-crazy. He nimbly slips past every single heavy swing the brute throws. But when it comes to pure, unbridled rage, absolutely nobody beats me. Both massive axe blades collide with a violent, deafening screech. Shockwaves from the impact force Yoon-min to slide far back. The orc readies its remaining giant axe to launch another devastating strike. Watch closely, he knows his perfect opening is right now. A glowing magic circle materializes right behind Yoon-min to destroy the weapon. It is a truly grand and majestic sight as the beast's remaining giant weapon is instantly shattered into a dozen tiny pieces. Flashing a mockingly cold smile, he tells the beast that even in its state of fury, a broken weapon is completely useless. The custom skill Yoon-min just executed is called Grey Dust Wind Strike Weapon Break. Down to one head and completely weaponless, the orc's anger reaches its absolute limit. It furiously swings its broken weapon straight down anyway. But Yoon-min simply dodges casually, asking where exactly the beast is looking. He has already slipped right behind its remaining head, asking if it can even see him. Yoon-min can afford to be this arrogant because of his incredible custom dodging skill, Backstep Wall Cry God Dust, which completely neutralizes enemy strikes. Mocking the monster, Yoon-min asks if it is actually supposed to be a lightning master. The insult makes the one-headed orc roar out in pure frustration. With a completely contemptuous look, he asks why it is moving so slowly. Yoon-min jumps down right in front of him, calling a lightning master like him pathetic. Suddenly, his hand forms a fast and sharp hand sign. Even though he is seconds away from being grabbed, Yoon-min still confidently smiles. A sudden crimson light flashes intensely from deep within his eyes. With a wild look, Yoon-min unleashes his devastating burst skill. Violent shockwaves erupt one after another, tearing across the shattered ground. He triggers creative skills like Fox Warcry, Berserker, and Dust Strike, cloaking his body while a wild, chaotic dance sweeps everything away. Moments later, he lands softly on the ground, wondering if his skills are just too fast for the naked eye. Yet his opponent is still breathing, a surprise that catches Yoon-min off guard. Even so, there is no mercy. He acknowledges the enemy's fierce resolve, but this is the end. Behind Yoon-min, his signature giant battle axe begins to grow. His gaze turns incredibly serious, now two lightning masters facing off. Yoon-min coldly unleashes his ultimate strike, aiming to end it right here. In an instant, the opponent is sliced into multiple pieces. The two-headed ogre has finally been defeated. After the intense battle, Yoon-min swaps out his gear, assuming the threat is gone and preparing to return to the central continent. He calmly pulls out his skill book and activates it to teleport back. The scenery shifts, instantly returning him to the central continent. Checking his status, Yoon-min sighs. His mana is completely drained, proving he cannot spam these creative skills too often. Still, he remains optimistic because the real prize is yet to come. The rare loot from the fight is the legendary two-headed ogre battle axe, a weapon boasting immense attack power, though it requires a massive strength stat just to pick up. It boasts an attack power of 1,200 full durability and requires over 600 strength while boosting damage by 20% against weaker foes. Looking over the stats, Yoon-min is thrilled, but get this, a sudden shout nearby completely ruins the mood. The sudden commotion leaves him confused. Why is everyone getting so loud? Nearby, a man urges his friend to hurry over because some important figure has just arrived. Overhearing the chatter, Yoon-min wonders who this mystery person could possibly be. He is completely stunned when he catches sight of who has actually arrived. Standing there is an elegant woman, the saintess whom the locals believe has answered their desperate prayers. Hearing the crowd's ecstatic cheers, a sudden realization hits him. Ah, that is right. A scheming smile creeps onto Yoon-min's face as he realizes she must have that item. Before the temple, the saintess offers a solemn prayer, asking the gods to heal the sick with their divine holy light. As she asks for their guidance, a brilliant magical glow suddenly envelops the entire area. The onlookers gasp in amazement as their painful wounds heal instantly under the light. They praise her divine power, but a bold voice suddenly interrupts, declaring it is his turn next. It is Yoon-min stepping forward with a wide grin to ask if she is the saintess of Tamura. He introduces himself as Rocan, a proud member of the Crossroad Guards currently busy investigating and exploring the mysteries of the central continent. Startled by his arrival, the saintess stands up and asks what business he has. But in the very next second, her calm expression shifts to absolute confusion. Yoon-min presents a heavy pouch, confidently stating that it is a generous donation for her holy temple. As a strange light suddenly glows near his chest, he proposes his own condition. He demands that she heal his heart first, asking for absolute priority over everyone else. Shortly after, inside the temple, his satisfied voice echoes out with pure joy. Yoon-min laughs aloud, thoroughly enjoying the incredible sensation of being completely healed. He is amazed by the incredible recovery, never expecting that a simple donation would buy him instant top-tier healing on the spot. Snapping his fingers, he realizes he must make preparations before other powerful guilds arrive at the central continent. First, he needs to secure official citizenship in the city of Tamura. Thanks to his unique title as the first explorer of the central continent, securing it is as easy as turning his hand. Next, he plans to secure prime business real estate nearby, though he decides to monitor the market closely before actually buying. Licking his lips, he eyes the absolute best building around, and honestly, the sheer amount of gold he's about to make is insane. Finally, it is time to put those valuable spoils from the ogre fight to good use. The blacksmith is confused, asking why he wants custom-made gear. Frowning, he asks if Kim Yoon-min even brought the right materials. The answer is a simple yes. The next second, the blacksmith gasps in pure horror, demanding how this is possible. It is the battle axe of a twin-headed ogre. Kim Yoon-min smugly admits it, requesting full defensive gear loaded with extra effects except for the helmet using that very material. The smith laughs heartily, noting the kid must be absolutely loaded. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min grins, knowing no blacksmith could ever turn down such premium materials. It is a calculated move, as out of the 5 local forges, this shop has the absolute best reputation for crafting quality gear. Licking his lips with a trace of regret, Kim Yoon-min knows his current gear is keeping him from playing at full strength. He needs the bonus stats that only dwarven smiths can craft into his armor. The blacksmith kindly asks which secondary stats he wants. Kim Yoon-min laughs and demands a massive boost to his critical hit rate. He carefully writes it down: neck, shoulders, hands, chest, pants, and boots, 6 pieces of gear in total. The blacksmith warns him that he only crafts 5 items a day, so Kim Yoon-min must return the day after tomorrow. Disappointed, Kim Yoon-min heads out. Back at Crossroads, a pile of cash could get you unlimited crafting, but these local blacksmiths clearly have a strict daily limit holding them back. That is fine. He can focus on something else for now, especially since the most critical final preparation still remains. Later, in front of the Tower of Proof, two giant guards block his path, loudly demanding he state his identity. Bowing slightly, Kim Yoon-min introduces himself as Rocan, a true berserker ready to challenge the Tower of Proof. The guard nods and declares him eligible. The entry fee is exactly 5 gold coins with no hidden costs. If he manages to survive the trial, he will prove his strength to the world. The challenge begins. The first floor of the Tower of Proof is the Hall of Honor, testing the challenger's raw limits. Each rising floor unleashes progressively stronger monsters, and every single beast must be completely annihilated before anyone is allowed to ascend further. Even though monsters drop absolutely zero loot, the monthly rewards given to the top 100 rankers make it highly lucrative. Back in the present, Kim Yoon-min quietly stares at the environment laid out before him. Right away, a level 1 evil chipmunk catches his eye. He raises an eyebrow, genuinely wondering if these tiny rodents are actually his first real trial. He grips his weapon tight. Seriously, this looks way too innocent. It almost feels like a crime to attack them. In a single flash, the chipmunks are absolutely obliterated. First floor challenge complete. Kim Yoon-min looks at the system notifications, hesitating for a second. He decides to restart the first floor trial. Normally, most players would rush straight to the second floor, but watch what he does instead. If he clears this floor 999 more times, he will unlock an insane reward only he knows about. Before long, he completes his 23rd run. Soon the 384th run is done and the 618th is wiped out. Finally, Kim Yoon-min clears the first floor a total of 1,000 times. He stands in silence for a moment as a massive hidden achievement pops up. By slaughtering enemies 1,000 times consecutively, he claims the title of One-Hit Killer, making him the first to ever earn it. The One-Hit Killer title unlocks a broken passive effect, instantly executing any opponent whose health drops below 20%. Despite losing 500 fame, he wears a highly wicked smirk. This is exactly what he needed. An instant execution power for the weak is absolutely perfect for mass slaughter. He can easily recover his lost fame by crushing the Black Dragon Legion. Just like that, he conquers the first floor with a historic, unbeatable high score. Sitting comfortably at rank 1 on the first floor, the tower ranking lasts a month, offering legendary rewards for the top 100 challengers. Taking the top spot is quite easy since he is the first challenger, and standard level 200 players stand absolutely no chance of breaking his flawless record anytime soon. With his preparations complete, all that is left is to blitz through the tower at absolute lightning speed. Overflowing with pure excitement, he shouts out onto the next level. A system alert blares. Kim Yoon-min has cleared the 54th floor of the Tower of Proof, setting yet another spectacular high score. He casually scrolls through the menu. Current standing rank 1 on the 54th floor. Only 29 days remain before the Tower of Proof completely wipes its history clean. Kim Yoon-min quickly teleports out of the tower. Sighing in exhaustion from overusing his rage skill, he takes a breather to check his hard-earned rewards. He is immediately hit with a wave of disappointment. HMPH, nothing special here. A second later, he smirks. He still secured a hidden title. This new title is the rare Eternal Sword Gladiator. It grants a rare evasion expert effect that perfectly pairs with his sixth sense. Kim Yoon-min stretches in pure satisfaction. His sixth sense has no level because he has already perfected it. Now he just has to wait a whole month to claim his first place reward from the Tower of Proof. He begins to wonder if he should use this downtime to prepare a brand new plan. A moment later, the scene shifts over to the bustling Tamura Central Arena. Kim Yoon-min suddenly pushes the heavy doors open. He stands alone facing down a crowd. A giant muscular thug walks up and asks if he is new. Nearby, another guy scoffs, mocking him as just another weakling, looking to get beaten. Kim Yoon-min calmly steps up to the registration counter. He states his desire to sign up, but the receptionist sneers and asks for his rank. He confidently answers that he is soldier rank. The receptionist nods, confirming his low status. Sliding a coin across the counter, the man tells him he can enter as soon as his name is called, asking if he wants to start immediately. He laughs aloud and confidently accepts. The rules of this brutal place are incredibly straightforward. All it takes is for one of the two match fighters to get knocked out first. Naturally, there are no penalties or fouls here, but watch, here is the best part. With a smug grin, he realizes his rage skill resets every single match. Nothing could possibly beat that. Suddenly, a massive gong echoes throughout the arena. He pulls out his entry coin, thrilled that his turn has arrived. Since this matchup is purely against NPCs, matchmaking is instant. Kim Yoon-min guesses the highest NPC level here is only 190. He can definitely take it easy compared to fighting real players. Without waiting, he activates his teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Kim Yoon-min is standing on stage. He wonders which AI opponent he is going to face. Misumi, a level 150 swordsman with 10 confirmed kills, calmly steps forward. Kim Yoon-min is curious. For a soldier rank arena, is this really the strongest NPC? The swordsman takes the initiative, telling Kim Yoon-min not to be nervous for his very first match. But he claims Kim Yoon-min is about to become his 11th victim. He vanishes instantly, but Kim Yoon-min just stands there thinking a 10-match win streak opponent is actually worth a fight. The swordsman suddenly reappears right before him. Kim Yoon-min strikes him down with a single decisive slash. He smiles deviously, knowing every victory adds a nice bonus point, but his grin quickly fades because the victory was just too easy to enjoy. Kim Yoon-min takes his first 10 arena points as the massive crowd bursts into cheers. An onlooker gasps, shocked that Masumi fell to a single slash. Nearby, another shouts in excitement, asking if a god has descended. Frowning in slight annoyance, Kim Yoon-min finds 10 points too low. He realizes his only real option is to chase the win streak bonus. Shaking it off, he quickly gets his motivation back, shouting for the next opponent to step up. In an instant, the next challenger is completely flattened. Kim Yoon-min instantly flashes forward like a ghost. He easily finishes the job with one swift and brutal critical strike. Before long, his endless string of victories earns him serious recognition. He laughs, realizing each victory actually scales up the rank of his opponents. The screen fades as another opponent suddenly charges in. Facing him next is Daogata, a fighter famous for his steel fists. He confidently smiles, knowing he can keep up this pace. Up in the stands, the spectators roar with excitement. Down on the stage, Kim Yoon-min drops his opponent once again. The brute is cleanly sliced into 2 pieces in a split second. Soon, his score skyrockets to 30,276. Kim Yoon-min casually sits on a massive pile of corpses, staring at his record of 300 consecutive wins. The system only registers a maximum of 50 consecutive wins, which is pretty annoying, but grabbing a decent title makes it all worth it. He carefully taps on the system panel to take a look. Unlocking the rare Warrior Honor title, Kim Yoon-min clicks his tongue in frustration. If those annoying squirrels had not ruined his reputation, his arena points would be sky high. With stats like these, securing first place in the first season should be a breeze. Now on to the next step. He quickly steps out of the arena. Looking around, Kim Yoon-min notes that the starter city of Tamura is actually pretty massive, though he will be leaving the moment he clears his main challenge. Suddenly, a grand building catches his eye. This is the place. Kim Yoon-min decides to stop right at the night hall. He quietly pushes the door open and enters. Without hesitation, Kim Yoon-min tells the guard he wants to promote to a knight, and the man replies, "Let us see." The guard studies the screen for a moment before announcing that Kim Yoon-min has met the requirements. The guard hands over a document telling him to sign right here. Kim Yoon-min swiftly signs his name, deciding to become a free knight. The guard kindly reminds him that knights must serve a lord, hoping he will find a master to offer his sword to, and asks if he has chosen one yet. Since he is the first knight here, the guard offers to introduce him to a good lord, but Kim Yoon-min coldly realizes that this restriction is exactly why he is choosing to be a half-knight. To become a true knight, one has to swear an oath and present their sword to a lord, which is precisely why his official class title has not appeared yet. Pretending to look sad, Kim Yoon-min declines, claiming he already has a lord to serve, so the guard simply nods and wishes him the best of luck. Kim Yoon-min leaves with a cold expression, knowing that serving high nobles has perks, but it leaves you incredibly vulnerable, especially under mid-tier lords like counts or viscounts who restrict you heavily. Even if a player meets the requirements to gain a noble title, highly ambitious, non-player characters will actively block a knight's progress. High nobles will suppress you relentlessly, basically asking if you think they will ever let you rise to a rank higher than theirs. Kim Yoon-min shakes his head in sighing frustration. He cannot stay a free knight forever, so he decides to go check out the situation first. Thinking about this, he suddenly freezes in his tracks. Kim Yoon-min suddenly remembers there is something else he must do first. Since he is already here, Kim Yoon-min decides to take on his racial quest. The scene shifts to a tall tower where an unfamiliar voice notes that since he is already a knight, they can skip the minor tasks. Carbon asks in annoyance if Habin sent him. Kim Yoon-min honestly replies that Habin told him to seek a physician's help upon reaching the 6 central districts. Carbon immediately throws the letter aside, claiming he already has plenty of skilled knights under his command to handle his tasks. Kim Yoon-min confidently replies, "Well, in that case." He quickly pulls out a small pouch and proactively sets it down, explaining it is a gift for the physician's valuable time, as well as a request sent by Habin. Carbon coldly turns away, muttering that it is useless since he cannot be bribed. But in the very next second, he is completely stunned. What is this? Kim Yoon-min shamelessly adds that since gold coins are too heavy, he brought gems instead. Carbon instantly starts shaking in shock, realizing these are worth 2 to 3 times more than gold. Blushing in deep embarrassment, he stammers that he might actually have a quest, while Kim Yoon-min stands there with a sly grin. Crossing his arms, Carbon gets straight to the point, asking if he has heard about the legend of the pyramids. Kim Yoon-min casually replies that he knows it secretly, thinking to himself that he actually spent a very long time there. He continues, explaining that cursed yet living creatures are said to dwell deep inside the pyramid, and tasks him to go investigate it. Kim Yoon-min bows respectfully to accept, saying he is glad to serve. A new quest is instantly registered and he looks at the system panel with caution, deciding to gauge his progress. But wait, this quest is definitely not going to be a simple reconnaissance mission. If he actually spots those creatures, a massive fight is bound to break out. Bringing back a bloodstone will secure his victory, but going in right now might be pushing his current limits. Glancing over at Carbon, Kim Yoon-min estimates their level is around 240, and since he bribed the man, the quest difficulty has spiked. Past level 200, every level gap is massive and the stat boost per level is 10 double the usual amount. Monsters at that stage also possess unique titles and special effects when attacking. Other players are definitely heading this way too, but he needs to focus on what he can handle first. With that in mind, he heads straight back to the Tamara Central Arena. Right here, Yoon-min decides to upgrade his tournament entry to the Knight class. Winning this tier brings in massive points for top-tier gear and, more importantly, catches the eye of powerful nobles. That is a quick ticket to legendary fame. The receptionist asks if he wants to register for a match immediately, but he hesitates and declines for now. He wants to farm points, but drawing attention from nobles right now sounds like a headache. It is better to focus on the main quest first. He slowly approaches a towering castle. Two guards suddenly block his path, demanding to know his name. He calmly introduces himself as Logan from the Crossroad Guard unit. Once they verify his ID, he secretly shudders at their terrifying builds. Honestly, he thinks Mankin's muscles are much easier to look at. Next, Yoon-min stops by the info desk for monster clues. The clerk flinches when he sees him, recognizing him instantly. He asks if Yoon-min has a map for this quest. Yoon-min quickly pulls out a small parchment, offering it to him. The clerk immediately gets straight to work. Handing over a slip, he tells Yoon-min that capturing 3 of these beasts will earn him some excellent intel. This catches him completely off guard. He wonders how he unlocked such a crucial quest so early. It must be a nice bonus for finding evidence of those cursed monsters. Taking the paper, he heads out with an excited smile. The receptionist cheerfully waves back, wishing him a safe journey. Walking away, he decides to knock out the minor chores first. It is time to speedrun these quests at absolute lightning speed. He quickly approaches a nearby potion merchant. In a flash, he smoothly trades potions with a local merchant. Right after, he bolts from the scene like a ghost is chasing him. Stretching his arms, he decides it is officially time to use that fancy tool. The true pride of Tamara, the legendary teleportation circle. He smugly wonders if other players find this feature way too expensive, but for him it is worth every single coin. The operator sternly asks for his destination and Yoon-min confidently requests to be sent straight to Remington. This completely shocks the operator, who is stunned he is actually heading to Remington territory. Yoon-min gives a slight nod. The manager shouts, activating the teleportation circle. Just like that, he instantly materializes right in the middle of Remington territory. He stretches his aching body, feeling annoyed because this is not even his final destination. He knows his true target is not this city but a remote outskirt area entirely disconnected from teleportation networks. Only one way forward. Fortunately, a perfect ride is already waiting. He quickly hops onto a horse. Within moments, he rides completely solo right into the mysterious Line territory. Half of this region is mountainous and its only valuable asset is a black copper mine. Since monsters overrun the place, nobody dares to harvest it. This is the Line territory's ultimate goal. A tense guard immediately demands to know why an outsider has arrived. Yoon-min calmly explains he wants to enlist as their knight, leaving the guard totally flabbergasted by the claim. The guard panics and runs off to report, telling him to wait there. Yoon-min watches him run, baffled that a castle guard is not even level 200. Soon, a frantic man rushes out, demanding to know his intentions. He feels pretty bad, realizing the local lord is in even worse shape, but that is exactly why he chose this place. For starters, the weak and cowardly nature of these local nobles makes them incredibly easy to manipulate to his own advantage. Secondly, this territory has massive hidden potential. Though Remington is trying to absorb it, this place is about to become a major trading hub. He refuses to let this golden opportunity slip away. Bowing respectfully, he states his desire to become a knight of the Line territory. The man eagerly agrees, inviting him inside so they can discuss the details. Sitting in a modest room, the lord confesses that since they are alone, he must admit they cannot afford to pay him a proper salary. Yoon-min casually shakes his head, dismissing the pay. Confused, the lord asks what his actual conditions are then. He calmly requests a grant of land instead, leaving the lord completely stunned. He reassures him that it is only a temporary lease. During his service, he simply wants the rights to a specific portion of that mountain over there. A 1-year contract is plenty of time for him to execute his brilliant plan. Line's eyes go wide as he questions the meaning of a knight's contract. Yoon-min calmly replies that he also needs some time to verify if the lord is truly reliable. He lays it out up front: there will be no demands for minerals or titles. If a mining vein is discovered in that area, he will hand it right back and take a different plot instead. The lord is deeply suspicious. If mining rights are off the table, why want that specific land? That is when Yoon-min makes a simple offer, asking only for the right to hunt every monster there. The Lord quickly catches on and agrees, though he adds one condition. Whenever Yoon-min goes out to hunt, 3 soldiers must tag along. Yoon-min accepts with a nod. He silently muses that the old NPC is quite clever, probably suspecting he has some hidden agenda with those monster corpses. The Lord adds that he expects total obedience and hard work to help build up the territory. Yoon-min secretly chuckles, knowing he has to play nice and win the man over for now. With the negotiations wrapped up, he offers a respectful bow to thank his new backer. Lord Line stands to make the official announcement, formally declaring that he is appointing Logan as his personal knight. And just like that, Yoon-min officially joins the territory. A wicked smirk plays on his lips as he calculates his next moves, because very soon this entire region will become his personal goldmine. He becomes the very first visitor to secure a knight title, unlocking a historic achievement ahead of everyone else. Yoon-min grins smugly, thinking the perks for escort and defense quests are actually pretty sweet. He calmly stands up and asks to meet the local soldiers, catching the Lord completely off guard. Yoon-min offers to go alone if the Lord is busy, and Line quickly agrees, having his own business to attend to anyway. As Line warns him to stay safe, Yoon-min bows deeply, promising to round up the troops and handle everything smoothly. He is thrilled by the absolute freedom he is being granted. In any other territory, a brand new knight would never get this kind of leeway. Besides, since he is currently the only knight around, the Lord probably does not even care. Looking around, he estimates that the roaming monsters nearby max out around level 240. It is not too high, but still incredibly useful for his leveling. After all, level 250 hunting grounds are extremely rare to find. Yoon-min quickly gives clear instructions to one of his soldiers, declaring that they will eliminate every single beast approaching the town and the mines from now on. The startled guard immediately salutes and runs to deliver the order. Standing before a massive line of troops, Yoon-min barks out, asking if everyone is accounted for. The soldiers immediately roar back in unison. He demands they keep their responses short and sharp from now on. The entire troop instantly salutes in perfect unison. Yoon-min turns to the Lord, requesting permission to clear out the beasts near the mines. The startled Lord can only offer his appreciation. Leading the march, he secretly reminds himself that this entire display is just a show to earn the Lord's complete trust. He guides the troops straight to the target. Positioning them to surround the area, Yoon-min suddenly raises his hand to halt the entire group. A wave of panic sweeps through the ranks as they murmur about high-level monsters lurking ahead. A massive pack of level 213 werewolves quickly appears. Yoon-min calmly takes a slow, deep breath to steady his focus. Suddenly, he lets out a thunderous roar, ready to show these beasts who is in charge. The sudden shout instantly strikes absolute terror into the monsters. Seizing the opening, he charges forward, asking how they dare cause trouble on his watch. He leaps high into the air, launching a devastating assault before they can even react. With a decisive strike, he cleaves through the air, telling them that their lives are the price for this land. A beast is sliced clean in half, falling lifelessly down. He darts forward again, demanding that the rest of them pay with their lives too. In a matter of seconds, he unleashes a spectacular flurry of heavy slashes. A massive explosion erupts against the cliffside that had to hurt. Back at the castle, Lord Line is absolutely stunned, asking if he truly cleared the entire outskirts completely alone. The flustered Lord offers some hasty praise, while Yoon-min silently notes that complete trust is still a work in progress. The Lord drops a hint about selling the monster loot to help the local economy. Yoon-min immediately catches his drift, realizing the man thinks he is going to hoard the drops. He generously offers to donate all of it to the territory, leaving the Lord completely speechless and skeptical. He silently laughs, having already planned to gift the loot anyway, since the massive chunk of experience points was his real prize. The Lord muses on how happy the citizens will be, and Yoon-min simply nods along in polite agreement. It is the perfect setup. This minor sacrifice will easily buy him the trust he needs to launch his real plans. Standing on the high ridge, Yoon-min shouts that the citizens' safety always comes first. He decisively orders them to completely block any monsters escaping in that direction, and the soldiers immediately obey. He stares at the massive pile of dead monsters and sighs with relief. With a stern voice, he tells them to spread this where the beasts roam, warning them not to scatter too much. When a curious soldier asks what it is, Yoon-min explains this magic substance keeps monsters away. Mages crafted it to mimic the body odor of a high-level hunter, making beasts think a dangerous predator is nearby. He chuckles to himself. If he had to name it, it's basically hunter's dung, even if it isn't the real thing. With this, the safe zone will expand in a few days, potentially freeing up enough space to open a whole new mine. Meanwhile, the soldiers whisper among themselves about how weird it smells, but Yoon-min snaps at them to stop questioning and get back to work. Yoon-min secretly calculates his next move. Once mining begins, the Lord and the citizens will be fully distracted, letting him execute his plan on his own land. But before that can happen, he needs to prepare, so he quickly slips into a dark cave. Behold the silent cave public dungeon. Cautiously opening the heavy door, Yoon-min thinks about the special reward waiting for the first person to enter. Even without hunting, he cannot ignore this. If he doesn't claim it, someone else will. Yoon-min decides to clear out every single dungeon around Tamura, grinding until his ancient spellbook literally catches fire. He strikes fast. Yoon-min moves relentlessly from one dungeon to the next. He asserts his absolute authority over the soldiers. Over time, massive hordes of monsters are completely wiped out. Magical pages flip open. Lord Linus laughs with pure satisfaction. Yoon-min, this is all thanks to you. Today, we finally began mining our second location. He promises to reinforce city defenses, earning a satisfied nod from the Lord. Yoon-min knows the Lord will be entirely occupied with the mines. Having won his absolute trust, it is finally time to find his own land. Respectfully bowing, he gets permission to patrol. That night, Yoon-min steps onto a quiet plot of land, the reward territory he finally secured. Time to inspect his purchase. He quickly pulls out a massive set of blueprints, the ultimate house design. Behold his new hideout. He smirks, knowing his work here will stay safe from prying eyes. Looking around, Yoon-min wonders if this is the exact spot he needs to locate the position perfectly. The very next second, he stomps down with incredible power. The ground beneath him instantly shatters and explodes. A blinding flash of light erupts, forcing Yoon-min to widen his eyes in shock. He excitedly stares at the deep fissure in the ground. He finally found the entrance to the hidden dungeon. Yoon-min hoists his massive axe, letting out a heavy sigh. He decides to smash it open. A mysterious glowing fragment suddenly appears right before him. He starts laughing. A swirling black portal slowly opens right before his eyes, and Yoon-min chuckles in satisfaction. The entrance is unchanged. He can use it another 2,999 times. He hoists his giant axe and steps forward, ready to claim whatever lies ahead. Stepping into the hidden dungeon known as the Mystic Cave, high-tier rewards begin appearing one after another. He knows the real reason to hunt this hidden dungeon is because it has a crazy drop rate for enhancement stones. These enhancement stones are divided into standard and high-grade variants. While a standard enhancement stone only boosts gear up to level 6, the high-grade ones can push equipment all the way to level 8. Monsters above level 200 regularly drop these stones. The typical drop rate is 5% for normal stones and another 5% for high grade. But inside this specific dungeon, the rate is 10 or even 20%. But this place is a secret dungeon with a limited number of clears. Because of that, enhancement stones have become extremely rare and sell for a very high price. Yoon-min figures that since other players are starting to notice the enhancement system, it is finally time to upgrade his own gear. He firmly declares he will wipe them all out. A short while later, inside the pitch-black dungeon, a level 213 mysterious stone elemental slowly emerges. Yoon-min realizes the monsters here are elemental stone spirits of fire, water, and wind, making them very tricky to fight since they launch stealthy attacks that deal attribute damage. Of course, that is only a problem for other people. Without a single moment of hesitation, he launches an ambush. In an instant, a massive explosion erupts completely, tearing everything in sight to pieces. Yoon-min sighs in satisfaction, muttering that is that. He immediately stomps hard against the ground. Yoon-min leaps forward. If he does not destroy the mana core, it will just regenerate. With just one clean strike, the monster takes a fatal amount of damage. He lands smoothly, pleased that he already got some loot. Picking up the item, Yoon-min wonders if this is the first entrant bonus, happily noting how great it is. Bad luck would make this totally useless, so he decides to use the mysterious fragment. A glowing stone immediately appears, making him gasp that he actually got an enhancement stone on his very first try. Yoon-min smirks in triumph, boasting about his incredible luck as he heads off to find more. Suddenly, a large horde of level 215 mysterious fire elementals appears. Yoon-min lunges forward with excitement, asking if they are his next opponents. A massive explosion instantly erupts across the area. He laughs in excitement, wondering which one he should smash first. In the very next second, Yoon-min tightly grips the weapon in his hands and ruthlessly shatters everything around him. Sensing danger, a swarm of level 209 mysterious water elementals quickly rushes in. Yoon-min charges forward with a satisfied grin, shouting that he absolutely cannot waste the first entrant reward for this dungeon and thanking them for being so cooperative. With those words, he excitedly slashes through the surrounding monsters. Yoon-min unleashes a rapid, chaotic flurry of strikes. He laughs, wondering who is next. Before long, the dungeon is completely cleared, leaving Yoon-min to sigh in disappointment that the monsters are already gone. Suddenly, a level 234 ancient stone elemental appears, making him wonder if this is the final boss. Yoon-min stares into the deep darkness, wondering if this thing is an enhanced pebble elemental. A devious smile slowly creeps onto his face. Suddenly, a massive stone hand lunges straight for him. Yoon-min easily dodges the attack by a hair. He unleashes a rapid barrage of consecutive sword slashes. The monster is instantly overwhelmed. It screams in agonizing pain. Desperate, the monster unleashes a reckless final attack. A barrage of mysterious beams of light instantly shoots forward to strike Yoon-min. He sneers with disdain, muttering that it is still just a mere rock. Yoon-min draws his ultimate weapon from his inventory. He arrogantly asks if they really thought they could stop him. In the very next second, Yoon-min easily levels up. He clicks his tongue in slight disappointment, realizing that because this stone is so fragile, he cannot just smash it carelessly. Kim Yoon-min stared at his lucky stone reward, hoping it would drop a 100% enhancement stone. He knew that if a local lord found this dungeon, they would make serious money selling entry tickets, but selling high-grade enhancement stones would definitely pull in far more gold than mere entrance fees ever could. But simple, non-playable characters could never pull off a stunt like that. Kim Yoon-min realized that since he was the one who found this secret spot, everything was different. Even with terrible luck, just defeating the boss would guarantee him at least 300 high-grade stones. He let out a sinister laugh, realizing he could control the market price of enhancement stones in the central continent for a very long time. That was the absolute power of a total monopoly. Without any hesitation, Kim Yoon-min decided to use his teleportation scroll and return directly to Taimura. He instantly teleported right to the Taimura Forge. Once there, he carefully did some math. To maximize his first clear rewards, he needed to start by combining his current enhancement stones with the mysterious fragments. But seconds later, Kim Yoon-min's face twisted in annoyance. What was with all this garbage? He muttered in pure frustration, wondering what the hell went wrong. A while later, Kim Yoon-min looked at the massive pile of stones with satisfaction. He grinned and asked the blacksmith to enhance his high-grade gear. The blacksmith gasped in shock, asking how he got so many stones. He casually replied, asking to upgrade them to +7. He knew that up to +7 the gear would not break from a fail. He firmly insisted that failures did not matter because money was no object. He wanted all his equipment pushed straight to +7. The blacksmith finished the upgrades in no time. Satisfied with the results, Kim Yoon-min spoke up, asking for one more favor. He quickly pulled out a small pouch, explaining that this round required high-grade enhancement stones. He knew the upgrading past +8 absolutely required these premium items. Regular stones would destroy the gear now, and once they hit +9, even high-grade stones carried a terrible risk of shattering his equipment completely upon failure. Kim Yoon-min's face suddenly darkened as he braced himself. Damn it, a real man had to take risks. The blacksmith suddenly announced that everything was done, but Kim Yoon-min quickly panicked and told him to stop. The blacksmith grumbled, telling him to stop shouting, and handed over the weapons. Kim Yoon-min took them, blushing in embarrassment while barely holding back a scream of joy. It was just a gamer's natural instinct when seeing god-tier gear. He immediately closed his eyes and equipped the newly upgraded gear. A split second later, Kim Yoon-min gasped in awe, noticing how incredibly good it looked. But then he frowned and decided to turn off the equipment's visual effects. It looked amazing, but flaunting god-tier gear would only draw unwanted attention from dangerous enemies. He quickly pulled out a notebook, satisfied that his upgrading session was officially done. Brimming with excitement, Kim Yoon-min declared it was time to wipe out some monsters, then used his teleportation scroll to warp to the mining zone. The system announced that the first clear rewards for the secret dungeon, the mysterious cave, had officially ended. Kim Yoon-min sighed, completely exhausted after hunting nonstop for 3 days. He opened up his holographic interface to check if any major news had been posted while he was busy farming. One particular update caught his eye, causing Kim Yoon-min to gasp in absolute shock. He gritted his teeth. The screen announced that the first group had successfully entered the central continent, the notorious Hellhound Guild. Kim Yoon-min recalled his past life, remembering how he used to call them a pack of wild dogs who would do anything for profit. He remembered that aside from their single clash, they usually avoided taking any risks that did not benefit them directly. The real issue was back then when his level and gear had been severely reduced, leaving him to get killed repeatedly. Those hounds did not miss the opportunity to pounce on him, ripping him apart when he was at his absolute lowest. But according to his memories, Ragnarok was supposed to be the first guild here. What kind of dirty tricks did these hounds pull? Back in the present, a cold, ruthless look washed over Kim Yoon-min. If that was the case, he would give them a proper welcome on behalf of Ragnarok. He knew that if they traveled by ship, there was only one port they could use. The next morning, outside the apartment building where Kim Yoon-min currently lived, he sat in front of his computer, typing rapidly. Before their little reunion, he needed to upload a few videos first. Kim Yoon-min smirked, having held onto his city introduction video to keep random players from swarming the area. The video title read first reveal of the 4th city in the central continent, but now keeping it a secret was completely pointless. Then it hit him. This footage would be highly valuable to a certain guild, guiding them from the docks and showing exactly who would arrive first. Down at the busy docks, Gothok's booming voice echoed out, asking if everyone was fully prepared to face the local monsters. His entire guild roared back in unison. He added that they were lucky to have mapped out the dangerous zones. This man was none other than the leader of the Hellhound Guild, Gothok. Leading a powerful force, Gothok noted that even though this was the central continent, the monsters felt incredibly strange. Despite being level 190, they seemed 20% stronger than the ones in the 3rd city. He turned back to warn his men to stay highly alert because getting wiped out here meant instant game over. Since this entire route was uncharted, they had to keep their heads in the game. Gothok frowns. No matter what happens, they have to maintain the top spot for the Hellhound Guild. A few moments later, they reach a gloomy cliff, and he shouts for everyone to halt and wait as the blonde-haired warrior turns back, nervously warning that the fog is too thick, prompting Gothok to order torches lit immediately. He screams for the mages to cast their spells, telling the soldiers to stand ready as they shout in agreement. Instantly, brilliant yellow beams erupt like a massive whirlwind shooting straight up into the dark sky. But that blinding light is quickly choked out as the heavy mist reforms way too fast, prompting one frustrated guild member to guess that this magic formation was designed to block someone while Gothok orders the mages to pull back as he grits his teeth, muttering about the annoying fog. He then orders the priests to move up quickly, and they nod in immediate obedience. Eerie footsteps slowly echo from deep within the dense fog, and the grotesque sounds alone reveal their terrifying identity. Gothok quickly identifies the monsters, realizing these are absolutely not low-tier undead as vengeful zombies slowly emerge from the thick dark mist. He instantly shouts for them to attack quickly. Immediately, blinding rays of light fire at the horde, casting holy light orbs. Gothok quickly assesses that their levels are actually pretty high. He warns them to manage their mana while casting. Looking at the battlefield, he believes they can sweep them all if they keep this up. But contrary to his expectations, the vengeful zombies keep rushing forward. There are just too many. Infuriated, he realizes this has officially dragged into a long, grueling war of attrition. He delegates command of the battle to each squad leader as continuous beams of light blast the horde without actually reducing their massive numbers, making Gothok realize the battle is spiraling out of control as he wonders how long they will keep spawning. Fatigue finally starts setting in, leaving him frustrated over how fast they regenerate and how they can ever pass this choke point. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes, making him warn the others that this sound is different and to stay on high alert. Staring into the distance, one soldier wonders if that is a human, while others suspect it is a rescue event NPC. He screams out that the figure is approaching, telling everyone to dodge. Riding past them on horseback, the mysterious rider tells them to leave the monsters to him. It is Kim Yoon-min who mutters that this is only the beginning and decides to have some fun with them. He quickly activates his stealth skill to vanish, leaving a nearby scar-faced warrior utterly shocked at how a real person could just completely disappear. Looking around wildly for him, another soldier nearby suddenly screams in panic to watch their flank. Before they can even react, the vengeful zombies ambush those two as another screams that the undead are charging them with. Painful screams multiplying by the second, sending Gothok into a blind, furious rage. He completely snaps, roaring at the absolute audacity of anyone trying to play him. A violent tempest erupts, kicking up thick dust clouds that completely blind everyone while Kim Yoon-min watches from a safe corner, smirking that they broke faster than expected. He initiates his plan to slowly wear down their strength, proving that hunting someone completely unprepared always comes with a heavy price, and he eagerly awaits seeing the pure despair on their faces as they fight the monsters here down. Below, Gothok frantically screams for everyone to regroup before the monsters revive once more. He barks orders to run for the gate, loudly cursing that these damn creatures have resurrected 5 times already. A round-faced player notices something and urges his captain to look at this as Gothok snaps that he is busy and to speak up, prompting the soldier to mention Rocan's latest video upload. He glares, asking how he has time for videos, but the kid desperately begs him to look. Glancing at the screen, Gothok gasps in absolute shock that Rocan is actually right here. Staring intensely at the footage, he realizes this is the exact spot they were wiped out. The subordinate points frantically across the screen, explaining that every single coordinate shown is a location where they previously died, leaving Gothok to realize that those endless zombies were actually summoned by him. His eyes flare with pure fury, realizing that whenever they run into extreme trouble in a zone, Gothok gasps, understanding he is the true reason they keep getting annihilated. Gothok watches his mages struggle in battle, frustrated that every time they try to cross the canyon, that bastard intercepts them. He grips his weapon tightly alongside his Heyo House guild mates. Gothok's face twists in pure rage as he roars to catch Rocan and drag him over. Pacing back and forth angrily, Gothok fumes over how Rocan played them, having crossed 3 cities without catching even a glimpse of him. He scratches his head in frustration, certain that Rocan is actively blocking their progress to prevent them from reaching the central continent first and growing too strong. A dark aura surrounds Gothok as he wonders how Rocan got here first when he was never seen on the ship. Suddenly, a realization hits him out of nowhere. Gothok's eyes widen as he points at a blonde member who looks back in utter confusion. He theorizes that Rocan must have discovered a safe route through the treacherous valley. The blonde guy agrees, suggesting that if they copy Rocan by baiting the monsters and quickly riding past on horses, they can easily bypass the undead. The blonde guy pauses, prompting Gothok to cross his arms and ask what is wrong. He points out that buying horses at 100 gold coins each for everyone is impossible, asking Gothok if they even have that kind of wealth. Gothok coldly dismisses the concern, talk about a terrible leader. The words hit the blonde guy like lightning, leaving him stunned at leaving them behind. The soldiers erupt in panic, realizing the captains are riding ahead while they are being left to rot after working so hard to get here. One member bitterly notes that the guild only cares about the leaders, leaving the rest of the crew trembling in absolute terror. Suddenly, one of them points frantically toward the sky, urging everyone to look up. Rocan appears right before them with a casual greeting, triggering immediate chaos as the crowd recognizes the legendary player. Gothok immediately takes a defensive stance, demanding to know what Rocan is actually planning to do to them. Without a single word, Rocan leaps high into the air. He lands boldly right in front of them, telling Gothok he does not need to know. Rocan arrogantly challenges them to step up and fight. Gothok draws his weapon, sneering that if Rocan wants a fight instead of a chat, he will gladly give him one. Gothok orders his entire guild to prepare for battle, while a nearby member quickly casts Inspect. But the user panics as the target's stats are blocked, screaming that their skill was somehow countered. Rocan smirks, knowing a cheap item is more than enough to block their Inspect skills for a full week, with the system confirming the Veil of Mist hides his stats for 7 days. Gothok grinds his teeth in rage, ordering his men to form up. Golden lights erupt as they activate their linked formation, hoping this high-level strategy will crush Rocan's overbearing confidence once and for all. Rocan notes their formation, impressed that they managed to acquire such a rare linked skill given its notoriously low drop rate. Gothok roars, promising to make Rocan pay dearly for his arrogance. Rocan chuckles, noting that while guild leaders usually hide in the back, Gothok seems confident enough to lead the charge. Following a massive explosion, Gothok lunges forward, activating a defensive shield skill. Rocan calmly readies his weapon, and honestly, Gothok's overconfidence is about to cost him the entire battle. Rocan unleashes his heavy strike. A massive fissure rips through the ground, heading straight for the guild leader. Barely blocking the impact, Gothok urges his men to hold their ground, warning that if they scatter, their crucial defense buffs will instantly vanish before they can counter. Rocan grinds his teeth, mocking the fools for waiting around to die. With glowing red eyes, he unleashes his war cry skill. The shockwave throws everyone off balance as they panic in confusion. A scarred member mutters in complete shock. Rocan prepares to dive down from above. He lands a direct kick straight to Gothok's face. Rocan quickly follows up with a flurry of strikes as Gothok curses him. The disoriented guild leader struggles to find his opponent's location. Rocan instantly appears right in front of him, delivering a devastating, crushing blow. He quickly barks out an order to scatter, realizing they can't fight him in a tight formation. Rocan coldly sneers that they can all just die. Like a gust of wind, he flickers in and out. He easily takes down the captains, shattering their defensive line. With every strike, Rocan grows even more frenzied. Next, he lunges toward the rank-and-file soldiers swiftly, taking them down one by one. Rocan ruthlessly snaps a bald mercenary's neck, before launching the guy miles away with one final devastating punch. The survivors flee in sheer terror, wondering how he can possibly move so fast. Is he using a berserk skill? No, there is no active buff, this is just his raw default strength. A giant soldier screams out, begging the captain to retreat before they are all wiped out. With his armor completely shattered, Gothok grinds his teeth in pure rage, swearing he won't let this slide. His face darkens as he mutters, but before Gothok can even finish his sentence, the giant soldier gets instantly executed. Now Gothok is completely terrified, yet boiling with helpless rage. Scrambling to find a hiding spot, Gothok realizes his grave mistake. The monster broke their entire formation without even using a single special skill. Meanwhile, Rocan stands tall and imposing amidst the sea of bodies he just slaughtered. Casting a long shadow over Gothok, Rocan offers him a final piece of advice. Glaring down at him, Rocan warns that from now on he will execute any Hoa member on sight. His freezing voice echoes, telling them to disband if they want to live and stay quietly trapped right here in the third city. With a face full of sheer cruelty, Rocan adds that he is generously giving them a chance to survive. Unwilling to accept this, Gothok asks why he is doing this, but Rocan only responds with a chilling laugh. Pressing the blade right against his face, Rocan asks if that even matters. Remembering his past life, he wonders if they truly thought opposing him would end well for them. Gothok gnashes his teeth in fury. He quickly drops his weapon, muttering that he understands and will leave. But Rocan instantly hurls his giant blade straight at Gothok, cleanly severing his head from his shoulders. Watching this, the remaining survivors are absolutely paralyzed with fear. A guy with glasses screams out in horror, while a blonde mercenary stammers that he literally promised to spare them if they left. Slowly bending down to retrieve his weapon, Rocan calmly reminds them of his warning that he will execute absolutely anyone who stands before him. Grinning like an absolute demon, Rocan asks who wants to be next. When night falls, he returns to the castle. Sighing, Rocan admits to himself that fighting after so long was actually fun, and those lapdogs really helped clear his mind. Seeing him, a guard rushes over to announce Lord Rocan's return, leaving him slightly confused. Saluting, the guard explains that the Lord wishes to see him, prompting Rocan to raise an eyebrow. Rocan lowers his eyes and agrees to go, grumbling internally that the time has already come. Stepping inside, he bows respectfully before Rinai, who acknowledges his arrival. When Rocan asks why he was summoned, Rinai simply nods in confirmation. Presenting a letter, Rinai explains that he needs to discuss a highly important matter with him. Rocan narrows his eyes. Rocan looks down, realizing that anyone would know the sender, the only person who can write directly to Lord Rinai. The image of Lord Remington flashes in his mind. Although he is a baron just like Lord Rinai, he rules a massive territory with bottomless greed, and in Rocan's past life he eventually stole Rinai's land. Rocan slowly unfolds the letter, noting that events are moving slightly faster this time around. The letter reads, "I hear your territory is developing and I offer my congratulations. As neighbors, we have lacked interaction, so I suggest we exchange talents to support each other's growth. For this reason, I will send suitable personnel to Rinai." Reading this message from Lord Remington, Rocan is highly amused by the blatant proposition, mocking the idea of exchanging personnel for mutual development. Rocan sneers to himself, amused by the sheer arrogance of openly announcing his plans to send spies. Rinai asks for Rocan's opinion on the matter, but he casually suggests that the Lord should write back. Filled with a sudden rush of excitement, Rocan decides to go himself, determined to counter whatever schemes they throw his way. A few days later, early morning at the Remington territory, Kim Yoon-min calculates the time, wondering if the other party has finally arrived at their destination. Squinting his eyes, he notes that they will rescue the mining experts to closely assess the development of the Rene territory rather than just building friendly relations. The thought continues to linger in his mind. Even though he gave the Lord basic instructions, he cannot help but worry. Determined to finish this quickly and head back, his path is suddenly blocked by Hansen, who asks if they are from Rene. The man directs them this way, revealed to be Hansen, a level 200 guard of the Remington territory. Kim Yoon-min bites his lip. A guy strong enough to be a general is just a common guard here, clearly meant to intimidate them. Yet this works in his favor, as his two companions jealously admire the guard's armor, letting the enemies lower their guard. Kim Yoon-min smirks deviously, which is exactly why he brought along the Rene soldiers. The Lord of Remington appears to welcome them, gasping, "Ah, so you are the one." He politely shakes his hand, introducing himself as Rocan the berserker, while the Lord replies as Sa King Kun von Remington. Kim Yoon-min notes internally that the Lord is surprisingly friendly, wondering if this is just his way of currying favor. With a smile, the Lord suggests they rest before discussing over dinner, but Kim Yoon-min smirks, tired when they barely even traveled. Kim Yoon-min bows respectfully, thanking him for his kindness but stating he is there on duty. If possible, he wants to tour the territory. Lord Remington laughs, calling him a loyal knight, just as heard, and gives him free rein. With that, the Lord signals Hansen, who immediately responds that it will be done. On their tour, Hansen asks where he wants to start, the village or the farms. Kim Yoon-min thinks for a moment before deciding. He names a place nobody expects. He wants to see the dungeon. Hansen gasps in surprise, asking if he really means the dungeon. A nearby soldier whispers to Hansen, urging him to report this to the Lord. Hansen quickly agrees to make the request. Kim Yoon-min sneers inwardly. Just like the mystical cave back in Rene, Remington's territory has a special dungeon with limited entry. The items dropped there make up a huge part of the territory's wealth, so they block all outside news about it. A moment later, Hansen rushes back, gasping that the Lord has granted permission. Smirking, Kim Yoon-min offers his thanks. He silently notes that Lord Remington is treating him incredibly well, likely trying to win him over for some scheme. Nearby, they arrive at a hill overlooking the Remington territory. Along the way, Kim Yoon-min quietly notes that the place is much closer than he expected. He recalls the special local honey, a famous Remington specialty that is widely treated as a legendary recovery potion. Stopping by a massive tree, Hansen announces they have arrived, warning that the level requirement is quite high and they must prepare carefully. He explains that while the ancient tree looks ordinary, there is a giant beehive visible over there that must be shot with absolute precision. Watching them delegate tasks, Kim Yoon-min wonders if they are just friendly or genuinely careless enough to leak such vital details. A soldier draws his bow, aiming his arrow precisely. The arrow flies straight at the hive, sending it crashing down to the ground. The moment it hits the grass, the massive hive begins to shake violently. As the glowing hive swells, they step inside. Kim Yoon-min smiles, glad they are doing the work, since finding a level 230 dungeon in Rene is incredibly tough. He kneels down, using his ancient text to mark the location on his map so he can enjoy this dungeon later. Once the marking is complete, Kim Yoon-min slowly makes his way inside. The system alerts him that he has discovered the Sweet Death Dungeon. For being the first to enter, his experience and item drop rates will increase by 30% for 3 days, alongside a Pioneer title and a 10% gold bonus. He smirks to himself, thrilled to be first and fully intending to milk these buffs dry. Hansen stops to explain the details of the dungeon to everyone before they engage the monsters inside. He explains that the task is simple: eliminate the killer bees, destroy their nests, and then defeat the queen bee to finish. Hansen asks if he wants to join in. Kim Yoon-min scratches his head with a sheepish laugh, saying he would only hold the soldiers back. But inwardly he laughs. Hold them back. He could squash those bugs with his eyes closed, but showing off his true power right now would be a huge mistake. Kim Yoon-min watches them. The more Remington's men underestimate him, the easier his future moves will be. Hansen turns around saying they will take the lead. A soldier complains about fighting, but Hansen quickly snaps back, asking if he is scared. The soldier scoffs silently, wondering why on earth the Lord values this guest so highly. 4 hours later, the hive continues to glow. Seeing them exit safely, Kim Yoon-min compliments their skills. Hansen humbly brushes it off, saying it is just an average day for them. He lets out a laugh, hoping one day to stand among legends before a voice suddenly calls out for Rocan. Hudson steps forward with an invitation, telling him the Lord requests his presence at dinner and offering to lead the way. Inside the dining hall, Kim Yoon-min and Lord Remington take their seats at opposite ends of a long table. The Lord breaks the silence first, asking how the recent inspection is going. Lord Remington cuts his steak with effortless precision, muttering that he wishes the guest could truly grasp the situation. Kim Yoon-min cheerfully replies that the Remington territory's techniques are far more advanced than Renee's, but the Lord cuts him off, stating he didn't ask about that. The Lord's hand remains steady as he slices the meat, pointing out that everyone knows Renee has no real future. He presses further, asking what happens if nothing is found in the active mines, rendering all land and rights completely meaningless. Finally, the Lord reveals his true motive, offering Rocan triple the territory to switch sides or even 5 times the land if he joins him. Kim Yoon-min lets out a cold smile. He lowers his gaze slightly, acknowledging that Lord Remington certainly understands the local situation well. Kim Yoon-min speaks with a flat tone, admitting his outward greed before Lord Remington tries to interrupt. But Kim Yoon-min abruptly slams his fork straight down into the meat 10 times. The Lord freezes at the sudden motion. Kim Yoon-min lifts a massive piece of meat straight. After that, a heavy silence falls over the area. Kim Yoon-min finishes his meal and sits in quiet contemplation. He recalls Lord Remington's earlier words, calling him extraordinary, saying how much he liked him, and promising to give him 10 times the territory if he joined. Kim Yoon-min scoffs quietly. 10 times, the land sounds a bit too perfect. A wicked grin creeps onto his face. Did the old man really think his scheme was clever? Time slips away, and outside the building, everything remains completely peaceful. Kim Yoon-min inspects his weapons on the table, checking his hand axe before moving to the next item. Satisfied, he picks up a tool, murmuring that this will do nicely. He silently calculates his next moves to fulfill his very first objective in this territory. He recalls his original plan, make them believe he is just an incompetent, money-hungry knight. That way, they will completely lower their guard against both him and Renee. The thought makes him grin with excitement, knowing they will smugly assume Renee's recent growth was nothing more than pure luck. His ultimate goal is to redirect their attention away from him. Meanwhile, outside, a guard asks his partner if they should be keeping a closer eye on the knight from Renee. The other shrugs, saying there is no need to worry until he actually steps outside. Still incredibly excited, Kim Yoon-min plots his next move, realizing he can now freely sweep the dungeon for loot. He practically drools just thinking about the massive haul. A second later, Kim Yoon-min activates his skill using his ancient text to instantly teleport away. In no time at all, he teleported to a completely new land. Kim Yoon-min quietly calculated that even if he marked a return point within his territory, it was still outside of Remington's boundary, making instant teleportation impossible. With only 3 days left to stay in Remington, everything was going completely beyond his original predictions. Although it was a shame the Lord of Remington wouldn't be watching this area anymore. If they acted like nothing had ever happened, he would be more than happy. Kim Yoon-min tossed something straight ahead. Still, he knew he could harvest resources to his heart's content over the next 3 days. A second later, the shape of a massive beehive slowly appeared. Without a single shred of fear, he stepped inside. Kim Yoon-min walked in and couldn't help but marvel at how the dungeon's interior was bright as day. Immediately, the system updated. He had entered the Sweet Death secret dungeon, granting him first entry rewards of 30% bonus experience and item drop rates for 3 days. Countless eyes were locked onto him from all directions. Every single one of them carried razor-sharp, venomous stingers. Their wings buzzed, working at absolute maximum capacity. The next second, the system updated with new data. Level 231 killer bees were initiating an attack. The killer bees aggressively swarmed forward to attack Kim Yoon-min. Refusing to just stand there, he leaped high off the ground. Kim Yoon-min charged directly toward them without a hint of fear. Simultaneously, he raised his hand to execute a martial skill. Instantly, one of the killer bees was sliced cleanly in half. In the blink of an eye, Kim Yoon-min reached the nest. He quietly weighs his options. If the hive blows up, he will switch to the boss immediately. But for now, he decides to wait and see. Then Yoon-min clenches his fist, ready for action. With a sudden burst of strength, he strikes hard. The entire nest takes the impact, shaking violently from the blow. This sends the killer bees into an absolute frenzy. A system warning flashes, warning you have threatened the hive. More killer bees will emerge. Sure enough, they swarm out. Hundreds of them. Unfazed, Yoon-min just smiles and prepares his next move. The system updates right away, showing his newly activated skill, Water Bomb Summon. Using a powerful throw, he hurls the water bomb straight at the swarm. Just as it reaches them, the bomb begins to crack. A massive, earth-shattering explosion goes off, shaking the entire area. The water completely ruins the bee's ability to attack. A heavy current sweeps them all away in an instant. Yoon-min is incredibly satisfied watching the chaos unfold, thinking about how refreshing the splash is. A moment later, he lightly lands back on the ground. Surveying the aftermath, Yoon-min figures this is more than enough. Time to collect the loot. He gets to work and finishes harvesting all the dropped items in no time. Absolutely thrilled with the haul, Yoon-min lets out a satisfied laugh. Staring at the massive drop, he can hardly believe his luck, realizing that while the drop rate is normally incredibly low, this clever method boosted it significantly. Just then, the system updates with a notification: killer bee stinger acquired containing highly potent venom that can be traded for a very high price at the shop. Pulling out a sharp, gleaming axe, Yoon-min steals his resolve, knowing there is only the final boss left to defeat. Without missing a beat, he unleashes a swift, deadly lightning strike. As the thick smoke clears away, a pair of glowing red eyes gradually emerges. The level 239 queen bee finally reveals herself. She immediately aims her massive, poisonous stinger directly at Yoon-min. Avoiding the incoming attack, he lets out a sharp breath. Looking at the distant queen bee, Yoon-min realizes that even with his high stats, a single sting from that thing could leave him near death. A strange, eerie smile plays on his lips, but he does not hesitate. Suddenly, Yoon-min leaps high off the ground. Charging directly toward her, he mutters that she is far too slow. In the blink of an eye, he closes the distance between them. Launching an all-out assault, he slashes deep into her body. Every single one of his moves deals an insane amount of damage. Swinging his axe, he systematically shreds her head, thorax, and abdomen. Piece by piece, the giant boss is completely shredded. Landing cleanly back on his feet, he stands victorious. Sweet golden honey rains down right on top of him. At the exact same time, the system continuously updates with multiple brand new notifications. Secret Dungeon Sweet Death has been successfully completed, experience points increase, and 10 killer bee poison stingers along with 10 jars of sweet honey have been collected. Yoon-min takes a taste of the honey, declaring it absolutely wonderful. As days pass, the scene eventually shifts to Rina's territory. A jar full of honey is placed on the table. Rina looks at it in total surprise, asking what it is, only for Yoon-min to casually reply that it is nothing special. Yoon-min goes on to explain that it is just a local specialty of Remington territory, expressing his hope that the Lord will enjoy it. Hearing this, Lord Rina smiles warmly, thanking him and telling him to get some rest after his hard work, while Yoon-min immediately bows in compliance to the command. Later, back in his room, he slowly pushes the door open. Buzzing with excitement, Yoon-min pulls up the system interface to check the community forum. His eyes widen as he spots a major headline announcing that Heo House is dead. Kim Yoon-min suddenly remembers his past. Because of that last incident, they had all been completely wiped out. Excellent. He stares intently at the screen, focusing his mind to see if there is any useful information. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min spots something that makes him gasp in shock. Seeing a notification about the Black Dragon Legion marching toward Continent 6, he wonders who these guys are and how they got here so fast. Scanning the intel on the newly formed alliance between the guilds, Kim Yoon-min admits they are actually doing better than he expected. He puts his gear back on, murmuring that this development is actually highly necessary for his overall plan. Grinning with a sudden wicked excitement, he decides he absolutely needs to prepare a truly spectacular welcoming party. The scene shifts to District 6 right in Sunset Valley. He strides confidently into the heart of the rugged valley. Kim Yoon-min looks around, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia after being away for so long. Remembering the map, he quietly analyzes the terrain, knowing this is the bottleneck the Black Dragon Legion must cross to reach the fourth city. Walking straight up to a massive rocky cave, he murmurs that the main reason he came to this specific spot is because of what lies here. His eyes light up instantly as he looks ahead, gasping that he has finally found it. The system immediately updates with critical information: the base of the Golden Lion mobile unit. Suddenly, a voice from deep inside the cave speaks up, questioning if he actually wants to join their unit. After Kim Yoon-min confirms his intention, mentioning a combat plan he wants to share, the skeptical commander scoffs, asking if he honestly believes he has what it takes to join them. The leader, Commander Garen, level 280, firmly reminds him that confidence alone is not enough. Kim Yoon-min simply smiles at the skepticism, asking what he needs to do to prove his worth to him. Garen glances to the side, declaring there is a way to prove his worth, and calls Maron over, who instantly steps up to obey. Maron, a level 250 commando, approaches, asking why he was summoned. Garen points directly at Kim Yoon-min and orders Maron to fight him, leaving the soldier utterly shocked as he asks if his commander truly wants them to duel. Showing absolutely no fear, Kim Yoon-min calmly states that he will take off all his defensive gear, sending Maron into another state of pure disbelief. The system immediately displays a notification, confirming that his equipment effects are removed as he confidently asks his opponent what he thinks. Gritting his teeth in jealousy, Marin wonders how a low-level punk could possibly possess such high-tier gear in the first place. Meanwhile, Commander Garen quietly observes Kim Yoon-min sizing him up with critical eyes. Standing in the center, the commander loudly declares that no weapons are allowed and whoever gets knocked down first loses. Garen swings his arm down, signaling for the match to begin. Marin lunges forward, launching his first strike. He tells himself that he is going to thoroughly crush this newcomer and break his arrogant spirit. Look at this, Kim Yoon-min just stands there completely calm. Raising a single hand, he effortlessly blocks Marin's oncoming blow. Stunned by the block, the soldier gapes at Kim Yoon-min in utter shock. Marin is forced to leap back to gain some distance. Watching from the side, Kurobi yells at Marin to quit playing around and quickly wrap things up, prompting a highly frustrated retort to shut up. Marin is left utterly baffled, wondering how his opponent managed to absorb that entire strike without moving an inch. Refusing to back down, he channels his strength, determined to show this arrogant rookie the massive power gap between their levels. Once again, Marin charges forward with furious speed. He quickly circles around to the rear, aiming to catch Kim Yoon-min completely off guard. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Marin throws a massive punch from behind. Fully expecting to land the decisive blow, Marin smiles, thinking he finally has him. Kim Yoon-min dodges instantly, leaving Marin completely frozen in absolute shock. He quickly regains his footing, looking around to locate his opponent. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min appears directly behind him, perfectly positioned to counter. He holds absolutely nothing back, taunting that his opponent is just too slow. A split second later, a massive crash echoes across the entire arena. Everyone stands frozen in complete shock at the sight. Marin can only stare in disbelief, tearing up at what just happened. Impossible. Someone actually stopped Kim Yoon-min's punch cold. Who stopped him? None other than Garen himself. The elder glances at the young man, noting his strength seems decent enough. Garen steps in to hold Kim Yoon-min back, telling him to stop. Kim Yoon-min finally retreats. The fight's over. He bows politely with a smirk, thanking his opponent for the workout. Marin gasps in absolute terror. Meanwhile, Garen finally speaks. The elder officially accepts the young warrior's previous request, declaring him fully qualified to join, which doesn't surprise Kim Yoon-min at all since he knew this would happen. His opponent stumbles up, cursing under his breath, while Kim Yoon-min watches his retreating back and tells him to go train 100 times more if he wants a rematch. Garen closes his eyes and gets straight to the point, stating it is now his turn to fulfill his end of the bargain. Kim Yoon-min grins with anticipation as the elder asks about the specific plan he mentioned earlier. He steps closer, whispering directly into Garen's ear that the strategy is actually quite simple. The young man thoroughly explains the details of his grand plan to the leader. Hearing the clever strategy leaves Garen absolutely stunned and speechless. Hellhound Harbor is packed. A massive crowd has gathered. The bustling port is incredibly noisy right now, packed with players from the fearsome Black Dragon Legion, all of whom are undead. Their sheer power makes everyone cautious, but the secret to how these seemingly ordinary undead players achieve such great heights lies entirely with a single legendary player from their own race. Ancient history begins to unravel during the quest for new content, revealing that players from the Black Dragon Legion were completely discouraged at the docks, utterly unable to cross the massive ocean to reach the other continent. The turning point came when he suddenly approached the leader of the Black Dragon Legion, boldly claiming he could travel to the distant mist port across the sea, all by himself. Things were far from smooth back then, as everyone naturally laughed off his crazy claims. Time flowed like water, but Mr. has remained obsessed with discovering entirely unique game content. After countless failed attempts, he finally decided to shackle 2 heavy iron cannonballs to his feet. Wait, you won't believe it. Mr. has literally jumped straight into the ocean. His desperate gamble paid off, as his unique undead racial ability to breathe underwater allowed him to walk across the seabed. A legendary tale was born that day as he pressed forward through the dark depths, relying solely on his unique undead trait. Back in the real world, Mr. has slammed the table in absolute excitement because he had finally discovered the secret path to the port. It was the ultimate happy ending, giving him the incredible content he had spent so long searching for. As time went on, other undead players quickly adopted this brilliant method to cross the sea, with allied guilds joining forces to march onto the new continent to pursue Logan. Back in the present, Garen analyzes the situation, noting that many players have successfully reached the harbor recently. He recalls the strange sight of every single newcomer arriving completely soaked from head to toe, yet this plan is different. Garen looks at Kim Yoon-min with a skeptical gaze, asking if he truly wants to go through with this. The young man smiles and confirms it, saying they will likely maintain their alliance once they reach the central continent. Kim Yoon-min confidently predicts the upcoming situation, knowing those players will run into serious trouble when they clash with the special harbor guards. He straightforwardly offers his help, stating he is more than willing to assist the leader in halting their progress. Kim Yoon-min flashes a sinister smile, assuring Garen this won't impact his army, which makes the old man hesitate and stroke his beard before agreeing. Finding Garen's cautious reaction a bit strange, Kim Yoon-min wonders what is left to worry about, only for the elder to suddenly grab his arm and ask if he wants to start right now. He looks around at the massive crowd gathered here and says the timing is absolutely perfect. Getting extremely excited, Kim Yoon-min urges them to head out immediately and welcome the incoming Black Dragon Legion as the scene shifts. At the deathly missed peer players from the Black Dragon Legion gasp for air, relieved they did not freeze to death underwater, expressing sheer disbelief that they actually made it. Dragging themselves out of the water, they highly praise Mr. Iz's incredible discovery, which has enabled them to form alliances with other guilds and safely reach this crucial pier. At this moment, the undead players advise each other to take a quick rest before they continue pushing forward. Suddenly, they notice something highly unusual up ahead, calling out to each other to look over there. The undead players stare blankly at a faint silhouette in the distance, wondering if another undead is approaching them. Suddenly, they realize something was off. Wait, take a closer look. Only then did Andes clearly see Kim Yoon-min approaching the butcher of the Black Dragon Legion himself, that absolute bastard. He glanced at them with pure contempt and called out to those skeletons. Kim Yoon-min fixed his gaze on Andes and mocked him, asking if getting here was exhausting. His voice filled them with absolute terror since they were so thrilled about topping the guild rankings. He had prepared a little gift for them. Kim Yoon-min slightly raised his hand, signaling his allies to prepare for battle. A split second later, his teammates charged ahead at lightning speed. Kim Yoon-min let out a savage smirk, declaring his name was Kim Yoon-min and that he had arrived. In a state of pure excitement, he raised his axe high to conquer this land. Andes looked around in absolute panic. They were surrounded. So what now? Backed into a corner, they couldn't help but curse that he even brought NPCs with him. Suddenly, Andes noticed something highly unusual, but why weren't they attacking? They seemed to realize something. Did he really intend to handle them all alone, looking down on them that much? Kim Yoon-min glanced at Andes silently, mocking them as idiots. Fighting the special forces was far more dangerous than fighting him. He silently judged them, thinking that completely unrelated people trying to form an alliance solely for self-interest was an incredibly foolish move. Kim Yoon-min didn't think like them at all, knowing this situation required a real strategy, so he looked at those stupid undead and told them to listen up. Andes couldn't believe his ears and blurted out, "Stupid." Kim Yoon-min completely ignored their reaction and went on to make his declaration. Standing tall, he declared loudly for everyone to hear that he would defeat them right here at this dock. Simultaneously, the system flashed the newest notification: the dock capture had begun. Kim Yoon-min laughed, shouting out to his allies to start the attack. The system continued to display crucial data, equipping the commander's flag to the one declaring the takeover. Wiping out all enemies or planting the flag at the designated spot would complete the capture, prompting him to let out an impressed sigh. It didn't stop there. The system prompted them to seize the Black Dragon Legion's deadly mist dock, stating the success condition was to plant the occupying army's flag at the designated location. Clear rewards included a merit medal, high reputation points, and the coveted title of earliest conqueror. He wasn't too surprised by these rewards, which were actually pretty decent as expected, but Kim Yoon-min still wasn't fully satisfied, finding the quest screen rather dull. Andes was completely baffled, wondering if other Black Dragon Legions would be unable to dock once it was captured. The system confirmed that if the dock was occupied or destroyed, ship operations would cease. Right then, Garen walked over and grabbed his shoulder. He immediately voiced his wishes, telling him to teach the Black Dragon Legion a lesson and wishing him the best of luck. Kim Yoon-min turned to glance at Garen, confidently telling him not to worry. With absolute confidence, he charges straight ahead into the battle. Sensing immediate danger, the undead panic and desperately scream for their guards to back them up. Almost instantly, the system window goes wild, showing alert after alert as the panicked enemies summon undead guard after undead guard in a desperate attempt to stop him. Yoon-min does not show a single shred of fear, wanting to see just how long they can hold him back. Simultaneously, the system updates his status. His natural-born fighter title boosts critical rate by 5%, while the 1 against 171 title raises defense by 10%. Countless new notifications flood the screen. The Arena King title adds 10% to his attack and critical rate, while his Tyrant title actively weakens all nearby enemies, slashing their offensive and defensive stats by 15%. Depending on the crowd, that debuff can go up to 20%. Satisfied with these stats, he knows he could beat them even with his bare hands. Yoon-min smiles. His smirk grows wider as he mutters a simple, "All right then." He leaps forward. He is ready to fight as the battle officially begins. Under the cover of night, the desolate harbor looks absolutely brutal. Yoon-min charges ahead, driving straight through them with pure momentum. In a flash, he effortlessly crushes a nearby undead soldier. He strikes again. Another guard is immediately shattered into pieces. He gleefully obliterates them, shouting for the heap of bones to return to dust already. Just then, the system alerts him that his rare title, the Warrior's Fist, has activated. Now watch how broken this is. Any enemy struck with under 20% health will die instantly. Yoon-min stares at the notification. Is this broken effect actually real? He realizes how perfect this passive is for clearing out these annoying pests. Meanwhile, the level 192 Pavitas gasps in utter confusion, asking what on earth is happening. The undead panic as they witness this madness. Damn it, how can a single human be this ridiculously strong? They turn their gaze toward Garen's group, highly suspicious. Why are those people just standing there, and what are they scheming? Meanwhile, Yoon-min suddenly leaps high off the ground. High in the air, he readies a devastating downward strike. Yoon-min hates their distracted attitude. What are you looking around for, you brainless monsters? Terrified by his sudden onslaught, they scream out in sheer panic. Yoon-min's single strike carries devastating power as he unleashes a wild slash. Just at that moment, a chilling voice chants a dreadful curse from behind, and Yoon-min can only gasp in sudden shock. But he reacts just in time, narrowly dodging the incoming strike. The system activates his indomitable battle will title completely, shielding his mind from all negative mental status effects. The undead gasps in utter disbelief, shouting out how that bastard could possibly survive. A second later, Yoon-min unleashes a clean finishing blow on them. He glares down at the undead with pure contempt. Is that all you fools have? How did you expect to beat me? With zero fear in his eyes, Yoon-min boldly dares them to bring on everything they have. The undead join forces, desperately charging straight at him as one unit. They swarm in from all directions, launching a coordinated assault. Yoon-min stays perfectly composed, planting his feet firmly into the ground. Standing his ground, he readily locks into a solid combat stance. Yoon-min's voice turns ice cold as he prepares to unleash a combo skill. His grip slowly tightens around the hilt of his weapon. Suddenly, a violent storm erupts with crushing pressure, whipping up a massive hurricane. Within seconds, the undead horde is almost completely wiped out. Agonizing screams of defeat echo across the entire battlefield. Highly satisfied with the carnage, Yoon-min sneers, wondering how weaklings relying on cheap tricks ever expected to beat him. Suddenly, he leaps high into the air, sending a massive shockwave through the ground. Yoon-min charges fiercely toward the glowing light, declaring that he will now be taking control of this place. Right at that moment, an angry voice roars out unbelievable nonsense. He is caught slightly off guard by the unexpected booming voice. Out of nowhere, a massive weapon suddenly swings into view. A powerful defensive strike completely deflects Yoon-min's own aggressive attack. The sheer power of his opponent forces him to grunt in surprise. Taking a cautious stance, Yoon-min quickly leaps back a few paces. The level 240 Foggy Dock Guard captain coldly sneers, surprised that anyone would ever dare recklessly attack his harbor. Yoon-min merely offers a smug smirk, questioning his threat with a dry reply. Showing zero fear, Yoon-min charges straight ahead, telling the oversized pile of bones to bring it on. A second later, their powerful weapons collide with a massive bang. The fierce battle between them is an incredibly even match. Yoon-min remains highly cautious of the guard captain's moves, noting he is much faster than he looks. While exchanging strikes, he silently calculates his next move, realizing he needs to force an opening. So Yoon-min directly taunts the giant pile of bones, loudly laughing at how weak his powers are for a guard captain. Predictably, the captain flies into a rage, screaming at the arrogant human who's about to die. He pours every ounce of his monstrous strength straight into his mace. The guard captain swings the heavy weapon forward with crushing force, unleashing his guardian mace skill. At that exact moment, Yoon-min's sharp eyes spot the perfect opening. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately slips away to the side. He easily dodges a powerful strike from the guard captain. The captain is utterly shocked, gasping in sheer disbelief. Kim Yoon-min's eyes burn with determination as his blood frenzy power activates. The heavy axe in his grip begins to shift in a strange way. Thick veins bulge out along Kim Yoon-min's tensed-up arm. Furious and bloodthirsty, he charges forward like a wild beast. Kim Yoon-min delivers a massive blow that launches his opponent upward. Suspended in midair, the guard captain lets out a painful shriek. Right then, the system announces that the gladiator's axe is unequipped. The rocky dock floor suddenly shatters, spraying sharp debris everywhere. His fingers slowly tighten their grip around the heavy weapon's handle. It is over. Kim Yoon-min roars as he prepares the final strike. The captain is terrified. He frantically begs him to wait. Too late. Kim Yoon-min ruthlessly unleashes his devastating finisher. The captain cannot block it, instantly coughing up blood. A second later, an earth-shattering explosion rumbles across the entire area. Watching this unfold, Andy stands completely frozen in absolute shock. Kim Yoon-min flashes a deeply sinister smile, and honestly, it is enough to creep anyone out. Stepping onto the fallen body, he confidently mutters that it was too easy. Right then, the system updates, confirming Kim Yoon-min has successfully captured the deathly mist harbor. A troop of cavalry charges forward at full speed. Leading the charge is Garen, riding as fast as possible. Just then, his subordinate riding behind calls out to the commander-in-chief. The commander grunts in suspicion. The subordinate quickly speaks his mind, asking if they are seriously going to follow that guy's orders. Even if the chief accepts him, the plan is simply too reckless. Garen can't help but chuckle sarcastically, calling him a fool. Asking if they did not witness the recent battle, Garen closes his eyes to recall the scene. That guy is a pure maniac. He will destroy any obstacle in his path. Garen predicts his next move, knowing that whatever methods he uses, he will succeed, so there is no need to worry. Now the system displays a fresh update stating that all guards protecting the Deathly Mist Harbor are being recalled to the city. The system forces a massive critical update, forcibly relocating all users near the Deathly Mist Harbor outside the territory's borders. Unable to hold back his rage, Andy curses loudly, wondering how on earth this could happen. He desperately tries to salvage the situation, muttering that it cannot be. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min is absolutely thrilled, laughing out loud at those pathetic little flies. The system continues to roll out achievements, notifying him that he has successfully captured his very first base, earning him the prestigious title of First Occupier. Staring at the screen, he is quite impressed with the title's effects. Though the defense has limits, the system board soon displays some crazy stats. The system screen details the effects. Stamina is multiplied by 10 during defense battles, all abilities increase by 20%, and attack and defense scale with the enemy's numbers. Looking over the screen, Kim Yoon-min grins and notes that this is getting very interesting. Feeling incredibly excited, he notes that even though it was brief, he could still feel its power. However, it does not stop there, as the system flashes another alert, confirming that he has successfully captured the Deathly Mist Harbor. Next, the system presents Kim Yoon-min with two distinct options: maintain or destroy. He must now decide how to handle this newly occupied territory. The system details the consequences of each path. Maintaining the base triggers an immediate defense quest, whereas destroying it completely locks the Black Dragon Legion out of the harbor for 7 full days. Looking over the options to maintain or destroy, he casually wonders if he just needs to pick one of them. Kim Yoon-min flashes a sinister grin because, let's be real, his mind was already made up. The scene shifts over to the desolate and completely ruined Canston base. Inside, Andes and his companions slowly sit up. Assuring his friend, he tells him not to worry since this is their safe base. He goes on to explain the safety of this land, mentioning that it is close to the harbor and everyone was summoned here once the battle ended. Andes continues rambling about what just happened, lamenting that the monster actually captured the harbor, leaving them unable to use it for 7 full days. Just at that moment, an urgent system notification pops up displaying a quest to reclaim the Deathly Mist Harbor, with only 59 minutes left until it starts. Staring at the screen, he gasps out in complete disbelief. Hearing this, Andes is completely stunned, muttering to himself if that bastard Kim Yoon-min could be. Panicking, he blurts out his wildest theory: is he really trying to start a defense battle? Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min is tapping a button on his screen. Then a massive object slowly rises from beneath the water's surface. He stands there calmly, staring at the newly emerged object. The more Kim Yoon-min looks at it, the more excited he gets. Time quickly flies by, and 50 minutes later, they arrive near the deadly fog pier. Andes finally sets foot on this grim, dark land. Flags from various organizations are flying all around the place. Every single warrior is burning with an intense will to fight. Andy suddenly turns and asks his companion how many men they have assembled, and his ally immediately reports they have around 100 players and over 500 NPCs. Hearing this, he becomes incredibly stressed and complains that it is driving him crazy, wondering if a war is starting. After all, only 1 or 2 of their guys were beaten by Kim Yoon-min, yet all the players around have gathered. Andes confidently scoffs at the situation, mocking that the bastard Kim Yoon-min is completely finished, and wonders what he could possibly be waiting for by daring to trigger a defense battle. He recalls their previous situation, thinking they were just unprepared back then, which is why Kim Yoon-min looked down on a defense battle. Andes cannot help but laugh out loud, mocking that things are different now because they have summoned every NPC from the 4th city, and even Kim Yoon-min is no match for that monster. Wearing a sinister smirk, Andes calls out for Kim Yoon-min to show himself and pay for what he did. The army continues marching forward with absolute ferocity. At long last, they finally set foot on the new territory. The area where the army stands is the deadly fog pier. The leader, pointing forward, loudly demands for Kim Yoon-min to come out and pay for the crimes he committed against the Black Dragon Legion. Right at that moment, the massive fortress gate slowly begins to open. Andes is completely dumbfounded by this sight, letting out a shocked gasp. Some kind of strange glowing light radiates from the top of the fortress wall. They stare in utter disbelief at the incredible scene. Is a defensive wall. Kim Yoon-min steps out from inside, casually remarking on the massive crowd. Standing boldly in front of the wall, he asks if they are satisfied since he completely rebuilt the whole thing. Andes cannot believe his ears, shouting in shock what he actually blocked off the entire pier with a wall. They are stunned by Kim Yoon-min's crazy stunt, wondering who would be stupid enough to waste hundreds of gold coins on this. Andes suddenly senses something strange and asks if they do not find this odd, while his ally turns around in confusion to ask what he means. Andes immediately points out the oddity: shouldn't a normal defense battle involve setting up defense towers or ballistas? He scans the surroundings and quickly realizes that Kim Yoon-min only built a wall, leaving a single narrow entrance open. Piecing the clues together, Andes delivers his final verdict. This is not a conquest battle at all. Wait now, he gets it. This isn't a siege. It is a massive hunting trap. The system immediately updates its latest data, announcing that the defense quest to reclaim the deadly fog pier is beginning. It does not stop there, as the system goes on to announce that the time limit is 1 hour and all merit and reputation earned during the defense will be doubled. Finally, the system displays a countdown timer and officially signals the start of the battle. Andes immediately orders his subordinates, yelling for the spearmen to charge and open fire. Innumerable spears are thrown straight ahead in a fierce volley. Kim Yoon-min remains completely unfazed, standing absolutely still right where he is. A second later, a massive explosion erupts across the field. Andes is utterly shocked as he witnesses this scene, crying out in disbelief. Once the thick smoke clears, Kim Yoon-min is still standing tall. Based on the current situation, the system alerts him that chivalry has been activated thanks to his rare First Knight title. All of his stats are boosted by 10% during the defense battle. Kim Yoon-min stands there catching his breath, muttering that this is pretty bad. His hand slowly clenches into a fist, thinking he anticipated this but never expected it to go this far. The system updates with more crucial data. The first occupier title is activated, boosting all stats by 20%. Another notification pops up, reminding him that his attack and defense power will scale up proportionally to the massive number of enemy forces. He looks on with sheer determination and shouts that he will destroy absolutely everything. Andy stares in absolute terror at Yoon-min's current condition, wondering how he's completely unscathed and if the game is bugged. Right then, a system notification pops up to summon a hand axe, and holding it, he can't help but laugh at this ridiculous game glitch. Yoon-min readies his battle stance, silently telling the pests to prepare themselves because this is going to hurt. Yoon-min suddenly recalls a useful tip he once learned. There is a simple, clear way to prove one's strength, a goal that every single gamer out there strives to achieve. He envisions the intense moments of battle where he unleashes his absolute maximum damage. Once the clash ends, Yoon-min drinks an energy potion, which honestly doesn't do much, but he still wants to test things out. He reminisces about all his past battles and the absolute strongest strike he could deliver, just to feel that incredible rush once again. Snapping back to reality, Yoon-min silently resolves that right here and now he has to make a massive impact. He recalls his actions from earlier isn't the reason for building a wall instead of a full fortress, completely obvious by now. Just then, the system triggers a major notification. The first occupier title is active, boosting his attack and defense proportionally based on how badly he is outnumbered by the enemy forces. Yoon-min quickly calculates his moves, determined to give it everything he has to unleash the absolute maximum amount of damage possible. Now he is charging forward with absolute ferocity. Yoon-min channels every ounce of his strength directly into his arm. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the weapon in his hand. In a flash, Yoon-min unleashes a devastating critical blow. Andes watches the incoming attack and screams at the top of his lungs. He immediately orders his subordinates in the back to deploy their protective magic barriers. Instantly, a massive glowing barrier of magic rises in front of them. The protective shield completely covers their entire group. His devastating attack slams violently against the magical barrier. Andes lets out a quick sigh of relief, thinking they successfully blocked the hit. But look closely, the barrier begins to crack. They simply cannot withstand the terrifying pressure pushing down on them. They huddle together in absolute terror, screaming as everything shatters around them. In the next instant, Andes is sent flying backward through the air. He watches in stunned silence as his entire squad gets wiped out. Yoon-min walks up to them and sighs, saying, "What a real shame." Dense bloodlust swirls around him, though his stats actually drop slightly now that most of his enemies have been eliminated. Still, Yoon-min cannot help but analyze this strange, overwhelming sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. He is almost in disbelief, reflecting on the sheer joy of dealing such massive destructive damage. Andes is shaking in pure horror, unable to comprehend how on earth their ultimate defense barrier was shattered with just one single strike. Terrified out of their minds, they scream to call off the fight and head back to base. That is when Andes realizes something is terribly wrong. They cannot even escape. Seeing their panic, he mockingly laughs and tells them it is already far too late. Finally, a brand new flag is hoisted high above the harbor docks. The system officially updates the records. The Golden Lion squad has successfully occupied and completely destroyed the Caston base. Players stare at their system screens in absolute anger, cursing that the enemy took advantage of their absence to raid their homes. Yoon-min cracks his knuckles with a smirk, asking if they finally understand their situation. Exuding a completely overwhelming pressure, he cold-bloodedly tells them to go straight to hell. A terrified middle-aged man screams, crying out that there is no way they can fight this monster. He turns around and flees with all his might, urging everyone to run if they cannot escape. Seeing this, Yoon-min slowly grips his sword, preparing to draw it. With a single swift slash, he effortlessly cuts down the escaping middle-aged man. The man's lifeless body slowly collapses onto the cold ground. Yoon-min stands tall and coldly declares that anyone fleeing the battlefield will be executed immediately. If they are true warriors of the Black Dragon army, they must fight and die with honor. Hearing his threat, absolute terror grips the crowd. He has completely lost his mind, making escape impossible now. Yoon-min, on the other hand, smiles with complete satisfaction. He highly admires their samurai spirit. After all, why play a game if you are just going to be scared? A dark, sinister smile spreads across his face. He silently thanks his opponent for giving him such a thrilling rush in battle. Just then, an enemy approaches and asks if he is indeed Yoon-min, admitting he respects his courage for facing the entire army alone. Slowly drawing his sword from its sheath, the warrior mutters a dark warning. Kurobi, a level 3 warrior of the Black Dragon army, coldly declares that this sword will avenge everything Yoon-min has done to his guild, and he will take his head. Showing absolutely no fear, Yoon-min simply wonders if his opponent truly expects a fair one-on-one duel. The opponent's reaction comes as no surprise to him. It makes perfect sense, especially since their previous clash left the enemy at a severe disadvantage. Yoon-min easily predicts Kurobi's strategy, knowing exactly why the warrior ordered his comrades to stand back and provide support. Thinking about it only makes him laugh. It is a smart strategy, but they chose the wrong opponent. Taking his combat stance, Yoon-min knows that as long as his title remains active, those supporting allies behind the enemy will only be a massive deadweight. Kurobi steps forward, planting his foot to build explosive momentum. Yoon-min mirrors the movement, bracing for impact. The two opponents stand ready, prepared to strike. Yoon-min and Kurobi lock eyes, their intense bloodlust filling the air. But get this right, then the entire dock begins to shake violently. Massive waves surge upward, creating a terrifying scene. Kurobi immediately leaps off the trembling ground. Yoon-min is slightly surprised by the sudden shift in the battle. Tracking Kurobi's movements, Yoon-min notes how incredibly fast he is. The enemy immediately brings down a lethal heavy strike. Kurobi's raw strength proves immense, forcing Yoon-min back several steps. Yoon-min cannot help but let out a fierce battle cry. Gathering his strength, he fiercely counters the heavy attack. Standing his ground, Yoon-min evaluates his opponent. The guy is pretty strong without that active title effect. This would have been a real struggle. Sensing danger, Kurobi warily leaps backward to gain some distance. Yoon-min keeps his eyes locked on his opponent, closely watching his every move. He notices Kurobi tauntingly gesturing for him to come closer. Understanding the gesture, Yoon-min simply smiles and silently accepts the challenge. Staring at his rival, he decides that since they are already here, they might as well have an all-out fight. Without wasting a moment, Kurobi unleashes a heavy sword strike straight ahead. But Yoon-min effortlessly dodges the lethal incoming blow. His massive axe swings forward with devastating pressure. Yoon-min instantly turns his defense into a relentless offense, unleashing his skills. The two clash, fiercely locked in a brutal, even-matched stalemate. After an intense exchange of blows, the enemy suddenly halts his movements. With sudden explosive force, Kurobi leaps high into the air. His eyes burn with pure bloodlust as he initiates his first sword form. A dark, ominous aura completely envelops Kurobi's body. With a swift flick of his wrist, he unleashes a devastating slash that practically tears the sky apart. Yoon-min grits his teeth, groaning as he barely blocks Kurobi's crushing blow. Suddenly, Yoon-min leaps high into the air to break the pressure. Flipping backward in mid-air, he narrowly escapes the lethal strike. Yoon-min lands, quickly backing away to put distance between them. He gathers his strength to unleash another devastating strike. Up in the air, Kim Yoon-min stares down at Kurobi. He actually respects his opponent's strength. Not bad at all, but how will you handle this? A second later, Kim Yoon-min suddenly grips his axe with raw power. Kurobi looks pretty taken aback by this sudden display of force. Now Kim Yoon-min uses every bit of momentum to spin his axe. He immediately unleashes a wild, chaotic storm of rapid strikes. The monster watches in horror. There are no clones, but what is happening? Kurobi quickly spots the bizarre truth. No, those are after images. A sudden wave of pure dread hits him. Damn it, where do I even block? In the end, Kurobi just cannot hold off such a vicious assault. His own weapon instantly shatters under the pressure, way too fast. Left completely defenseless, Kurobi takes countless direct hits. Absolutely furious, his eyes burn with pure rage. This is ridiculous. He refuses to believe Kim Yoon-min's strength. How can a mere human possess this power? Overwhelmed and unable to defend himself, he lets out a painful scream. With a final surge of effort, Kurobi counters the attack. He manages to push back, throwing Kim Yoon-min quite a distance. Kurobi tightens his grip on the hilt, time for the third form. He thrusts forward with a highly dangerous piercing drill strike. Even Kim Yoon-min is slightly caught off guard by this sudden retaliation. He quickly leaps backward to dodge the deadly blow. Seizing the briefest opening, Kim Yoon-min begins to cast his next spell. He swings his heavy axe straight ahead with full force. Kurobi instantly raises his arms and grips his sword tightly. He sweeps his weapon to deflect the incoming strike. His gaze is entirely consumed by pure burning rage. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min is still hovering high up in the air. He puts his weight into another massive strike toward Kurobi. The monster continues to fight back with sheer desperate determination. A split second later, a massive explosion rips through the area. Watching the unbelievable chaos unfold, a soldier cannot help but complain, "This is insane. I cannot even track their speed," which means we cannot provide any ranged support at all. Suddenly, his comrade points out something incredibly bizarre, leaving him completely shocked as he turns around and asks what on earth he means. The skinny soldier bluntly lays out the issue. "Just think about it, even if we are pretty weak, our sheer numbers should still make him feel worried." He highlights the weirdest detail, yet throughout this whole time, his entire focus has been on that single fight. The skinny soldier keeps analyzing. "He could have easily wiped us out with a few basic attacks earlier, so why did he spare us?" After weighing everything, he reaches a conclusion. "I bet he let us live because it somehow benefits him." Fully trusting his own logic, he claims that would explain exactly how he became so incredibly strong, but his heavier companion still looks completely confused and asks what he actually means by that. The skinny guy immediately makes his decision. "We need to run, let's get out of here right now." Meanwhile, on the other side, Kim Yoon-min is still locked in fierce combat. Only then does he sense something is off. Why do his attacks feel so heavy, and why is my own speed dropping? This realization makes Kim Yoon-min shout out in absolute shock. There's absolutely nobody left standing behind him, damn it. Where did all the enemy troops go? He cannot help but curse at those cowards. All the stat points I worked so hard to farm are completely wasted now. Kurobi just watches this ridiculous scene play out in dead silence. Kim Yoon-min is still incredibly frustrated. He wanted to test out his new titles, but they all deactivated once the crowd of enemies thinned out. Going one-on-one now means he is completely stripped of those sweet passive buffs. It is basically useless. But then a sudden realization hits him. Wait, if that is how this actually works then. While Kim Yoon-min is totally distracted, Kurobi leaps high into the air. Kurobi seizes the opening and lunges forward. Is Kim Yoon-min really about to face this monster without any stat buffs? He immediately raises his axe to guard against the incoming strike. Kurobi laughs in pure mockery. Sure enough, weak humans are nothing without their cheap tricks. Is this really all he has? Kurobi channels his brute strength and unleashes a lethal blow. Kim Yoon-min desperately struggles to block every single strike. Kurobi only grows wilder with each swing. "Die, you boring trash." In the next second, an earth-shattering explosion rips through the air. The massive earth-shaking blast completely devastates the entire harbor dock. Scorched earth and deep craters are all that remain of the ground. Even Kim Yoon-min's heavy shield begins to spiderweb with cracks. Kurobi stands tall and proud, completely untouched by the clash. He sheathes his blade with absolute disdain. "What a complete waste of time," he sneers. "Whatever tricks you tried, they were useless." Kurobi is highly satisfied with how incredibly fast he ended the fight. Looking down at the banner in his hands, he mutters that he must secure victory and report back to the shogun. He turns to leave, plotting his next move. Who knew the Golden Camp housed such formidable fighters? He resolves to personally hunt down and execute every single runaway. He takes a step forward full of confidence. Wait for it, Kurobi suddenly stops, sensing a very weird vibe. He stares back into the dust cloud. What is that irritating light shining through? It is Kim Yoon-min standing there completely unharmed and ready for round 2. His eyes burn with a dark, absolutely uncontrollable fury. A suffocating wave of anger threatens to tear the harbor apart. An eerie, unnatural light begins leaking from the cracks in his armor. Kurobi gasps in sheer shock. What on earth is that? A thick pitch-black shroud of dark energy envelops Kim Yoon-min. The crushing spiritual pressure radiating from him is absolutely terrifying. Kim Yoon-min lets out a savage, beastly roar. He channels every ounce of his energy straight into his feet. With a massive burst, Kim Yoon-min launches himself into the air. Kurobi raises his blade, bracing himself for the incoming impact. Kurobi barely manages to block the sheer weight of the strike. Fueled by pure rage, Kim Yoon-min roars, "Who said you could decide when this ends?" Completely shaken by the pressure, Kurobi stammers out in shock. A split second later, another violent explosion rocks the entire harbor. Mid-air, Kim Yoon-min flips backward, preparing to unleash his next attack. Kurobi silently tracks Kim Yoon-min's every movement with tense precision. Looking at his opponent, Kurobi remarks that it is rare to find someone this skilled in the Black Dragon Legion. Kurobi decides to extend an offer, telling Kim Yoon-min to join them because the shogun needs true talent. He goes on, boasting that his master aims to conquer the entire continent and swallow the world, and Kim Yoon-min would fit perfectly into that grand vision. Before Kurobi can even finish, Kim Yoon-min completely cuts him off. He bluntly states that he would rather die than join such an ugly faction, telling Kurobi to shut his mouth and fight. Kurobi is utterly caught off guard by such a fierce rejection. He readies another massive strike, declaring that if he chooses death, then so be it. He decided to show no mercy and screamed for him to go to hell. Hearing those words, Yoon-min just smirks. Suddenly, he leaps off the ground. Yoon-min charges straight at Kurobi to launch a fierce counterattack. Right now, he completely holds the upper hand. Kurobi quickly retaliates, swinging his heavy blade. But Yoon-min easily dodges the lethal strike. His swift counterattack leaves Kurobi screaming out in sheer pain. Refusing to give up, Kurobi tightly grips his hilt. He gathers all his remaining strength for another swing. This time, Yoon-min stands his ground firmly. With a loud roar, he winds up a devastating punch filled with raw power. Yoon-min lands a clean, heavy punch right to his face. Completely caught off guard, Kurobi gets blasted high into the air. His body slams violently against the stone wall. Yoon-min is not done yet and continues his relentless charge. Backed into a corner, Kurobi quickly activates his sixth form. A dark, eerie mist begins to swell. A massive, terrifying monster is summoned onto the battlefield. Still, Yoon-min boldly charges ahead to face the beast. In a split second, those deadly razor-sharp claws almost graze his face. He quickly triggers his self-buff to evade the lethal attack. Meanwhile, Kurobi commands that massive spectral hand, absolutely desperate to finish Yoon-min once and for all. After desperately dodging back and forth, he gets snatched up anyway. Kurobi laughs in absolute triumph, gloating that he finally caught him. But Yoon-min suddenly slips right through the giant claws. Dumbfounded, Kurobi gasps in disbelief, wondering how he could just disappear. Just like that, he reappears right behind him. Brimming with confidence, Yoon-min flashes a sinister grin before striking back. Unable to react in time, Kurobi screams out in utter shock. Honestly, who wouldn't be terrified with that giant axe coming right at them? A massive explosion erupts, completely shaking the entire harbor. Kurobi's broken body plummets helplessly toward the ground. Even now, the villain tries to force out one last counterattack, but Yoon-min closes the distance, refusing to give him space. Smiling with pure excitement, Yoon-min remarks that it is finally over for this damn samurai. With that, he rapidly unleashes his legendary light slash, commanding him to die. Silence finally returns to the harbor after the brutal clash. Slowly, Yoon-min's silhouette starts to emerge from the heavy smoke. A moment later, his physical form is completely visible. Collapsing on the shore, Yoon-min gasps for air, muttering that he almost died, and this fight should not have been this exhausting. He cannot help but blame those cowards who ran away, causing all his hard-earned stats to vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, far across the region, a fat guy suddenly feels an itch in his ear and comments on it. Right beside him, a skinny guy nods in agreement, saying that he is feeling the exact same weird sensation. Smiling with deep satisfaction, Yoon-min whispers that it is finally over. At that moment, his system screen flashes, announcing that the time is up and the harbor defense battle has officially concluded. He slowly stands up as the system begins to declare the ultimate winner. The system now displays the latest update on the Golden Lion envoy Lee Jeong-yeon. Countless notifications flood the screen, forcing a choice to either maintain or destroy the occupied territory. Yoon-min smiles at the prompt, feeling absolutely thrilled. Since he won, it is time to forget the past and move on to the next stage. He taps his finger on the screen, finalizing his selection. A second later, the entire occupied territory crumbles to pieces. And get this, the defender watches in absolute horror. He is completely shocked that Yoon-min actually destroyed the very port he was guarding. The system alerts that Death Fog Pier has been occupied and destroyed, restricting its use for 7 days. He stares at the screen, realizing they are completely locked out of the harbor for a whole week. The skinny guy sighs, realizing that was their only route to the central region. He mutters in complete despair that the Black Dragon Legion cannot cross the center for a full week. But he points out an even bigger problem. With all neighboring bases captured, what are they supposed to do now? He weighs their options. They either retreat all the way to the third city or wander around here for 7 days. The chubby guy asks if he is actually serious. Panicked, the chubby guy demands answers, wondering why anyone would mess with him like this. Meanwhile, the skinny guy quietly analyzes the situation. He shares his theory, wondering if it was all done for contribution points and reputation. The chubby guy is shocked, realizing that if Lee Jeong-yeon fought for this, he cuts him off, explaining that destroying the pier and capturing nearby bases would easily net someone an insane amount of reputation and contribution points. The more he thinks about it, the more bizarre it gets. What on earth is that bastard actually planning? Meanwhile, Yoon-min smiles, highly satisfied with how his plan is playing out. The scene shifts to the war zone at the Palace of Honor. A blonde receptionist gasps, startled by his sudden appearance. She politely welcomes him to the guild, asking how she can assist. Yoon-min gets straight to the point, stating he is there to upgrade his rank. She quickly processes his request, asking him to wait a brief moment. She freezes as she reads his profile. Level 235 Knight of the Rene Territory. Stunned, she asks if he is really a knight of a fallen land. Yoon-min is quite puzzled by her reaction, asking what of it. Suddenly, the blonde receptionist slams both hands hard onto the desk. Furious, she demands to know if he is playing a prank on her. Startled by her outburst, Yoon-min defends himself, saying he only wants to rank up. At that exact moment, she suddenly raises her slender hand. She passionately explains that the Palace of Honor is reserved for esteemed warriors. It is meant solely for those aiming to elevate their golden lion status after long periods of combat. Pointing directly at him, she snaps that this place requires level 280. A mere level 235 knight from a ruined land has no business here. She tells him to head to the knight's hall on the left and leave her desk. But Yoon-min is not giving up that easily, telling her to hold on. Glaring at her, he calmly asks her to check his contribution points and reputation listed below. Taken aback by his intense aura, she gasps. Honestly, her smugness is on another level. She internally scoffs at his arrogance, unhappily pulling up his stats just to prove him wrong. Her jaw drops as she stares at the actual data on her screen. The panel displays 8,032 contribution points and 10,231 reputation. She cannot believe her eyes, absolutely horrified by these massive numbers. Her face turns completely pale. A level 235 adventurer having this many points is simply impossible. As Yoon-min impatiently tells her to hurry up, she begins to tremble, realizing he easily qualifies as an honorary baron. Suddenly, she snaps to attention, taking him completely by surprise. She immediately shifts into full customer service mode, sweetly offering to upgrade him to an honorary baron. Yoon-min can only marvel at how incredibly thick-skinned she is. Without wasting any time, he quickly signs the official document. She happily waves him off, telling him to visit again soon. Yoon-min walks away with his new rank, quietly grumbling about how weird the local non-player characters are. Suddenly, a system notification pops up congratulating him on earning a noble title as the very first visitor. He is officially recognized as the first outsider to achieve nobility, earning immense admiration. This unique achievement grants him massive perks, including land ownership rights, a speaking voice in parliament, and noble society along with complete authority over his own domain. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Yoon-min smiles at the screen, hoping no one holds a grudge since it was all part of his master plan. Trembling with excitement, he notes that with this kind of authority in his hands, he can grow even stronger. Planning his next move, he triggers a teleportation scroll to quickly return to the Rene territory. Busy working at his desk, Lena looks up in surprise. Spotting the young man, the Lord gasps, realizing it is Yoon-min. Stepping into the office, Yoon-min politely greets him, noting it has been quite a while. Yoon-min speaks up, addressing him as his lord. He notices how terribly haggard the Lord has become. Although visibly trembling, Lena manages a weak smile, telling him not to worry. Thinking about her own benefits, Lin gets excited about the second mind, realizing having too much work is way better than having nothing to do. And that is not all, as he keeps on explaining further. Lin voices her worries. Lord Remington has been constantly sending people over since their last meeting, and dealing with them is definitely no walk in the park. Hearing this, Yoon-min smiles and says she has worked hard. He is not surprised at all since everything is going exactly as expected. He is aiming for Rena territory. With nothing left to discuss, Yoon-min says his goodbyes and leaves. The Lord does not try to stop him, simply wishing him a safe trip, while Yoon-min silently schemes that his major plan will be set in motion very soon. Moments later, Yoon-min pushes open the door to Lin's room. Stepping outside, he stretches and wonders if he should use his extra time to grind for enhancement stones, but then again, Yoon-min quickly realizes that is a bad idea. He already took everything he wanted, so it is time to find a new hunting ground. Now he leisurely strolls forward, leaving the rest of the work behind. Thinking about this, Yoon-min cannot help but burst into laughter. Clenching his fist, he makes up his mind time to head over there. Cut to a brand new region where the sun beats down relentlessly on every corner. A highly prosperous tribe thrives right in this land. Riding in on a camel, Yoon-min cannot help but complain about the heat. Why on earth is there a quest in a place like this? Venturing deeper into the area, he reminds himself that his sole purpose for coming to this desert is the quest. He is here strictly for business, a highly critical main quest that many players in his past life attempted but utterly failed due to its insane difficulty. As he heads further inside, he recalls that the most frustrating part of this quest is. Just then, Yoon-min notices something shifting right behind him. An old man suddenly screams right behind him, looking absolutely terrifying. Startled, he immediately urges his camel to run. It is finally here. Azakon is completely at his limit, desperately wheezing out for water. He cries out in agony, begging for water. At that exact moment, a system notification pops up showing a thirsty villager has appeared. Another critical notification flashes, presenting a sudden quest. Thirsty villagers. It asks him to provide water and checks if he is willing to help. Seeing this, Yoon-min lets out a sly smile. Great, he thought it was a zombie, but it is actually a sudden quest. Staring at the shivering Azakon, he knows this is the exact trial that broke countless players. Now watch how he tackles this. Glancing around, Yoon-min notes that the second he gives water to this guy, a whole horde of zombie-like villagers will swarm him begging for more. He easily predicts what will happen if he fails to satisfy them. It is a classic trap quest that ruins your reputation. But Yoon-min is not worried at all as he pulls out a water bottle. It is a high-risk move, but he has a plan. He slowly twists the cap off the bottle. The cool, fresh water glistens right in front of Azakon. The old man stares at it in absolute disbelief. Then Azakan gasps out in pure overwhelming excitement. Right on cue, other villagers start shouting for water. They instantly swarm toward Yoon-min, desperately begging for a drink. Standing calmly amidst the chaos, he simply snaps his fingers. A massive water tank suddenly spawns, and that trap only works on players without real power. The system updates the quest status as he summons a special water container. The crowd gasps in joy, realizing there is enough water for the entire village to drink. Yoon-min pulls out a water bomb next, smiling as he announces the grand finale. He throws it with all his might at the tank. And he is not done yet, as Yoon-min summons a sharp, massive axe next. He launches it high into the air, shouting out for an ambush. A split second later, a massive explosion erupts high above. Endless streams of cool water rain down upon the dry land. Everyone cheers in absolute ecstasy. It is raining, they are saved, and the refreshing water brings them back to life. Instantly, the system screen flashes with notifications. He has successfully quenched the thirst of every villager, completing the sudden quest and earning absolute unwavering trust from the entire village. Kim Yoon-min is absolutely thrilled to see these words flashing in front of him. Perfect. After that, the entire village heads over to the massive water container. Filled with gratitude, village chief Rocan thanks the traveler, wondering how they could ever repay him for such incredible help. Standing there politely, Kim Yoon-min explains that as an adventurer, he only did what was right. He then asks what exactly happened, leaving the chief completely taken aback by the question. Rocan explains the root of the problem. Apparently, while their water source was never abundant, the village well kept them alive until it completely dried up a week ago. Disasters quickly piled up for them. Their communication lines with nearby villages suddenly broke, and those sent to search for water vanished without a trace, leaving them in this desperate state. Looking at Kim Yoon-min with pleading eyes, Rocan begs the kind adventurer to look into the matter, knowing it is a massive favor to ask of him. Right then, the system issues a new quest to investigate the dried-up water source. Success requires fully resolving the issue, which rewards 100 experience points, gold, and the Savior Hero title. He has the option to reject this quest. Seeing the system notification pop up, Kim Yoon-min immediately speaks up, asking if he did not already make himself clear. Pointing at himself, Kim Yoon-min eagerly repeats that as an adventurer, he is just doing his job. With that, the system registers his choice and displays a new alert confirming he has accepted the quest. The scene shifts to the village's dried-up desert well. Soon, Kim Yoon-min sets foot right at the destination. Kim Yoon-min is fully geared up, wearing a reflective helmet, sun-resistant armor, and sturdy boots designed for crossing the harsh desert sands. Standing there confidently, he sighs in relief, glad he bought this heat-resistant gear set from the shop back in the village. Staring down into the deep well, Kim Yoon-min prepares himself to face the core target of this investigation. But wait, there's a weird noise coming from inside. Grabbing onto his sturdy rope, he begins climbing down to investigate the situation. Before long, Kim Yoon-min descends deep into the darkness. Moments later, he lands safely at the very bottom. Looking around, Kim Yoon-min notes that the well is completely bone dry but far more spacious than he anticipated. But then something highly unusual catches his attention. His eyes lock onto a pathway in the distance, figuring that cave must be the right way to go. Without wasting a single moment, he walks directly toward it. Entering the cave, Kim Yoon-min instantly senses a strange shift in the atmosphere. The system interface pops up with an alert revealing he has entered the Burning Flame dungeon. At that moment, the truth hits him. This dungeon is the exact reason the well dried up. Deep inside the cavern, fierce flames burn brightly everywhere. A group of playful flame spirits are floating and dancing around merrily. Jumping back in pain, he groans at how incredibly hot the ground is. Rushing forward, Kim Yoon-min aims to extinguish the annoying flame spirits blocking his path. With a massive swing, he unleashes a powerful strike directly at them. However, the flames show no sign of fading away. Within seconds, the scattered embers reform back into their original shape. Suddenly, a massive blast of fire erupts violently right toward him. Reacting instantly, Kim Yoon-min leaps backward to dodge the searing heat. Looking at the destruction behind him, he grunts that these monsters are much tougher than the spirits in Rena, forcing him to use his trump card. Without delay, Kim Yoon-min summons an item called the Frost Scroll, with the system screen displaying its active status and a strict time limit. Unrolling it quickly, he activates the Frost buff to boost his attack speed, noting he only has 10 minutes left on the clock. Brandishing the glowing Frost Scroll, Kim Yoon-min charges in, muttering that this pricey single-use item better get the job done quickly. Intense frost magic instantly surges forward toward the raging flames. Sharp layers of ice begin tearing through the fiery spirits. The raging flames gradually snuff out, completely overwhelmed by the freezing ice. He remains deeply focused, unleashing a devastating flurry of consecutive strikes. Surveying the freezing battlefield, Kim Yoon-min nods in approval, quite pleased with the results. But he suddenly freezes, staring wide-eyed at what lies directly ahead. Suddenly, a burst of flames explodes, catching Kim Yoon-min completely off guard. What on earth is that? Then a creepy voice suddenly echoes out, asking who he is. It is a level 263 fallen fire spirit, coldly roaring at him to get lost. Kim Yoon-min points his weapon straight at the fallen fire spirit, a thrilled smirk crossing his face. Finally, the source of all this trouble shows up. The fallen fire spirit screeches in agonizing pain, letting out an absolutely deafening roar that fills the air. The monster grabs his head, gritting his teeth from a severe headache. Pushing through the pain, the fallen fire spirit swings his arm to strike back, wondering what is happening. He slams his hand down, splitting the ground completely in two. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min quickly dodges to the side just as a massive boulder crashes down right where he stood. His eyes flash with a cold light as his smirk grows wider. Damn, that fallen monster has some pretty impressive destructive power. The fallen fire spirit does not stop there, raising his hand to launch another attack, telling him to return to dust. He conjures a blazing ball of fire right in his palm. Its heat is absolutely intense, screaming toward Kim Yoon-min like a rocket. It is the flame storm attack. Kim Yoon-min immediately braces himself, shifting into a defensive stance. The fireball closes and rapidly twisting into a sharp spear aimed directly at his chest. In a flash, Kim Yoon-min vanishes. It looks like he phase-shifted right through the flames. Having successfully bypassed the attack, his eyes glow with pure, unfiltered bloodlust. You are the one who is turning to dust. Kim Yoon-min conjures multiple clones charging forward all at once to counterattack with his Dance of Chaos skill. But the monster does not look scared at all, shouting not in a million years. The fallen fire spirit uses both hands to summon a massive fire tornado. Leaning back, he spreads his arms wide and unleashes the fiery vortex forward. Flame strike. Surrounded by the raging flames, Kim Yoon-min is caught off guard, gritting his teeth to dodge. What is this? His clones are burned by the fire, all of them blasted backward. Meanwhile, a targeted stream of intense fire energy surges directly toward Kim Yoon-min, acting like a burning spear that stabs right into his main physical body. The heat of the flames wounds him, forcing a sharp gasp of pain through his clenched teeth. Desperate to break free, Kim Yoon-min leaps backward and lands on the ground a short distance away. With his outer coat completely burned away, Kim Yoon-min grips his weapon tightly, muttering that a head-on clash is going to get exhausting. He raises his hand, pulling out an orb. In that case, try this. Kim Yoon-min then hurls the orb directly at the fallen fire spirit with all his might. The monster widens his eyes in pure surprise, watching the projectile fly straight toward him. A second later, the orb splits in half and something shoots out from within. It is water, instantly weakening the fallen fire spirit. Caught completely off guard, he screams in absolute fury, accusing Kim Yoon-min of playing dirty tricks. Refusing to back down, the fallen fire spirit gathers all his power and roars that he will vaporize everything with his flame burst. But right above his head, water is already poised to crash down. A massive explosion erupts, sending thick white steam billowing out everywhere. Kim Yoon-min stands there calmly, his hands still tightly clenched. His lips curl up into a confident smile. Through the thick white steam, a pair of glowing eyes suddenly appears. The fallen fire spirit has shifted forms, mocking him as a fool for thinking a simple water bomb could defeat him. But suddenly, it seems the monster realizes something. The dense steam right in front of him completely blocks his vision. Damn, this missed. The fallen fire spirit fails to notice a figure quietly slipping behind his back. Has he been played right from the very start? Sensing his perfect chance, Kim Yoon-min charges straight ahead. By the time the fallen fire spirit realizes, he stabs a mere clone, while the real Kim Yoon-min swings his axe, severing the monster's other arm. Slowly realizing he has been tricked, the fallen fire spirit spins around to launch a desperate counterattack. But he completely misses Kim Yoon-min as the thick white smoke and steam leave him totally disoriented, growling, "Damn it, where is he?" Seeing this, Kim Yoon-min flips him double middle fingers, mocking the slowpoke and asking where on earth he was aiming. Before his laughter even fades, he kicks hard off a stone cliff, launching himself back with explosive speed. In the blink of an eye, Kim Yoon-min punches a massive hole straight through the fallen flame spirit's shoulder. The surrounding space has completely shifted, and sharp shards of ice have suddenly materialized out of nowhere. Kim Yoon-min narrows his eyes with a smug smile, thinking to himself that his power is rising exactly as predicted. He had planned this entire battle layout, and whipping up all that steam was not just to block his enemy's sight. His axe blade is now coated in sharp ice, utilizing the moisture in the air to crystallize and boost his strength. The fallen flame spirit grows furious, gritting his teeth as he spits out that humans are just cowardly trick-playing vermin. He raises a single finger, preparing to summon something devastating, but then, the fallen flame spirit unleashes a massive purgatory tornado, shouting that Kim Yoon-min is nothing but a worthless ant before this power. Standing down on the ground, Kim Yoon-min is visibly startled by the massive display of power. Without a single moment of hesitation, the fallen flame spirit points directly down. The massive fire tornado crashes straight down onto the spot where Kim Yoon-min stands. The ground is violently torn to shreds. The destructive force of the tornado snakes through the earth, relentlessly chasing Kim Yoon-min as he desperately runs. He tries to dodge, but he is completely surrounded on all sides as the swirling vortex overwhelms him, making him curse that he cannot escape. Debris flies everywhere, while Kim Yoon-min struggles to defend himself, trapped right in the absolute center of the raging storm. The fallen flame spirit gloats at his desperate struggle, mocking him and asking how he likes this overwhelming power. Not stopping there, the spirit follows up with a devastating purgatory flame strike. He is incredibly confident in his absolute power, boasting that these flames will never die until Kim Yoon-min is dead, challenging him to see how long he lasts. Yet Kim Yoon-min shows zero fear, dismissing the threat as complete nonsense. Clasping his hands together, a bizarre excitement flashes in his eyes as he summons a violent tempest. Another massive vortex is instantly created. It easily blows away the blue flames of the fallen flame spirit, completely overpowering the enemy's tornado in just a matter of seconds. Debris is blown right back at him, making the spirit gasp in shock. Dragging his glowing axe along the ground, Kim Yoon-min mutters that he originally avoided this skill due to the side effects. He laughs like a madman, his face full of reckless joy as he challenges the spirit to see whose fire is stronger. A sudden system warning rings in his ears, stating that his flame is cooling down and his vitality is steadily draining away. His eyes burn with excitement, a manic grin spreading across his face as he mutters that he knew it. Kim Yoon-min charges forward like a bullet, declaring that he will utterly destroy the monster before his own flame burns out. The spirit glares and roars back, calling his claim absolute nonsense. Bracing himself, he unleashes his blazing energy, telling Kim Yoon-min to try again in 100 years. His firepower splits into dozens of sharp flaming spikes that thrust directly toward Kim Yoon-min. Kim Yoon-min remains completely unfazed, tightening his grip on the axe handle with both hands. He swings the heavy weapon, slicing right through the oncoming fire spikes. Immediately after, he looks up and lets out a loud, confident laugh. Instantly, Kim Yoon-min slices clean through one side of the spirit's face, but the monster's mouth twists into a bizarre grin. Only seconds later does Kim Yoon-min sense something wrong, throwing his head back in shock to look behind him. A massive wall of flame launched by the fallen flame spirit is hurtling straight toward him. Suddenly, another flame erupts from the ground beneath him, twisting violently upward like a fiery tornado. Unable to react in time, Kim Yoon-min is swept inside, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. Trapped in this critical danger, he grips his axe tightly and prepares to launch a counterattack. With a massive swing, Kim Yoon-min uses his ice-coated axe to blow the flames completely away. He gathers his momentum to launch a counterstrike against the fallen flame spirit, letting out a wild battle cry. Yoon-min slams his axe hard into the ground, sending massive cracks of frost spreading rapidly right under the fallen fire spirit's feet. That strike conjures a massive jagged ice block that completely traps the monster. Extreme cold sweeps over the creature, freezing it solid in a matter of seconds. Sensing his chance, Yoon-min charges forward without any hesitation. He cleaves right through the ice block, instantly appearing right in front of the frozen spirit's face. Yoon-min grips the axe handle even tighter, channeling the biting absolute cold like it is a physical part of him. Maxing out the weapon's raw power for a final fatal strike, his pupils glow with a fierce blood-red intensity. A wild, ecstatic grin spreads across his face. Just die already. The fallen fire spirit stands completely frozen in shock, its face twisted in pure disbelief. Unable to move, it can only watch as Yoon-min cleanly slices its body into two separate pieces. Even its soul core gets shattered cleanly in half. With the fallen fire spirit completely destroyed, the chamber plunges into an eerie dead silence. Yoon-min mutters to himself, "Well, that was pretty fun." Dropping to one knee as the immense pain finally fades, he confirms the beast is truly dead. Reverting back to his normal human form, he lets out a heavy sigh, complaining about how absolutely exhausted he is. Right on cue, a system notification pops up, congratulating him on becoming the earliest high-tier soul hunter and earning the title Boundary Slasher. Reading this, Yoon-min gasps in surprise. The Boundary Slasher. It has been a really long time since he last saw that name. The system screen updates with more details. The unique title belongs to a legendary warrior who can cut down spirits regardless of species, freeing him from any racial restrictions against future enemies. As the first ever earner of this title, he gains an incredible passive effect, dealing 100% damage to all spirit-type foes. Looking at the rewards, a smug grin creeps onto his face, wiping away his fatigue. This core buff is exactly what he needed, and it will be incredibly useful in so many different situations. The ground violently shakes. Entire cave begins to collapse around him. Startled, Yoon-min shouts out, "What on earth is happening so suddenly?" Just then, the system chimes in with a warning. The curse drying up the desert village has been lifted, warning the underground desert springs are about to erupt. Massive torrents of water burst through the walls like a flash flood. Honestly, what would you even do in this situation? He can only scream. His face twists in absolute frustration. First a sea of fire and now an ocean. What kind of garbage game is this? Spinning around, he tries to make a break for the exit, muttering that he needs to get out. But right then, his body locks up as the madman's status backlash kicks in. Yoon-min freezes solid in place, watching a warning that his strength is rapidly draining. An instant later, the rushing water slams into him while he is stuck standing there completely helpless. The massive wave crashes from behind, forcing him to scream out in panic. This massive flood instantly swallows Yoon-min whole. Choking on the water, he desperately tries to claw his way up, but it is completely useless. Meanwhile, outside in the scorching desert, the heat remains absolutely brutal. Suddenly, the ground rumbles. The villagers are thrown into a total panic, anxiously asking each other what is going on. Soil right around the old well looks like it is being pushed up by some massive force. With a loud crack, the ground ruptures, blasting water several meters into the air, with Yoon-min flailing wildly right at the top. Seeing the water, the villagers are overjoyed. They gather around to cheer, shouting that it is groundwater, thanking the heavens because they are finally saved. Meanwhile, our poor hero gets tossed out of the geyser, landing directly on a painful patch of cacti. Spotting him, Azakan rushes over with a deeply worried look, shouting that he knew the traveler could actually pull it off. Reaching him, he freezes. Seeing Yoon-min covered in wounds and splayed across a cactus, he asks in confusion if the traveler is okay. Struggling to speak, Yoon-min mumbles that he is fine. His head is spinning and his eyes roll back as he thinks that he is actually dying. Terrified by this, Azakan panics, yelling for the traveler to stay awake. Shortly after, Yoon-min is brought back to the village chief's house. Carrying a massive jar of water, the chief enters the room, admitting he was deeply worried that their hero might have died for the village. But Yoon-min, already mostly recovered, sits up and scratches his head with a reassuring smile, telling him not to worry. Hearing this, Azakan beams with joy, proudly declaring that the entire village will forever remain in his debt for saving their lives. The familiar system notification suddenly rings out: quest complete, drought origin solved. You have leveled up. You have obtained the Desert Savior title. Equipped effects include 20 points added to all stats, absolute cooperation from the desert village, and fire magic defense increased by 10%. Azakan gestures towards several large bags nearby, calling it a small gift from the villagers and adding that there is still even more. He personally hands a mysterious wooden box to the young man, asking him to accept the gift. Yoon-min looks completely stunned. What is this? Azakan opens the wooden box to reveal a gleaming quest badge inside a unique hero certification. He quickly explains that this is a priceless heirloom passed down through his family for generations. Legend says it must go to the hero who saved their village. Looking down at Yoon-min, taking the badge, the old man notes that they have met many travelers over the years. His voice carries absolute certainty as he says, "I believe you are the legendary hero traveler we have been waiting for." Gripping the shiny badge, Yoon-min feels a surge of quiet excitement. This is the exact key to the next gate. His gaze instantly sharpens as he calculates his next move. Everything in this desert village was just a tutorial compared to the brutal road ahead. He is itching to set off immediately because the monsters waiting ahead are nothing like the weaklings he has fought so far. By the very next morning, Yoon-min silently slips away from the desert village. Sweat pours down his face as he grits his teeth. Why does this stupid game have to feel so realistic? He might actually fry before reaching the dungeon. True, he has the hero certification, but it is currently useless. He needs to find the exact spot to activate the damn thing. Blocking the brutal desert sun with his hand, he wishes he had some past life memories to guide him. He could have found the dungeon instantly instead of hunting for these annoying clues. Suddenly, his expression shifts from exhaustion to shock. A bizarre stone sits alone in the endless sand. What is that? Yoon-min rushes over, eyes flashing with excitement. He almost missed this completely. Brushing the thick sand off the surface, he finds a slot that perfectly matches his new badge. Awesome, he finally found it. Without a single second of hesitation, he presses the badge into the slot. Let's see what happens if I place it here. A split second later, the strange stone erupts in a brilliant golden glow. His smirk says it all done. Suddenly, the entire desert begins to tremble violently. Talk about a dramatic entrance. A colossal stone foot bursts straight out of the boiling desert sand. The massive shadow falls over the dunes, completely swallowing Yoon-min in darkness. It turns out to be a giant sphinx, its glowing eyes locking onto him. The sphinx speaks in a booming voice, truly surprising. It seems genuinely shocked to see Yoon-min, muttering that the one who woke it is none other than a tiny human. Tilting its head back, the giant beast proudly declares that there are no exceptions. He must pass its trial to enter the ancient gate. Before the Sphinx can even finish, Yoon-min casually raises his hand. He confidently blurts out the answer is human before a question is even asked. The Sphinx stares down, utterly confused. What are you talking about? Yoon-min sighs with pure impatience. Isn't that how this usually works? Annoyed, the Sphinx roars back. What kind of absolute nonsense is that? Clearing its throat, the beast reminds him that this is a critical step for his future journey, demanding that he take it seriously. It pulls out a glowing red crystal and asks Yoon-min if he knows what it is. Without even waiting for him to answer, the beast explains that this crystal is dropped by the local monsters, holding their raw power and entire life force. Shoving the crystal right in front of Yoon-min, the Sphinx warns that absorbing it restores full strength, but catching blood poison will completely strip him of power. He reaches out to take the gem, his expression turning serious. It is called a bloodstone. Examining the warm bloodstone in his hand for a quiet moment, Yoon-min asks if this is the actual trial. The beast nods, instructing him to smash the fake stones it created. It helpfully explains that real bloodstones are incredibly durable. Even though these ones are just replicas, they are still nearly impossible for a human to destroy. Smirking with obvious condescension, the massive beast adds that since fragile humans are weak, it will graciously allow him to use a special weapon to get the job done. But while the Sphinx is busy feeling proud of itself, a loud cracking sound makes it completely freeze in shock. In the blink of an eye, Yoon-min has shattered the bloodstone into tiny pieces. He casually drops the fragments onto the sand while the Sphinx stands frozen like a statue staring. Breaking the silence, it grins and mutters that he is a highly annoying human. Following the rules, the beast commands the gate to open. A long stone staircase descends into the earth, revealing the legendary and highly mysterious pyramid dungeon right in front of him. As Yoon-min steps down, the beast leans in to warn him that the monsters inside are incredibly dangerous. Waving his hand dismissively, Yoon-min calmly tells him not to worry. Suddenly, the beast pauses. Wait, I almost forgot. It uses its claw to point at the badge Kim Yoon-min just placed inside the groove on the stone. The Sphinx takes it out and tosses it back to Kim Yoon-min, warning him that he will surely need it. A bit surprised, he catches it anyway, wondering why his certification was returned. This is completely different from his past life. He looks at the Sphinx, wondering if it is because of his performance on the test. Either way, exceeding certain limits always changes things. Stepping down the stairs leading deep underground, Kim Yoon-min tells himself that experiencing it firsthand will make everything clear. Reaching the end of that long staircase, Kim Yoon-min steps into a completely unfamiliar place. Standing right before him is a massive pillar, radiating a brilliant golden light. Surprisingly, the pillar begins to speak, calling out to the warrior from afar and warning that the once glorious pyramid is now cloaked in darkness. It promises that if he can banish the evil energy and help reclaim its ancient glory, it will surely reward him with great honor and treasure. The pillar glows even brighter, urging him to go forth and reclaim their long-lost glory. The blinding light forces Kim Yoon-min to shield his eyes with his hand. When he opens his eyes a few seconds later, everything has completely changed. Looming before him is the legendary pyramid. A system alert confirms he has entered the mysterious hidden pyramid dungeon of myths. Kim Yoon-min looks around and smirks, whispering to himself if this is really the legendary pyramid of the Korea Empire once ruled by King Scorpion. Having read the history of this land, Kim Yoon-min remembers it quite well. Driven by ambition, King Scorpion quickly built and ruled his own domain. However, after being consumed by darkness for some mysterious reason, he threw Korea into chaos. That deep corruption eventually fueled his desire to expand his dark reign to the outside world. He recalls his fight back in Azakane. The very first casualty was actually the fallen fire spirit from the Mirror Desert village. His expression turns thoughtful, pondering the corrupt power of darkness that devoured King Scorpion's soul. A sudden theory crosses his mind: could the fallen enemies defeated by King Scorpion have placed a terrible curse on the ruler? Stepping forward with his eyes locked on the goal, he notes that since he skipped this quest in his past life, he lacks the details. This time, he must investigate thoroughly. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks, surprise flashing across his face. Not too far away, someone is lying on the sand. What is that? It turns out to be a girl, and she appears to be fast asleep. Kim Yoon-min approaches, covering his mouth with a smirk as he mutters, "Oh, is this a zombie?" Instantly, the girl snaps awake and sits straight up, angrily demanding who he is calling a zombie. Startled by her sudden reaction, Kim Yoon-min asks if she is actually still alive. A little while later, the two of them get acquainted. The girl introduces herself as Rofi. Kim Yoon-min kindly offers her some water and food, making her incredibly happy to have survived. Watching her from a corner, Kim Yoon-min sighs that she is like a parasite eating all his food. Completely ignoring him, she casually asks if there is anything left to drink. Annoyed, Kim Yoon-min pokes her head, reminding her she drank it all. He just saved her life, so she should offer a thank you gift. Rofi merely shrugs, asking what kind of gift. She bursts into proud laughter, boasting that she is a high-ranking mage serving King Scorpion and a noble of the Korea Empire. She tells him to call her Rofi, claiming that helping a noble like her should be reward and honor enough for a mere human. Kim Yoon-min frowns, pointing his finger at her suspiciously. He repeats her words, a high-ranking mage and noble zombie, asking who she really is. Enjoying his puzzled expression, she responds with a wicked grin. Her eyes glow crimson as she licks her lips mockingly, telling him that he is absolutely correct. Kim Yoon-min aggressively pokes Rofi's forehead, snap back to reality. He tells her she just drank everything, and he saved her life, so she better prepare a thank you gift. Left completely speechless, she can only repeat a thank you gift. Rofi proudly boasts under the sun. She claims she is a high-ranking mage serving King Scorpion and a noble of the Korea Empire. She demands to be called Rofi, declaring that aiding a noble is already a grand honor and reward for someone like him. He freezes as his smile vanishes, replaced by utter shock as her true identity is suddenly revealed. Wait, a high-level mage and a noble undead. That means she is a monster. With glowing eyes and a murderous smile, she confirms that he is absolutely correct. Kim Yoon-min gets straight to the point without wasting any time, catching her completely off guard. If she is a monster, they should settle this right now. Aggressively activating his combat mode to strike, he terrifies Rafi so much her eyes pop out, screaming for him to stop. A massive, terrifying explosion erupts, kicking up a giant cloud of dust and tearing the ground open with a deafening blast. Coughing heavily, Rafi begs him to talk first. Her blank eyes return, reverting back to her usual clueless state. She realizes in horror that this guy is the real monster here. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min grabs her head, growling and asking what she just called him. Trembling, she stares as he completely drops his friendly human act, revealing his true form as a bloodthirsty monster with glowing red eyes and a grin stretching from ear to ear. Our little chat is about to get a whole lot more valuable with what you have. Rofi turns completely pale. What an absolute lunatic. She fires back that she doesn't want to fight and hasn't even finished speaking. She no longer serves the king. Yoon-min repeats, no longer serving the king. Rafi gets so flustered that sweat starts pouring down. That is not it. The air shakes with terrifying magical power, the aftershocks threatening to split the earth wide open. She only responds with a frozen deer in the headlights look, totally innocent. He tosses Rofi aside with zero hesitation to face this raw power head-on. Get lost. The dark energy surges forward like a giant, unstoppable arrow. As the power slowly dissipates, she looks up in utter disbelief. The clawed foot of Horus steps heavily onto the sandy ground. What a shame, he says. I really wanted to kill you both. Long time no see, level 250 Rofi. Horus sneers. His beak curves into a mocking smirk, dripping with arrogance and malice. You betrayed the king to side with weak humans. You definitely didn't disappoint me. Rofi grits her teeth, enduring Horus. She musters the courage to scream back that she didn't betray the king, she only wanted to convince him. Horus raises his hand, channeling his power as he coldly declares that going against the king's will is betrayal, and her only fate is death. Refusing to back down, Rofi slams her hand down to summon her power. Screw fate, just bring it on. Her eyes widen to their absolute limit, sweat dripping down her face in sheer, overwhelming shock. While he is still aggressively conjuring a sphere of dark energy, Yoon-min leaps into the air to ambush him from behind. Startled, Horus spins around. But it is too late. The successful ambush from behind sends him crashing hard onto the dirt. Yoon-min wears a wild, utterly satisfied grin. Hey, wild chicken, you might want to watch your back. Horus can only glare back. How dare you? He spreads his wings to push him back. Horus clenches his fist, gathering dark energy to prepare for a brutal counterattack. He unleashes a horrifying strike that puts him in mortal danger, forcing him to cough up blood. Yoon-min grits his teeth. Damn it, he is too fast. He counters to block, but unfortunately Horus uses his wings to easily dodge the attack. Soaring high into the sky, Horus casts a freezing cold glare down at him. His gaze burns with shock and the utter rage of a superior being. How dare you ambush me, you arrogant human! I will destroy this continent right now. Yoon-min yells in frustration, get down here, you oversized chicken. He smugly glances elsewhere. Rofi is still burning with fighting spirit, creating a magic circle that makes Horus hesitate. But deciding it is not worth the trouble, he suddenly flies off, telling Rafi to live well until they meet again. In the vast desert, he screams in absolute rage as he watches the cowardly Horus flee into the sky. Get back here, you coward. Her lips are trembling uncontrollably. She lets out a huge sigh of relief. That was way too close. Rafi suddenly flinches as Yoon-min approaches her. Her body starts shaking all over again. What the hell? He asks seriously if she has nothing to say to him. Panicked, Rofi stammers, asking what she is even supposed to say. She quietly gulps. Rafi looks straight up at Yoon-min's sharp, dust-covered jawline. Then her eyes drift down to those perfectly sculpted six-pack abs. Rafi's cheeks turn completely red from embarrassment. She bows her head, giving a clumsy but sincere thanks while he makes a funny face, just to tease her, asking her to speak up. Furious, Rofi pinches Yoon-min's face, calling him a petty bastard of a man. Grunting in pain, he snaps back, asking who almost got sliced in half because of whom in the first place. Yoon-min pinches her back, asking if he is wrong. The two wrestle back and forth, both screaming to let go and calling each other annoying pests. Under a clear blue sky, a massive pyramid towers over the land, standing incredibly majestic and magnificent. Horus walks calmly through the warm evening sun. He walks inside with a gloomy expression, meeting Minute. She immediately mocks his look, calling him ugly Horus. She asks if he was just in a battle. He stays quiet, looking deep in thought. He calls out her name, Minute. She laughs gleefully, teasing him and asking if he came to see the king, her level shown as 251. She wonders if it was because of Rofi. Horus tells her that the brat is traveling with a crazy human, warning her that he is extremely dangerous and she should stay away. Pretending to be shocked, she wonders what could have happened. He explains but still holds back some details, stating he has no time to explain and is only warning her, which makes Minute shout in frustration. She tilts her head, looking quite bored. Horus approaches King Scorpion and drops to one knee. Bowing his head respectfully, he greets the king, stating that he has an urgent matter to report. Surprised, the king curiously asks what has happened. He commands him to speak his level, showing as 270. Yoon-min widens his eyes in shock, pointing at his own face as he asks in disbelief if the king only has eyes left. He demands to know what she means by the king only having eyes left, talk about a creepy detail, but Rofi refuses to explain. With a serious expression, she reveals a shocking truth, explaining that the king has lived far longer than he thinks and actually founded the current empire. Because of his extreme age, he has lost his original power and can no longer maintain his physical body. He interrupts in utter surprise, asking how long the founder has been alive, but Rofi admits she only knows he has existed for a very long time. Yoon-min feels completely helpless, pointing out that she is a mummy who should have lived for ages, but she pouts and starts counting on her fingers, claiming she is only about 18 years old, shocking him to his core since she is practically still a child. Yoon-min stands there in complete daze, his eyes wide with shock as he realizes that everything playing out is completely opposite to what he knew. Curse it, this is totally different from his memory. In his past life, he completed quests for a completely different race, only skimmed online guides about human questlines, and never expected things to be this ridiculously complicated. He presses her for answers about what that chicken had said earlier. She tilts her head, wondering if he means Horus. Yoon-min looks incredibly sharp and suspicious, confirming that the guy definitely said those words. He asks if she betrayed the king, leaving Rafi completely stunned. She averts her gaze, completely unsure of how to explain. Meanwhile, we shift back to Korea, where busy crowds bustle about under the golden sun. A man stands with folded arms in front of a market stall, quietly observing the neatly displayed items. Two young boys run excitedly across the dusty path, their faces bright with loud, cheerful laughter. In the crowded market, Arima walks peacefully through the bustle, wearing a clean white cloak. Suddenly, a brilliant light shines down from above, forcing her to look up. Horus spreads his massive wings wide. He lands, blocking Arima's path in a cool manner. Stunned as if meeting a god, she gasps, "Lord Horus." The crowd gasps in shock at his arrival, recognizing him as the great god Horus. Everyone bows deeply in respect, whispering his name. Annoyed by the sudden commotion, he immediately brushes it off, ordering everyone to calm down and carry on. Horus turns to Arima, stating he has some questions. Sweating nervously, she points at herself, asking if he is speaking to her. He demands to know Rafi's location. Arima nervously calls her their gluttonous child before quickly correcting herself to Lady Rafi. She mentions she hasn't seen her in ages, though she used to visit daily. Horus continues pressing, asking if she has truly seen nothing recently. She smiles warmly and nods yes, she was always so curious, so she's probably doing just fine out there somewhere. He flaps his wings, kicking up a gentle breeze, saying it is enough that she wasn't spotted. But if anyone sees a strange man in the village, report it immediately, since he is a highly recognizable freak. Horus flies off, warning them to remember. A kid runs over, tugging on Arima's shirt. The two children eagerly ask about Rofi, demanding to know what happened to her and begging to see her. She can't answer any of their questions because she has absolutely no idea where the girl actually is. Horus spreads his massive wings and dives straight toward the colossal fortress at a blinding, wind-tearing speed. He decides to launch himself upward. Horus lands with massive force, radiating a mysterious and threatening presence. He stares down into the deep, dark abyss. Horus drags his sharp claws across the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He spreads his massive wings and dives from high above, cutting through the tense, blood-red air at blinding speed. Jakun starts back, totally caught off guard by Horus's sudden arrival. He turns and asks what brings Lord Horus here, while Horus demands to know if they have found Rofi's whereabouts. Jakun tries to reassure him, saying he increased the sand guards to keep them from interfering those level 240 jackals. Horus dismisses this as completely insufficient, stating the king ordered Rofi captured before launch, leaving Jakun wondering if she is really that dangerous. Glaring, he explains that while she is harmless alone, the human traveling with her is the real threat. Jakun gasps at the mention of a human, and Horus explains he investigated a loud noise outside the walls and found Rofi with a stranger. It was only a brief clash, but there is no doubt the stranger is incredibly strong and a major threat. How or why someone of that power level ended up here remains unknown, but he will absolutely disrupt their plans. The king agrees, which is why he ordered them to capture him, prompting Jakun to nod in sudden realization, claiming he completely understands now. He flinches as he notices what lies directly ahead of them. When asked if that is indeed the device, Jakun confirms it. This machine will fulfill the king's grand wish, serving as the absolute key to their entire plan. Staring at the bloodstone condenser, Horus is mesmerized by how stunning it looks. Elsewhere, Yoon-min is completely stunned, repeating the name a bloodstone condenser. What are you going to do with it? Rofi's face turns serious as she explains that it does exactly what the name suggests, condensing ordinary bloodstones into much stronger versions. The king plans to use it to reclaim his lost power, aiming to recharge his own severely weakened bloodstone. Rubbing his chin, he ponders, I get the picture, but regaining king-level strength would require way more than just a few bloodstones, right? Is there really a place around here crawling with that many monsters? She lowers her head, whispering that this is exactly where the problem lies. A bloodstone is basically a vessel of life holding crystallized energy. Monsters aren't the only ones who carry them, causing Yoon-min to turn pale as the realization hits him. Rofi explains that the people who have lived alongside them in this place for ages, every single one of them, carries a bloodstone. Now, do you get it? To fully restore his strength, the king is planning to sacrifice every single citizen. He never saw this coming. That guy is way more twisted than he imagined. Suddenly, a cold voice asks who he is calling crazy, and Yoon-min, assuming it is Rofi, casually replies that it is obviously that weird Scorpion King guy, only to suddenly freeze in shock. She had sneaked up on them, stroking Yoon-min's chin with a mocking greeting. His face instantly contorts in sheer terror as his jaw drops, looking like his soul literally just left his body in shock over this random newcomer. A sudden devastating strike blasts down, sending both Yoon-min and Rofi flying straight off their feet. Kim Yoon-min stumbles back, dodging the sudden blow and cursing under his breath about how these guys always rely on cheap ambushes. Emerging coldly from the dust storm, Minot sighs in mock disappointment. What a shame she wanted to kill him with that exact move. Confidently stepping forward with a sinister smile, she notes that Horus was right about him being no ordinary human. This is the level 251 Minot. Shock is written all over Kim Yoon-min's sweat-drenched face as his sharp gaze catches an unbelievable sight. Her body has morphed and she is taking the form of a giant snake. Her voice suddenly rings out, warning him to be careful because she is incredibly terrifying. Warning that she is extremely dangerous, Kim Yoon-min checks on Rofi as her body is engulfed in flames, asking if she is alright. Minot's massive purple tail whips violently through the air, tearing through the wind at a devastating speed. The impact is so powerful it literally shatters the ground beneath them, sending a devastating shockwave that blows both of them away and plunges the area into total chaos. Just like that massive snake tail manages to trap Rofi, pinning her down. Lifting Rofi high into the air with her giant tail, Minot mockingly scolds her, telling her to pay attention because she absolutely hates being ignored. Minot tightly squeezes Rofi's face with one hand, her cold, murderous eyes locking on as she demands how a brat like her dares to speak ill of the king. How dare she betray the king who took her in when she had nowhere to go? Minot spits that she should have killed her from the very start. Kim Yoon-min moves like a blur, kicking up sand as he rushes forward. He arrives just in the nick of time, slashing at Minot's tail to set Rofi free. Minot merely glares back at him with pure condescending disgust. Rofi crashes heavily onto the hard sand, her entire body crying out in pain. Struggling to stand up, Rofi curses bitterly. With his eyes blazing, Kim Yoon-min leaps from above, bringing his massive greatsword down for a devastating strike. A fiery clash erupts amidst waves of chaotic purple energy, but even with all his strength, he cannot cut through Minot's tail. Kim Yoon-min feels completely powerless, gritting his teeth over how insanely tough her tail is. Her eyes glowing with pure malice, Minot braces herself and channels 2 spheres of dark energy to unleash a counterattack. Minot fires the blast at him, shouting to take this. Kim Yoon-min quickly plants one foot. He successfully dodges her devastating energy blast. But the danger is far from over, and Kim Yoon-min slowly looks up. Her terrifying snake tail is already looming directly over his head. Looking like a goddess, Rofi screams to summon her power, unleashing her golden fever skill to aid Kim Yoon-min. In all her long years of living, Minot has never witnessed anything so bizarre. With just Rofi's single summon, a massive sea of golden insects charges forward, creating a glowing wave of creatures that sweeps across the battlefield to support Kim Yoon-min's final decisive strike to knock her down. Even Kim Yoon-min is left utterly speechless. Amazed by her sheer determination, he watches as Rofi gives it her all. Enraged by the swarm of insects, Minot completely loses her mind, calling her a vile woman. I will take your life. Rofi lands gracefully right at the center of the magic circle. She releases a shockwave of raw power that shakes the air as massive stone columns slowly rise. Screaming the ancient spell Tekenu, she commands a row of massive stone columns carved with ancient runes to erupt from the ground. But utilizing her insane agility, she slithers her massive snake tail gracefully through the rising stone pillars, dodging them effortlessly. Rofi breaks a sweat. She actually dodged everything. Minot suddenly snatches her right out of the air, triumphantly declaring that she has got her now. Rofi is thrown back, violently spitting up blood as she takes the full force of a devastating dark energy blast. Coldly, Minot hoists her high into the air. Minot's grip tightens further, leaving Rofi struggling completely helplessly against the crushing force. Her face contorts as she points her finger, threatening to grind her to pieces. Minute glances to the side after hearing a strange rushing noise. Kim Yoon-min has seized the perfect opening to launch a surprise attack from above. She grins widely, her mind filled with dark thoughts. Minute quickly vanishes into thin air, leaving Rofi completely alone in his sheer shock. Once again, she collapses right onto the sandy ground. Rofi lies there completely paralyzed, unable to utter a single word. Yoon-min looks around in sheer panic. Damn it, she vanished. Where is she hiding? She suddenly appears, her voice echoing like a ghost, mocking him by asking if he really thought he could use that trick again. Complete absolute stasis. His hands tremble violently after Minute casts her spell. His weapon clatters down onto the sand. Yoon-min grits his teeth, wondering what kind of crazy debuff skill this is, since his body refuses to move, and his resistance stats should never be this low. Minute strokes his chin, teasing him mockingly. She exudes a wicked possessive pride as she examines him like a toy she actually likes, playfully noting that his face really is not half bad up close. Yoon-min yells out in despair, realizing that her returning to human form is exactly how she can disappear in the blink of an eye. He demands to know why she did not just finish him off, but Minute simply turns away and says it is quite simple. I have taken a liking to you, human. Yoon-min is absolutely furious, but she just smirks, saying it has been a very long time since anyone managed to amuse her. For hundreds of years, she lived in a desolate world created by the Emperor, and while her loyalty remains absolute, she could not help but grow incredibly bored. Helping resurrect her master was supposed to be a small pleasure, but it turned out to be completely dull since sacrificing humans was just far too easy for her. His blood boils, hearing this. Minute continues, explaining that something highly interesting finally showed up. Horus returned with severe injuries which she had not seen in ages. He merely warned her about him before leaving like it was nothing. Her face suddenly hardens with utter contempt and intense bloodlust, her razor-sharp eyes casting a deeply chilling and terrifying threat. Minute grins widely, admitting she was actually incredibly excited. She set out immediately to find him, as tracking him down with her sharp senses was incredibly easy, and after what just happened, she is absolutely certain she is going to make him hers by forcing him to sign a contract with her. Yoon-min's eyes widen in absolute shock as his face drains of color, completely unable to process what he just heard. A contract. Is this girl actually being for real right now? Therer actually has a contract system. Normally, contracts only appear when players are trading gear, but occasionally extremely rare and special covenants can be signed, namely a direct contract with monsters. This unique covenant is special because it does not involve material things like gold or gear, instead granting the player immense powers that can only be obtained from monsters. However, since monsters are inherently hostile and rarely understand how agreements work, only the most incredibly lucky players ever get this rare opportunity. If she is actually telling the truth, this is a massive win. Gritting his teeth, he asks what she wants in return, prompting a wicked smirk as she reveals her terms. He must become her loyal subordinate and fight for the king. And with his own hands, he must destroy that girl. Yoon-min stands completely frozen, his face pale and gripped by sheer panic from this sudden bombshell. Clenching his teeth in pure tension, he struggles to hold back a wave of intense, agonizing fury. But then his mouth stretches into a wide, wild grin, radiating an incredibly smug and sinister sense of triumph. Accepting her offer, Yoon-min agrees to sign, which makes her look absolutely thrilled by how easy it all was. He stomps hard on the sandy ground. Yoon-min stands tall right before the completely paralyzed Rofi. His eyes go completely lifeless. Yeah, she is just a monster after all. His only reason for entering this dungeon was to gather bloodstones and complete his quest. If he could just level up faster, he could finally avenge that poor kid. A total monster. Suddenly, she mutters under her breath, "Aren't we supposed to save humans?" Rofi's heartfelt oath snaps Kim Yoon-min right out of it. He realizes his foolish mistake, damn it all. Kim Yoon-min raises his weapon high. Why is he even playing this game if all he wants is strength and cold-blooded revenge? He misses the pure thrill of battle and exploring this incredible, mysterious world. That bastard ruined everything, and chasing vengeance has completely stripped away all the joy he once had. He roars out to release all his pent-up frustration. Damn it. A wave of stunned disbelief washes right across her elegant, haughty face. Kim Yoon-min grabs her collar tightly. He screams straight into her face to snap her out of it. Wake up. How long are you going to stay down? Didn't you swear to save people? Rofi squeezes her eyes shut, locked in a brutal mental struggle. She finally opens her eyes, though her mind is still pretty hazy. What is this human even saying? Kim Yoon-min yells through gritted teeth to fire up her spirit. If you get knocked out this easily, just back me up from a safe distance. Her pride stung, Rofi instantly snaps back. What did you call me, you arrogant jerk? But Kim Yoon-min won't back down, calling her a useless pest. Suddenly, Minute's massive shadow looms over them, instantly putting an end to their loud bickering. A devastating slam from her giant tail strikes the ground, sending a massive shockwave that blows both of them into the air as they scream in terror. Kim Yoon-min quickly recovers and lands perfectly on his feet, but poor Rofi takes yet another incredibly painful crash to the dirt. He smirks so that Snake Girl transformed again. Turns out her pesky hypnosis only works while she is running around in her human form. Rofi is absolutely stunned that he broke free from the hypnosis while a sweating Kim Yoon-min jumps in shock. She scared him so badly he feels like he's having major déjà vu. She quickly explains the details. Minute actually has two completely different forms, a human and a giant snake. Her hypnosis is incredibly terrifying, but just as he guessed, she can only trigger it in human form, leaving her wide open to direct attacks. But in her giant snake form, while she completely loses her mental hypnosis tricks, both her physical offense and defense become brutally high. Minute drops a chilling line that makes everyone freeze. Hearing you talk like that actually makes me feel quite ashamed. Not only did you expose the king's classified information, but you even dared to sell out my own secrets. Rofi, I will absolutely tear you to shreds for this. And that goes for you too, arrogant human, but he just looks around in confusion before pointing to himself, asking if she means him. Consumed by pure rage, her eyes glow with a fiendish light as she screams out in bitter frustration. Why did you reject my contract, choosing this incredibly difficult path? Just for that worthless brat Rofi, when I had already laid out an easy road to absolute power right in front of you. He just laughs like a madman. Kim Yoon-min's expression darkens because this way is just so much more fun. Minute stands there completely stunned fun. He bluntly declares that instead of signing some cheap contract with her to gain a quick power-up, crushing her alongside these pathetic insects is way more exciting. Once he clears out her lackeys, he plans to carve up that demon king and completely swallow his entire empire. Doesn't that sound a lot more fun? Rofi completely freezes up. This guy is absolutely insane. Kim Yoon-min cranks his battle instinct up to the absolute max, summoning his deadly war kite. He drops into a perfect combat stance. He silently reminds himself to just enjoy the game. There's absolutely no rush. He will grow strong in his own way and take his revenge. She lowers her voice in disappointment, muttering that she misjudged him and he is just as crazy as Rofi. Whatever she declares, I will just kill both of you. Just a glimpse of Mantis's snake face sends Rofi into a wild panic, her limbs flailing until Yoon-min grabs her, warning her to stay calm and follow his exact lead. You want to stop the king's plans, do you not? If so, I will help you. But I will not persuade the king, I will kill him. How does that sound? Rofi's hands tremble slightly with hesitation, but then she clenches her fist, determined to see this through. Rofi's eyes burn with a fierce, fiery red glow. Yoon-min lets out a faint smirk. Unleashing a massive wave of burning energy alongside Rofi, he tells her to get ready. They are going to hunt down this snake first. Mantis stands in the distance, glaring directly at Yoon-min and Rofi. She rears back, revealing her long and incredibly sharp tail. Enraged, Mantis slithers across the ground with blinding speed, letting out a series of menacing snake-like hisses from her bared fangs. Yoon-min's expression turns dead serious. He raises his iron axe, barely blocking a heavy strike from Mantis. A cold wave of pure killing intent flares in Yoon-min's eyes. He swings down to cleave her in two, but she slips away, taunting him for being too slow. Mantis lifts her thick, heavy tail. She wraps it tightly around the arm, holding Yoon-min's axe. His eyes widen in sheer shock. Grinning like a lunatic, she lashes out with sharp claws, aiming straight for Yoon-min's face. You never want to push this guy over the edge. His gaze turns utterly murderous. Furious, Yoon-min drives his heavy axe deep into her scaly snake body. Mantis shrieks in agony. How brutal. Time to retreat, but suddenly she senses something is terribly wrong. Glowing magical pillars erupt from the ground, impaling Mantis from behind. Rofi cheers with joy. Yes, a perfect direct hit. Yoon-min groans, annoyed that the brat used him as live bait despite being told to stick to rear support. Suddenly, he freezes in his tracks. Yoon-min yells out, "Hey, look behind you." At that exact moment, Rofi has no idea Mantis is already aiming right at her back. The giant snake tail crashes down onto the platform with crushing force. Fortunately, Rofi reacts just in time to raise her magical defense. Her arms tremble violently as she struggles to hold back the weight of that massive tail. But crack by crack, the magical barrier she conjured begins to fracture. Grinning, Mantis prepares to shatter it completely. Die. A heavy axe comes flying through the air. Yoon-min steps in, saving her in the nick of time. Startled, Mantis completely loses her focus. Seizing the opportunity, Yoon-min recalls his battle axe. He charges forward, closing the distance instantly. He shifts into a heavy-hitting attack stance. He throws the weapon hard, slicing through the wind. The devastating impact kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Mantis quickly covers her eyes, completely blinded. Kim Yoon-min charges forward with his axe at unbelievable speed. He slips right behind her and leaps high into the air. Mantis snaps in anger. I already told you. He is extremely sensitive to these attacks. Still, her snake tail drives right through Kim Yoon-min. His body behaves as if it is completely transparent. Mantis is stunned. It phased right through. Heavy, powerful footsteps suddenly slam down onto the desert sand. Phantom clones of Kim Yoon-min charge out relentlessly, attacking her from all sides. Swift, heavy strikes shred through every inch of Mantis, forcing a painful shriek from her throat. Clumps of Mentis's snake-like hair are hacked away with every single swing. Tears of agony involuntarily well up in her eyes. Mentis struggles to rise. Furious now, she whips her tail and screams for them to get lost. Blown back by the force, Kim Yoon-min grimaces in sheer pain. Mentis glares with pure rage. Got you now. She raises the razor-sharp tip of her deadly serpent tail. Then, with perfect precision, it drives straight through his shoulder. Brutally wrapping around him, she binds Kim Yoon-min tightly. Mentis snarls in triumph. You foolish human, you are going to regret rejecting my generous offer. He casually fires back. Sounds like you are mad, but did you forget something? Confused, she mutters, forgot what? And here's the twist, Rofi finally strikes. She unleashes her magic to summon sharp stone pillars, screaming out the spell. One massive jagged spire impales Mentis right through the back. Her body reels in agony as she coughs up blood. The devastating force of the pillar sends Mentis flying backward. Kim Yoon-min yells excitedly, awesome, launch me next. Rofi gasps. Wait, you too. I do not care what happens, he answers, just trust me on this. She yells out launch time. Kim Yoon-min rockets skyward with a thrilled yell. High above, Mentis is still reeling from the massive blow. She never expected Kim Yoon-min to catch up to her this quickly. Worse, he is dripping with pure bloodlust, raising his axe. Wait, what is that? Gripped in his hand, Kim Yoon-min's battle axe swells to many times his own body size. Kim Yoon-min goes completely wild, roaring, this is your grave. Terrified, Mentis screams, wait. Cutting her off, Kim Yoon-min mercilessly swings his giant axe, slicing her half-snake body into 3 pieces. He bellows out, now die. Later, Rofi recounts the ancient tales of the desert back when chaos and monsters brought pure misery. But desperate times breed heroes, and eventually a savior emerged. That legendary warrior was Scorpion. He defeated the vicious beasts to protect the sacred sands. By his side stood a fierce war hawk and a giant serpent companion. Together, they finally quelled the chaos and restored lasting peace to the desert. The desert people worshipped him and followed his lead. Together, they created a secluded world of their own and established the Korea Empire, backed by powerful hawks, giant serpents, and a fiercely loyal desert population. And so Scorpio became the supreme sovereign ruler, keeping a tight grip over his massive sand empire for a long time. Kim Yoon-min is genuinely confused. Why would a legendary desert hero suddenly resort to human sacrifice? Has he gone completely mad in his old age? Rofi simply replies that the tales of the hero and the emperor are all she ever knew. Rofi recalls the emperor looking just as worn down back then. Maintaining this secluded realm for centuries has clearly drained him completely. He spent so much energy he practically lost his mind, and the same goes for Horus and Mantis, who fought tirelessly to protect their people. Catching him staring, she suddenly turns and demands to know who he actually is. Kim Yoon-min points to himself in disbelief. Who, me? Rofi points right at his face. Despite her helping him, defeating the powerful mentor is still unbelievable. She demands to know what that final skill of his was, since she has never witnessed anything so terrifyingly destructive. She accuses him of being an outside spy sent to exploit the chaos and take over the Korea Empire. Grumbling that she should have realized it sooner, she demands he tell her the absolute truth right now. Kim Yoon-min snaps back in fury. Is she crazy? If he were actually a spy, why on earth would he bother saving her? Rofi pauses, realizing that his logic actually makes perfect sense. He seriously explains that he's just an adventurer traveling the world solely to grow his power. But she abruptly cuts him off. Why exactly does he want to get stronger? Kim Yoon-min just stammers. He suddenly stops himself. Why is he explaining his life goals to a literal game NPC anyway? Kim Yoon-min gives Rofi a quick knock on the head, asking why she cares, making her instantly cry out in pain. He yells back that she started it, demanding to know her real identity, leaving her totally stunned. Kim Yoon-min presses on. If she already knows the king sacrifices humans, why is she so deeply concerned about it? Since she is a monster, why care? But her eyes suddenly widen as she spots something. She covers his mouth, dragging him down to the ground and telling him to stay low. Those are definitely the king's sand warriors. The fact that they searched this far out means no corner of the desert is safe anymore. Kim Yoon-min looks at them with pure contempt. They look incredibly weak, so why not just wipe them out right now? Now, if you are wondering why they don't just fight, she seriously explains that these sand warriors are creations of the king. Even if they easily destroy them, the creatures will share their hive mind data, quickly exposing their exact location to the entire army. Once that happens, neither of them will survive, facing a massive, endless wave of those sand soldiers. Rofi decides they have to go to that place, leaving Kim Yoon-min staring back in total confusion. She looks him in the eye to hide a leaf. You go to the forest, so they are heading straight into the empire, a plan he never even considered. A massive fortress wall, inspired by ancient Egyptian architecture, rises ahead, with Kim Yoon-min and Rofi watching closely from the shadows. Confused, he asks if she really dragged him all this way without a single solid plan. Rofi awkwardly replies that she usually passes through here normally, so she completely forgot to prepare. Kim Yoon-min slowly turns his head, glaring directly at Rofi. He snaps, demanding to know what she just said. Realizing she has no defense, Rofi softly mutters that it was just a temporary slip of the mind. Kim Yoon-min grits his teeth in frustration. They can't turn back now, so how exactly are they supposed to get inside? He asks who they normally let pass through the gates. Rofi thinks for a moment before suggesting snake charmers or local beast hunters. Thinking fast, he tells her to listen closely to his plan. He adds that this is their only way inside, leaving Rofi staring at him in disbelief. A sand warrior suddenly spots two figures approaching from across the dunes. The guard barks out, demanding that the two strangers state their identities. Kim Yoon-min slowly pulls his desert hood down. Wearing a ridiculously long fake beard for disguise, he claims to be a simple hunter, asking what business the king's guard has with him. Finding him highly suspicious, the guard orders his men to drag him off. Rofi quickly plays along, scolding him to shut up and stop venting his anger on innocent soldiers, while Kim Yoon-min stubborn-facedly denies saying anything wrong. They exchange confused glances. Rofi begs the guards to listen to her, claiming the old man is completely senile, which earns a quiet groan from Kim Yoon-min. Annoyed by the bickering, the guard tells them to keep moving and do their arguing inside the city. With that, the massive city gates slam shut behind them. Sweating bullets, Rofi had almost been caught, but Yoon-min confidently claimed he was totally used to this, but the sight before him made him freeze. Standing at the city gate, Yoon-min stared in absolute shock at the bustling crowds everywhere. "This city is way bigger than I thought," Yoon-min muttered in disbelief. Rofi urged him to hurry up and follow her, while Yoon-min suspiciously asked where they were going. "We are meeting someone who can help us," she replied. Meanwhile, out in the desert, dust and sand swirled everywhere. A strange object, the severed tail of Mantis, lay buried in the sand. Infuriated, Horus picked it up. The sand warrior approached him to deliver a report announcing that he had found a strange object. It was found in a sand pit, and Horus instantly recognized it as Junfei's bandage. "So he was with him," Horus growled, remembering his warning to Mantis. "Where is Mantis's blood? Crystal, did you really not find it?" The sand soldier replied that the ones who killed Lord Mantis had likely stolen it. Seething with rage, Horus clenched his fists. He waved his hand and ordered them to search everywhere inside or outside the city, making the terrified soldiers shout in obedience. His eyes flared with murderous intent as he vowed to personally slaughter those trash. Rofi led Yoon-min to a small two-story house. He asked if she was sure, earning an angry glare from her as she demanded if she was really that untrustworthy, completely cutting him off. "Relax, this is someone I took care of myself, so you can trust them." Arima stepped out and called her baby, leaving Yoon-min extremely confused by this sudden embarrassing nickname. She hugged Rofi tightly, crying about how everyone had worried when she vanished without a word, squeezing Rofi so hard she gasped for air. Yoon-min teased her about the nickname, making Rofi blush and snap back. Inside, warm sunlight filtered through the curtains, creating a peaceful and cozy atmosphere. Pouring water, Arima teased that she never expected Rofi to return home with a friend. Rofi snorted that he was just her underling, while Yoon-min immediately snapped back in annoyance. Smiling gently, Arima introduced herself, saying she was happy to meet him. He replied that his name was Rocan and he was just traveling when he met this brat. Arima gasped in surprise. "An adventurer, huh?" Yoon-min pinched Rofi's ear, asking how Arima ever managed to tolerate such an arrogant little brat. She smiled and explained that it was just her charm, recalling how they met 12 years ago. Arima had been utterly stunned. Her entire house was completely trashed, leaving her wondering what happened. In the kitchen, a tiny child was sitting all alone. She let out a small gasp of surprise. Rofi was chewing on a piece of bread and turned around the moment she heard the noise. A heavily pregnant Arima and a filthy little kid just stared blankly at each other. Rofi casually held up her bread, not to share it, but simply to ask if there was any strawberry jam. Hearing this, Yoon-min scoffed at how arrogant she had been since birth, while a defeated Rofi begged Arima not to share such details. Arima chuckled, saying that although their first meeting was shocking, Rofi turned out to be a very sweet girl once they got close. She helped with housework after the baby was born and even watched over the children. Yoon-min cautiously asked if she knew Rofi was actually a monster, but Arima simply shrugged. Since Horus was always hunting her, shouting demands for the brat to come out. Arima assumed she would never see her again after Horus scolded Rofi for mingling with humans. Yet the very next day, the brat returned for more food, holding up her bread and asking for strawberry jam once again. Wait, so after a whole month of her hiding, Lord Horus finally decided to give up. "Oh, that is right. Lord Horus actually came here looking for you. He said if any strange man showed up in the village, we had to let him know immediately." What exactly is going on? Rofi quickly tries to dodge, claiming they just had a small disagreement and fought. "So is there any way you could let us hide out here for a bit?" Arima looks shocked. "Hide out here? Well, go ahead and stay then. The kids will be back soon anyway." She flinches in surprise. "Wait, all of those kids too?" Before she can finish, tiny voices echo from the entrance as two young boys burst through the door calling for Rofi. Rofi freezes in horror. The two boys squeal, telling her how much they missed her. Suddenly, they pile on top of her one by one, leaving a panicked Rofi struggling to escape, yelling for them to stop. Arima quietly slips away to the kitchen, leaving the chaotic kids in her care, while Rafi completely loses it. Yoon-min laughs, teasing her about having a tough time, but then one of the boys runs up and clings to him instead, calling him Big Brother. He marvels at his rock-solid build, proposing they play 500 rounds of hide-and-seek together. Rocan feels his world go completely pitch black at the thought. Meanwhile, Horus stands before a truly massive colossal door. The door slowly begins to open. He drops down onto one knee. Looming high above is a monstrous entity in the shape of a giant eye, the Scorpion King himself. The king speaks, calling Mantis utterly useless. He demands to know if Rofi's trail has been found. Horus bows respectfully, begging for mercy. Vowing to find her, he promises a quick success. The Scorpion King orders him to bring her back alive at all costs, but the man with her can be killed. Horus protests, pointing out that Rofi betrayed them and killed Medes, questioning why the king shows her such blatant favoritism. Suddenly, a devastating pressure erupts from the king's body, leaving Horus terrified. The Scorpion King warns Horus that he is speaking too much, commanding him to leave immediately. With those final words, the massive doors slam shut. He stares at the gate, refusing to accept this. His expression twists into a dark scowl. Later that night at Arima's house, it seems Rofi and those two energetic kids have finally worn themselves out and fallen asleep. Yoon-bin simply leans back on the chair. Looking completely exhausted, he mutters that something feels wrong, wondering what kind of dungeon this actually is. He decides to log out, hoping to gather some quick information. Yoon-min freezes in shock. He desperately keeps entering the logout command, trying to escape, but nothing works. It is completely impossible. Soon the morning sun rises high above. Rafi and the three kids finally wake up, stepping out to ask Arima if breakfast is ready. She stops, noticing Yoon-min sitting on the chair like a completely hollow shell. His entire body looks as pale and lifeless as pure white stone. Logging out is impossible, and even escape scrolls are completely locked. Rofi walks over, asking if he is alright, but Yoon-min lifelessly mutters that it is nothing. Yoon-min quietly thinks to himself that something is seriously wrong. This dungeon is nothing like he remembers. He cannot even log out or use his rune books. Could the game be suspicious of him because he is relying too much on his past life memories? Lately, he has been using those memories to power up as fast as possible. After all, gaining strength quickly is the shortest path to getting his ultimate revenge. He even did a live stream to prove he was not using any damn cheats. Was that still not enough for this system? If all these sudden changes in the dungeon are happening for a reason, just to test his limits, then fine, he happily accepts the challenge. While Yoon-min is lost in thought, Rofi quickly swipes his meat, saying if he is not eating it, she will. Still processing things, Yoon-min catches her sneaky hand, telling her that stealing food is completely against the rules. Rofi screams in dramatic agony, "Save my hand, Arima, I am done for." Feeling awkward, Yoon-min asks if they should tell their hosts the truth instead of just enjoying this hospitality. Rofi looks confused, asking tell them what. He asks with a straight face, should they not know that the king plans to use them as sacrifices. Rofi reasons that telling them will only cause chaos. In a world created by the king, there is absolutely nowhere to run. Unless the king himself changes his mind, there is absolutely no way to defeat him. Yoon-min asks what her plan is now, and she responds that to catch a tiger, you have to enter its cave. Let's go off to the pyramid. Arriving at the destination, Yoon-min is amazed by how massive it is. Rofi proudly replies that it is a noble residence after all. He asks what she means by nobles, and she explains that any monster capable of magic is considered royalty here. In a place with such limited resources, elemental magic essential for daily life is highly valuable. She boasts about being a noble too, but Yoon-min quickly points out she was exiled, so that means nothing now. Rofi tells him to just wait and see, since she knows every single secret passage. Impressed, he admits his only choice is to trust her. She confidently tells him to just trust her and follow her lead. Yoon-min hypes her up as the absolute genius of secret passages. The noble carrier and trendy mage Rofi is practically bursting with pride, but suddenly she steps right onto a hidden floor trigger. Both of them instantly freeze. He yells that he was an idiot to trust her, while Rofi snaps back at him to shut up. And just like that, the two of them get to experience a terrifying free fall. Tumbling down, Rofi suddenly spots a very familiar figure waiting below. Before Yoon-min can even process what is happening, she is snatched away. Rofi screams as he desperately reaches out to grab her. She is ruthlessly dropped to the ground, and Yoon-min lands right beside her a second later. He drops into a defensive stance, ready to strike back instantly. He glares up at Horus, who looms over them. Looking down with pure arrogance, the monster mocks them for walking straight into his trap. You certainly have some nerve for a mere human. Shaking, Rofi demands to know how he found their secret path. He calmly replies if there is anything she knows that he does not. She is completely speechless. Horus violently grabs her neck. Lifting her high into the air, he growls that he wants to crush her annoying little head right now. A surge of dark lightning erupts from his hand, shocking straight into Rofi's head. Within seconds, her body goes limp and she stops struggling entirely. He orders his sand warriors to take her to his majesty, and they immediately obey. Yoon-min stands silently below, watching everything unfold without making a sound. He does not say a word, but his cold gaze speaks absolute volumes. Looking up, he is met with a bone-chilling murderous glare radiating from Horus. Jackun leans in to report that the ritual is fully prepared, and Horus replies that he knows. The sly guy sneers, telling Horus not to worry since handling the last remaining survivor will be easy, but Horus flatly refuses. "You can't kill him, we need to drag this out." Jackun is confused, replying, "Yes, but why?" Horus leaves with a final warning: "I will end his life with my own hands." With a bitter glare, Jackun silently grumbles about how incredibly arrogant Horus is. Jackun takes a few steps forward. He glares down, muttering that he has no idea how strong this foolish human actually is. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Kim Yoon-min just rolls his eyes, muttering about dogs barking in what must be some kind of animal kingdom, while Jackun sneers to see how long he stays cocky, ordering them to open the gates. The massive iron gate slowly begins to lift. The massive claw of a wild beast slowly emerges. Kim Yoon-min's entire body is barely the size of one of the creature's massive claws. Jackun smugly barks out an order to tear him to pieces. But what happens next completely terrifies him. The hero's massive battle axe is already completely drenched in blood. Kim Yoon-min sits majestically right on top of the very beast they just set free. He proudly calls out to Golden, commanding the beast to bring out the next monster. Furious, Jackun screams for his minions to take them out. Right on cue, several other giant monsters are released into the arena one by one. Gripped tight on his axe, Kim Yoon-min gets incredibly excited, shouting that this is more like it. Get wild, because this is what a real fight feels like. A colossal serpent with razor-sharp fangs lunges forward to attack first, but Kim Yoon-min needs only a single swing of his weapon to bring it down. Suddenly, he casts a quick glance right behind him. A massive rock golem has materialized out of nowhere, slamming its heavy fist directly into the ground. It looks like Kim Yoon-min took a direct hit, but no deep slash marks suddenly appear all over the golem's rocky body. An explosive blast erupts, shattering the giant stone beast into crumbling boulders. The creature shrieks in agonizing pain. Kim Yoon-min's body blurs like an afterimage, vanishing and reappearing as he strikes a devastating blow to the golem's jaw. A giant lion spots an opening and lunges forward, trying to bite him. Yet Kim Yoon-min remains completely unharmed. Quickly reacting, he counters with a heavy blow that sends the lion crashing to the ground. The beast flies into a rage, but he easily dodges its wild attack. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min senses something lurking in the shadows. The lion's desperate claws simply cannot land a single scratch on him. Kim Yoon-min slowly slips into a state of wild madness. "Where are you looking, you worthless beast?" Taking advantage of his distraction, a giant scorpion's claw thrusts forward. It aims to snap his entire body right in half. It looks like a clean hit, but he completely evaded it. Kim Yoon-min slowly emerges from the thick dust cloud, asking if that is all. "How could you ever hope to kill me?" The giant scorpion stands completely shocked by Kim Yoon-min's wild and arrogant attitude. It screeches in pure confusion. Kim Yoon-min blocks its massive claw with nothing but pure physical strength, then vanishes back into the thick smoke. Clean, heavy gashes from his axe start tearing through the beast's tail. His tail gets chopped into bloody pieces as the monster screeches in agony. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min lands perfectly on his feet. A giant purple cobra suddenly rears up right before him. Its massive, terrifying jaws swing wide open, ready to swallow him in one bite. But Kim Yoon-min easily slices the giant serpent into clean, bloody ribbons. Jackun is absolutely losing his mind. Horus was totally right. How can he move this fast? Maybe he actually is the legendary one. The scene shifts to Rofi's prison, where King Scorpion himself is currently waiting. She slowly opens her eyes. Rofi gasps in shock as she looks around, wondering where she is. King Scorpion suddenly breaks the silence, asking if she is finally awake. "Long time no see, Rofi." Terrified, she stammers out his name. He boasts that his resurrection is close, and he will soon proclaim the great career empire to the entire world. Rofi snaps back, "What meaning is there in sacrificing your own citizens for a resurrection?" The king shrugs it off as if it is obvious, calmly stating that this entire world and every living soul inside of it belong to him. He explains that he is simply taking back what he once gave to them, and warns Rofi that she will eventually realize her deep pity for these people is just a completely worthless emotion. Honestly, he tells her to admit that her pity only really extends to the woman Arima and her young child. You do not care about humanity as a whole, but only about keeping your own close circle safe. Suddenly, the heavy iron cuffs binding Rofi are slowly unlocked and released. Without support, she drops straight down to the cold floor. A glowing magic circle blazes to life, summoning a dark red crystal into the air. The ominous gem floats slowly over to her. King Scorpion explains it is a wedge stone imbued with a lethal curse. Stab it into your own heart and death is instant. He tells Rofi the setup is finished, leaving the rest of the plan to Horus. There is absolutely zero chance of victory, but he promises it will be relatively painless. Here's your only choice. Do you still want to save Arima and her family? If so, take this weapon and kill that man. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min slams his heavy blade straight down. Having finally cleared out the very last beast, he looks around the quiet chamber to make sure the coast is clear. Kim Yoon-min suddenly looks up, calling out to that bastard. Finding absolutely nobody left up there makes him pretty annoyed. Where did that spineless coward run off to? Looking at the sealed doors, Kim Yoon-min grumbles to himself about being trapped inside with no clear way out. A sudden clattering noise from a metal manhole cover on the floor instantly catches his attention. Wrapped in bandages, a hand slowly pushes the heavy cover aside. Soon, a round bandaged head peeks up from the dark opening. Watching this bizarre sight unfold right before him leaves Kim Yoon-min completely startled. Osiris climbs all the way out looking like a mummy wrapped head to toe in white cloth. They both freeze in dead silence, staring at each other. He quickly slips back down the manhole, trying to shut the cover. Wrong spot. Luckily, Kim Yoon-min rushes over just in time to stop him, telling him to hold on. Sneaking off so fast, old man Osiris looks at him with a weary sigh. Don't you know who I am? I am a mummy. Only then does Kim Yoon-min notice, admitting he does look like a mummy. The old man asks if he is just like them. Kim Yoon-min looks confused, just like who? Osiris explains, warning him that this place isolates out-of-control monsters. He says he has no idea who Kim Yoon-min is but suggests leaving soon since it is crawling with dangerous figures. Kim Yoon-min does not buy it, pointing at the massive lion right behind his back. Dangerous. But aren't you the dangerous one here? Seeing the beast, the old man flinches in pure shock. Instead, Osiris just grabs him tightly by the collar, making Kim Yoon-min yell out for him to stop. Before he can even process what is happening, the old man drags him straight down the sewer. Kim Yoon-min crashes hard onto the dusty floor. Looking up at the manhole above, he asks what this place is. Osiris excitedly grabs Kim Yoon-min's hands. He says he had his suspicions, and he was right. Kim Yoon-min is the thug who caused a massive scene in Carissa with Rofi. Annoyed by the term, Kim Yoon-min demands to know who this old man is to call him a thug. Ignoring the question, the old man quickly turns to lead the way, muttering that they are running out of time. Kim Yoon-min follows blindly, completely confused about where they are even heading. But Osiris just keeps rambling to himself about how it is not too late. Confused and annoyed, Kim Yoon-min snaps, telling him to speak up. He suddenly turns around, telling Kim Yoon-min that they are not the only ones wanting to stop the emperor. Kim Yoon-min perks up as if remembering something, happily pointing out that since Rofi is also a mummy, they are practically brothers. Osiris immediately shuts him down, calling it nonsense because Rofi is definitely not a mummy. Hearing that, the smile completely vanishes from Kim Yoon-min's face. It was about 4 years ago when a 14-year-old Rofi suddenly started wrapping bandages all over herself. Standing in front of the mirror, she laughed and declared that she was sealing her right arm under the power of Osiris, a scene the old man happened to witness. Curious, Osiris had approached her back then, questioning why she was wrapping herself in bandages when she was perfectly healthy. Startled, Rofi blushed in embarrassment, ripping the bandages off her head. She defensively snapped, asking if anyone had a problem with her being a mummy. Osiris proudly shows off his own body, bragging that a real mummy has to look like him. Looking at the old man's decrepit state, Kim Yoon-min's sweat drops, muttering that modern mummies are a bit different. Ignoring him, Osiris rushes forward, mentioning that they are not the only ones opposing the emperor, though Rofi is clueless about it. Kim Yoon-min runs after him, curiously suggesting they should just team up then. But the old man disagrees, explaining that Rofi is far too emotional and cannot hide her true feelings. He recalls a few months ago when Horus announced the king's plans to Carissa's nobility, including him. Standing high above, Horus declared to the crowd that the king would rise again to restore their glory. Osiris was in the crowd, utterly shocked to learn the resurrection required human bloodstones. Even though they considered humans an inferior race, both species had lived together peacefully for hundreds of years. Rofi boldly stepped forward alone back then, trying to stop them. Deeply indignant, she demanded to know what Horus was thinking, asking how he could ever sacrifice the people who trusted in their king. Horus was not surprised to see her, warning Rofi that she was speaking disrespectfully to the king. He then asked the crowd if anyone else shared her rebellious thoughts. Naturally, the terrified citizens remained completely silent, too afraid to utter a single word. Horus sneered with satisfaction, calling it perfect. Just like that, she was ruthlessly thrown headfirst into the vast desert. So that is why she ended up like a dried-up squid in the desert, Osiris sighs, noting that is the fate of anyone opposing the king. While the guards were distracted by Rofi, Osiris and his fellow rebels managed to operate in secret. Horus's obsession with the Scorpion King bought them plenty of time to work on their plan. Kim Yoon-min gets excited, asking if the old man has finally found a way to stop the resurrection. Unfortunately, Osiris admits he is still clueless. Osiris looks deeply troubled, wondering how the king is harvesting the human bloodstones. With security so incredibly tight, any attempt to investigate has proven utterly impossible. Leading Kim Yoon-min deeper, Osiris explains they built a secret hideout beneath Carissa. The rebels agree that evacuating as many innocent lives as possible is their absolute best bet. As they search for a safe zone, Osiris steps into clear, shallow water and suddenly stops. He turns around to let Kim Yoon-min know that this was where they found it. Kim Yoon-min looks around the dark cave with a skeptical expression. Osiris does not answer right away, simply telling him to follow this way. The old man conjures a glowing flame directly from his palm. The bright flame lights up the entire cavern, taking Kim Yoon-min completely by surprise. On the wall before them are ancient drawings carrying mysterious messages. Kim Yoon-min gasps, asking what it is. It is the king, exactly as Rafi described. Kim Yoon-min steps closer to take a better look. Osiris nods in agreement. Initially, he thought this wall just depicted the king's life, but he urges Kim Yoon-min to look closer. He shines his light on a specific carving. It is a symbol resembling an eye with 3 sharp branches spreading out from it. 3 distinct paths branch out from the king's central emblem on the wall. Kim Yoon-min studies the symbol intently. A strange familiarity washes over him. He feels like he has definitely seen this mark somewhere before. Osiris explains that it represents desire. The symbol is a circle divided by a vertical line. It represents the physical vessel, a common motif depicting humanity back then. Shifting his light, he points to where belief should be. However, severe cracks in the stone make it impossible to see the symbol's original shape. Osiris theorizes that the king did not just physically die. His very being was shattered and split into 3 separate parts. Kim Yoon-min finally connects the dots. With only desire remaining, the people were doomed to suffer. Osiris places his hand over the ruined carving of belief. The destruction is absolute, leaving no trace of what the sacred icon once looked like. A look of deep regret washes over Osiris. True belief, it seems, has been lost to time. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet begins to shake violently. Startled, Kim Yoon-min asks what is going on, wondering if a massive earthquake is hitting them. Osiris panics, instantly realizing this is no natural disaster. Something far worse is happening. Somewhere else entirely, Horus is channeling his immense power to set his dark plans into motion. His eyes glow with pure malice. The grand scheme has officially begun. Osiris urges Kim Yoon-min to move fast. The altar is activating and they must evacuate the citizens immediately. Before Kim Yoon-min can grasp the situation, Osiris runs off, ignoring his cries to wait. Kim Yoon-min remains thoroughly confused. Even if the altar activates, wouldn't simply killing the king solve everything? After all, that monster is the root of all this evil. But hearing those bold words, Osiris stops dead in his tracks. He turns back with a sharp frown, instantly shutting down the idea. Kim Yoon-min has never faced the king, so he has no clue what he is up against. Osiris believes taking on the king head-on is pure suicide. Even in a weakened state, the king is a supreme entity, a godlike existence that ordinary mortals cannot possibly match. Kim Yoon-min cuts him off with a cocky grin, pointing to himself. Well, the king has never met him either, and he is insanely strong. Osiris just stares at him, utterly dumbfounded by the sheer, unbothered confidence this kid is displaying. He falls silent for a brief moment, deep in thought. Breaking the silence, Osiris urges him to head to the tomb, but Kim Yoon-min is still left scratching his head. Osiris explains it is a massive hidden crypt where the nobles lie sleeping. It is currently locked down and heavily guarded by sand soldiers, meaning the resurrection ritual is likely happening there. There are only 2 ways in. One is a tunnel running straight from the peak of the pyramid, and the other consists of 3 separate doors at the base that lead inside. Osiris points out the final route, a massive underground gate. That entrance is kept tightly sealed and watched by elite guards at all times. Offering little hope, the old man warns that every path is crawling with guards, so fighting the king one-on-one is totally out of the question. Kim Yoon-min is not surprised in the slightest. He pretty much expected it to be heavily guarded. Suddenly, Osiris starts scribbling directly onto one of the bandages wrapped around his body, promising to draw a quick map of the tunnels. Kim Yoon-min watches him in stunned silence, completely amazed that mummy wraps could be used in such a practical way. Once finished, Osiris hands over the strip of cloth. Kim Yoon-min grabs the makeshift map with a grin, offering a quick word of thanks to the old man. With absolutely no time to spare, Osiris turns and bolts down the hallway, shouting out a final blessing of good luck. Kim Yoon-min waves back at his retreating figure, wishing the old guy the same. Left alone, Kim Yoon-min casts another glance back at the carvings on the wall. His eyes linger on the depiction of the king they were just discussing. He stares at the cracked section of the wall, whispering the word belief. He stands there in silence, lost in deep thought. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min notices 3 figures carved standing right next to each other, sparking a sudden realization. Shaking his head, he decides not to overthink it and runs off, knowing he has a literal fire to put out first. Meanwhile, out in the crowded residential streets of the city, a panicked young woman asks what on earth just happened, while others around her look equally terrified, wondering if it was an earthquake. Suddenly, a massive crack tears open right beneath their feet. A colossal stone pillar erupts from the ground, forcing the terrified crowd to scatter in all directions. The young woman looks up in absolute awe, whispering the word obelisk. Nearby, Osiris appears at the entrance of a dark alley, his long cloak billowing behind him. The old man stands bewildered, but suddenly a familiar voice calls out as Naus rushes over to his side. Naus reports that the situation is far worse than they thought, leaving Osiris completely confused about what he actually means. Naus has no clue what they are planning, and this is not the only place. In the middle of residential areas, a massive stone pillar suddenly erupts. Even a fisherman out on the water spots one rising from the waves, with similar structures scattered all over the city. These bizarre stone towers are popping up everywhere, even materializing right in the middle of ruined wastelands. Osiris listens intently, his heart skipping a beat in shock. Nearby, a curious bystander reaches out to touch the pillar, wondering why on earth it suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a wave of bandages shoots out, pulling the curious man back. The civilian is tightly bound and yanked backward, clear of the danger. Osiris materializes in the street, shouting at the citizens to back off and stay far away from the pillar. He quickly orders Naus to evacuate everyone into the shelters, and Naus barks back that he is already on it. Osiris frowns deeply, his mind racing back to Rocan. He never imagined that a single player could be their absolute last hope, as Yoon-min stands tall in his memory. Meanwhile, Yoon-min has finally arrived at his designated destination. A smirk plays on his lips as he realizes he has finally found it. He wonders if they all gathered here just to welcome him, staring down the massive garrison blocking his path. A sand warrior guarding the gate warns him to halt and stay back immediately. Completely ignoring the threat, he drives a brutal punch straight into the guard's gut. The guard collapses in front of his squad mates before they can even process what just happened. Yoon-min simply smirks, counting down that is one. A nearby sand warrior panics, quickly raising his spear and shouting out in anger. But Yoon-min is already summoning his weapons to the field. Dual-wielding his gear, he effortlessly cuts down the two closest guards in a single motion. He springs backward, lowering his stance to prepare for the next strike. He unleashes a powerful slash directly toward another sand warrior rushing his way. The monster seems to realize something is horribly wrong, looking down in pure horror. Before the creature can react, Yoon-min cleanly severs its head from its shoulders, ending the fight instantly. He casts a wary glare toward another group of hostile soldiers aggressively closing in. Kim Yoon-min doesn't hesitate for a second, charging straight toward them. He hurls his weapon, aiming straight for a sand warrior's chest. The weapon instantly materializes back in Kim Yoon-min's hand, and with a single wide slash, he cuts the surrounding enemies clean in half. The battle lust in his veins is practically boiling, drop dead. Suddenly, a massive stone pillar prepares to erupt from the ground. Kim Yoon-min's sharp instincts kick in, sensing that something is deeply wrong. He dodges just in time before it can impale him. What the hell was that? Kim Yoon-min is forced to leap backward to avoid the incoming strike. He can't help but gasp as he suddenly notices something shocking. Through the thick shroud of dust, a faint silhouette slowly begins to emerge. Horus stands right in the middle of his soldiers, staring coldly at Yoon-min, who is over in the Osiris district desperately trying to evacuate citizens. Run, get down to the shelter before it is too late. Suddenly, he notices a massive towering figure hiding within the fleeing crowd. It is Yakun, who has his head fully covered, trying to sneak away with them. The giant grumbles in frustration how humiliating that Lord Yakun must flee with these wretched lowly mortals. But before Yakun can even make a move, a binding strap wraps tightly around him. Osiris drags him close, exactly as expected. Yakun screams in fury, demanding to know what he is doing and if he even knows who he is. He answers with pure hatred in his eyes. Of course he knows who he is, Yakun, the technical advisor. He has a lot of questions for him. Realizing his identity is blown, Yakun gnashes his teeth, completely helpless. Inside a secluded house, Yakun screams out in pure rage, calling them all traitors. Tied tightly to a chair, he angrily snaps at them. How dare they defy His Majesty's decree to help mere humans? Do they really think they will get away with this? Osiris scoffs, saying a runaway hiding among mortals has no right to speak. Yakun turns away, clearly done talking. He complains that he already finished building the bloodstone condenser exactly as His Majesty wanted, but Osiris ignores his complaining. He demands to know why a genius like him fled in the first place. Yakun hesitates, muttering that it was because of that absolute madman. Osiris flinches when he hears that answer. He remembers Kim Yoon-min and angrily curses the crazy bastard Rofi brought here. He wiped out all of his monsters, even the Minotaur. Osiris recalls just how arrogant Rocan looked when they first met. Yakun quickly tries to defend himself. Of course, he still trusts His Majesty without a doubt. He only temporarily hid away as a precaution, so some loyal servant would definitely be left to serve the king in the worst-case scenario. Osiris stares at him, highly skeptical of that story. He suddenly asks if Yakun also views Rocan as a threat. Caught off guard by the random question, Yakun asks if Osiris actually knows him. Osiris proudly points to himself, boasting that he was the one who actually set him free. Yakun is completely stunned, gasping in disbelief. Suddenly, a razor-sharp claws press right against Jakun's throat. It looked ready to slit his throat at any second, absolutely terrifying Jakun. He can only gasp out. But Osiris cuts straight to the point. He demands to know what the obelisks appearing in the city are and how they relate to the bloodstone condenser. He warns Jakun to spill the plan right now, or he will tie him to one of those obelisks. Hearing this, the man lets out a defeated sigh. Jakun lowers his head, seemingly lost in deep thought. Finally, he decides to spill the whole truth. Once the bloodstone crystallizes, it cannot merge with anything else. Even after testing it tens or hundreds of times on the citizens, the result was always the same. Hearing this, Osiris widens his eyes in pure shock. That was when Jakun discovered a mural on a wall. He explains that while searching for a solution, he found these carvings inside the underground ruins. They revealed secrets about the outside world that they never knew, with many fascinating truths written on them. There was a method to condense countless lives into a single bloodstone. In the drawing, a red channel under everyone's feet flowed in the exact same direction. A device could turn this concept into reality. The blueprint for the bloodstone condenser, which suddenly rose from the ground, was actually those stone pillars. Jakun frantically explains that the obelisks act as the roots of the condenser. Summoned to the surface by Horus's power, they absorb human life force and channel it directly into the machine underground. Underneath each stone pillar, a red pathway flows directly to where Horus is standing. Osiris can barely believe his ears, asking if he really tested it hundreds of times on humans, but Jakun acts as if it is completely normal, asking what the big deal is. After all, once Horus starts the ritual, there is no stopping it. He is the mastermind behind this entire horrific operation. Right now, he is deep underground, absorbing the massive flood of energy. Even if they try to evacuate the humans, they can only save a few hundred at best. Every citizen left in the city will die. Right in the center of that room sit two glowing red mana stones. Meanwhile, in another area, Rafi stands silently amidst a legion of sand soldiers. Kim Yoon-min glares at her, demanding to know what she is doing here. But Rafi gives him a cold, distant reply, asking what it has to do with him. She warns him that this never concerned an outsider like him from the start. If he does not want to die, Rocan needs to turn back. She glares at him with danger in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, Kim Yoon-min vanishes from where he stood. Within a split second, he reappears right in front of Rafi. Furious, Kim Yoon-min punches her straight in the face, calling her speech total nonsense. Rafi collapses to the ground. He vents all his frustration, shouting about who he worked so hard for just to be told to leave. Gritting her teeth, she struggles to sit up, telling him to just go home. With a swift wave of her hand, a stone pillar erupts from the ground, aiming straight at Kim Yoon-min. He clearly did not expect Rafi to actually attack him. Kim Yoon-min carefully studies her expression, noticing the deep resentment burning in the girl's eyes. He wonders if she has been completely brainwashed, but Rafi snaps back that she is not. Either way, Kim Yoon-min does not care anymore. He vows to save Rafi, no matter what it takes. He starts warming up his arm, preparing a cure. For treating a brainwashed mind, some good old physical shock therapy works wonders. Now she stands there completely helpless. Rafi knows she can do nothing to stop him, she only stares. The two of them stand in heavy silence, facing off. Yoon-min crouches slightly to build up his momentum, saying absolutely nothing as he suddenly lunges straight at the frozen Rafi. She barely tilts her body, struggling hard to dodge Yoon-min's very first strike. But before Rafi can even think of fighting back, he grabs her by the face. Yoon-min flashes a sinister grin, pulling his finger far back. He lets go, flicking his finger hard right in the middle of her forehead. Rafi falls flat on her back, crying out in absolute pain. Clutching her head in agony, she orders the sand soldiers behind her to move, demanding they attack, and they instantly obey. The sand soldiers quickly surround Yoon-min, aiming their sharp spearheads directly at his chest. Suddenly, one of those sharp spears thrusts forward at lightning speed. He dodges slightly, grabbing the weapon with a tight grip. With a simple flick of his elbow, Yoon-min snaps the sturdy wooden spear clean in half. Spinning around, he easily snatches a weapon right out of another soldier's hands. Without a single second of hesitation, Yoon-min smashes the spear hard against his head. He leans all the way back to cleanly dodge a strike from another approaching sand soldier. A spear flies straight toward his head, but he shifts his body just in time. Yoon-min even finds the time to deliver a brutal punch right to his face. Just watch how easily he completely dismantles her entire unit one by one. Finally, the last remaining soldier crashes heavily onto the ground. Yoon-min has wiped out this entire squad all by himself in mere seconds. Only then does he turn his cold gaze back toward her, still frozen in place. Slowly, Yoon-min takes one deliberate step after another toward Rafi. His massive, intimidating shadow completely looms over her stiff and terrified body. Yoon-min slowly raises his fist to strike. A violent gust of wind rushes forward right behind his punch. The massive door to the chamber slowly creaks open. Rafi quietly steps out from behind it. Sitting right in the center of the vast hall are two glowing red magic stones. She keeps her expression completely cold as she peers deep inside the chamber. Inside, Horus is busy channeling energy into the active machinery. Noticing Rofi staring at him, he slowly raises his head to look back. The Scorpion King is there too, looking quite pleased with the completed setup. He demands to know if she has finally finished him off. She remains dead, silent, simply raising her hand to make a gesture. Behind her, Yoon-min is slowly brought forward. He lies completely unconscious, suspended by heavy stone pillars, while a red magic stone floats near his chest. Staring intently at Yoon-min, the king demands confirmation that she cleared their path of all obstacles. Rather than answering, Rofi directly demands that they release Arima and the children without any more delay. He bluntly answers that they have prepared a secure isolation room for them until the ritual concludes, and she must go stay there too. Hearing this, she quietly registers the most critical piece of information, the isolation room. She casts a brief glance back at the still unconscious Yoon-min. Without another second of hesitation, Rofi turns and runs off while the Scorpion King simply lets her go. Suddenly, a thin streak of dark red blood appears in his eyes. He stared intently, trying to get a closer look at Yoon-min. The Scorpion King wondered how on earth he managed to get in here. If he is strong enough to kill Min Sik, they might have sent an assassin, yet that glowing magic stone looked like it was growing right out of his chest. Brushing the thought aside, he turned away, confident his enemies had failed. He believed that once his power returned, no one could stand against him. What a massive mistake! He completely missed Yoon-min, already reaching for the magic stone in his chest. Quietly, he began stepping toward the Scorpion King. While the king kept telling himself the sooner the better, Yoon-min was already raising the stone, preparing to plunge it down. Only then did the Scorpion King feel a sudden wave of sharp pain. He drove the stone deep into him and yelled, "Who did you say failed, you one-eyed bastard?" This was completely unexpected, catching him totally off guard. "I clearly placed an instant death curse on those stones." The Scorpion King gasped, his entire body covered in deep dripping cracks. Blood pooled as Yoon-min seemed thrilled, eager to strike again, taunting that he should have checked to make sure they were actually dead. At the exact same time, Rofi was rushing toward the isolation room. Sprinting ahead, she couldn't help but recall what had just happened. Back outside the room, Yoon-min had demanded to know what Rofi's reason was. His fist punched straight through the head of a guard right behind her, and Yoon-min demanded answers. "Were you already born stupid, or why are you doing things even dumber?" Rofi averted her eyes, refusing to say a word about it. He stepped back, exposing her motive. "Is this because of Arima?" Disgust written all over his face. Yoon-min asked how she could abandon 10,000 lives. "Don't you want to save anyone else, or do you only care about Arima and your own family?" Hearing that, she yelled back in protest, "What is wrong with that? Doesn't everyone do the same?" But he immediately shot her down, declaring that others might, but Rofi absolutely couldn't. Angrily cutting him off, she demanded, "What about me? A carrier noble, a high-ranking mage? What do those titles even matter when they are completely useless?" Knowing she had a point, Yoon-min found himself unable to argue back. Frowning, he asked, "Do you really know nothing about this?" Rofi looked completely lost, forcing a frustrated Yoon-min to cover his face in exasperation. He suddenly changed the subject. "Did the king promise to release Arima if he killed me?" She grew even more confused, asking what he meant, but Yoon-min ignored her and ordered her to shut up and just do as she was told. Get Arima and the children outside while he dealt with the king. After all, this dangerous plan was entirely his own choice. That was why Rofi was now gritting her teeth, desperately sprinting toward the isolation room. She picked up speed, charging down an incredibly long, empty hallway. Meanwhile, Yoon-min was still locked in battle with the Scorpion King. He slashed the sharp stone across the king's body, splattering blood everywhere before mockingly calling him a fool. The Scorpion King struggled wildly, screaming at him to get off. By this point, Horus had stopped channeling his magic power into the devices. Focused entirely on the Scorpion King, Yoon-min was suddenly forced to halt his movements. Spreading his wings, Horus lunged forward at lightning speed toward Yoon-min. Horus easily grabbed Yoon-min by the face, slamming him backward. Thick clouds of dust erupted from the force of the impact. Caught off guard, Yoon-min's throat was choked in a tight grip. The magic stone slipped and clattered onto the floor. Free from the relentless attacks, the Scorpion King slowly recovered, mocking that while Yoon-min had tried his best, the deadly curse on the stone worked only once. As the king stepped closer, Yoon-min gritted his teeth, completely unable to move. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow began to form right beneath him. A strange symbol matching the one on the door emitted a blinding light. The Scorpion King stepped toward the symbol. His massive body slowly merged with a brilliant beam of light. Half of the Scorpion King's body had already vanished into the portal. Yoon-min watched the entire eerie process in sheer disbelief, realizing the monster was actually sinking straight underground. The moment Kim Yoon-min is released, Horus quickly wraps his hand around his neck and squeezes. Showing absolutely no mercy, the beast violently hurls him away. Horus lands heavily on the ground below. He announces that everything is complete as Kim Yoon-min struggles to stand, demanding to know what he means. Horus replies that the device is now fully charged and there is no turning back, while the two magic stones in the center of the room erupt with massive surging power. The stone pillars rising from the ground react immediately, glowing with an intense, ominous red light. Osiris turns around to look completely caught off guard by the sight. An eye-like shape suddenly manifests on the stone pillar. The resurrection ritual has officially begun. The door of the room slowly slides open. Rofi anxiously calls out for Ari. But before she can finish her sentence, she instantly freezes in place. The isolation room is completely bare, not a single soul is left inside. She realizes she was tricked, but before she can react, a sand soldier appears right behind her, raising its hand high. He delivers a swift, heavy blow to the back of her neck, causing her to stumble. Her vision instantly begins to blur. Rofi collapses to the floor, losing consciousness. Out on the streets, and trust me, this gets dark fast, the stone pillars are growing giant, bizarre eyes. The nearby citizens look on in absolute horror as the structures continue to morph. Suddenly, a strange green light begins to pulse from the center of those stone eyes. Vicious, vine-like green branches suddenly erupt from the pillars, reaching out greedily toward the screaming crowd. A thick vine shoots directly toward the man standing closest to the pillar. The sharp branch pierces straight through his chest. Shocked and utterly terrified, he screams out, "What on earth is this?" In an instant, his hands wither away as his entire body is drained of its life force, leaving him completely shriveled. The horrified crowd panics and screams for everyone to run away as fast as they can. But the relentless green branches don't stop pursuing the fleeing crowd at terrifying speeds. Dozens of people are impaled, instantly turning into nothing but dried skin and bones. The stolen energy then flows right back through the branches, feeding directly into the stone eyes. The entire city is flooded with deadly vines and desperate screams for someone to help them. Drops of glowing green liquid flow down the side of the magic stone. A large concentrated droplet gradually begins to form. It finally detaches, dripping onto another stone waiting directly below. The green fluid quickly spreads, completely coating the entire surface. Watching from a distance, Kim Yoon-min notices the top of the stone turning bright green. He recoils in deep suspicion. What on earth is that? Horus explains that the source of life once bestowed upon humanity is the exact power their king must now reclaim. He's about to fully restore his former glorious appearance. Kim Yoon-min summons his weapon and scoffs, "Glory, what, by growing another giant eye?" He steps back, building up momentum to launch a massive attack. Kim Yoon-min raises his weapon and leaps toward the two magic stones in the center, yelling, "So, what if I just shatter these things first?" Horus refuses to stand by spreading his massive wings wide. He lunges forward, shielding the stones and blocking Kim Yoon-min's heavy strike with his wings. Kim Yoon-min clicks his tongue, though an amused smirk quickly plays on his lips. This time it is Horus who throws a devastating counterpunch. Kim Yoon-min simply leans back easily, dodging the massive fist with inches to spare. He throws a sharp, piercing glare right at him. Horus spins around, unleashing his wings to strike Kim Yoon-min again. Kim Yoon-min quickly summons a weapon straight into his hand. Kim Yoon-min slams his heavy axe down on the wings, shielding the monster's chest. Horus flares his wings, forcing Kim Yoon-min to leap backward to create space. He drops to one knee, landing heavily on the ground. Kim Yoon-min calculates rapidly. It is still way too early for berserk. Better to use this first, he thinks as his eyes glow behind his mask. Deep, jagged cracks suddenly web across the very dirt where he just stood. Without missing a beat, Kim Yoon-min charges straight at Horus again. He swings his weapon high. The impact is massive, blasting dirt and shattered stone into the air. Still disoriented, Horus barely manages to raise his arms to shield his body. But that is when Horus senses Kim Yoon-min standing right in front of him. He slashes hard across his body. Kim Yoon-min has zero intention of stopping here, raising his weapon high once more. But Horus is not about to stand there and take another beating. He begins channeling a massive amount of energy straight into his fist. The second Kim Yoon-min gets close, Horus drives a heavy punch right into his stomach. Caught completely off guard, Kim Yoon-min is sent flying backward from the impact. Swallowing the metallic blood in his mouth, he curses aloud. Refusing to give up, Kim Yoon-min summons another weapon. He hurls it forward, sending it spinning dangerously right toward the beast. Horus scoffs, openly mocking such a basic and predictable attack. He simply tilts his body slightly, easily dodging the spinning blade. But wait a split second later, Horus realizes something is wrong. Kim Yoon-min wears a cocky grin. The weapon slams into the magic stone behind them, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Kim Yoon-min carefully backs away to avoid getting caught in the aftermath of his strike. Shouldering his weapon, he mockingly asks why the beast keeps dodging instead of taking the hit. As the heavy dust settles, the battlefield slowly becomes visible once again. Oddly enough, the magic stone looks completely unscathed without a single scratch on it. Kim Yoon-min stares in utter disbelief at it. Furious at what he sees, he growls out, "How dare those bastards hide something like that?" Horus immediately realizes what Kim Yoon-min is planning to do next. He lunges forward, desperately shouting for Kim Yoon-min to stop. Horus pins him to the dirt before violently throwing him across the cavern. Kim Yoon-min struggles to drag himself back up from the cold floor. He grits his teeth in pure rage. He forces his body to move quickly, getting back on his feet. Without a second thought, he charges straight toward Horus once again. Before the monster can even react, a heavy strike lands squarely on his face. Kim Yoon-min unleashes a brutal kick aimed directly at the beast's face. Not letting up for a second, he swings his weapon again. The sharp blade tears a deep gash across his chest. Horus spits a mouthful of blood from his wounds. Kim Yoon-min tells himself to relax since the enemy king isn't fully revived yet. If that is the case, Kim Yoon-min's figure in his opponent's eyes begins to blur. Horus refuses to just stand there and finally unleashes his power. His fist glows with a dark purple light as he aims right for Kim Yoon-min. Both of them lock eyes, trading deadly glares before the clash. Horus stomps his foot hard to anchor himself. Both fighters leap back at the same time to build momentum. Horus strikes first. He needs to get this guy out of here. Just watch, a single devastating blow sends Kim Yoon-min flying straight into the air. Instantly, Horus leaps from his spot to pursue his flying target. Horus closes the distance while Kim Yoon-min is still floating helpless. His sharp claws swipe and clamp down on one of Kim Yoon-min's legs. Horus flies straight toward the top of the pyramid. Before he can fight back, Kim Yoon-min yells out to let him go. He completely ignores Kim Yoon-min's desperate shouts and just keeps flying. Together, both of them crash right out of the massive pyramid. Horus finally lets go, leaving him to plunge from the sky as Kim Yoon-min struggles to process what just happened. Realizing he is in a free fall, he angrily yells out, asking if that wild chicken is crazy and what he is doing mid-fight. Looking down, Horus replies that his king's resurrection is his priority and Kim Yoon-min can simply wait for later. With that, Kim Yoon-min plummets straight toward the ground. He hits the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Pulling himself from the rubble, Kim Yoon-min groans in pain and curses that absolute coward. Suddenly, a voice nearby calls out Lord Rocan, drawing his attention and forcing him to look over. Kim Yoon-min stares in shock at Arima, asking what she is doing there. She shields two children and prepares to explain. She points out that this is her home, pointing to the cracked, worn-out walls. He glances up at the ceiling, noticing the fresh gaping hole his body just made. Confused, Kim Yoon-min asks because he thought she was with Rafi, but Arima looks puzzled and says Rafi never returned after leaving with him. Hearing this, his heart stops. Wait, what? Kim Yoon-min frowns, recalling Rafi rushing off. Curse it, she is always too stubborn. Where on earth did she run off to after yelling like that? Arima asks what is happening outside since it sounds so noisy, right before a strange blue light suddenly floods through the window. Startled, Kim Yoon-min quickly whips his head around. He urgently orders her to hide, and Arima immediately pulls the two children close, nodding in agreement. Looking through the breach in the wall, he spots bizarre branches spreading outside the house. Kim Yoon-min grips a sturdy wooden staff, bracing for a fight. He wonders if these annoying creeping tentacles have something to do with that resurrected soul too. The blue glow looks exactly like evil energy as Kim Yoon-min watches the window, analyzing the threat. Suddenly, a thick root slithers right into the room. He quickly leaps backward, narrowly dodging its sudden strike. The creeping vine reaches all the way to the dining table. It brushes against a loaf of bread. Instantly, the bread turns moldy and completely rotted out. Witnessing this, Kim Yoon-min's eyes widen in sheer shock as he realizes that is the Tree of Life. Created through forbidden magic by ancient elves, the Tree of Life absorbs the very energy of the earth through its massive root system to produce seeds for the legendary World Tree. The tip of its root holds a red magic stone, while the rest of it extends deep underground. Gritting his teeth, he wonders why this is here. It is supposed to be a mere legend. Even in his past life, he never knew it actually existed. If it really is real, then why is that branch over there already consuming half of the bread right in front of him? Kim Yoon-min suddenly remembers what he saw inside the pyramid cave. Wait a minute. They planted the tree upside down, stretching its roots to the surface, while the magic stone lies deep underground. Upon realizing this dark truth, his eyes widen in pure shock. Could they be using evil energy to alter the tree's structure and harvest the life force of all living things? If that's true, then what he saw, Kim Yoon-min recalls that glowing green liquid flowing between the two stones. His entire body completely freezes up. Kim Yoon-min quickly snaps out of it and starts moving. He rushes in a panic toward a gap in the house. An intense bright red light is glowing from that very gap. Kim Yoon-min stops in his tracks to observe the outside. At this point, he is left absolutely speechless. Vibrant green branches sprout from the stone pillar, spreading throughout the entire city. Kim Yoon-min is completely speechless for a moment, gritting his teeth in sheer burning hatred. Meanwhile, Horus slowly descends and lands on the hard ground. He struggles to drag his feet forward toward the magic stone. Horus can't seem to hold on any longer, collapsing to his knees. He lifts his head to look forward. Right beneath that magic stone lies the Scorpion King's body. Horus whispers, "It's finally over. Now nobody can stop His Majesty's rebirth," and that magic stone remains pristine without a single scratch. Trembling, he reaches up to touch the deep gash across his chest. Am I really not strong enough? Horus wonders to himself. With those final words, he collapses onto the ground unconscious. At that exact moment, the Scorpion King's body suddenly twitches. The ancient king slowly cracks open. his eyes waking up from a deep slumber as a brilliant purple aura radiates all around him. Elsewhere, the towering stone pillar continues to stretch its massive roots across every corner, scanning the surrounding area as if searching for something. Meanwhile, Arima and the two children are hiding behind a collapsed stone wall. She carefully peeks out to see if the coast is clear. Kim Yoon-min suddenly steps closer and places a hand on Arima's shoulder. He warns her to hide here, while she looks at him and calls out for Rocan. Ignoring her cries, Kim Yoon-min keeps instructing her, his face filled with heavy disappointment. No matter what, do not let the kids see the outside and you stay safe too. Looking down at his trembling hands, Kim Yoon-min blames himself, muttering that it is all his fault. Kim Yoon-min heavily buries his face in his hands, completely overwhelmed by helplessness. Talk about a painful flashback, this feels exactly like that moment he was totally beaten. Kim Yoon-min grinds his teeth, quietly cursing under his breath. Suddenly, a warm hand reaches out and gently wraps around him. Arima stands up and pulls Kim Yoon-min into a tight embrace. Startled, he quietly calls out her name. Choking back tears, she gently comforts him, thanking him for saving them because without him and Rocan, they would be dead by now. Hearing those words, Kim Yoon-min is completely left speechless. He slowly reaches out, cursing this absolute nightmare of a game. What do you want from me? He wonders, gently hugging Arima back to comfort her. He closes his eyes tight, forcing himself to calm down. When he finally opens them, a fierce spark of pure determination burns in his gaze. Without a single second of hesitation, he sets off. Yoon-min pushes his body to the absolute limit, sprinting forward. He tells himself that everything is over if that monster escapes into the world. Stopping that thing at all costs is his only priority as he charges toward the pyramid. Deep inside the pyramid, a massive heavy foot stomps hard onto the stone. A stiff hand slowly flexes, regaining its feeling. The Scorpion King exhales a thick, dark stream of smoke. Slowly, his ancient body wakes up. Unbelievable, the ground beneath them begins to shake violently. Heavy rocks and stone walls crack wide open. The Scorpion King reaches up, using his massive strength to stand straight. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes completely, leaving behind only a massive, deep crater. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark tunnels, helpless refugees are huddled together trying to hide. Osiris stands nearby, keeping a watchful eye. He silently realizes that despite rescuing them from total despair, only 600 survivors remain here in the dark. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes from behind, forcing Osiris to quickly spin around. He stares deep into the pitch-black abyss of the endless tunnel, wondering what it is. Out of the darkness, 3 glowing red eyes suddenly pierce through the heavy shadow. Something terrifying is rapidly closing the distance. The massive towering frame of the Scorpion King suddenly materializes directly over Osiris. He desperately screams out, "Run right now." But in the next split second, and I'm not kidding, a devastating blow completely crushes Osiris. The Scorpion King lets out a deafening roar, sending the terrified crowd fleeing and screaming. He barks in fury, demanding how these ungrateful pests dare to challenge him and hide in this tiny hole. A series of muffled, terrifying screams echo all the way from the deep well. Panic-stricken people scramble over each other, desperately screaming to get out of there. Yoon-min arrives just in time, witnessing the sheer terror. Terrified refugees are stampeding directly toward him. Violent tremors rumble again, shaking the cavern from deep below. Hold on, Yoon-min struggles to stand. Jagged spikes of rock shoot upward as the ground splits open. The Scorpion King bursts through the shattered earth, clawing his way up. He roars in absolute ecstasy, shouting that he will crush everything to build a brand new era. Summoning his weapon, Yoon-min scoffs, telling the beast that his supposedly new era is driven by pure greed. The helmet resting on Yoon-min's head begins to shift and morph. He moves. He stomps his foot. Fully prepared for battle, Yoon-min cannot help but throw in one last jab. He tells the beast that the only thing getting open today is its ugly skull. Infuriated, the Scorpion King raises both massive arms high and slams them down completely, shattering the rocky ground into pieces. Just a single stomp from his heavy foot leaves a massive deep crater. Snarling, the monster aggressively charges directly toward Yoon-min. The Scorpion King swings his devastating heavy arm with raw power. That terrifying strike completely obliterates the floor, but luckily, Yoon-min reacts in a split second, jumping high. He fully locks in, focusing entirely on this deadly battle. Yoon-min tightens his grip on his weapon. He leaps backward against the stone wall, aiming to launch his counterattack. Then Kim Yoon-min pushes off with explosive force, launching himself forward and leaving a deep crater in the wall. He swings his weapon high, ready to cleave the Scorpion King. But the king blocks Kim Yoon-min's heavy strike with just a single hand. Metal grinds against flesh so violently that bright electrical sparks fly in every direction. With a powerful shove, the Scorpion King forces Kim Yoon-min back to gain some distance. The two of them glare at each other, eyes dripping with cold, pure hatred. The monster throws a massive fist, but Kim Yoon-min quickly brings his weapon up to block. The Scorpion King immediately reaches out with his other massive hand. The giant hand closes in on Yoon-min, who gets slammed ruthlessly straight into the ground. Then the Scorpion King tosses Kim Yoon-min so hard he goes flying backward. He drags his weapon through the dirt just to slow himself down. Grimacing, Kim Yoon-min tries his absolute best to ignore the pain. Not giving him a second to breathe, the boss dives from above. His heavy fist strikes the ground, sending shattered stone and dust flying everywhere. Pressing his advantage, the Scorpion King immediately thrusts his other hand forward. Luckily, Kim Yoon-min dodges just in time, barely avoiding getting his head crushed. Kim Yoon-min leaps backward to establish a safe distance from the monster. Absolutely furious, now the Scorpion King lets out a deafening roar. Once again, he raises his giant arm high. As the heavy fist comes down, Kim Yoon-min parries the strike with his blade. Once more, he summons his glowing weapon. The king responds with a continuous relentless barrage of punches packed with terrifying power. For every single punch the monster throws, Kim Yoon-min summons his weapon to block, repeating this endless loop of clashes over and over. He tells himself he needs to go even faster. The giant is also pushing his limits, matching his speed to the absolute max. Suddenly, the Scorpion King's massive arm begins to slow down. And look at that, Kim Yoon-min spots the opening instantly. He steps back quickly to gather momentum for a strike. Kim Yoon-min pours every ounce of his remaining energy into this attack. As the giant arm drops, he cleanly severs it, sending dark blood spraying everywhere. The Scorpion King lets out an agonizing, painful shriek. Seeing this, Kim Yoon-min smirks that definitely hit him where it hurts. But the smirk fades quickly as he is forced to stop. Kim Yoon-min watches a strange purple aura begin to erupt around the monster. The Scorpion King growls coldly, "How dare you?" Demanding him to get lost, the boss tilts his head back, charging energy in both eyes. Before the monster can unleash the attack, Kim Yoon-min quickly scrambles out of the way. Instantly, two highly destructive laser beams shoot out from the king's eyes. While Kim Yoon-min manages to dodge the devastating blast, completely tears into the building standing directly behind him. The massive structure explodes into a million pieces. Witnessing the sheer scale of the destruction leaves him in shock that eye laser is totally overpowered. Not giving him any time to recover, the Scorpion King charges forward again. He throws a full power punch with a hateful scream for his opponent to die. The impact is so violent that the ground beneath them completely shatters. The Scorpion King stands still in the dust, waiting for the results. Fortunately, Kim Yoon-min dodged just in time, suddenly appearing right behind him. He raised his axe, its blade reflecting the stunned face of the Scorpion King. Like a flash of lightning, Kim Yoon-min darted through the air, unleashing a dense flurry of slashes all around him. The Scorpion King was wounded so badly he coughed up blood. Crimson drops trickled down his legs, dripping onto the dry ground. The two stood in tense silence, locking eyes amidst the burning wreckage. Resting his weapon on his shoulder, Kim Yoon-min mockingly asked if he could still stand. "Is this what it means to be an emperor?" Wheezing heavily, the Scorpion King struggled to get his words out, admitting he had sorely underestimated his opponent. "You outworld sorcerers are always the weakest," the king growled, and Kim Yoon-min instantly caught onto that keyword, sorcerer. Ignoring the question, the king grumbled about the arrogant fools who thought they could control him, adding that he planned to slaughter them, but they fled. He demanded to know the human's purpose, a question that only left Kim Yoon-min more bewildered. What exactly did he mean by purpose? Smirking provocatively, Kim Yoon-min fired back, "Does a hunter really need a reason to slay monsters?" The Scorpion King calmly replied, "I see. From this moment on, I will hold nothing back." Energy gathered around his eyes before unleashing a devastating laser blast, but Kim Yoon-min managed to dodge it clean. He successfully evaded the attack, but then realized something was terribly off. Seeing the king leap toward another spot, Kim Yoon-min angrily roared out, "Where do you think you are going?" Wait, a sudden realization hits him, and it is not good. He finally realized the king's true target was Rofi, who was currently lying completely unconscious on a bed of white flowers. Spotting the king, lunging forward, Kim Yoon-min screamed in absolute fury, "Where are you going, you bastard?" He immediately put the pieces together. The bastard was going straight for Rofi. He moved instantly, giving chase to stop the monster and keep him from getting his way. Tearing through the sky, he launched himself up right alongside the Scorpion King. Sensing a sudden threat, Kim Yoon-min quickly glanced back over his shoulder. Charging right behind him was a wave of sand soldiers. This was not just a small squad, but a massive, overwhelming legion, marching relentlessly toward his position. With no time to deal with this annoyance, Kim Yoon-min decided to just ignore them and focus ahead. But right at that moment, a sudden sight caught his attention. Huddled in a corner, a mother and child clung to each other in terror, completely trapped. They could not escape. Kim Yoon-min gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Without a single second thought, he pivoted and charged straight into the Sand Army. Grabbing a soldier's head in pure rage, "Go to hell, all of you." Flashback to the past inside a ruined room with a completely broken ceiling. Grains of sand trickled down, falling onto the tiny hand of a young girl. Rafi slowly opened her eyes. She was just a helpless child back then, sitting all alone in the dust. The young girl scanned the empty room. Surrounded by nothing but cold, barren stones, there was not a single soul in sight. Suddenly, the heavy door to the room creaked open. Horus stood silently at the entrance, scanning the area as if searching for something. They just stared at each other in silence. Back at the pyramid, a curious onlooker asked if he had brought back some interesting treasure. Not even knowing who she was, Minnie slowly slithered closer to Rofi. Highly intrigued by the strange girl, she offered to take her, wanting to use her as a toy. Walking past, Rofi overheard them whispering about orders to watch over her and keep her alive, mocking how surprisingly merciful His Majesty was to a stray like her. Minnie's refused to let the idea go, asking to have her body when she died. Rofi clearly heard the threat, but she just turned and walked away completely unfazed. Rofi walks up to the outside of the pyramid. Along the path, local citizens go about their daily lives, shopping in the market. Down the street, groups of children gather together, happily playing a game of soccer. She only dares to stand from a distance, watching them silently. But then, Rofi's empty stomach starts to rumble fiercely from hunger. She spots a cart loaded with bright red apples just across the street. Right after that, someone steps up and picks one of the apples up. Rofi continues to watch everything in absolute silence. It seems Arima was out shopping and she buys that exact apple. She leaves shortly after, but the girl cannot keep her eyes off Arima's retreating figure. Wherever the woman goes, Rofi quietly shadows her every step of the way. Eventually, Arima makes her way back home. While the woman is distracted, happily chatting with her neighbor, Rofi starts sneaking around the front door. Seizing the moment when nobody is paying attention, Rofi slips quietly inside. The break-in is a total success with absolutely no one noticing her. Inside the house, leftover breadcrumbs lie scattered all over the floor. When Arima realizes she snuck in, she isn't angry at all but kindly asks where she came from and where her parents are. Rofi grabs a large piece of bread, eating happily and saying she has none. Hearing this, the woman feels a pang of sadness and asks what her name is. She stays silent for a moment before giving the same answer: she has no name. Arima's face grows even more sorrowful. She gently wraps her arms around Rofi's neck. Arima pulls the young girl into a warm, tight embrace. She whispers, asking if the girl wants to stay here with her as she has nowhere else to go. Hearing those words, Rofi is completely taken aback. Naturally, there is no way she can refuse. Back in reality, Rofi slowly flutters her eyes open. Half awake, she softly calls out for Arima. But the monstrous Scorpion King is already lunging aggressively right toward her. Over on the other side, Kim Yoon-min is desperately picking up speed to catch up to him. He runs as fast as he can, constantly shouting for Rofi to answer him. Kim Yoon-min suddenly glances to his side and stops dead in his tracks. Right there, he spots a mysterious doorway leading into a pitch-black, endless abyss. Slowly, Kim Yoon-min steps toward the door. He peers cautiously inside, watching the shadows. Silence falls as he stands there, completely frozen. Inside that dark room, the Scorpion King is plotting something completely horrific. He tilts his massive head back, throwing something into his mouth. Suddenly, the Scorpion King's eyes flare with brilliant light. He opens his jaws wide, struggling to swallow whatever he just shoved down. But dangling from his mouth is Rofi's arm, still waiting to be devoured. Then, without warning, he snaps his massive jaws shut. The Scorpion King completely swallows Rofi whole right before Kim Yoon-min's helpless eyes. Once she's down his throat, strange bubbling lumps begin swelling across his face. He exhales a heavy breath, looking completely revitalized with newfound energy. Moments later, two more grotesque eyes split open on his face. He lets out a massive earth-shaking roar. The magic stone on King Scorpion's chest flares to life. His power seems to have spiked to a whole new level. A razor-thin beam of light shoots from the pyramid peak. But then the peak shatters as a terrifying wave of blinding light floods the entire city. Every citizen nearby stands frozen, witnessing this horrific display of power. Thick clouds of dust billow upward. Emerging from the pyramid, a massive glowing symbol hovers high in the sky. Jaqen stares in absolute shock. The great king has finally resurrected. Arima, still shielding the two children, spots that same colossal sigil. Overcome by dread and panic, she softly calls out for Rofi. Meanwhile, Yoon-min is slowly trying to make sense of the chaos. Once the dust settles, his eyes widen in pure shock. The colossal feet of King Scorpion slam heavily onto the dirt. He begins slowly making his way toward Yoon-min. The king's physical appearance has undergone a terrifying transformation. Two pairs of glowing eyes now burn brightly on his face. King Scorpion stands there tall and silent as Yoon-min's helmet slowly fades away. Struggling to endure the searing heat from the blast, Yoon-min curses under his breath. Damn it, that bastard actually pulled it off. But he suddenly stops mid-sentence as a realization hits him. In the blink of an eye, King Scorpion flashes right in front of him. With no time to dodge, Yoon-min takes the full force of a brutal punch. The impact is devastatingly heavy, sending a massive shockwave that rattles his internal organs. He is sent flying backward from the sheer force of the blow. The impact hurls him straight from the top of the pyramid into a residential zone. Everywhere his body crashes through looks like a literal war zone. The massive force gouges a long, deep trench right into the street. Yoon-min slumps helplessly against a shattered wall. He snaps his eyes open as if remembering something, only for a cold, disappointed voice to ring out, "Rocan." It is the voice of the system interface appearing out of nowhere to mock him, asking where his usual arrogant attitude and all-knowing smugness have gone. Offering him an escape route, it tells him that he can log out and leave this place now. Unfazed, he calmly concludes that the system has simply been testing him all along. Ignoring his remarks, the system repeats its demand, telling him to log out now and promising details once he is safe. The king is fully resurrected and you stand no chance of winning, all while King Scorpion silently observes them from afar. But Yoon-min refuses to back down, firing back that he is still alive and kicking. The system pauses briefly before issuing a stark warning. It warns him that this is not the path he knows, and while it cannot share the details, dying here would be a tragic, permanent end, a warning that leaves him slightly surprised. Even as Yoon-min stands covered in wounds, the system continues urging him to quit, pointing out that his proud berserk mode has ended, leaving only severe side effects. With his chances of defeating the king sitting at 0, it begs him to give up, desperately trying to keep him from fighting any longer. He grits his teeth in pure frustration. Struggling to stand back up, Yoon-min confronts the interface. He asks what the hell it wants after summoning him here against his will, his tone dripping with sheer disgust and disdain. Without a moment of hesitation, Yoon-min summons his weapon. Sensing the sudden shift in danger, the panicked system quickly asks what he thinks he is doing. Refusing to answer, he swings and slices the system panel clean in half. The system screen glitches out under the strain, lagging heavily while loading, calling him a complete fool. Kim Yoon-min finally stands tall, proudly declaring that his own path and position are for him alone to decide. He casts a freezing cold glare straight toward the massive pyramid. That is the exact spot where the Scorpion King still stands. The king seems to be closely tracking Kim Yoon-min's every single move. Step by step, he slowly draws closer to the pyramid. Kim Yoon-min begins taking much longer, more aggressive strides. He completely stops walking and breaks into a full sprint. Kim Yoon-min charges forward, kicking his speed into overdrive. As he rushes toward the pyramid, a massive shroud of darkness begins to form directly behind him. Watching the battle from behind her screen, a shocked girl cries out, has he lost his mind? Is he a berserker? The monitor glows as it captures every second of his intense assault. Kim Yoon-min plants his foot and leaps high up. He soars upward before diving straight down at the Scorpion King below. Kim Yoon-min roars as his body undergoes a sudden, drastic change. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts out of nowhere. With massive force, he swings his heavy axe down at the Scorpion King. But with a casual lift of his hand, the Scorpion King effortlessly blocks the heavy strike with his shield. He mocks Kim Yoon-min for growing weaker, asking if this is really his best, but Kim Yoon-min just snaps back, "Shut up, Demon 4. Furious, the Scorpion King grits his teeth and calls him incredibly insolent. His massive hand tightens its iron grip right on the axe blade. Under the immense pressure, deep fractures suddenly spread across the metal. Everyone from Arima and Zakyun to Naus, and the common citizens, even the girl watching from her monitor, are holding their breath in suspense. The soul of Rofi dwelling deep within the Scorpion King seems to awaken its true power. A second later, the axe blade is crushed into pieces, leaving Kim Yoon-min completely frozen in shock. In a single blink, the Scorpion King shatters the formidable weapon into 1,000 tiny fragments. He springs forward on his toes, launching a devastating counterattack. With zero intention of slowing down, he aggressively charges straight ahead. The Scorpion King drives a brutal, crushing knee right into Kim Yoon-min's stomach. The impact is so brutal he coughs up fresh blood. Yet refusing to yield, Kim Yoon-min digs deep and summons another weapon. Mid-swing, the king suddenly senses that something is incredibly off. Kim Yoon-min hooks 2 axes directly into the king's leg to anchor himself in place. The Scorpion King raises his fist to throw a massive punch. It flashes by like a bolt of lightning, but Kim Yoon-min luckily lets go just in time to dodge. The king shifts his weight, ready to launch another brutal charge. The Scorpion King immediately zeroes in, charging straight toward his target. Strange mystical symbols on his massive body suddenly ignite with a bright glow. Simultaneously, a tiny crack opens up on the dusty ground below. Suddenly, a massive wall of stone pillars erupts from the earth, trapping Kim Yoon-min from behind. He glances back in utter disbelief at the wall. What on earth is this? By now, the Scorpion King is already directly in front of him, raising a massive fist. Before he can even attempt to react, Kim Yoon-min takes a devastating punch straight to the face. The impact is so brutal it sends him flying right through the wall, leaving a massive hole between the stone pillars. Kim Yoon-min is thrown backward by the violent impact. Blood covers his face as his vision starts growing pretty blurry. But Kim Yoon-min quickly shakes it off, his expression instantly turning sharp and alert again. He twists his body mid-air to make a clean, safe landing. Without a second thought, Kim Yoon-min wipes the blood from his face. Through that ruined wall, he spots the Scorpion King, knowing damn well that half-hearted attacks mean instant defeat. With his force activation, berserk mode down to its final 5 minutes, Kim Yoon-min stands to bet absolutely everything on this one shot, even as the giant on the other side breaks through the wall. Gripping his weapon tighter, he prepares to strike. No hesitation, Kim Yoon-min kicks off the ground to build speed. In a flash, he charges headfirst directly at the terrifying Scorpion King. The beast immediately notices Kim Yoon-min rushing straight toward him. Before anyone can react, Kim Yoon-min closes the distance, appearing right in front of him. The king throws a massive punch, but his fist only connects with empty air. But wait, the Scorpion King realizes too late it's just an afterimage. Suddenly, a whole crowd of Kim Yoon-min clones appear, completely surrounding him from every angle. Sensing the trick, the giant monster raises his hand to cast a spell. Massive stone pillars erupt violently from the ground one after another. Instantly, the crushing stone pillars destroy every single afterimage. Just like that, every single one of Kim Yoon-min afterimages is completely wiped out. Now he quietly appears from the shadows. Sneaking up from behind, Kim Yoon-min raises his battle axe and charges forward with sudden explosive speed. But the king senses the danger and snaps his head right back. The axe slices forward, but the Scorpion King quickly tilts his body to dodge it. Regaining balance, Kim Yoon-min holds his weapon tight. He lunges forward once again, slashing clean across his opponent's torso. In the blink of an eye, Kim Yoon-min vanishes from that spot. Instead of backing off, he unleashes a relentless barrage from every single direction. Flashes of lethal steel slice directly across the giant's face. Yet through it all, the Scorpion King maintains a tight, unbreakable guard. Meanwhile, dark streams of energy from all across the city begin gathering around the pyramid. Arima watches the brutal battle unfold from afar. Terrified for his safety, she silently prays that everything goes as planned. On the battlefield, Kim Yoon-min continues to fight with absolute madness. His previous strike actually manages to break through and wound the king. Seeing the damage, Kim Yoon-min tells himself that he only needs a little more. He suddenly stops and instantly changes his angle of attack. Now watch, his overpowered buff is ticking down to under a single second. Kim Yoon-min leaps high into the air, aiming to strike downward. But the giant king notices the threat and snaps his head back. A colossal fist rears back to strike. Caught completely off guard, Kim Yoon-min freezes for a split second. That single moment of hesitation is enough for the brutal punch to land dead on. The devastating blow sends him flying backward across the room yet again. Kim Yoon-min crashes heavily onto the cold stone floor below. He gritted his teeth, cursing bitterly. Kim Yoon-min struggles to raise his hand, telling himself he must stand up and keep fighting. Eyes glazing over. Total fade. Ultimately, Kim Yoon-min can only weakly activate his berserk skill. Watching the stream, a girl sighs, saying that using berserk now means it is over. She is not surprised by this outcome, knowing it is the ultimate price for overusing that dangerous power. He lies completely motionless. Below him, the earth cracks open, glowing with a light that spells farewell for Rocan. Scorpion King raises his hand, gathering his deadly power. A massive stone pillar suddenly shoots up, launching Kim Yoon-min far away. Near the pyramid, the chaotic battle rages on so intensely that the onlookers watching from afar cannot keep up, wondering what is happening. Arima remains fully focused, closely watching the brutal clash. Deeply worried, she prays silently. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min comes flying in from the far distance. His entire body is now covered in extremely severe wounds. Kim Yoon-min flies right over Arima's head, crashing violently onto the ground behind her. Startled by the impact, Arima quickly spins around. She rushes over to him, terrified of what might have happened. Seeing Kim Yoon-min's horrific state, she instantly covers her mouth in absolute shock. Trembling, she cries out for Lord Rocan. His arm is torn off, and his abdomen has a massive wound. Bloody face, broken bones, yet he only blames himself. Hovering over him in panic, she cries out about his battered body, but Kim Yoon-min only weakly asks how the children are doing. Arima reassures him that the nobles and beastmen are protecting the young ones with their lives. He tells her she should have stayed safe there too, but she hesitates, admitting she only came to find Ruffy. Hearing her reason, Kim Yoon-min cannot find any words to argue back. Arima explains that she already heard about the disaster unfolding across the land. She does not know why Ruffy got dragged into this, but she knows Lord Rocan is trying to save him as she looks out at the burning city. Clenching her fists tightly, she confesses that she wanted to help, so she ran out here. Yet she could do absolutely nothing but stand by helplessly as the city fell to ashes and flames. With tears streaming down her face, she breaks down, crying that watching over the child is the only thing she can ever do. Hearing Arima's desperate confession, Kim Yoon-min is momentarily left in stunned silence. He processes her words, cursing internally as he realizes that something is terribly wrong. This is no game anymore. Instantly, Kim Yoon-min's eyes turn incredibly sharp and deadly serious. Just then, the Scorpion King leaps forward, landing heavily right in front of Arima. Terrified, she turns her head. The Scorpion King grins smugly, mockingly telling her that he has been searching for her for quite some time. Looking past her at Kim Yoon-min, he admits he is highly impressed that the human is somehow still breathing. The Scorpion King suddenly stops speaking as he notices something unexpected. Arima is desperately attempting to drag Kim Yoon-min's broken body away. Completely caught off guard, Kim Yoon-min begs her to stop and escape immediately. But she stubbornly refuses, declaring that she has stood by and watched for long enough. Watching the touching scene, the Scorpion King sneers mockingly, offering to send them both to their bags together. He widens his stance, bracing himself to unleash his final attack. He swings a massive fist directly at them, bidding them farewell. Arima shuts her eyes tight, barely having time to scream out no. Inside his body, Rofi seems to have finally woken up. For a moment, the Scorpion King's arm trembles, refusing to strike. This completely catches him off guard, making him wonder why his body won't obey. He freezes in place as if suddenly remembering something. He realizes exactly where the resistance is coming from. It's you, Rofi. Deep inside the Scorpion King, Rofi struggles desperately to break free from her binds. Her arms are bound so tight they shake as he demands to know why she's still fighting. He bellows that she is a part of him meant to rule the world, yet she chooses to fight, but Rofi ignores his voice, desperately crawling toward the light to escape. Hearing this, she immediately rejects it, screaming no. She insists she's not a part of him, slowly dragging her heavy body forward with every ounce of strength left. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rofi screams out that she doesn't care about his stupid plans because she's going to live with Arima. A faint light suddenly flickers from deep within the Scorpion King's chest. That light instantly expands, shining with a brilliant, blinding intensity. Using all of her strength, she stretches one hand out. Slowly but surely, the rest of her body begins to emerge. In a panic, she cries out Arima's name. Spotting her, Arima quickly shouts out Rofi. Naturally, the Scorpion King won't allow this, demanding she accept her fate and stop resisting. Dozens of dark tendrils erupt from inside his body once again. They wrap around her forcefully, dragging her back inside. Her body sinks deeper, pulled right back toward the abyss, leaving only her hand reaching out desperately in midair. But just as all hope seems lost, Arima reaches out and firmly grasps her hand. She leans her entire body forward, pushing deep into the enemy to hold her. Arima winces, pouring every ounce of her remaining power into it. This self-sacrificing move leaves Rofi completely stunned for a second. But before long, Arima's arm begins to tremble under the massive strain. Slowly, Rofi's fingers start to slip away from her grasp. Just then, another hand suddenly reaches in and grabs Rofi's wrist tight. Yoon-min looks on with a wild grin, mockingly asking if she's finally coming out. He plants his foot against the king's body to brace himself, pulling Rofi. Finally, they do it. They actually pull her free from the Scorpion King. Rofi is finally completely free from the villain's body. Her face is a mixture of utter disbelief and lingering panic. Gently, Rofi's hand brushes against Arima's. Arima reaches back, squeezing her hand reassuringly. Even with her eyes closed, a look of profound peace washes over Arima's face. Meanwhile, Yoon-min flies backward from the force, slamming his back hard against the wall. Gritting his teeth, he holds back the pain to check on the situation. The Scorpion King simply cannot believe she managed to escape. Totally speechless and consumed by an explosive fury, he lets out an absolute blood-curdling roar. The magic stone in his chest glows with menacing power. Rofi gently lifts Arima, who is passed out from sheer exhaustion. She carefully lays her down in a safer, more comfortable spot. Rofi silently gazes down at Arima. She stands up and turns around to look behind her. The Scorpion King is still caught in a wild frenzy after losing his massive power source. Suddenly, Rofi calls out to Rocan. Hearing her voice, Kim Yoon-min slowly opens his eyes. He is still joking around, calling her a little bug. Even with only one arm left, his mouth still works perfectly fine. Rofi leans in close, asking why a complete outsider like him would get involved. What is he actually fighting for? Kim Yoon-min chuckles softly. That is a pretty good question. Why indeed? He casually explains that he just cannot stand annoying things. If he does not destroy whatever irritates him, his temper gets the best of him, and he cannot even sleep. But even in this state, he sounds weirdly satisfied with finally facing a real opponent. Laughing at his own pathetic fate, he accepts that this is the end for him as long as she and Arima survive. But Rofi cuts him off. Trust me, it is not over yet. Hearing those words, Kim Yoon-min opens his eyes wide in utter disbelief. She places her hand on his chest, reminding him that he saved her from the Scorpion King. Meanwhile, the crack on the Scorpion King's chest begins to close up. His monstrous body keeps shifting until his face has only one single eye left, right in the middle of his forehead. Rofi channels her magic directly into Kim Yoon-min. He stares down in shock as a glowing magic circle forms over his chest. She explains that this is the absolute best she can do, calling it a final act of atonement for failing to protect her own people. She openly admits that she succumbed to temptation while his resolve remained completely unbroken. So through this sacred covenant, she officially transfers all of her remaining power directly over to Rocan. Kim Yoon-min still cannot believe it, muttering that he has absolutely nothing to offer her in return. For a second, Rofi stays completely silent. Across the field, the Scorpion King gathers his strength and charges. In a split second, he vanishes completely from his spot. The beast raises his massive arm to strike her down from behind. Only then does Rofi answer his question with a sigh of relief. She has already taken what she needs. Hearing this, he freezes in sheer shock. A glowing symbol suddenly awakens, reflecting deep within his eyes. A massive explosion of blinding light erupts, blowing away the surrounding rocks and debris. Before his attack lands, the Scorpion King is forced to leap back. He panics, completely unable to believe his eyes. No, this is impossible. Watching the broadcast outside, a girl suddenly leaps from her chair. Staring at the screen, she gasps out, "Are you kidding me?" The viewers who have been watching since the beginning are just as stunned. Jacken stands there with his mouth wide open, completely clueless. A golden band suddenly appears around Kim Yoon-min's ankle. Glowing, mysterious patterns begin to spread across his arm. Another golden ring floats gently right above his head. The shocked girl outside quickly grabs her phone. The call connects instantly as she speaks up, "It is me." A thrilling smile crosses her face. She has finally found him. Now in his powerful second form, Kim Yoon-min is completely transformed and his lost limbs are fully restored. Right at this moment, Arima slowly wakes up. Seeing Kim Yoon-min standing there, she sits straight up in absolute shock. He stands tall, shielding Arima from any danger. Knowing she is awake, Kim Yoon-min just gives her a quick backward glance. The Scorpion King is in total denial, screaming that this is a joke and boasting about his own primal power. "Take this," he roars, firing a massive laser beam directly from his eyes while Kim Yoon-min coldly watches the attack without flinching. He does not even move, casually raising a single hand. Instantly, a massive wall built from tightly packed stone pillars shoots straight up from the ground. The fierce laser beams crash into the wall, scattering harmlessly in every direction. Kim Yoon-min slowly reaches out and touches the cold stone surface. Right after that, a massive pair of giant hands holding a warhammer appears behind him, ready to strike. Those colossal hands unleash an absolutely terrifying force directly at the Scorpion King. His eyes widen in shock, completely unable to react, and before he can even move, half of his body is totally blown away. The devastating impact is so brutal it leaves his physical form completely shattered. And here's the crazy part, Kim Yoon-min just unleashed a blow with unbelievable destructive power. Half of the Scorpion King's entire body is gone. Yet slowly but surely, his severed flesh begins to regenerate. The Scorpion King stands tall once again amidst the sea of fire, roaring in pure rage at his opponent. Putting all his weight into his legs, Kim Yoon-min leaps straight toward the beast. He brandishes his glowing golden sword, launching a fierce attack. The Scorpion King instinctively pulls his massive arm back to defend. With his other hand, he grabs Kim Yoon-min's blade directly. Kim Yoon-min quickly pivots to the side smoothly, dodging a dangerous counterattack. Dropping low, he commands his avatar to land a brutal, direct blow on the boss. Taking the hit head-on, the monster's eyes widen as he coughs up blood. Seizing the opening, Kim Yoon-min springs back up to build momentum. The Scorpion King's entire body suddenly freezes completely stiff, clenching both of his hands into tight fists. Deep inside Kim Yoon-min's eyes, a golden cross shape begins to glow with immense power. He ducks down low as the monster tries to launch yet another desperate attack. Kim Yoon-min charges straight toward the Scorpion King. He commands his avatar to strike hard right under his chin. Another massive arm raises a golden sword high. The avatar unleashes a devastating strike, blasting the Scorpion King back into the sea of fire. Kim Yoon-min immediately lunges after him, but the Scorpion King lands lightly on his feet. He clenches his fist tightly. A massive stone wall erupts from the ground, separating Kim Yoon-min from his target. But get this, a simple wall cannot stop his power. Kim Yoon-min's eyes flash with a sudden spark of rage. He unleashes a heavy blow that causes the massive wall to crack. In an instant, Kim Yoon-min completely shatters the giant barrier. His eyes gleam with excitement as he screams, "Got you." The Scorpion King fires a deadly beam of light to incinerate him once and for all. But his eyes widen in pure shock. Panic sets in as he sees only the golden sword. "How dare you," he screams. He whips his head around in panic. Right in front of the Scorpion King, Kim Yoon-min and his avatar charge straight forward. The avatar unleashes a brutal punch to his cheek, completely warping his face. Kim Yoon-min continues his relentless physical assault on the Scorpion King. The giant beast flips through the air and lands headfirst on the ground. The Scorpion King grits his teeth in agony. He channels immense power into his legs and leaps high into the air. Kim Yoon-min and his massive avatar begin to emit a blinding golden glow. A brilliant golden light radiates intensely from the avatar's solid arm under his absolute control. Kim Yoon-min locks his gaze onto the beast's face as his main target. Suddenly, a massive stone pillar erupts from the ground, launching the Scorpion King upward. The beast grits his teeth in absolute agony. He lowers his head toward the ground to build up explosive momentum. Kim Yoon-min commands his avatar to unleash yet another devastating punch. Together, they combine their power to strike and pin the Scorpion King down. Under the immense weight of the blow, the rising stone pillar shatters completely. Yoon-bin swings his golden sword downward to deliver the final finishing blow. Trapped in a sea of roaring flames, he raises a weak, trembling hand. The Scorpion King howls in absolute fury, "This body belongs to me." His eyes bulge with intense rage as he screams that this is not over. The Scorpion King fires a piercing beam of bright pink energy straight up, but the deadly blast only grazes past his body. He continues his desperate assault, screaming at him to die. The Scorpion King's inner human form is exposed, consumed by rage as he demands his death. His blast detonates violently in midair, and Yoon-bin looks up to watch the massive explosion. Yoon-bin hovers in the air, silently looking down at the defeated Scorpion King. His tense expression finally softens as he gazes down at his fallen foe. Looking back, Yoon-bin remembers the genuine smile he used to have. He smiles softly and clasps his hands together. In unison, the two massive arms of his avatar clasp together, radiating a brilliant golden light. Yoon-bin prepares to unleash a divine technique packed with unfathomable power. The sheer scale of this single move feels as vast as the entire universe. Kim Yoon-min clenches his fists tightly. He dives straight down to deliver a crushing blow. Fueled by righteous fury, Kim Yoon-min declares that it is over for the one-eyed monster. The Scorpion King's eyes widen in horror as he awaits his inevitable demise. The combined fists of the hero and his avatar crash down right before him. A cold smirk plays on Kim Yoon-min's lips as his cross-shaped pupils glow brightly. An oppressive invisible pressure radiates from him, making the surrounding air feel incredibly thick. Glowing golden sparks wrap around Kim Yoon-min's knuckles as his hands shine brilliantly. This devastating attack hits so hard that the Scorpion King's bones begin to shatter completely. He leaps downward and slams the beast's head hard into the ground. As he exerts his strength, the massive downward pressure causes the entire space to tremble violently. The surrounding sea of fire is compressed as space freezes under the sheer, suffocating tension. Kim Yoon-min calmly walks across the scorching, cracked ground. His towering figure comes to a halt right before the lifeless body of the Scorpion King. His physical form begins to warp and completely distort. The Scorpion King falls silent upon seeing Rofi standing right before him. As she takes a step closer, he can only stammer you. He groans with deep regret, asking why, but Rofi quickly cuts him off, reminding him that she already gave him her final decision. She bluntly repeats that she has absolutely no interest in those matters. He stares blankly back, whispering, "Is that so?" His voice crumbles alongside the sickening sound of his breaking bones. "I did not know." He continues with a sorrowful tone, surprised that she was charmed by a cold stranger from a distant land. His fading voice mutters that cowards only know how to fall into decay or bow down in worship. A final agonizing scream echoes through the air before he completely vanishes from this world. His last regretful words linger, "What did I even do all of this for?" His body crumbles away, leaving behind a plain gray stone. Soon the outer gray layer begins to fade, revealing a brilliant crimson gem shining from within. Kim Yoon-min reaches out to touch the massive red stone. Rofi steps up next, placing her hand on the giant gem too. With that touch, his outer mask dissolves into thin air. She smiles warmly at Kim Yoon-min as they stand opposite one another, their fingertips meeting on the glowing red gem, while a boundless sea of fire rages around them, swallowing the entire horizon. Rafi speaks with deep gratitude, admitting she owes him a great debt. He humbly replies that he should be the grateful one. She continues, explaining that after merging with him, she finally understands that she is also a part of the Emperor. Kim Yoon-min listens closely as she asks if he remembers Rocan. She recalls her past self, remembering how she stood in front of him and how he asked if she truly knew nothing at all. He bursts into laughter, saying it is a classic cliché for a fool like her to naturally become the core belief of the Emperor. Rafi cannot help but laugh, telling him he speaks in riddles as Kim Yoon-min slowly nods. "Oh right," he says, "wait a second, I have something to give you." He pulls out the sigil and hands it over, saying, "Here." Rofi blankly accepts it and wonders what it could be. She holds it up high to inspect the queen's sacred emblem. Rofi emotionally recalls the past when she saved those people, the very ones who created that token as a symbol of their gratitude toward her. She assumes he must have gifted it to a child before coming here, but Kim Yoon-min speaks up and reveals he received it from a village chief who told him to pay a visit. Rofi speaks softly, finally understanding the truth of the situation. She turns her head to look back at the ruins behind her. Fire rages everywhere amidst the collapsed houses. Rafi feels a bit of sadness for the pitiful emperor. She angrily squeezes the royal emblem in her hand but hesitates. Rofi's eyes flash with determination. She will definitely not become the absolute worst villain. She tosses it to Kim Yoon-min, telling him to leave as he catches it in confusion. "Why return this to me?" Rofi chuckles and tells him to give it back to the child, leaving him completely speechless. Rofi takes the red stone and steps forward. A brilliant crimson light envelops both her and the gem as a sudden powerful force from behind pulls her away. Her feet lift off the ground while Kim Yoon-min watches from below as she floats away. Panicked, he yells to ask what is happening to her. She looks down with a smirk. This is the absolute best thing she can do. Rofi bids farewell to Rocan, leaving Kim Yoon-min to shout in shock, "You promised to live with Arima, where are you going?" Magical energy from the crimson stone erupts, wrapping tightly around her two arms. It slowly spreads across Rofi's entire body. Her body begins to fade away, turning into a phantom-like illusion floating in mid-air. Rafi slowly opens her eyes and looks down. She spots a young girl lying completely unconscious on the ground. Closing her eyes tightly once more, Rofi prepares herself. She decides to unleash some kind of ultimate technique. With that, Rofi completely vanishes into the air, leaving behind a mysterious glowing red sphere below. In an instant, the red sphere cracks open, showering its immense power across the land. His jaw drops in utter shock as he stares at the crimson sky. People who absorb the falling energy slowly start to regain consciousness. Others begin twitching their hands as one man slowly opens his eyes and sits up. Kim Yoon-min looks around at the crowds who had collapsed. Suddenly, his feet are completely frozen in place. Kim Yoon-min panics as the frost creeps up his entire body and he starts fading. What on earth is happening? He quickly turns his head to look around. Kim Yoon-min's vision starts to blur. Through the haze, he catches one final glimpse of her standing among the ruins. As Kim Yoon-min dissolves completely, a loud system notification rings out. You have successfully cleared the secret dungeon of the legendary pyramid. Congratulations. As the door of the capsule slides open, Kim Yoon-min blinks his eyes against the bright outside light flooding in. He clutches his aching head and sits up. Suddenly, a high-heeled boot steps right onto the capsule's edge. Kim Yoon-min looks up in a daze as Meyer asks, finally awake. He instantly turns pale, breaking into a sweat. She looks down at him and snaps, we have tons of work. Rocan, wait, no. Meyer lowers her voice, emphasizing each word, Kim Yoon-min. And she didn't come alone, bringing a whole crew of technicians with her. Kim Yoon-min just stares around, completely dumbfounded. Some are carrying heavy crates, while others inspect his equipment. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Kim Yoon-min snaps his eyes open and roars, what are you doing in my house? Get out. She crouches down and hands him a business card. Calm down, take a look at this. Kim Yoon-min cautiously takes it and raises it to read Falcon, founder of the Lord. Meyer nods and explains that her name is listed right below, but her face quickly darkens. You and I have already spoken, you haven't forgotten that, right? Kim Yoon-min's face twists in rage as he crushes the card. Wait, that voice, that annoying system window, it was you all along. Furious, he scowls, you dared to block my logout. I'm going to sue your entire company. Meyer just chuckles. Oh, sue us. Her playful smirk vanishes instantly. It seems you don't understand the situation, we're actually the ones suing you. With that, Meyer orders one of the technicians to boot up a laptop. Kim Yoon-min breaks into a cold sweat as she turns the laptop screen toward him, sighing, this is the full log of all your activities as Rocan, and honestly, I was absolutely speechless. She scowls and lists his offenses, treasure rooms, secret chambers, hidden title rewards. You easily track down all the hardest to find prizes. Meyer continues, not to mention using shortcuts to level up and monopolizing the market. Did you really think we were fools? She looks around the room. You bought this apartment using money from the Lord, didn't you? If we take legal action, you'll be out on the streets in no time. Trying to stay composed, he scoffs. So what, did you bring a bunch of thugs just to seize my house? Meyer bluntly shuts him down, telling him not to get any ideas since they have zero interest in his smelly apartment. Her words make Kim Yoon-min grit his teeth in pure anger. What? She reveals she was only testing him, leaving Rocan completely frozen in confusion. Testing him. Meyer smirks, explaining that while they normally wipe players' achievements in the Lord, he is different. Most people making illegal money in-game through exploits or scams end up drowning in luxury or cheap pleasures. She turns serious, noting that he did none of that. Meyer points out exactly what Kim Yoon-min did. He invested every single coin he earned right back into the game. Weapons, gear, anything to make himself stronger, he poured all his money into it. She frankly calls it a pretty suspicious obsession. Meyer leans in close, asking if he plans to start a war all by himself. Ha, she presses further, asking if this is all just for revenge. He sweats under the intense pressure, completely unable to find his words. Meyer suddenly bursts out laughing, saying that does not matter. An annoyed Kim Yoon-min snaps back, asking what she actually wants from him. She tosses a bundle of clothes to him, saying the only thing that matters is he passed the test. Rocan catches them in total confusion, wondering why she has his clothes. Meyer walks ahead, telling him to hurry up so she can show him something incredibly fun. She leads Kim Yoon-min into a car, and soon they are speeding down the city streets. He suspiciously asks where they are going, wondering if she plans on kidnapping him. Meyer just laughs it off, teasingly asking what she would even gain from capturing him. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min notices something strange happening right outside his window. A sleek black car is cruising right alongside them, matching their exact speed. And it is not just one, there are 3 other vehicles completely surrounding their white car. He turns back inside, asking if those cars are escorting them. She nods, confirming that they definitely are. Kim Yoon-min asks anxiously if she is someone incredibly important. Meyer sighs, admitting he is not wrong about that. She turns to look at him, adding that she is actually not the one being escorted here. Kim Yoon-min just stares back in utter confusion. Meyer looks out the window quietly, noting they have finally arrived. And get this, their actual destination is the massive headquarters of the Lord Game Company. The white car drives straight down into the underground basement alone. It rolls deep into a massive, heavily secured parking garage. As soon as the car stops, Meyer leads the way while he quickly follows. Soon they both stop in front of the elevator doors. The doors slide open. They step inside. She immediately hands Kim Yoon-min an employee badge telling him they are cleared to move forward. He takes it with a quick nod. Kim Yoon-min holds it up shocked to see his old high school photo. How did they even get this? Meyer firmly warns him that he is absolutely forbidden from telling anyone about what he is about to see. She glances sideways at him, noting that nobody would even believe him anyway. He turns pale and breaks into a cold sweat under her surprisingly terrifying gaze. The elevator stops on the 7th floor. The doors slowly slide open. Now watch, because the massive underground chamber before him is absolutely mind-blowing. He looks up at the insanely high ceiling, completely stunned that a place like this actually exists. She begins to explain that 23 years ago a mysterious crack was discovered in Antarctica. Walking ahead, Meyer explains that it was only about 10 centimeters wide, yet it brought an entire plague. Meyer taps something on her phone screen. Giant floodlights suddenly flicker on. Kim Yoon-min stands completely frozen at the sight before him. He turns pale in shock. What is this, and why is it here? She turns to him, asking if he has actually hunted one of these monsters before. Meyer continues, explaining that this two-headed ogre. Meyer then leads Kim Yoon-min into another elevator heading even deeper underground. Within seconds, they reach the very bottom. The elevator doors slide open. He tenses up as he faces the double-headed goblin once again. Yoon-min looks completely dwarfed standing before the beast as confusion fills his mind. Is this some in-game monster, he asks, but she flatly denies it. Meyer looks up, stating that the Lord is not just some game. She explains that it acts more like a simulation, leaving Yoon-min to blankly repeat the word. Meyer nods and explains that a parallel world mimicking another is a simulation designed to create humanity's saviors. The overwhelmed young man slowly processes the information, questioning the word savior. She begins her tale, revealing that 23 years ago, a magical crest appeared right between the goblin's horns. Following that devastating blow, the massive creature fell completely unconscious. A legendary hero had suddenly appeared, pointing directly at the two-headed beast. With a single swift motion, the warrior unleashed a strike right into the goblin's shoulder. There were 3 lucky explorers who witnessed that breathtaking event firsthand. One survivor returned to tell the tale of what emerged from that fissure. The image of that hero remained deeply etched in his mind, and it wasn't just the goblins. Meyer refers to him as the first descender. She rambles on about a mind-blowingly strong warrior who ripped the massive goblin in half with a simple gesture. Meyer proudly explains that the rift went quiet after that, but they couldn't just ignore it, so they founded a highly specialized organization to fund an investigation into the dimensional fissure. Eventually, she reveals that they discovered the rift was actually a gateway linking their world to another reality. Yoon-min listens intently as she describes a realm completely operating beyond any natural laws they currently understand. She warns that the two-headed goblin is merely the beginning, and unchecked, far worse monsters will cross over. Meyer anxiously worries that there is no guarantee another rift won't rip open, especially if it happens in a major city. Fear slips into her voice as she wonders if the Descender would ever step up to save them again. Because of this, Meyer decided they couldn't rely on such a gamble. They needed something absolutely guaranteed. Surprised, he questions what could be so guaranteed, which prompts Meyer to reveal her plan to find a perfect match for the Descender. A candidate of their own making, they resolve to manufacture their very own savior. She continues, admitting that it's no easy task and must be executed in absolute secrecy. Meyer knows all too well that almost nobody would willingly risk their own life for such a highly dangerous mission. She goes on to explain that during this time they uncovered new data from the rift, realizing it doesn't just connect 2 worlds but also transmits direct information from that other side. He finally puts the pieces together. Wait, she nods and reveals that their creation based on that data is none other than. Meyer continues, naming the Lord, a game played on a global scale. She looks directly at Yoon-min, calling it a program designed to forge humanity's saviors. Hearing this, he angrily snaps, calling them completely insane and pointing out that it is basically just a secret recruitment scheme, but Meyer casually responds, asking what there is to argue about in such an emergency. She glances back at Yoon-min, telling him not to worry since the Lord is just a virtual world mirroring the rift, meaning no real physical harm can ever come to him. He raises a skeptical question, pointing out that if it is just a simulation, those virtual game skills would be completely useless in the real world. Meyer merely smirks and asks Rocan if he really thinks the Lord is just some ordinary game. She explains that the system doesn't just mirror his mental state but reflects his actual physical condition too. Meyer reveals that the reverse is also true, meaning his combat prowess and mana control honed within the game will translate perfectly into reality. She continues, explaining that while their own world has rigid physical limits and lacks the very concept of mana, the foreign world beyond the rift is an entirely different story. Yoon-min anxiously presses her, asking how she can be so sure that in-game skills are usable over there, but Meyer strictly admits that they only knew this on a theoretical level. Her gaze turns razor-sharp as she adds that someone has recently proved this theory to be true. He chuckles mockingly, wondering who could possibly be that recklessly insane. Yoon-min freezes in pure shock as the realization suddenly dawns on him. Meyer slowly nods as he points to himself, dumbfounded, asking if she means him. Clenching his fists, Yoon-min rages at her response, asking if this idiot is messing with him and looking for a fight. She walks closer with a smirk. Sorry, I couldn't tell you beforehand. But Rocan, you really shouldn't be the one getting angry here, right? Confused, he steps back. What? Meyer speaks up to remind him, I already told you this is just a simulation built for humanity. Her attitude turns extremely serious. Everything about the system is run in total secrecy, so how on earth do you know everything about it? With that, Meyer points her fingers like a gun right at Yoon-min. A weapon materializes complete with a glowing laser sight. Terrified, he throws both hands up, stammering out a desperate no. Yoon-min snaps and yells, Hey, didn't you say you wouldn't hurt me? She just laughs, teasing that his body might only end up with a few holes. Meyer's tone turns threatening. Of course, if you answer truthfully, you will walk away completely fine. Tense and silent, he listens as she drops his names, Rocan, or rather, Kim Yoon-min. Meyer fires off her first question, who exactly are you? She keeps pushing, how is it that you know all of those things? Meyer's gaze turns terrifying as she delivers her third question, did you come from above the rift? She growls out a direct command, answer me. A slow smirk spreads across Yoon-min's face. Defiant, he retorts, what if I don't feel like telling you? Meyer frowns, clearly irritated by Yoon-min's arrogant attitude. She aims her finger gun directly at his face. A loud gunshot suddenly rings out, violently echoing through the room. The bullet strikes the ground right at Yoon-min's feet. He freezes in utter terror, completely paralyzed by her threat. Sweating buckets, Yoon-min gasps, did you actually shoot at me? Meyer is startled too. She was only bluffing, but her subordinate fired a real round. Furious, Meyer turns around to glare at them. Her two subordinates quickly make excuses, pointing at each other and asking if they weren't allowed to fire. Dazed and sweating, Yoon-min tries to speak, but Meyer just rolls her eyes, whatever. With a dark expression, she warns him to reveal his identity because next time won't be a warning. Yoon-min grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it. He clenches his fists, thinking that he can never tell her. He sweats nervously. He can't possibly admit he regressed because he lost a game. He tightly clenches both of his fists. Suddenly, a realization hits him. Wait, did she say game? He demands to know what she meant. After all, he proved he can use skills from beyond the rift, but Meyer coldly dismisses him, so what? Yoon-min presses her, so Emperor Rofi and everyone else in Korea, do they actually exist above the rift? Recalling everything that has happened, he wonders, was all of it actually real? She scoffs, saying he is truly bizarre, which is why they assumed he was an intruder from beyond the rift. Meyer mockingly adds that he grew too fast, ensuring nobody else could catch up, almost like he climbed a ladder and immediately kicked it down behind him. She reveals their plan. They suspected he was a monster trying to disrupt the system, so they wanted to send him above the rift to see how he would react. He listens in stunned disbelief as she explains they also wanted to test his limits. She continues, and in the end, you actually did it. Meyer explains how he unlocked the deification mode through a monster contract. Even though it is incomplete, he is still planning to hunt the apex boss. She clearly knows that conquering such a beast solo is completely unheard of. Losing his temper, Yoon-min snaps, isn't that enough? I already proved everything you wanted to see. Meyer calmly counters, actually, it is quite the opposite. She points directly at him, saying that since he proved his overwhelming power, they now need to know much more. He hesitates slightly, remembering Meyer's warning that the blade could easily turn against them. Kim Yoon-min looks down tense. He picks up his employee identification card. This card has my picture on it, so surely she understands what that means. Kim Yoon-min bluntly accuses her of breaking into his home illegally and making an absolute mess of everything, fully aware that she has probably completed her entire investigation on him by now. He curiously wonders if she found anything at all, and since she came up empty, she resorted to threats. He takes a slow step closer to her. Kim Yoon-min firmly declares that he is definitely not some kind of monster. He points to his forehead and dares her to verify it herself, leaving Meyer to stare back at Kim Yoon-min in surprise. Unwilling to back down, he glares right back at her. Meyer lowers her head with a weary sigh. She can only warn him that as the rampaging Rocan, he has affected the rift. He must remember he is no longer just a normal gamer. Meyer hands him the Queen's royal emblem to take, and Kim Yoon-min instantly recognizes what this is. She explains that this hero badge was given to him by Rofi, sent along directly with him. Meyer takes the lollipop out of her mouth, stating that he protected those people, and only he can save them. Finally, she reveals her deepest hope for him to become a true ranker. Meyer places great hope in him, begging him to become the ranker Rocan. Heavy rain pours over the vast forest as a dark figure appears amidst the rumbling thunder. Dragging his sword along the ground, the mysterious figure is indeed Kim Yoon-min. From beneath his dark cloak, a pair of sharp glowing red eyes pierce through. Deep within that very forest, a two-headed ogre is greedily chewing on its prey. It freezes instantly when a rolled-up scroll strikes the back of its bald head. Rubbing its head, it looks around in total confusion. Kim Yoon-min stands quietly right behind the two-headed ogre. Spotting prey deliver itself directly, the beast growls in absolute fury. The two-headed ogre casually snatches a heavy club from the ground. Its deafening roar blends seamlessly with the crashing thunder overhead. His eyes widen as he stares directly at the two-headed ogre. Rocan channels pure explosive power into his legs, leaping high into the air while the giant stands there completely dazed. The two-headed ogre gapes in absolute panic. Rocan launches himself even higher into the sky. He lands gracefully right on its massive arm and sprints straight toward its face. Rocan raises his razor-sharp blade high in the air. He unleashes a devastating clean slash right across the two-headed ogre's massive chest. The beast shrieks in absolute terror as the strike deeply slices into its giant bleeding arm. It drops to its knees, desperately clutching its heavily bleeding arm. Rocan hovers momentarily in midair, gazing coldly down at his prey. Look at his glowing eyes flashing right through the blinding lightning. Rocan recalls asking Meyer what he should do next even if he became a ranker. Did he really have to dive straight into the abyss? She had shook her head, explaining that becoming a ranker did not mean he would instantly gain high-tier abilities. He felt the tension rise as Meyer explained that while his performance in the arena was mind-blowing, it still was not enough. She urged him to keep playing, the Lord promising he would grow far stronger and eventually become a true ranker. Rocan stays silent deeply, contemplating every single word Meyer had told him. It was the exact moment she handed him the special seal. He lands softly, standing right before the colossal two-headed ogre. Kim Yoon-min grins, declaring that he will become the greatest. He tightly grips his flowing black cloak. Kim Yoon-min roars with excitement, tossing the cloak aside to become the strongest runner. In response, the monster lets out a furious, sky-shaking roar. The two-headed goblin unleashes a massive, powerful punch straight at him. The sheer force of its roar pushes Kim Yoon-min back a few steps, but he recovers, swinging his sword right through the monster's arm. The beast leaps back in agony as dark blood splatters everywhere. Losing its footing, the two-headed goblin crashes heavily onto the ground. Kim Yoon-min tightly grips the hilt of his massive sword. He leaps high into the air, bringing his blade crashing down. A fierce red light erupts around him as he lets out a battle cry. In pure survival instinct, the two-headed goblin crosses its arms to shield itself. He drives his greatsword straight down into its guard. Kim Yoon-min screams in absolute excitement, split in half. Under his immense pressure, the heavy armor of the goblin completely shatters. Both of its giant arms are sliced clean in half. The monster opens its giant mouths, screaming in absolute agony. Suddenly, a desperate thrash flings him high into the air. The furious bleeding goblin forces itself back onto its feet. Planting its feet firmly, both of its heads roar in unison. Kim Yoon-min stands proudly resting his massive sword on his shoulder. Enraged, the beast swings its remaining arm to crush him. Kim Yoon-min easily flips backward, dodging the monster's heavy fist with style. Annoyed that its strike missed, the beast roars in frustration. This time, the goblin decides to stomp Kim Yoon-min into paste. Its massive foot comes crashing down onto the dirt, but the beast freezes in confusion as a bright light glows beneath its sole. Instead of crushing him, it stepped right into a trap he left. Glowing magical lines immediately crawl up the beast's leg, trapping it in place. Seizing his chance, Kim Yoon-min circles around to strike from behind. Just like its arms, that foot is instantly sliced clean off. The sudden loss of its legs sends the giant falling backward. It crashes hard, lying completely helpless and defeated. But Kim Yoon-min has no intention of showing any mercy. Gripping his giant sword, he dives down to deliver the finishing blow. His eyes glow with a deadly red spark, fueled by absolute determination to end this. He smirks loudly, chanting the name of his ultimate skill. The beast shrieks its final agonizing cry as the giant blade pierces through its chest. With the two-headed goblin dead, Kim Yoon-min lands gracefully back on the ground. Standing tall, he casually rests the massive blade on his shoulder. Under a shower of sparkling light, he looks ahead to see what loot dropped. The center of the Timura continent. Kim Yoon-min stares at his system interface and nods. First up, he needs to continue the main racing quest. He needs to get a usable weapon as fast as possible, making this quest the absolute best fit for him. With the bloodstone secured, no issues should lie ahead. Only then does he finally pay attention to his surroundings, looking around with a sense of genuine wonder. This place is packed with players, and they are finally arriving. Jung-min takes a deep, refreshing breath. Time to move. The scene shifts to a different place, Rocan's private house. He rummages through an old chest, completely certain that he left it somewhere around this dusty room. There it is, the Mad King's dusty letter. It really brings back memories. Is that not the letter from the bandit leader Jilalotai? He got it from that boss. Reporting this to the council officially starts the Mad King quest. And the reward is a crucial weapon for the King of Violence. Just the thought of it makes him drool. Suddenly, his smile completely vanishes as he spots something. Wait, hold on. The expiration date passed, what absolute nonsense. He slumps his shoulders in deep disappointment, guessing that since quite a lot of time has passed, the game wants him to do it all over again. That means he has to travel all the way back to the second city to find the item. What a total pain. But a sly grin spreads across his face. This might be fun. They arrive at a bandit hideout. While playing the game, a certain thought always lingers in his mind, wondering if he has actually grown any stronger. In RPGs, as a player gets stronger, they only encounter tougher monsters, meaning the only things that truly change are skills and rankings. The basic combat loop never changes, making progress feel slow. Fortunately, there is a brilliant way to experience that growth, and that is by visiting low-level dungeons. Rocan might follow a completely different path from normal players, but even for him, these quick shortcuts bring a nice little bit of joy to his day. Besides, he already has a pretty solid excuse lined up for doing this anyway. Oozing an incredibly terrifying aura, the level 100 bandit leader Jiros roars out in pure fury, asking the bastard where he thinks he is standing. With his massive body, the leader leaps high into the air and lunges straight at Jung-min, screaming that he will make him regret this. Jiros slashes his shoulder, but Jung-min does not even dodge. Jiros is left completely wide-eyed. Jung-min smirks mockingly, asking him if there is some kind of problem. "Is your weapon broken?" He is level 265. With eyes full of cold contempt, he declares that it is finally his turn to strike. He calmly raises his hand and delivers a single, effortless flick, sending the giant boss flying hundreds of meters away, instantly logging him out of the game. The boss crumbles to dust, leaving Jung-min thoroughly amused. He never expected it to be this easy. It literally felt like cutting through a piece of soft tofu. He retrieves the dropped paper. He receives the Mad King's letter, casually remarking how incredibly easy that battle was. Something suddenly makes him hesitate, pausing to think for a brief moment before turning around to walk away. As expected, fights are way better, with a real challenge. The scene changes to nighttime at the Tamura Council. Carbon is completely stunned upon seeing the Bloodstone, declaring that there is absolutely no doubt about it, this is the legendary item of myth. He praises Jung-min for making a massive contribution to the human empire, leaving our hero feeling highly satisfied as he silently tells the old man to keep the compliments coming. Jung-min's head is filled with intense anticipation, knowing that he has successfully laid the groundwork for his next major quest. Jung-min finishes his train of thought and speaks up to Carbon, asking if he could meet the king directly to discuss something rather than taking a reward. Carbon wears a mysterious expression and remarks that the young man is quite bold, though admitting that such an audience is not entirely impossible. However, the council is currently facing a massive headache that they must solve first. Jung-min wears a sly smile as if reading his mind, asking if the problem is about the Mad King. Shocked that the young man knows this secret, Carbon gasps and asks how he found out about it. Feeling completely confident of his victory, Jung-min pats his chest and tells Carbon to leave the job to him. The scene shifts to the main investigation headquarters. An officer rushes in holding a document, slams it onto the table, and announces an urgent report. Reading the paper, the captain gasps in disbelief, shocked that the Mad King has sent a letter to the Bandit King. Jung-min solemnly adds that the Mad King is gathering forces, while the chief clutches his head, admitting that many bandits have already received the message. They should have noticed the warning signs when he closed his training gates, especially with a human possessing such absolute power. Now they must prepare for battle. Seeing the chief frantically scrambling to prepare, Jung-min raises his hand to stop him, telling him not to worry. He reveals that he has a plan, making the chief rejoice, and you just know he's secretly plotting how to squeeze the absolute maximum profit out of this situation. Bringing too many allies would shrink his final reward, which is unacceptable. Although the chief trusts his abilities, he solemnly warns Jung-min that this task is too difficult to handle completely alone. The Mad King is not alone, as regional bandits have likely assembled at his stronghold by now. The chief asks if he understands how formidable each bandit actually is. Jung-min recalls his fight against Jiros, whom he easily obliterated with a mere finger flick, making him look down on them with utter contempt. He knows they are a bunch of weaklings, but then realizes he doesn't actually have to do this alone. Jung-min looks at the chief and says that if that is the case, he has another way. The scene shifts to the Komio Mountain Bandit hideout. The quest screen appears. Stop the Mad King, who recently gained absolute power and spread chaos. Prevent his attack on nearby cities. Time limit 239 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Success condition, death of the Mad King. Reward massive reputation, 100 gold and a unique accessory box. Staring at the massive army preparing for war, Jung-min is amazed to see 300 reinforcing troops sent by the Night Council. This includes 10 level 250 knights, and he even has full authority to organize the entire military force. This is incredible support, especially since 200 of those 300 reinforcements are powerful mages, making things even better. His expression turns increasingly greedy as he plots to hoard all the quest rewards for himself, viewing any potential aid from other players as a complete waste. The reason for such a massive reward is simple: the quest is brutally difficult to complete successfully. The bandit threat is not just about Randalo, as he has summoned hundreds of outlaws to his side. Furthermore, Jung-min must defeat Randalo's brother, the Great Spear King, in this open-world mission. Though Randalo is technically a humanoid monster, he has absorbed the power of rage and completely broken past his limits. Considered a legendary boss even among top players, Randalo also knows exactly how to utilize the rugged mountain terrain to his advantage. While trying to bypass the bandits and infiltrate the Mad King's base, other players attempting to log in receive a system error. Login failed. Please complete the prerequisite quest first. System restrictions apply due to an undefined location preventing login. Randalo will hear their agonizing screams and break his training state while the other players exhaust all their strength fighting endless waves of monsters and mini-bosses. Weakened and spent, they will eventually have to face the Mad King Randalo himself, whose mere presence is enough to crush their spirit. But such an expansive quest goes beyond just bandits, as multiple groups of violent monsters will also begin to spawn in. The true threat lies in their ultimate goal, specifically Randalo's dark purpose in gathering this massive bandit army. Controlling a minor mountain on the city outskirts is no longer enough to satisfy Randalo because, get this, the guy is completely drunk on absolute power. His true target is to conquer an entire nation. He aims to overthrow the world order and system ruling as the supreme king of a new era. This is far beyond the typical schemes of a standard monster or a common bandit leader. An insatiable greed has taken root deep in his heart, a dark desire that could plunge the entire world into ruin. That is why the Humanity Council is pulling out all the stops to eliminate him, giving Jung-min a massive force. Looking at the soldiers standing at attention, Jung-min can see their hidden fear. Leading human troops against such a monster is no easy task, but to him, none of that matters. Just as Jung-min prepares to handle things himself, a soldier points behind him and shouts to look over there. Spotting giant, fierce, boar-like creatures charging right toward them, the terrified soldiers scream out that monsters have appeared. Why are monsters already roaming the foot of the mountain? He immediately yells at his men to stay calm and keep their heads in the game. He orders them to follow his command, and the troops roar back in unison. The soldiers let out a war cry and charge straight into battle. The mages raise their staves high into the air. Unlocking a fire wind spell, the commander barks orders at the mages to hold their formation tight. Their combined magic summons a massive roaring fireball high up in the sky. He raises his sword high to unleash a powerful tempest. The massive pack of monsters is instantly engulfed in flames, shrieking in agonizing pain. Witnessing the spectacular show, Jung-min can't help but praise the smooth execution, deciding he will definitely grind in this hunting zone for a while. There is a reason the army halted here, instead of marching straight to Mount Komeo. They need to secure this entire base. A pretty sly grin creeps onto his face because honestly utilizing this entire army for just one quest would be a massive waste. Out of nowhere, a group of arrogant players shoves past Jung-min's soldiers, rudely demanding they get out of the way. This guy named Player Shot pushes everyone aside, treating them like livestock and telling them to scram. He complains about why these NPCs are lingering around the hunting zone. Seeing this, his companion named Player Hammond grabs his arm to stop him, warning him that those are actual night NPCs. Annoyed, he shakes him off, arguing that there shouldn't be any guards outside the city walls. But Jung-min isn't about to let some random punk cause trouble, noting they just laid hands on royal knights. The guy shrugs, claiming he was just passing through and asking what the big deal is. Jung-min pulls up his active quest panel to show him he just assaulted soldiers working for the Human Council to hunt traitors. Jung-min warns him that his actions qualify as high treason, making the arrogant player sweat instantly as he desperately tries to laugh it off as ridiculous. Before the fool can even utter another word, Jung-min silences him, permanently declaring that all traitors must be executed on the spot. Frustrated, the dissolving player points his finger, trying to ask if Jung-min thinks he owns this entire zone. As their friend vanishes into thin air, the remaining party members can only stand there with their jaws dropped. Jung-min calmly looks at them, asking if anyone else wants to challenge him. Terrified, the remaining players quickly shake their heads and back away, prompting Jung-min to mockingly wave his hand and tell them to scram. Smirking at his troops, Jung-min suggests they get back to business now that the trash is cleared, earning a sly chuckle from his soldiers. He begins planning his next move, realizing they can completely trap the enemies if they spread the fire around the mountain. Suddenly, agonized screams echo throughout the entire mountain range, and honestly, that's exactly the kind of sweet music Jung-min has been waiting for. The scorched bandits scramble out of the burning woods in total panic, desperately shouting for someone to bring them water. Seeing the wave of bandits rushing out, the fully prepared troops are immediately ordered to increase their magic firepower. One of the knights watches the chaotic skirmish and shouts that they cannot give these bandits any chance to launch a counterattack. Amid the fierce clash, a deafening roar shakes the battlefield as the Bandit King makes his grand entrance, slamming his weapon down to rattle the earth and demanding to know who dares trespass on his territory. This level 260 absolute beast instantly prepares to strike. Though the soldiers feel an overwhelming pressure pushing down on them, they steel their resolve and prepare to fight. Instead of backing down, Jung-min gets incredibly excited, telling his troops that weaklings do not deserve any of this loot. He immediately leaps forward at lightning speed, wielding his massive and razor-sharp battle axe. The panicked bandits scramble to escape, realizing a monster of an enemy is heading straight for them. The enraged Bandit King spits out a curse. He asks if these royal dogs even know their place. Jung Min delivers a massive overhead strike from midair, forcing the giant bandit boss to block with all his might. The boss scoffs internally, wondering how this brat dares challenge him with brute strength, vowing to put him in his place. But his smug attitude quickly shatters as the sheer force of Jung Min's axe starts pushing him backward, leaving him questioning if he is actually losing. Jung Min smirks, telling him he has absolutely no time to waste on weak small fry like him. He flexes his arm strength and tells them to get lost. Right away, Vuong Thuong gets blasted backward and flies several meters through the air. He collapses, gasping heavily on the cold ground. The other bandits see Vuong Thuong take that massive hit and absolutely lose their minds with rage, screaming that the bastard will never leave this place alive. Vuong Thuong sits up. He yells at them to stop causing trouble and focus on dealing with the Emperor's hounds. He vows to be the one to silence the enemy, while Jung Bin just responds with a mocking smirk. The lethal battle between Jung Bin and Vuong Thuong kicks right back into high gear. Despite his strategy, the raging flames nearby make him hesitate, though his high fire resistance means this extreme heat will not actually cause him any real damage. Even so, enduring these fierce flames with bare hands really makes him look like a total monster. Seeing the spear-wielding boss charge directly at him, Jung Bin quickly realizes that a head-on clash of raw strength is definitely not to his advantage. He dodges the massive spear just as it thrusts forward a powerful attack that completely shatters and tears up the solid ground beneath them. Capitalizing on the split second, his opponent is distracted. Jung Bin leaps straight down from mid-air with his powerful weapon ready. Smirking slyly, Jung Bin knows that as long as he avoids reckless moves, everything will go smoothly. His heavy strike triggers a massive explosion of dust, but Vuong Thuong slips away just in time. The bandit boss actually praises his effort, admitting he has some decent skills but proudly reminding him that this is strictly their territory. He rushes in with blinding speed, asking if Jung Bin really thinks he can keep dodging forever. Just when Vuong Thuong thinks his attack hit the target, completely vanishes into a dark void. Suddenly, Jung Bin materializes right behind him, and trust me, his calm voice is absolutely chilling as he whispers that slaughter is the only thing on his mind. Laughing, he unleashes a heavy slash that sends the bandit leader crashing back. Seriously wounded, he coughs up a massive amount of blood on the spot. Watching their boss fall, the remaining bandits are utterly terrified, desperately wondering who this monster actually is. As Jung Bin slowly steps forward, they retreat in sheer panic, completely losing their will to fight and screaming to call for backup because he is standing right in front of them. Meanwhile, the rest of the bandits are still eagerly hunting down Jung Bin's allies, specifically targeting the weakest members where no heavy knights are around to defend them. Jung Bin looks at them with an amused expression, declaring that struggling is completely useless now. With one quick dash, his strike sweeps right through the fleeing bandits. They keep running, completely unaware that their heads have already rolled. The survivors run for their lives, screaming in horror about what kind of monster they are facing. The leader of the Knight Order yells that these enemies are merely common criminals. He commands them to show the true power of knights, and everyone roars in agreement. Amidst the raging firestorm, the wounded bandits desperately try to flee, shouting to forget the flames and return to the mountain. They yell to chop down trees to crush the enemies and extinguish the spreading wildfire immediately. Some bandits desperately fight back by kicking massive burning logs toward the advancing troops, causing the soldiers to scream in alarm to watch out and dodge the flaming wood. Immediately, the powerful elite knights charge forward to intercept the threat. One swift strike cleaves the heavy logs into multiple pieces. Standing in perfect formation, the soldiers look incredibly majestic and powerful. One leader steps forward, declaring they fight for their nation and to protect their families. Do not fear these filthy beasts if you have something to protect. Spread the majestic glory of their great emperor and force the enemy to their knees. Vuong Thuong is on his last breath, yet he struggles to his feet, mocking the foolish soldiers and asking if they really think they can halt their grand cause. Using the absolute last of his strength, he charges forward for one final decisive strike. Just a little bit more and their ultimate goal will finally be realized. Very soon he will succeed. Jung Bin stands right behind him without uttering a single word. He delivers a lightning-fast heavy strike that erupts with a crimson power. He slowly forces Vuong Thuong down while the bandit leader desperately resists, shaking uncontrollably. Attacking while they are still rambling, he wonders why these damn mountain bandits talk so much. He leaps high into the air, channeling all his strength into one final decisive strike to wipe out the small fry. The giant axe in Jung Bin's hands crackles with terrifying energy, flashing like purple lightning as a brilliant ocean blue aura radiates all around it. He unleashes a majestic, truly devastating slash. They had better bring out Randolo for this. The moment his attack is unleashed, he lands firmly back on the ground. As the thick smoke clears, Jung Bin clicks his tongue in annoyance. That great spear king is incredibly stubborn, still clinging to a final breath of life. By now, the bastard has completely lost his mind, looking utterly possessed by a demon as his eyes turn pitch black. His entire body swells with dark muscles and his spear is wrapped in an ominous deep blue power. Furious, the monster roars out, "How dare you speak the Wrath King's name so lightly? A sin like that can only be paid for with your life. Seeing that abnormal power coming right at him makes Jung Bin question things. Is this actually the power of corruption? But that shouldn't be possible. That power was supposed to belong to Randalo alone. The blinding light radiating from this corrupt power is so intense that everything around them blurs away. Jung Bin manages to dodge the attack just in time, but that terrifying power incinerates the trees behind him, instantly killing several people caught in the aftershock. He got away, but he has to admit it was close. The power of corruption has definitely been passed to this great Spear King. But why Randalo was supposed to be the only one using it? Is this the influence of what they call the Great Cause? That nameless bastard shouldn't have interfered this deeply. His weakness remains exactly the same. The only difference is he accepted corruption. Has someone been pulling the strings behind this? The Great Spear King raises his weapon high, controlling the dark power with chilling mastery. Watch this. The king's royal dogs are absolutely nothing to us. No one can stand against our will. This is the ultimate power of the Great Cause. He slams his spear into the ground, sending a massive shockwave ripping through the earth. Just you wait. Once our lord arrives, our glorious new era will finally begin. The dark energy from his spear travels through the earth, surging into the remaining bandits and multiplying their strength. The era of power is near. Do not falter. Our lord is watching over us. On the other side, the soldiers hold their ground with equal fury. You are nothing but low-class thugs with loud mouths, mere bandits in the end. His Majesty is watching us fight in the king's name. The battle reaches a bloody fever pitch as they vow to wipe out these filthy monsters. By now, the entire battlefield is a chaotic blur of raging flames and that glowing deep blue energy. Meanwhile, Jung Bin has his hands full dealing with the Great Spear King. He throws a freezing glare at his opponent. Pretty impressive, he mutters. Despite his massive power boost, the Spear King's hands are visibly trembling now, even if you beg for mercy now. Jung Bin unleashes a heavy swing that sends the boss flying back. Watching his grand plan shatter to pieces, the desperate leader screams out in pure denial. Jung Bin offers a sarcastic bit of praise for a total weakling. Those moves weren't half bad. The desperate warrior unleashes his spear rush once more. That surging wave of dark energy storms right toward Jung Bin. But the outcome is nothing like what the boss imagined. Jung Bin just sighs. You think I will fall for the same trick twice? Burst. His energy splits into dozens of glowing orbs raining down on the Spear King as he desperately struggles to block them. As long as I am standing, you will never get past me, he roars, charging forward in a final suicidal rush. Die, he screams, thrusting his weapon forward and feeling a solid hit connect. I felt it this time. You have definitely been crushed to dust. But looking closer, the one he actually ran through is one of his own bandits. Jung Bin chuckles darkly from right behind him, whispering that this just means he needs to eliminate him. The boss spins around in absolute terror. Jung Bin immediately activates his weapon destruction skill, completely shattering the legendary spear. All the stunned leader is left holding is a useless broken hilt. The monster trembles in utter disbelief, whining about how his precious spear was ruined. Rocan's frenzy flares up. Things are finally heating up, so let's end this. Rocan activates his armor destruction skill, carving a deep, bloody gash right across the giant's torso. The massive beast collapses heavily backward. He follows up instantly with a crushing strike, completely shattering whatever was left of the monster's defense. Before fading away, the defeated Spear King sheds bitter, frustrated tears of pure regret. He desperately gasps that his lord is still watching over them. Right then, a system notification pops up. You have successfully defeated the charging Spear King. Now check this out. An alert is sent straight to Gandalo, the King of Wrath, who was training in seclusion. Enraged, an incredibly massive and savage wave of dark energy suddenly floods the area. The King of Wrath, Gandalo, has officially arrived. Gandalo lets out a beastly roar, unleashing a deafening battle cry that barely sounds human. The sheer pressure leaves the nearby soldiers completely dazed, wondering what kind of monster this is. Rocan simply chuckles in pure excitement. Without missing a beat, he fires back with his very own powerful battle cry. As they stand face to face, the demon sneers, asking if Rocan is the one brave enough to challenge him. Rocan casually fires back, asking if he is blind. Gandalo grins, finding it amusing that Rocan dared to slay the Spear King, all just to disrupt their grand long-awaited plans. You miserable dogs of the king, and a pathetic weak descendant of the king of violence. The demon bursts into a loud, crazed laugh. Seizing the moment, Rocan strikes first to secure the upper hand. With a single devastating swing of his arm, Gandalo blows all the surrounding soldiers away. They panic in terror, screaming if that monster is even human. Gandaloo immediately unleashes another brutal strike on the troops, making Rocan grit his teeth in worry. He mockingly calls them pathetic trash, warning them to never dream of leaving this place alive. Randalo stands tall like a gatekeeper, throwing out a challenge that none of them will leave this place alive. He wears an arrogant smirk mockingly, raising his massive axe to taunt them. An invisible slash tears through the air before anyone can even register how he moved. It is so blindingly fast that only seconds later does the horizontal slash register, instantly cutting down the front line with absolute devastation. Kim Yoon-min watches on in shock, cold sweat dripping down. The shockwave forces his nearby allies to shrink back and shield their eyes in sheer terror. Randalo roars like a beast to fire up his men, shouting that their grand plan will finally be completed tonight. The Emperor sent his dogs to slaughter us, but do they really think we will back down now? Raise your weapons high because absolutely nobody can stop the true king of this mountain. We will never let the deaths of our fallen brothers go to waste. Grinning like an absolute madman, he swings his heavy weapon downward with terrifying force. The single strike shatters the solid ground below like a fragile cookie. Randalo confidently declares that after tonight ends, this entire territory will belong to us. His loyal thugs raise their weapons and cheer wildly, chanting the name of the Wrath King. These muscle-bound savages charge forward with overwhelming momentum, completely energized because they have the mighty Wrath King backing them up. Their insane morale instantly crushes the enemy's spirits, leaving everyone on the other side trembling with extreme tension. He raises his massive weapon, his voice dropping low but dripping with pure cold bloodlust. Every single debt will be paid before the night ends. He unleashes another downward strike, packed with explosive raw power. Randalo leaps high into the air, forcing everyone below to look up in sheer terror. All they can see is a bright flash of sparks as metal collides. You can bet he was terrified. One soldier below braces for death but opens his eyes when nothing hits. He spots a much smaller figure, yet one holding a defensive stance with unbelievable, unyielding strength. He actually blocks that terrifying attack, leaving the soldier wide-eyed to see a knight. The knight mockingly snarks that even a bandit king knows how to give a speech, but his luck has officially run out. Your opponent is me, he declares as Randalo furiously slashes sideways. Where did this little pest come from? No matter, all I have to do is crush you. With that, Randalo brings his axe down, but Kim Yoon-min effortlessly leaps up to dodge it completely. He mockingly asks, is that it? Right after he unleashes a sharp wind slash flying forward. The boss's eyes flash with pure malice as he growls, telling the brat that his big mouth won't save him for much longer. Massive veins begin to bulge along Randalo's muscular arms. His muscles expand like a mutated gorilla, completely ripping through his outer shirt. Channeling his upgraded terrifying strength, he slams his weapon down to unleash a devastating strike. The impact acts like a small nuclear blast, leaving nothing but a massive cloud of destructive green dust. Yet inside the smoke, the attacker's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he looks at Kim Yoon-min. The young man who took the attack head-on is completely unharmed, charging forward while casually praising his nice axe. He suggests the boss should have bought his friend Lance a much better weapon, hitting a major sore spot. Veins instantly pop on his face as he grinds his teeth. Gripping his weapon tightly, he charges up and screams, "How dare you!" For daring to speak that name with a filthy mouth, Randalo loses all sanity and unleashes a flurry of slashes. Hundreds of blade strikes form a dense net, yet Kim Yoon-min slips through like an eel, completely untouched. But even the most slippery fighters get caught eventually, and as he floats mid-air, two massive slashes fly right at him. The distance is simply too close for Kim Yoon-min to dodge, forcing him to grit his teeth and raise his weapon to block. Despite blocking with everything he has, Kim Yoon-min gets slammed to the ground. Mental alarm bells start screaming. This monster's force is on a completely different level compared to Lance. No room for error here, a single clean hit will end him. Randalo closes in, radiating pure murderous intent. But Kim Yoon-min is ready, leaping up to execute a flawless dodge. Randalo fights like a crazed berserker, signing Kim Yoon-min's death warrant. The brute sneers, "Nice dodge, but your stubborn life ends today." Another massive combo slash rains down, but this one carries far more crushing pressure. Kim Yoon-min cannot slip away like before. Damn it, he thinks, did I push this monster a little too far? This time, Kim Yoon-min cannot play it cool, forced to deploy a desperate counter. Sweat pours down like rain as Kim Yoon-min finally begins to struggle against this absolute monster. Just like Lance, Randalo's power has spiked at a dizzying speed. Dragging this fight out any longer is a massive gamble. Randalo was supposed to be the only real threat here, with his followers being total small fry. But if Randalo alone can push him this hard, then something is seriously off. How did his thirst for rebellion explode like this so quickly? Could it really be spreading to everyone around him? Why? One split second of distraction and Randalo is right in his face. "You dare look away while fighting me," Randalo snarls. "You've got some nerve." Kim Yoon-min takes another heavy hit, crashing backward and gasping for air. Randalo points a mocking finger, calling him a fool to think he could ever stop their grand cause. As long as the promised land still stands. Those cryptic words put Kim Yoon-min on high alert, his eyes narrowing instantly. But with his body battered, Kim Yoon-min cannot outrun Randalo's speed, taking another vicious blow as Randalo roars they will never back down. From the giant's rambling, Kim Yoon-min manages to catch some vital clues about that man. Memories rush back. Lance had mentioned him too. Just before collapsing, his mouth was still muttering that he was watching them. Was Lance actually not talking about Gandalo? This is completely different from the previous mission. Did the path change because of the strategy used? He couldn't be entirely sure. But one thing is clear, someone else is pulling the strings behind the scenes. As he frantically analyzes the situation while dodging, Gandalf loses all patience, unleashing a massive solid aura while gripping his twin axes like a war god. Spinning his weapons in the air, the giant gets into position to strike. Sure enough, a tempestuous wave of sheer energy sweeps across the area immediately after. His tempest slash acts like a raging hurricane, tearing up the battlefield and blocking all vision. Struggling to see through the absolute chaos, Kim Yoon-min narrows his eyes and grips his sword. If he simply shatters everything around him, the truth will surely reveal itself. Timing it perfectly for the moment the giant appears, he lands a direct slash. Gandalf roars with rage. How dare this insect look down on the King of Wrath? The longer the fight drags on, the more impatient the giant gets. Dark energy condenses into a black hole-like sphere that crushes everything in its path, while Gandalf stands still as a statue, focusing his full power into this next strike. His face goes terrifyingly calm now, and his eyes glow with a sharp blue light. With the battlefield's tension reaching its peak, Kim Yoon-min tightens his grip on his greatsword, bracing for the devastating impact. Swirling dust and blinding flashes of light fill the arena, making it hard to breathe or even track the action. Sweat pours down Kim Yoon-min's face as he raises his guard to the absolute limit. Gandalf raises both axes high, unleashing a devastating storm slash. Dark energy cloaks half of his face, making him look even more monstrous as he shrieks, "I will kill you 10,000 times over." Brimming with raw, violent intent, Gandalf charges straight at the defensive Kim Yoon-min. In the blink of an eye, his king's decapitation strike rolls forward like a massive high-speed gear, crushing everything. That horrific attack reflects in Kim Yoon-min's calm, emotionless eyes, stopping literally a single centimeter away. Talk about a suffocatingly close call. Fortunately, everything is still completely under control as Kim Yoon-min arches his back, perfectly slipping through the narrow gap completely unharmed. Springing off the crumbling debris like a nimble panther, he quickly gains several meters of distance. But despite his quick retreat, he suddenly finds himself completely surrounded by countless lethal axes before he even realizes it. A barrage of strikes rains down like a beautiful yet utterly devastating meteor shower. Already celebrating his victory, Gandalf roars out, "Blame your own foolish arrogance for this." Gritting his teeth, Kim Yoon-min growls as his eyes flash red, desperately trying to dodge. Staring at the crazed giant, Kim Yoon-min curses inwardly. The dark corruption is far stronger, allowing him to use berserk now. This is a tough fight. Gandalf chuckles like a lunatic, taking sadistic pleasure in Kim Yoon-min's frantic dodging and shouting, "Finally on the run are we." Fatigue is clearly catching up to Kim Yoon-min, though his eyes remain incredibly sharp as he realizes his mistake. While the weak fodder was easily dealt with, Kim Yoon-min totally underestimated this crazy giant's raw offensive power. He has no idea how things spiraled so out of control. At this rate, the soldiers backing him up will be wiped out in no time. Pushed completely onto the defensive, Kim Yoon-min can only passively block the onslaught. He simply can't hold on and gets violently blown away. Crashed like a human cannonball, he smashes hard into a stone wall, looking completely battered. Gandalf slowly closes in like a predator cornering its dying prey, asking him if he intends to run. He mocks him, promising that even if he begs for mercy, he'll give him the most painful death imaginable, just like his junior brother. Exhausted and completely drenched in sweat, Kim Yoon-min gasps heavily for air, thinking to himself that this has to be enough. Laughing triumphantly, Gandalf raises his axe to claim his head, but Kim Yoon-min pushes himself up on trembling legs, whispering that it's finally time to end this fight. Suddenly, a sharp chill of dread flashes through the giant. He bellows out, ordering his entire army to retreat. The soldiers below freeze in utter disbelief, questioning if the commander is serious. They yell back, desperate to show their resolve, insisting they must stay and fight to the very end. One soldier foolishly rushes forward, crying that they need him. Kim Yoon-min's gaze darkens as he snaps, "What absolute nonsense are you spouting?" He slams his foot down, shattering the earth with force. Glowing crimson like a blood-drenched demon rising from the abyss, Kim Yoon-min warns them to back off before they get swept away in the crossfire. He draws his battered, cracked greatsword, a weapon that somehow remains perfectly intact and lethal. His presence spikes to a terrifying, commanding level that brings instant relief. He reassures them, "I will be joining you down there soon." Driven absolutely wild by this, Gandalf grits his teeth, asking how the bastard still dares to resist at this point. He teleports instantly, slamming a devastating fist downward. The blow completely shatters the ground but fails to hit Gandalf's intended target. Gandalf's eyes contract in pure confusion. Somehow, Kim Yoon-min slips behind him, raising his blade and mocking him, "Where exactly are you looking?" But the brute was ready, detecting the attack instantly and spinning around to block. Kim Yoon-min's sky-splitting slash is met with a solid block from Gandalf's twin axes. The ground collapses beneath them, proving just how heavy and devastating the strike really was. In this chaotic moment, both warriors wear the exact same crazed, battle-hungry grin. Suddenly, a barrage of spectral axes manifests surrounding Kim Yoon-min. Following that deafening clash, the two are forced apart. Before the dust even clears, Kim Yoon-min launches his counterattack, somehow stepping right on Randelo's face and sneering pathetic trash. He reaches out, summoning another weapon instantly. Using his opponent's face as a literal launchpad, Kim Yoon-min leaps back. Minimal damage but maximum emotional disrespect. He grins, got anything else. Suddenly, pulling out a massive arsenal from thin air, he initiates a relentless, chaotic onslaught. It is a wild mimicry of Randelo's own signature combo slash, but weapon swapping constantly to rain down infinite blades. This dazzling display leaves everyone watching completely blind. The opponent is obscured as sharp, glowing fragments fly violently in every direction. Kim Yoon-min moves like a demonic dancer, spinning gracefully through the air while delivering chaotic, beautiful strikes. But Randelo refuses to just take the abuse, crossing his arms and gripping his axes tightly. He launches forward with extreme speed. Randelo vanishes from his original position in a split second, closing the gap instantly while screaming at him to die. Kim Yoon-min's hawk-like eyes track every movement, analyzing the strikes that look like chaotic wild swings. Yet every blow targets a vital spot, and sensing countless looming deaths, Kim Yoon-min focuses deeply on this intense clash between two berserkers. The strategy is actually quite simple. Except for his neck and heart, he will let the enemy strike anywhere. Meanwhile, he will search for a clean opening to either slit his enemy's throat or pierce his heart. Countless slashes rain down, but they lack the clean decisiveness of their earlier clashes. Instead, bright red blood erupts, spraying everywhere with every brutal strike. Both combatants are bleeding heavily now, yet their faces tell completely different stories. Kim Yoon-min lets out a smug smirk as the enemy's time runs out. Randelo keeps up his frantic, relentless assault, yet Kim Yoon-min's thoughts have already handed down his final judgment. A vicious strike grazes Kim Yoon-min's face, cutting away a few strands of his hair. Only now does Randelo finally realize the trap. He looks like a drowning man, panic slowly sinking deep into his eyes. Standing like a god of war, Kim Yoon-min looks down coldly at the arrogant fool who challenged him. His massive silhouette looms over his opponent like an imposing giant. Their roles have officially reversed, and Kim Yoon-min is now the ultimate hunter. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Yoon-min wastes no words and charges forward at lightning speed. His face is cast in deep shadow, leaving only his glowing red eyes burning with malice. The blade in his hand is fully prepared to take a life. His axe cuts a clean path straight to the neck as the entire screen turns blood red, leaving only Randelo's wide eyes staring in horror as he is shredded to pieces like a brittle cookie. Before completely losing consciousness, his mouth mumbles like a fanatic, warning that some mysterious master will eventually come and find him. With the battle officially over, a system notification pops up declaring the Wrath King Randelo defeated. Having acquired the depraved certificate, a massive surge of power wraps around Kim Yoon-min's body as he levels up. Still carrying a lingering bloodlust, his gaze slowly shifts toward another direction. He stares at Randelo's terrified underlings who are whispering in shock if their king was really just defeated by a monster. Lost in thought, Kim Yoon-min suddenly rubs his chin with a highly confused expression. Ignoring the terrified small fries, Kim Yoon-min wonders if the depravity vanished simply because Randelo was nothing more than an underling. But honestly, none of that matters, since they are all going to end up as extra experience points anyway. Shrill screams quickly begin echoing all throughout the vast forest. Soon the entire forest is reduced to barren trees, serving as fuel for a blazing fire that sweeps everything away. Back at the camp, a sharp-eyed soldier spots Kim Yoon-min and excitedly yells out that the general has returned safely. Wearing a completely casual expression, he calmly replies that he was just taking a quick walk. The soldiers look at him with starry eyes, thanking him for worrying about them, but Kim Yoon-min just waves his hand dismissively and tells them to handle the rest. Acting like the true thug he is, Kim Yoon-min sits in a corner deeply frustrated over who this mysterious leader could be. Although his men captured all the wandering bandits as a precaution, they still fail to find a single useful clue. While wondering about his next quest, Kim Yoon-min notices a nearby crate shaking and demands to know if someone is hiding inside. But when he opens the lid, his jaw drops as if he just came face to face with an alien. Staring at two tiny children who do not even reach his waist, he wonders why kids are out here. Suddenly, a panicked woman rushes toward them, calling out for Lily in a desperate voice. The mother and her two children tightly embrace, weeping as if they have been separated for ages. The scene looks exactly like a kidnapping, making our unlucky Kim Yoon-min look like the main suspect as angry villagers surround him with crude weapons. Feeling a massive headache coming on, Kim Yoon-min can only pinch his nose. Later that night around the campfire, an amazed villager asks if he really wiped out the bandits, to which Kim Yoon-min casually shrugs. Chief Kokomoro explains his shock, admitting they feared another bandit attack until they realized knights had actually traveled all this way. He glances over the scattered items, deducing that these bandits have been terrorizing the area for quite some time now. The elder nods in agreement, explaining that their numbers suddenly surged recently, though occasional female warriors used to chase them away. But now, they just keep popping up everywhere, so they are incredibly grateful to Yoon-min for saving them. A middle-aged villager echoes the chief's gratitude, thanking the knight deeply, while a youth quickly chimes in that they can finally live in peace now. Holding up a lantern, the village chief politely invites Yoon-min to stay, saying they do not have much to repay him, but would love to prepare a warm bed for the night. Nearby, a subordinate asks the captain if they should rest since the troops are exhausted, but Yoon-min suddenly senses something off and cuts him off, telling him to wait. He carefully analyzes the situation. Something is definitely wrong here, especially since they claim that bandits attacked them multiple times. Yet the villagers are remarkably clean with absolutely no serious injuries, looking far too healthy for people living in such a rundown place. If they are hiding something, is that why the hidden quest line still hasn't fully triggered? He knows he must stay alert, but a sudden voice cuts off his train of thought, asking if the brave knights who defeated the bandits are present. A blonde girl with a radiant glow runs up frantically, asking if anyone is hurt, prompting a stunned villager to gasp out that it is the saintess. Yoon-min immediately tenses up, highly suspicious of this mysterious woman and her alleged title. Scratching her head, she sheepishly explains she was busy checking on a forest fire and returned late, leaving Yoon-min utterly baffled by her casual attitude. The village chief rushes over to greet her warmly. He introduces the group as the brave Imperial Knights who successfully drove off the bandits. Clasping her hands with teary eyes, she thanks them deeply, admitting she was terrified they would not survive another raid. Panicked by her tears, the villagers quickly comfort her, assuring her that everyone is completely safe. Bowing deeply to Yoon-min, she anxiously asks how they could ever repay his kindness, but he politely declines, saying they only did what was necessary. The chief chimes in, agreeing with the commander before suggesting that she offer her unique help to these weary knights. She looks up in confusion, repeating his words, so the chief explains they must be utterly exhausted from battle and asks if she can use her powers to heal them. Turning back to Yoon-min, the chief reassures him, urging him not to worry, because the saintess possesses genuine miraculous healing magic. He begins recounting the events of a few weeks ago, back when the ruthless bandits first started terrorizing their peaceful home. A helpless villager is kicked across the dirt, groaning in sheer pain. A bandit stomps on the man, muttering about the hassle, while his accomplice returns with a sack of loot, shouting that they should take everything and leave. The battered man desperately grabs the thug's leg, pleading for them to stop because they will have absolutely nothing left to survive on. Annoyed, the cold-hearted thug kicks his chin aggressively, mocking him for expecting them to return stolen goods. His terrified wife rushes over, crying out for her husband. The husband weeps in total despair, crying that they already looted them recently and the children are starving. The cold-hearted bandit merely laughs at their misery, but a calm voice suddenly echoes from behind the door, calling the situation truly tragic. Whipping around, the bandits stare at her, demanding to know who the hell she thinks she is. Raising her glowing staff, she firmly confronts them, asking how they could cruelly rob starving children after their families worked so hard. Gripping his massive blade, the lead bandit mocks her, calling her a naive noble woman who has no idea how the real world works. He warns her that if she is just some pampered rich girl, she should stay home instead of testing their patience. With one quick swing of her staff, she knocks the brute down. Standing tall, she calmly delivers a lecture on basic human decency, reminding them that life is already hard enough. She tells them they should be helping each other and stealing from others is simply wrong. The chief's voice narrates over the scene, explaining that meeting her was how everything truly began for them. Once she decided to stay with them, she rolled up her sleeves and swore to defend their tiny village. However, the bandits slowly gathered a larger force, specifically targeting her in retaliation. They would either ambush her directly or wait until she left before raiding the helpless villagers. Time and again, the desperate villagers begged her to leave this cursed place and save herself. The village was already ruined beyond repair, and with folks leaving one by one, the remaining survivors knew they had to fend for themselves. As the chief gets emotional, the saintess gently places her hand over his, softly telling him not to speak like that. She reminds him that this land is their hard-earned home, promising that she will always find a way to handle the bandits. In times of hardship, she believes they must stand together and endure. It was incredibly moving, and from that very moment, they resolved to protect Kokomoro village. They came up with their own defense strategies, even putting up sturdy barricades. Some even went as far as arming themselves for battle. The bandits hesitated for a moment, but that relief did not last long. Thanks to the saintess's healing, nobody suffered severe injuries, but survival here remained a brutal struggle. The village chief immediately cheered up happily, telling everyone that since the Imperial Knights were finally here, they could rest easy and start rebuilding the village first thing tomorrow morning. He then grabbed Kim Yoon-min's hand, pleading with the young man to stay just for tonight and join their humble victory celebration. The saintess happily joined in, offering her healing magic, while the overjoyed villagers showered her with heartfelt gratitude. She gently put their lingering awkwardness to rest, softly explaining that it was no trouble at all and she was just glad to help. Since her work in Kokomoro was officially finished, she urged them to take a break now that the fire was finally put out. A young boy soon walked over with a basket of fresh bread, politely offering the knight a quick bite. The chief eagerly pleaded with Kim Yoon-min, once again begging him to stay at his home tonight alongside the lovely saintess. Though Kim Yoon-min was quite reluctant to accept the offer, he eventually gave in, prompting the saintess to gasp softly in surprise at his sudden change of heart. Noticing his severe wounds, she gently asked to take a closer look. Kim Yoon-min immediately shut down her kind offer, telling her he was just passing through and she should treat the soldiers instead. Taken aback by his incredibly blunt rejection, she could only nod in awkward agreement. The saintess quietly turned away with a soft sigh, leaving everyone completely clueless about her true feelings. Kim Yoon-min sensed that something was slightly off and glanced back, but he still could not quite figure it out. Before Kim Yoon-min could ponder any further, the chief guided him away, leaving him with no choice but to go along. The knights gather around the campfire, drinking and laughing the night away. A few knights even show off to the village kids, but the fun ends as night falls. With darkness settling in, everyone heads back to their own rooms to rest. Yoon-min lies in his room under the bright moonlight, grumbling about the village chief. The old man kept insisting he rest even after he refused. Seriously, does the chief not understand boundaries? Or is that old man actually scheming something in secret? Suddenly, the door creaks open to reveal a girl standing outside, asking if the knight is still awake. His eyes fly open, staring blankly at his visitor. The saintess stands there in a completely different outfit, offering a warm smile and apologizing for the late-night visit. She admits she has a few things she needs to discuss. Yoon-min throws his coat over his shoulders with a heavy sigh, asking if she wants his help because handling this alone is too difficult. Shyly, the saintess looks down and confirms that he guessed exactly right. Watching her look down so sheepishly, he realizes his quest has shifted because of her. He has honestly never run into a situation like this before. Testing the waters, Yoon-min asks why she is helping so eagerly when she is clearly not from around here. Clasping her hands gently over her chest, she softly explains that while she is indeed an outsider here, she simply cannot stand by and watch these innocent, helpless villagers get terrorized and bullied. She originally thought she could handle the bandits on her own, but she quickly realized she lacked the strength. But then a sudden flash of light catches his attention. Yoon-min stares in absolute shock as a system notification window suddenly materializes right before his eyes. The screen asks if he wants to check the information of a player he just encountered, offering a simple yes or no. Cold sweat breaks out. Talk about a twist, the saintess is actually a player. Noticing his reaction, she tilts her head and innocently asks what is wrong. With sweat dripping down his face, Yoon-min makes his move and commands the system to check her info. Instantly, the color drains from his face as pure, unadulterated shock and horror take over. Forcing himself to calm down, he stands up, prompting her to curiously ask where he is going. Yoon-min slowly starts walking toward the main door without looking back, asking her a simple question about what her duties were back at her old place. The saintess gently replies that she mostly worked alongside the local priests. She adds that her job was healing the wounded, inviting him to ask if he has any more questions. Yoon-min shuts the door. Ready to face the real threat, he tells her he has just one more question. He demands to know how she knew he would come, addressing her not as a saintess but as Hela, a lackey of Odin from the Ragnarok guild, before asking where her boss is. The saintess freezes, shocked as if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning. She stays silent for a long moment, cold sweat slowly dripping down her cheek. Then a sinister smile spreads across Hela's face, revealing her true wicked nature. She bursts into wild laughter, praising him for being pretty sharp. Mockingly, she asks if he is really looking for Lord Odin. Finding out the truth herself will be much more entertaining, she sneers. Hela reverts to her original form, completely shedding her previous pure and innocent disguise. Slowly opening her dark, glowing golden eyes, she whispers a chilling question. Don't you think so, Rocan? Or perhaps, she adds, she should call him Kim Yoon-min. Shocked to hear his real name, he raises his guard, demanding how she knows it. Without giving him a second to think, Hela lunges forward, attacking with terrifying speed. But he is already prepared, brandishing his weapon to meet her head-on. As they crash into each other, Yoon-min roars her name to fuel the intense battle. Hela. From the outside, the cottage looks perfectly peaceful, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. Inside, a sudden explosion erupts as Yoon-min rushes out fiercely, chasing after Hela. She swings her sword mockingly, asking Kim Yoon-min if he even understands the reality of his current situation. The long glowing blade thrusts forward, but he luckily tilts his head to dodge it just in time. A sudden sweep from the other side completely catches Kim Yoon-min off guard, slashing his cheek as blood spills. Hela launches another attack, completely throwing Kim Yoon-min off balance and knocking him straight to the ground. Looking down at his pathetic state, she mockingly remarks that he looks nothing like the warrior Lord Odin described. Has he really just been playing around all this time? Regaining his composure, he manages to land firmly on his feet. Hela stands directly opposite him, framed by a ruined, burning backdrop of raging flames. She continues her mockery, asking if this disappointing display is truly the strength of the top solo player and claiming Lord Odin clearly overrated him. Wiping the blood from his cheek, he calmly demands to know what her ultimate goal is and what she is actually plotting. To the point of breaking the system of the Lord as villagers gather with their tools ready for battle. Their eyes are lifeless, with glowing purple diamonds hovering over their heads, signaling they are under her control. Gathering into a makeshift army behind Hela, the puppets stand ready while she flashes a cunning smirk. She says it changes nothing if she tells him, hinting that it is all because of the rift, expecting him to understand. Kim Yoon-min pauses in confusion, his mind quickly analyzing the rift. Could the Ragnarok Guild actually be directly connected to this rift? Pointing her sword forward, she praises his sharp deduction, confirming that is exactly why Lord Odin personally ordered her to trap him inside this world of the Lord. Standing coolly in front of the blazing flames, he calmly asks how Odin could possibly know who he is. But as those words leave his mouth, a chilling realization strikes, and his panic is very real. He silently pieces the truth together, realizing their ultimate goal goes far beyond just taking over the Lord. It is just a guess, but whatever they are after is bound to be far more dangerous. Grip tightening on his blade, he Preparing to strike, he warns that he will never let them succeed, and they must step over his corpse first. System notifications echo as his berserk skill activates, and his ultimate strike quickly charges up past 66%, while Kim Yoon-min rapidly assesses the playing field. Hela is weaker than before, but her speed still easily outclasses his, meaning a drawn-out battle will only end in his defeat. The system announces the charge is at 99%, and stepping onto the shattered stone, he is fueled by absolute confidence. Resolving to end this in a single devastating blow, the final chime rings as the charge hits 100%, fully unlocking his lethal strike skill. A blinding explosion erupts, and Kim Yoon-min bursts forward at maximum velocity, locking his sights onto Hela as his sole target. Suddenly, a faint purple light begins to manifest around them. He pours everything into his attack, but the very space around him begins to warp and distort. Hela's body starts breaking apart into digital pixels, her voice calling out to him as she fades away. Telling him it is time to wake up. The entire world splinters into glitchy pixels like an old broken television screen. Only now does he realize that something is horribly wrong. Another massive explosion tears through the distorted space. He stands completely frozen before the towering flames of the blast. Devastated, Kim Yoon-min collapses to his knees amidst the surrounding embers. Kneeling in silence for a long time, he feels completely overwhelmed by helplessness. He is in absolute disbelief at this total defeat, realizing she vanished before his attack could even land. Not only did Hela vanish, but every single villager has completely evaporated into thin air. Suddenly, sharp cracking sounds echo around him. He warily scans his surroundings, keeping his weapon ready to strike. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as he finally realizes what is happening in front of him. Through a massive glitch, a portal reveals his own reflection standing in a real-world alleyway. The peaceful, long-lost streets of reality filled with green trees and bustling crowds suddenly manifest right before his eyes. Back inside the cracked game world, a completely stunned Kim Yoon-min wonders what the hell just happened. Before he can even catch his breath, the system screen flashes again, leaving him completely baffled. What now? An error message pops up announcing a forced logout due to a system glitch. Kim Yoon-min can only stare in disbelief of forced logout. The other players get the same warning. Their logout spot is locked to a city intersection. While the rest are sent back to the first city, the countdown timer rapidly ticks down to 3. He slowly steps through the glowing doorway. Halfway through, Kim Yoon-min glances back as the timer hits 2. He can feel his entire body beginning to warp. Kim Yoon-min looks up at the shattering fragments of space and time. As the countdown reaches 0, a terrifying monster suddenly lunges out from the void right in front of him. The cold system voice echoes once more, announcing that the Lord has forced his immediate logout. Initiating player data transfer directly to the special project, the Lord. Data transfer progress is currently at just 1%. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min gasps, awake, completely drenched in cold sweat and struggling to catch his breath. He looks around the strange, unfamiliar room and mutters in confusion he was definitely just inside the Lord, so why is this happening? Why was he logged out like this? Kim Yoon-min clutches his throbbing head in pain as the phantom shockwaves of that brutal battle still linger. A forced logout has never happened before. Could those Ragnarok bastards be behind this? Damn it, what kind of insane mess has he gotten dragged into? A sudden sharp noise immediately catches his attention. It is his phone buzzing wildly, showing a restricted caller identification on the screen. Kim Yoon-min stares at the screen in confusion. A restricted number is incredibly suspicious. In the end, he picks up the phone and mutters a cautious hello. The moment he connects, Meyer's panicked voice screams through the speaker, telling Kim Yoon-min to run immediately. She yells that they are on their way and tells him to hold on because this is a massive emergency. Kim Yoon-min pulls the screeching phone away from his ear, asking why she is suddenly causing such a scene. What is making her panic so much? Everything around here is totally quiet. There is absolutely no way he is in any danger right now. Meyer screams back in terror, telling him not to open the curtains and to just wait. Do not look outside, Kim Yoon-min. But it is already far too late. Right behind the glass, a massive, horrifying eye is staring directly at him. Locking onto its prey, the beast instantly throws a powerful punch. It lunges forward with a terrifying snarl, putting all its strength into the blow. Kim Yoon-min is completely paralyzed with fear by the sudden ambush. The massive punch shatters the building, sending heavy concrete debris flying everywhere. Back in reality, the weather is calm and beautiful, just like any other peaceful afternoon. But in another sector, absolute chaos erupts instantly, shattering that beautiful, peaceful scene. Thick, dark smoke from the destroyed building still heavily blankets the area. Shattered concrete and heavy debris rain down as the thick dust slowly clears away. Covered in fresh wounds and shivering on top of the ruined rubble, Kim Yoon-min wonders how he is still alive. Is this just a terrible nightmare? He struggles to sit up, leaning on the stone while sighing in exhaustion. If only this were a dream, but what is this? Suddenly, the neighborhood emergency sirens begin to blare loudly throughout the streets. An endless horde of monstrous beasts begins pouring into the city. They tear through the city, slaughtering innocent civilians, leaving absolutely no trace of life behind. Kim Yoon-min stands frozen as the metallic stench of blood and intense pain remind him this nightmare is completely real. Watching people scream and run for their lives from this sudden apocalypse, he bitterly accepts that this world is no illusion. What can he even do here, he wonders? Is he really just that powerless to stop this? The vile creatures point their sharp spears at helpless citizens. Others take sick pleasure in aiming their swords at terrified fleeing crowds. A little girl watches the brutal slaughter unfold, her eyes filling with tears of pure terror. A towering beast looms right in front of her, staring down with a deeply chilling gaze. It raises a massive blade that could easily end her young life in a single second. With a wicked smirk, the monster swings its deadly weapon straight toward the defenseless child. Too paralyzed with fear to move, she simply accepts her grim fate. Tears stream down her face in a moment of absolute horror and despair. Catching sight of the helpless girl snaps Kim Yoon-min out of his daze, filling him with sudden panic. He instinctively grabs a solid weapon nearby. Then he dashes forward to save the little girl. Kim Yoon-min uses a heavy iron bar to block the monster's brutal strike. Through her tears, the startled girl stares up at the hero who just saved her. She collapses to the ground and tearfully thanks him. Kim Yoon-min quickly tells her to run away as fast as possible. Clutching her teddy bear, she innocently asks if they should run together while he grips his iron bar tight. He explains he did not save her to be nice. Standing still and dying was never his style anyway. Now let us continue our little playdate, you absolute trash. His eyes flare up, showing he is ready to take on any monster that dares cross his path. He swings hard, hitting one beast directly in its vital spot. With a clean headshot, Kim Yoon-min sends another monster coughing up dark fluid. He tirelessly swings the iron bar, taking down wave after wave without a single pause. Full of determination, he cheers himself on his body, somehow feels incredibly light and agile, making him believe he can actually make it out of here alive. Suddenly, a massive giant looms over him, raising its foot to crush him into the dirt. Kim Yoon-min senses the immediate danger and prepares for the worst. But right then, a violent tremor shakes the earth, cracking the very ground beneath them. An army of colossal giants marches through a sea of fire, and trust me, they look completely unstoppable. Each giant radiates sheer malice, surrounded by blistering steam just like colossal monsters from an apocalyptic nightmare. As the giant army approaches, he stands exhausted before a force that looks ready to wipe out humanity. Kim Yoon-min stares down at the cracked ground, clenching his fists in absolute frustration. Shaking with helplessness and regret, he mutters that he should have just run away when he had the chance. Out of nowhere, a small hand reaches out toward him, offering some desperate hope. He remains slumped over, completely consumed by his own misery and despair. Feeling the touch, Kim Yoon-min slowly looks up, his eyes wide with utter confusion. It is the little girl desperately trying to pull him up, prompting him to shout in pure panic, "Why are you still here? Even if you help me, I cannot protect you." As the giants slowly close in, she refuses to let go, causing him to scream in desperate worry, "Run far away. Do you want to die? I should have never saved you then." Biting onto her stuffed bear, she struggles to pull him along and gasps that she was going to run, but, "You saved me first, so now is my turn to help you." He finds his resolve. Standing back up, he gently pats her head. It is simple enough, but Kim Yoon-min is overthinking. That is definitely not like him. Even if he dies, he is dragging down as many enemies as possible with him now. That is his style. The monster spots him and immediately raises its massive heavy blade. Blood drips down the side of his face, but Kim Yoon-min remains highly alert. While fighting, he remembers his humble beginnings when he only wielded a cheap iron bar. Back then, he had to hold his skill book in one hand while fighting with the other. He recalls getting his first armor set after endless brutal training. Kim Yoon-min remembers how eagerly he used to trade blows with powerful enemies. He remembers standing drenched in sweat after a brutal fight, wearing a triumphant grin as his own reward. Thinking about those grueling, endless rank-climbing days, Kim Yoon-min's fighting spirit suddenly fires up again. He activates his sword strike skill. As soon as Kim Yoon-min activates it, he shatters the enemy barrier. The crimson light from his skill triggers a massive shockwave, instantly blowing the monsters away. The local citizens are completely terrified by the scene before them. Even the little girl holding her teddy bear stares in absolute shock, mouth wide open. Meyer lets out a heavy sigh of relief, glad that it happened just in time. On the holographic screen in front of her, Kim Yoon-min's data conversion progress has finally reached its maximum limit. A system alert rings out announcing that player Rocan's data conversion is complete. He is back with his classic smug smile bathed in a heroic protagonist glow. Now then, he decides to target the monster that just threw things at him. The last remaining monster tries to roar loudly to show off its strength. But before it can do anything, it is completely surrounded by Kim Yoon-min's skills. He swiftly dashes around the massive beast to deliver a clean finishing blow. Kim Yoon-min coolly jogs away with the smug grin of a guaranteed winner. Looking at the defeated monsters scattered across the ground, he sighs and notes that it seems to be over. At that exact moment, a system notification announces that all targets have been defeated. Kim Yoon-min scrolls through his status screen and quietly shares his thoughts. Monsters have actually appeared, and he has awakened. He honestly does not know whether to be happy about it. Without that chatty girl, he would still be totally clueless right now. He figures he definitely owes her a sincere thank you. Suddenly, he notices something odd and quickly turns his head back. From high up, Kim Yoon-min looks down at the people struggling in the aftermath of the disaster. One man is helping his girlfriend up while asking if she's all right. A wife weeps uncontrollably over the lifeless body of her fallen husband. Witnessing all this heartbreak, he blames himself, wishing he had awakened just a bit sooner. If he did, he could have saved a few more lives. He still does not understand any of this. Right now, his head is a complete chaotic mess. The little girl holding the teddy bear suddenly appears, calling out to Kim Yoon-min. He blanks out, turning toward her voice and wondering if this kid is seriously still here. The little girl happily thanks him, expressing her gratitude for saving her. Seeing that she is fine, Kim Yoon-min advises her to find some adults immediately. However, the little girl clearly had a specific mission before coming over. She says she came to tell him that everyone is waiting. He stares in confusion, wondering if he heard wrong, and asks who is waiting for him. The little girl is a person of action, instantly grabbing Kim Yoon-min's hand. She drags him along, insisting he will be super happy if he just follows her. Kim Yoon-min has no clue what is happening. Where are they going, and who could possibly want to meet him? The girl acts all mysterious, telling him to stop complaining and just follow her to find out. Everyone come out here. She announces that she has brought back the person who saved them all. Hearing her voice, the refugees step out and pull back their tent flaps. Once they realize who has arrived, bright smiles instantly light up their weary faces. They all gather outside to cheer and express their deep gratitude. They have no idea who he really is, but they thank him deeply for saving their lives, a gesture that leaves him completely stunned for a moment. Yoon-min finally lifts his spirits and lets out a soft smile. Basking in the warm sunlight and everyone's praise, he feels pretty triumphant. Honestly, this kind of recognition isn't bad at all. While he is soaking in the sweet taste of victory, and honestly, who wouldn't celebrate a win like that, a voice mocks their supposed hero. Do not get too comfortable with this victory, Rocan, because the real struggle is just beginning. A familiar voice that Yoon-min recognizes as she walks closer. Recognizing her, he fires back with a classic sarcastic joke, "You are quite early. Why did you not just wait until I was asleep?" Meyer casually strolls over with a lollipop in hand, looking like a boss as she tells him he is still alive and kicking, while her Team 5 handles the cleanup and Kai praises his battle skills. Yoon-min decides not to argue further, quickly shifting the topic to something else. He shifts his attention to the strange creature traveling right alongside her. Curious about Meyer's companion, Yoon-min asks what that weird winged frog is, having never seen anything like it. Kai snaps back in anger, demanding to know how he dares call a proud descendant of dragons a frog after flying all this way from the Lord. Meyer quickly explains that this is her partner created from the Lord's data, but immediately cuts herself short to tell him they need to get moving right away. He instantly panics at the news, asking where they are going and if she plans to break into his house like last time. Meyer jumps down from above to explain, throwing a quick jab by asking if his house even has anything valuable worth stealing. She notes that nobody has time for that, as they are heading straight to headquarters to clean up this entire mess, with Kai cheering about going to the base. They arrive at Falcon headquarters, a massive skyscraper designed with an incredibly unique architectural structure. Standing before a presentation screen, Meyer warns him that she will only explain this once, so he needs to listen closely. Sitting below, Yoon-min complains that he just risked his life in battle and does not even get to rest, questioning if this is how they treat a hero. Fine, make it quick. What absolute mess has that bastard Odin gotten them into now? Sighing, she feels relieved that he finally understands the gravity of the situation. Getting straight to the point, she urges him not to miss a single word of what she says next. Reminding him of their very first meeting, she explains that the Lord is actually a virtual simulation connecting their reality to another dimension, which was originally built to prepare for potential space-time rifts that could tear open and threaten their world. However, the servers were suddenly destroyed by an outside force, and because of that, everything has changed. Reality is now bleeding into that other dimension, and more than anyone else, he is the one who understands how incredibly dangerous this is. Naturally, they did not sit idly by having transferred the data of selected players into reality to combat this crisis, with Rocan, the top-ranking player and the Lord chosen to lead them all. Clutching his head, Yoon-min struggles to process this mind-boggling information, demanding to know why they brought the game's data into the real world. If an outside force is behind this, it has to be Ragnarok, but he wonders how they could possibly interfere like this. Meyer quickly addresses his question while offering a solution, but honestly, they still do not know who is actually pulling the strings here. Looking at it from a different perspective, their goal has actually become much simpler, prompting him to ask in complete confusion. She begins explaining their options, starting with the first one. Whenever a rift opens, they must seal it before it expands too much. Second, track down the Ragnarok group he just mentioned, and completely expose the real mastermind behind them, because if they fail at either task, Rocan, not just them, but the entire world will perish. Hearing this, Yoon-min breaks into a cold sweat, his hollow eyes filled with dread as he sighs that they clearly have a mountain of work ahead of them. A glowing crescent moon sits wrapped in soft clouds above a luxurious city where towering skyscrapers continue to shine brightly against the pitch-black night sky. Amidst the busy crowd, a young man asks his friend if he has seen the chaotic footage of Seoul, but his friend quickly dismisses it as nothing but fake artificial intelligence editing. Yet the young man insists it is real, claiming his cousin reported actual casualties from monsters resembling those in the game. The Lord, though his skeptical friend, continues to make excuses, laughing it off as a viral game advertisement. Amidst the busy crowd, a heavily cloaked figure quietly slips through the bustling streets. Odin's cold, sharp gaze shows absolutely no interest in his surroundings. His footsteps grind to a halt, indicating he has reached his destination. Odin stops right before a deserted alleyway to carry out his plans. Reaching out his hand, he channels a massive surge of mystical energy. A massive magical portal slowly manifests, drawing in pure power from the surrounding area. Odin steps closer to the portal he just summoned. His dark cloak flutters softly behind him. His heavy armor is fully equipped for battle. Even his lethal claws are locked and loaded for action. He appears with a chilling, icy aura clad in incredibly solid battle armor. Bracing light floods out from the massive glowing portal. Odin steps through the gateway wearing his spectacular gear. He crosses over with the presence of a king who fears absolutely no one. Seeing him arrive, Hela immediately bows and welcomes her lord back home. Odin's closest allies appear next, starting with Thor, the Ragnarok Vice Guild leader and priest of wrath, followed by key members like Skadi, the priestess of judgment, Helios, the priest of desire, Artemis, the priestess of atonement, Hodor, the priest of sin, Nidhogg, the priest of eternity, and Hela, the priestess of destruction. And finally, their leader, the head serpent himself, Odin, guild master of Ragnarok. The guild members wait respectfully in the grand hall, eager to welcome back their ultimate savior. Hela breaks the silence to officially open their meeting. She states that just as they feared, Rocan has awakened, so what will they do now? She asks them to speak up, and after a tense silence, someone finally answers. First up is Skadi, the priestess of judgment, who dismisses Kim Yoon-min, wondering why they should even care about Rocan. She believes they should just march in before the rift fully opens and completely wipe out all of humanity. But just as she gets passionate about her plan, a loud voice suddenly cuts her off. Have you forgotten our actual purpose here? The vice leader and priest of wrath lays down the facts, reminding everyone that humanity is the vital life force they need. He asks why they would throw away such a precious resource, warning her to think before she speaks. Skadi is left utterly stunned. He continues outlining his plan, stating that until they find the object they seek, they cannot afford to recklessly destroy this entire world. Furious at being interrupted, Skadi fires back at Thor, asking if the calculating vice leader was not the one who ordered their retreat during the War of the Gods. Thor grows equally irritated, warning the priestess of judgment that she should watch her tongue and asking if she has an issue with his past choices. Her anger flares even hotter as she retorts that under Odin's direct leadership, they would have easily won if they were not bound to this world. The two of them, ice versus fire, spark a fierce clash right in the middle of the meeting. That is when the silent Odin loses his patience, asking a chilling question. Since when did they have the right to speak without his explicit permission? With those words, he immediately unleashes a swift punishment on both of them. Skadi instantly collapses, foaming at the mouth. Thor writhes in agonizing pain right alongside her. Odin's brief display of absolute authority sends a wave of pure terror through Hela. She quickly turns to flatter him, gently pleading with Odin to stay calm since those two are just pathetic fools. She tells him his anger terrifies poor Hela, and surprisingly, her sweet words actually work as Odin calms down and decides to let it go. Even more amusingly, the bitter rivals Thor and Skadi both suddenly share the exact same thought, cursing that manipulative witch Hela. Meanwhile, Odin simply rests his chin on his hand, staring with cold, lifeless eyes. Just as boredom sets in, a volunteer steps up, begging Odin to let him handle the situation. Glancing at the volunteer, Odin dryly notes that he forgot the man was even there. It is the one who wants to stop Rocan more than anyone, Nidhogg, the priest of death. He recalls Nidhogg's terrifying past self, the fierce warrior who stood before him long before joining the ranks of Ragnarok. Nidhogg explains why letting Yoon-min live is a massive threat. Failing to stop Rocan was their biggest mistake, and from here on out that man is bound to stand in their way. So, instead of chasing Rocan, whom they cannot deal with right away, shouldn't they strike first before other awakened players grow stronger and band together with him? Odin taps his chin, lost in deep thought. Agreeing with the plan, Odin notes that it would indeed be much wiser asking Nidhogg to set out immediately to find the other awakened. Nidhogg bows deeply, promising his boss he will get it done. True to his word, he stands up and immediately steps through the pre-summoned portal. Hela, standing nearby, asks with some worry if this is truly all right. She worries whether sending Nidhogg out right now is actually the correct choice, especially considering his nature. Before she can finish, Odin raises a hand to silence her, telling Hela there is no need for useless worries, at least not for now. Whether he is human or someone's puppet, he is currently fueled by nothing but raw hatred. That grudge makes him a fiercely loyal member of Ragnarok. Elsewhere, Yoon-min and Meyer sit together in an unusually heavy silence. Clearing his throat, Yoon-min is the first to speak. So you are basically telling me to handle this entire mess all by myself. Taken aback, she quickly looks away and lets out a nervous, forced laugh, insisting she did not mean he had to do it completely alone. Kai is by your side and so am I. We will always support you to make your battles much easier. Kai chimes in to boost his confidence, declaring that with him around, a mere human like him will be completely invincible. Casting a highly skeptical look, Yoon-min suddenly realizes something terrible. If he relies on these two, he might end up dead before he even gets a chance to get married. Even so, he lets out a heavy sigh and agrees to go along with them. Hearing this, Meyer happily hops off the table to give him a quick rundown of their next steps. Rocan, even if you keep growing stronger, do you really think you can defeat a massive army all by yourself? Yoon-min sighs as if the answer is obvious. Of course he can, after all, he is the legendary Rocan. Of course he can without question. But then, old memories of painful defeats, helplessness, and crushing disappointment flood his mind. He remembers the times he stood completely powerless, forced to watch. He remembers Odin walking by as a horde of monsters bowed in absolute worship. The tyrant stepping forward to end him while he could do absolutely nothing to stop it. Odin's cold, lifeless, and murderous stare flashes clearly in his mind. As Yoon-min's hands begin to tremble, reality hits him. There is no way he can pull this off alone. Meyer flashes a strained, highly forced smile, yet she remains determined to lay out the rest of her optimistic plan. All right, from here on out, their primary goal is to locate the other awakened players and bring them back. Intrigued, Yoon-min asks if there are actually others like him out there. Meyer nods, explaining that there is one specific person they absolutely must track down before anyone else. This player was the very first to earn every single title in the Lord and the first to share key strategies with others. No matter what, they need to meet this awakened individual and recruit them as an ally. She asks if he is starting to feel motivated yet. He looks at her as she enthusiastically hypes up the mission like some top star feeling completely helpless. Even as a high-ranking SSS solo player, Rocan is completely stunned. Lost, he simply asks what exactly she wants him to do. Dark clouds blanket the sky, pouring heavy rain down onto the bustling city. People across the city hold up their umbrellas to stay dry. An animal steps into a puddle of rainwater, splashing it everywhere. The kitten retreats, shivering as it lets out a sharp warning hiss. Despite its trembling, terrified body, the cornered creature glares back with fierce, stubborn determination. A group holding umbrellas stares down at the kitten with cold, unfriendly eyes. One young man sneers down at it with sheer disgust. He complains that this filthy creature is the reason customers avoid their shop. A girl beside him sneers, saying she wouldn't dare touch such a dirty thing, wishing it would just disappear. As the group finally leaves, a young woman steps into the narrow alleyway. Holding a clear umbrella, Ha-yeon walks over to where the kitten is hiding. Dressed in highly fashionable attire, she quietly observes the shivering animal. After studying the situation, Ha-yeon lets out a weary sigh. Meanwhile, the heavy rain continued to pour down relentlessly. Having spent all its energy staying on high alert, the black cat finally lost its strength and collapsed under the freezing downpour. It closed its eyes tightly, letting out a soft, trembling whimper as the bitter cold became completely unbearable. Its eyes snapped open at the sudden sound of a gentle voice asking if it was okay. Ha-yeon squatted down, holding her umbrella over the little cat to shield it. Terrified by its harsh surroundings, the kitten instantly jumped up and hissed, but she calmly tried to soothe it. Seeing that the kitten was soaked and injured, she gently assured the tiny beast that she meant no harm. Promising to take the pain away if it just stayed still, Ha-yeon activated her unique healer skill to treat the poor animal. As a bright jade green light enveloped her, Ha-yeon's face carried a deeply sorrowful expression. The green light quickly enveloped the kitten, and a moment later the system chimed that recovery was complete. As the rain finally cleared, the dark storm clouds parted to let the warm sunlight stream down. A soft green glow from the spell still covered the kitten. It stared in wonder at the light on its paw, purring happily as Heian asked if the pain was gone. Gently stroking its tiny head, she warned the cat never to go near humans again. After all, nobody out there is ever going to help you. Meyer carefully reminded Kim Yoon-min to keep this crucial detail in mind. She urged him to meet that awakened player no matter what while he listened with a completely exhausted look. In fact, she seemed far more excited than Kim Yoon-min, eagerly asking if he was thrilled to finally get a teammate. He stayed absolutely silent, just staring at Meyer, who was still bursting with hype. Kim Yoon-min stood frozen like stone, wondering what on earth an SSS-Rank solo player like Rocan was supposed to do. Out on Bujan Street, Kim Yoon-min and Kai strolled casually down the bustling, crowded road, drawing incredibly confused looks from nearby passers-by who openly wondered if this was some sort of cosplay. Ignoring the stares, he quietly muttered to himself, repeating Rocan, the king of violence, the emperor of solo players. Kim Yoon-min seemed to be in a pretty foul mood, continually muttering to himself. He was a man who conquered every single adversity entirely on his own, yet here he was. Feeling completely depressed and gloomy, he couldn't believe he was being forced to find a teammate, let alone partner up with a useless winged frog. Glancing at Kai, she immediately realized he was talking about her and shrieked in shock. Fuming with rage, she snapped back, asking if he honestly thought he could complete this quest alone while completely ignoring her. Right then, a system notification popped up showing Kai's profile, a dragon of unknown level who once ruled as the absolute king of the dragon nest. She huffs and warns him that if he keeps acting like this, she won't help him later, even if he begs, so he better show some respect and follow her directions. But Kim Yoon-min doesn't pay any attention and just walks right past, leaving a frustrated Kai to yell, asking if this human is even listening to him. The paper contains the target's info, Lee Hae-yeon Aris from Bucheon City. He stares at the note, wondering how on earth he's supposed to find someone he's never even seen before. Kai calls him clueless, explaining she's not much different from him. All he knows is that she's a real-world human and in the Lord she plays a healer support role. Kai's answer makes Kim Yoon-min grimace, muttering that he already knows that calling the parasite useless and wondering if he should just sell it. Meanwhile, Kai is busy whining about being absolutely starving. Suddenly, the two of them notice a crowd gathering nearby, wondering why so many people are huddling around. Kim Yoon-min looks up at a TV broadcast, a warning banner flashing across the screen. The headline reads, "Urgent news as monsters attack the outskirts of Seoul." The reporter announces heavy devastation and casualties from unknown creatures. The government has released an official statement, and according to officials, this is not a terrorist act by any organization but a sudden invasion by monsters. They warn the public that there is no telling when or where these beasts will strike next. The screen cuts to terrifying footage of monsters swarming the area, and the reporter delivers one final warning. A national emergency is declared, advising citizens to evacuate the moment they spot any monsters, followed by chaotic live footage from the scene. Onlookers turn pale with fear upon hearing the news, murmuring in absolute panic about what on earth is going on. They wonder if the wild rumors are actually true, crying out for their parents and asking what to do. Fear and panic are written all over everyone's faces, throwing the entire area into absolute chaos. Only Kim Yoon-min stands perfectly still, assessing the chaotic situation. Even though he already knows the grim truth, it's still hard to watch, making him realize how utterly hopeless the clueless citizens must feel right now. Right beside him, a couple of people are already in a heated, panicked argument. Kim Yoon-min clenches his fist in grim determination, knowing that if he doesn't end this nightmare soon, the body count will only keep rising. Yoon-min wastes no time and sets off immediately to find this awakened person. "Get lost, mosquito," he mutters. Kai gets furious, snapping back that she is not a bug. Yoon-min shrugs, asking if he should call her a dung fly instead, making her even more annoyed as she insists her name is Kai. It is the name her ancestors gave her. Losing his patience, Yoon-min threatens to kick Kai and tells her to shut up or he will throw her into the mountains. Meanwhile, in a small alley, a thug is trying to scam a girl, yelling that she spilled his coffee and must pay up. Backed against the wall, Ha-yeon desperately tries to diffuse the tension, apologizing and explaining she was just standing still when they bumped into her. The thug does not care, stepping closer and cutting her off with a smirk. He slams his hand against the wall behind her, trapping the oversized, terrified girl. Leaning in close, the blonde thug asks if she is trying to get out of paying him. His lackeys egg him on, telling their boss to beat her up, while another laughs and says to go easy on her. Realizing these guys are just looking for trouble, Ha-yeon tries to stand her ground, stating she still cannot accept their unfair demands. Ha-yeon's face instantly turns pale with fear. The three thugs stare down at her with cruel, mocking grins. In her panicked mind, their faces distort into three creepy, lifeless masks. Trembling, Ha-yeon bows her head and begs them to please let her go just this once. The blonde thug eyes her with clear malice, suggesting they sit down somewhere private to discuss exactly how she will compensate him. He slowly reaches out to grab her, trying to play nice and telling her to take it easy as they talk. But before he can touch her, he eats a brutal punch. Talk about instant karma. Yoon-min shows absolutely no mercy, delivering a brutal punch right to the thug's jaw. The sheer force of the blow sends him flying backward. The blonde thug lies motionless on the ground, his eyes completely rolled back. Ha-yeon turns her head, staring at the scene in absolute shock. His two pale lackeys freeze in terror, stammering to know who he is. Yoon-min stands tall at the mouth of the alley, looking incredibly cool alongside Kai. Yoon-min finally speaks up, calling out to Kai. He asks if the guy he just sent flying is still alive, worried about going to jail. His body goes completely stiff with panic. Kai cannot guarantee anything either, only reminding him that Kim Mi-rae strictly forbade using violence against civilians, and if she finds out they are both finished. Taking advantage of the distraction, the two lackeys bolt, leaving Yoon-min calling after them without giving chase. He lets out a heavy sigh, mocking their absolute lack of loyalty. Only then does Yoon-min notice Ha-yeon, who is slumped to the ground in a daze. Out of genuine concern, he asks if she is alright. But Ha-yeon suddenly screams at him to stay away. Her intense reaction startles Yoon-min, freezing him right in his tracks. Trembling with her head low, she demands to know if being strong gives him the right to hit others, warning that helping people only brings trouble. As her tears fall, she cries out that helping others gets you nothing. She looks up with a tear-stained face, repeating that he will end up empty-handed. Yoon-min stands there completely stunned, utterly speechless at her harsh words. Without another word, she struggles to her feet and walks away, leaving a worried Yoon-min, warning her not to overexert herself. Once she disappears, Yoon-min grumbles about how strange she is, complaining even after being saved. Kai entirely agrees, noting that humans always find something to whine about. Even when saved, they complain, but then the system screen suddenly appears. Confused by its timing, he reads the notification warning him that a player is nearby and physical contact will unlock their details. Yoon-min is completely startled, wondering how there could possibly be a player nearby. Realizing the truth, he wonders if that crying girl from just now is actually Alice. He immediately dashes back out to the main street where she had just gone. Yoon-min frantically scans the crowd, but there is nothing. She has completely vanished into the sea of unfamiliar faces. Meanwhile, Ha-yeon punches a code into a keypad. As the lock clicks open, she quietly slips inside her home without making a sound. Even in the pitch-black room, Ha-yeon speaks to the empty air, saying she is home. There is no one around to welcome her, and her face is masked in heavy, quiet sorrow. The absolute silence in the apartment feels almost suffocating. Pushing the gloom aside, she heads to her bedroom to change out of her clothes. On her nightstand sits a framed photo of a happy family of 3 smiling back from better days. Slowly, Ha-yeon begins getting changed. Her dirty, worn-out gear is discarded in a heap right on the floor. She steps up and turns on the shower. Stepping under the warm water, she finally lets herself unwind. Clean and warm, she lets out a long, heavy sigh of pure relief. Her mood shifts as she whispers how incredibly long today felt, while her system screen reveals her true profile: Bishop Heiress Kim, level 250 with a link level of 157. Deep into the night, those 3 thugs are still loitering around the stairwell. The blonde one rubs his bruised face, whining about the stinging pain and wondering where those punks ran off to. One lackey anxiously asks if their boss is doing okay, while the other puts on a tough front, swearing they were ready to get revenge, but the bastards escaped. The blonde leader snaps, yelling what kind of garbage revenge is, when he saw them run first, leaving his 2 panicking lackeys to scramble and stammer out their apologies. Sighing, the leader demands they find those runaways at all costs, while his submissive underling quickly nods in agreement. They assure him they remember the faces perfectly and will have their crew searching the streets by morning to track them down. A twisted grin spreads across his face as he pictures Ha-yeon and Yoon-min, swearing that they will hunt down those 2 before the night is over and pay them back in pure blood for what they did. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the dark, calling out to them. Standing behind the leader is Nihok, with a literal shroud of living darkness swirling in his wake. Nihok's eyes glow as he asks if they have seen a guy with a facial scar, or perhaps a strange girl with weird powers and pigtails. The thug leader just scoffs at his appearance, completely unfazed, and asks if this is supposed to be some kind of ridiculous cosplay. Nihok remains dead silent, offering no reply as his cold gaze locks onto the thug. Seeing his silence, the 2 underlings step forward aggressively, warning him that their boss is already in a terrible mood today, and he just picked the absolute worst time to mess with them. The blonde leader does nothing to stop them, merely sighing and telling his boys to rough him up but keep it light since the cops have been breathing down their necks lately. But mid-sentence, wait, look at that, a sudden spray of blood erupts out of nowhere. Fresh crimson splatters across the concrete, pooling right over the blonde leader's shoes. Pure terror finally grips the thug as his eyes slowly drift back up to Nihok. With chilling calm, Nihok simply repeats his question about finding a guy with a facial scar or a strange girl with pigtails. Behind him, the 2 lackeys have already been brutally torn apart by the living shadows. Annoyed by the silent treatment, Nihok sighs that this is turning out to be quite a hassle. He mutters his hope that this will be the final time as the terrified thug begins screaming in agonizing pain. Shortly after, Nihak stands on the edge of a towering skyscraper overlooking the massive city below. He contemplates how tracking them down is taking way too long, knowing he must beat Rocan to the punch even if it drains his energy. Letting out a breath, Nihak unleashes the full weight of his dark magic. He summons a horde of vicious shadow hounds from the abyss, coldly ordering them to hunt. The dark beasts immediately scatter, tearing through the city streets. Activating his ocular skill, he wonders who will locate the awakened ones first, fully expecting this unusually long night to be a wild ride. Through his magic, he spots Yoon-min and Kai still actively searching for something in the dark. Sitting curled up on the edge of her dark bed, an exhausted Ha-yeon realizes she won't be getting any sleep tonight. Burying her face in her arms, she admits she's completely distracted by the guy she crossed paths with earlier. Memories of Yoon-min flash in her mind, recalling how grumpy and rough around the edges he seemed, yet somehow his fierce protection left her feeling incredibly safe and warm. Bowing her head, she softly wonders if he has any idea of the impact he made on her. Her heavy eyelids finally flutter shut, drifting off with the sad realization that no matter how much he helps or sacrifices, he never gets anything in return. In her memories, Haeon is rushing to put on her new high school uniform. Changing her shoes in a panic, she complains loudly, asking her mom why she did not wake her up. She is going to be late on her very first day. This is Kim Haeon, a fresh high school freshman. Her mother walks out of the room in sheer disbelief, saying, "What?" Marching angrily out of the kitchen, she tells her that she already tried waking her up 100 times. "You are in high school now," she scolds. How long must she keep doing this? Her mother sighs in defeat, wondering what the point of being smart is if she cannot even wake up on her own. She really has no clue who her daughter takes after. Just then, Haeon's dad stumbles in, still half asleep and complaining about the morning noise. He calls it a chaotic market, prompting his wife to glare and ask if he is just now waking up. Haeon suddenly remembers something. Glancing at a photo on the cabinet, she asks if they are not going to work today. They usually head out incredibly early. Sitting there is a picture of both parents, smiling in their firefighter uniforms. Her dad looks completely drained just hearing that. He tells her not to bring it up since they both have overtime, jokingly whispering that her mother is actually scarier than fire. Annoyed, her mother snaps back, asking if he simply hates spending time with her. Her dad quickly backpedals, calling her his love and insisting he did not mean it that way. Watching their bickering from a distance, Haeon smiles warmly at her happy family. She cheerfully heads out the door, calling out that she is leaving for school. She loved growing up in a home full of warmth and affection, raised by two heroic firefighters who spent their lives helping others. Even if she was not the most social person, she always strove to help those around her. Back on the shelf, a happy framed photo of their family of 3 captures that beautiful moment. Walking to school, she keeps telling herself that she cannot believe she is finally in high school. It is incredibly nerve-wracking, but her main motivation is simple. She just loves seeing people smile. Haeon cannot hide her excitement, wondering what kind of friends she will make. In middle school, people always approached her first to strike up a conversation, and she genuinely loved that warm connection. This time, she wants to be the one to reach out first and make friends. She felt so incredibly excited, telling herself that. But those were innocent days, a fleeting moment when she still carried such bright, hopeful dreams. 6 months later, her desk is covered in dirty puddles of water and surrounded by crumpled balls of paper, all because she tried to help a classmate who was being bullied. Back then, Haeon had anxiously brought a first aid kit over to the injured student. But in that moment, she realized her classmates were simply laughing, staring at her with cold, mocking eyes. In the end, she became the target of their cruel bullying. Just like her simple desire to help, there was absolutely nothing special about their cruelty. Hurting her meant nothing to them. They began to shun and isolate her completely. At first, she desperately tried asking others for help, even begging her tormentors to stop their relentless attacks. Eventually, she could only weep and plead, yet not a single person she had once helped stood up for her. Nobody ever reached out to save her. All Haeon could do was cry in secret, trying her best to comfort herself. Even so, she endured the torment solely for her beloved parents, but tragedy was waiting just around the corner. One afternoon, she stood completely frozen as a massive, violent fire erupted, consuming a high-rise building and plunging the entire street into utter chaos. Haeon whips her head around the moment she catches a terrifying conversation from behind her. "Did you hear?" a student whispers. "Some firefighters went inside but never came back out." The other gasps in shock, asking if it is true. The boy nods, explaining that some reckless high school kids were messing around at the construction site. They caused the entire disaster. Apparently, a bunch of delinquents were smoking and playing with fire nearby, and their sheer carelessness triggered the massive blaze that trapped everyone inside. And the brave firefighters who rushed inside to save those kids were swallowed whole by the flames. It felt as though their happy family photo was turning to ash right along with them. Hearing this, Haeon completely loses her soul. On that dreadful day, the only reason she had put up with her living hell vanished into thin air, leaving nothing but smoke and ash. She groggily wakes up from her slumber, looking utterly exhausted to have suffered through that same nightmare again. She wonders if she fell asleep while reading. Her phone screen still glows in the dark, displaying endless information about the mysterious online game she has been playing. Picking it up, she reviews her search results. The Lord has suddenly shut down its servers, leaving her completely baffled. Haeyeon suddenly looks up. Even if it was just a virtual game, the Lord was the only safe haven she had left in this cruel world. Perhaps it was because the virtual realm let her forget her harsh reality. What started as casual play quickly turned into a complete obsession, represented by the giant game poster hanging on her wall. But then she discovered something highly unusual. A few days ago, after getting forcefully logged out of the system, she found herself completely unable to log back in. At the same time, an inexplicable phenomenon began to manifest in her real life. Right on her palm, a strange glowing symbol appeared, granting her actual healing powers. Haeyeon feels no joy holding this power, coldly reminding herself that how she chooses to use it is entirely up to her. Suddenly, the sharp ring of her doorbell echoes. A cold, flat voice drifts from outside, calling out, "Delivery, please open the door." Haeyeon grows highly suspicious of a delivery arriving at this late hour, but she stands up anyway. The voice outside repeats the demand, stating they need to confirm the recipient. Dismissing her doubts, she walks over and calls out that she will be right there. Opening the door, she wonders if it is just the household supplies she ordered, telling herself she will just take a quick look since it is so late. Her words suddenly freeze right in the middle of her sentence. Standing on her doorstep is not a delivery man but Nihak himself. His menacing voice makes her face instantly turn pale as he tells her that he can finally kill her at last. Nidhogg's eyes flare with a terrifying and incredibly dangerous light. Nidhogg taunts her, asking if she is scared as he edges closer to end her. Haeyeon trembles violently, desperately wondering who this terrifying person even is. Her mind screams at her to turn and run. She tries to back away slowly, but her body refuses to move as Nidhogg charges a massive surge of power in his hand. A single interloper is already one too many for him. He strikes without a second thought, aiming to end Haeyeon right then and there. Frozen in fear, Haeyeon tightly shuts her eyes, silently pleading for someone to save her. Suddenly, Nidhogg senses a heavy presence rapidly closing in from behind. He quickly spins around to look. He spots Kim Yoon-min charging, and look at that, the party crasher arrived much faster than expected. He spits out his name, Rocan. Nidhogg stands his ground with absolutely no intention of dodging the attack. He takes the full devastating force of Kim Yoon-min's heavy punch. The impact instantly sends Nidhogg flying backward into the distance. Haeyeon looks up to see her savior standing right there. She realizes she actually knows him. It is the guy she met before. Kim Yoon-min smirks, glad he made it just in time. He starts to introduce himself but stops, telling Lee Haeyeon that they will discuss details later, so she needs to run now. Kim Yoon-min summons Kai, who instantly materializes in the air, and he orders her to guard Lee Haeyeon, a duty she accepts without hesitation. Nidhogg crawls out of the rubble, muttering that Rocan seems quite a bit stronger now. He mockingly snaps that a little extra power still will not save him. Kim Yoon-min stands face to face, confirming that it really is Nidhogg standing there. He vividly recalls their previous clash and how they fought in the past. This version of Nidhogg is incredibly stronger than the one in the Lord. Nidhogg steps forward, confidently declaring that Lord Odin will soon descend upon this world. Flexing his dark power, Nidhogg claims their struggle ends today, but a highly alert Kim Yoon-min shoots back that he talks far too much. He immediately assumes an offensive stance, threatening to thrash him just like before. Kim Yoon-min dives straight into a head-on clash with Nidhogg. He unleashes a barrage of strikes, yet Kim Yoon-min cannot land a single clean hit on Nidhogg. "Damn it," he growls, buzzing around like a fly. He barely dodges a destructive blast of dark energy fired by his opponent. Match for match, Nidhogg taunts that Rocan had better fight him with everything he has got. Narrows his eyes, Nidhogg threatens Kim Yoon-min that tonight will be the very last night he ever gets to enjoy. Completely unfazed, Kim Yoon-min barks back, demanding that the crow-faced bastard hold his ground. Nidhogg keeps throwing insults to provoke Kim Yoon-min, constantly reminding him that this is his final night. Haeyeon rushes down the emergency exit stairs, but she cannot stop wondering why. She flees without once looking back, filled with guilt over how useless someone like her truly is. Lee Haeyeon finally reaches the main street. She asks herself why on earth a powerful warrior would risk his life to protect her. Looking back, she watches Kim Yoon-min fighting, utterly amazed by who he is. She witnesses the brutal clash unfolding between him and Nidhogg, while beside her, Kai lets out a sigh. The dragon girl frowns, calling Haeyeon an incredibly frustrating human being. Only now does Haeyeon notice Kai's presence, asking in surprise who she is. Kai proudly boasts that she is the mighty Dragon King, offering to explain exactly why Rocan went out of his way to rescue her. She warns them with absolute seriousness that saving people is never as easy as it looks, and sometimes those sacrifices go completely unrewarded. Still, Kai immediately pictures Kim Yoon-min. There are always those fools who break past their own limits just to save others, and sometimes they are called. She uses only 2 words to describe a hero. Kai scans Haeyeon from head to toe. As far as she can see, the right to be a hero is Wait, what was this human girl's name again? But she does not even let Ha-yoon answer. That is right. Kai uses her analytical eyes on Lee Ha-yoon, realizing she possesses that exact quality too. Ha-yoon is completely stunned. She wonders, does she really have what it takes to be a hero? She immediately starts to picture what it would actually feel like to be a hero. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-min is fighting for his life, sliding across the ground to dodge Nidhogg's brutal strikes. The two of them manage to keep a safe distance from one another. Kim Yoon-min casts a quick cautious glance behind him. Damn it. He can still feel people nearby. Because of that, he cannot unleash his full power yet. He must finish the evacuation before he can finally unleash his true strength. Suddenly, he spots Ha-yoon right behind him and panics. Why on earth is she still here? He specifically told her to run, did he not? Helplessness fills Kim Yoon-min's voice. Damn it, if she stays even, he will not be able to protect her. He has no idea what Odin gave this monster, but Nidhogg is on an entirely different level compared to anyone he has ever faced. Suddenly, Nidhogg speaks. It is no wonder Lord Odin viewed him as such a massive threat, and now is finally time. Nidhogg charges back and vowing to unleash his full power and send him to his grave. As his eyes glow with a cold blue light, dark energy billows with every step he takes. Kim Yoon-min lets out a dry laugh. Today is definitely not going to be easy. A dark power shaped like a black wolf lunges straight at him. But it is not just one wolf. It splits into a massive pack of shadows circling hungrily around Kim Yoon-min. They seize the moment he lets his guard down to strike. Panting heavily, he warns them that he is running on empty, so they better move fast. The moment those words leave his mouth, Kim Yoon-min's eyes widen. Nidhogg has already changed the direction of his attack. His actual target is Ha-yoon. He watches as a deadly light closes in on her. Without hesitation, Kim Yoon-min throws his own body in front of Ha-yoon. Fresh blood pours from his mouth. Yet Nidhogg remains completely unfazed. Kim Yoon-min collapses to his knees. His body is covered in deep, painful wounds. Damn it, Kim Yoon-min barely groans out that he got hit before completely collapsing. Ha-yoon stands there in absolute shock, trying so hard to protect someone without getting anything in return. Just like back then, someone is doing it again. Memories of that past explosion flash before her eyes. Kai is also gripped by sheer horror. She quickly flies over to his side. Rocan chapter 159. Ha-yoon sinks to the ground right next to Kim Yoon-min. It is hard to say what Nidhogg truly means by this. Well, this is definitely an unexpected twist. Raising his massive blade, he mutters that in the end Rocan brought this fate upon himself. Nidhogg coldly mutters that such a precious life failed to realize its own power, driven only by fear. He openly scorns him for throwing his life away for a useless woman. She desperately presses down on Kim Yoon-min's bleeding wound. Tears stream down Ha-yoon's face as she cries out no. Trembling uncontrollably, she blames herself. It is all her fault, he is dying because of her. Ha-yoon chokes out that she warned him about this. She mutters in bitter regret. Helping others gets you absolutely nothing in the end, so why? Why did he have to do it? Ha-yoon is completely heartbroken. Why would anyone sacrifice their own life just to protect something? How could someone possibly go this far? Kai yells out to snap her out of it to protect everyone. Ha-yoon looks towards the brilliant light in disbelief. Kai emphasizes that Rocan is defending this world, sacrificing absolutely everything he has, even if it brings him closer to death. She watches as Ha-yoon cries out Rocan is still moving forward. Dazed, Ha-yoon mutters even though he already knew. She looks down at Yoon-min, finally realizing the tragic truth about him. Ha-yoon finally understands, does he really push forward like this every time? Tears stream down her face without stopping. Ha-yoon flashes back to graduation, remembering how hard she tried to be brave. Staring at the framed photos on the shelf, she feels those memories only bring pain. Ha-yoon buries her face and breaks down in the end. Everyone leaves her, but he is different. She leans on Yoon-min. Rocan is still moving forward even though he knows the cost. Ha-yoon keeps thinking about him, if he is truly that selfless, sacrificing his own life for others. Ha-yoon stands tall as a pillar of light erupts. Now it is my turn. Kai smiles, knowing he was right all along. She watches the raw power wrapping around Ha-yoon, while Nidhogg continues to laugh triumphantly. After everything that happened, what do you think you can do? He sneers with contempt. Are you trying to seek revenge? Nidhogg decides to finish Ha-yoon off once and for all. Odin's meddling, hunting dogs, that is enough, disappear. That bizarre, ominous purple light surges directly toward her. Ha-yoon grips her staff with all her might. I never want this. Pointing her weapon at him, Ha-yoon is filled with absolute determination. I will not lose anyone else. A system alert rings out. Alice, the sole bishop of the Lord. Unlocking the bishop's unique skill. She unleashes boundless energy as massive glowing swirls manifest around Ha-yoon. Right after, a highly unique majestic symbol appears. Countless beams of destructive energy burst forward from the center of the swirls, and their ultimate target is Nidhogg. He cannot even react in time. What is this? The brilliant force completely surrounds Nidhogg. The blinding energy makes him scream out in agonizing pain. Even Kai is left completely stunned. That power is absolutely terrifying. Ha-Yun swiftly summons a barrier. Holy Shield, a grand domain spreads out, healing every single living being within its range. Kai asks with curiosity, did we actually beat him? Ha-Yun's eyes flash with a sharp light. No, he is not defeated yet. Nidhogg clutches his head. My mask is shattered. No, my face is completely exposed. My mask is gone. He frantically mutters to himself over and over. Nidhogg glares at Ha-Yun with his grotesque face. This is all your fault. Kai gasps in shock as that Nidhogg's true form. Flying into a rage, he screams that he will wipe everything out. Nidhogg stretches out his creepy, elongated arms. A grotesque, beastly head begins to emerge from Nidhogg's hands. It prepares to viciously lunge at them. Even she is astounded by such overwhelming energy. Yet Ha-Yun remains steadfast. This time I will face it directly and refuse to run away. Determined, she stands tall to confront the beast, so please return to us quickly. Her words are directed toward Yoon-min, who is currently being healed. Rocan. Meanwhile, Rocan only hears system messages: you have died. Special conditions met entering hidden stage. Kim Yoon-min suddenly sits up and rubs his head as those fragmented memories flash vividly through his mind. Looking around, he realizes that in his past life he must have actually died at the hands of Nihok. He prepares to explore this new area, knowing he was supposed to protect Lee Hae-yoon until her powers fully awakened. He figures Kai is probably holding his own out there somewhere. Kim Yoon-min doesn't stress too much about it since everything is still playing out exactly as he planned. He smirks, realizing that thanks to Nihok, he has finally made it here. Now watch, because this is the exact moment he has been waiting for since his regression. Nodding in satisfaction, he confirms that his player data successfully carried over from D-Day Lord. Now it's time to claim the one thing no player has ever acquired. He calmly steps through the massive open gateway. His goal is to secure the ultimate hidden title. A system notification chimes announcing his entry into the hidden title stage, Path of the Undying. Kim Yoon-min touches the wall, analyzing the ancient stone. He looks around the corridor, standing in a place he never reached in his past life. Kim Yoon-min stops and glances back over his shoulder. Unlocking this area required two extreme and highly specific hidden conditions. First, he had to reach SSS rank as a solo player. Second, that SSS rank player had to sacrifice their life in team PvP to save an ally. He recalls that before his regression, he easily cleared the first step as an SSS rank solo player. But as a strict loner who always played solo, he could never fulfill that second condition of self-sacrifice. He scratches his head, admitting he used to be incredibly selfish. Stopping before a grand altar, he whispers that he's a completely changed man now. An intense wave of raw power washes over him as the system announces his entry into the Temple of the Undying King. Violent howling winds immediately begin slamming hard against his body. The fierce gales cut a bleeding scratch across his cheek. Shielding his eyes, he forces his way forward against the wind, which feels like literal blades cutting through the air. Pushing through the heavy winds, Kim Yoon-min finally reaches the stone pedestal. His excitement peaks. Since he was the only SSS-ranked solo player before his regression, absolutely no one else has ever set foot here. He gazes at the glowing crown before him, representing the absolute highest stat title in the game. A system prompt asks if he wishes to accept the title of Undying King and bear the burdens of all. He mutters to himself, reading the requirement to carry everyone's burdens, feeling the immense crushing weight of the title. Kim Yoon-min suddenly bursts into a confident laugh, completely unfazed by the warning. Without hesitation, he firmly grabs the crown. He will shoulder it all. The moment he touches the relic, the fresh cut on his face instantly begins to close. The wound completely vanishes, leaving no scar or trace behind. Another system notification flashes. He has successfully unlocked the title of the Immortal King. Yoon-min skims the details of his new Immortal King title. Its passive effect massively boosts all stats and greatly enhances one of his current skills. It temporarily boosts nearby allies' stats, letting them trigger the berserk skill in battle without any restrictive conditions. He clenches his fists, feeling the immense power surging. All right, shall we start this over? Yoon-min confidently steps out. It is finally time to settle the score and get his revenge. A system alert flashes. He has left the zone due to the Flame of Rebirth, the Immortal King's special passive, but wait. Nidhogg is still launching a frenzy of attacks. The monster shows absolutely no signs of stopping. Nidhogg breathes out a bizarre, terrifying purple flame. Ha-Yun raises her staff, desperately trying to block it. She conjures a sacred holy shield to protect herself from the blast. Both Ha-Yun and Kai have luckily stayed safe so far, but Ha-Yun is heavily gasping for breath. She feels like she is about to collapse. She used almost all of her remaining energy to shield this entire giant city. Rocan needs to wake up right now. Kai snaps her out of it, warning Eris that it is no time to daydream because that monster is coming back. Nidhogg gnashes his teeth in fury. How dare you? Furious, the beast roars. Did you honestly think you could damage my body and walk away alive? Nidhogg bellows. You will vanish along with that dead fool Rocan. Ha-yeon tells herself that just like Rocan protected her before, she must steady her heart because now it is her turn to protect him. Nidhogg conjures a massive ball of destructive energy. He hurls the giant sphere directly at them, screaming for them to vanish. Ha-yeon cannot even react in time. Suddenly, Yoon-min flashes onto the scene. He unleashes a powerful strike, completely shattering the incoming spheres. The collision triggers a massive blinding explosion. Kai and Ha-yeon cannot hide their absolute relief and joy. They both cry out in unison, "Rocan." Yoon-min chuckles. "Looking at that form, I finally remember who you are. You are the legendary ranker who wrote all those beginner guides in the Lord. You are Eris, right?" Overwhelmed with emotion, she tells him she is so incredibly happy he made it back safely. He gently warns Eris that from this point on, things will get much harder. Yoon-min pauses for a brief moment, then asks if she will still stand by his side. Ha-yeon stammers, completely lost for words. She keeps hesitating as a warm vision of a family of 3 flashes through her mind. Right after that, she imagines the 3 of them walking side by side. Ha-yeon finally finds her voice, promising that as long as she is by his side, she will keep moving forward and never feel afraid again. Yoon-min smiles, deeply satisfied to have such a reliable companion. Both Kai and Ha-yeon now carry looks of absolute and unwavering determination. He offers them a quick word of praise, promising they will get closer later before immediately turning back to focus on his main target. "Now let us light up this dark sky." Nidhogg scoffs at him, mockingly asking if he really thinks he can play the hero now. "In the end, this will just be another meaningless defeat for you." The monster unleashes a wave of dark energy, roaring that everything ends right here. Nidhogg's immense magical power forms a massive glowing circle high in the sky. Enormous terrifying hands begin to reach out from within the portal. Yoon-bin stays calm, carefully tracking every single move the monster makes. Yoon-bin smirks, asking if this is the guy who plans to wipe out the whole city. He launches himself straight up into the air, fully aware of how terrifying Mihawk really is. Yoon-bin gathers his power tightly, listening to Yoon-min, even if it sounds like a tiny glimmer of light. He grips the giant sword hard in the deep darkness where it still blazes so bright it hurts to look straight at it. Yoon-bin grabs hold of a steep cliffside to steady himself. He pushes off with maximum force, leaping far away in a single bound. Yoon-bin maneuvers, skillfully dodging right through Mihawk and his massive monster arms. He lands right in front of the beast and swings his sword hard. She pushes out every ounce of her strength and screams aloud, "This is our absolute last chance, Rocan." The combined power of Yoon-bin and his allies keeps climbing higher and higher. A sharp sound rings out, every single stat doubles instantly from the Immortal King title effect. Yoon-bin answers with total confidence, "Do not worry, one clean strike will be more than enough." They fuse their power together, channeling holy blessings into a fierce judgment slash. A massive jade-green blade plummets straight down from the sky toward the earth. He also rushes after it, followed closely by a loud, painful howl echoing from Nidhogg Rocan. A blinding flash of light suddenly explodes across the sky. Sky and Ha-yeon shield their eyes, trying to keep their balance. Suddenly, that blinding light erupts again from deep within the ground. Ha-yeon wakes up amidst the ruined rubble, wondering what on earth just happened. Her eyes widen in utter shock. Glancing over, Ha-yeon sees Yoon-min standing firm among the ruins and sighs, "Rocan, you're safe." Satisfied, he replies, "I told you so, didn't I?" A soft blue light shines down on Yoon-min, carrying the sound of his voice. Even a tiny sliver of that light is so blindingly bright it is impossible to look. Through those heavy black clouds, warm golden rays of light slowly begin to peek. Following that terrifying shockwave, a heavy, eerie silence falls over the area. Yet amidst this towering rubble, it is not destruction that lingers, but a quiet, powerful surge of new life beginning to bloom. Citizens quickly rush out to check the situation, unable to hide their sheer panic as they stare at the devastating wreckage before them. They cry out in utter disbelief, asking how on earth such a disaster could happen overnight. Did anyone see that thing on the news? It literally tried to destroy the entire city, but somehow, no one was hurt. Someone out there definitely saved us, they confidently declare. Not far from there, Yoon-min casually steps out from the chaotic mess of rubble. Letting out a deeply refreshed sigh, he exclaims with excitement, "Finally, I can take a breath." Recalling the battle, Yoon-min feels a bit puzzled. That guy Nihawk didn't seem like an otherworldly being at all. He looked just like an ordinary person, completely devoid of any massive life force. Beneath the rubble, Mihawk's once powerful and muscular body now lies heavily and completely motionless on the ground. His shattered mask has broken apart, revealing a cold, pale, and utterly lifeless face. Right then, Ha-yeon and Kai call out loudly from a distance, their voices bursting with pure relief, "Rocan." The moment she spots Yoon-min, she anxiously asks if he is alright, admitting she was incredibly worried. Beside her, Kai also sighs in relief, muttering, "Glad you're still alive, Krut." Seeing their energetic expressions, he chuckles softly. Relieved, he tells them, "Well, you both still seem full of life, so I guess I can stop worrying." Yoon-min carefully approaches to check on them, asking how they are doing, and Ha-yeon quickly responds, "I think we are all good now." At a moment like this, Yoon-min actually still finds the energy to tease her. He compliments Eris, saying her new outfit suits her perfectly and her face looks much brighter. Hearing his praise, she blushes in deep embarrassment, stuttering, "Oh, is that so? I still feel a bit self-conscious." Ha-yeon casts a warm, affectionate gaze toward Yoon-min. In his presence, she suddenly feels a rare sense of trust, a strange but comforting peace of mind. Unconsciously, she quietly whispers his name in her head, Rocan. Meanwhile, Yoon-min and Kai are still bickering like cats and dogs. He snidely asks if she is actually still alive, making her furiously snap back. "How did you think I was dead, Kurrit?" Witnessing this rare moment of peace, Ha-yeon feels incredibly grateful, knowing it is all thanks to him. Kai continues to complain bitterly, asking if he has any idea how much she struggled while he was gone. Yoon-min simply responds with a highly skeptical, "Oh, really?" Hearing that, Kai arrogantly lifts her chin, claiming that without her, Eris wouldn't have awakened and everyone would be dead. She boasts that she basically wiped them all out in a single flash. Watching her gloat, Yoon-min can't help but feel a bit concerned, wondering silently to himself why Kim Mi-ri ever summoned this guy in the first place. At that thought, he chuckles softly and mutters whatever, realizing that deep down he has already accepted Kai as a true ally. Looking at the two energetic figures before him, Yoon-min suddenly says with genuine emotion, "Seeing you both so lively is enough for me." Suddenly, a raspy, sickening voice shatters their joyful mood. It mockingly comments, "You look quite happy, Rocan, now that you have teammates a far cry from your past life." The moment he hears it, Yoon-min shivers as a wave of icy dread washes over him. He spins around in shock, his voice trembling as he mutters that voice. Kai immediately leaps forward to shield the group, warning everyone to stay on high alert. She urgently warns them that this entity is on a completely different level from Nihak. Hearing this, Ha-yeon also readies herself immediately. Yoon-min's mind begins to race with wild theories and doubts, sending a wave of panic through him. He realizes this heavy, cold voice belongs to someone who knew him before his regression. There is absolutely no mistake. Gritting his teeth, Yoon-min tightly grips his sword, eyes burning with rage. His eyes burn red with pure killing intent as he growls, "Long time no see, Odin." Not far away, a figure slowly rises from the rubble, swaying unsteadily. He is enveloped in a terrifying aura of energy that seems to tear space itself apart, whips of wind swirling into miniature tornadoes around his body. As soon as he fully stands, he sneers mockingly, "Oh, you recognize my voice instantly. I am truly honored." Somewhere else, Odin leisurely enjoys a meal while speaking. He admits that the opponent was merely a doll infused with a fraction of his power, expressing surprise that Yoon-min defeated it so quickly. He notes that Yoon-min has grown significantly stronger compared to his past life. Pausing there, he sweeps his sharp, piercing gaze across the room before casually adding, "If it were up to me, I would slaughter you and your pathetic friends right now. Unfortunately, my form is not yet complete." Odin speaks with a hint of regret, pausing briefly before clearing his throat to deliver a chilling challenge. He promises to keep watching Yoon-min play the hero just a little longer. Facing this heavy threat, Yoon-min feels no fear. Instead, he retorts with absolute fury, "I am always ready, Odin, so come at me whenever you want." Amused by his heated reaction, Odin chuckles. He tells him not to be so impatient, promising that soon the two of them will gamble with the fates of every living soul in this world. With those final words, Odin's movements slow down. The razor-sharp knife in his hand stabs heavily. It plunges straight through the juicy steak on the table, thick juices oozing out like a silent threat. In a quiet, chilling promise of their inevitable rematch, he whispers, "Until we meet again." At that exact moment, Odin's physical decoy spits out a dark splash of blood, letting out a painful gurgling groan. But that wasn't all. He even left behind a cocky challenge. "Until we meet again, Rocan, I hope you get a lot stronger." With those final words, the decoy collapsed onto the cold ground, blood pooling around it in a massive stain. Yoon-min dropped his calm facade. Clenching his teeth, he growled in absolute fury. Odin actually knew about his regression. That bastard was playing with human lives like they were nothing but toys. His entire body trembled, but he forced his boiling rage down. Now was not the time to snap. He understood the sheer scale of Odin's power better than anyone else. Even so, Yoon-min had absolutely no intention of backing down. At that very moment, his resolve burned hotter than ever. He glared into the empty air, his fiery eyes delivering a silent, unmistakable declaration of war against Odin. The next time they met, he would personally crush both Odin and Ragnarok with his own two hands. Remembering the villain's arrogant, high and mighty stance, Yoon-min's blood boiled. He spat out the name with pure hatred, Odin. Back in the real world at the Falcon Group headquarters, Meyer was currently tallying up the casualties and total damages from the massive battle. Multiple buildings in the city center had been completely ruined and newly built roads were also destroyed. She was speaking energetically but suddenly froze when she saw the staggering cost, a massive 300 billion won. Her voice cracked and her face went completely pale. The sheer financial pain was written all over her face, as if she had just watched her own personal fortune vanish into thin air. Holding her head, she let out a helpless sigh. If they didn't explain this clearly to the government, things would get chaotic. Still, at least, there were no civilian casualties and they had achieved their main goal. With that, she tried to lift the mood, praising the heroes for a job well done. But her compliments felt so forced that all three of them avoided her gaze. Kai quickly spoke up, claiming that true heroes are forged in battle, while Yoon-min scratched his head and joked that a few exploding buildings were just a minor workplace hazard. Sighing at their casual attitude, Meyer gave up. She mentioned that the public seemed to highly admire their actions anyway. Then she turned to the side, noting that someone else had likely heard the entire story on the way over. Suddenly, Meyer called out to Eris, making Ha-yeon jump in surprise. She quickly replied that Rocan and Kai had explained everything on their way, so she was fully up to speed. Meyer nodded in satisfaction. She was glad to hear that. Turning back to the main business, she asked Rocan how the actual mission went. Yoon-min calmly reported the situation. Though he had died once to Nidhogg, he successfully protected Eris and claimed the Immortal King title. The result was good, but one major concern still lingered. His expression darkened and his hands clenched into incredibly tight fists. Speaking with bitter resentment, Yoon-min confirmed exactly what he had suspected. The mastermind pulling all the strings was indeed Odin. Just remembering his rival's arrogant face made Yoon-min's fury burn hotter than ever. Meyer shared his growing concern, nodding gravely. She admitted that with Ragnarok and Odin officially in the picture, their situation was going to get far more complicated from here on out. A short while later, Meyer led the trio upstairs. As they walked, they continued their discussion with Meyer, warning them that Odin was extremely dangerous. She explained their current struggle, noting how the enemy would constantly block their efforts to close the dimensional rifts. But now it was time for a change. Suddenly, Meyer turned to the group and offered to introduce the person supervising this entire operation. Yoon-min was completely taken aback, asking if she wasn't the one actually running things around here. Meyer chuckled at his question, explaining that she was merely one of many assistants working under that person. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yoon-min immediately asked who it could be. Meyer kept it mysterious, teasing that they would be working very closely with this individual from now on, the legendary founder of the nation's top conglomerate, the Falcon Group. Hearing this, every nerve in Yoon-min's body stood on end. He was completely speechless with shock. Amused by his reaction, Meyer added that he was also the creator of the Lord Chairman Lee Ji-young. That legendary name hit their minds like a massive tidal wave. This was far more than just a name. He was a towering icon, a figure of absolute power and authority whom everyone in the industry deeply admired. Ha-yeon looked up completely stunned by the majestic sight before her eyes and softly muttered the name of the game, the Lord. Even Yoon-min, usually unfazed by anything, couldn't hide his utter shock as he realized this was indeed the creator of that massive game. He immediately pictured a powerful, charismatic leader. Falcon's legendary chairman Lee Ji-young stood at the very peak of the business world with achievements that no one in the country could ever deny. He was a renowned genius who had swept every award in science. He had single-handedly driven the nation's economic growth and personally designed the entire master system of the Lord. Yoon-min's heart raced with nervous excitement at meeting this living legend in person. As the elevator doors glided open, Meyer stepped forward, announcing that she had brought the exact heroes he requested. She took a step forward and politely called out to the chairman, but the vast room remained dead silent. The heavy silence dragged on and on. There wasn't a single sound coming from him. Chairman Lee sat motionless in his chair, seemingly having no desire to acknowledge Meyer's formal announcement. Seeing him remain dead silent, she firmly repeated herself, stating that Rocan, Eris, Kai, and herself were all present in the room. Yoon-min was equally anxious. Breaking into a cold sweat, he quietly muttered to himself and kept his eyes glued on the old man waiting. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-young was staring intently at a document, muttering to himself and totally ignoring everyone else. He mumbled that someone actually managed to see the problem from that angle, though they would still end up losing, wondering how to handle the situation. Fuming with irritation, Meyer ground her teeth loudly but desperately tried to keep her temper under control. But she finally hit her absolute limit. Exploding with pure rage, Meyer lost all composure and screamed at the top of her lungs, asking the old man if he could actually hear them. Startled by this sudden outburst, Chairman Lee quickly gathered his composure. He complained that his eardrums were nearly shattered, shocked that anyone would dare yell at the chairman like that. Getting back to business, he cleared his throat and welcomed them all warmly, noting that everyone had finally arrived. Lee Ji-young took off his glasses with a serious expression and spoke up. He introduced himself as the founder of the Lord, promising to reveal the hidden truth about another world that they had never known. Following the chairman's shocking introduction, the room went completely silent. Everyone stood there in utter disbelief, unable to utter a single word. After a long pause, Yoon-min finally spoke up, pointing directly at the man with a skeptical look. He asked Meyer if she really meant that this guy who looked like a mad doctor was actually the legendary creator of the Lord. Instead, he looks entirely confident, pointing right at himself, introducing again that truly yours is Lee Ji-young, one and only, sizing up Kim Yoon-min and Ha-yeon in one sweep. Jeon Jin-young cannot contain his excitement, pounding the table a few times, bursting into laughter, saying, "Seeing the two of you in person feels even more reassuring now." Suddenly, his gaze stops on Ha-eun, slowly blurting out with a special remark. "Is that outfit suits you incredibly well," making her hastily raise her hands to shield herself, stuttering in panic. "What do you mean?" Seeing Ha-eun looking terrified, Jeon Jin-young chuckles, playing it off, while his eyes remain shamelessly locked onto her. "Just kidding. Hope you enjoy your meal." Miss Ha-eun nods rapidly, replying yes, even while turning away to speak. Seeing that Jeon Jin-young bursts into amused laughter, praising, "Even when she is shy, she is so cute like that," casually comparing her, ignoring Mi-rae standing right there, completely unlike that edgy brat. Mi-rae, haha. Far too used to this perverted side of the chairman. She calmly voices her verdict, "Disgusting." Right on cue, Kim Yoon-min steps closer, calling out loudly with an utterly furious expression. "Kim Mi-rae, come over here for a second." She jumps in surprise, hastily asking, "What is it? Is there something you want to ask?" Both of them slowly move over to the fore. As soon as they stop, Yoon-min puts his arm around Meyer and tells her to be honest. He furiously yells out to question her, asking how that weird, perverted old man could possibly be Lee Jong-young and demanding to know if she is lying to them. Meyer struggles to find her voice, awkwardly laughing that while he looks strange, he really is Chairman Lee Jong-young. Hearing her confirm it, Yoon-min pushes his doubts aside for now but asks with concern if they can truly trust this man. Meyer raises her voice to address the chairman, but he only shrugs, asking why they are bothering him during his fun. Unable to hold back, she slams her hand on the table in fury, standing before Jeong-young with burning anger. She flatly demands he save the fun for later, reminding him they were summoned because he has something important to share. Hearing this, the old man finally realizes his slip-up and tries to laugh it off, admitting he almost forgot. Regaining his composure, Jeong-young clears his throat and thanks everyone for coming, stating he has a highly critical matter to discuss. Looking at his untrustworthy behavior, Yoon-min sighs in disappointment, wondering what this crazy old geezer is up to. Standing there giving a speech, can they really place their trust in someone like him? Just as his trust is about to completely vanish, Jong-young mentions Ragnarok and Odin, striking directly into Yoon-min's mind. Yoon-min pauses. Jeong-young continues, stating this matter concerns them, leaving the young man shocked and stammering about how this man could possibly know about Odin. Seeing Yoon-min's panicked expression, Jeong-young asks if he is curious about who Ragnarok and Odin really are and what their true purpose is. The moment those words are spoken, everyone's expression instantly changes. A heavy gravity settles over every single face. Jeong-young slowly continues, stating that regarding where they came from, he has something he wants to show everyone. As he speaks, he glances at them, giving a subtle signal. Jeong-young calmly steps forward, telling them to follow him closely. At the same instant, an information panel pops up, fully detailing his entire background and identity, while showcasing the massive influence this powerful chairman holds. Lee Jeong-young, the greatest scientist of the 21st century, chairman of Falcon, leader of the Korean business world, and creator of the virtual reality game The Lord. Following Jeong-young, the group quickly steps into the elevator. The elevator plummets downward, passing through countless floors to take them to the deepest part of the building, level 99. He quietly explains Meyer's absence, mentioning she left to handle the aftermath at the scene, and assures them he will explain everything from here. Jeong-young then gently warns them to watch their step, noting that even an awakened falling from here would end up crying in absolute pain. Hearing the warning, Ha-yeon flinches in fear as she looks down. Beneath their feet lies a bottomless abyss with countless crisscrossing staircases connecting the different floors. Looking into the pitch-black void, a sudden cold shiver runs straight down her spine. A sudden strong gust of wind blows upward, carrying a freezing chill that makes Ha-yeon shiver in fear. The brave Yoon-min steps forward first and starts heading down step by step. Seeing this, the others quickly follow right behind him. After walking for a long time, he complains, asking what on earth is hidden down here that requires going so deep. Jeong-young just laughs out loud, jokingly apologizing and claiming he simply has too many secrets. Even now, Yoon-min still has many doubts. He pats Jeong-young on the shoulder and bluntly asks if he really knows about Odin and Ragnarok. The chairman casually replies that while he does not know everything, he knows enough to satisfy any curiosity. Seeing his skeptical expression, Jeong-young suggests starting from the day he first met Odin, leaving Yoon-min completely shocked and utterly speechless. He slowly walks forward, silently, recalling the memories of that day, and softly narrates that it was a day he could never forget, the day his entire life was completely turned upside down. Jeong-young begins to get excited, explaining that 23 years ago they detected an unusual energy signal in the Arctic, leading him to take an elite team to investigate. What welcomed them was a massive crevice, and from that very moment everything changed. From that moment, his voice begins to choke up as a series of unimaginable events unfolded, with his team getting caught in a massive avalanche while facing a terrifying monster hundreds of meters tall. Even so, they still tried to survive the harshness to the very end until that moment. A member of the party suddenly froze in place as he witnessed a terrifying sight, completely shocked, speechless. Just when they thought the hardships had peaked meeting, Odin was the real nightmare. Ji-won spoke with pure rage. We approached the monster rift and Odin was already standing there. But he attacked all of Squad 5 and vanished in the blink of an eye. When he woke up, he was forced to face a truly terrifying truth. All of his teammates had been brutally slaughtered by Odin. At that moment, Ji-won could only sit helplessly alone among the corpses of his comrades. His voice trembles as he recalls the past. He explains that after so much time grieving their fallen allies, a crucial clue finally appeared right before his eyes. It was a single spark of hope in the absolute darkest depth of despair, giving Jeon-young the strength to keep pushing forward. As he pushed on, Jeon-young stared wide-eyed at the rare artifact right in front of him. On that fateful day, the clue revealed a shocking truth. Kim Yoon-min eagerly asks if it came from another reality. Even Kim Yoon-min cannot hide his burning curiosity, leaning in closer and shouting if he means some kind of alien or something completely different. Jeon-young chuckles at their dramatic reaction and calmly answers that they are close, but they are not aliens. They come from another world, specifically the same dimension as Kai. He glances over at the small flying creature as he speaks. Hearing about their origins, she looks completely stunned and realizes that those pests actually come from her own homeland, Kuruk. After years of intense research, Jeon-young shares his theory. He believes they cross over to this world searching for something they could never find back home. Suddenly, he stops and announces they have arrived. Noticing Kim Yoon-min remaining silent, he curiously asks if the young man is still questioning things. But before he can even get a word out, the old man speaks first. Jeon-young beats him to the punch, questioning why they did not just launch an invasion from the start instead of staying hidden for so long, as if searching for something specific. Suddenly, he turns to Kim Yoon-min with a knowing look and asks if he remembers that clue. Rocan flinches and stammers, recalling that it was the key to tracking down Odin. The chairman grins with absolute amusement and praises him. He confirms that on the very day the cursed Odin slaughtered all of his comrades, that clue changed everything. Leading them right up to the strange object, Jeon-young proudly recounts that he secured the one thing the enemy was desperately hunting for. It is an incredibly powerful entity with overwhelming vitality that can connect the virtual world of the Lord, their own world, and the alien dimension. Sealed safely inside a glass chamber is a raw energy orb that Jeon-young kept hidden away. A brilliant, mesmerizing blue light radiates from it, casting a powerful glow across the entire room. Right now, Falcon top scientists are still conducting deep research on the orb, working day and night to unlock the ancient secrets hidden deep inside. Staring at the orb, Jeon-young's eyes shine with immense pride. He explains that he simply converted the orb raw energy and foreign world into raw data, designing a system to find awakened humans capable of fighting Odin. That was the birth of the Lord Project. During a past conversation with Mira, Jeon-young proposed this exact plan. They would quietly monitor every player in the game, hoping that at least a few could carry the heavy burden of their entire future. Pausing for a split second, Jeon-young suddenly spins around and points directly at both of them, exclaiming with sudden excitement that they are the ones, those who kept their faith and chose to rise up. As he speaks, he pictures Kim Yoon-min in his mind. The young man cannot help but smile, clearly enjoying the old man's high praise. Willing to act foolishly for the sake of others, that direct point feels like absolute validation for them both. Kim Yoon-min chimes in with a grin, calling him a crazy old scientist. It turns out the old man actually has a pretty good eye for talent. He smirks, a look of absolute determination washing over his face as a terrifying power burns in his eyes. Staring at the majestic orb before them, Kim Yoon-min and Kai lose all their composure. All three of them are left completely speechless after discovering the artifact's true and terrifying origin. After a long, careful look, he unconsciously takes a step forward. He is totally captivated, his eyes glued to the mysterious object as he inspects every single detail. Despite trying to stay calm, Kim Yoon-min cannot hide his absolute shock. He suddenly speaks up, realizing this is the very source of the Lord system and exactly what Ragnarok is hunting. The Oboe Pearl is the official name of the mystical artifact Jeon-young secured after that devastating tragedy. As they stare, the pearl suddenly unleashes an incredibly blinding radiance. The intense surging light is so overwhelming that everyone is forced to take a step back in pure shock. Jeon-young slowly steps forward and proudly explains that the Oboe Pearl holds an unimaginable amount of raw energy. The power is so vast that even a genius like him who spent years researching it cannot fully comprehend its secrets. If a brilliant mind like Jeon-young is left completely baffled and defeated by this object, it is clear that its true power is a direct challenge to all of human knowledge. Gazing intently at the glowing artifact, he cannot help but wonder with excitement about just how many incredible things this pearl is truly capable of doing. But the old man sighs, admitting his own inner conflict. He is also deeply afraid. This catches Kim Yoon-min off guard, and he quickly asks what there is to fear. He calmly replies that his absolute worst nightmare is a weapon as dangerous as the Oboe Pearl falling straight into the hands of Odin. In a tense voice, he says he constantly imagines that terrifying scenario. If Odin gets his hands on it, wiping out humanity and destroying Earth in the blink of an eye would be entirely effortless. As he speaks, that horrific vision becomes crystal clear in his mind, reopening old wounds and sending a painful chill deep through his soul. Hearing this, Kim Yoon-min fully realizes the sheer gravity of their mission. Gritting his teeth, his voice trembles with a touch of fear as he mutters that everyone will die if they fail. Seizing the emotional moment, Jeon-yang pushes his appeal even further. He gently makes a heartfelt request, explaining that this is exactly why he needs their help. Slowly looking around the room, he calls out each of their names with profound humility and desperation. His voice shakes as he begs Rocan directly. He asks for him and his allies to stand with him. Hearing their names called leaves them completely stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief at being chosen for such a massive responsibility. It goes far beyond their wildest dreams. Without a single moment of hesitation, Jeon-yeong steps forward, bows his head deeply, and desperately pleads with them to successfully complete the Lord Project and stop the enemy. Caught completely off guard by this unexpected, humble gesture, Kim Yoon-min freezes in sheer awkwardness, entirely unsure of how to react. Seeing such a powerful figure swallow his pride and beg is incredibly surreal. He simply cannot believe that Chairman Jeon-yang, the highly influential leader of Falcon, would actually bow his head to ask for help. After a quick moment of silence, Kim Yoon-min abruptly steps up and throws his arm around the chairman's shoulders, startling him. He smirks playfully and speaks up, calling him a weird old guy. Thumping his chest confidently, Kim Yoon-min tells him to trust Rocan and sleep easy at night. He boldly declares that he and his squad will completely crush the Ragnarok threat for him. Hearing this, Jeon-yang quietly sighs with relief and sincerely thanks the young man. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min grabs him, pulls him close, and asks another question. He points rudely at the small flying creature and asks if Kai is actually going to be of any real use to them. Mocking her, he suggests they should have brought someone else entirely. Instantly recognizing the tease, she screams in pure frustration that this annoying human is starting his nonsense again. Ignoring the looming argument, Zion chuckled with amusement and quickly explained, "Haha, do not worry too much. He might look goofy, but he is actually a pretty strong friend." Looking at Kai's rowdy attitude, Zion simply smirked and added that Kai was actually quite a powerful ally. Meanwhile, Kai was absolutely fuming, completely shocked that after being teammates for so long, Kim Yoon-min still judged his raw strength solely by his goofy appearance. After that rather dramatic talk, Zion quickly rushed off for an urgent matter. Before disappearing, he made sure to drop a quick reminder that they should go get some real rest at Falcon, a place that proudly boasted the absolute best facilities around. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks as a look of pure excitement lit up his face. Zion gasped softly before shouting that he had almost forgotten. Zion turned back with a deeply unsettling smile, his creepy tones sending shivers down their spines as he announced that he had specially reserved the absolute best room for them to get some rest. Sensing trouble, Kim Yoon-min stared after him and muttered blankly about what that was all about. As Zion happily skipped away, Kim Yoon-min glared at his carefree back, bitterly wondering why the old man had suddenly brought that up. Back in his room, Kim Yoon-min collapsed onto the bed in sheer exhaustion. As his muscles finally relaxed, he groaned in satisfaction that his entire body felt almost completely numb. Staring at the high-tech gear around the room, he couldn't help but admire the quality, thinking Falcon truly lived up to its name. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-min froze, his face falling as he muttered that while the room was indeed nice, he slowly shifted his gaze to the side, awkwardly asking why on earth they had been assigned to the exact same room together. When Ha-yeon did not respond, Kim Yoon-min called out for Eris, causing her to startle and shyly stammer in agreement. In reality, Ha-yeon was so incredibly tense that she was visibly shaking. With a bright red face, she lowered her head and stammered out in total embarrassment that she honestly did not mind it too much. Because of the distance and her extremely quiet whispering, Kim Yoon-min could barely make out a single word. Lying there lazily, he casually asked her to repeat herself, which only made her blush harder as she frantically waved her hands, telling him to forget it and just get some sleep. Kim Yoon-min simply gave a knowing reply, but deep down he was silently cursing Zion 100 times over, instantly recognizing the creepy schemes of that weird old scientist. Too tired to argue, he sighed and mumbled to just sleep. The second he closed his eyes, vivid memories of the brutal battles came rushing back, leaving him dizzy as he realized just how fast his entire life had spun out of control. It started with those desperate raw struggles against vicious goblin hordes in his very first survival fights. Then came the long, grinding journey of pushing his limits to climb the ranks and finally prove his worth. Along the way, Kim Yoon-min had crossed paths with trustworthy allies who proudly stood by his side through thick and thin. Even as time marched on, every single one of those crucial moments remained burned into his mind clearer than ever. While he had always aimed to grow stronger, Kim Yoon-min never actually imagined a wild reality like this. An ordinary gaming addict suddenly tasked with saving the world, just reflecting on it left him with a surreal, floaty feeling. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes as a figure of a sobbing Ha-yeon appeared. Unable to tell if he was dreaming, he muttered that he was clearly overthinking things and couldn't sleep. Right then, Ha-yeon was hyperventilating from sheer terror, her voice trembling as she desperately called out Kim Yoon-min's name. Pressing her entire body flat against his chest, her eyes welled up with hot tears. With her throat completely choked up, Ha-yeon struggled to force out a desperate plea for him to save her. Waking up to this incredibly intense sight sent a massive shockwave through him. Completely dumbfounded by her vulnerable state, Kim Yoon-min panicked internally, desperately telling her to calm down, while screaming in his own head to ask what on earth was wrong. Ha-yeon suddenly squeezed him even tighter, stammering out a faint warning about something over there. Startled by the sudden tight embrace, Kim Yoon-min gasped out a quick response, frantically asking her what she had just said. Pointing her trembling hand toward the empty bed next to them, she sobbed that it was over there. Clinging to him for dear life, she shrieked in total terror that there was a bug, sobbing that she absolutely hated bugs. Relieved, Kim Yoon-min quietly told her it was okay and promised to catch the bug for her. Awkwardly scratching his head, Kim Yoon-min gently asked if she could please get off of him. Realizing the awkward position, Ha-yeon scrambled back in shock, frantically apologizing for her sudden panic. With his own cheeks burning red, he quickly brushed it off, grumbling that he could never catch a peaceful break. But hey, the grind never stops. The next morning, the trio officially began their brutal training phase. Greeting them warmly, Meyer cheerfully asked if everyone slept well, while Kai loudly wished them a good morning. With no complaints from the group, Meyer declared that it was finally time to get to work. However, catching on to the strange tension between the two, Meyer suddenly paused and curiously spoke up. She asked why they were standing so far apart and wondered if they had a fight. Although they were desperately trying to ignore last night's awkwardness, both quickly turned away, trying to act totally normal. Sensing the youthful awkwardness, Meyer simply chuckled and told them to make up quickly because they needed to focus on training. Neither of them uttered another word, but their red faces completely gave away the lingering embarrassment from the night before. Seeing them refuse to make up, Meyer let out a frustrated sigh, sternly warning them that they would soon face enemies so powerful that the high orc monsters from before would look like absolute child's play. To prepare them, she explained that she had set up something special, pulling out a sleek remote control and decisively pressing the button on it. A heavy hum echoed through the room as the warning lights above the door flickered to life. Under Meyer's command, the massive security gates in front of them began to slowly slide open. As the massive room was revealed, Meyer proudly introduced Falcon's state-of-the-art training chamber, boasting that it was virtually indestructible no matter what. Stepping inside, the two of them cannot hide the absolute shock in their eyes. Meyer immediately briefs them on what they are about to face here. They are about to push past their absolute limits. This dedicated simulation arena is built for real combat, fully packed with the most advanced state-of-the-art tech imaginable. Such a massive investment makes it crystal clear just how much passion and absolute determination Jeon-young has poured into this. Stepping inside, Kim Yoon-min's eyes widen as he mutters how massive Falcon's scale really is. Looking at the high-end gear, he cannot help but gasp, wondering how a crazy facility like this even exists. Right in the center of the room, drawing everyone's eyes, is a massive simulation capsule paired with giant, high-powered screens. This alone is more than enough to show Falcon's grand vision and their heavy investment for this training phase. Overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the room, they stand frozen in awe for a long time. Suddenly, Jeon-young's voice crackles over the mic, asking if they can hear him. It startles the entire group, making them look up toward the speakers. His powerful voice continues to echo through the ceiling speakers, telling them to look up. Hearing that, Kim Yoon-min feels a sudden wave of familiarity, instantly recognizing who is on the other end. Meanwhile, back in the observation room, Jeon-young stands comfortably as he speaks through the intercom. He brags that this facility boasts Falcon's absolute best technology, so tough that even a nuclear bomb cannot scratch it. Unable to hide his intense pride, he introduces the place as Base 01, welcoming them all to his masterpiece. Pausing for a moment, Jeon-young clears his throat and prepares to explain everything about the room in much greater detail. Jeon-young takes a quick breath and immediately launches into an excited, fast-paced rant. His eyes light up as he proudly introduces his tech masterpiece. He explains that he extracted special energy from the Obeal Jade to integrate with the Lord's system, utilizing advanced real-world grafting tech. By calculated inputs into high-end simulation devices, he was able to map out a perfect replication method. This allows the system in this very room to function exactly like the game itself. And to top it off, he boasts that he created every single bit of this crazy machinery with his own hands. His booming voice echoes so loudly that everyone instantly covers their ears to protect their eardrums. Wincing in pain, Kim Yoon-min complains to Kim Meyer, begging her to make that crazy uncle shut up already. Meyer is totally used to this, so she just sighs and tells him that she is completely helpless whenever the chairman gets into his zone. Kim Yoon-min can only grit his teeth and bear it silently, wondering if every single genius in the world is always this eccentric. After what feels like forever, Jeon-young finally calms down. Slumping back into his chair, he mutters that the casual chat is over and it is time to explain their actual training session. Regaining his excitement, Jun-young quickly adds that while it is called training, it is actually quite simple. He tells them to look up at the expensive-looking machinery hanging right on the ceiling. Hearing this, Kim Yoon-min looks up at the massive digital screen right in front of him and asks with doubt if that is the one. The chairman grins widely and answers with absolute certainty exactly. Jun-young's long fingers begin flying across the keyboard with incredible speed. As he types, he explains that they spent a long time researching player data from the Lord to perfectly recreate it inside this room. Suddenly, the ceiling device shoots a powerful beam of blue energy straight down. Within that blinding light, a massive and oddly familiar silhouette slowly begins to take shape. The raw power emanating from the light pillar actually causes the entire room to shake. Even Meyer is seeing this for the very first time, her eyes wide with shock. Jun-young's voice echoes, telling them that their next task is incredibly simple. All they have to do is fight and win, even if only one of them survives. Naturally, their opponent is the very figure currently taking shape inside that light beam. Pausing for dramatic effect, he proudly announces that the opponent is themselves. Right on cue, the system screen flashes a notification summoning player Rocan from the game. Staring at the scene, Kim Yoon-min is completely speechless from shock. He can only stammer out, asking what on earth that is. It is his in-game avatar standing right before his eyes. A perfect clone of Kim Yoon-min materialized, ready for battle. Just as Jun-young explained, his opponent is his very self from the Lord, except this clone actually possesses stats that are slightly superior to the original. The clone opens its eyes and glares directly at him. Jun-young has perfectly recreated everything down to the intense, furious gaze that makes the simulation feel dangerously real. Pointing at the clone, Jun-young slowly introduces the simulated version of Rocan. He cannot hide his sheer excitement as he explains that Falcon calculated the exact stats he would possess at his absolute max level in the game, adjusting the simulation to match that peak power. Seeing Kim Yoon-min look completely lost, Jun-young sums it up simply. In other words, the guy standing right in front of him is the absolute strongest player in the entire game. Still completely paralyzed by shock, Kim Yoon-min stammers, asking if they seriously expect him to fight his own peak self. He had never once imagined he would experience something so wild, and it is honestly leaving his mind in absolute chaos. Taking a moment to compose himself, Kim Yoon-min finds his resolve and steps onto the arena with supreme confidence. He grabs his weapon and mockingly asks if the chairman is underestimating him, bragging that he is on a completely different level now. Seeing Kim Yoon-min so full of himself, Jun-young feels somewhat reassured. He calmly responds that if Kim Yoon-min can actually pull off a victory, then that would obviously be great. However, the chairman has far more faith in his advanced training tech than Kim Yoon-min's current skills. Tilting his head, he warns Rocan that defeating a perfect simulation of his design will be an incredibly brutal challenge. Before the match begins, Jun-young tells everyone over the speaker to come on up and enjoy the show with him. His creepy laugh makes the two girls standing below cringe with absolute disgust. Finally, the battle between Kim Yoon-min and his simulated self begins, both of them facing off with intense burning energy. Watching from the observation room, Meyer speaks up with a worried tone. She asks if they should have warned Rocan that his awakened powers would be significantly weakened inside 01. Yet Chairman Jun-young simply shrugs, asking why they would ever tell him that. He explains that they need Rocan to push past his absolute limits, casting a sharp eye down at Kim Yoon-min to evaluate him. Down on the arena floor, Kim Yoon-min casually stands with his hands on his hips, thinking that fighting his own clone is a pretty bizarre experience. Looking at the simulation, he feels skeptical, muttering that his supposed peak self does not really look all that powerful. With a confident smirk, Kim Yoon-min draws his sword and charges straight ahead, eager to see what his clone is actually capable of. But before he can even reach the clone, a terrifyingly fast slash strikes down. Even though he barely manages to dodge, the shockwave of the strike is powerful enough to leave him completely dazed. The swing slices clean through the air, carving a massive deep scar right into the solid wall behind him. Kim Yoon-min looks back at the destruction in complete disbelief, shivering at the thought of what would have happened if that devastating blow had actually landed. Turning back, his face is completely pale with terror. He realizes he literally almost just died right there. Right across from him, the replica slowly and steadily marches toward Kim Yoon-min. Each heavy thudding footstep echoes through the area, winding his nerves tighter and tighter to their absolute breaking point. Even though the replica's eyes are completely hollow and lifeless, Kim Yoon-min can still feel a terrifying freezing wave of raw killing intent aimed directly at him. Forcing himself to focus, Kim Yoon-min tightly grips the hilt of his sword and mutters that he cannot afford to drop his guard. Staring straight at the clone, he speaks out, promising to go all out against this fake. With those words, Kim Yoon-min immediately leaps high into the air. He pours every ounce of his strength into a devastating mid-air thrust, diving straight toward the clone with fiery intensity. Refusing to let him take the upper hand, the copy quickly crouches down, lowering its center of gravity to build momentum. It stomps hard against the ground, launching itself upward like a bullet from a gun. The two clash head-on in mid-air with overwhelming fury, swinging their blades at each other without a single shred of mercy. A few days later, Kim Yoon-min suddenly appears, looking absolutely battered and bruised. His face is so heavily swollen and covered in black and blue marks that he is almost completely unrecognizable. Back in his private room, a thoroughly exhausted Kim Yoon-min sits quietly as Ha-yeon treats his wounds. Seeing his swollen and deformed face, she asks with deep concern if he is all right. He mutters back in despair, saying he has honestly lost count of how many times he almost died these past few days. Noticing Ha-yeon is completely unhurt, Kim Yoon-min eyes her suspiciously and asks why she barely has a scratch. She flinches quickly, scrambling for an excuse, saying that since she is a healer, she does not have to engage in active combat. Hearing this, Kim Yoon-min completely loses his temper, shouting about how he is the only one getting worked like a dog. Seeing how worked up he is, she desperately tries to calm him down, telling him to relax. Kim Yoon-min grits his teeth, hissing with pure frustration that if he does not grow stronger, quickly everything will be over. The crushing weight of failing to achieve his goals feeds his rage, making it impossible to hold back his anger. Kim Yoon-min tightly squeezes his hands into fists. His body trembles as a burning sense of helplessness consumes him. He mutters that he needs to clear his head outside. Knowing better than to bother him right now, Ha-yeon simply nods and bids him goodbye. She watches Kim Yoon-min walk away, looking incredibly lonely and defeated. A wave of deep empathy washes over Ha-yeon, feeling intensely worried about both his physical and mental state, but having no idea how to ease the bitter frustration eating away at him. She can only softly whisper his name, Rocan. She quietly reflects on how Rocan always acts so confident on the outside while actually carrying the crushing weight of saving this world entirely on his shoulders. After lingering in her heavy thoughts, Ha-yeon finally pulls herself together, realizing that Rocan cannot possibly shoulder all of that terrible anxiety completely on his own. Taking a deep, steady breath, she silently cheers him on, promising that she will always be standing right by his side no matter what. Meanwhile, heavily bruised Kim Yoon-min slowly drags his battered body down a completely deserted hallway all by himself. He mutters to himself in doubt, wondering if nothing will ever change on this battlefield and if he has just been incredibly arrogant this entire time. Materializing out of nowhere, Ji-won catches those quiet, self-doubting words and speaks up, wondering aloud if this miserable and beat-up guy in front of him is truly the proud and powerful Rocan he once knew. Ji-won eyes him closely, noting his long face. Hearing his voice, Kim Yoon-min slowly turns his head, demanding to know where the older man came from this time. He casually shrugs it off, saying it is not strange for him to be anywhere since this is his building anyway, then tells him to forget about that. Getting serious, Ji-won states that they need to talk in private, just the two of them, leaving the rest of his sentence hanging in the air. This mysterious act instantly snaps Kim Yoon-min out of his slump, his face showing clear surprise. Under the starry night sky, the city glows with a cold, quiet blue, a stark contrast to his inner storm. Walking beside him, Ji-won asks if something is bothering him, but Kim Yoon-min looks away and mutters that it is nothing much. He hesitates before speaking up. Kim Yoon-min frowns in frustration, admitting that the training is far harder than he expected, and that his results are just pathetic compared to how strong he thought he was. Looking disappointed in himself, he confesses that he might not meet his expectations. Ji-won simply lets out a soft chuckle and asks if that is so. Ji-won then asks if he remembers why they chose him in the first place. Kim Yoon-min honestly admits he only has a vague idea, prompting Ji-won to confess that he was actually the one who strongly opposed choosing him over anyone else. He scoffs, pointing out that Rocan bypassed the official path, slaughtered other players, and exploited system bugs. Why would they ever want to select such a chaotic troublemaker? Left completely speechless, Kim Yoon-min has to admit that is entirely true. He suddenly stops in his tracks, however. He explains that a crucial turning point changed his mind, leaving Kim Yoon-min thoroughly confused as he repeats the word turning point. Looking up at the starry sky, he nods and says that this is the perfect time to share it. He gestures for him to come closer, admiring the beautiful night view. Kim Yoon-min feels a chill, wondering what is up with this creepy scientist making things so unusually serious. Sweating, he demands to know why he ultimately changed his mind. Ji-won counters by asking what criteria Kim Yoon-min thinks he used to judge potential players. Insane growth rates, a sharp intellect, or overwhelming raw power. Yes, those are all obviously important, but he reveals he had a much more old-fashioned standard, explaining that having absolute unmatched power did not really matter to him. Hesitating for a brief moment, the developer emphasizes the smiles of ordinary people. He admits he was searching for someone who truly wanted to protect that simple freedom, letting people walk the streets without fear. Shocked, Kim Yoon-min asks if he is talking about a protector of humanity, mocking him for chasing some cliché fantasy from superhero movies. He reminds himself that he only fought his way here out of pure hatred for Odin and Ragnarok, never once caring about justice or saving others. Kim Yoon-min's face suddenly darkens as he gloomily asserts his truth. I am definitely nowhere near your ideal hero model, he admits. I am just a guy driven entirely by pure revenge, nothing more. Rion smirks openly, wondering if that alone is enough to change his perspective on things. Kim Yoon-min is startled and snaps his head back while Rion proudly confirms it. He admits that on the day he stepped in to test the boy, Kim Yoon-min showed everyone something truly rare. Even though Kim Yoon-min was covered in bloody wounds, he still forced a faint, defiant smile. The girl beside him went completely silent right before Kim Yoon-min's eyes suddenly widened. In that instant, the young woman before him showed an incredibly brilliant resolve. Immediately after, Kim Yoon-min transformed into a massive, majestic new physical form. Stunned by that display of true heroism, Rion immediately made a phone call telling Meyer that yes, he was watching the exact same legendary broadcast. Rion speaks with high hopes, calling Rocan the exact hero they have been seeking. Bringing things back to the present, Rion gently tells him to stop being so hard on himself, especially since Rocan is already working so hard for everyone. Kim Yoon-min stands in silence beside the older man for a long moment. Finally, he slowly speaks up, asking if helping someone a few times really warrants such a massive decision. It seems even Rion does not always make the perfect choice in life. Rion laughs heartily, admitting it might indeed look that way. He gazes up at the sky, saying it is just about the choices made over time. Rion confidently declares that those choices have brought him immense success in the end. Hearing this, Kim Yoon-min can only offer a sarcastic smirk at his annoying self-confidence. The old man shrugs, claiming it all depends on how one chooses to look at things. Gently placing a hand on his shoulder, Rion explains that minds can change with a simple shift in thought. He adds that talking so much is exhausting, promising to enjoy watching him get beaten up tomorrow. With those final words, he walks away with a highly cheerful grin. Kim Yoon-min is left utterly speechless by this bizarre old man, though he still feels a slight sense of gratitude for the help. A brand new day begins as the bright morning sun rises high. The massive skyscraper stands tall, casting an imposing shadow over the streets. Inside the heavy training room, a familiar voice booms out asking Rocan if he is ready for another brutal session, laughing that even a nuclear strike cannot scratch this reinforced arena, so he can take a beating without any worries. Kim Yoon-min grumbles about Jack's useless cheer, which sounds way more like a curse. Meyer gasps in shock, pointing out that another loss would mark his 50th consecutive defeat, while Rion agrees, praising his relentless willingness to keep challenging himself. Even if Rocan loses 500 times instead of 50, he will keep fighting back. On the field, Kim Yoon-min grinds his teeth in sheer frustration at this annoying opponent. As a massive figure looms over him, Kim Yoon-min closes his eyes to push away his rage and impatience. He lets out a slow, deep breath to steady his mind. Calm down, Kim Yoon-min tells himself, slowly clearing away every single distraction. He needs to find the optimal path, questioning the true purpose behind his fight. He reflects on his past mistakes, searching for the absolute best move he can make. Moments later, Kim Yoon-min smiles in satisfaction, feeling all his mental clutter fade away. He confidently shouts at the Iron Giant, telling it to bring everything it has got this time. Burning with intense battle aura, he declares that he has finally found his rhythm. The fierce clash explodes instantly with a devastating high-powered slash. Kim Yoon-min is blown backward, catching a heavy, unexpected fist directly to the face. But he recovers quickly to strike back, only for his opponent to plant a brutal kick on his cheek. Screaming in agonizing pain, Kim Yoon-min watches as yet another crushing blow rushes in. The attack lands directly on his defenseless body. Jung-min angrily yelled out, "Take this hit, you bastard." His opponent only stared back in silence, not saying a single word. In an instant, the man activated his sword dance skill. Jung-min's face instantly went pale as he gritted his teeth. In the very next second, a wave of illusions rushed right at him. His opponent transformed into a fierce tiger, charging forward with insane speed. The enemy was closing in faster and faster. Jung-min was instantly forced on the defensive, trying his best to resist. He clicked his tongue and swore seeing him copy his skills so perfectly was incredibly annoying. Jung-min laughed in admiration, even though he hated admitting it. The guy was incredibly strong. The pressure was just like the first time he ever faced Odin. He recklessly yelled out, "Hey, you piece of junk." His opponent immediately frowned in annoyance. Jung-min stubbornly yelled, "But running from a strong opponent isn't my style." He quietly thought every time he challenged this guy, he managed to survive right up to the limit. The real problem was the guy's main skill, something he had never been able to crack. If he couldn't counter that attack, Jung-min knew his chances of winning were practically zero. He instantly tightened his grip on his weapon, refusing to overcomplicate things. Regaining his resolve, Jung-min knew he simply needed to become much stronger. In the very next second, a massive wave of power erupted out of nowhere. Jong-yeon nodded with absolute satisfaction. Yes, that is exactly it. He emphasized that only by clearing away all doubts does the true goal become clear. That was what I saw, because that has always been your way from the start. Jung-min shouted out, "You have to face any fear head-on. That is my Rocan style." He roared, his resolve blazing as he activated his new skill, Sword Dance of the Undead King. Jung-min slowly began to climb up the stone stairs. At that moment, he radiated the majestic aura of a god. His opponent was instantly terrified as Jung-min marched forward with thousands of swords floating behind him. He arrogantly challenged, "Hey you, piece of junk, block this if you dare." Jung-min confidently sneered, "That is, if you can even block it." Up in the observation room, an urgent alert suddenly sounded with an operator screaming, "President, we have a system emergency." Joan Yeong jumped in shock. What a system anomaly. The operator explained that Rocan's power, originally suppressed at base 01, has suddenly and completely surpassed all limits to be fully released. Ji-won widened his eyes in absolute horror. What did you say?" He frantically tried to stop him. "Rocan, cancel that skill immediately. If you charge in like that, then—" But before Ji-won could finish his sentence, Jung-min's devastating attacks came rushing down in rapid succession. His opponent was instantly left completely defenseless, and a massive explosion erupted immediately afterward. A trembling hand slowly reached out from under the ruins. Ji-won cried out in despair, "Good God, everything is completely destroyed. Is everyone okay?" Fortunately, Ha-yeon activated her holy shield in time to save them all. He grimly says that thanks to Eris shielding him, he avoided serious injuries, while she sighs in relief that everyone is safe. Ha-yeon suddenly remembers asking the president about Rocan and if he is alright. Ha-yeon panics and turns her head, calling everyone to hurry over. He and the two girls look down at the training field in total suspense. Mirai gasps in absolute horror. What is this? This is no simulation. Everything is completely obliterated. Rocan, are you okay? Ha-yeon suddenly points toward the center of the massive crater, making Kai widen her eyes in shock. In utter disbelief, she yells out that the annoying human is sitting right over there completely unharmed. Jung-min waves his hand in sheer relief, glad to see that everyone is safe after that crazy blast. He proudly boasts that the giant hunk of scrap metal was completely obliterated by the great Rocan, telling them to come down and see. Jung-min flinches in surprise as the wreckage suddenly vanishes into thin air. Nearby, Meyer is absolutely fuming with rage. She furiously snaps at him, asking what would have happened if his reckless skill had ended up killing everyone in the building, demanding to know why Rocan always ruins everything he touches. Hearing that, Jung-min can only pout in frustration, grumbling that she should at least praise him for winning instead of constantly nagging. Up on the observation deck, Ji-won lets out a laugh, saying they can always rebuild the training room, and congratulates Rocan on clearly growing much stronger. He offers a proud wink, noting that the young warrior finally looks a bit more relaxed. Jung-min smugly replies that such praise is completely obvious. A moment later, Haeon carefully helps him stand as a completely exhausted Jung-min sighs about being dead tired. He asks the eccentric old man if the training is finally over, and Ji-won casually shrugs, explaining that while some tasks remain, nothing will ever be this brutal again. With a slight blush, Haeon tells him to just take it easy today, since he must be exhausted, and Jung-min happily agrees to a day of rest. Ji-won teases them about how close they have gotten, and Meyer agrees, noting that they have been spending almost every waking moment together lately. She adds that just as Eris said, they should get some proper rest today before planning their next move against Ragnarok tomorrow, and Ji-won completely agrees, saying it is not something they can solve overnight anyway. Haeon softly urges them to hurry along. A starving Rocan lets out a dramatic sigh, demanding the most expensive meat they have, leaving Meyer completely speechless as she reluctantly agrees. Jung-min chuckles, noting that everyone seems surprisingly calm given the circumstances. He happily adds that they definitely deserve a break, especially if it involves treating him to some premium-grade beef. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the ground, leaving Jung-min completely frozen in shock. He wonders what this sudden chilling sensation is all about. A violent cave-in ruptures the structure immediately after. A terrified Ji-won demands to know what that awful noise was, since the Falcon building is built to be completely earthquake-proof, shouting to the command center to find out what is happening as the operator stammers in absolute panic. The frantic operator reports that a massive impact from the outside has heavily damaged the building, and they suspect the perpetrator is none other than the Ragnarok Guild. The security feed instantly flickers, revealing two ominous blurry figures. Standing in the distance, a towering giant wonders if this is where the pests troubling Lord Odin gather, while his companion grumbles that high-ranking members like them shouldn't have to waste time on such weaklings. He jokingly shrugs it off as a direct order from the great Odin himself, leaving them with absolutely no choice but to obey. His partner warns him not to get carried away just because they haven't fought in a while. After all, Scotty reminds him that their objective is to take their lives and retrieve the jewel. Inside the crumbling building, heavy debris continues to rain down. Ji-won gasps in sheer terror, realizing that the Ragnarok forces have already breached their defenses. Jung-min rushes over to check on everyone, and Haeon quickly reassures him that she is completely unharmed. Ji-won urges them to quickly check the situation outside, while Meyer calls out from down the hall, ordering everyone to follow her. She frantically points toward an emergency exit that leads straight out of the building. Ji-won hurries after her, shouting that they are running out of time and need to move now. Without a moment of hesitation, Jung-min runs for his life right behind them. The entire group runs for their absolute lives. Jung-min frantically asks if his brilliant brain has a plan to get them out of this mess, and Ji-won just laughs proudly, asking who he thinks he is before shouting his own name. Ji-won seriously commands that he will head to the factory headquarters while leaving the outside to them, which a tense Jung-min immediately accepts. Gritting his teeth, he wonders if that bastard Odin actually had the audacity to launch a direct assault himself. He yells for Ares to prepare for battle immediately, and she quickly shouts back in agreement. But Haeyeon suddenly freezes in her tracks, letting out a shocked scream. A split path lies ahead. Ji-won points toward the exit, telling them to escape while he stays behind to support Meyer, wishing them luck and leaving the rest to them. Jung-min mutters to Haeyeon, complaining that the old man certainly knows how to pile on the pressure. The two of them make it outside in no time. Yoon-bin asks in sheer horror, "What is this?" He stares in absolute dread, wondering if the city has been turned into a total wasteland. The bustling city in front of him is completely destroyed. Yoon-bin grits his teeth in fury. Those bastards are pulling the exact same stunt again. Agonizing memories of the brutal massacres flash through his mind, still deeply engraved inside Yoon-bin's head. Ha-yoon suddenly screams, "Rocan, look out, something is flying right at us." A barrage of razor-sharp stone spikes rains down from the distance. Yoon-bin swiftly draws his weapon in a flash. He instantly shuts his eyes tight. Without a second of hesitation, he unleashes a flurry of strikes. Yoon-bin carefully opens his eyes, a deadly glare glinting in his gaze. Yoon-bin tensely warns Ares to keep her guard up. He warns her that they are about to fight some incredibly powerful enemies. Scotty appears before them with an arrogant smile, mockingly noting that blocking her attack was far too easy. Yoon-bin glares back in his memories. Those two were also exceptionally powerful foes. He identifies them instantly, the second and third rankers of Ragnarok, Thor and Scotty. Scotty chuckles and demands to know how he already knows their names. Thor stands beside her and agrees. Indeed, it feels like they have met before. Amused, she remarks that the person Odin keeps his eyes on is indeed quite special, but wonders if he can truly live up to those high expectations. Yoon-bin snaps back, "If you want to fight, get down here and bring it, because his patience is gone." Thor mockingly sneers at his confidence, asking if he has any idea who he is talking to. Scotty laughs in amusement, cursing at the vice leader of Ragnarok takes real guts, and she absolutely loves it. Suddenly, her eyes narrow as she warns him that he will pay the price. Yoon-bin is shocked to realize those bastards are actually flying even higher now. Looking at the destruction from above, Scotty notes with satisfaction that this spot is perfect for a clear view of the sky. She sneers, "Now it is time to slowly summon the stage to clear out that trash." Creating a single snowflake, Scotty conjures an absolute coliseum of ice. In the very next second, Ha-yeon and Yoon-bin are left completely stunned by the scene. The terrified citizens watch in absolute shock, not knowing when this nightmare started. A blinding, brilliant aura of light suddenly materializes right before them. The ground begins to shake violently, triggering a massive, terrifying earthquake. A colossal tower suddenly rises straight out of the ruins. It tears through the center of the city in a split second. Panicked citizens scream that something is rising from beneath the ground. Ha-yeon immediately jumps to protect them, shouting that debris is flying and urging everyone to get behind her. Without hesitation, she risks her life, deploying a holy shield, instantly blocking the onslaught of flying rocks. Yoon-bin sighs in relief, thanking Ares for saving him, but Ha-yeon gently brushes it off, telling Rocan it was nothing. She asks with concern if the other citizens are all right, since she could not shield everyone. Yoon-bin frowns in frustration as thick smoke blocks his view. His face suddenly darkens as he spots something. That thing. Yoon-bin stares at the towering structure, questioning if that is actually Asgard. The frozen fortress reveals itself in an instant amidst a freezing blizzard. Ha-yeon covers her mouth in horror. There are people trapped under the ruins. Before them, countless unfortunate souls have already met a tragic end. One survivor, shivering violently, desperately begs in agonizing pain, pleading with them to save his life. Yoon-bin falls into despair, realizing he could not save a single soul. The beautiful picture of a once peaceful city is now completely shattered. Every single piece cracks apart like memories, fading into oblivion. Amidst the ruins, a massive fortress of ice pierces the sky. It slowly materializes through a terrifying howling blizzard. Deep inside this fortress, two figures sit in absolute silence. There sit Thor and Scotty, resting proudly on their massive freezing thrones. Scotty swirls her wine glass, mockingly wondering if Rocan can actually reach the top. She asks her master with a smirk if he makes it up here. "Well, we have to get our hands dirty." Thor scowls, "Scotty, your convoluted plans are always so annoying, and I absolutely hate them." He demands to know why they summoned that clunky Asgard beast when they could have just crushed everyone on the spot, leaving Scotty to sigh that it is their master's decision anyway. She sharply tells him to use his head, pointing out that their enemies already defeated Nidhogg, who carried Odin's own divine power. She explains that weakening their targets first makes things much easier, and setting this trap is the key. It is the perfect way to distract anyone currently hunting for the jewel. With a grin, she decides to make things even more complicated. Suddenly, a massive flock of icy eagle monsters swoops down. They swarm the sky, circling their prey in a matter of seconds, before launching a coordinated assault on the innocent citizens below. Yoon-min stands completely frozen, staring at the horror unfolding before him. His hands begin to tremble uncontrollably. He falls into despair, thinking they are all dying because he failed to stop this in time. Suddenly, Huiyan calls out loudly, "Snap out of it, Rocan." He snaps around by pure instinct. She firmly tells him that this is no time for self-pity, but a time to save whoever is left alive, even if it is just one person. She gently adds that she might not understand the massive weight he carries, but he should know there is always someone ready to share that burden with him. Hearing those words, Yoon-min stands there completely caught off guard. But he quickly snaps out of it, raising his weapon for battle. Exactly now is not the time to drown in regret. Yoon-min steels his resolve, knowing he must focus solely on the enemies in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he lunges head-on at the beasts, ready to unleash his devastating skill. He grips his weapon tightly, channeling his immense rage. With burning hatred in his eyes, he unleashes a devastating fatal strike. Dozens of frozen monsters are instantly pulverized into dust. Yoon-min stands tall, declaring they will pay for turning this beautiful city into a total wasteland. A cold, menacing smile creeps onto his face as he vows to make Ragnarok pay 100-fold. Running over, Huiyan breathlessly reports that she has cleared out the surrounding monsters. Yoon-min looks around grimly, noting that as long as the leaders of Ragnarok are still breathing, these beasts will keep coming and the nightmare will never end. Looking around in a panic, she realizes the two enemies from earlier have completely vanished. Yoon-min calmly points out that they must have disappeared, the exact moment that massive tower rose into the sky. He points far into the distance, right at the peak of the towering fortress of ice. The young man can feel an incredibly overwhelming aura radiating from up there, meaning their targets are definitely waiting at the very top. Huiyan nervously asks if they really have to climb that high, but Yoon-min knows they have to fight their way through the surrounding horde just to get inside. Suddenly, a voice crackles through, offering them a lift, just as a powerful gust of wind catches Yoon-min off guard. On the other end of the line, a pilot tells them to prepare to board their high-tech chopper. Within seconds, a massive state-of-the-art helicopter swoops into view. It is Meyer, shouting over the roaring blades that she is landing immediately. She grins at Yoon-min, asking if her arrival was fast enough for his liking. Kim Yoon-min looks at her with satisfaction, agreeing that she arrived right on time. Kai chimes in right away, bragging to the humans that she has finally arrived. Within moments, Kim Yoon-min and Ha-yeon are pulled aboard the helicopter. He gasps in shock at its insane speed, realizing they will arrive in the blink of an eye. Meyer proudly tells him not to underestimate the advanced technology of Falcon. Kim Yoon-min asks with concern if everyone back at the Falcon building is still safe. She smiles and explains that the main headquarters only took minor hits with no real damage, and President Lee Ji-won will send them updates soon. He sighs in relief, noting that at this speed, they should arrive before the flying beasts can catch up. Just as he says that, boom, a massive explosion rocks the sky. The helicopter is suddenly bombarded by a barrage of unidentified flying objects. Meyer screams in sheer panic, wondering how this is possible when they had clearly shaken off every monster below. Ha-yeon jumps up in terror and points toward the sky right above the ice tower. A massive horde of monsters is swarming straight down from the peak of the ice fortress. They swoop and dive, completely filling the sky around them. Meyer turns pale, realizing that even more monsters are pouring out from the massive tower. Kim Yoon-min yells that he will go handle the monsters, but she stops him, warning that using his power here will make them all crash. He clicks his tongue in frustration, asking if there is really no other choice, while Ha-yeon hesitantly suggests turning back. Kai sighs in boredom, telling the humans that in the end they still have to rely on her. She smugly declares that even though her power is not even half restored, she will handle this herself. Completely ignoring her, Kim Yoon-min loudly asks Meyer if there is really no other option, which drives Kai absolutely crazy as she screams at the damn humans for ignoring her like this. Kai flies off in a huff, grumbling that humans only judge by appearances and are incredibly annoying no matter if they are from this world or another. Back on the helicopter, Kim Yoon-min worries if it is truly safe to let that tiny little kid go out there all by herself. Meyer gives a forced smile, admitting it is a bit early for this, but given the emergency, it should be fine. She reassures him that they probably do not need to worry, as Kai is a powerful summon meant to help them fight massive enemies like Odin. She is also the strongest monster under the Lord, while over on her end, Kai angrily scolds their weak minions for daring to show off in front of her. From the distance, a massive wave of monsters comes swarming forward. They quickly surround Kai, trapping her in the middle of the sky. But Kai instantly releases an absolutely massive surge of raw power. In the blink of an eye, her entire body begins to transform. Her hair flows out as her horns grow larger, instantly transforming Kai into a beautiful young maiden as she scolds the useless monsters. Glaring coldly, she tells them to disappear from her sight before instantly unleashing her powerful eternal breath technique. The massive swarm of monsters is instantly wiped out. Their bodies shatter into countless tiny pieces, scattering through the air. Looking at the destruction, she coldly mocks them for daring to act so brave in front of her. Watching the scene unfold, Kim Yoon-min is completely left speechless. He gasps in utter shock, wondering how she could be so incredibly strong, especially with those massive wings. Kai flies back with a cold huff, asking if they finally understand her true value after seeing that display. She smugly asks if they would ever dare to ignore her again. She sneers, arrogantly mocking them as mere ordinary humans. Meanwhile, the helicopter quickly flies closer to the massive ice fortress. Kim Yoon-min asks in disbelief if she is really that tiny winged frog, while Kai arrogantly replies to him. She smugly asks if he has fallen for her beauty, leaving Kim Yoon-min to helplessly admit that this incredibly bizarre attitude definitely proves her identity. Kai laughs proudly, declaring that she can easily handle any enemy once she transforms, and since they finally recognize her true greatness, she is more than willing to graciously forgive all of their rude behavior. Right at that moment, Kim Yoon-min suddenly leans in very close to her. He squints in confusion, saying he expected a mighty dragon, making this quite surprising. He pats her head in confusion, wondering how such a tiny kid can wield this level of power, but she quickly backs away in anger, calling him rude and declaring that she is the queen of dragons. Kai firmly insists that if they ever want her help again, those pathetic humans had better get on their knees and beg. But Yoon-min just coldly brushes her off, saying the monsters are gone, so they need to head to the ice tower immediately, leaving her absolutely fuming that a mere human would dare to look down on her. Mirai suddenly leans over to check on Kai, asking how she is feeling. She asks with genuine concern if Kai is hurt or if anything feels wrong. Kai answers cautiously, noting that her body does not feel any different just yet. But in the very next second, blood suddenly pours from her nose. Kai instantly collapses to the floor, leaving a pale Yoon-min to frantically ask what is wrong and if she is okay. Kai trembles, whispering that she has completely run out of strength. He quickly asks Kim Mirai if she is going to be alright. She tries to reassure him, saying it is likely nothing serious since transforming into human form earlier than expected just drained her power, meaning she needs some time to recover. Haeyeon notes with some sadness that they probably cannot rely on Kai's help for a while a totally exhausted Kai weakly mutters that her head is spinning. Despite the setback, Mirai is somewhat satisfied because Kai's effort has finally allowed them to get close to that massive tower. She yells out to the group, warning everyone to hold on tight as they move closer. Shortly after, the helicopter pushes right into the heart of the raging storm. Countless shards of broken ice swirl violently all around them. The sharp shards constantly pelt the unfortunate helicopter. Mirai tensely announces that the wind is getting worse near the tower and small ice chunks are hitting the chopper. Yoon-min asks in worry, wondering if the tower itself is attacking now that they cleared the monsters, while a miserable Kai clutches her mouth, groaning that she is about to throw up. Haeyeon turns back, telling Rocan she will try to block it. She begs him to protect everyone else while she does. Without a single moment of hesitation, she slides the helicopter door wide open. Haeyeon prepares to face the extreme danger entirely on her own. She firmly emphasizes that keeping every single person safe is their absolute #1 priority right now. Gripping her weapon tightly, an immense surge of power erupts as she decisively casts her wind protection spell. Seeing the situation temporarily stabilize, Haeyeon yells back that she blocked the impact for now, but warns that the second she lowers the shield, the ice storm will overwhelm them again. Mirai curses in frustration, muttering that their only option left is to have Aras keep maintaining her power. That is when Yoon-min suddenly speaks up, asking why everyone is worrying so much. He gently places a hand on Haeyeon's shoulder. Yoon-min reassures her softly, telling the group to get Kai safely to the ground to rescue the citizens, while he takes care of the Ragnarok beasts himself. Yoon-min steps right up to the open door, prompting Mirai to yell that he should jump toward the tower entrance on her mark, which he firmly accepts. She suddenly screams out for him to jump now. Yoon-min leaps straight out of the helicopter. Just like that, he dives headfirst into the lethal ice storm. Yoon-min's eyes suddenly narrow as a chilling wave of murderous intent flashes through them. A barrage of razor-sharp ice is instantly sliced to pieces. Within the blink of an eye, Yoon-min pulls off a perfect landing below. He mutters quietly to himself, deciding to step right into the trap his enemies have prepared. Meanwhile, the ruined city around them continues to crumble further. Kai groans in pure desperation, sighing that she honestly thought she was going to die. Haeyeon coughs, nervously asking if Rocan made it inside safely, while a highly anxious Mirai responds that they have no real way of knowing at the moment. Kai points out grimly that instead of worrying about Rocan, they need to focus on handling their own situation first. A massive horde of deadly monsters suddenly surrounds them on all sides, with one of the beasts opening its terrifyingly wide maw. The overwhelming sight catches both Haeyeon and Mirai completely off guard. But Mirai quickly recovers her composure, glaring as she asks if they really thought the head of Falcon would be unprepared for an emergency like this. Instantly, a heavy hail of gunfire erupts across the area. The monsters take hit after hit and are quickly wiped out. Just in time, a rescue team arrives from afar, shouting that they are here to help and asking if everyone is okay. The captain assures them they will fight together now while Ha-yeon looks on with eyes filled with absolute trust. She feels relieved knowing Rocan trusted them enough to charge right into the enemy front line all by himself. They trust their comrades completely and watch each other's backs. Right now, nothing else is more important than that. Ha-yeon speaks up with hope confidently, declaring that they can definitely get through this together. Thinking of Kim Yoon-min, she asks with complete faith, "Isn't that right, Rocan?" He offers a faint smile. Rocan surely invaded the enemy base alone because he believed in them. Having each other's backs is easily the most crucial thing for their survival right now. Ozzy speaks up with great excitement, declaring that they will absolutely overcome this difficult crisis. From another corner, someone calls out asking if he agrees Rocan. Rocan silently steps further inside. He finds himself in a cold, abandoned mansion, noting that the interior is actually pretty grand. Rocan carefully scans his surroundings. This biting chill is incredibly intense. Any ordinary person stepping inside this place would freeze solid in an instant. He scowls, sensing heavy bloodlust from every corner of this mansion. Looking around, he cannot help but wonder if this trap is just a bit too obvious. Sensing an enemy approaching, a knowing smirk plays on his lips as he spins around to face them. Just as expected, 3 giant ice monsters are glaring at him from behind, suddenly lunging to seize the initiative. Unluckily for them, Rocan already anticipated their move and smoothly dodges a ground-shaking punch. Unleashing his insane agility before the monster even realizes what is happening, he cleanly severs its head with one swift strike. Protagonist energy on full display, he lands gracefully like a god. Rocan looks at the beasts and smirks, noting that they sure gave him quite a warm welcome. With lightning speed, he leaps high into the air, charging toward the remaining ice monsters. He aims a vicious strike directly at the beast's head. Locking onto his target, he swiftly swings his sword down to crush the monster. Relying on their numbers, another ice monster suddenly throws a heavy punch at his back. Rocan barely dodges it in the nick of time. This impact is far more devastating, completely shattering the tiled floor. Suddenly, Rocan stops as a strange realization hits him. Analyzing the ice beasts, he notices they seem aggressive but are only cornering him rather than landing a killing blow. It is almost as if they are just chess pieces meant to buy time. Rocan realizes they are trying to lure him to a specific location with their coordinated movements. No matter, he decides to play along and see their plan. Rocan quickly slips around a corner to avoid the heavy attacks of those monsters. With their chase stopped, Rocan quickly halts. It is exactly as he suspected. They wanted to herd him into this narrow path, which is why they stopped chasing. The beasts stand there staring at him, not daring to take another step. Ignoring them, Rocan turns and heads forward. It is a pretty cheap trap, but at least he reached the right spot. Standing before the massive door, Rocan quietly plans his next move against the lurking enemies. A mysterious door shrouded in freezing fog stands before him, radiating an intense aura of bloodlust from behind. The door suddenly swings open to reveal Thor and Kati waiting. They mockingly welcome Rocan, laughing at him for walking straight into his own grave. Facing these shameless cowards, Rocan furiously demands to know their endgame. Kati sneers, her eyes full of malice, as she asks why he is wasting words when his life is already forfeit. Covering her mouth, Kati mockingly asks if he secretly loves playing hero. Hearing her disgusting trash talk, Rocan feels like tearing her mouth apart and snaps at her to shut up. Rocan glares at the duo before him with a heavy heart, wondering what they're plotting. If their goal was just simple destruction, they wouldn't need to play hide and seek like cowards. Seeing Rocan's rage only fuels Kati's twisted amusement as she tells him to wait and see what happens next. Kati waves her hand as a dark blue mist swirls around her fingers. Channeling her magic, she boastfully claims that everything has gone exactly according to their master plan. Before Thor can even react, a massive wave of power blasts him from behind. Scotty casually reveals the devious plan they never saw coming, asking what face he would make if his allies died completely helpless. Hearing this, Jaehyun trembles in absolute disbelief. What Thor? Seeing the situation under control, Thor asks if they need to stall any longer. Since the other side is done, they should finish up. With victory basically assured, she gloats with sheer arrogance. Staring at the jewel before her, Hela smiles with pure satisfaction. It's completely taken care of. The scene shifts to Gundong's side where a bloody nightmare unfolds. Wearing a victorious smile, Hela gazes down cruelly at her brutal handiwork. Pushed to his limits, Gundong gasps for air, barely hanging on as he tries to resist. Jaehyun can't believe his ears. He demands to know if Hela is actually attacking the Falcon Guild headquarters. His memories with Gundong suddenly flash back, leaving him completely frozen. He remembers the exact jewel he once held in his hands. Rage boils in his blood as he gathers his power, his cold eyes set on absolute revenge. Still completely oblivious to the shifting tide, they keep mocking him endlessly, telling him there is no use grieving since he will join his dead allies in the afterlife anyway. Scotty smirks deviously, boasting that their power is on a completely different level compared to a mere greenhorn like him. Unable to tolerate their atrocities any longer, he roars at them to shut up. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, she shivers as an ominous dread takes hold. Pushed past his absolute limits, a monstrous surge of aura erupts from his body, threatening to obliterate this entire area. Faced with this terrifying power, Scotty and Thor are thrown into complete panic. The tables turn in an instant. Thor breaks out in a cold sweat, unable to comprehend this crazy pressure. Staring in shock, Thor wonders how anyone besides Odin could emit such pressure. Jae-hyun, seething with rage, warns them that they are absolutely not walking away alive today. Driven to absolute fury, Jae-hyun is determined to make them pay a devastating price for every single thing they did. Back at the guild headquarters, Hela stands there with a triumphant smile. Gundong lies battered on the ground, barely showing any signs of life. Only now does Jae-hyun realize with dread that Hela has raided the Falcon Guild. Shift back to Gundong, who is gasping heavily for breath. Covered in blood, his trembling hands clutch a deep wound in his stomach after taking a devastating blow. Despite the mortal danger, he tries to laugh it off, joking about how pathetic the genius Lee Gundong looks in this state. He looks around at the massive devastation, trembling as he thinks of everyone. Surrounded by death and ruin, Gundong remembers his vow to protect his terrible boss until the very end, silently apologizing to everyone for failing. Gundong grits his teeth through the pain, vowing that he will make this project succeed. A massive, powerful jewel floats behind Gundong, the very artifact he is protecting. He realizes they slaughtered everyone without hesitation just to get their hands on this treasure. His gaze suddenly sharpens, staring straight ahead as he asks if that is true. Gundong slumps even lower, facing Odin's dangerous assassin Hela. Standing as the victor, Hela sneers at Gundong, amazed he survived this long despite not being an awakened hunter like Jae-hyun. Hela smiles maliciously, declaring she only kept him alive because she still has questions to ask. Facing his imminent death, he shows no fear, joking that being too smart is a curse since they won't leave him alone. He only hopes Jae-hyun and the other staff are safe. Hela steps closer, mocking his efforts. She admits she was highly surprised that humans even knew of their existence, and even more shocked that they actually prepared to fight back against them. Smiling, Hela reveals what she knows, mentioning that Odin himself ordered a thorough investigation on him. Gundong scoffs at them, comparing them to rats, sneaking behind his back, and asks if they finally managed to crack his secret database. Completely unfazed, she calmly asks how a mere human like him managed to hide the powerful jewel and gather strong, awakened hunters like Jae-hyun to his side. Hela flashes a savage grin, realizing he has discovered a forbidden secret that no human should ever know. Gundong's face darkens. He grits his teeth, repeating the word secret as a major realization hits him. With a sudden grin, he yells out the ultimate truth, Odin's weakness. Catching her completely off guard, Hela asks in disbelief if he seriously thinks Odin has such a vulnerability. Gundong looks at her with a complicated expression, a faint smile on his face. Thanks to her, he finally remembers a story from long ago, way before he created DLO. A flashback reveals Gundong buried in a mountain of books. A year after surviving Odin's ambush and tracking him with the orb, he was completely drained. He lost all his allies. Not only did he have no clues about Odin's location, but his true identity and origin remained a complete mystery. Despite the endless frustration, Gundong pushed forward relentlessly, searching for answers over an incredibly long period of time. As time slipped away, the stack of books grew taller. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. His endless research finally bore fruit, revealing a sight so mind-blowing that he could barely believe his own eyes. A dimensional portal suddenly materialized right before Gundong's eyes, opening a rift that led straight to another world. Gundong looks up at the blinding light with wide glowing eyes. Channeling the power of the orb, he steps into the rift, unable to believe what is happening. Stepping into this new world, he watches dragons soar across the sky. Finally, he discovers Odin's true origin, a world that would become the prototype for the DLO project. Gundong stares at the beautiful scenery in utter disbelief. Every single thing he experiences here is absolutely mind-blowing, but his joy is cut short by a sudden presence. A sudden encounter changes everything, startling him so badly that he falls to the ground. Shaking with fear, Gundong asks who goes there. A masked figure with majestic angel wings stands before him, leaving him completely breathless. Unfazed by the man's terror, the winged figure calmly reassures him not to fear, as his arrival was already foreseen. The mysterious figure tells him that, as the chosen one, he will connect with the hero of this world. Gundong is stunned, wondering why a regular guy like him would be chosen. Back in the present, Gundong explains to Hela that the mysterious figure revealed everything about Odin and Ragnarok, giving him the key to defeating the tyrant. Only an awakened warrior with the power of the orb could ever hope to stand against Odin. That is exactly why Gundong built DLO, to scout and train the best candidates. Johan smirks, realizing that Gundong has finally found the one man capable of putting an end to Odin's reign. Furious, Hela draws a razor-sharp dagger and sneers, demanding to know if he honestly believes Johan has a chance against Lord Odin. Facing her deadly pressure, Gundong remains entirely unbothered. He sighs softly, telling Hela that while he rarely makes absolute promises, Johan will definitely win because of one simple reason. Widening his eyes, he smirks and reminds her that Lee Goldong's gut instincts have never once been wrong. Hela scoffs coldly, telling him that clinging to such a pathetic, hopeless belief only proves how foolish he truly is. Meanwhile, over on Johan's side, the battle is reaching a fever pitch. Back here, Hela lunges toward Goldong with blinding speed. Clutching his bleeding arm, Goldong glares right back at her, refusing to back down. He lets out a bitter chuckle, realizing this is the end, and quietly leaves the rest to Johan. On the other battlefield, Thor and Kadi unleash their massive power, but Johan is more than ready. Johan unleashes a devastating wave of spiritual energy, crackling with fierce blue lightning. Kadi sports a mocking grin, scoffing that Johan's current power level is nothing to write home about. As Thor keeps endlessly bragging about how they are completely unbeatable, Johan suddenly strikes without a single word of warning. The moment Thor realizes Johan has struck, his face freezes in sheer shock. He gasps in disbelief, completely unable to process how Johan moves so fast. Wincing in agony, Thor looks down at his shoulder. He realizes with horror that his arm is gone, leaving Kadi staring in complete disbelief. Kadi stands frozen. Johan just severed the arm of Thor, the second strongest warrior in Ragnarok, with a speed too fast for the human eye to track. Cold sweat pours down Kadi's face as he realizes he has vastly underestimated this monster. Clutching his wound, Thor roars that he will tear Johan apart, but Kadi urges him to stop the bleeding first. Johan does not even bother looking at them, scoffing at the idea of being judged by mere pests. His voice turns icy cold, asking how mere weaklings like them dare. Drenched in sweat, Kadi mutters that he made a huge mistake and needs to reevaluate Johan. Behind him, Thor continues to scream about ripping Johan apart, while Kadi frantically tells him to stop the bleeding. Johan turns with a bone-chilling glare, scoffing that they are nothing but a joke. His eyes glow a menacing crimson as he looks down at the pathetic pests before him. Under the sheer weight of Johan's terrifying pressure, they instinctively start to back away. Kadi frantically barks at Thor to stop the bleeding and stay focused. Clutching his shoulder, Thor fumes in pure humiliation, unable to believe that a vice leader like him was so utterly outclassed. With a roar, Thor tightly grips his legendary war hammer. As the hammer charges his body with raw energy, he vows that there will not be a second mistake. Neither side is backing down, and Thor quietly calls out Johan's name. Gripping his sword, Johan bursts with blazing fire. Johan answers Thor's call with a cold glare. You have caused too much suffering, so do not think losing just one arm gets you off easy. Kadi sweats profusely but still tries to act tough, asking how Johan can be so relaxed, caring about others at a time like this. With those words, Kadi immediately forms hand seals, determined to wipe that smug look off his face. He conjures a sharp ice projectile and launches it directly at Johan. But Johan reacts instantly, swinging his sword to deflect every incoming strike. Instantly, the ice projectile is completely shattered. Just then, someone calls out Johan's name, making him spin around to find Thor. Charging forward like a predator, Thor screams that he will definitely destroy him. Thor's devastating strike descends directly onto Johan. Rather than dodging, Johan casually blocks the blow with his sword. Believing he finally has the upper hand, Thor flashes a smug, triumphant smile. Meanwhile, Johan's cold gaze only grows sharper. Thor refuses to stop, pulling his hammer back to launch another heavy strike. Mid-strike, Thor looks down from above, signaling to Kadi to make his move. As Thor leaps back, Kadi shouts, "No need to remind me, I am already fully prepared." Dozens of massive ice spears materialize in the air, hovering right above Johan's head. Kadi laughs as if victory is already his, screaming for Johan to disappear into the eternal cold frost. Unleashing his magic, he commands the frozen spears to rain down heavily upon Johan. A massive explosion erupts right where Johan stood. The sharp ice spears morph into giant, beautiful yet deadly frozen roses. Kadi laughs with pure arrogance, boasting that despite their clashing personalities, their team combo is completely flawless. But Vice Guild leader Thor warns him not to celebrate just yet. Thor feels a sudden wave of deep anxiety, knowing that if Johan could sever his arm, he won't go down that easily. Right now, Johan appears completely trapped within the frozen barrier. Suddenly, Johan's eyes flash crimson. Johan shatters the ice and charges toward them like a storm, clearly no longer viewing either of them as a threat. Witnessing his terrifying speed, Kadi and Thor freeze with pure horror on their faces. Johan glows red-hot, resembling a legendary weapon fresh out of the forge. In the blink of an eye, Johan teleports right behind Kadi's back. Without saying a single word, he ruthlessly swings his burning blade down. Kadi screams in absolute agony. Not wasting a single fraction of a second, Johan delivers a brutal direct kick. The force of the kick is massive, sending Kadi flying into the wall. The wall crumbles as Kadi collapses. Witnessing this, a panicked Thor screams out his partner's name. Kadi is down, and Johan instantly shifts his deadly gaze. Thor is so terrified his eyes go wide, muttering in shock at how someone could possess such an unbelievable level of power. Johan lightly lands back on the ground. He stares directly at Thor with eyes that look ready to tear him apart. Thor raises his heavy hammer, pointing it straight up to the sky. Desperate and with nothing left to lose, Thor roars that he will put everything into his final strike. He slams down a lightning-charged punch, unleashing shockwaves that shake the entire tower. The intense shockwave even shatters the very peak of the high tower. Thor unleashes attack after attack on Yoan, but his strikes do absolutely zero damage. Thor raised his hammer high, confidently declaring that his opponent's final struggle would end in nothing but ashes. Hearing those arrogant words, Yoan snapped back that they only seemed to be good at talking. Yoan taunted him right back, calling the attack flashy and promising a worthy response, though since it was his first time using this power, controlling it would be tough. Gripping his sword tightly, Yoan issued a bold challenge. "Let's see you try." Thor showed no fear either, charging straight into the fray. Thor drew power from the storm clouds above, calling down another massive strike. Meanwhile, Yoan had already braced himself ready to strike. His eyes flashed with light, the perfect cue to counterattack. Yoan directly met Thor's devastating attack head-on. Thor was completely stunned by the sight before him, absolutely speechless. Thor's eyes went entirely blank, leaving him completely unable to process what on earth was happening. The impact was so massive it turned everything into a blinding white. A fiery pink blast rained down on the tower from high above. Shortly after, rays of sunlight broke through the heavy clouds. Yoan let out a slow, heavy breath. Looking down at the fallen figure, he quietly muttered, "For now." Glancing around, it looked like the area was finally cleared. The massive tower still stood tall against the sky. Even as debris crumbled continuously around him, Yoan kept staring down at his fallen opponent. Looking up, Yoan knew those two had lost their power and this tower was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a series of urgent images flashed through Yoan's mind. This was no time to be wasting here. A familiar figure appeared in his thoughts. He had witnessed Hela attacking Falcon through Skady's eyes. Yoan gritted his teeth, silently pleading for that eccentric old man to stay alive. With no time to lose, Yoan bolted forward, desperate to reach Falcon headquarters as fast as he could. Meanwhile, Skady lay unconscious amidst the heap of ruins. Thor was in no better shape, completely incapacitated. Gunfire erupted in a continuous, relentless barrage toward the front lines. The heavily equipped soldiers held their ground. With only a few monsters left, one of the fighters called out to his squad, urging them to give it their all and wipe out the remaining threats. The massive beast ahead raised its wings, absorbing the full brunt of the soldiers' gunfire. One of them finally stopped quietly, noting that the area was almost completely cleared. Mise gazed into the distance, quietly praying that Yoan was safe. Suddenly, Mise turned her head, looking back over her shoulder. With her hands in her pockets, she stared up at the towering structure before them. A moment later, her expression shifted to one of sheer panic. Pointing forward, Mise screamed for everyone to look because the giant tower was collapsing. Aziz followed her gaze with a bewildered expression. "Wait a minute." Aziz's eyes lit up. Though it was faint, he could sense Yohan's presence, meaning Yoan was still safe. The two of them rejoiced, but Kai suddenly showed up to rain on their parade, mocking them for celebrating over beating mere underlings. Kai gave them a highly judgmental look, reminding them to remember that his lordly self had been the one to help out. The soldiers returned to Mise to report on the situation, explaining that they had finally cleared the last wave. Things were temporarily under control, but because of the high number of casualties, they suggested taking a short break to regroup. Mise turned and agreed that resting for a bit would be the best move. Aziz anxiously suggested that they report back to headquarters. Mise, who was already trying to call someone, replied in a frustrated tone that she was actively attempting to establish a connection but could not get through. Aziz grew increasingly worried, wondering if something terrible had already happened back home. Mise was anxious enough to bite her nails as she kept dialing. The chairman was commanding the field directly, so things should have been fine, but she still couldn't get through. Mise's gaze turned chillingly cold as she pleaded desperately into the receiver, begging Falcon headquarters to pick up and answer her. But her cries went completely unanswered. The once grand headquarters was now in total ruin, with bodies scattered across the floor. Amidst the carnage, a single survivor summoned his remaining strength to crawl forward. Grabbing hold of a lever, he whispered that he had to report this disaster no matter what. The other side immediately replies, "This is Falcon headquarters." Mie is ecstatic to connect, demanding to know what happened and where the chairman is. A trembling voice on the other end delivers the news to Kim Mie. Everyone at Falcon headquarters, the entire research department, and even Chairman Lee Gun-dong. This devastating news leaves Mie completely frozen in her tracks. Ragnarok has wiped out everyone there, prompting her to scream out in sheer panic. Chairman Lee Johan finally stumbles outside, gasping heavily for air. Johan's eyes go blank. Damn it. Johan stares at the wreckage before him, only to find Hela already waiting. A section of the testing chamber is somehow still active. He looks over at Gun-dong, who has already stopped breathing. Hela balances an orb in her hand, mockingly asking who just arrived. Glaring down at Johan with absolute superiority, Hela welcomes him back after so long. She mockingly asks if he enjoyed the decoy puppets she and Lord Odin prepared for him. Hela manifests herself, shifting through countless eerie expressions. Furious, Johan barks back that she has been hiding like a rat lately. Dashing forward, Johan attacks like a wild tempest. Activating her orb, she shoots him a highly provocative look, noting that he always arrives late. With a sinister smile, she tells him to stop searching. Since Lord Odin now wields the gem's true power, he will personally welcome them. Ignoring her completely, Johan swings his blade straight at the phantom before him. With the strike complete, Johan quickly pulls back and readies his sword. Johan grits his teeth, overflowing with sheer frustration. He roars in a mix of fury and helplessness, wondering why things always end this way. A faint voice suddenly calls his name, causing him to freeze as his hostile gaze softens slightly. It is Gundong, weakly gasping that he is glad Johan made it, assuming the outside battle was won. But looking at his own state, Gundong admits things are pretty tragic. He offers Johan a faint, bittersweet smile as a final farewell. Johan rushes over to Gundong in a panic, desperately asking if the chairman is going to be okay. Rushing to his side, Johan begs him to stop talking and focus on breathing. Clutching his failing body, Gundong weakly replies that his time is up, asking if Johan thinks a genius like him cannot diagnose his own condition. Struggling to speak, Gundong insists he has something urgent to share. This is his final testament, and he needs Johan to listen closely to every word. Summoning every ounce of his fading strength, the dying man prepares to deliver his final message. He tells Johan that this is the sole clue to defeating Odin, demanding he remember every single syllable. Johan's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated shock. Gundong's lips continue to move as he desperately relays everything he knows. Processing the heavy revelation, Johan is left completely stunned by the truth. Not stopping there, Gundong continues to speak. Absorbing the weight of the message, Johan can only stand in silence. As Gundong finally draws his last breath, Johan slowly stands back up. Just then, a voice calling out his name makes him turn his head. Thankfully, Mie and her companions have finally made it. Seeing the absolute devastation, Aziz, Mie, and the others freeze in utter shock. Overwhelmed with immense grief, Mie bursts into uncontrollable tears. Seeing the lifeless body of Gundong, she screams for the chairman as grief heavy as lead fills the air. In the midst of the chaos, a frantic soldier rushes up to Mie. Gasping for breath, the soldier tries to deliver an incredibly urgent report. Mie knits her brows in worry, asking what could have possibly happened. Barely catching his breath, he urges her to head to the ice tower immediately. He shouts at the top of his lungs. They just detected a massive energy spike from the ice tower. Hearing this, she completely loses her cool. What did you say? Without losing a second, they rush toward the tilting tower. Johan has to dig his heels in to stop himself because of his sheer speed. He gasps in absolute shock at the sight. Is that a glowing vortex opening up a portal? Could it be a dimensional rift? Without hesitating for a single second, they walk right up to the rift. Aziz looks around, highly confused. There are no dungeons or monsters nearby, so how could a rift just open up like this? Johan rubs his chin deep in thought. I cannot tell right now, he says. Then grit teeth realization hits him. Could it be? Did Hela force the rift open after stealing the jewel? Could that forced connection to sand have destabilized this entire area? Maisie widens her eyes as the pieces fall into place. That makes sense, since the jewel's core power is what links sand to our world. And since Hela stole that gem, it means these rifts could start popping up randomly absolutely anywhere. Right then, a deafening metallic screech echoes from inside the gate. Mise claps her hands, trying to boost everyone's morale. She steps up to lead and makes a suggestion, but Mise tries to keep things positive, telling them that nothing bad has happened yet, so they should remain calm. She keeps trying to reassure them, completely unaware of the massive beast creeping up right behind her back. It roars, showing off a terrifying mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Startled by the sudden shriek, Mise immediately spins around in panic. Johan reacts in a flash, instantly teaming up with Aziz. Together, they swiftly decapitate the snarling beast in one clean motion. Meanwhile, Mise just covers her head, bracing for the absolute worst. Once the dust settles, she slowly opens her eyes, whispering to herself what just happened. Right in front of her, the massive beast lies completely obliterated. Johan lets out a tense sigh, muttering about how close that was. Staring at the blood-slicked corpse, he deduces that monsters from sand are already slipping through the rift. Aziz rushes over to support a trembling Mise, asking if she is hurt. Nodding, she quietly thanks them, saying she only survived because of their quick actions. Meanwhile, Johan is focusing on the bigger picture. Monsters are already crossing over. It looks like the enemy has no intention of giving them time to plan. Left with no other choice, they must charge forward even if they are walking straight into a trap. Aziz feels incredibly uneasy, wondering if Johan is rushing this. He suggests heading back to form a proper strategy before making a move. However, Mise immediately chimes in with a slightly different perspective on the matter. Normally, she would agree with Aziz, but she believes striking now is their best option. Any further hesitation on their part will only lead to far greater casualties. Johan nods and quickly makes the call. He agrees with Kim Mise, as they have absolutely no time to waste. Hearing this makes things click for Aziz, who thanks Mise for her foresight. She smiles warmly, simply glad that they are all on the same page. With everyone united, Yohan takes the lead, declaring that it is time to move out. Falling into an epic battle formation, they prepare to make a direct head-on assault through the portal. Yohan steps up to be the first to touch the magical barrier. A blinding beam of light suddenly erupts from the sky above them. Confident in his plan, Yohan charges forward with a smirk on his face. The silhouettes of the team slowly fade and vanish into the light. Sometime later, they find themselves in a forest with a highly bizarre ecosystem. It seems the transition knocked Yohan completely unconscious upon his arrival. Sitting right on top of him, Kai mockingly tells him to wake up, warning that sleeping in the open makes humans easy prey in his homeland. Jokan is squished so hard his face turns completely red. He tells them to get off so he can actually stand up. Soon the others wake up too. They check on each other, relieved that no one is injured. Maisie chuckles, mentioning how Kai immediately reverted to her cute little form the moment they touched down. After catching their breath, a group starts exploring the forest. It turns out this is the starting point of De Lo-san. He looks up at the strange birds flying above. Oddly, the monsters around here do not seem to have any intention of attacking them. Maisie glances over at Kai with admiration. She says that this peaceful silence is undoubtedly all thanks to Kai. She points deep into the woods, telling everyone to take a closer look. Deep in the shadows, glowing red eyes stare back. The monsters are terrified of Kai, keeping their distance in the dark. Kai scoffs with a proud, haughty laugh. She boasts that it is only natural for those weaklings to fear her. But more importantly, she asks why they are just standing around. Hearing this, Jokan remembers their mission. He warns everyone not to forget their original goal. Aziz looks around anxiously, wondering how they are supposed to find Jangnadok's base in a place this massive. Maisie begins scanning the area too, guessing they will have to search every single spot. Jokan cuts off their worries with a highly confident declaration, telling them that there is no need to search at all. Mise frowns in deep confusion, asking what on earth he means by that. Jokan smirks confidently and points his finger toward the distance, telling them to look over there. Sporting a smug, heroic smile, he explains that he can clearly feel Odin's dark energy coming from that exact direction. Honestly, it is hard to miss. Check this out, floating right in the middle of the sky is a massive, bizarre island. There are even broken pieces of ancient ruins floating and drifting all around it. A cold wave of killing intent flashes in Jokan's eyes as he targets his prey, Odin. As Jokan steps closer to the edge of the cliff, the heavy pressure cracks the surrounding stones. The sudden tension in the air is so thick that it makes everyone gasp for breath. Aziz shields her face from the crushing pressure, asking how they are even supposed to cross over to that island. Rather than rushing in blindly, Mise suggests they make a solid plan, first turning to ask Jokan what he thinks. To be completely honest, he has absolutely no plan on how to handle this. But after pushing his remaining brain cells to the limit, Jokan actually comes up with an idea. He backs up 10 meters and suggests they just run and jump, hoping for the best. Hearing this absurd plan, Mise holds her head in frustration, regretting that she ever expected anything from him. Right on cue, Kai smirks and lets out a long, dramatic sigh. She gives Jokan a highly condescending look, mockingly saying that they are completely useless without her help. She struts over and haughtily demands that he serve her if he has so much free time. Jokan pulls a face, utterly baffled by her ridiculous demand to serve her. Stepping in to save time, Mise asks if Kai actually has a better idea. Kai winks with a mischievous grin, asking if they have already forgotten who they are talking to. Walking to the very edge of the cliff, she proudly declares that this realm is her homeland and she is none other than. She presses her fingers together and dramatically reveals her true identity as the legendary Dragon Queen. The moment those words leave her mouth, Kai snaps her fingers. Instantly, the entire area begins to tremble violently. Out of nowhere, a massive dragon tears through the clouds and rises. It lets out a majestic, earth-shaking roar to display its overwhelming power. Covering his ears, Jokan stares in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Kai gently places her hand on the massive cheek of the blue dragon. She calmly looks back and tells the group to quit staring and climb aboard. After all, she sneers, these weak humans can do absolutely nothing without her help. With incredible speed, the blue dragon carries the four of them up toward the floating island. Once they safely land, Kai praises her loyal servant, telling it that its job is done and it can depart now. Jokan narrows his eyes as he scans the fortress ahead, remarking on how incredibly dark and creepy the castle looks. Just as he described, the massive castle covers almost the entire island, radiating a dark and highly unsettling aura. Gritting his teeth, Jokan feels a sudden chill down his spine, realizing that Odin is definitely here. Looking around, Aziz whispers that reaching this place felt far too easy. Standing beside her, Mise nods with caution, adding that the total lack of defenses makes the entire fortress feel like a trap. Right now, the group seems completely lost. Kai, do you see anything unusual? She pauses for a moment. Unusual. Kai can't hide the deep worry in her eyes. Honestly, this entire island is already abnormal. On the surface, it only emits dark energy, but there's more. That tiny bit of dark energy can't even trouble her. It's nothing but a cheap trick to fool them. Kai's eyes can see through anything. Deep inside this castle, an absolutely terrifying power is hidden. Hearing that, Rocan whips around. A hidden power? Let's just smash everything, head inside and find out. With that, he aims his weapon right at the tightly sealed iron doors. He draws his heavy sword and tells his teammates to take a step back. Right then, a low, raspy voice sneers, "My dear guests, you shouldn't behave so rudely." Rocan lowers his sword, trying to see inside. A voice just echoed from behind those heavy gates. Suddenly, a massive thunderous crash slams against the iron doors. The impact is so heavy it shakes the very ground beneath their feet. Hoarder appears, accompanied by a flock of released crows. One crow lands gently on his shoulder as he mockingly remarks that Rocan is indeed as hot-tempered as rumored. Either way, welcome to this place. I am Hoarder, the official guide of this grand castle. His lips curl into a sinister smile, welcoming them for walking straight to their deaths. One black crow feather slowly drifts down toward the cold ground. But before long, it dissolves into a cloud of black and white smoke. Instinct screams danger as Rocan senses the threat. Hoarder, a seriously annoying enemy, has just shown up to cause trouble. Feeling the heavy pressure in the air, he wonders if this guy knew they were coming. Rather than wasting time wondering, Rocan demands answers directly. "Hey, Odin's little lackey, where is your master hiding?" Hoarder gently pets the crow in his hand and smiles. "You were about to smash our gates, yet you dare ask for Lord Odin so casually. It is honestly so annoying that I want to crush your limbs right here and now." The immense pressure sends a shiver down Aziz's spine, and even Rocan feels a flash of dread. Get ready to fight. Suddenly, Hoarder signals the crow to fly away. "You can go ahead and smash these doors or do whatever you like, but the real reason I went out of my way to show up here is because I want you all to enjoy a highly special event." Aziz and Maize exchange a quick, worried glance. "A special event?" He pulls out an eerie glowing blue stone. "Yes, a fun event you will love. The rules are incredibly simple. You will all be separated and trapped inside this massive castle maze. From there, you just have to die miserably from the special gifts I prepared." As soon as those terrifying words leave his mouth, a deadly tarot card flips wide open. It quickly grows larger, expanding into a massive spiritual barrier across the area. The forest space quickly begins to distort around them. Rocan spots dark shadows swirling, freezing him in place. Slowly, the darkness swallows him whole as he screams for everyone to run. Once the violent storm finally clears, all 4 members of Rocan's group are completely gone. Hoarder looks quite pleased with the outcome of his very first trap. He casually assesses the situation and notes that the teleportation was a total success. "I hope this is enough to satisfy you, Lord Odin." Swept away by the spell, Rocan slowly opens his eyes. Annoyed, he looks around, muttering about how many more times he will have to teleport. He finds himself standing inside a gloomy sanctuary, instantly realizing that flashy magician guy must have separated the entire party. Annoyed, Rocan turns to leave, knowing he has to find the others as fast as possible. But the sudden sound of approaching footsteps forces him to slow down. The mysterious figure slowly and steadily draws closer to him. Rocan's pupils contract sharply as the stranger's face is finally revealed. A slow voice echoes, "I never expected you to make it this far. Nice to meet you, Rocan." Meanwhile, in a completely different location, Aziz and Mize tumble into a pitch-black area. Mize turns to check on Aziz, asking if she is okay. Shaking her head to reassure her, Aziz replies that aside from a slight headache, she is completely fine. But that is not what Aziz is worried about right now. Looking at the bizarre architecture around them, she wonders aloud where they actually are. Mize takes a quick look around and deduces that they must be inside the castle of Ragnarok. She figures that Dark Mage is the reason they got separated from the others. She remembers the card that the Hoarder had used. Rubbing her chin with growing irritation, Mize realizes the enemy anticipated their arrival. They separated them from Rocan on purpose, making it much easier for them to target him alone. Aziz gets even more anxious, noting they need to regroup with Rocan immediately. If they stay divided like this, they will have no way of knowing if he is still alive. Looking up toward the ceiling, Mize sighs that regrouping is definitely easier said than done. Her eyes betray her tension as she notes how massive this place is, resembling a giant maze. Mize turns back to her, adding that there is another major problem. She points down the hall, telling Aziz to look over there. A pitch-black hallway stretching into the deep abyss suddenly comes into view. From inside the shadows, a giant stone arm suddenly claws out. Dozens of hideous monsters begin emerging one after another. Mize calls out to Aziz with a tense voice. Steeling herself, Aziz takes a combat stance, replying that she is ready. Cold sweat drips down Mize's face. She silently hopes that Rocan can hold out on his own until they can reach him. Meanwhile, we cut back to Rocan's battlefield. Extremely annoyed with the person lurking in the shadows, Rocan tells Hela to drop the unfitting act and just step out. Coated in a dense dark aura, Hela claims she was simply trying to imitate Lord Odin's grand manner of speaking. Narrowing her eyes as she glares at Rocan, she asks if her little impressions sounded any good. Hela mockingly asks if he is starting to feel a bit nervous. With a deadpan expression, Rocan scoffs, making it clear there is absolutely no way he is scared. The tension between them mounts so quickly that even the slightest sound could trigger an all-out war. Hela continues her relentless mocking provocations. She notes that his goal is to meet Lord Odin anyway, and that the Lord himself ordered her to personally bring Rocan to him. The great Lord Odin he has been desperately searching for is right behind those double doors, but she warns him he won't be walking through them in one piece. Right as she finishes speaking, a bone-chilling, terrifying pressure begins leaking through the cracks of the doors. Rocan's expression darkens, but he calmly replies that since he knows the location now, he just needs to break inside. Hela scoffs, letting out a mocking laugh as she asks if he truly thinks things will go his way. Leisurely channeling her dark magic, she summons a massive weapon, daring him to try and make it past her. She lays down a daunting challenge, telling him he must first defeat her along with her loyal puppets. With a sudden burst of energy, she summons her custom-made combat dolls. The first doll is none other than Artemis from Ragnarok. The second figure is a warrior clad in dark armor. It is Helios from Ragnarok. A strange beam of light shines above their heads. The odds are completely stacked against Rocan in this 3-on-1 fight. Rocan's eyes widen in absolute shock as he recognizes Artemis and Helios. He demands to know what kind of sick game Hela is playing. Smirking, she asks if he still hasn't figured it out. After fighting so many battles, she sighs that she is thoroughly disappointed he has felt absolutely nothing. She asks if he actually believed that their guild Ragnarok would ever lose to him. Placing her hand on Artemis's shoulder, Hela explains that these are just ordinary players from the DLO game. Or to be more accurate, former players, because she has now completely brainwashed them into her servants. Back on the day the DLO system collapsed and monsters invaded, they already knew Lee Gundong would attempt to transfer the data to help Rocan awaken. That is why they intervened, altering the transmission so the data would be sent directly to the members of Ragnarok. This shocking revelation hits Rocan incredibly hard, making him realize they had seen through Falcon's plan from the very beginning. Furious, he demands to know what they could possibly gain by sacrificing innocent ordinary players. She snorts with pure contempt, asking what sacrifice he is talking about. After all, they were easily defeated by him without achieving anything. Still, they bought enough time for Lord Odin to adapt to this new world. And most importantly of all, she boasts, they finally obtained the precious jewel. Hela mocks him, asking what he has actually accomplished while they achieve so much, calling Johan a failure who cannot protect a single thing. This cutting question makes Johan freeze, asking him if he is truly worthy of humanity's trust. It takes him a few seconds to calm down before replying that winning everyone's trust is indeed incredibly difficult. But, as long as there is even a single person who still believes in him, he will fight for them until the very end. Her jaw drops. With that answer, she realizes he is still just as stubborn as ever. Johan's face darkens. He cuts her off with a dark question. Was it all for a single stupid gem? Do you have any idea how many lives were sacrificed? The crushing pressure he releases only excites her, prompting her to note that he seems to have gotten even stronger in such a short time. Johan's eyes flare with power as he warns Hela that she is absolutely no match for him. Deciding she is done talking, she snarls that his words are simply ridiculous. She transforms into a blinding streak of light and charges straight ahead. Johan refuses to back down, meeting her head-on with his own strike. The clash erupts as Hela arrogantly declares that Johan will end up drenched in blood, forced to kneel right at her feet. Her face twists with maniacal excitement as she taunts Johan to entertain her. Johan remains completely silent, calmly tracking her every single move. Their blades clash violently, sending blinding sparks flying in every direction. Hela fluidly spins her sword, showing off her flashiest techniques in the process, but in the end she tightly grips the hilt, ready to unleash her true power. She shrieks for him to keep going and give her some real entertainment. Her incredibly aggressive pressure drives him back, forcing Johan to quickly leap away. Meanwhile, Artemis stands ready with her bow fully drawn. Magic-infused arrows scream through the air, heading straight for him. Their flight paths twist and spiral together, locking onto him as their sole target. Exhaling a puff of cold steam, Johan mocks them for thinking he is defenseless in midair. With a clean swing of his sword, he shatters all 3 arrows into dust. Johan lands smoothly, ignoring the shattered pieces of the arrows raining down around him. Without a moment of hesitation, Johan launches a lightning-fast counterattack. Hela sneers with open contempt, calling his strike mediocre. Her laughter grows wilder, shouting that he has not changed at all. Johan frowns, slightly confused by her brief and arrogant words. But did he completely forget about the silent presence of Helios? The giant's cold eyes are hidden behind a heavy helmet. Helios suddenly swings his massive greatsword, forcing Johan to clash with him as he defends with a giant shield. The impact blows Johan back, sending him spinning wildly through the air. He smirks with excitement, admitting his opponent is pretty tough. After that quick exchange, Johan maps out the situation. There are 3 members of Ragnarok here. The first one is Helios, serving as their unbreakable frontline shield, and backing him up is Artemis, handling the long-range attacks. Hela looks down on him with a mocking gaze, asking why he only managed to get this strong after so much time. Johan fires back with a mocking retort, teasing her for bringing so much backup despite her big mouth. Both sides stare each other down, filled with deep suspicion and intense wariness. Hela forces a strained smile, but inside she is absolutely cursing that bastard Johan. She glances over at Helios, quickly calculating her next moves. Her eyes lock onto the deep crack in Helios' shield, absolutely stunned that a single strike could damage a weapon blessed by Odin. He has grown so strong that his past self wouldn't even recognize him. His aura has completely shifted, thick with raw bloodlust. He might actually become a real threat to Odin. Hela finally decides to get absolutely serious. She cannot let that monster touch her precious Lord Odin, and she will fulfill his divine will. Because back then, when she was just a weak, ordinary human, Odin was everything. A surge of painful memories from her days as a helpless mortal suddenly comes rushing back. Back then, Hela endured nothing but constant ridicule and harsh criticism from everyone around her. She dragged herself through a lonely existence until one ordinary evening on her walk home. That was when Hela witnessed something she never thought possible. A hooded figure was opening a portal to another dimension. Noticing her stare, the stranger turned around with a freezing cold gaze. Standing before someone so terrifying, Hela found herself completely transfixed by his overwhelming presence. To her, Odin became her god, her savior, the one who granted her a brand new life. She swore to dedicate her entire life to him, promising to tear anyone who got in his way to shreds. Now Hela coordinates with her two deadly puppets to launch a relentless three-way assault. Rocan hesitates for just a fraction of a second, scanning his targets. The setup looks pretty bad. Hela stands right in front of him with Helios providing solid backup. She's fully covered, safely tucked away behind a wall of defense. If he charges head-on, Artemis will easily pick him off from the rear. Analyzing the battlefield, Rocan realizes he has to make a move. Striking down the ranged attacker first is basic combat. He lowers his stance, then launches forward like a high-speed bullet. Rocan completely bypasses Helios and Hela in a flash. By the time Hela processes his move, it is already way too late. Rocan is now standing a mere couple of inches away from Artemis. Taking a deep breath, he channels his inner fire god and unleashes a blazing dance, obliterating Artemis right under Hela's nose. Hela is completely stunned. Artemis was known as one of the fastest in all of Ragnarok, yet she fell that easily. Before Hela can even snap out of her shock, Helios is marked as the next prey. No way. In a matter of seconds, she has been totally outmaneuvered not once but twice. When she finally looks up, Rocan's massive blade is already buried deep inside Helios' chest. His expression darkens, a cold, terrifying glint flashing deep within his eyes. The path Rocan just blitzed through is scarred with deep cracked trenches. He slowly stands back up, effortlessly locking in a flawless double kill. Rocan casually yanks his weapon out of Helios. Is this really the best you guys can do? He even taunts his enemy, asking her what's wrong and if this is still not enough. Rocan's smug attitude has officially driven her insane with rage. Throwing all caution to the wind, Hela blindly charges straight at Rocan. But this blind anger completely strips away what little battle focus she had left. He instantly disarms her, knocking the short sword clean out of her hand. Moving like an absolute illusion, Rocan lands a series of incredibly clean slashes. His eyes glow blood red as veins bulge across his face, reminding her that she never stood a single chance against him. Memories of his late master Gundong start flashing through Rocan's mind. He remembers their very first meeting, their shared laughs, and the old man's helpless, warm smiles at his arrogance. Even when Gundong was taking his very last breath, that same soft, gentle smile never once left his face. That painful memory hurts more than anything else. But the image of his master's ultimate sacrifice fuels him with pure rage. With a sudden surge of motivation, Rocan prepares to completely crush Hela with a final devastating blow. An X-shaped cross slashed tears into Hela, hitting her dead center with absolute precision. Hela's body takes the full force of his massive explosive strike. Deep inside his chamber, Odin remains absolutely silent, showing no reaction whatsoever. But just a second later, a strange red light began to glow. That sudden beam of light shooting from within saved Hela just in time. She was severely wounded, coughing up mouthfuls of bright red blood. Rocan stared silently at the completely shattered door in front of him. After hacking up a dry cough, Hela could finally see what was standing there. Her trembling eyes clearly reflected the imposing figure of Odin. Seeing him approach, she felt a brief surge of joy, wondering if he had actually descended just to protect her. He gave no reply, merely stepping forward to stand directly in front of her. Hela reached out with trembling hands toward the man, calling for Lord Odin. But in return, she received nothing but a cold and eerie smile from him. This quiet labyrinth was the very place Hodor had guided Rocan to. Everything here still seemed completely intact, showing absolutely no signs of destruction. And yet a brutal battle between Rocan and Hela had just unfolded right here. But at the absolute last second, an unexpected wildcard appeared, making them face each other once again. The source of all his struggles, the mastermind behind the curtains, was the ruler of Ragnarok, Odin. He was the instigator of all this chaos and the absolute final boss of their entire group. Stepping down the stairs, Odin praised Rocan, admitting he was surprised the warrior had actually made it this far. He motioned toward the battered Hela, impressed that Rocan had managed to push her so close to the edge. That reckless moth to a flame struggle of yours was genuinely impressive to watch. A bright blue flame flickered in Odin's palm as he wondered aloud when Rocan would finally burn to ashes. Hearing this arrogant speech made Rocan sick to his stomach, so he told the god to cut the crap. He pointed his blade forward, directly challenging Odin to an all-out one-on-one duel. Just then, Hela's trembling voice interrupted them weakly, calling out to her lord. Clutching her bloody wounds, she laughed and insisted that even though Rocan had reached an entirely new level of power, they could easily defeat him if she and Odin fought together. She begged him to grant her power one more time, promising she would personally bring him Rocan's head. Before she could even finish, Odin simply smiled and placed a finger over his lips, silencing her. He gently stroked her cheek softly, telling her not to worry because she had already fulfilled her duty. Tears streamed down Hela's face as she believed she had finally earned his approval, whispering his name. But the moment Odin's voice turned cold and heavy, she instantly realized her life was over. He declared that since she was defeated, she was now completely worthless, and the weak had no place leading his new world. Realizing his cruel intentions, her tears overflowed as she stared helplessly at Odin. He cast a cold, razor-sharp gaze down at her, delivering his final heartless judgment. Immediately, a lethal strike of sword energy came flying out of nowhere. It ruthlessly tore straight through Hela, completely shattering her last hope of survival. In an instant, her entire body was brutally torn apart by hundreds of invisible blades. Leaving only a pool of dark blood spreading across the cold floor, Hela was executed by the very master she served. Watching this horrific execution, Rocan gasped in absolute shock at the sheer cruelty. Sickeningly disgusted, Rocan demanded to know how Odin could ruthlessly slaughter his own loyal subordinate. But the only response to his rage was a cold, utterly contemptuous smirk from the god. Rocan stared in disbelief, asking if the god had planned to murder all of his allies from the start. Odin found that word highly amusing, mockingly questioning the very concept of comrades. He argued that the members of Ragnarok were just pathetic weaklings from the human world whom he had graciously saved, asking what could possibly be wrong with that. He insisted that granting them power to rewrite their miserable destinies was ultimate proof of his own divinity, proving he was indeed their god. As he finished speaking, a bizarre glowing blue sphere began to materialize in his palm. Rocan found his twisted logic absolutely repulsive, calling him completely insane before demanding to know what he planned to do with that jewel. Yet Odin still stood there looking completely unsatisfied. Doing all this, and he acts like he has no idea what Johan is talking about, claiming he only did what had to be done. Those mocking words immediately set off Johan's absolute rage. How could slaughtering countless innocent lives ever be called a necessity? Odin completely brushes off his anger. He reveals that he has been hunting for this specific gem for a very long time, and now it is finally in his grasp. He notes that among the lower beings there was one outstanding pest who managed to delay his plans, but no matter how brilliant they were still just a mere human. Hearing this, Johan instantly knew he was talking about Guangdong. If a bastard like Odin had never appeared, so many innocent people would not have had to suffer like this. His aura and sheer fury completely boil over. Did Odin really not care about any of those people at all? Faced with this reaction, Odin only shakes his head in disappointment. That personality of Johan's never changes, does it? Too bad humans could never hope to actually stop him. But in reality, other mysterious entities were the ones who blocked him to the very end. This sudden revelation makes Johan break out in a cold sweat. Other entities? What does he mean? Odin glares and nods in confirmation. Yes, because of the interference of those disgusting pests, his grand plans had already been ruined over 10 times. With a look of utter confusion, Johan demands some real answers. What on earth is Odin talking about? He chuckles as if Johan is a complete fool. Has he really not figured it out by now, or is he just acting dumb? But just a few seconds later, Odin stops laughing and stares at him with a sharp, calculating look. Instead, a spark of deep, burning hatred flares in his eyes as he mentions the disgusting system administrators. Not only that, they even took it upon themselves to establish the balance between different worlds. They are the ones who disgustingly call themselves the creators of everything. They constantly meddled in his business and even reached their hands out to lower beings in other worlds. The more he speaks, the more dangerous Odin's expression becomes. They ultimately blocked him by sending someone back. Even though he spoke clearly, it makes no sense to Johan anymore. Sending someone back, what does that even mean? But Odin seems to think Johan is just playing dumb. Is he really pretending? Isn't Johan the one who understands this best? He is the only human chosen by those disgusting creators, the legendary Regressor Johan. The deepest secret that Johan kept buried for so long is now laid completely bare. The memories he locked away suddenly flood back. The Violence King Johan ranked 12th on the leaderboard's guildless, a legendary S-Class solo player. Back in his past life, Johan had once crossed paths and fought against Odin. It was a battle of absolute unbridled chaos. Odin had unleashed his ultimate skill, raining down a storm of flying daggers right at him, and in the end, he met a truly miserable, tragic defeat. He could only smirk through the pain, cursing Odin as a total cheating bastard. All he got in return was Odin's cold and indifferent stare. And just like that, the execution went ahead without a single hitch. Recalling this, the present Johan cannot hide his agitation. How does Odin know everything about him? He demands to know the truth about his regression. Standing before Odin, the powerful aura radiating from Johan grows increasingly intense. He realizes the creators had a hand in everything. Was his regression really their doing? But why? Why would they intentionally choose an outsider from another world like him? Johan's mind begins to spiral. It is all because of Odin that everything became this messed up. With no other choice, he can only blame and curse the man, calling him a complete bastard. In response, Odin only gives him a completely indifferent stare. Why bother trying to understand so much, Johan? After all, everything is going to become completely meaningless anyway. Everything Johan worked so hard to build and everything he is currently fighting to protect will disappear. Odin's face darkens while the gem in his hand begins to glow with a brilliant light. Johan's eyes widen at what happens next. Is the power of the gem actually being absorbed? Just seconds later, Odin completely crushes the gem in his palm. He asks if Johan knows why he spent so much time searching for it. No, even if explained, Johan would never understand because he does not even know the true power of this artifact. Johan was already furious, and this crazy nonsense is only making him even angrier. He boldly declares that first he is going to smash Odin's entire plan to pieces and then he will beat the answers out of him. The moment those words leave his mouth, he launches himself forward at Odin like a rocket. Even facing a powerful foe like Johan, Odin remains completely unfazed. Charging him blindly like that is such a rookie move. Odin flicked his hand and 10 massive swords materialized right away. Talk about overkill. With a casual order, he commands one of them to block Johan's powerful strike. In the blink of an eye, Johan's fierce slash gets completely locked down. He grits his teeth trying to force his heavy blade down. Yet Odin's defensive moves remain absolutely rock solid. Even if Johan launches a non-stop assault, he cannot touch a single hair on Odin. Getting bored with the easy blocks, Odin decides to ramp up the difficulty. Instead of just one, 3 giant blades now rain down on him at once. Johan has no choice but to desperately dodge whatever attacks come his way. Fortunately, he manages to leap clear of where the massive blades crash down. Though totally overwhelmed, he keeps his defiant attitude, muttering that this is far from easy. Facing a terrifying opponent like Odin, especially since he absorbed that power jewel, means there is zero room for error. Seeing Johan fail so miserably, Odin looks down on him with absolute contempt, mocking that his limits are incredibly disappointing on every single level. Johan tries to buy time to calculate his next move. The longer this drags on, the worse it gets. Suddenly, his system alerts him the Undead King's passive has activated, triggering an insane boost to all of his stats. With his interface completely transforming, Johan warns Odin that things are about to get very different as he unleashes his full power. Confronted with that threat, Odin simply smirks, saying he cannot wait to see what the kid has got. They clash in a flash of blue and red, looking like some hyper-intense football derby back in England. Meanwhile, Aziz and Mise are still running like crazy to escape the relentless monsters. The two push their bodies to the absolute limit, finally managing to shake them off. Mise looks back at those weird monsters. They did not seem strong, but no matter how many they defeated, endless reinforcements kept showing up. She really does not want a round 2 of this nightmare. Aziz starts putting the pieces together, noting the beasts were surprisingly easy to shake. It feels like they were simply trying to steer them away from a specific path. She stands up with a heavy sigh. They are likely trying to stop everyone from grouping up, especially since Johan is already causing them a massive headache on his own. Left with no choice, Aziz starts searching for another route. They need to regroup quickly to stand a chance, but this place is a total labyrinth. Mizzy nods in agreement, admitting she is starting to get a really bad feeling about this. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoes through the air, sounding like something heavy slamming straight into the walls. A split second later, massive cracks spiderweb across the stone wall right behind them. Before anyone can even react, the entire structure completely collapses. Kai emerges from the thick cloud of dust, coughing her lungs out. She rolls her eyes at the debris, complaining about breathing in so much dust. How stupid does that monster have to be to pick a fight with her, truly a puny opponent? Smirking proudly, she boasts that the Great Lord Kai is not an easy target. Hearing her voice, the other two are completely relieved, shouting that they are glad she is okay. Kai is pretty surprised herself to run into Aziz and Mise in this place. Playfully waving her hands, she teases the humans, asking how they are still alive and kicking when she was absolutely sure they would be dead by now. Aziz quickly brushes the playful teasing aside, saying she is just glad Kai is safe and that they need to locate Yoan next. But before she can finish her sentence, the entire ruins begin to tremble violently. The sudden tremor completely throws Kai off balance, making her panic. Aziz quickly realizes what is happening, warning that the shockwaves are definitely coming from Johan's battle. Hearing this, Mise immediately urges everyone to follow the sound before it is too late. They need to move fast, praying that Johan can hold on just a little longer. Meanwhile, the clash between Johan and Odin has reached a boiling point, but Johan is the one getting absolutely demolished, wondering how things went so wrong. Before he can even track Odin's movement, he gets hit by a barrage of blindingly fast attacks. Gritting his teeth, Johan pushes his reflexes to the absolute maximum. Several of Odin's lethal strikes miss his vital spots by a mere hair. Johan's eyes are wide with shock as he stares at his opponent. He has simply never faced an enemy this overwhelmingly dominant with this level of terrifying raw power. In just a split second, Odin blasts Johan back over 10 meters across the battlefield. He struggles to steady his breath. It is completely ragged. In front of him, Odin stands tall as unyielding as a massive mountain. The villain just sneers. His opponent's attack did not even scratch him. Johan grips his sword hilt in pure frustration, all that blood, sweat, and tears, and it still was not enough. Thinking about it drives him insane. Raw fury floods his mind. There is no way his endless training amounts to nothing but a pathetic defeat. His fighting spirit blazes to life, but a sudden flash of blue light cuts through the air. It strikes right down onto Johan's sword-wielding arm. Everything happens so unbelievably fast that he cannot even react in time. Odin was the one who drew his blade and delivered that lightning-fast slash. The villain wears a sinister smirk, mocking Johan and reminding him of his warning. He says that absolutely everything Johan does is entirely meaningless. Overwhelmed, Johan collapses to his knees. He is completely spent. He cannot even lift his sword anymore, leaving him to wonder what on earth just happened to him. Did his arm really get severed, or was that terrifying sensation just an illusion? Noticing his panicked look, Odin begins to taunt him, asking what the matter is. "You look like you have seen a ghost," he laughs. Pausing for a brief moment, the tyrant mockingly asks if Johan's fighting spirit has already been completely broken. Johan tries to stand, but his heavy body refuses to obey as he mutters to shut up. It takes a painful amount of time before Johan can finally stand and face his foe. Gritting his teeth, Johan demands to know just how many innocent lives this monster has taken to emit such a terrifying, suffocating bloodlust. Instead of answering, Odin slowly lifts off the ground, defying gravity. He hovers in midair, looking down on Johan like an arrogant, all-powerful deity. With a darkened expression, the monster points his blade at the young man, challenging Johan to show him his absolute limit. This is the moment Johan decides to go all out, roaring that he will crush his opponent today. Despite those brave words, lifting his massive blade feels nearly impossible under this crushing pressure. Clenching his teeth, he knows losing here means losing everything, and honestly, things have never looked this bad. For a brief second, memories flash by reminding Johan of a past consumed by hatred, full of bitter regrets and missed opportunities. After everything he has been through, he finally understands his true purpose in this world. A deep calm washes over his mind as he realizes there is only one choice left: to fight for what he must protect. Those precious things are the friends he cherishes more than his own life. That thought instantly ignites his spirit, giving him the burst of speed he desperately needs. He activates his lone vu technique, creating illusions to encircle Odin. Johan roars with everything he has, declaring this is his full power, challenging the bastard to face it. Facing this surge of power, Odin remains unfazed, entirely casual. To the godlike foe, Johan's effort is completely trivial. The absolute best way to crush someone who is giving their all is to show them the unreachable peak of their destination. He asks if Johan has ever been hit by his own lone vu technique before. Johan gasps in sheer terror as he realizes Odin is copying his exact same move. How is that even possible? One by one, Johan's clones are effortlessly wiped out by Odin's superior illusions. It is a disaster. Even the real Johan is in mortal danger. Odin slashes down, forcing Johan to block with all his remaining strength. Mocking him face to face, Odin laughs out loud and asks how it feels to taste his own signature skill. It is hopeless. The gap between them is simply too massive to bridge. With just a casual flick, the tyrant blows Johan away, leaving him heavily wounded. And he is not done yet. Odin readies his final strike, unleashing a destructive force that threatens to obliterate everything in its path. As the dust slowly clears, Johan stands trembling, leaning on his great sword for support. His breathing is completely ragged. Is the power gap really this massive? Does he not even have what it takes to stand as an equal opponent? He pushed himself so hard just for this exact moment, with everyone backing him up along the way. With friendship fueling his spirit, Johan roars out, there is absolutely no way he can lose like this. He rapidly triggers his next skill, unleashing a sword strike packed with an incredibly devastating amount of force. But to Odin, Johan is nothing more than a pathetic insect. He mocks Johan, asking if this is truly the absolute limit of his efforts. Once again, Odin perfectly copies his opponent's very own move, the sword strike. And just like before, the raw power behind Odin's counterattack is easily 10 times stronger. At this point, nothing but pure helplessness lingers in Johan's fading eyes. He stands completely frozen, forced to watch the lethal slash hurtling right toward him. As it flashes by, it triggers a rush of deeply buried memories. Johan is severely wounded and dark blood begins to spill from his mouth. All he can see now is the incredibly smug, twisted smirk on Odin's face. The massive labyrinth castle built by the Hoarder falls into a dead silence, and then it completely detonates from the raw impact of Odin's slash. Heavy drops of blood slowly drip down onto the cold floor. Odin towers victoriously right in front of his defeated opponent. Johan sits slumped in a thick pool of dark blood, his head hanging low. His breathing grows faint and his vision starts to blur into complete darkness. Odin waits, but there is no response. It looks like Johan's desperate struggle has finally reached its end. To play along with his little hero game, hundreds, no thousands of innocent lives have perished. Of course, all of those lives were just toys dancing in the palm of Odin's hand. Hearing those sadistic words, a faint spark of anger flashes deep within Johan's eyes. Odin's arrogant voice echoes as he declares that this incredibly long journey ends today, boasting that absolutely no obstacle is left to stand in his way anymore. He smirks triumphantly before preparing to deliver the final fatal blow, bidding farewell to Johan. But right at the edge of death, an unexpected wild card changes the game. Kai's deep, furious voice echoes across the field, demanding to know who dared to lay a hand on her loyal follower. Her powerful magic instantly erupts, blowing Odin away in a violent blast. Despite the massive blast, he walks out without a single scratch. However, this sudden surprise attack has clearly bruised Odin's massive ego. He sneers, glancing over at Kai, muttering that he has zero interest in weaklings and asking if they all came to die together. Using every last drop of strength, Johan barely manages to look up. His jaw drops in absolute shock at this completely unexpected rescue. Kai responds with a cool, confident expression, asking what he means by coming to die. Aziz chimes in right behind her, declaring that they obviously came here to save him. Misa flashes a highly confident smile, declaring that as far as they are concerned, Johan is an irreplaceable comrade whom they absolutely cannot afford to lose from their squad. The three of them rush over to support Johan, desperately asking if he can still stand. Kai steps forward defensively to block any incoming attacks from Odin. Relieved they arrive just in time to save Johan, though his critical condition looks deeply concerning. She quickly glances over her shoulder to evaluate just how badly injured he is. Even with her immense power, Kai cannot help but worry, knowing the castle's bizarre energy is suppressing her full strength. Showing a hint of hesitation, she realizes their top priority right now is finding a way to escape. She mutters her inner thoughts aloud, especially since they are up against a monster emitting such terrifying bloodlust. Odin immediately recognizes her, mocking the Dragon King for attempting to stand in his way as well. He continues to mock them, asking what they will do now that their precious, trusted Johan has fallen. At this point, he looks utterly defeated, completely drained of his fighting spirit. Mies glances over at Aziz, frustrated but knowing they have no other choice right now. Seeing this, she understands the situation perfectly, knowing that Johan has no choice but to retreat. Mies calls out loudly to Kai, who replies without even turning around, saying she already knows what to do. With that, she unfurls a pair of massive dragon wings from her back. Her entire body begins to morph along with them. The ghostly image of a sacred dragon manifests around her. But a display like this is nothing to Odin. Did they really think they could just do whatever they wanted under his watchful gaze? The magical energy gathering on both sides is instantly shut down. Deep in her eyes, the reflection of a magic chain appears. Before she can react, those spectral chains materialize right before her eyes. Odin commands the magic chains to bind Kai's neck. Completely overpowered, she collapses helplessly onto the cold ground. Pure shock washes over Kai's face. How could she be taken down without even reacting? A desperate question fills her mind. How is anyone supposed to fight a monster like him? Now it is Aziz's turn to act, firing her holy arrows to buy Kai some time. Hundreds of glowing arrows erupt from her position, raining down on Odin. But the dark god simply brushes them off with a casual gesture. Still, the overwhelming barrage of holy projectiles pours down like a violent storm. They detonate simultaneously the second they make contact with Odin's body. Yet for someone of his tier surviving, this is as easy as breathing. But as Odin steps out of the smoke, a sudden twist catches him off guard. He lets out a quiet sigh, shifting his gaze behind him. Kai's voice suddenly booms out, praising the human's efforts and telling him to leave the rest to her. Fully transformed into her majestic dragon form, she unleashes a deafening roar. The sheer pressure of her aura is enough to give anyone a massive headache. Even Odin struggles to stand firm against this sudden, overwhelming display of power. Kai immediately triggers a massive explosion, kicking up a thick screen of dust. Using the chaos, she grabs the group and retreats, vanishing from Odin's sight. He looks down at the crater with disappointment, wishing he could have played with them a bit longer. But as he prepares to leave, a voice points out that everything still went exactly according to plan. He ordered to let them rescue Johan and lower the barrier for their escape to make it all work. It turns out the mysterious figure who just appeared is actually Hoarder, Odin's faithful assistant from the Ragnarok Guild. As Hoarder keeps praising his master's brilliant acting, Odin sighs and tells him to prepare well for the next phase. They will surely search the entire land for allies to help Johan, leading them straight to a clash. With any luck, they will bring back the ultimate power that Odin has been trying to steal from the creator, and lay it right before me, the final piece of my grand plan. Both of them fly out of Odin's castle at absolute full speed. On Aziz's back, they try to heal Johan, but his wounds are not recovering at all. Misa panics upon hearing this, shock that Aziz's healing has no effect, so she pours mana into her hands, crying out that she is doing her absolute best. After a quick check, Aziz gives a grim diagnosis, realizing that Odin must have played some dirty trick. A strange, thick black aura starts radiating from deep within his chest. Misa is sick with worry, knowing that if Johan doesn't get treated immediately, he won't survive. They ask Kai if there is anywhere else to heal Johan, but she can't give a straight answer since flying back to her dragon nest would take way too long. While Kai looks completely helpless, she keeps searching until her eyes grow tired. Suddenly, a faint streak of light appears right in front of her. Forest spirits flutter in out of nowhere, almost like a guide. These deep forest spirits are known as the Angels of Sand. They happily swirl around her as if giving Kai an answer. She understands their intentions. If they mean no harm, they might actually help us. Mise is visibly thrilled. It looks like they are welcoming us right. Suddenly, a sudden gust of wind sweeps through, leaving everyone completely shocked. The tiny forest spirits link up with one another, landing gently right in front of Johan. They work together, merging their powers to heal his wounds as a gentle whirlwind suddenly forms right behind Kai's back. Time passes slowly, and a warm ray of sunlight finally wakes Johan up. Struggling to open his eyes, he looks around, wondering where on earth he is. Seeing this, the three girls are incredibly relieved, calling out to him that he is finally awake. He sits straight up, grabbing Aziz by the shoulders, frantically asking about Odin and how the battle went. Her face turns red as she stammers, explaining that although they were lucky enough to escape alive, unfortunately, the brutal truth is that they lost the fight. Johan. For a split second, Johan denies it, but reality quickly sinks in, so that is how it ended. But Johan has no energy left for anger as intense pain shoots through him. Aziz holds him steady, warning him not to move since he has only received basic first aid. Kai immediately chimes in, proudly pointing out that those deep forest spirits healed him, so he should thank them right now. Johan looks up, his eyes resting on the glowing creature's forest spirits. Seeing his confusion, Aziz quickly explains how these tiny creatures treated their wounds when they were lost after escaping safely, guiding them into the deepest part of this forest. Mise stares closely at them, quietly thinking to herself that these spirits look incredibly familiar. It feels like they were once part of the game data from the Lord. Suddenly, one of the small spirits gently touches her soft cheek. Then it flies off in a certain direction. It seems they want everyone to follow them. Is there something they want to show us? Johan whispers to Aziz that something is strange about that spirit and he has to follow. Worried, she tries to stop him, insisting that he should rest instead. But he remains absolutely resolute. He has to go because they definitely want to show them something important. Kai proudly puts his hands on his hips and declares that the strongest, which is himself, will stay behind to guard the outside. Johan nods in deep gratitude, thanking Kai for his help. Leaving Kai behind on guard duty, they venture deep into the dark stone cave together, telling one another to tread with absolute caution. As they step further inside, they are completely taken aback by what they see. Aziz and Mizi gasp at the same time, shocked to find such a massive cavern hidden deep in this place. Suddenly, Johan's pupils shrink in pure shock. Wait, what on earth is that massive thing? Right before their eyes stands a giant stone statue heavily bound by massive glowing chains. The massive statue's eyes suddenly flash with light as they step closer into the room. All three of them freeze in silence before the strange sealed monument towering over them. Johan breaks the tense silence, questioning why such a colossal stone statue would be hidden in a place like this. But that is not all. Mise notices something even stranger about the giant figure. Pointing out the chipped shoulder, she confirms that the ancient monument is heavily damaged and practically in ruins. It looks almost as if someone deliberately tried to tear it down. Deep hollow craters have been gouged out where the statue's eyes once were. Suddenly, an eerie glow begins to shine from deep within those empty sockets. A deep echoing voice suddenly resounds from the stone, "So you have finally arrived, visitors from another world." Instantly on high alert, Johan curses under his breath, another trap when he has not even recovered yet. He quickly pulls back from Aziz and reminds his team that if this were actually Odin's trap, the entity would have had no reason to heal them in the first place. Wearing a grim expression, Johan steps forward and demands to know who the entity is. At the mention of Odin, the statue appears slightly annoyed. "Odin, is it?" The statue's mouth curls into a smirk, hinting that there might actually be a connection. This vague teasing reply is more than enough to throw Johan off balance. The team prepares for an uneven battle. Aziz urges Johan to smash the stone figure. Knowing Johan is too exhausted to fight, Aziz steps up to protect everyone. She prepares to go all out, determined to shield her companions from harm. Pointing her staff directly at the statue, she declares they will not stand by and take a beating. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes through the chamber, warning her not to break it. Trembling, Aziz quickly glances back over her shoulder. The statue morphs into a strange old man. He chuckles, saying he was only playing a harmless prank. He complains that kids today, no matter the world, just want to destroy everything. He cannot even have a little fun anymore. Yohan stands frozen, wondering if this old man controlled the statue. Meanwhile, Mise remains highly suspicious. Right on cue, a tiny spirit flutters over to make a sign. It flies straight toward the old man, making them wonder if he is its master. He coos as the little creature lands on his hand, praising it for a job well done. He asks the spirit if it guided them here safely. Finally, making his true entrance, the creator smiles warmly and honestly. You won't believe how incredibly casual this legendary god actually is. He offers a friendly smile and introduces himself to the weary travelers, a powerful entity that very few have ever met, the creator of San. This revelation sparks Yohan's curiosity, asking if he is the very creator Odin mentioned. The creator smiles playfully, asking if he looks different from the majestic god they all imagined. Yohan quickly fires back, demanding to know why he tried to attack them if he is truly Odin's enemy. The creator pats the stone and laughs. It was just for fun, and the statue is still too useful to break. Mise is not buying a single word of his explanation. Just for fun? Do not think a simple answer like that will clear our suspicions. If you really are the legendary creator, then give us some undeniable proof. The creator smiled, having expected her reaction. He says her constant vigilance is a good trait. You are sharp, a successor, chosen by Li Gunjong, and hearing that name completely shocks her as she asks how he knows the chairman. Without answering immediately, he turns to Aziz, praising her warmth and dedication that deeply moved him. Only one person remains left for him to address. The most important one, Yohan. He showers Yohan with grand praise, stating that they both chose him to be Odin's ultimate rival. Grass and vibrant flowers bloom wherever the creator takes a step. He softly apologizes, stating that their grand destinies have already been guided by his hands from the start. He recalls Yohan's desperate battle against Odin. Back then, Odin had revealed that the entire chain of events was set in motion long before they even realized. Yohan keeps his distance. If what you say is true and you chose me, his body trembles as he finally asks the question he has buried. Why me? Why choose me to oppose Odin when you could have stopped him yourself? The creator patiently explains the reality. As you know, I cannot defeat Odin on my own. Sighing gently, he offers a warm smile. It seems that losing to Odin has left you completely devastated. It is true that I have placed an incredibly heavy burden on your shoulders. You did well just to survive, Yohan. He offers simple advice. Even if you fail again, you have not lost everything. His eyes gleam with mystery. From what I can see, this is far from the end. Yohan glances over at Mise, completely lost. Finally, it takes a moment for his mind to process. The creator continues, noting that no matter who stands against him now, the current Odin is practically unstoppable. This truth hits Yohan like a physical blow. He explains with logical clarity that since even he was defeated and forced to flee here, Odin is certainly using the magical jewel to advance his grand master plan. Just as he shatters Yohan's hope, the creator offers a glimmer of another path. But there is a catch. It is not too late yet, because there is still one final chance. Yohan feels like he is grasping a life-saving straw, asking if there is really still a chance. The creator leaves the answer open for now. He tells them they will discuss details after moving and asks everyone to look his way. He walks up to the statue and it suddenly begins to shake. The hollow eyes of the statue light up with a very familiar glow. Just like that, a dimensional portal opens up right from its eyes. Soon after, the portal stabilizes and is completely ready. The creator gestures for them to follow, telling them they definitely know this place. Yohan stands there completely dazed, having absolutely no idea what is happening or what any of this means. To find some answers, the group heads straight inside and walks right through the glowing portal. A moment later, Yohan steps out of the four-dimensional space. He is pretty shocked by the scenery in front of him. Where are they? It is the starting point of the road, the newbie-friendly Pocket City. This is literally the tutorial village of Pocket City. Looking at the town, Yohan is shocked because it is a perfect match for Pocket City in the road. Locals are chatting and trading with each other, creating a super lively atmosphere. There are even vendors calling out to sell their goods in the busy market. The creator walks over and asks if the scenery looks familiar. Yohan honestly replies that of course it does. He visited this place so often in the road that he got sick of it. Mise looks around in awe, muttering that she never expected San to be the prototype for the road. Even a developer like her had absolutely no idea. Just then, someone spots Yohan's presence among all the unfamiliar faces, wondering who he is. That person suddenly lets out a loud shout. A bearded man points straight at Yohan and yells for everyone to look at his Yohan. Yohan's face instantly twists in discomfort when he realizes he has been recognized. The villagers swarm him like absolute superfans, eager to shake his hand. Some ask if he remembers fighting them at the village gate, while others thank him for completing their quests, all of them warmly welcoming Johan to San. This overwhelming friendliness completely panics him, as he wonders what on earth they are talking about. At that exact moment, Johan overhears someone exclaiming that she looks even more beautiful in real life. Turns out Aziz has also become the center of attention. Loyal fans crowd around telling her they have loved her since she started playing the road and praising her kind heart. Right then, the instructor coughs dryly a few times, warning everyone to back off. Crowding them like that will only stress them out. He says if they want to act friendly, they should at least follow his lead. He boasts about being the one who trained them, and both of them instantly recognize him as the rookie instructor. The creator walks over, putting his arms around Johan and Aziz. He explains that their arrival has everyone hyped since his power let them witness everything that happened in the road. Seeing how much they grew to take on Odin, it is no wonder everyone here became their biggest fans. If they had more time, he would love to give these heroes a much warmer welcome. But unfortunately, there is still something else they need to see, so they must keep moving. Aziz speaks up with concern, asking if they have to travel far, and suggesting a quick rest might be better. The creator smiles and tells her not to worry, it is not far at all within this pocket city. There lies a hidden spot that never existed in the road, a place they can only reach through him. Follow me to the place where all truths are kept, he says. This statement instantly sparks a deep curiosity inside Johan. The group quickly makes their way straight toward a place called the Forest of Origin. Inside the forest lies an incredibly unique and strange environment. Misa takes a deep breath and remarks that the air feels completely different from Pocket City, and Aziz agrees, finding the place magical and stunning. Johan is the only one looking totally bored, asking the self-proclaimed creator where exactly they are headed. The creator glances back with a casual chuckle, telling Johan not to be so distant and to just talk to him comfortably. The creator rubs his chin and quietly drops a bomb. They actually reached their destination a long time ago. Because this spot is the Forest of Origin itself. A pretty beautiful place, isn't it? High up on the branches, a pair of little squirrels are playfully cuddling. Nearby, a gentle antelope roams around, completely unafraid of humans. Suddenly, the creator clasps his hands together and speaks, warning them that although this forest looks peaceful on the surface, with a quick snap of his fingers, the truth is revealed. This forest was completely devastated the moment the gem was stolen. The beautiful landscape from before completely vanishes, replaced instead by a haunting forest of death. Human skulls are even scattered all over the ground, and here and there the white bones of wild beasts litter the area. This primeval forest has now transformed into a dark, gloomy place filled with a murderous aura. Aziz screams in sheer panic, asking about the forest they just saw. Johan also loses his cool, demanding to know what happened here and why they are being shown this desolate place. The creator's face darkens, dropping his playful act as he promises to explain everything to them piece by piece. Since the beginning of time, this forest has been the source of all life on San, deeply connected to the power of the gem. The balance of the world of San was originally maintained through two powerful gems. At the center of that balance is this primordial forest where the gem serves as its heart and the root of all living things. As a long time passed, previous generations of creators appeared carrying the mission to regulate the balance of San. Time continued to flow, passing this heavy duty down to my current generation. But then came a dark day. Claiming that San was no longer the world he desired to pursue, one of the creators slaughtered countless living beings, eventually stealing the precious gem right from this very spot. Johan gasps as a sudden realization hits him, wondering if that traitorous creator was. Without waiting for him to finish, the creator nods in confirmation. Yes, the one who murdered every other creator besides me to seize the gem was creator Odin. Placing his hand on the corpse of a recently deceased horse, he explains that Odin's motive was terrifyingly simple. It is because by absorbing the energy of other creators like us, a god can achieve true absolute immortality. Now Johan finally understands. So that is why Odin initiated that massive chaotic war in the first place. The weary creator slowly nods in agreement, confirming that is indeed the truth. Still, one thing remains highly confusing to Johan. He tells the creator that he had directly fought Odin while he held the gem, and unlike his usual rank-climbing matches, that battle felt entirely different. He felt with absolute certainty that he could never defeat an opponent wielding the raw power of that gem. Seeing his shaken state, the two girls look at Johan with deep concern in their eyes. The creator strokes his chin and smiles softly, murmuring, "Is that so?" Without dismissing the young warrior's lingering fear, he calmly offers a single question. "What if you also obtain the power of the gem?" Johan's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he stammers, "How could that even be possible?" The creator's eyes gleam, a smirk playing on his lips as he notes that the more complex things get, the simpler you must think. If Odin grew overwhelmingly powerful using the strength of the gem, then you simply need to do the exact same thing. Pure shock is written all over their faces, and honestly, who could blame them? The creator pulls out a blood-red gem, prompting them to wonder if it is another one. Johan is completely stunned by this insanely bold play from the creator, exclaiming that this second gem looks absolutely identical to the one Odin stole. He bursts into a hearty laugh, reminding them that he already mentioned there were two gems in existence. Odin is steadily becoming a transcendent entity by absorbing his gem, and the only way to stop his ascension is with this second gem right here, the creator declares as its bright light shines. Johan mutters quietly to himself the only way to stop Odin, so that means. Giving him no room to hesitate, the creator flatly declares that this is his ultimate chance for a rematch. Johan, if you could obtain power that rivals Odin himself, would you want to fight him one more time, or will you just break down and run away? The choice is yours, but if you are indeed the one I chose. Understanding the heavy implication, Johan clenches his fist, fully resolved to fight. He and the creator declare in perfect unison that there is absolutely no way he will ever back down. Having successfully ignited the fire in Johan's heart, the creator holds out the glowing gem, telling him to step up and touch it so he can finally unlock both power and truth. The two girls accompanying him finally let out a sigh of relief, smiling gently. Rocan stopped in his tracks, standing right before the creator. He tilted his head carefully, inspecting the red orb in his hand. Seeing his friend receive such a massive opportunity, Rocan confidently declared that Odin better watch out because this war was far from over. With absolute resolve, he reached out and touched the glowing light of the red orb. A massive wave of energy erupted, instantly enveloping the entire forest. In that exact moment, Rocan's eyes shone with unwavering determination. A month later, Rocan woke up to find himself in a completely unfamiliar place. He was highly shocked to see himself floating there in spirit form. What on earth was going on? Looking at the floating mountains, Rocan quietly guessed that this place had to be Asgard. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a shocking sight. Rocan instantly lost his composure. There was no way. Why the hell was this happening? How on earth did those two end up walking together? Around that time, Gundong was busy discussing some highly crucial matters with the creator. He furiously pointed at his report, arguing that Rocan was the absolute perfect fit to become their hero. He called him a stubborn fool who kept losing to Odin but still refused to back down. His sheer obsession was honestly mind-blowing. Yet the documents clearly detailed his bizarre, violent nature, balanced only by his exceptionally cold and analytical judgment. As the only top solo player in the Lord who refused to join any alliance, Gundong paused for a brief second, admitting that yes, the guy definitely had some personality flaws. The creator immediately shot back flatly, stating that this was exactly why Rocan was out of the question. Although the creator highly trusted Lee Gundong, they desperately needed to choose a hero capable of protecting both of their worlds. How could they ever select a total thug with such trashy morals? Hearing himself get trashed like that, Rocan felt pretty awkward, quietly calling the creator a stubborn old geezer. But wait, something here is incredibly off. That specific photograph was taken way before his regression. Could this place actually be the past before his regression? Why on earth was the red orb showing him this memory? After rejecting Gundong, the creator tried to comfort him, telling him not to be so disappointed. A true hero must protect both worlds, whereas a selfish player like Rocan, who only calculated his own benefits, was completely unfit for the role. Even so, Gundong kept defending Rocan, acknowledging that the warrior had always acted solely for his own self-interest, clawing his way to power by constantly robbing and defeating other players. Exactly as the creator feared, Rocan would never listen to a single word. Gundong's firm resolve slightly startled the creator, who simply told him that it was high time to just give up. He sadly looked back at the report, arguing that was merely how Rocan treated his direct competitors, but toward ordinary people he was different. If a man like him experienced more hardships, he would surely grow into someone better. With trusted comrades by his side and the right environment, he would undoubtedly change. He would absolutely protect everyone even long after they themselves had left this world. This was the crucial memory that the red orb had just shown to Rocan. Hearing those supportive words left Rocan deeply moved. Rocan swore to forever engrave that name deep in his heart, Chairman Lee Gundong. Right then, a strange phenomenon occurred instantly, pulling his consciousness back to reality. Before fading away, Rocan heard the creator relenting, agreeing that if Gundong was that set on his decision, they would go with it. The very last words echoing in his mind were the final decision: they would choose Rocan. Waking up from that intense dream, Rocan finally opened his eyes. Right beside him stood the creator, asking if he was finally awake, as Rocan struggled to look around the room. Suddenly, his hand began to overflow with the powerful energy brought by the red orb. The creator wasn't surprised at all, explaining that they were at an inn in Valkyr City and the others had stepped out to rest. He tilted his head in curiosity, asking how Rocan felt after seeing those memories. Since it was incredibly tragic to lose Lee Gundong like that, the creator had wanted to show him a bit more of the past. Rocan lowered his head, his mood growing noticeably darker as he pondered how he actually felt. Before meeting his current comrades, he always believed he had achieved everything entirely on his own, but he was never truly a solo player. He recalled Gundong's gentle advice, telling him not to blame himself for what happened. Rocan tried hard to hide his tears, realizing he always had loyal companions watching over and standing right beside him. Because of that, now was finally his turn to pay them back. The creator now understands exactly what is on Johan's mind. So that is how it is. In that case, you will definitely have to adapt to the jewel's power, right? Johan looks on in utter confusion even as the jewel's aura continues to swirl around him. Adapt is not simply absorbing it enough. The creator treats his confusion like a total joke. What are you even saying, Johan? Nothing in this world ever comes for free. Our creator finally reveals his true colors. Now that you are done resting, let us move. To defeat Odin, it is time for some hellish training. Seeing the creator's sheer excitement, Johan is completely taken aback. Hellish training? Are you serious? He frowns in utter confusion. Why do we even need to do this? The creator chuckles naturally. You only just absorbed the jewel a moment ago, right? Such immense power always comes with unpredictable, massive risks. Nodding solemnly, the creator adds that the jewel's volatile power is absolutely no exception. Once absorbed, the jewel completely fuses with the host's body. In that state, if you fail to control the energy and collapse under the strain, the host's physical body simply will not be able to handle the pressure and it will explode. Even a powerhouse like Odin is currently struggling to adapt to this jewel's intense energy. Johan finally realizes the terrifying power dwelling within him. So that is how it is. He quietly wonders, is it really possible to lose total control of your own power? Taking a moment, Johan casually checks his body. So far, he cannot feel any abnormal energy flow at all. Not letting him rest for even a second, the creator immediately urges him. If you understand, let us move out. We do not have much time left. Get your lazy butt out of bed and let us go, you bearded uncle. Suddenly, pure energy from the red jewel erupts from his hand. With just a single gentle touch, the entire bed instantly collapses. Even the house and the surrounding grounds start to suffer the exact same destructive fate. The creator turns around, stuttering in disbelief. Talk about a rude awakening. What on earth was that loud noise? Looking back, he panics and screams out, wait a minute. Meanwhile, Aziz and Maiza are gathering wild berries in the nearby forest. Aziz happily remarks that they are incredibly lucky, the villagers are so kind. Maiza fully agrees, noting they would have starved to death without this shared food. Suddenly, she remembers Johan. She wonders if he has finally woken up by now. He really needs to make a speedy recovery. Just as she says this, the house where he was resting is completely demolished. A massive, violent explosion rips through the entire structure. Maiza and Aziz watch in absolute horror as smoke billows from the ruins. Ignoring the danger, Maiza bolts forward, urging them to go check on him. Dropping their wild food, they both rush frantically back to the house. They can only scream out his name, desperately calling for Uncle Johan. Right on cue, Johan emerges from the smoking pile of rubble, asking if Aziz and Maiza are finally back. Do not worry, nothing is wrong. But could you two turn around for just a quick second? Both Johan and the creator are awkwardly trying to cover themselves since their clothes apparently blew away with the house. The two onlookers are left totally pale, though at least he seems to be completely unharmed. Shortly after, the creator leads the three of them straight to their training ground. Everyone is instantly blown away by the sheer massive scale of the place. Those towering cliffs are insanely high. With his hands behind his back, he proudly explains that many legendary sand warriors once trained right here. The jewel inside you is still highly unstable. If you can understand your limits, you will find it much easier to control. That is precisely why I brought you to this cliff. Tapping his finger against a massive boulder, the creator asks if he sees this spot. Try hitting it with everything you have. Johan stares blankly at the finger, completely dumbfounded. So you are telling me I am supposed to just destroy this massive cliffside now? He completely loses his cool and starts yelling. This is totally ridiculous. How am I supposed to smash this without any weapons? His clueless reaction thoroughly amuses the creator. You literally just blew up an entire house, so how is this any different? Hearing that he is left completely speechless and defeated, you are always forcing me into these absurd situations. No matter how strong I am, breaking a massive cliff with bare hands is just impossible. To prove his point, Johan decides to go ahead and follow the creator's request anyway. However, as he faces the sheer rock wall, the intense crimson aura of the jewel flares up. He might not know if it will work, but he has to try. Johan takes a deep breath and tightens his fist. The punch is thrown with absolute precision. With the magical gem boosting his strength, obliterating the cliffside is incredibly easy. The violent shockwave ripples across the entire mountain range, causing a shower of loose debris to rain down. Right in front of Johan, a massive deep crater now stretches out. He's pretty hyped. Who knew his newly acquired power would be this crazy? The creator steps up slowly and asks if Johan can finally feel the sheer scale of the incredible power he has been granted. Johan can't help but feel pretty embarrassed about how much he looked down on the god earlier. The deity doesn't mind the doubt and puts his absolute faith in him. He then asks if Johan is mentally prepared. Johan tilts his head in confusion, wondering what kind of mental preparation he could possibly need. The creator flashes a mysterious smile and tells him not to worry. He just needs to follow along because this training regimen is going to be incredibly fun. Beyond just smashing massive boulders, the deity urges Johan to master the power in his hands. His first task is simple: go chop down that tree 9 times. Maintaining physical balance is also extremely important. He orders him to swim back and forth across the river 9 times and do it quickly. And finally, the absolute key is emotional control. He has to stand under the heavy flow of a freezing waterfall for the entire day. And just like that, the hellish training days pass by. Johan is completely drained, collapsing flat on the dirt floor. He gasps out that he can't move a single muscle, but the creator claims this is barely a warm-up. He wants more training, though he admits Johan should have a feel for the power by now. Now that the basic preparation is complete, he suggests Johan is going to need a brand new weapon. Without even needing to think about it, Johan looks up and agrees. The creator turns to Misa and asks her to look after Johan while the forest spirit guides their way. She's caught off guard by this, wondering if they are actually going out to buy a weapon. But the word buy doesn't exist in the creator's vocabulary. He asks how they could purchase anything when defeating the ultimate enemy requires the absolute strongest weapon imaginable. And Hephaestus is the legendary blacksmith who will forge this new weapon for Johan. On a bright morning, thick black smoke billows into the sky from roaring furnaces everywhere. Inside, intense red flames glow as the deafening clangs of hammers ring through the air. A heavily muscled woman is hard at work crafting a highly unique masterpiece. Suddenly, someone shouts from the entrance announcing that they have some visitors looking for them. Hephaestus pauses her hammering and smirks, wondering who would dare to show up. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she wonders who has the nerve to come to her shop. This muscular lady is Hephaestus, the finest blacksmith in all of San. On another clear day, Johan and his companions walk to a specific corner of the busy city. Looking at the emblem on the building, it seems like a blacksmith's workshop. He stops, asking the forest spirit to confirm if this is the place. He tries to remember the blacksmith's name, especially since the locals panicked and ran away the second they saw his group. Just then, Hephaestus walks up from behind them, complaining that she almost fell asleep waiting. She introduces herself, declaring that she is indeed the top blacksmith in all of San. Her name matches her fiery presence. She tells them they can just call her Hef. Johan's mouth twitches as he stares, silently questioning if this woman is really their guide. He pulls Aziz and Misa aside to hold a quick meeting, whispering in disbelief about how that old bearded god could possibly know a beauty like her. Right then, she walks straight over and throws her arm around his shoulder. Hephaestus continues to tease Johan, asking why he's talking so much with a beauty standing right there. Without letting him speak, she drags him inside, saying it is much easier to talk inside the workshop anyway. Aziz chuckles awkwardly, noting that her aggressive attitude is definitely similar to the old man, while Misa agrees, since even Johan can't break free from her grip. They watch from behind as she easily drags Johan right into the hot forge. Inside, Hephaestus leads Johan to a massive showroom packed with high-tier weapons. The crackling flames of the furnace echo softly through the room. The moment she steps inside, the local blacksmiths loudly cheer her return and eagerly show off their latest crafted sword. She smiles, waves, and warmly praises them for staying focused and working so hard. Johan looks around the vast space and remarks that it is much larger than he expected. Just then, an elderly man approaches Hephaestus, quietly asking if these visitors are the heroes. She pats his shoulder and asks Kudan to guide them to the high-grade gear. Kudan excitedly leads the group further inside, welcoming the legendary heroes to follow his lead. Johan frowns as he steps forward and pulls open the curtain. His pupils contract in shock. He is stunned by how different the layout of this workshop is. That is when Hephaestus speaks up, introducing the place and welcoming him to her personal workspace. She points out the special crafting material for Johan's ultimate weapon. Grabbing a corner of the white cloth, she pulls the cover away. A brilliant light bursts from underneath, almost blinding them both. Filled with pride and excitement, Hephaestus explains this is a raw stone known as the Dragon Heart. This ancient stone can only be harvested from dragons that live for tens of thousands of years. Packed with their condensed essence, it is refined into a top-tier material capable of withstanding absolutely any power. Hearing about such a legendary material, Johan is not about to pass it up, telling her to start crafting immediately. But she quickly shuts him down, explaining that it is not possible just yet. You cannot make an ultimate weapon with just one material. They are still missing 2 critical items. First is wood from the Forest of Origin, and second is a dragon to wake up the Dragon Heart. After all, only a fellow dragon can activate the stone. Right then, Aziz raises his hand to ask if any dragon would do, and Hephaestus turns to confirm that indeed any dragon works. But would a species that is famously hostile to other races even agree to help them? Honestly, this looks like an impossible mission. So what is his plan? Hephaestus frowns in utter confusion as Johan casually places a hand on her shoulder. His nose almost grows long like Pinocchio's as he boasts that if it is a dragon, he already has a way. Startled by his bold claim, she asks how they could possibly meet a legendary dragon. Taking the chance to show off, Johan proudly tells her never to underestimate his incredible capabilities. Rubbing his chin, he calculates their odds and notes that this issue is practically solved. He instructs Aziz and Mizé to fetch Kai, confident that the creator knows where he is. Mizé crosses his arms, confidently telling them to leave it in their hands. With the tasks assigned, Johann decides that Hephaestus will accompany him to the Forest of Origin to search for the sacred wood. They just need to find the materials and gather back here. It is finally time for Johann and his allies to farm Aura and forge an ultimate weapon to crush Odin. A short while later, inside the ancient forest, Johann mutters that he never expected to visit this place again. He recalls the creator showing him the original form of this land. Meanwhile, she inspects the surviving wood, noting that many mysterious ancient races used to live here. Hephaestus's expression turns cold and stiff as she remembers the day that tyrant Odin finally appeared. The haunting memory of his dark cloak fluttering in the wind is something she can never truly forget. Just thinking about Odin is enough to make a burning rage flare up deep within her eyes. Johann stays completely silent upon seeing this dark expression on her face. To some extent, he deeply understands the heavy anxiety weighing down her heart. Breaking the silence, Johann makes a firm promise, telling her not to worry because he will restore this land. For just a fleeting moment, her eyes tremble slightly in response to his words. She is deeply moved to see a young man fighting so hard to protect their shared world. In exchange, Johann demands that she forge the absolute ultimate weapon capable of defeating Odin. Her head tilts with a gentle smile as she listens to his straightforward condition. Naturally, Hephaestus has absolutely no reason to refuse, so she playfully asks what kind of weapon their legendary hero actually wants to wield. She invites him to speak up whether he wants a massive greatsword like before or something entirely new. But suddenly, a massive explosion erupts right behind the two of them. The deafening blast instantly catches both Johann and Hephaestus completely off guard. A terrifying beast leaps out from the dust, aiming straight for Hephaestus. Johann reacts instantly, pulling her out of harm's way just in time. However, the treacherous tree monster moves with surprising speed and agility. It wraps its roots tightly around Johann's limbs. He cannot move. The vicious monster even lifts Johann high up into the air, leaving him helpless. For a moment, he has absolutely no idea how to react to this. What is going on? A massive question plagues his mind. Why are the trees acting like this? Regaining his composure after the sudden sneak attack, Johann wonders how monsters could possibly exist here, especially since the entire place is supposed to be fully protected by the creator's barrier. Only now can he clearly see the bizarre form of this towering tree monster. Strung across its branches are creepy twisted faces that look disturbingly human. They scream all at once, unleashing a deafening, ear-splitting shriek. The monster relentlessly lashes out, trying to bind its prey tight. But for the current Johann, dealing with this is child's play. With one single swing of his arm, he completely shatters the beast. Johann bursts forward at high speed, unleashing a flurry of continuous kicks that strike every single inch of the monster's giant body. Relying solely on his bare hands, Johann effortlessly takes down the tree monster. Flashing a thrilled smile, he asks how a measly monster like that could ever hope to defeat him. Overwhelmed by his oppressive pressure, the monster shrieks and retreats back toward the site of the previous explosion. But escaping is no longer an option once they are in his grasp. Johann leaps high into the air, piercing straight into the monster's core. Clenching his hand into a fist, he smiles fully, enjoying the rush of his incredible power. With just one single punch, Johann completely obliterates the giant body of the tree beast. He lands back down completely, ignoring the massive explosion behind him. Johann laughs while waving his hand, mocking the beast for foolishly challenging him without knowing its own limits. Right at that moment, Hestia's voice rings out instantly, grabbing his full attention. Johann quickly turns to check on her, asking if she is all right. Trembling as she holds her injured arm, she shrugs it off as minor carelessness, claiming she is far tougher than he thinks. Johann immediately slips back into teasing mode, joking that her sassy attitude is proof enough that she is fine. With the threat cleared, he wants to get straight to their main objective, finding a way to gather the wood. But her face suddenly turns pale, filled with absolute shock and panic. Hestia stammers out a frantic warning, shouting for Johann to look behind him. His eyes nearly pop out at the sight, wondering what on earth is happening now. Right there stands another massive tree monster. Only this time, their numbers are steadily growing. Turns out that first beast was just a teaser, because now an entire army of them is closing in. Instead of panicking, Johann grins with excitement, thrilled that the monsters seem to multiply the more he kills them. Cracking his knuckles like this is just a warm-up, he sees this as the perfect chance to test his hard-earned skills. Taking his battle stance, he prepares to solo the pack, declaring he will grind them all to dust. But right then, a familiar voice rings out, telling the human to shut up and asking how he dares show off such petty tricks in her presence. Kai's eyes flash with sharp intensity, completely unimpressed by his amateur display. She steps in and instantly obliterates the newly spawned tree monsters. Kai's blazing flames burn hotter by the second. Everywhere, her destructive fire sweeps, nothing is left but complete and utter ruin. The resulting shockwave is so incredibly violent that Johann can barely keep his footing. But having his hard-earned kill stolen leaves him absolutely furious, and he demands to know why she interfered. At that exact moment, she proudly strides forward alongside Aziz and Maisie, announcing her grand arrival. She complains about how they left her behind in the woods, mocking them by saying they are completely incapable of accomplishing a single thing without her help. Yet despite her loud boasting, the group completely ignores her as Yoan focuses on Hestia, leaving Kai absolutely fuming that she is being pushed to the side. Hestia begins collecting the wood from the primeval forest, noting that the tree monsters seem to be made of timber from the primordial forest itself. Johan strokes his chin thoughtfully, trying to look wise, but she quickly cuts in with some great news: they have finally gathered all the materials they need. Hestia quickly runs through their checklist of required items, confirming they now have the primordial wood. Plus, they already have the second main ingredient, the dragon Kai, who is completely clueless, wondering if they actually mean her. It is finally in their hands, and the dragon heart is already waiting at the workshop. The four of them eagerly look at the legendary wood in their hands, leaving Kai completely ignored as they celebrate having everything and heading back to the workshop. Left totally confused and annoyed, she wonders what on earth these humans are even talking about. Together, the excited group makes their way back to the blacksmith workshop. Suddenly, Johan speaks up and wonders how long it will take to forge the weapon, assuming it won't be quick. Hearing this, she smirks with absolute confidence, asking if he forgot that she is the greatest blacksmith, promising she only needs one single night. They shower her with praise, agreeing she is on a whole other level. As they travel, Kai suddenly notices something strange, sniffing out a bizarre burning smell in the air. Without saying a single word to anyone, she immediately splits off and heads in the opposite direction. She flies high to get a clearer view of the situation. Agitated, she shouts down to the group below, asking if they are absolutely sure they are heading the right way. Right before Kai's eyes is a shocking sea of flames. The village is burning out of control. Telling them to see for themselves, Hephaestus gasps in shock, suddenly realizing that her workshop is in danger. As the grim reality sinks in, she panics, crying out that the villagers are in grave danger. The ferocious roaring flames spread rapidly through every single corner of the village. No place is spared as the devastating inferno sweeps through. Several unfortunate villagers get choked by the heavy smoke and fall unconscious, while the brave blacksmiths try desperately to help everyone escape. Yet amid the chaos, someone yells out, asking if that place is really more important than their lives. The blacksmiths risk everything to guard the workshop, shouting that their captain and the heroes will return soon. The culprit's mocking laughter echoes, sneering at how these weak humans value a mere forge over their own lives. The cruel villain behind this disaster is none other than Hodor, though he doesn't really care. He declares he is going to finish them all off today anyway. As the entire town sinks into a sea of fire, the injured blacksmiths desperately try to hold their ground. Hodor roars out a devastating threat, declaring that every single one of them will disappear. But wait, look closely, because a mysterious silhouette has just appeared right behind Hodor. He turns around just in time to see Johan charging directly at him to attack. Johan lunges forward, pulling back his fist to deliver a highly decisive, powerful blow. With a massive punch, Johan sends Hodor flying a dramatic distance backward. Flashing a mocking smirk, he blocks the strike and remarks that Johan has a pretty rude greeting. Johan glares at his opponent, dryly mocking him back and asking how Odin's little lackey is doing. Without warning, Johan immediately follows up by unleashing a devastating heavy kick. The brutal force of the strike blasts the enemy backwards, smashing him into a nearby building, and Johan looks dead serious, declaring that he will not let their plans succeed as he has waited for this moment. Landing right beside him, the rest of the battle-ready heroes finally arrive. Kai looks incredibly excited to see Joe. Khan wears a look of absolute delight. Maisie curls her lips, staring intently straight ahead. Beside her, Aziz smirks, waiting expectantly. Hephaestus runs over from a distance and frantically asks what on earth happened to him, while Dan weakly calls out to his captain. Hephaestus asks if he is okay, shocked to see him in this state. She grips Dan by the shoulders, crying out that he should have run to save himself instead of staying like an absolute fool. At that moment, Dan holds out a hammer to Hephaestus, weakly telling his captain that he is all right and begging her to accept this weapon. It is the precious treasure she had once given him. Hephaestus thinks back on it, her fury building with every second. Why do the innocent always have to suffer? She turns to Johan, begging him to protect the forge, while he glances back and quickly tells her to leave without worry. Helping Kuden move, Hephaestus yells out to Misa and Kai, pleading for their help. Her eyes dart in another direction, her voice growing tense as she whispers the name Ragnarok. As Hephaestus and Kuden head inside, her heart burns with absolute fury, but she must deal with the immediate crisis first. She looks back at Johan's group, seeing their sheer determination as they stand tall like heroes, protecting them all. The space right in front of them is completely engulfed in flames. Looking down from above, Hodor speaks up slowly, mocking that he was curious where they were hiding, only to find them here in San. Johan glares back coldly, snapping that they are not friends, so cut the small talk and spit out where Odin is. Hodor chuckles and sneers, asking why the rush since Johan is going to get absolutely crushed by Lord Odin anyway. Both of Hodor's eyes widen as he cautiously observes them below, calculating how different Johan is compared to before. Under his heavy gaze, Johan looks incredibly terrifying, and Hodor knows he must eliminate any obstacle to Lord Odin's plans. Hodor chuckles softly, quietly reminding himself that he absolutely cannot let his guard down. But while he is rambling, Johan strikes. Aziz immediately unleashes her magic. Empowered by her buff, Johan charges directly toward Hodor with incredible speed. He raises his fist high, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Hodor refuses to stand there and take it instantly, preparing to strike back. A twisted smile spreads across his face as he asks if the great strategist of Ragnarok really thinks he can be taken down so easily. Hodor immediately summons a mysterious blue portal, and out from that very portal steps another Johan. Seeing this, the real Johan is caught completely off guard. The clone summoned by Hodor immediately lunges forward, attacking the real Johan. A single punch sends him crashing violently into the ground. Aziz rushes over frantically, asking if Johan is okay while he slowly stands up, analyzing the impact of that last strike. He mutters to himself in disbelief, questioning if his own attack was somehow reflected right back at him. From above, Hodor mocks him, sneering that he really shouldn't be letting his guard down like that. Laughing, he warns them that the real fight is only going to get much worse from here on out. Meanwhile, back at the forge, Hephaestus shouts at the top of her lungs for everyone to listen up. She yells that while the heroes are out there fighting for their lives, their sole objective is to craft a new weapon for Johan. She immediately directs Kai to control the energy of the core stone right next to the furnace. Turning to the rest of the blacksmiths, Hephaestus orders them to give this project absolutely everything they have got. One worker calls out, announcing that the final preparations are now fully complete. Hephaestus forces a tense smile, noting that the pressure is absolutely suffocating. Staring into the blazing forge, she secretly admits that despite her brave front, this is actually her very first time using a dragon heart. The intense fire melts the metal into a glowing golden mass. Frowning, Hephaestus locks in, focusing completely on the work while quietly wondering if Johan is currently enduring an even more terrifying pressure. She puts every ounce of her strength into each swing, knowing Johan will save the world, including Sand, leaving her with no choice. Her hammer strikes the glowing hot metal with unbelievable force. The nearby blacksmiths are completely blinded by the sparks, shocked by the sheer intensity of the shockwaves. Even Johan's companions standing outside can feel the immense vibrations. Every single eye is now locked onto Hephaestus. She raises her heavy hammer and slams it down hard. A moment later, Hephaestus is suddenly thrown backward by the force. Her eyes widen in shock, her mouth whispering a soft disbelief. Right before them stands a newly forged weapon, successfully completed at last. This newly birthed weapon is none other than the Dark Raven Berserk Axe. Holder wears a wicked, mocking grin as he declares to the audience watching them that it is time to turn up the difficulty. He starts relentlessly throwing out a barrage of glowing cards. The cards transform into giant blue fists, all locking directly onto Rocan. Rocan barely manages to dodge the devastating onslaught, but Holder tracks his every move, laughing that the show is far from over. This persistent pressure is starting to get seriously on Rocan's nerves. Meanwhile, the deadly cards keep flying toward him without stopping. Just in time, Aziz leaps right in front of him. She activates her protective magic, yelling out that she will not go down so easily. She deploys her ultimate defensive skill, the Holy Shield. Thanks to her timely intervention, the duo successfully blocks Holder's incoming strike. Looking around, she notes that their enemy relies entirely on ranged attacks to cover his weak close-quarters combat. She then adds that Rocan's close-range style is being completely countered by this strategy. And honestly, you can't help but shudder at Holder's wicked, sadistic grin. Rocan has to agree with her, admitting that she's absolutely spot on. The enemy is dominating, denying him any chance to close the distance, and yet why is every single blow so ridiculously powerful? Holder sneers, asking Rocan why he is overthinking things when the battle is already practically over. Gathering dark energy into his palm, he mockingly offers to help speed up his end. Dark swirling energy quickly wraps around both Rocan and Aziz. She glances around, her face tightening with sudden worry. Aziz senses the danger and instantly turns toward the source, realizing where it's heading. She looks over at Rocan in panic. Aziz quickly raises her magical staff to counter the threat, but the black swirling mist was already targeting her from the start. It catches her completely off guard. She was the real target all along. Rocan's eyes widen in sheer panic as he screams out her name. The oppressive dark aura begins to completely swallow her up, and there is absolutely no sign of the mist fading away. Seizing the distraction, Holder maneuvers to strike Rocan from behind. He channels his full strength directly into his fist. The brutal blow lands heavily, leaving Rocan reeling in pain. He is thrown backwards, skidding a long way across the dirt. Holder laughs, saying he's impressed that Rocan managed to survive that clean hit. He calmly adds that it was all part of his grand finale anyway, leaving Rocan completely shocked as he wonders what the villain means. Grinning from ear to ear, Holder tells him to enjoy the final act. He pours every ounce of his power into his ultimate show-stopping spell. Dozens of glowing cards materialize on both sides of the arena. In a flash, they completely trap Rocan in their circle. Countless beams of dark light lock directly onto his position. Suddenly, a familiar figure comes sprinting onto the battlefield. Hephaestus throws the freshly forged weapon toward him, shouting at him to catch it. Hearing her loud shout, Rocan reacts instantly to snatch the weapon. He easily catches his brand new weapon in midair. Right then, Rocan's face shifts. Talk about perfect timing. He immediately unleashes a swift and incredibly decisive slash. Hoarder is totally caught off guard, yelling out in frustration about how these annoying bugs always ruin everything. Meanwhile, Rocan launches himself high off the ground. He shoulders his massive weapon, gearing up for a devastating strike. He declares his target as the perfect sacrifice for this epic grand finale. Rocan grins with pure excitement, naming his enemy as the chosen target. Meanwhile, Hoarder is left completely and utterly helpless. Deep, brutal slashes carve across his entire body. He collapses weakly onto the ground, entirely defeated. The tides of battle have fully shifted, sealing a definitive victory. Rocan stares at his hands, muttering if this is really his new weapon. He smiles, satisfied with its power, just as a notification alerts him that he has acquired 10 new raging underworld axes. Sudden noises from behind quickly draw Rocan's attention. He turns around with concern, calling out to ask if Assis is all right. From the distance, Hephaestus and another companion come running toward him. As soon as Rocan spots her, he shares that Hecate and Kim Yoon-min are perfectly safe, leaving a curious Hephaestus to ask if he really managed to take down Ragnarok all by himself. But before he can even utter a word, a sinister voice rings out, questioning if they were really defeated. Everyone snaps their gaze over to Hoarder, completely stunned that he is still standing. Extremely annoyed, Rocan snaps back at the persistent leech, telling him to just give up because his master plan has already completely failed. Hoarder slowly staggers back up, laughing off the idea of failure. His face contorts into a twisted, creepy grin as he reveals that his ultimate plan was never actually to destroy Rocan in the first place. Raising his hand to the sky, Hoarder proudly declares that his defeat was just a sacrifice to buy precious time, and that absolutely everything is still unfolding exactly as Lord Ragnarok intended. Glaring down with a malicious sneer, he adds that he is eagerly looking forward to watching Rocan meet a truly miserable end. With those final spiteful words, Hoarder collapses completely, wishing Rocan a tragic and painful death. Rocan repeats the chilling words, realizing with dread what a sacrifice to buy time really means. Elsewhere, Odin stands motionless amidst a dense, bustling crowd. His gaze is incredibly cold, looking down on humanity. He remains completely still, not moving even a single inch. Quietly, he whispers to himself that it is finally time to begin. Meanwhile, Rocan snaps out of his thoughts, horrified as the pieces connect, and he realizes the true target of this delay. Odin begins to stroll calmly through the heavily packed streets. Slipping his hands into his pockets, he walks with effortless ease. His sharp, piercing gaze shifts to the side as if noticing something interesting. Observing the cheerful, busy atmosphere, he sneers, thinking this place is no different from Saint. Just another pathetic world crawling with weak and useless creatures. Cowards clustering together, hiding behind the fragile shield of society. Odin turns his gaze away from the crowd, looking elsewhere. He watches humans trample one another using wealth and fake status to create artificial hierarchies. At the end of the day, they are just insects with zero power to fight back. That is all they are. Nearby, a bully grabs a helpless student by the collar, daring him to try acting up again. The poor kid in glasses just trembles in pure terror. Odin simply watches from the sidelines, completely indifferent to the pathetic cruelty. It is all because they only know how to submit like obedient dogs when suddenly, the kid with glasses screams out in absolute rage, "It is all your fault." That sudden outburst is enough to catch Odin's attention. Clutching his trembling arm, the kid with glasses shakes as he tells them that even if they died in a tragic accident, my parents, the researchers at Fakon, were always incredibly proud of what they did. Gathering every bit of courage left in him, he screams, "Apologize right now." Odin seems genuinely amused, letting out a soft chuckle. The bully grabs the kid by the collar, snarling, "You think I am soft, you bastard? Let us see how long you last today." The brute raises a massive fist, ready to strike. The kid squeezes his eyes shut, braced for the worst. Dull sounds of heavy punches echo through the narrow alleyway. Opening his eyes, the kid realizes the bullies have already been wiped out. He stares in utter shock at the scene. Wait, did Odin really just take them all out? The kid slowly looks up, completely stunned. Standing right there is Odin. "Did you just save me?" he asks. Odin looks at him, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Odin smirks, saying he is just looking for directions. The kid pushes up his glasses, completely confused, looking for directions. Odin helps him up, adding that the kid seems to know the way to Fakon. Soon the two of them are walking together toward Fakon. The timid kid nervously speaks up, thanking him deeply for the rescue back there. They always bully him for no reason, and ever since his parents passed away, it has only gotten worse. Suddenly, Odin asks if the kid knows just how full of contradictions this world really is. Humans are all born weak, yet they build hierarchies and trample on each other just to satisfy their own egos. Is that not completely ridiculous? Looking down at the ground, the kid mumbles in agreement that he is not sure, but this world truly is unfair. Gripping his backpack straps tightly, his hands shake as he mutters that if everyone were equal, maybe he would not be bullied. Living like this, he would rather see the whole world blow up so he is not the only miserable soul left. He immediately backtracks, telling himself to just forget about that nonsense. Look, he says, Faken is almost completely rebuilt now. Standing right before them is a massive, ultra-modern corporate building. Odin stays silent for a moment before asking him a question. If you were to become stronger, would you have the confidence to destroy this world? The kid's lips part in shock. Scratching his cheek awkwardly, he laughs it off, saying a weakling like him could never do that, and besides, even if he could, he would be too terrified. But the moment he finishes speaking, his eyes stretch wide with fear. Odin is staring down at him with nothing but pure disappointment. The kid's voice cracks with sheer terror as he asks why Odin is looking at him like that. Dropping his friendly act, Odin sneers, admitting he expected a much different answer. What an absolute waste of time. Odin summons a lethal sword directly out of thin air. Grasping the blade with a menacing grin, he scoffs that in the end the kid is just another coward willing to rot away in this decaying world. The sheer overwhelming pressure of his power leaves the kid completely paralyzed. Standing there like an absolute god, Odin raises his blade to strike, right toward the bustling, peaceful streets of Fossavon. He's instantly torn to shreds by a single slash from Odin's sword. His raw power spreads outward, completely destroying everything in his path. Odin violently kicks the glasses-wearing kid away, mocking that the common trait among all weaklings is their complete lack of willpower. They are just parasites who survive by sucking up to the strong. Parasites like you deserve to be wiped outright. Odin's eyes flash with absolute arrogance. This world only belongs to the strong. Remember that before you die, because today is the very last day the weak will ever exist. Explosions tear through the ground as massive buildings begin to crumble. Suddenly, a swarm of bloodthirsty monsters begins to invade. An entire army of terrifying beasts emerges right behind Odin. The poor kid with glasses can only tremble on the cold ground. Sinister, dark energy swirls around Odin as the time finally comes. From this very moment on, wipe out every single living thing in this land. A hulking monster swings its massive axe and roars. It shatters the ground, sending terrified citizens fleeing for their lives. Monsters charge to slaughter innocent bystanders who scream out, "Run for your lives." The glasses-wearing kid desperately grabs Odin's arm, trembling and begging him to stop. Please just make this stop. Why would you ever go this far? Odin looks down at him like a pathetic bug and sneers, why? Very simple, no matter what actions I choose to take. Since you are all weaklings, you can never change anything. The poor kid watches in sheer horror as the beasts brutally tear people apart. Biting his lip through tears, he silently begs for anyone at all. Please stop them. And then a massive spatial rift suddenly tears open. Startled, the kid turns to look directly at the newly formed spatial rift. Suddenly, Rocan leaps out from the glowing portal. Wielding a massive axe, he swiftly slices down the invading monsters. Without hesitation, Rocan charges straight towards Odin. He swings his giant axe directly at the tyrant. Odin blocks the strike effortlessly, laughing and asking who we have here. Rocan lands smoothly with his massive axe, cockily replying that he is the one who is going to tear him to absolute shreds. The legendary hero Holder falls defeated to the cold ground. Meanwhile, Hephaestus helps guide the terrified survivors to safety. Mysa strokes her chin, advising that they must first analyze the situation. She anxiously explains that according to Holder, Odin is definitely on Earth, and after stealing the strength of all these innocent people, she warns Johan, Aziz, and Kai that Odin will only grow stronger and try to destroy the creators themselves. Aziz chimes in, agreeing they must return immediately to stop him. Rocan raises his hand to speak confidently, stating that the old man who created them will surely send them back. Mysa is deeply worried because they are running out of time, prompting Aziz to suggest riding on Kai to speed things up. Suddenly, the creator appears and tells them it is not necessary. Everyone cheers with relief as the creator steps forward, explaining that he sensed the energy of Ragnarok and arrived just in the nick of time. But there is a major problem. Rocan forces a tense smile, asking what that problem could be. The creator looks at him sadly, admitting he lost to Odin and had most of his power sealed, meaning he can send them back, but with a catch. Only one person. I only have enough power left to send a single person back. Hearing this, Mizzy and Aziz panic, wondering if they truly cannot go together and if someone must face Odin entirely on their own. Johan, patting Mizzy's shoulder, slyly asks why everyone is so shocked. From the start, this has always been my battle, so it only makes sense for me to end this myself. After all, the hero always wins. Mizzy and Aziz call out Johan in unison. Mizzy sighs softly, a small smile appearing on her face. She bumps fists with Johan to show her complete trust, admitting they are only a burden at this point, while Aziz enthusiastically celebrates the return of the legendary solo player. Both of them place their full faith in Johan, and honestly, who wouldn't? He smiles, promising that he will win. Johan rests his axe on his shoulder, throwing Odin a cocky glare. He shields his bespectacled friend, telling him to run as far away as possible. The boy stumbles down, stammering a quick yes. Johan glares, swinging the massive axe down from his shoulder to begin their ultimate revenge match. A brutal battlefield as the two stand face to face. Johan scans the area, thinking he tried to get here as fast as possible. Behind him, a beast roars in the ruined city. Staring at the devastation, Johan cannot help but wonder if he actually arrived too late. Finally, he speaks up, demanding to know what kind of world Odin truly wants and what will even be left if he goes through with this. With a sigh, Odin answers that he does not ask for much, just a world free of weak, useless pests and nothing more. Odin's demeanor flips instantly, calling Johan a mere pawn to reach his ultimate goal. Unfazed by the provocation, Johan retorts that whether he is a pawn or the hero who defeats him will be decided soon. They will find out soon enough. In the blink of an eye, Johan vanishes from sight. The battle explodes as the two charge at each other. The city lies ruined in a sea of flames, yet even the raging fire cannot stop their intense clash. Odin unleashes a deadly swing, dripping with pure murderous intent. Johan moves like lightning, parrying the strike instantly. An endless flurry of attacks is exchanged between them. As the fight rages on, Johan only grows more thrilled. Not far away, a vicious monster spots its next potential prey. It bares its razor-sharp teeth, drooling with hunger. A split second later, Johan sends it straight to the afterlife. A nearby boy watches frozen in absolute terror. Realizing his life was just saved, the kid asks who he is. Johan simply warns him not to linger and to run away immediately. The boy looks at him in sheer shock. Johan glances back, realizing his enemy has already caught up. With that, he immediately blocks Odin's incoming blade. Odin sneers triumphantly, asking where all that confidence of his has gone. "Shut up," Johan snaps back, grinning. The two clash fiercely once again. Rocks fly everywhere as thick dust fills the air. The intense battle is completely dead even. Odin swings his sword, but Johan blocks it instantly. A massive surge of golden energy wraps tightly around Odin's blade. Leaping high, he unleashes his ultimate move, Judgment. A flurry of slashes follows, forcing Johan to dodge desperately. Johan moves with sheer agility, weaving through each strike. Johan admits the opponent is incredibly strong, but he has not been sitting around doing nothing either. A deep blue aura suddenly swirls around Odin. It condenses into a barrier to block that terrifying attack. He stands tall, suspended in the middle of the air. Odin's eyes turn sinister as he sneers, "Do you really think that tiny power can match me?" But all he sees in front of him is empty space. Odin is baffled. Where did that guy go? Sensing a sudden, sharp spike of danger, he whips around instantly. Johan lunges from the shadows, swinging his blade. Odin reacts instantly. "Do you think I would fall for a cheap trick like that? Die." He swings his sword just a fraction of a second faster. The massive shockwave blows Johan straight backward. He crashes heavily into the side of a nearby building. Odin touches down with absolute ease. Full of absolute confidence, he declares it over. But then a warm liquid slowly trickles down Odin's cheek. He reaches up to wipe his face. Odin looks up in complete shock. "Blood. Am I actually bleeding?" he gasps. Johan's voice slowly echoes from the shattered rubble. "You keep calling yourself a god. But seeing you bleed like anyone else, it looks like you are really just a regular mortal after all. Did you really think everything would go exactly as you planned? I honestly wanted to play along with your little game. But my side has prepared quite a few surprises." The system notification suddenly alerts him. Health has dropped below 50%, activating Undying King. Johan rises with wild excitement, warning Odin that he had better look forward to this next strike. Johan's eyes burn like two eerie red lanterns in the dark, his voice dropping to a low, mocking whisper. "Did you really think this entire battle would go exactly how you planned? I actually wanted to play along with your little game. But my side has already prepared quite a lot." As Johan locks his cold blade-sharp eyes directly onto Odin, a bright system screen flashes right in front of him, warning that his health has dropped below 50% and activating the legendary Undying King passive. He swings his weapon up with a triumphant grin, reminding Odin that he had better look forward to this devastating move. Standing amidst the vast smoking ruins of the battlefield, Johan stands completely defiant as he glares coldly at his opponent. Odin glances at his opponent's new form and scoffs, guessing the next move is that frenzy again. "I think it is time you realize that cheap trick is completely useless against a god like me." Johan refuses to let Odin mock him so easily, immediately firing back with a deeply sarcastic sneer, warning him that he had better not start crying like a baby once the real beating begins. Odin narrows his eyes, his gaze filling with a sudden cold dread as he observes the opponent. He can clearly feel that Johan's current aura has become completely different from anything he showed before. Staring at Johan's fully transformed body and the raw, terrifying power radiating from his physical frame, Odin realizes his prediction was entirely correct. "So you actually ended up absorbing that divine orb, just as I planned," he muses. Even with this sudden revelation, Odin remains completely unfazed. He slowly points his sharp blade directly at Johann once more, declaring that even if he holds the power of the divine orb, the ultimate result will never change because a mere mortal cannot even wield that immense strength properly. That glowing orb is far more than a simple power source. It is the very origin of the hunt. There is no way an outsider like you can control a power like this, so be smart and hand it over. Hearing him ramble on again, Johann completely loses his patience and cuts him off, telling him he talks way too much. Ramming on about this sphere and that new world, Johann asks if he thinks they are acting in a soap opera. Whenever he sees people drunk on their own arrogance, he gets a familiar urge. He just cannot hold back the burning desire to shatter their grand illusions. Johann warns Odin that he is finally going to pay for everything he did. Those mocking words and Johann's dismissive smile instantly set off Odin's rage. His eyes flash with a deadly cold light as he spits out how arrogant Johann is. Before Odin can even finish, the massive axe in Johann's hands swings out and violently knocks the sword away. The two rivals step together into an entirely different arena. Odin stands on one side while Johann takes the other. He walks forward while slowly tightening his leather gloves. In a flash, Johann moves like lightning, spinning toward Odin. The villain reacts instantly, his cold eyes locking right back onto him. Within a split second, they trade dozens of brutal blows. What starts as a wild fistfight quickly escalates as both draw their deadly weapons for a clash. Finally, Johann delivers a devastating blow, slashing his massive axe right across Odin's chest. Odin flies backward through the air like a shot arrow. As Odin struggles to get back up, a razor-sharp blade silently closes in on his position. The moment Odin looks up, a deadly shadow is already looming right over him. Odin leaps aside just in time, barely dodging the giant axe Johann threw straight at him. Just as Odin regains his footing, Johann somehow sneaks up and appears directly behind his back. Although he notices the sneak attack, Odin simply scoffs and says that Johann is finally worthy of his attention. Immediately after, Johann spins his massive axe like a deadly buzzsaw, forcing his opponent to continuously fall back. He unleashes one final heavy slash, but Odin manages to dodge again, leaving a massive crater and sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. Johann keeps pressing on. He swings the heavy axe once more, roaring out to ask if Odin really thinks he can escape. The devastating blow easily slices a massive skyscraper in half, but Odin manages to leap away unharmed. Johann stays hot on his heels, refusing to let him breathe as he screams for him to die. With eyes burning red like a wild beast, Johann pours every ounce of his remaining strength into another heavy swing. He strikes down with incredible force from high above. The sheer force of the blow tears straight down from the very top of the skyscraper. The impact is so destructive that the entire building collapses into dust. Johann lands gracefully and yells into the massive pile of debris, calling for Odin to show himself. He knows his opponent is completely unharmed. Just as expected, a figure calmly walks out from the smoking pile of rubble. Without a single scratch on him, Odin looks at Johann and calmly remarks how impressive the power of that sphere truly is, easily transforming a normal human into such a formidable powerhouse. He wonders aloud if he should finally meet those high expectations. Facing that threat, Johann simply lets out a cold laugh, telling him to keep acting tough while he still can. But look closely. Right at that exact second, the intense power surrounding his weapon suddenly begins to shift. Within a split second, it completely fades away. Johann notices it immediately, a wave of panic hitting him as his strength abruptly vanishes. Odin notices the sudden shift as well, smirking mockingly as he asks Johann what seems to be the problem. He notes that Johann looks like he is in some serious trouble. Those words leave Johann utterly stunned, left wondering how on earth his enemy could possibly know that. Right then, Odin's power violently explodes in a massive wave of blue fire. Standing tall, his freezing voice explains that when two of these spheres collide, the power will always shift toward one side. He mockingly asks if Johann's so-called great creator forgot to mention that little detail to him. He was so blinded by temporary victory that he did not realize his energy was slipping away. Calling it a disappointment, Odin activates a massive magic circle that suddenly glows right under Johann's feet. Johann watches in sheer horror as the bright light threatens to swallow him, realizing he will certainly die if he fails to dodge. Odin coldly raises his hand to deliver the final strike. A surge of power like a massive tidal wave erupts from the magic circle on the ground and rushes toward Johann. He grits his teeth. Instantly, Odin's cold blade thrusts in front of Johann's eyes. In the middle of the ruined city, a pillar of blue light shoots up from the ground, piercing straight through the dark clouds. Right after that, a massive explosion erupts right in the center of the city. As the smoke clears, a massive crater is left right at the center of the blast. Odin stands alone at the bottom of the crater, his voice cold as he asks why he doesn't just give up. Johann. Not far away, Johann is on his knees, leaning heavily on his axe just to stay upright. Refusing to accept this, he glares at Odin, cursing silently to himself. Had he really just been a puppet dancing in the palm of that bastard's hand all this time? Kneeling on the ground, Johann has to rely entirely on the weapon in his hands for support. In front of him stands Odin, wearing a cold, arrogant smirk as he looks down like a god. Gasping heavily, Johan finally notices something is wrong with his body. The more he fights, the more his energy drains, leaving him with barely half his power. Could his lost strength have been transferred to that guy? Odin seems to read Johan's mind, speaking aloud as if directly answering his theory, saying he should thank him for bringing another orb to him, playing right into his master plan. Johan can only glare in frustration at Odin's mocking face. The bastard stomps his foot hard against the ground. Odin charges at Johan again to execute the final step of his plan, declaring that he will take every last drop of Johan's remaining strength. With great difficulty, Johan raises his weapon. In an instant, the two clash in close combat again, but this time Johan is completely pushed back by Odin. His axe trembles violently under the pressure, barely blocking Odin's sharp and relentless sword strikes. Gritting his teeth, Johan tries his absolute best to resist, but he quickly realizes that simply blocking the strikes is already draining his energy away. In front of him stands a fully powered Odin, staring him down with cold eyes and a smug, victorious grin. Using the momentum of the clash, Johan dodges another strike and quickly retreats backward. At the same time, his mind races as he quickly analyzes his current situation. A direct head-on fight is impossible right now, so he needs to keep his distance and think. The two orbs were originally meant to harmonize in Cyan, and when the two spheres collide, one side will absorb the power of the other. Thinking of this, Johan suddenly pauses. Wait, if the two spheres completely fuse into one, what will happen then? Like an arrow shot from a bow, Odin flies forward to pursue him. He conjures multiple clones, all rushing toward Johan in a chaotic wild dance. Every single clone of Odin targets Johan as their sole objective, swarming him from all sides. He glares at the deadly situation unfolding right before him. With both hands tightly gripping his weapon, Johan makes up his mind and roars out, "It has been a long time since I actually used my brain." Johan swings his axe in a powerful arc, slicing through the nearest clone while yelling at them to stay out of his way. Moving like a flash of lightning, he zips past the remaining clones, successfully slicing them all down. Just then, another Odin suddenly materializes right behind Johan's back. Sensing the threat, he quickly spins around to face him. Johan seems to have anticipated this strike, stealing his resolve to blow him away with the very last of his energy. A sharp burst of energy sweeps across like a giant blade. Johan uses all his strength to strike down the Odin rushing right at him. His body is sliced clean in half quickly, dissolving into nothingness. Letting out a heavy sigh of relief, Johan mutters that the clones are finally taken care of. But before he can even finish his sentence, his eyes widen in absolute horror. That was because he saw glowing swords of light hovering in midair, each one impaling a cold, lifeless body. The bodies lifted high by those light blades gathered right around Odin. His voice was dripping with pure excitement. Finally, all the sacrifices had gathered to unlock his ultimate plan, my grand ideal. In the sky, a massive crack kept widening, pouring down a blinding radiance alongside blood-curdling screams as the rift began to stretch. Odin looked down from on high, arrogantly declaring his ultimate victory. "It is all over now, and everything you hold dear is going to die. You have lost." Johan glared up at the sky as Odin's cold voice rang out once more, divine punishment. Countless blades shot forward at his call, all rushing down at once. They rained down right on where Johan stood, instantly swallowing his entire body in a blinding storm of light. When the blinding glare finally faded, Johan was left trembling on the ground. His body was pierced by fractured light blades with broken swords scattered everywhere around him. But his dark, intense gaze remained locked forward. He was far from done. Directly in front of him, Odin slowly descended to the ground. Johan barely managed to part his lips, weakly muttering the orb. Hearing this, Odin frowned with utter impatience. "You really are persistent." Johan refused to give up. Leaning on his giant axe, he dragged his shaking body back up. The orb absorbs the power of the other side, which is exactly why we face so many obstacles. I used to feel a bit of resentment toward the creator, wondering why he never told me about this crucial detail. But it turns out you had already revealed it to me back then, along with the true way to utilize the orb. Johan suddenly turned to Odin, roaring with fierce determination the method to defeat you. Right after that, he lunged forward once again, charging straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, Johan was right in front of Odin. Putting all his remaining strength into it, he swung his axe at him. But a sword flew forward even faster, cutting off his attack. It pierced straight into Johan with brutal precision. Gripping the hilt of the sword embedded in Johan's shoulder, Odin demanded coldly, "You said you knew how to defeat me. At this point, what can you possibly hope to do?" But right in that very second, his voice abruptly cut off. Odin was utterly shocked to see Johan grabbing the bare blade with his naked hand. Every word Johan spoke now carried absolute unwavering certainty. "Yes, this is the way to defeat you, the very secret the creator shared with me. I will merge the powers of both orbs into one exactly as you always desired. Even if I end up absorbed alongside that overwhelming power, I will drag myself right into your body. Taste this absolute nightmare for yourself, Odin." In the deep darkness, an orb glowed with a faint silver light, its surface covered in cracks. Yoan stood silently within a cold, pale light. He cast his gaze to the side. A smirk crept onto his face as he realized it seems my desperate gamble actually paid off. Yoan took slow, deliberate steps up the massive golden staircase, leading to a grand palace towering above him. Reaching the very top step, he could not help but wonder if this place was Odin's inner world or maybe just a fragment of his forgotten memories. Well, there was only one way to find out. With that thought, Johan decisively pushed open the massive doors before him. Stepping inside, he was greeted by a large circular open-air altar. But what truly shocked him was the two figures standing by the altar. Wait, who was that next to Odin, the creator? Right then, Odin was respectfully delivering his report. He declared that under his lord's command he had successfully wiped out the beasts of chaos. The creator turned to him with an approving smile, praising his hard work. He noted that among all the creators, Odin's combat prowess was truly the most exceptional before finally telling him to dismiss himself and rest. In an instant, Odin's face darkened with a grim expression. He suddenly questioned the creator, demanding to know why he would go to such extreme lengths to protect those mortals. Caught completely off guard, the creator looked confused and asked what he meant. Odin just stares coldly, pointing his finger at the mysterious glowing sphere in front of him as he casually voices his deepest thoughts. We are the strongest creators in sand, so is it not completely inefficient for us to pour all of our energy into protecting these weak and helpless humans? Inside that sphere, a lively and bustling scene plays out on a busy street in the human world. The creator falls silent for a brief moment, asking Odin why he would think that way. Odin clenches his fist tightly, letting all the pent-up frustration in his heart burst out at once. Our strength is meant for ruling the entire world, and using such power just to keep them safe is nothing but a massive waste of our potential. Hearing that flawed logic, the creator's expression quickly darkens as he tells Odin that although he is indeed powerful, it seems he has allowed that very strength to completely blind him. Odin casts a sharp glance at him, a sudden flash of coldness in his eyes as he asks why his lord feels that way. Looking deeply into the deep blue sphere before them, the creator slowly explains to Odin that the world is indeed split into the strong and the weak, but questions why that is. He asks if it is truly just for the strong to rule, declaring that he believes otherwise. The real reason everyone has different levels of strength is so that even through disagreements or conflicts, they can still support one another and live in harmony. That is exactly why we, the creators, exist in this world, crafted from these two spheres. Odin grinds his teeth, struggling to hold back his intense anger. Hiding his boiling rage, he sweeps his cloak and turns to leave coldly, agreeing that things have simply always been that way. The creator watches him walk away, letting out a helpless sigh as he quietly hopes that one day Joe will finally understand his true wishes. Standing right behind the creator, Khan watches Odin leave while silently assessing him. Though Odin seems quite dangerous, Khan notes that for now he still carries the noble air of a true creator. Seeing Odin about to disappear past the grand doors, Khan decides to follow, and trust me, we are about to see what truly shaped the Odin of the present day. On the battlefield, the sky is stained a deep blood red as tattered flags flutter amidst sharp swords and spears. Down below, the brutal orc army roars without end. Facing that savage and bloodthirsty orc army, Odin stands tall, raising his holy sword high. He barks out an order to his angelic army standing behind him, calling upon the Knights of the Sand Creators. With freezing cold eyes, he looks down on the battlefield calmly, completing his command to completely obliterate all evil. Both massive armies clash head-on, pure white wings rapidly getting stained red with blood, while Odin's blade works tirelessly to tear through monster after monster. His boot steps heavily onto the lifeless body of a fallen foe. Odin stands alone amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His face is splattered with fresh blood, yet his eyes show only disgust as he reflects on cutting down thousands of evils daily, watching them desperately clawing and fighting just to keep their pathetic lives. If defining good and evil simply means destroying those who disrupt order, then how are these humans any different from absolute evil? Through his eyes, we see a group of humans running excitedly from the burnt forest. They eagerly scavenge through the corpses for jewelry, cheering joyfully that they hit the jackpot and will be rich once they sell it all. One man even aggressively shoves a woman aside to fight over an orc heart, shouting at her to back off because that bloody prize belongs to him. Within seconds, the greedy scavengers break into a massive, violent brawl. Angry screams of pure greed echo everywhere, with men yelling that there is no such thing as personal ownership here and that only the strongest gets to claim everything. Odin watches this pathetic display with a freezing glare, a terrifyingly cold aura slowly radiating from his entire body. A muscular brute pins a weak, sickly young man down to the muddy ground. He raises a heavy fist and roars savagely that all the loot belongs to him. But before his fist can even land, a cold, sharp flash of light slices across his neck, instantly taking his life. The young man stares in horror as the brute collapses right beside him. His eyes are filled with pure terror as he slowly shifts his gaze toward the side. Trembling all over, the young man shrinks back upon seeing Odin standing right in front of him, looking incredibly grim out of nowhere. In a completely flat and emotionless tone, Odin slowly rejects the warm ideals he was once taught, whispering to himself that a world where everyone lives in harmony simply does not exist. The more they are protected, the more ungrateful they become, only knowing how to tear each other down. Since that is the case, he decisively swings his sword, striking down the helpless young man without hesitation. Looking up at the heavens with eyes as cold as ice, Odin firmly declares that he will climb to the absolute peak to rewrite the rules, creating a brand new world where only the strong hold the balance of power. The creator coughs up a mouthful of dark blood in agonizing pain. Covered in deep wounds, he struggles heavily just to take a breath. Still in utter disbelief, the creator weakly questions the man standing before him, asking why he would commit such a terrible betrayal after receiving so much trust. Right before his eyes, paradise has turned into a blazing sea of fire, and he weakly calls out to the familiar figure, whispering Odin's name. Odin glances at him coldly, repeating that they are the absolute rulers, but the creator angrily cuts him off, shouting that the true foundation of San is built on something far different. Odin roars in frustration, thrusting his sword deep into him, demanding to know if he still fails to see that he was completely wrong. Covered in blood, he laughs maniacally, screaming that he will fix this deeply flawed world. Ruthless flames consume everything around them, leaving the heavily injured creator all on his own under the shadow of the giant tree. His wounds are far too severe, causing his breathing to slowly grow fainter by the second. Yet sheer determination still burns brightly in the creator's eyes. Watching Odin walk away with the dark blue orb, he quietly vows that he must stop him here no matter the cost. Gathering all of his remaining strength in his final moments, the creator conjures a sphere of pure energy in his hand. Is this truly the only way left? Odin immediately senses that something is wrong. Before he can even react, a massive glowing red magic circle materializes and completely traps him. Standing unfazed as the powerful light surges around him, Odin calmly asks the creator if he is fully prepared to lose his own life by unleashing this dangerous spell. Hearing his warning, the creator merely smirks with a faint smile. You are right, using this grand spell will leave my body completely drained and incredibly weak. Even so, his determination to stop him is so strong that he is willing to pay any price, wishing him a safe journey on this incredibly long road ahead. Only now does genuine panic finally wash over Odin's face. He watches in horror as the blue orb in his hand shatters into countless tiny fragments under the weight of the magic array. As his own body begins to dissolve, Odin screams in absolute rage, demanding why the creator would go to such extreme lengths just to stop him. In his final moments, he roars out in anger, declaring that he will eventually reclaim the orb and build a brand new world. With those final words, Odin's figure dissolves into glowing dust, scattering into the empty air. Still floating in midair after witnessing everything, Johan finally understands how Odin managed to cross over to Delor, while down below the heavily wounded creator painfully forces himself to stand, realizing this move has only bought them a little more time. From now until then, he can only hope a hero will rise. It all comes down to prayer. Catching the creator's gaze, Johan is filled with deep confusion. Did he just look right at me, and how is that even possible? Suddenly, a dark voice whispers in his ear, asking if he saw their cowardice. Johan flinches as he immediately recognizes who this cold voice belongs to. The world around Johan instantly fades to gray as Odin's icy voice echoes from all directions, offering him a rare chance to talk. Johan keeps his eyes tightly shut. When he slowly opens them, everything has changed. He finds himself standing on a completely still, glass-like body of water, wondering where on earth he is. Suddenly, Odin's shadow materializes right behind him, offering him a single choice in this space. This time, Johan shows no surprise, calmly turning around to face him. Of course it is you, Odin. Paying no mind to his attitude, Odin speaks with utter disdain, calling the creator completely weak and useless for turning a blind eye, while corruption slowly rots the world of San. If this continues, San will eventually be destroyed. That is why he is offering Johan, who witnessed everything, one final chance to join his side. The entire world may praise him as a hero, but he is not the one they actually worship. All they truly want is a strong protector to keep them safe. Once everything is over and he returns to being a normal human, does he honestly think a single soul will remember him? But I will help you, I will. Make those weak, pathetic cowards tremble in absolute terror every single time they hear your name. After hearing Odin's sweet and tempting words, Johan falls into deep thought for a moment before speaking very slowly, saying that if the world truly forgets his efforts and everything becomes meaningless, then he will swear his loyalty. But right after that, he points his index finger straight up right in front of Odin's face. In an instant, the god's pupils contract and turn completely pitch black. Johan shows absolutely no respect, leaping up to yell insults without hesitation, saying, "Loyalty? My ass? Do you really think I want to be your lackey? Stop lying and eat this, ha ha." Completely enraged by those insults, Odin draws his sword once again and roars out, "You absolute fool." Johan ignores his fury, letting out a smirk and saying, "Yeah, sure. What kind of opportunity is this anyway, since a guy like you would never care about teammates?" And Johan finally understood who that creator was. Clasping both hands together and drawing on his past memories, Yoan looks at Odin, explaining that after taking hold of the orb he finally realized everything. The orb itself is the life force enveloping the world, and despite having no consciousness, it still wants to protect the very foundation it supports. With that exact intent, the orb has always watched over them. It watched the humans who fought and sacrificed their lives to protect this world. Seeing those willing to sacrifice themselves even when they could not fight directly, the orb finally made its ultimate choice. Instead of that arrogant, self-centered tyrant, it chose the one who would protect the world with absolute purity, placing its trust in Yohan. In an instant, Yohan is flooded with massive energy and his eyes regain their deadly razor-sharp focus. So open your eyes and watch Odin as Yohan promises to tear his body to pieces. Odin stands frozen in absolute shock at the massive power surging before him, wondering how Yohan could possibly wield the energy of two orbs at the exact same time. Yohan offers no explanation as his raw energy erupts with violent force, causing the quiet, still water beneath his feet to violently spray outward in all directions. Out in the real world, massive spatial cracks now spread across the open sky. Odin cannot help but cough up a large mouthful of blood. Now, back in the real world, his broken body lies on the ground in complete and utter defeat. Pure panic floods his mind as he realizes something has gone horribly wrong, desperately questioning how the orb could have actually chosen Yohan. Standing opposite to Odin, a massive pillar of fire-like energy wraps around Yohan. He stands tall, relishing the incredible power flowing through him, finding his body far lighter and more energized than when he only had one orb. Hearing Yohan's voice, Odin spins around in sheer panic, terror filling his heart as he wonders how someone of his caliber failed to detect any movement at all. The moment Odin turns back, Yohan unleashes a lightning-fast fist that smashes directly into his face. Odin screams out in agony as blood instantly covers his entire shattered face. After landing the brutal strike, Yohan looks down with cold, emotionless eyes, telling Odin that his time is officially up. The force of Yohan's punch sends Odin flying backward, crashing heavily onto the dirt. He lies there trembling on the ground, completely unable to pull himself back up. As Odin struggles to sit up, he sees Yohan slowly approaching him, a massive axe rested on his shoulder, while carrying an overwhelming aura of power. Odin's hand resting on the ground begins to shake uncontrollably. Staring at his trembling fingers, shock washes over him as he wonders why he is actually shaking. Looking down at the pathetic sight, Yohan sneers coldly and mocks Odin, telling him to get back up on his feet. Look at that. For the first time, absolute terror shines within Odin's dark eyes as he stares at Yohan. Taking another slow step forward, Yohan continues to taunt his opponent, saying that he has not even started yet. It would be too disappointing to end so soon, so he asks Odin if he is ready for a beating. Still in deep denial, Odin trembles as he forces himself to stand desperately, muttering that this simply cannot be happening. He demands to know how a pathetic bastard like Yohan could ever be chosen. Yohan laughs, mockingly, deliberately hitting a sore spot by asking if Odin is overreacting, because his heart is broken after being rejected by the orb. After witnessing Odin slaughter countless lives, this is the ultimate choice the orb made. As those words leave Yohan's mouth, Odin instantly makes his move. Using his absolute maximum speed, he charges directly in front of Yohan in a flash. But Yohan's speed is on another level now, and before Odin can even lower his sword, Yohan decisively swings his giant axe forward to strike. For a brief second, an eerie silence hangs over the two of them. But in the very next instant, the ground beneath Odin violently collapses into a massive crater. A deep, jagged gash tears open across his shoulder, spraying blood continuously into the air. Whispering closely in his ear, Yohan mocks him, stating that he stands absolutely no chance of winning anymore. With no intention of holding back, Yohan tells Odin to feel every ounce of pain before he dies. A relentless barrage of high-power energy strikes, unleashes massive explosions all across the ruined, desolate city. Odin can only desperately defend against the non-stop brutal axe slashes coming from Yohan. Even when the giant weapon blasts Odin backward, Yohan refuses to let up and immediately charges right after him. Odin struggles desperately to block those devastating power-packed strikes, his mind still entirely unable to accept this unbelievable reality. Is this really the same Yohan from before? Yohan blasts Odin away yet again. This strike is so incredibly brutal, it sends him crashing straight through several houses in a row. The sheer force of the impact leaves him completely unable to recover, and Yohan is not slowing down. Watch how fast he closes the distance on Odin. In the blink of an eye, he appears right in front of him and raises his weapon. Odin quickly leaps into the air, barely dodging a massive horizontal slash from Yohan. He flips behind Yohan using the momentum to create some much-needed distance. The moment he lands, Odin uses his telekinetic power to hurl massive boulders at Yohan. But Yohan effortlessly swings his blade a few times, instantly shattering the incoming stones to pieces. With the stones cleared, he raises his blade high, channeling energy while shouting for a whirlwind. Wrapped in overwhelming energy, Yohan starts moving at blistering speed across the battlefield. His weapon drags a torrent of raw energy behind it, completely distorting the surrounding air. Within seconds, Johan conjures a massive violent tornado packing an unbelievable amount of power. The roaring storm surges directly toward Odin, and on its way it effortlessly blows away every single one of his light swords as if they were nothing. Odin stares in absolute shock at the oncoming storm, his mind racing. Was his attack really stopped by simple wind? Refusing to back down, his deep-seated arrogance takes over as he roars out, "You are nothing but lowly humans. Do not dare challenge a god." Odin pours everything into one massive sweep of his sword, unleashing a devastating slash. The terrifying sword wave surges forward, obliterating everything in its path. In an instant, Odin's powerful sword wave collides head-on with the massive tornado Johan created. But the sword wave is instantly ripped apart by the storm, which continues to rage forward completely unchecked. Standing right in the eye of the storm, Johan looks out with a cold, piercing gaze. Pointing his blade directly at Johan, Odin stubbornly screams, "Do you really think I cannot break through this?" Launching forward like an arrow from a bow, he drives his sword straight into Johan. Odin casually touches back down onto the ground. Believing his deadly strike hit home, a smug grin spreads across his face as he mutters that Johan's futile struggle finally ends here. His words instantly freeze mid-breath because Johan is standing right behind him, completely untouched, casually remarking that Odin is indeed still impressively strong and did an excellent job taking advantage of that opening. But here's the kicker. Everything has already gone exactly according to my plan. The fresh slash wound from Odin's sword tip heals rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, while system screens pop up indicating the Immortal King title and Berserk skill have met unique conditions to trigger a new mode. Within seconds, the wound on Johan's body completely closes up without leaving a trace. A pair of fiery red wings begins to sprout from Johan's back as he slowly reads the system screen aloud. The Immortal King title, the path of the Berserker, and raw colossal strength. When the possessor of these attributes takes maximum damage, this hidden mode is finally triggered. The massive wings that just erupted from Johan's back instantly wrap around and cover his entire body. The next second, he spreads his wings and rockets into the sky like a soaring phoenix, activating his ultimate skill, Phoenix Mode. Along with Johan's powerful roar, the system screens flash with endless notifications. Phoenix Mode grants absolute invincibility, making him completely immune to any damage. Now transformed into a breathtakingly divine form that is completely different from before, Johan looks down, his chilling voice echoing from the heavens. "Our fated connection ends right here, Odin." As he speaks, a flood of memories flashes through his mind, going all the way back to their first meeting. He remembers seeing the god's incredibly arrogant and smug attitude, followed by the brutal, endless battles fought between the two of them. But through those grueling conflicts, Johan slowly grew into a true powerhouse. He dives down from the sky at lightning speed. Clad in devastating power and a trail of blazing red fire, Johan charges directly toward Odin. Meanwhile, Odin is also channeling every ounce of his divine energy to meet Johan head-on for this final strike. Down below, Johan's friends and the citizens who just crawled out of the rubble look up. Every single one of them stares at the sky in absolute amazement. High in the clouds, two colossal forces of blue and red clash like razor-sharp blades, their overwhelming shockwaves expanding across the sky as they crash into one another. Both Johan and Odin roar out in unison, "It is over." Johan carries the memories of starting as a mere rookie, growing stronger over time until finally reaching his supreme phoenix form to face off against Odin. Countless sharp beams of light slash directly at Odin, at the same time completely shattering his heavy armor and slicing deep into his bare flesh. Johan dashes past, leaving behind Odin's desperate, agonizing scream echoing within a blinding flash of death. And on his face, a victorious smile finally breaks out at last. At this moment, rays of light begin to pierce through the gloomy sky. An unusual silence falls over the atmosphere between Johan and Odin. Suddenly, the defeated god speaks up, saying, "Not even once. This damn world has never once stood by my side. Protecting everyone and becoming a hero, no, that sort of thing is completely impossible. You two will only end up suffering from this injustice and walking a lonely path, yet will you still sacrifice yourself for them?" Hearing this, he looks thoughtful but firmly declares that when everything ends, he will surely return to how he was before. Johan grips the weapon tightly in his hands. A second later, he continues, saying that once everyone finds their peaceful daily lives again, the name of the hero Johan will also be quickly forgotten. Odin glances over, looking slightly surprised to hear Johan express this, but the young hero does not care, pointing at himself with a bright smile as he declares that he, Juman, will personally remember everything he has ever experienced. Johan looks at a hole appearing in the wall behind him, adding that unlike him, he is fortunate. Through that gap, Mise and the others appear, and Johan knows there are still people who will always remember him, his teammates. With a bright smile, she runs over, waving and calling out, "Johan, you are safe." Aziz rushes forward, grabbing Johan by his collar and crying. He smiles with pure happiness, standing still as he accepts her tight hug. Sitting in a corner, Odin mutters with utter disgust, "Teammates, huh?" Looking up, he sneers, saying, "What a bunch of meaningless nonsense. If what this damn world truly wants is that house-playing game, then so be it. Aziz turns to look at Odin with an incredulous face, wondering if Ragnarok truly ends like this, admitting that she still cannot believe that the great Odin has actually vanished. Johan smiles with relief, replying that it is. A gentle breeze softly blows through his hair. Suddenly, a voice calls out, making Johan turn back as they say, "Hey, don't you have something you want to tell us, Johan?" Letting out a helpless sigh, he replies that he indeed almost forgot about an important matter. A second later, Johan looks at each of them, calling out Kai, Aziz, and Kim Yoon-min as well. "Thank you all so much, but things are not over just yet. There are still things we need to do because this war has caused far too many people to sacrifice their lives, and we cannot turn back time to bring everyone back." Climbing to the top floor of the building, he gazes out over the entire city. Johan looks down with a grim face, adding, "But those who are still alive and those who yearn to keep living. He wants to protect them, at least this small group. So please help him one last time." Mysterious glowing gem. The gem in his hand immediately shines as if answering his plea. Mize and the others are forced down by the intense pressure. Aziz panics and shouts out, "Wait, Johan, the battle is over, so why are you doing this?" With absolute determination, Johan declares that everyone knows the gem is meant to balance power and life. If that is the case, then to protect those who are still standing, he will gladly offer up all of his remaining power and his very life. Kai glares and warns him that doing so means losing every ounce of his power, forcing him to live as a regular human. Everything he has accumulated over all these years will completely vanish. Yet he calmly accepts his fate. Johan will disappear, and he will return to being a normal guy named Jung-min. Looking back at his past memories, Johan firmly states that he has absolutely no regrets. Even though his journey was incredibly brutal, the time he spent with everyone was more fun than any game he had ever played. In his mind, his two selves stand face to face as he bids a final farewell to his legendary dragon avatar Johan. Back in reality, he holds the glowing gem high with a cocky grin, asking if defeating the mighty Odin finally makes him the #1 player. It was a wild ride, D-Lord, but now it ends. His two forms slowly fade away inside the blinding, brilliant light. Sometime later, in a massive city filled with towering modern skyscrapers, crowds flood the streets to celebrate a festival 5 years after the tragic Rift incident brought immense suffering to so many. At the 5th anniversary memorial of the devastating Rift incident, the news broadcast praises the savior Johan. Thanks to his brave actions, humanity avoided a massive tragedy. That legendary hero was once a top player of D-Lord, a virtual reality project developed by the powerful Falcon Corporation. 5 years have passed, yet everyone still remembers Johan. While it is tragic that he vanished without a trace after that day, the public still sends him their deepest gratitude, hoping that he is finally enjoying peaceful days in some quiet corner of the world. Walking through the crowd, Johan scoffs at the broadcast, finding their deep gratitude absolutely hilarious. He went through all the trouble to save their lives, yet they turned around and blamed Falcon Corporation. It is still fresh in his memory, and Mize, pretending to be completely clueless back then, was honestly pure gold. Looking off into the distance, he tells himself that as long as everyone has safely returned to their peaceful daily lives, it is fine. Honestly, he is just grateful some people still remember him. Even though he is nothing but a normal citizen, now this life is more than enough. Now, it is time to enjoy the simple, lazy days of an unemployed nobody. Suddenly, a hand drops onto his shoulder as a voice asks if this is where their president is hiding. Caught slacking off to pretend to be unemployed again, he shivers and stammers an excuse about needing a break to clear his head, promising to head back immediately. In his mind, Johan sighs, wondering how his life even ended up in this chaotic state. Honestly, right after the Rift incident, he made a massive fortune selling rare in-game items in D-Lord, which completely restored the game's global reputation. If only his story had ended right there. But somehow, Lee Won-dong left a final will, forcing Johan to take over the entire Falcon Corporation. Drenched in sweat back then, he could barely believe he was now the company president, Jung-min. Moments later, Mize is driving and furiously lecturing him, threatening to end his life if he ever skips work to play around again, leaving Johan to helplessly nod along. But with his mind cleared, it is time to move forward. Their car speeds down the open road, heading straight toward the Falcon headquarters. They sneak inside the building like quiet mice, trying to stay unseen. Sweating and gritting his teeth, he realizes how annoying it is to sneak around. But since his identity is still a secret, he has no choice but to endure it for now. Aziz greets him warmly as Jung-min, while Johan is totally surprised to see that everyone has already arrived. Kai stands with her hands on her hips, complaining that he is always the late one. She hurriedly urges him to move fast since the new project launch and his inauguration are about to begin. He walks ahead, telling her to stop nagging since he needs to stop by the president's office first. A grand double door slowly swings open. Johan stands inside the luxurious office. In the corner sits a white lab coat alongside Won-dong's nameplate. He remembers the old man thinking about how Won-dong guided him to this spot. Johan steps forward and slips the white coat on. Then he frowns with a determined look, whispering that just as he promised, he will carry on his will. A second later, Rocan smirks, declaring it is finally time to head out. Acting as President Yoon-min, he is set to announce Falcon's brand new game. Right now, Kai stands on the rooftop gazing out at the modern city stretching before her. Gently brushing her wind-blown hair aside, she muses that no matter how many times she sees it, this view is always incredibly beautiful. This place is absolutely perfect to serve as a base for her. In her heart, she silently greets the humans, declaring herself Kai, king of the sacred dragons. After accepting Kim Misei's request, she has lived here for over 5 years. Back then, Misei threw a massive fit to get her way, and going back meant ruling those smelly dragons again, which lacked any excitement. She refuses to return and prefers to stay. Naturally, she had zero expectations for this new life at first, but one taste of the local food completely changed her mind. It was so intense that she practically breathed fire, leaving Aziz staring in pure shock and asking Kai if she was okay. Either way, this world has plenty of interesting things to offer. On the television, a commercial plays for a popular plushie that kids absolutely love, a soft dragon plush for only 19,900 won. It is a special buy one, get one free deal. Even better, if you order during the broadcast, they will throw in another one. Hearing that, Kai's eyes light up as she wonders if the humans here actually worship her enough to create her own totem. Meanwhile, over at a towering skyscraper, the new Falcon Group headquarters is bustling. A voice calls out from outside, announcing a delivery, which startles Misei as she wonders what could possibly be arriving. She knows for a fact she didn't order anything to the office. A second later, she looks at the delivery and gasps in sheer disbelief. Right in front of Misei are hundreds of those exact dragon plushies from the television commercial. Her face turns red with anger, immediately screaming out Kai's name. Sensing the terrifying aura, Kai quickly stammers an excuse, suggesting that maybe Rocan bought them. Misei instantly lunges and grabs her hair, yelling that she told her not to use the company card for weird things. As she asks if Kai wants another beating, the terrified dragon screams out for Rocan, begging him to save her from the dragon slayer. Kai begs for mercy, promising she won't ever do it again. Looking back, her daily life lately has been anything but peaceful. Suddenly, the phone in Kai's pocket begins to ring. She quickly pulls it out, realizing with a gasp how late it is and that she needs to move fast. The screen displays details about the Falcon building, confirming that today is a massively important day. She gazes off into the distance, telling herself that it's finally time to go. A portal suddenly bursts open high in the sky, and Kai tumbles straight down. Her magnificent dragon wings unfurl, catching the wind. Looking down at the city below, Kai realizes that since their final battle against Odin, this world has grown and prospered at an absolutely mind-blowing speed. Naturally, the heart of all this rapid progress is Falcon, the massive corporation that Rocan inherited. Peace has finally returned to this world, all thanks to the incredible allies who stood by them. After that final battle against Odin, Rocan and the creator journeyed deep into the Forest of Beginning, where he returned 2 mythical orbs to breathe fresh life into the land once again. Suddenly, her face lights up with a bright smile as she spots her destination. Hundreds of people are gathered right in front of a massive outdoor stage. Kai lands gracefully right on the stage. Folding her arms with a smug smirk, she demands that the humans gather around to welcome her. Spotting her, Aziz waves her hand excitedly, noting that Kai actually made it on time today. Aziz glances over at Lee Hae-sun, who is currently working diligently as the executive secretary for Falcon Group. She then turns back to Kai, announcing that the live broadcast is set to start in just 10 minutes. Rumor has it that since this was her very first real-world job outside of gaming, she struggled quite a bit. However, it seems like she has adapted to her new role beautifully. Next up is Misei, Falcon's strict director. She crosses her arms with a provocative smirk, teasing Kai that she expected the lazy dragon to be late sleeping, and yet somehow she still showed up. Misei manages the company with such fierce authority that calling her the actual president wouldn't be a stretch. Right now, she is furiously yelling, demanding to know who created this trash paperwork and ordering them to face her immediately. No, tell them to stay put because she's going down to handle it personally. She might be a little rough around the edges, but she gets results. And of course, we cannot forget to introduce the man himself, as a familiar voice suddenly chimes in, agreeing that he definitely deserves an introduction. Rocan steps out of the shadows, reminding Kai that she is technically on the Falcon payroll. That means she is officially his subordinate, working under Rocan, the second-generation president of Falcon Group. Hearing this, Kai scoffs, covering her mouth as she wonders how a mere human leader thinks he can look down on the mighty dragon lord. Rocan shoots back in annoyance, suggesting that she must not need his food money anymore. Kai immediately pouts, complaining that he is playing dirty by threatening her meals again. Just then, a staff member rushes over, informing the president that they are 1 minute away from going live. Stretching his arms, Rocan confidently announces that it is showtime. He thanks everyone for their incredible hard work. Watching him leave, Aziz smiles, amazed that he actually became the leader of humanity. Marie nods in agreement, saying it feels like just yesterday when he refused to play with anyone but himself. It really brings back memories of their very first encounter. Back then, he was really just a green kid. Marie starts looking back at the past. Looking at his broad, imposing back, she can hardly believe he actually became the grand leader of all humanity. Just then, the bright stage lights flash on one by one. The stage lights up as the crowd goes wild. The second Rocan appears. But a second later, they all freeze in confusion. Wait, where is Chairwoman Kim Mija, and who on earth is this strange man standing on the stage? Rocan completely ignores the murmurs and taps the mic. Hello, mic check. 1, 2, 3. Hello, everyone. Faken has stood right by your side, fighting through countless hardships and challenges over the years. Just like you, healed your wounds and stood back up over time, Faken is ready to reveal a brand new masterpiece to reclaim our spot as the ultimate industry leader. But first, let me introduce myself. Backstage, a staff member gasps in absolute shock, saying, wait, it is clearly him. A second later, it suddenly clicks and his eyes widen. That man is. Even if he wanted to forget, there is absolutely no way. On that fateful day, yes, that legendary day, he saved everyone. Images of Rocan clad in epic battle armor flash vividly through his mind. The man cries out in sheer disbelief, that is the guy who saved us. Standing tall on stage, he flashes a highly confident smile. Let me officially greet everyone here today. I am the second president of Fakon, and I am also the player of the Lord Rocan Kang Dong Min.